The old city of Haicheng in a narrow tube-shaped apartment building lays silent under a heavy sky. Inside a cramped rental room, a young man sits before his computer, his sturdy frame slightly hunched, left hand on the mouse, as he drags the video progress bar forward. The excited English lines from the movie spill out of the speakers, but his expression remains bored and detached. Boring, he mutters to himself after fast-forwarding through the entire film. The young man feels the world around him dull and tasteless. Even the movie fails to match his mood. On the screen, the title card of a typical Western science fiction action film is still visible, filled with handsome men, beautiful women, and grand spectacle, as a certain nation leads humanity to defeat an alien invasion and save the world. The earlier line he heard was spoken when the pilot successfully activated an alien fighter. Yet to him it all feels stale. Trashy science fiction with no innovation, he thinks as he lets go of the mouse. He checks his mobile banking app. The balance shows only 302.5 yuan. A faint sigh escapes his lips. Outside the window, the sky is overcast and heavy, mirroring the weight in his heart. On the desk lies a resignation certificate. The printed reason cites structural optimization, but in truth, he was dismissed for refusing to take the blame for his manager. There was no extra compensation, and even this month's performance pay was completely withheld. This is life, he thinks, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In the end, people live for little more than 3 meals a day. He lifts the half bottle of mineral water from the table and takes a long swallow, forcing himself to accept reality. He does not erupt into angry curses at society like some disillusioned youths. Growing up in the Hongxing orphanage has tempered him, granting him greater resilience and endurance than most. If not for tuition waivers and donations from kind strangers, this orphanage child would never have finished university, let alone carved out a place in the expensive city of Haicheng. It's fine, he tells himself. If worst comes to worst, I can deliver food. With my own hands and feet, I'll never starve. He self-soothes, and a new firmness returns to his gaze. When I earn money, I'll buy a new wheelchair for the old director and fix the orphanage's broken washing machine. He rises, intending to wash his face and tidy up his resume. Yet the moment he turns toward the full-length dressing mirror, something impossible occurs. Without warning, the air pressure in the room seems to drop. A sensation like the sudden descent of an airplane presses against his eardrums. The mirror, which had been reflecting his figure, suddenly ripples like liquid silver. An earthquake. Instinctively, he braces himself against the desk, but quickly realizes that it is not the building that trembles. It is the space around the mirror. Rings of ripples become visible in the air itself, radiating outward. A powerful, indescribable suction erupts from the center of the mirror. It is not wind, it feels more like the sudden negative pressure of a forming vacuum. He manages only a brief cry before his entire body is yanked toward the mirror, as if he were a leaf caught in a drain. In an instant, the unseen force drags him through it. Vertigo overwhelms him. It feels as though he has been tossed into a spinning washing drum. When his feet finally find solid ground, he collapses to his knees, retching dryly. His stomach churns violently, and his nose fills with a strange mix of rust machine oil and a sickly sweet rotten scent. Something is wrong with the air. He jerks his head up. The sight before him freezes his breath and contracts his pupils to pinpoints. This is definitely not Haicheng. Overhead stretches a dim, oppressive sky, the clouds a sickly leaden gray, so heavy they seem ready to crush the land. There is no sunlight. Only a faint purplured halo bleeding through the clouds, casting the world in a sinister filter. Beneath this sky sprawls a colossal dead city. Towering skyscrapers still stand hundreds of meters tall, but their glass curtain walls are long shattered, exposing cruel alloy skeletons. Worse still, countless thick, dark red tendrils, like monstrous blood vessels, coil around the metal structures. These tendrils pulse faintly, exhaling thin trails of black smoke with every beat. Metal fused grotesquely with flesh. Silence. Absolute silence. No cars, no birds. The entire world feels like a vast open-air tomb. Have I crossed into another world? His heart pounds, but he forces himself to stay calm. A science-trained mind urges him to check his own condition first. Gravity feels slightly heavier than on Earth, perhaps about 1 times normal. Walking makes his legs feel a touch heavier, but still within tolerance. The air stings his lungs, yet does not immediately choke or poison him. He turns sharply. Behind him, half a meter away, a shimmering gate of light still hangs in the air. Through its rippling surface, he can see his cluttered bed in the rental room back on Earth. There is still a retreat. This means the passage can be traversed both ways. With a safe exit confirmed, the ancient human urge to explore and the lure of wealth begin to outweigh fear. Gazing at the ruins, a thought flashes through his mind. This is the wreckage of an unknown high-tech civilization. Ruins mean unclaimed wealth, technology far beyond Earth's understanding. Even a single screw brought back might be enough to make me rich, he thinks, swallowing nervously as he carefully steps forward. The ground beneath his feet is not soil, but some unknown black metal plating that has endured ages without losing its hardness. He does not venture far, limiting himself to a 10-meter radius around the portal. Soon a shadow beneath a broken wall catches his eye. A corpse. Or more precisely a skeleton encased in tattered exoskeleton armor. The body rests half-propped against the wall. Its armor is a high-grade matte black scarred with deep claw marks and scorched bullet holes, yet its smooth industrial lines remain clear. The flowing joints and the dormant thrusters on its back are technology far beyond Earth's current capabilities. Powered armor. He thinks heartbeat surging at the thought of what such a suit might mean if intact. After scanning the surroundings and hearing no movement, he crouches like a thief and darts toward the corpse. Up close, he sees that half the helmet has shattered away, revealing bare, white bone inside. The body has clearly lain here for decades. He presses his palms together briefly in respect. Forgive me, Senior, he thinks. If I leave this here, it will only go to waste. Let me take it back and put it to use. He tries to strip the armor, but it is far too heavy and most of its circuitry looks burned out. Instead, he searches for removable external modules. His first prize from a tactical slot on the left forearm, he pries free a black rectangular block. It is about the size of a brick, surprisingly heavy with no visible ports. Only a faint line of blue glyphs pulsing on its surface. It looks like an energy source, he guesses. His second prize, a transparent chip clutched tightly in the corpse's right hand. The chip is thin as a cicada's wing and almost weightless. The moment his fingers touch it, a gentle white glow blooms from within, dust peeling away on its own as if repelled. A high-tech storage device. He thinks, slipping it carefully into his pocket. The third prize is the most striking, a silver-gray metal wristband attached to the corpse's left wrist. Its material feels peculiar, less like metal and more like smooth, warm jade. He reaches to unlatch it, but the moment his fingers touch the wristband, clicks, springs open on its own and clamps onto his wrist, as though alive. A sharp sting pricks the inside of his wrist, no worse than a mosquito bite. Then a cold, emotionless, synthetic voice detonates directly in his mind. Gene sequence scanning in progress. Warning: no mechanical augmentations detected. Native pureblood human genes identified. Permission level highest sequence class. Single soldier tactical phase deflection system damaged, version bound. Remaining energy 12%. Note: primary energy module destroyed. System operating on backup capacitors only. Phase deflection system. He is stunned. Neural direct linkage technology. Before he can investigate the wristband further, a grating, toothacheing, scraping noise comes from the shadows of nearby rubble. Metal grinding against concrete. In this silent world, the sound is brutally loud. His hair stands on end as he whips his head around. From behind a heap of discarded steel bars to his left, a black shape crawls out. A dog. No, a grotesque mechanical monstrosity. It is the size of a Doberman, but most of its fur has fallen away, exposing rusty hydraulic joints. Its left eye is a crimson camera lens, its right eye a decayed eyeball. Where teeth should be, two rows of vibrating alloy saw blades gnashed together. A guttural roar vibrates from its throat, like a broken bellows being pulled. It locks its gaze onto him. The red electronic eye flares brighter. Discovered. Run. The word explodes in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and sprints for the gate of light. But the mechanical corpse hound is unbelievably fast. As he turns, its hind legs slam into the ground, black alloy claws scraping sparks from the metal floor as it launches like a shell. 20 meters vanish in an eye blink. A foul wind rushes over him. He can smell the reek of machine oil and rotten flesh from its maw. He will not outrun it. As the saw-blade-line jaws are about to close on his neck, survival instinct takes over. He thrusts his left arm wristband forward in front of him. In his mind, he screams, "Shield." The air seems to freeze. Indicator lights on the wristband flare. A pale blue honeycomb-patterned, translucent barrier erupts from the wristband, enveloping him. The mechanical corpse hound slams into the barrier. There is no thunderous crash, no overwhelming impact. Instead, the massive speeding body hits the blue field and slides bizarrely to one side, as though in a thick glue. Space itself seems bent. Its saw blade scraped the barrier, raising only ripples without touching even the hem of his clothes. Phase deflection. Not brute resistance, but deflecting attacks into another dimension. In his mind, the synthetic voice warns: warning, instantaneous energy output peak too high. Remaining energy 11.8%. The creature tumbles to the ground, recovers in a roll, and prepares to spring again. This time, he does not grant it the chance. Seizing the moment while it resets its posture, he unleashes the fastest sprint of his life. A full body dive straight into the wavering gate of light. Earth. Haicheng. Rental room. He hits the floor hard with a thud, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes. The mirror stands calm once more. The gate of light is gone. Only the heavy black block he carries and the sci-fi silver wristband on his arm prove that what just happened was real. "I'm alive," he breathes after lying on the floor for a full 5 minutes, waiting for his pounding heart to ease. After the brush with death comes a surge of wild joy. That world is real. His hands tremble as he pulls the transparent chip from his pocket. There had been no time to examine it in detail before. Now he sees that liquid seems to flow within the chip. As his fingers lightly stroke its surface, the chip transforms into a streak of light and pierces straight into the center of his brow. There is no pain, only a vast stream of information pouring into his mind like a cleansing flood. Words appear obscure, yet instantly graspable. Basic Chi attraction technique of the Taihao Federation, revised v4.0. Federation year 3022, spiritual energy resurges. Yet this energy carries ancient god viruses. Citizens must use purification filters before attempting to draw Qi into the body. Those without mechanical implants show best results. He is stunned. A Chi attraction technique. Cultivation. That world of mechs and monsters is a cultivation civilization. He instinctively follows the method described, trying to sense something. On Earth, nothing responds. But when his hand touches the black block, he brought back a faint pure coolness flows from his fingertips into his meridians. Qi. This alien battery stores not electricity, or not only electricity, but spiritual energy. He bolts upright, staring at the block, then at the bustling city outside his window. As a child of the orphanage, he knows better than anyone in this world weakness is a sin. Now he holds the key to supreme power. That phase deflection shield brushed aside the charge of that terrifying creature. Could it stop bullets? If it can, then in a world ruled by firearms, he would be invincible. With this, do I still need to find a job? To watch a boss's face? He thinks with a wry smile, his gaze sharpening. But he soon cools down. To possess treasure when one is ordinary is to invite disaster. If he tried to sell or advertise these things, he would end either stripped bare by capital or abducted and dissected by foreign forces. He needs backing. The strongest, most disciplined backing in the world. He picks up the black block. He must test its power. If it only enables cultivation, the nation might not believe him. But if it represents energy technology. He rummages around and finds an old high-power electric heater left by the landlord, its label reading 2000W. He also finds 2 lengths of electrical wire. Crude but effective, he snips off the heater's plug and strips the copper wires. If this were a normal battery, nothing would happen. If it were a high-voltage battery, the heater would burn out instantly, he thinks. Drawing a deep breath, he carefully touches the copper strands to 2 metal contacts on one end of the black block. No sparks. No explosion. In an instant, far less than a second, the heater's quartz tubes, which usually take minutes to warm, erupt in blazing red. Heat washes over him. He jerks the wires away in fright. Even with only that brief contact, the heater's casing already glows faintly red from overloading. Yet the black battery remains ice cold to the touch, its energy hardly diminished. Supercapacitor. No, this is cold fusion level energy density, he whispers, hands trembling. He now understands what he is holding. This is the energy revolution his country has sought. A heart that could let carriers sail without end, a cornerstone for a rising power. From a drawer, he pulls out an old photograph of himself as a child in the orphanage, standing beside the director, the only family portrait he has. The director always said, we must repay kindness. Country raised me. Now that I have the means. His eyes harden as he picks up his phone. This time, he does not open recruitment apps. He opens his browser and enters a specific URL. Ministry of National Security, online tip submission platform. He taps submit tip, provide clue. In the input box, he types a single line, each word like a knock on the door of the future. I have discovered the legacy of a higher civilization and wish to hand it over to the nation. This is not a prank. Please see attached videos. He records 2 videos. First, the black block instantly driving the heater into overload, demonstrating energy technology beyond this era. Second, he activates the phase deflection shield and swings a dining knife at his own wrist. The blade passes harmlessly through the glowing field, leaving his arm untouched. He hits send. When he is done, he tosses the phone onto the bed and leans back in his chair, eyes on the neon lights of Guajin Tower outside the window. Now he thinks, I wait for the wind to arrive. He raises the glass of cool water from the desk and drains it in one gulp. This time he will keep his back straight, earning money while standing tall. Time 2015. Location Haicheng, Old Town rental apartment. 15 minutes had passed since the email was sent. For the vast information flow of the internet, 15 minutes couldn't even make a ripple. But for Chen Feng, these 15 minutes felt as long as a century. He sat on the broken sofa, the black Taihao battery placed in the center of the coffee table, emitting a faint cold light. Calm down, Chen Feng. Since I've taken this step, I can't back down. Chen Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his focus. Waiting was the most agonizing part. He had to use this time to do 2 things. First, confirm the changes in his body. Second, figure out the limits of the face shield. After all, the one knocking on the door might not be a delivery man, but heavily armed special agents. If the shield couldn't stop high-energy weapons, his actions would be walking into a trap. He picked up the Qi induction art recorded on the chip that had merged into his forehead. Humans of the Taihao Federation need purification filters to cultivate because the spiritual energy contains a virus. But I just absorbed a wisp of it, and aside from a cool sensation, I felt no discomfort. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, placing both hands on the black battery. According to the description of the technique, this battery was actually a high-purity spiritual energy crystal capable of both driving machinery and nourishing the eyes closed, mind focused. A strange sensation appeared. He seemed to see inside the black block a vast blue ocean contained within. With each breath, invisible blue light mist seeped into his pores, through his skin, flowing into his dry meridians. If not cultivated, this was just a high, but because he was a pure-blood human, this battery became the only top-grade spirit stone on Earth. Just 10 minutes passed. Chen Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. The breath formed a straight arrow in the air, flying half a meter before dissipating. The world had changed. The dim rental apartment became crystal clear. Every speck of dust in the spider webs on the corner wall was visible. The sound of the neighbor's TV, the faint rustle of a stray cat stepping on a trash can downstairs, all sounded as clear as if they were right beside his ears. He picked up a stainless steel thermos from the table, tried to grip it, and exerted force. Creak, a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting. The thick stainless steel cup had been crushed into a ball of scrap metal by a single hand, just like an aluminum can. This is chi induction into the body. Chen Feng looked at his own hand, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Although I can't fly or dive into the earth yet, this physical quality has already surpassed human limits. This strengthened his confidence in his own unique path. Technology could be handed over, but this cultivation was something no one could take away. Next, the real test. Phase shield test. It had blocked the mechanical dog's pounce, proving it could defend against physical impact. But in modern warfare, the more terrifying threats were non-contact attacks, high-temperature radiation, sonic weapons. Chen Feng's eyes fell on the old microwave oven in the corner. As a physics graduate, he knew the principle of microwaves. They make water molecules vibrate violently to generate heat. In essence, it was the same principle as military microwave rejection weapons. If the shield can block microwaves, then theoretically it can block most energy weapons and radiation. Chen Feng found a screwdriver and deftly removed the front panel of the microwave. To simulate real damage, he had to disable the microwave's door interlock switch. Normally, the microwave wouldn't start with the door open. He used tape to hold down the sensor probe, forcing the machine to think the door was closed. He also poured a cup of cold water and placed it on the microwave's turntable. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng looked at the silver bracer on his left wrist. Don't let me down. If this fails, even if I can pull back quickly, it'll still get hurt. Phase deviation system standby. The voice in his mind was still cold. Activate. A honeycomb-like pale blue light film appeared again, completely enveloping Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and thrust his shield-covered left hand into the open microwave cavity, hovering it beside the cup of water. With his right hand, he tremblingly pressed the lowest power 5 minutes button. Zing. The microwave generator began to hum. The low power wasn't efficient, but the water was small. Half a minute later, the cold water began to boil violently, emitting steam. And Chen Feng's hand was suspended beside the boiling water inside the death space, filled with high-frequency microwaves. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Chen Feng stared at his left hand. No burning sensation, no stinging pain, not even a trace of warmth. His hand seemed to be in another dimension. The microwaves that could make water molecules vibrate wildly passed directly through his palm, without any physical interaction. Really? It's phase deviation. The fervor in Chen Feng's eyes grew. As long as the shield is active, I'm not in this three-dimensional coordinate system. No energy can hit me. Click. He turned off the microwave, pulled out his hand. The cup of water was scalding hot, but his palm remained icy cold. The experiment was a success. With this trump card, Chen Feng finally had the qualification to sit at the negotiating table. He glanced at the time, 2045. Should be about time. Meanwhile, Capital City. National Security Department Network Intelligence Monitoring Center. This was the brain of national information security, where countless data streams converged, filtered, and analyzed. Although it was evening, the hall was still brightly lit. Report. The AI system intercepted a high-risk email triggering keywords advanced civilization energy technology handover to the state. A young intelligence analyst named Lee looked at the red box on the screen, frowning slightly. Originally thought it was a prank by sci-fi fans, the system flagged it as spam. But when comparing the hash value of the attached video, something was off. What's off? The officer on duty, Director Zhang, walked over holding a thermos. The video shows no signs of post-processing. No special effects layers, no editing cuts, even the noise of the light and shadow rendering matches the physical characteristics of the recording device. In other words, this is a real shot. As Lee spoke, he projected the first video Chen Feng had sent onto the large screen. In the picture, Chen Feng was connecting the black square to a heater with 2 copper. The heater model is an old Chongqing brand, rated power 2000W. Watch closely. Lee pressed the slow motion button. At 0.01 seconds after connection, the quartz tube instantly reached incandescent state, and the casing even showed signs of thermal melting. According to the thermodynamic formula back calculation, the current passing through at that instant exceeded 500 amperes, and the voltage of that black square was extremely stable. Zhang's eyes turned serious. Are you saying that thing the size of a brick has an instantaneous output power exceeding that of a small substation? Not only that, Li brought up the second video, Chen Feng chopping his wrist with a cleaver. When they saw the cleaver pass through Chen Feng's wrist without any obstruction or blood, only rings of blue ripples, the entire monitoring hall fell silent. That's impossible, Zhang muttered to himself. Hologram. Magic. Director of the technical team just did a frame-by-frame analysis. A bespectacled technical expert next to him spoke with a slightly trembling voice. If it were a hologram, when the knife passed through the light and shadow would have occlusion and distortion. But in the video the knife really passed through as if the hand didn't exist at that moment. And the IP address of this email is in Haiching no proxy real name. The large screen displayed Chen Feng's personal file, named Chen Feng, age 24, place of origin Haiching Red Star Orphanage education, Haiching University, applied physics bachelor, current status unemployed, resigned this afternoon. An ordinary, unremarkable resume. A clean background, even a proper red origin background. Orphanage state-funded education, no criminal record, no overseas contacts. A physics graduate suddenly comes up with an energy battery and spatial technology beyond the era. Zhang put down his thermos, not even noticing the water splash. As a veteran agent who had worked in the covert front for 30 years, his intuition was screaming. This was no prank. If that battery was real, even with half the performance shown in the video, it would be enough to completely change China's energy strategy. If the technology of passing through the wrist was real, it would be a discovery that could subvert modern physics. Raise the response level. Zhang's voice became unusually serious with a resolute authority. Classify as special level. Notify Haiching State Security Bureau, take immediate action. Yes. Should we notify the SWAT team to make an arrest? Arrest? Have you lost your mind? Zhang spun around, pointing at the screen showing Chen Feng. This man voluntarily sent the email indicating he has a patriotic heart, or at least wants to cooperate. And if that phasing ability is real, do you think handcuffs can hold him? If we anger him and push him to the opposite side, or to foreign forces, you and I can't bear that responsibility. Zhang took a deep breath and quickly issued orders. First, immediately seal off the surrounding area of the target apartment building. Use a gas pipeline leak as a pretext to evacuate residents. Set up a cordon. Not a single fly gets out. Second, cut off all public network signals in the area. Establish a dedicated tactical communication frequency to prevent possible technology leaks. Third, notify the Haiching branch chief, Zhao Jiangwo, to lead the team personally. No heavy weapons. Bring the best negotiator and a physicist. Remember, our attitude is contact, protect, assess. Until we determine he has hostile intent, treat him as a guest of the nation. Haiching Old Town. The night deepened the neon lights, unable to penetrate this old residential area. But tonight the apartment building was destined to be restful. There was no noisy siren, everything happened silently. Several vans painted as gas repair trucks and power engineering vehicles quietly blocked both ends of the alley. Dozens of workers in deep blue uniforms and masks quickly got out of the vehicles and efficiently set up cordon tape. Ma'am, there's a gas main leak under this building. The concentration is high. For your safety, please evacuate to the assembly point over there. Oh, so serious. All right, I'll go right away. The residents, guided by the staff, left the old building orderly. In less than 20 minutes, the entire building except for Chen Feng's room was empty. Inside the command vehicle downstairs, Haiching State Security Bureau Chief Zhao Jiangwo stared at the thermal imaging screen. On the screen in the room on the third floor, there was a red human silhouette sitting quietly on the sofa. Chief, surrounding high points are secured, snipers in position, but no live rounds loaded. Everyone's safety's on, muzzles down, Zhao Jiangwo said firmly. Without my order, no one fires. Even if he attacks, only defend. He straightened his collar, glanced at the two experts beside him. One an academician from the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, called in overnight, the other a tactical analyst from the general staff. Let's go meet this Mr. Chen. Inside the rental apartment, Chen Feng listened to the gradually disappearing noise downstairs, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His hearing was, although those people walked lightly, although they used the perfect excuse of a gas leak in Chen Feng's ears, the steady, powerful footsteps, the friction of tactical boots on concrete, even the faint click of gun safeties were all clearly distinguishable. He took out his phone, checked, and found that the signal was indeed gone. They're here. First, evacuate the civilians to prevent collateral damage. Then cut off the network to prevent live streaming or leaks. Finally, a plainclothes blockade, no direct breach. Chen Feng was very satisfied with this. This showed that the state was rational and professional. They didn't treat him as a terrorist and shoot him, nor did they treat him as a madman and ignore him. He was gambling on the state's vision. Now it seemed he had gambled right. Chen Feng stood up, straightened his slightly wrinkled shirt. He didn't want to look too shabby, though he was really poor now. He walked to the door, didn't lock it, but left it ajar. Then he returned to the only chair in the living room and sat down, placing the black battery on the table in the most conspicuous position. The bracer on his left wrist, its indicator light flickering faintly, the shield in preheated standby, ready to deploy instantly. 3 minutes later, footsteps came from the corridor. Steady, unhurried, powerful. Only 3 people. Chen Feng picked up the cold tea, took a light sip. Knock, knock, knock. The knock was polite and restrained. Please come in. Chen Feng's voice was steady without a tremor. The door was pushed open. Standing at the entrance was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a broad face, wearing a plain black jacket, but his eyes were sharp enough to see through a person's heart. Behind him, 2 people carried silver briefcases. Zhao Jingwo looked at the young man inside. Too calm. Faced with this level of blockade and pressure, this newly unemployed college student was waiting, as if expecting an old friend. Zhao Jingwo's gaze swept over the black square on the table, his pupils constricting slightly, then settled on Chen Feng. Instead of a condescending scrutiny, Zhao showed a genial smile, extended his hand, and stepped over the threshold. Comrade Chen Feng, hello. I am Zhao Jingwo, representing the relevant departments to reply to your email. Late night visit, hope I didn't disturb your rest. This comrade made half of the last bit of Chen Feng's wariness dissolve. He stood up, neither humble nor arrogant, and shook Zhao Jingwo's hand. I was waiting for you. Chen Feng pointed to the battery on the table, then to his own head, and smiled. Director, Zhao, there's no gas leak in this building. But here I did leak something. A little thing that could allow our country to boil this kettle of water, even without using gas. Inside the room, the light was dim and yellow. Outside, under the cover of night, a terrifying force lurked, one capable of shaking half of Haicheng. Chen Feng held Zhao Jingwo's hand. It was dry and firm, calloused from years of wielding a pen and a gun. Director Zhao, and you 2 experts, please have a seat. Chen Feng withdrew his hand and gestured toward the battered folding table. The table was small, forcing the 4 of them to sit rather cramped, but at this moment no one minded such trivialities. All eyes were fixed, as if magnetized, on the unremarkable black square at the center of the table. After sitting down, Zhao Jingwo did not immediately ask questions. Instead, he gave a slight nod to the 2 experts behind him. The elderly man on the left, carrying a silver briefcase, was academician Sun from the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a titan in the field of high-energy physics. The one on the right, a middle-aged man in civilian attire, but with an upright posture, was Colonel Zhou, a tactical analyst from the General Staff Department. Mr. Chen, Zhao Jingwo began, his tone as calm as if he were chatting about everyday matters. Before we discuss the ownership of this thing, we need to first confirm its authenticity. I think since you sent the email, you wouldn't mind us doing a live verification, right? Of course. Chen Feng made a gesture of invitation. True gold fears no. Academician Sun could no longer contain himself. Trembling slightly, he opened the briefcase and took out a set of precision portable testing equipment. It wasn't just a multimeter. There were also a small radiation detector and a spectrum analyzer. Comrade, may I touch it? Academician Sun stared at the black square, his gaze as if he were looking at a rare treasure, yet also like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. Touch it freely, it's very stable. Chen Feng took a calm sip of cold water. Even if you drop it on the floor, it won't explode. Its shell is harder than tank armor. Academician Sun carefully took out 2 special probes and connected them to the portable oscilloscope. Starting contact. Radiation level 0. Background radiation normal. Testing voltage. Potential difference. How is that possible? A perfectly straight line. Academician Sun's brow furrowed instantly. Current chemical batteries all have voltage fluctuations under load, but the voltage output of this thing was as steady as a line drawn by a mathematical formula with no noise at all. Increase the load. Academician Sun took a deep breath and pulled out a device that looked like a large light bulb from the case. This is a high-power carbon rod load capable of instantly handling 5000 watts. Connected. There was no blinding light as expected, because the moment it was connected, the carbon rod vaporized instantly. ZZZT pop. A wisp of blue smoke rose, the carbon rod vanished in an instant. The current reading on the oscilloscope spiked to a terrifying value in that moment, then quickly dropped to 0. Silence. Dead silence. Academician Sun stared at the peak data on the oscilloscope, frozen in place. After a few seconds, the veteran scientist who had weathered countless storms suddenly tore off his glasses, grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, and his voice became shrill from overwhelming excitement. Room temperature superconductivity. No. This is a cold fusion-level energy release. He whirled around to look at Chen Feng, his eyes blazing with an almost insane thirst for knowledge. Xiao Chun. What's inside? Isotope battery. Or an antimatter confinement field. With such a small volume, the energy released in that instant would have turned a lithium battery into powder. But it's not even warm. Colonel Zhou, the tactical analyst, couldn't follow the arcane physics terms, but he understood the scene of the carbon rod vaporizing. His face pale, he whispered to Zhao Jingwo, Director, if we put this thing on a drone, our swarm tactics could go from flying 10 minutes to flying a month. If we mount it on a laser weapon, We could directly shoot down satellites. Zhao Jiangwo's hands resting on his knees clenched slightly. The way he looked at Chen Feng changed. If before entering he had regarded Chen Feng as merely a lucky fellow who had stumbled upon black technology, now Chen Feng appeared to him as a living strategic deterrent. Mr. Chen. Zhao Jiangwo's address became more solemn. Where did you get this battery? Finally, the key question. Chen Feng set down his cup and met Zhao Jiangwo's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. Director Zhao, if I told you I found it, would you believe me? Zhao Jiangwo was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. I believe you. Because Earth can't produce something like this. If the Americans had made it, they would have already sailed their aircraft carriers over to collect a century's worth of protection money from us. Smart. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. That's the truth. I really did find it. In a place you can't go? We can't go. Zhao Jiangwo seized on the key point. Right. Chen Feng extended his left hand, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed the silver wristband, which looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. What I'm about to show you might challenge your worldview. Please prepare yourselves, especially you academician son. Do you have any heart condition? Academician son stared at the wristband. I have quick-acting heart pills. Go ahead. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and with a thought. A pale blue phase shield instantly expanded, enveloping Chen Feng's entire body. A strange refraction appeared in the air. Chen Feng's figure became somewhat illusory, as if seen through water. Academician son, you can try to push me, Chen Feng said. Academician son stretched out his hand and tremblingly reached toward Chen Feng's shoulder. Then a horrifying scene occurred. Academician son's hand passed directly through Chen Feng's shoulder. No sensation, no resistance. As if it had gone through the shadow of a holographic projection. This. Academician son waved his hand incredulously, his palm moving back and forth inside Chen Feng's body. Optical illusion. No, my hand feels no solid. It's not an optical illusion, it's phase deflection. Chen Feng explained calmly. I am currently in a special imaginary space. In this state, physical attacks, energy attacks, and even sound waves cannot touch me. In layman's terms, I am not at this three-dimensional coordinate point. With that, Chen Feng deactivated the shield. The illusory feeling vanished, and his body became solid again. He picked up the cup on the table and squeezed it gently. The solid stainless steel cup was twisted into a spiral. And things from that world can also enhance the human body. Chen Feng released his hand, letting the scrap metal fall onto the table with a dull thud. Right now I could probably dismantle a tank with my bare hands. The demonstration ended. The atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. Invincible defense, terrifying strength, energy beyond its time. These three elements concentrated in one person made for an unstable nuclear bomb. Colonel Zhou's hand instinctively moved toward his waist, but he immediately lowered it. A gun would be useless against this man. Zhao Jiangwo took a deep breath and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Mind if I smoke? Go ahead. Zhao Jiangwo lit a cigarette, took a drag, and the sharp smoke helped relax his tense nerves slightly. He looked at Chen Feng and asked the most critical question. Comrade Chen Feng, since you have this godlike power, you could easily become a lawless rogue or go abroad and exchange it for riches that would last several lifetimes. Why come to us? This determines our positioning of you. As a friend or something else. Chen Feng put away his smile and sat up straight. His gaze passed through the window, seeming to look into the distant night sky or into the depths of memory at the red brick modeled orphanage. Director Zhao, I grew up in the Red Star orphanage. Chen Feng's voice was soft, but each word carried immense weight. That winter was especially cold. The boiler in the home broke down and couldn't be repaired. Uncle Wang from the street office, along with a few police officers, carried quilts all night to deliver them to us. My college tuition was from national student loans, and my living expenses came from social donations. I'm a worldly man. I like money. Oh, I like the privilege of not having to bow to others. Chen Feng met Zhao Jiangwo's gaze without a hint of evasion. But I'm even clearer about where. If I sold this thing to Lockheed Martin, I might get tens of billions of dollars. But then the missiles that hit our compatriots would be the knives I handed over. I may be a money lover, but I don't want to break my backbone. Chen Feng finished speaking and pointed to the battery on the table. This is just a token. That world is a vast treasure trove. It has materials, medicines, and weapon technologies beyond your imagination. But I can't swallow it alone, and I don't have the scientific research ability to analyze it. I'll be the one picking up the trash over there. You guys forged the divine artifacts here on Earth. I want money, I want status, I want no one to dare touch me. And the nation will gain a future that transcends its age. Director Zhao, is this deal on or not? Silence. After a brief silence, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. His stern, square face broke into the first genuine, excited smile he had. He straightened his collar and solemnly gave Chen Feng a standard military salute. Comrade Chen Feng, on behalf of the nation, I thank you for your loyalty. This deal is on. And it's not just a deal, it's a strategic partnership. Chen Feng also stood up and returned the salute somewhat clumsily, but with dignity. Then, let's talk terms. Chen Feng winked, and the atmosphere instantly shifted from solemn to relaxed. Zhao Jingwo laughed heartily. Go ahead. As long as it doesn't violate principles, as long as the nation can provide it, there will be no hesitation. First, Chen Feng held up one finger. I want money, but I don't want a fixed salary. This battery and the technologies I bring back in the future, I want a share of the commercial profits. I want to turn the orphanage I grew up in into the best welfare home in the world. Reasonable. Zhao Jingwo nodded. Technology as equity is perfectly justified. We will set up a state-owned high-tech company, and you will be a behind-the-scenes shareholder. Second, Chen Feng held up a second finger. I won't join the system, I won't punch a clock, and I won't accept any form of house arrest or surveillance. I have my own life, though I still need to explore that world. My movements must be free. Colonel Zhou frowned, wanting to say something, but Zhao Jingwo raised his hand to stop him. Agreed. Zhao Jingwo looked Chen Feng straight in the eye. But for your safety, we will assign a team on standby, 247. Not surveillance, service. If you don't want to see them, they will never appear in your sight. But if you run into trouble, like difficulty buying tickets, someone picking a fight, or needing to handle some trivial matters, they'll be at your beck and call. Chen Feng nodded. He could accept that. Third, Chen Feng's voice dropped. About that world and the abilities I have. I am the only compatible user. That is, even if I gave you the wristband, you couldn't use it. Even if I brought people over, they would die from rejection reactions. So don't try to study me, and don't try to control that world through me. This was a warning. Uniqueness was Chen Feng's bottom line. Zhao Jingwo's expression turned solemn. I understand. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is something only fools do. You are the nation's only special grade strategic resource. Protecting you is our priority. Whoever dares to touch you is committing treason. Good. Chen Feng let out a long breath. The tension that had been hanging over him finally dissipated. Then it settled. Zhao Jingwo took out a red document envelope with no text on it from his briefcase and handed it to Chen Feng. This is your new identity. From today onward, your file will be classified as top secret SS level. Your code name within the State Security Bureau is Mr. Chen. Welcome back to the ranks. Half an hour later, the security cordon was lifted. The electric repair trucks quietly withdrew from the old city district. Chen Feng stood at the window looking down at the street that had returned to calm, holding a black bank card in his hand, left by Zhao Jingwo, which he said was an advance for expenses containing 1 million yuan. Since he hadn't anticipated this situation when he arrived, he couldn't directly get a large sum payment card. But this card had a very magical feature: it automatically renewed. Every time the 1 million was used up, another 1 million would be generated, and so on in a cycle. Director Zhao also asked if he wanted the limit adjusted to hundreds of millions, or whatever he liked. But he felt it didn't matter. He couldn't think of a way to spend that much money at the moment, so he kept it as is for now, and would ask for more when he needed it. No need for review, no need for reimbursement. Spend freely. That was already great. That was true financial freedom. Additionally, a large sum would be transferred to his salary card every month as a way to account for the orphanage director's grandmother. On the battered table, the Taihao battery had already been taken away by academician's son, who treated it like an ancestral treasure. Before leaving, the old academician, with tears in his eyes, held Chen Feng's hand and said, Xiao Chun, with this thing, the next generation of aircraft carriers won't need to burn heavy oil anymore. Thank you, thank you. Those words stirred something soft deep in Chen Feng's heart. It felt good. This kind of satisfaction couldn't be compared to winning 5 million in the lottery. It was a sense of achievement that came from being recognized by the nation and being able to personally change the fate of the people. Is this enough? Chen Feng looked at the phase wristband on his wrist, a hint of ambition curling at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. The battery is just a brick from that world. The real treasure is the technological tree of cultivation left by that civilization. And since there are zombies and monsters in that world, that means there's fighting. Chen Feng clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual energy flowing within his body. I need to get stronger fast. Next time I go, I'll venture deeper into the ruins and see what other goodies are there. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a bank SMS alert. Your account ending in 8888 received a transfer of RMB 10000 at 2130. Remark living allowance. Chen Feng smiled. He picked up his phone and dialed the old Dean's number. Hello, Dean, it's me, Xiao Feng. Yeah, I didn't lose my job. Oh, I found one. Big company, state-owned unit. Right, the pay's pretty good. If your leg hurts, I'll come back tomorrow and take you to the best hospital. I have money, really, I have money now. On the other end of the line, the old Dean's rambling made Chen Feng's eyes feel a little hot. After hanging up, Chen Feng took a deep breath. Life had turned a new page. The next day, in the early morning, the sky of Haiqing was rarely clear, with sunlight piercing through the clouds, casting its glow upon the concrete forest. Chen Feng woke up very early. Or rather, he barely slept at all last night. As a cultivator, his physique granted him abundant energy, and the notification of 1 million arriving in his account put him in a state of exhilaration. Thinking about the unlimited credit card, it seemed as though 99 of his life's struggles had been resolved. However, he did not go out to buy a luxury car, nor did he replace the clothes and shoes he wore, which together cost no more than 100 yuan from a street vendor. At 8 in the morning, he appeared at the largest agricultural wholesale market in Haicheng. "Boss, I want 50 pounds of ribs and 100 pounds of pork belly, the freshest you have. Also the best kind of northeast Wuchang rice, pack 20 bags for me. And don't forget milk, eggs, cooking oil." Chen Feng stuffed his rented old van to the brim, as if he were collecting supplies. Next, he went to the mall, buying dozens of sets of children's clothing, sports shoes, and several large boxes of books and stationery. 1 million was just a number to him, but for the Hongxing orphanage, it represented the living expenses of dozens of children for several years. The Hongxing orphanage was located on the outskirts of Haicheng in an urban-rural fringe, surrounded by dilapidated buildings waiting for demolition and abandoned factories. When Chen Feng parked the van, which was nearly bottoming out from the load in front of the rusty iron gate, it was already 10 in the morning. In the guardhouse at the entrance, the old guard Wang was wearing reading glasses, squinting at a newspaper from last year. He was dressed in a faded old military uniform, which was his most respectable attire. "Grandpa Wang." Chen Feng rolled down the car window and called out with a smile. The old guard jolted, looking up to see Chen Feng, and his wrinkled face instantly blossomed into a smile. "Oh, it's Xiao Feng. Are you robbing a supermarket?" As the old guard opened the door and awkwardly walked out, looking at the mountain of supplies piled in the van, a hint of concern flickered in his cloudy eyes. "You young man, just graduated, still looking for a job, right? Why are you spending money so recklessly? The orphanage has government subsidies, so they won't go hungry. Bonus time, Grandpa. Smoke a cigarette." Chen Feng handed him a pack of zhonghua. "This? How much did this cost?" The old guard's hands trembled as he hesitated to accept it, until Chen Feng firmly pressed it into his arms, and he carefully held it, as if it were a sacred edict. The van drove into the courtyard. The Hongxing orphanage was originally a staff dormitory for a textile factory from the 1950s. Ivy climbed up the red brick walls, and although worn, the ground was swept spotless. Brother Feng is back," a sharp-eyed little one shouted, and immediately under the old locust tree in the courtyard, a dozen children, playing eagle catches the chick, rushed over. Some wore ill-fitting school uniforms with pant legs rolled up several times, others had holes in their shoes exposing their big toes. Yet each of their faces radiated the purest smile. "Brother Feng, I missed you so much. Brother Feng, did you bring me Ultraman? Brother Feng, I want a hug." Chen Feng jumped out of the van and scooped up the chubby little one who was charging in front. Xiao Shido, aged 6, who had been abandoned due to congenital heart disease, but was later treated with government funding, though his physique remained a bit frail. "Yes, I brought them all." Chen Feng felt a bit emotional and yelled, "Today we feast on meat. Eat as much as you want." The children's cheers almost startled the sparrows from the tree. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in an apron holding a large iron spoon walked out from the cafe. "What's all the noise about? It's time to eat." "Oh, Xiao Feng." That was Aunt Lu, who was responsible for cooking. She had worked at the orphanage for 20 years, and Chen Feng had often received her scoldings as a child, as well as the secret boiled eggs she used to sneak him. Upon seeing the truck loaded with meat and rice, her first reaction was not joy, but she rushed over and slapped Chen Feng's arm. "You spendthrift. You've only been working a few days, you can't just spend like this. How much did this all cost? Can we return it? Hurry up and return it." As she scolded, Aunt Lu's eyes turned red. She knew how difficult it was for these children to get by. Most had no background and no parents to support them, living like ants in the big city. All these supplies must have taken Chen Feng a long time to save up through frugality. "And I really got a bonus for a big project." Chen Feng chuckled and did not evade. "I've made it now, really. If you don't believe me, ask the director." Mentioning the director, Aunt Lu sighed and pointed to the room at the far end of the second floor. "The old lady is busy counting the funds. In this cold spring weather, her old leg is acting up, and she's in pain, unable to get out of bed, still pushing herself to save on medicine." Chen Feng's smile instantly faded, and his heart tightened. "You all bring the supplies inside, or I'll go check on her." Second floor, director's office. It was called an office, but was actually a small room of a dozen square meters. A chipped wooden desk, a metal filing cabinet full of documents, and a narrow bed only 1 meter wide. Director Zhang, with her head full of silver hair, was wearing glasses and jotting something down in a thick ledger. She was nearly 70, a typical intellectual who had never married, dedicating all her efforts here. Heating costs 3,002. Food expenses remaining 800. Xiao Yu's hearing aid needs to be replaced, that's another 5,000. The old lady calculated while lightly tapping her swollen knees, her brow furrowed. Although the government assistance has increased, prices are rising even faster. If it comes to it, I might have to dip into my pension a bit. Director. Chen Feng stood at the door and gently called out. Director Zhang paused, her pen looked up, and the moment she saw Chen Feng, her troubled face instantly lit up with a kind glow. "Xiao Feng, come in. What brings you here at this hour? Aren't you working?" She tried to stand up, but the severe pain in her knee made her sway. Chen Feng rushed over to support the elderly woman, helping her sit back down. I took a leave to see you. Chen Feng half knelt on the ground, gently massaging her knee. A trace of extremely faint spiritual energy flowed through his fingers, permeating into her joints. Ah, it's warmth, this really works. Director Zhang relaxed her brow, then immediately straightened her face. Work is important, they don't keep coming back. It's not easy for the children we send out from our orphanage to stand on their own in the big city. Oh, don't let the employers think you're troublesome. Chen Feng's eyes turned warm. He looked up at the wall covered with photos. It was the honor wall of the orphanage. There were no billionaires, no high-ranking officials. Only sanitation workers in orange vests, construction workers in hard hats, nurses in white coats, and rural teachers standing at the podium. These were the children who had left the Hongxing orphanage over the past 60 years. Director, our children from the orphanage are all good kids, Chen Feng said softly. Indeed. Director Zhang looked at the photos with pride in her eyes. Although we haven't produced any big figures, each has lived with integrity and contributed to the country. Xiao Li saved 2 people in a fire last year and earned a third-class merit. Xiao Hong is teaching in the mountains, which is a great virtue. We are not inferior to others. But the old woman changed her tone side and pointed at the shabby facilities outside the window. It's just that the current children are suffering. The building is too old and leaks air in winter. I was thinking of enrolling them in some extracurricular classes, but there's no budget. We can't rely solely on the government. It's not easy for them either, and expenses are everywhere. Chen Feng grasped the old woman's frail hand. Director, I came back this time to take you for treatment. What treatment? It's an old ailment. Why spend that unnecessary money? Don't worry about the money. Chen Feng pulled out the bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. There's 900 in here. Yes, apart from the money spent on buying things, the remaining 900 is all here. The room fell silent in an instant. Director Zhang's eyes widened as she stared at Chen Feng, as if he were an alien, her voice trembling. Xiao Feng, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? We may be poor, but we can't take the wrong path. If you break the law, I swear I won't close my eyes even if I die. Chen Feng had long anticipated this reaction from the old lady. He tightened his grip on her hand, his tone firm. Grandma, rest assured. This money is clean. I solved the technical problem for the country, and this is the bonus the country. If you don't believe me, look. Chen Feng took out his phone and pulled up a photo. It was a picture he took with Zhao Jiangwo at the entrance of the National Security Bureau, just before leaving yesterday, of course, with the background slightly blurred to only reveal the national emblem. Look, this is the leader of the National Security Bureau, specifically in charge of high technology. Seeing the solemn national emblem and Chen Feng's sincere eyes, Director Zhang finally believed him. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down the old woman's wrinkled cheeks. Good. You've made it. Our family finally produced a great talent. The country rewards you. Good. The old lady was so excited she was incoherent, her hand shaking as she held the bank card. This money. Keep it for yourself to get married, buy a house. I have money, this is just a part of it. Chen Feng pushed the card back into the old lady's hand. This money is for repairing the orphanage, for buying nutritional products for Xiao Shidu, and for replacing Xiao Yu's hearing aid. The password is the date the orphanage was established. He added, also I've arranged for the best orthopedic hospital in Haicheng, and the car is downstairs. You must go if you don't, it's disrespectful to me. How will I, a great talent, survive in the future? At noon in the cafeteria, this was the busiest meal at the Hongxing orphanage in years. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, large chicken legs. The children ate with grease dripping from their mouths, as if it were New Year's. Chen Feng held a stainless steel tray crammed at a long table with the children devouring Aunt Lu's cooking. The familiar taste was a bit salty, but particularly fragrant. Brother Feng, this meat is so delicious. Xiao Shidu set his mouth full of meat, mumbling. When I grow up, I want to make a lot of money like you and buy meat for Director Grandma every day. All right, then you need to study hard. Chen Feng patted his head. Looking at these children, Chen Feng felt an unprecedented peace within. He had seen the brutal wasteland in another world, and in the real world, he had witnessed the indifference of the workplace and the disdainful faces. But here it was shabby, here it was poor, and the people wore clothes worth only dozens of yuan. But here there was light. A light named familial love and gratitude. Just as the mottled slogan on the wall said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. These children are the sparks. Chen Feng looked at the peeling dormitory building outside the window, watching old Wang humming Peking opera at the gate, and Director Zhang carefully locking the bank card in the iron cabinet. A surge of unprecedented responsibility welled up in his heart. Considering the director's ability to accept, as well as the need to spend money gradually, he only gave 900 this time. But he could provide countless multiples of 900 in the future. And what if he could develop the entire Taihao civilization? He could provide these children with the best gene optimization treatments, freeing them from the torment of illness. He could equip the country with the strongest technology, ensuring that the world the children grew up in would no longer be bullied by world powers. He could make this orphanage the cradle of human civilization. 900 is not enough. Chen Feng silently thought. I want to build the best schools, the best hospitals. I want the children who leave Hongxing Orphanage to stand tall wherever they are in the future. If possible, I want all orphans like me to have a warm family in the future. After the meal, Chen Feng did not linger. He forcibly stuffed Director Zhang into the special car that had long been arranged, driven by a plainclothes special forces officer assigned by Zhao Zhangwo, ensuring a very safe trip to the hospital. Standing in the empty courtyard, Chen Feng lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze shifted from warmth to sharpness. The tenderness of today was a preparation for the more unrestrained sword-drawing tomorrow. Chen Feng extinguished the cigarette and turned towards the old van. Time to get back to work. This time I want to dig even deeper into that ruins. Even if I have to scrape 3 feet off the ground, I must unearth something of greater value. For this home, and for this country. With a roar, the van started kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards Haiqing. Under the setting sun, the worn gate of the orphanage, that red pentagram, glimmered in the afterglow, not glaring, but exuding an exceptionally steadfast light. Beijing, an underground arsenal in a certain garrison district. The air was thick with the scent of gun oil and the unique chill of cold metal. The harsh white light illuminated row upon row of weapon racks that stirred a sense of dread. Standing at the center of the warehouse, Chen Feng gazed at the dazzling array of lethal instruments before him, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Beside him stood Zhao Zhangwo, and a military equipment expert with graying temples and sharp eyes, Elder Wang. Xiao Chun, Zhao Zhangwo said, pointing at the rows of dark muzzles, his tone laced with the unique blend of boldness and anxiety typical of the older generation of soldiers. Since you're venturing into that wasteland again, safety must be the top priority. The higher-ups have given the green light. Whatever you need, as long as it's in the arsenal, take your pick. As he spoke, Zhao Zhangwo, like a zealous salesman, picked up a heavy cylindrical object still wrapped in its greasy paper and thrust it into Chen Feng's arms. Here, check this out. The DZJ-08 single-man multi-purpose assault rocket, nicknamed the handheld cannon. No matter if it's a mutant beast or a zombie, as long as it's not tank armor one shot, and it's reduced to dust. Take 2. Chen Feng hugged the launch tube, which was thicker than his own thigh, broke into a cold sweat, and hastily set it down as if it were a hot potato. Director Zhao, isn't this a bit over the top? I'm just scouting, not launching an assault on Pinggan County. Over the top. Zhao Zhangwo's eyes widened, clearly suffering from a severe case of firepower deficiency. In an unknown environment, caliber is just, if you think that's too heavy, how about this? Elder Wang, understanding, immediately handed over a menacingly large weapon. The Type 10 large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, 12.7mm. Loaded with armor-piercing incendiary rounds, it can snap an elephant's leg from 1,000 meters out. Take it, and you'll feel at ease. Chen Feng smiled wryly, shaking his head repeatedly and stepping back. Leaders, please spare me. He spread his hands helplessly and explained earnestly, first, I don't even know where the safety catch is on these beasts. If I run into real danger, I'd probably fumble around, and I've never handled these before. Accuracy would be a joke. Second, they're too big and conspicuous. Carrying all that ID, have no way to stay hidden. In the wasteland, mobility and concealment are the keys to survival. Third, Chen Feng paused. I haven't yet gone deep into the heart of that world, am mostly operating on the fringes. Gunfire is too loud. If it attracts even more terrifying monsters, I won't be able to develop quietly. Zhao Zhangwo listened, and though he was a bit disappointed at failing to push the heavy firepower, he had to admit Chen Feng made sense. After all, this was reconnaissance, not a full assault. So what do you want? Zhao Zhangwo asked. You can't go empty-handed, or even a stray dog could take a bite out of you. Chen Feng thought for a moment, recalling his previous experience, and listed a checklist he had already prepared. Director Zhao, I don't ask for much. What I need now are survival gear that's life-saving, lightweight, and durable. He raised his fingers. First, a gas mask. The air over there is toxic and full of radioactive dust. I don't want to get lung cancer before I even fight a monster. Second, a stab-resistant vest, enough to fend off mutant beast claws and stray bullets. Third, a handy melee weapon, preferably a folding knife, easy to carry. Fourth, lighting equipment and food. Zhao Zhangwo waved his hand grandly. That's all. Those are basic infantry gear. Old Wang given the best, special forces grade. Elder Wang nodded and turned toward the special equipment area. A few minutes later, a tactical backpack and several pieces of equipment were laid out before Chen Feng. 1. FMJ-08 gas mask. Elder Wang picked up the black mask and introduced it. This is custom-made for our chemical defense units. Full-view large faceplate won't obstruct your vision. The canister is high-efficiency, filtering not only toxic gases, but also 99.9% of radioactive. Wear it, and you could stroll through a chemical plant without a problem. Chen Feng took it and tried it on. Excellent fit, minimal breathing resistance. 2. Kevlar fiber soft, stab-resistant vest. This one's light, Zhao Jiangwo said, patting the vest that looked like an ordinary undershirt. Inside is high-density Kevlar with a non-Newtonian fluid interlayer. It can stop ordinary knife thrusts and even small-caliber pistol bullets. The key is it's breathable and won't hinder your tactical movements. 3. High-hardness tactical folding knife. It was a matte black folding knife. Elder Wang opened the blade, a flash of cold light. D2 tool steel deep, cryogenic treated extremely hard. The spine has a serrated edge, and the pommel has a glass breaker. Whether you're cutting meat, slicing rope, or as a last resort, plunging it into a monster's eye socket, it won't dull. 4. Tactical high-intensity flashlight. This little gadget may look small, Zhao Jiangwo said, picking up a flashlight and pressing a button. Whooshed. A blinding white beam instantly illuminated the warehouse, sealing the light as solid as a rod. 2,000 lumens with a strobe function. If you encounter an enemy, shine it in their eyes. ILL blind them for 5 minutes. The battery is custom-made with long endurance. 5. Military high-energy compressed biscuits, Type 09 improved. Finally, Zhao Jiangwo pointed at the dozens of silver pouches stuffed into the backpack. Hey, race the dry rations you asked for. Don't compare these to supermarket cookies. One small pack has the calories of 3 bowls of rice. They're packed with vitamins and stimulants. As for flavors, apart from durian, which the engineers flatly refused to develop, we have everything else. Even how to win a stinky tofu loasafen, and one engineer even made a soybean drink flavor. As long as you can stomach it, ITLL, keep you full for ages. Hearing these bizarre flavors, Chen Feng was bewildered. What kind of engineers were these? He grabbed a few randomly, then looked at the array of equipment with sparkling eyes. This was it. This was the newbie's perfect gear that he needed most. It might not be as imposing as a rocket launcher, but every piece was a life-saving tool, and the quality was top-notch, unavailable on the civilian market. Thanks, Director Zhao. Thanks, Elder Wang. Chen Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately put on the gear. He wore the stab-resistant vest against his skin, then pulled on an inconspicuous gray windbreaker. The gas mask hung at his waist for quick access, the folding knife was tucked into his pocket, and the flashlight was clipped to his backpack strap. In an instant, he transformed from a refined youth into a capable low-key survival expert. That's all. Zhao Jiangwo was still a bit uneasy. Sure you don't want a pistol? Even a Type 92 would do. No need. Chen Feng patted his bulging backpack. Too much is too much. This is enough for me. Deep down he knew that in a life-or-death moment the trace of spiritual energy he had just cultivated might be more useful than a pistol. All right then. Zhao Jiangwo patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, his tone turning serious. The concern of an elder for a younger one. Remember, supplies are secondary, skills are secondary. Coming back alive is what matters most. The nation is waiting for your good news. Oh, and your current apartment is really unsafe and inconvenient. The state is ready to find you a new place. What kind of house do you want? A villa, with gardens in front, back, left, and right. Zhao Jiangwo suddenly remembered and added. A villa? No problem. Who wouldn't want a nice house? Chen Feng laughed. But I still have my things in the rental. And honestly, I've lived here for so long and made many friends. I need to say goodbye to them. I can't just vanish. Especially the landlady who has been very kind to me. It wouldn't be right to leave without a word. Let the state help me find a suitable place. In the meantime, I'll say my goodbyes, and I also want to test if the crossing point can be changed freely. Chen Feng continued. All right, I'll find you a good house. You go ahead. Back in his rental room, Chen Feng locked the doors and windows, pulled the curtains. It was 2 in the afternoon, the sun shining brightly, but Chen Feng's heart tightened slightly. The first trip to the other world was an accident. Ignorance bred. The second trip was voluntary, a deliberate walk into the tiger's den. Phase shield energy remaining 9. 8. The wristband had been absorbing ambient charge automatically, but at a painfully slow rate. In 2 days it hadn't risen even 0. 1. That meant his invincibility in that world lasted less than 10 minutes. Can't afford to be reckless. This time the goal isn't to fight monsters, but to scout. Chen Feng took a deep breath, donned the gas mask, gripped a heavy crowbar, and secured the knife at his waist. Dual crossing portal open. The air trembled again, familiar ripples spreading. Chen Feng stepped through instantly, leaving the cozy room and entering that silent iron tomb. Huff, huff. Even with the mask, the oppressive heaviness seeped through his skin. Chen Feng materialized at the same spot where the light portal had vanished last time. The corpse of the mechanical zombie dog that had been flung away by the shield was still there, but now it was scattered, ravaged by other scavengers, leaving only a pile of rusted parts. This place has more living things than I imagined. Chen Feng scanned his surroundings warily, not moving immediately, but observing for 10 minutes. After confirming it was safe, he cautiously moved in the opposite direction from last time. He was looking for the interior of a building. Out in the open, everything had been eroded by wind, rain, and radiation. Only relatively sealed rooms could preserve anything of value. Ahead stood a tilted skyscraper half buried in the earth, its broken section gaping like a huge, open mouth. Chen Feng struggled over a pile of rubble and crawled into the building's first-floor lobby. This had once been a luxurious commercial center. Though dim, the vaulted ceiling soared dozens of meters high, and even shattered the remnants of a holographic projection device on the ceiling still appeared exquisitely crafted. Hope I can find something good. Chen Feng switched on his high-intensity flashlight, the beam piercing the darkness that had lain silent for a century. The floor was thick with dust, and every step stirred up a gray haze. First search attempt: the front reception desk. Chen Feng spotted a row of futuristic streamlined tables. He hurried over and pried open a drawer with his crack. The drawer opened. Inside lay a tablet-like device and an exquisite metal cup. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. He reached for the tablet. But the moment his fingers touched the tablet's casing, crash. The seemingly intact tablet instantly shattered into countless fingernail-sized fragments. What? Chen Feng was stunned. He didn't believe it, and tried the metal cup. With a little pressure, the cup wall caved in, crumbling into a heap of metallic powder like rotten pastry. Molecular bond failure. As a physics student, Chen Feng instantly understood. The time span here is too long, or some radiation altered the molecular structure of the materials. Polymer plastics and ordinary alloys simply couldn't withstand the erosion of ages. Chen Feng's heart sank. Second search attempt: the commercial district. Undeterred, he pressed deeper. He passed a shop that seemed to sell electronics. The display cases were filled with futuristic phones and watches, their designs highly advanced. But when Chen Feng touched them with his crowbar, every single one, without exception, crumbled. Weathered. These products, which once represented the pinnacle of the Taihao civilization's civilian technology, are now inferior to bricks on Earth. At least bricks can still be used to hit someone, while these things turn to dust at a mere touch. Damn it. This is not how it's written in the novels. Isn't the protagonist supposed to pick up a gun and know how to use it or read from a USB drive? Chen Feng, feeling frustrated, kicked the nearby counter. Boom. The entire counter collapsed, and the dust raised nearly choked him. He rummaged through the ruins for a full 2 hours. He crawled from the first floor to the fifth. The excitement of scavenging through the garbage was gradually extinguished by the cold reality. He found a laser gun that looked very cool, but the battery compartment had already leaked, corroding the entire barrel beyond repair. He found a piece of clothing that seemed new, but when he lifted it, the fabric disintegrated like ashes, leaving only a few corrosion-resistant buttons on the ground, making a crisp buttons. Chen Feng picked up the few buttons. They were made of a semi-transparent crystalline material, extremely hard, leaving no trace, even when scratched with. Well, at least this counts as a new material. Chen Feng smiled wryly as he stuffed the buttons into his pocket. After 2 hours, he had only collected 5 buttons. This is the reality of scavenging in a wasteland. Just as Chen Feng was about to give up on this building and try his luck elsewhere, he discovered a special door in a corner on the 6th floor. This door was not an ordinary sensor door, but a heavy mechanical gate with a manual turntable. A prominent yellow sign on the door indicated it was for radiation and biochemical. A shelter, or maybe a vault. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. A sealed environment. This meant the contents inside might not have been exposed to oxygen or radiation. He stepped forward and tried to turn the turntable. It didn't budge. Rusted. The shield energy is at 9. 8. I can't waste it on opening a door. Then I have to rely on sheer strength. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng activated the qi gathering technique. Although he had only practiced for 2 days, he could distinctly feel the weak flow of qi moving towards his arms. He wedged the crowbar into the gap of the turntable and exerted all his strength. Creak, screech. The sound of metal grinding was painfully. Though rusted, the quality of this door was astonishing. It actually yielded a tiny gap. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his face turning red as he slowly turned the turntable. It took a full 10 minutes, and with a click, the airtight lock disengaged. Chen Feng pushed the door open. A stale but not murky air rushed towards him. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the interior. This was a small room of about 20 square meters, resembling a small private shelter or lounge. Inside the room were 2 bodies. One large and one small, curled up together on a corner sofa. Judging by the size of the bones, they seemed to be a mother and daughter. On the coffee table in front of them lay a dried-up medicine bottle and an open notebook. Chen Feng was not frightened by the discovery of the bodies. Instead, he felt a sense of melancholy. At the moment the apocalypse struck, this mother and daughter chose to end their lives at home rather than become monsters outside. He bowed slightly to the bodies and then began to search. The environment here was relatively sealed, preserving items much better than outside. He first picked up the medicine bottle. The text on the bottle was unrecognizable, appearing like bizarre. As Chen Feng stared blankly at the bottle, he suddenly felt a slight sting in the center of his forehead. Following that, the chip that had long integrated into his brain seemed to activate under his gaze. Without any warning, a faint blue light appeared on his retina, and a line of semi-transparent Chinese characters, or the meaning directly translated by his brain, floated above the medicine bottle, much like item tags in an AR game. Scanning object, portable first aid container, status vacant, sprayer, Intact material analysis, high molecular memory polymer, non-degradable. What the hell? Chen Feng jumped, almost dropping the bottle. He rubbed his eyes, and the text vanished. Focusing again on the bottle, the text reappeared. So that chip not only transmits techniques. Chen Feng suddenly realized joy swelling in his heart. It's an auxiliary terminal. It can directly connect to my optic nerve, translating unfamiliar foreign texts and item structures into concepts I can understand. This makes sense. After all, this is an advanced civilization, and how could they expect people to use dictionaries to learn? It's directly stuffing knowledge into the brain. Although the scanning information was very brief, distinguishing basic uses and materials was already sufficient. He tucked the bottle away, feeling greatly encouraged. With this AR vision, the efficiency of scavenging would significantly improve. The bottle isn't broken. Although the medicine inside was gone, the structure of the sprayer was exceptionally intricate. Pressing it still produced a crisp mechanical rebound sound. This sprayer's atomization technology definitely surpasses that of Earth. Ew, I should take it back to show to the mechanics. Chen Feng put the bottle away. Then his gaze fell upon the notebook. This was a genuine paper notebook. Although the Taihao civilization was technologically advanced, it seemed to have retained paper for some form of retro or ceremonial significance. Moreover, this paper had not rotted, resembling some synthetic paper. Chen Feng carefully opened it. The text was incomprehensible, written in Taihao characters like a combination of squares and lines. However, when his finger touched the text, the chi gathering technique chip embedded in his forehead vibrated slightly, allowing him to vaguely grasp its meaning. It was a diary. October 2nd. The spirit network went haywire. Dad turned into a metal lump. He wanted to kill Mom. October 5th. The outside is filled with screams. The army is useless. Those machines have gone mad. October 8th. We're out of water. Mom said we were going to see Grandma. I hope there are no robots in heaven. Chen Feng closed the diary, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. The destruction of this civilization was even faster and more brutal than he had imagined. He stowed the diary in his backpack. Although it couldn't be sold for money, it was first-hand material for studying the history of this world, and the state would surely be interested. Lastly, Chen Feng discovered a black, elongated object on the floor beside the sofa. Picking it up, he found it was a pair of glasses. Tactical goggles for individual military use. Damaged. One lens of the glasses was already shattered, and the frame was broken in half. However, when Chen Feng pressed a button on the temple of the glasses, a faint red light actually flickered on the remaining lens. Still has power. Or is there a backup energy source? Chen Feng was overjoyed. These are AR glasses. If they can be repaired, even if it's just to extract a map or learn the language pack inside, that value is immeasurable. This was the most valuable thing he found today. This trip was worth it. Chen Feng wrapped the glasses in a soft cloth and carefully placed them in a pocket close to his body. Just as he was about to leave the room, boom! A sudden loud sound came from afar, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Chen Feng's expression changed, and he immediately turned off the flashlight, rushing to the window to look outside through the dust-covered glass. What he saw made his scalp tingle. On the street, several hundred meters away from the building, a hunt was taking place. The prey was a mutated wild boar roughly the size of an elephant, covered in black scales with tusks like bulldozers pushing through the rubble. And the hunters were not monsters. They were humans. 5 people dressed in various ragged gear. Some wore tattered camouflage, while others had rusty metal plates. The weapons they held were also mixed. Some had modified firearms, others had cold weapons like spears, and one of the leaders held a glowing laser sword. No, that was a weapon modified from a plasma-cutting torch. The leader was shouting something loudly. Separated by hundreds of meters, the wind was strong, and the strange sounds reaching Chen Feng's ears were just a series of unintelligible noises hardly resembling any human language. Can't understand. That's troublesome. Chen Feng frowned. If communication fails, how can there be a trade? Just then the chip in his forehead heated up again. The noisy gibberish, after being processed by his cerebral cortex, bizarrely transformed into comprehensible thoughts for Chen Feng. It was like watching a foreign film with built-in subtitles. Language fluctuation detected. Language match Taihao Federal Common Language, severe accent variation. Real-time translation activated. In the next second, those strange sounds became clear meanings to the left. Third brother used the tripwire. Attack its lower body. Don't ruin its hide. That can be traded for 3 nutritional agents. Chen Feng felt his scalp tingle. This chip actually has simultaneous translation. But he soon felt a wave of dizziness and a throbbing pain in his... It seems that this real-time translation was incredibly draining. With his current cultivation level, he could only manage a few minutes at most. That's enough. Chen Feng held his breath, intensely watching those people. Since he could understand, the value of the information he could gather was entirely different. They coordinated skillfully, decisively. The muscular leader took advantage of the moment the wild boar was tripped, leaping high and using the plasma-cutting torch to sever the boar's neck. Blood spurted out. The others skillfully surrounded it, starting to skin, bleed, and collect the meat. Chen Feng hid behind the curtain, holding his breath. Survivors. Moreover, armed survivors. This was more dangerous than encountering zombies. In this lawless wasteland, encountering one's kind, the likelihood is high that they won't invite you for tea, but will strip you bare to see if you have anything worth stealing. Especially with Chen Feng's outfit, a clean stab-resistant suit, a brand new gas mask, and that bulging backpack. To these scavengers, he was a moving fetch. The leader moved too quickly. That jump was at least 3 meters high. Is he also a cultivator? Or a genetically enhanced individual? Chen Feng's palms were sweaty around the crowbar. His current strength was just slightly above that of an ordinary person. If he activated the shield, he would naturally not be afraid. But the shield only lasts 10 minutes. Once those 10 minutes pass with 5 opponents armed with firearms, he would undoubtedly die. I can't confront the natives yet. With no language to communicate and an imbalance of strength, I lack the qualifications for trade. Chen Feng took a deep look at the scavenger team, memorizing their clothing characteristics. Retreat. He wasn't greedy, nor did he attempt to pick up scraps. He crouched down, using the shadows of the ruins to silently retreat back into the corridor, then rushed down the stairs at his fastest speed, heading towards the light door. In the rental room, Chen Feng sat down heavily on the floor, taking off his mask and breathing in the smoky air of Earth. His whole body ached, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. This trip lasted 4 hours. His haul: 5 buttons, an empty medicine bottle, an incomprehensible diary, and a broken pair of glasses. And a body full of dust and fatigue. This is the true foreign world. Chen Feng looked at the few tattered items on the table and smiled wryly. But the light in his eyes was brighter than before. Although there aren't many items, it proves 2 things. First, there are living people in the foreign world. Where there are people, there is society, and where there is society, there can be trade. Once I decipher the language, or become strong enough, I can definitely use Earth's resources, like compressed biscuits or antibiotics, to exchange for their advanced technology. Second, there are indeed good items in the ruins, but it requires luck and technical means. He picked up the broken AR glasses. Looks like I need to seek help from Director Zhao. I can't manage the repair and decryption of this alone. Time 2300. Location: Shishan Command, Post codename 01. Outside, a cold late spring rain pattered against the nameless black pine forest. There is no house number here, and map navigation shows a blank. But in the neural network of the Republic, this is the true cerebral cortex. In this deep night, countless encrypted dedicated lines converge here. Every instruction issued could trigger a butterfly effect in the international first conference room. The heavy blast-proof door sealed off all sound, leaving only the faint hum of the air purification system. The room was thick with smoke, and the air was as oppressive as the low pressure before a thunderstorm. 9 people were seated around a huge mahogany oval table. Among them were an elderly man in a faded old military uniform, white-haired, but with a straight back, a middle-aged decision-maker in a Zhongshan suit, with a furrowed brow, and a top scholar, with thick-rimmed glasses whose hands still trembled slightly. At this moment, these bigwigs, who could shake their industries with a stamp of their feet, were like a group of elementary school students, their gazes fixed on the center of the conference. There sat a bulletproof glass box. Its base was lined with black velvet, and upon it lay a pitch-black rectangular block the size of a palm. That was the Taihao battery, submitted by Chen Feng. It looked utterly ordinary, with no complex mechanical structure, not even a single screw. But in the eyes of everyone present, it was more suffocating than a nuclear bomb aimed at their foreheads. Old Sun, an elderly man at the head of the table, spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse, and he held a cigarette that was almost burned out. The old man's face was etched with the ravages of time, marks of having lived through the war years. His eyes, though cloudy, carried a sharpness and authority that saw through the world. You've been in physics your whole life, don't show off your erudition. Tell us in words we can understand. What exactly is this? The one addressed was Academician Sun Jinbong, director of the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This scientific titan, who had once presided over the development of 2 generations of national strategic weapons, now appeared exceptionally disheveled. His tie was crooked, his lab coat stained with coffee, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly on the verge of exhaustion after extreme excitement. Academician Sun steadied himself against the table and stood up, took a deep breath, as if using all his strength to utter the conclusion. Chief fellow leader, before answering this question, I'd like to show you a set of data. He pressed the remote in his hand, and the huge projection screen behind him lit up. It was a straight line, a line so smooth on the coordinate axis that it was despairing. In the past 12 hours, we, together with the Nuclear Energy Institute, Institute 701, and the High Energy Physics Institute, used the most advanced load equipment in the country to conduct discharge tests on it. Academician Sun's voice trembled. We tried simulating the instantaneous pulse of an electromagnetic cannon launch, and we tried simulating the continuous high voltage of an urban. Even in the last 10 minutes, we violated regulations and directly short-circuited the positive and negative terminals. A gasp echoed in the conference. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that short-circuiting an energy source of this magnitude is equivalent to detonating a bomb. And the result? A general with a star on his shoulder asked in a low voice, leaning forward involuntarily. The result is this line, Academician's son said, pointing at the screen, tears glistening in his eyes. The voltage showed no fluctuation. The temperature did not rise at all. It is like a bottomless sea. We pour in a basin of water or draw out a bucket with all our might, but the sea level remains. According to the laws of thermodynamics, this is impossible. According to modern physics models, this is also impossible. Academician's son turned around, gazing at the black block with awe, as if a mortal had witnessed a miracle. Chief, this is not a battery. A battery is a carrier of chemical energy, but this thing is a source of energy. Our preliminary conclusion is that this is an energy confinement body based on cold-state high-energy polymerization or zero-point energy technology. It locks within it an energy so vast that it terrifies us, yet using a technology we cannot comprehend, it tames that energy more docile than a gentle lamb. At this point, Academician's son paused and delivered the metaphor that would go down in history if I were to describe it. Someone shattered a sun, molded it into a brick, and locked it inside this box. As long as that young man is willing, he could use this brick to power our Liaoning aircraft carrier to sail around the Earth for 10 years without adding a drop of oil. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Only the sound of the cigarette ash lightly falling onto the mahogany table. Everyone present had seen Great Storm, but the amount of information in this speech was too great, so great that it shook their worldview, so great that they instantly saw the turning point of the nation's fortune for the next 100 years. The sun. The chief murmured, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, the sound like the soft beat of a war drum. Over 100 years ago, Westerners invented the steam engine, and we missed it. 60 years ago, Americans made the atomic bomb, and we tightened our belts to catch up. Now this sun is on our table. The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping across the room. What does this mean? A middle-aged man in charge of industry on the left took off his glasses, rubbed his brow, and his voice was dry with excitement. It means energy freedom. It means we are no longer constrained by oil pipelines, and our industrial costs will drop to a level that will make all competitors despair. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. It means a change in the form of warfare, the general interjected, eyes shining. High-energy laser weapons cannot be used in practice because the energy storage devices are too heavy. With this thing, a personal laser gun will become a reality. Powered armor space carriers. Those things from sci-fi movies can all be built. Everyone's breathing grew heavy. This was not just a technological breakthrough, it was a ticket to the next era. Whoever got it would be the master of the earth. Then the key lies with that young man. The chief stubbed out his cigarette and turned his gaze to the end of the conference table. There sat Zhao Jiangwo, who had just flown back overnight from Haicheng. Zhao Jiangwo was under immense pressure. He knew that every word he said next would determine the fate of a young man, and even the nation's attitude toward this anomaly. Jiangwo, speak, the chief said calmly. We need to know what kind of person holds this key. Is he a profit-driven merchant, an ambitious hegemon, or our comrade? Zhao Jiangwo immediately stood up and opened the file folder and report, chief. The target is codename Spark, real name Chen Feng. 24 years old, graduated from the Department of Applied Physics at Haicheng University. Grew up in the Hongxing orphanage with a clean background and simple social connections. Based on our comprehensive contact and background investigation over the past 24 hours, I have 3 conclusions. Zhao Jiangwo raised his first finger, his voice loud. First, capability assessment unfathomable. Besides this battery, he also possesses a personal defense technology called the phase shield. After Academician's son's personal test, this technology involves spatial dimension deflection, rendering conventional kinetic and energy weapons ineffective against it. In other words, if he wants to leave, no prison in this world can hold him. If he wants to kill, no bodyguard can stop him. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier. An uncontrolled superhuman is the nightmare of every manager. Second, personality profile rational, avaricious, but with a bottom line. Zhao Jiangwo continued. He proactively contacted us, indicating that he knows his own limits and understands that only by relying on the state can he maximize his interests. Such a person can be cooperated with, can be bound by interests. Third, Zhao Jiangwo's tone suddenly softened, even with a hint of emotion. And the most important point, political awareness and moral foundation. He is red. He pulled out a printed bank transfer slip from the file folder and handed it to the chief with both hands. This is the bank transaction record from 2130 last night. The first 1 million yuan in special operations funds we approved for him. Less than 10 minutes after it arrived, he transferred out 900. The chief took the slip, glanced at it, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Transferred to whom? Haicheng Hongxing Orphanage, Zhao Jiangwo said solemnly. That's where he grew up. Our special agents disguised as drivers saw him return with a carload of daily necessities. He bought the best medicine for the old director and meat and new clothes for the children. As for himself, Zhao Jingwo paused as if to calm his emotions. He kept only a few tens of thousands to pay his credit card and rent. Even when he went to buy equipment for exploring the other world, he had to haggle with the shopkeeper over a few dozen yuan. Just now on the way here, I received a report from the old director of the orphanage had been putting off going to see a doctor because she was reluctant to spend money. Chen Feng forcibly put her into the car, saying the money was a reward from the state, telling her to spend it without worry and that there was more if it wasn't enough. He said, "This money is clean because I am a great talent helping the state solve problems." The conference room fell silent. That thin transfer slip was passed among the hands of the assembled dignitaries. In that moment, the image of a mysterious powerhouse with godlike might who could have roamed free and unpunished began to fade. What replaced it was a young man in cheap street clothes bargaining with the nation to save his grandmother. "All right." The chief stared at the slip for a long time before uttering a single word with immense weight. Grateful for kindness, never forgetting one's roots. A child with such deep affection for the orphanage where he grew up would not treat the land that nurtured him poorly. The chief removed his reading glasses and rubbed his moist eyes. We've seen too many who forget their ancestors once they gain a little power, and too many who sell their souls for a green card. This Chen Feng is an anomaly and a treasure. If he sold this to Lockheed Martin or the CIA, the money he'd get could buy the entire city of Haicheng. But he didn't. He chose to trust us. Since the child has turned his back to the family must not let his heart grow cold. The chief stood abruptly. With a rustle, everyone in the room rose in unison, chairs scraping the floor in perfect synchrony. An aura of iron and blood instantly permeated the conference room. "I command." The old man's voice was no longer hoarse, but filled with the murderous spirit of clashing arms. First, officially approve the establishment of a 01 Special Operations Bureau directly answerable to the highest level. Zhao Jiangwo as its director. Your one and only mission: serve Chen Feng, protect Chen Feng. Remember, it is service, not surveillance. As long as he does not betray the nation or commit crimes against humanity, any request he makes, money, materials, personnel, even if he asks for a star from the sky, you must find a way to pluck it down for him. Yes, Zhao Jiangwo answered loudly. Second, regarding that other world. The chief's gaze grew deep. Since that world has zombies and danger, we cannot send our soldiers to fight barehanded. Listen up, military industry, custom-make equipment for Chen Feng. Whatever weapons he needs, we build. Whatever logistics he needs, we deliver. We must make him understand that although he fights alone, in that other world behind him stand 1 billion people and a complete industrial system. Third, the chief's gaze turned to academician Sun and the Black Sun device. His expression became profoundly complex. There was heartache, resolve, and a tragic heroism. Activate the sun-chasing project. Sun Jinbang. Here, the academician straightened his somewhat from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, major military industrial groups, and universities mobilized the sharpest minds, whether in materials, energy, or quantum physics. Whatever projects they are currently working on, whether for professional titles or Nobel Prizes, halt them all. Tell them the nation needs them. The chief paused, his voice lowering. But old Sun, you must make this clear to them. This project is classified as top secret. This is a war without smoke. If we succeed, it will be fast, but if not, it could be a war lasting 10 or 20 years. Once they enter this base, they must cut off all contact with the outside world. They cannot tell their parents above, nor their wives and children below. Their names will vanish from academia, their papers will never be published, and even if they achieve earth-shattering results, no one will know. In this restless age, asking them to be unsung heroes is cruel. If anyone is unwilling, never force them. If they are willing to come. The chief swept his gaze across the room, his eyes like blazing torches. Do everything possible to take care of their families. Whoever dares to make a martyr bleed and cry, I will shoot them. Academician Sun took off his glasses, wiped his tears, and said with a choked but firm voice, Chief, rest assured. We scientific researchers still have backbone. Our predecessors who ate sand in the Gobi Desert never complained, and our generation won't flinch either. A staff officer beside him asked softly, Chief, what should be the personnel code for this project? Ghosts, since they must vanish from the world like spirits. No, the chief refused decisively. He walked to the window and gazed at the pitch-black night outside. In the distance, the faint glow of city lights, the lights of 10,000 homes of an age of peace and prosperity. Why call them ghosts? They are not people who must hide from the light. They are the sturdiest backbone of this nation. The chief turned around, pointing at the rushing cars outside the window, his voice low but powerful. Look at those cars speeding on the highway. The world only sees the shiny exterior and the wheels rolling forward. People admire the streamlined body and the comfortable seats. But no one sees the engine. The engine is hidden under the darkest, dirtiest, hottest hood. Their high temperature and high pressure burning with raging fire, enduring thousands of They roar in the darkness, working desperately where no one sees. But without them, this car is just a heap of scrap metal. The old man's eyes glistened with tears, his voice thunderous. Tell those scientists the nation does not ask them to be ghosts. The nation asks them to be the engines hidden under the hood. As long as they burn, the chariot of our nation will never stop. No one can ever overtake us. The code name shall be Engine. At 2:00 a.m. with the supreme directive issued, a vast net silently spread across the land of Shenzhou. At a prestigious university in Jiangnan. In an old faculty apartment building, the phone rang abruptly. Professor Li with silver hair put on his coat and picked up the receiver. He was a leading authority on polymer materials in China. Tomorrow was supposed to be his 70th birthday banquet, and the day he planned to announce his retirement to enjoy his grandchildren. Hello, this is Old Li. A brief, stern voice came through the line. Comrade Li Guodong, this is the 01 office. The nation has a mission code named Sun Chasing. If you decline, you may retire as planned and enjoy your old age. If you accept, you may not return home for 10 years, and your name will be erased from textbooks. Please decide within 5 minutes. Professor Li's hand holding the phone froze. He glanced back at the bedroom. His wife was already asleep. On the bedside table was a drawing by his granddaughter with the words, "Happy Birthday, Grandpa." He recalled his youth at the Northwestern base, remembered the mushroom cloud that made China stand tall. He was silent for 3 minutes. Professor Li took a deep breath. In his misty old eyes, the long-extinguished flame reignited, burning fiercer than in his youth. No need for 5 minutes. The old man said calmly into the phone, "All my old comrades are gone. I've lived many extra years. That's a gain. Winters there are cold. I'll bring 2 thick cotton-padded jackets. When will the car come?" "The car is already downstairs." "All right. I'll leave a letter for my wife." Professor Li hung up and walked to the desk. He picked up the pen, his hand trembling slightly, but his strokes were firm and bold. The letter had only a few lines. "Old woman, the nation calls, I must go. Don't worry. This time no need to send pickled vegetables. The nation provides meals. Take good care of our granddaughter. Tell her grandpa is going to build an engine." Time 10:00 a.m. Location Tsinghua Garden Physics Department's first laboratory. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dust particles floating in the air. Lu Yiming had just set down his pipette and let out a long sigh. He removed his goggles and rubbed his somewhat sore nose bridge. As the youngest doctoral supervisor in the physics department, the 28-year-old possessed every quality that invited envy: a height of 183 meters, a well-maintained physique from regular exercise, and a brain often hailed as kissed by the gods. Just yesterday, he had received an invitation from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. With a single signature, he could go to the place where Einstein once worked, earning $1 million annual salary to study his beloved string theory. Professor Lu, the experimental data. The pretty female assistant walked over carrying a folder, her eyes betraying a hint of undisguised admiration. "Leave it on the desk. By the way, I want to attend the celebration dinner tonight. I want to be alone for a while." Lu Yiming smiled. That confident, casual smile made the assistant's cheeks flush slightly. Just then the laboratory door swung open. No knock, very abrupt. Lu Yiming frowned and turned around, about to say something, but when he saw the person standing at the door, he froze entirely. It was an old man in a gray jacket with graying hair. The elderly man carried a worn-out full-leather briefcase, and his trouser cuffs were speckled with mud, making him look like any retired senior citizen one might see in a park. But Lu Yiming looked as if struck by an electric current. The notebook in his hand fell to the floor with a slap. Master. Standing at the door was Yang Zhendong, the founder of quantum physics in China and Lu Yiming's mentor. 3 years ago, he had publicly retired due to illness and vanished without a trace, not even attending Lu Yiming's doctoral graduation ceremony. "Yiming, long time no see." Master Yang's voice was calm, his eyes like an unfathomable deep lake. "Pack your things." "Huh?" Lu Yiming was stunned. "Pack things? Go where?" "Master, aren't you in recuperation? I have a public lecture on topological insulators this afternoon. Tickets are sold out." "That lecture is cancelled. Your resignation procedure has already been handled by the department." Master Yang walked into the lab, not even glancing at the expensive precision instruments. He simply pulled a thin A4 sheet from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Yiming. "Take a look at this. If you sign, come with me. If you don't, I'll turn around and leave, and you'll never have seen me." Lu Yiming took the paper in confusion. The paper was rough, like an internally printed document. The title was a single line in bold: "Special Talent Voluntary Recruitment and Confidentiality Agreement." Lu Yiming quickly scanned the contents. The clauses were few, but each made his heart pound and his fingertips grow cold. 1. Immediately cancel all social media accounts and sever all non-essential contact with the 2. The work location, content, and duration are classified as top secret SSS level. 3. Except for reporting safety to immediate family, you must not disclose any personal whereabouts. 4. In the event of an accident, your name and deeds will be declassified 50 years later. This. Lu Yiming's hands began to tremble. He was too brilliant. Of course he knew what this meant. It meant he would vanish from this bustling world. It meant giving up the Princeton offer within reach, the halo of a prodigy, the flowers, applause, and spotlights. In this era where traffic is king and everyone craves fame, this paper was a sentence of social death. Master, is it? To the great Northwest. Like you did back then. Lu Yiming's voice was hoarse. He knew where his teacher had been these 3 years. Behind the lie of retirement due to illness must have been some unknown national project. I can't tell you. I only ask you to think it over carefully. Master Yang looked at his most outstanding student, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but it vanished instantly, replaced by steel-like determination. Yiming, last time you said you felt modern physics was stagnant, and you wanted to see where the end of physics lies. Master Yang pointed outside the door, his voice low, but striking Lu Yiming's ears like thunder. Now that end is in my hands. But the price is that you will become a shadow. No Nobel Prize, no Nature cover, perhaps even a lifetime of obscurity. Are you willing? Deathly silence filled the laboratory. Only the centrifuge hummed tirelessly. Lu Yiming turned his head and looked out the window. Outside was the beautiful campus of Tsinghua, students laughing and playing with books, a stage being set up for the school anniversary. A brilliant future within his... Then he looked down at the paper. In that instant he thought of his grandfather. That old man who had been a tester in the Gobi Desert all his life, only taking out a third-class medal on his deathbed. Grandfather once said, "What do we technicians live for? Isn't it to make the country's backbone strong?" 1 minute later, Lu Yiming unclipped the gold emblem symbolizing outstanding young scholar from his chest and gently placed it on the lab table. He picked up the pen and signed his name on that pledge. The strokes were sharp, penetrating the paper. Master, give me 10 minutes. Lu Yiming looked up, eyes a little red, but with a smile on his lips. I want to call my mom. She was preparing dumplings tonight, waiting for me to come home. Master Yang nodded and turned around. Good. Remember, just say it's a confidential project, no set return date. At the end of the corridor, Lu Yiming dialed the familiar number. Hello, Mom. Yeah, it's me. Son, what time are you coming back? Mom bought your favorite fennel sprouts, just chopping the filling. Her cheerful voice came through the phone along with the thud of a cleaver on the cutting board. Lu Yiming took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his nose, making his voice sound as casual as usual. Mom, I'm not coming back. Just got a notice. I have to go on a business trip abroad. Closed door, pretty urgent. Huh. Abroad. How long? Did you bring warm clothes? No need, they have everything there. Might take 3 to 5 years. You know how research is. Can't leave until the project ends. That long? His mother's voice dropped noticeably. What about the blind date? I already saw the girl's photo. She's nice. Break it off. Don't waste her time. Lu Yiming gritted his teeth, looking at the blue sky outside the window. Mom, I'm not a good son. There's some money in this card. Keep it for yourself. I might call less often in the future. Take care of yourself. Oh, you silly child, what nonsense. Mom's in good health. You're doing big things for the country. Mom won't hold you back. Go ahead, eat well, rest well, don't overwork yourself. The call ended. This genius, who had been so confident and proud in the academic world, turned his back, leaned against the cold wall, and fiercely wiped his face. Tears fell silently, but he made no sound. The same scene unfolded across the land of China that seemingly ordinary morning. At the National University of Defense Technology School of Computer Science, a hacker genius who had just cracked the latest U.S. military communication encryption algorithm stared blankly at the string of gibberish on his screen, chewing gum. 2 men in black suits walked up behind him, patted his shoulder, and handed him a transfer order. Is it the Sky IA? Take a look. If you agree, come with us. The genius paused, finished reading the order, then spat out the gum and closed his laptop. He didn't ask where. He simply took a never-sent love letter from the drawer, lit it with a lighter, and watched it turn to ashes. Let's go. At a Special Materials Research Institute in the Northwest. In the nursing room, Zhang Min, a 32-year-old researcher, was breastfeeding her 6-month-old baby. The door was knocked. The director stood outside, his expression complicated as he handed her a transfer order. Zhang Min glanced at the red seal on the order. Her hand trembled. The baby in her arms, sensing its mother's unease, burst into loud crying. She lowered her head, kissed the baby's forehead, still smelling of milk for the last time, and handed the crying child to her mother-in-law, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Mom, if the baby gets hungry, just use formula. I've stocked 6 boxes of that brand in the cupboard. Min, where are you going? Her mother-in-law tugged at her clothes. To build engines. Zhang Min's eyes reddened, taking only a family photo, and without looking back, boarded the off-road vehicle waiting down. No farewells, no flowers, no media coverage. Only buses with black curtains and military aircraft without serial numbers carrying the smartest, most brilliant minds of the nation, like silent rivers converging towards some coordinate deep in the Northwest. It was a silent march. 3 days later, in the Western Forbidden Zone, codenamed Special Zone 0, 300 meters underground, This was the highest classification secret base. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and machine oil, and massive ventilation ducts coiled overhead like the arteries of a giant beast. Liu Yiming stood among over 400 top-tier scholars. They had all changed into identical white dust-proof suits. Here there were no professors, no academicians, no deans. On their chests there were no names, only a cold impersonal number. Liu Yiming was 098. Before them, separated by a half-meter thick bulletproof glass wall, the black cube, suspended in midair by mechanical arms, the Taihao battery, was emitting a faint cold glow. It hung there like a black heart, silently suspended. Academician Sun Jinbong stood on a high platform. He looked older than 3 days ago, but his spirit was in a state of fear. Comrades! Academician Sun's voice echoed through the vast underground space via the loudspeaker. I know you are all geniuses, authorities in your respect. Outside you are celebrated figures. But in front of it, Academician Sun pointed at the black box. We are all primary school students. Even worse than primary school students, we are primitive men. Some say it is extraterrestrial technology. Some say it is a gift from the gods. I don't believe in gods. We are Chinese. We only believe in data logic and our own brains. Academician Sun waved his hand sharply, and the large screen behind him lit up, displaying countless red error pop-ups. The current difficulty is it is a perfect black box. We don't know its output protocol, its energy conversion formula, or its control logic. It's like a reservoir that's about to overflow, containing boundless energy. But we can't find the tap. If we forcibly smash it open, it might blow this place, even half of China, into the sky. The mission given to us by our superiors is only one. Within 1 month, install a controllable tap on this sun. Do you have confidence? The 400-plus nameless individuals below the stage were silent for a second. Then a uniform, earth-shattering roar erupted. Yes. This sound was fiercer than the wild gale on the barren plains. The next 15 days were hell. Liu Yiming felt he was going insane. He felt as if he had returned to the days of senior year, sprinting for exams. No, even crazier than that. Here there was no distinction between day and night, only perpetually lit incandescent lamps and endless cups of strong coffee. He slept only 3 hours a day, spending the remaining 21 hours immersed in an ocean of data. Wrong. The frequency is wrong. Its waveform is not a sine wave. What the hell is this thing? Liu Yiming slammed a thick stack of printouts onto the table, clawing at his hair in frustration. Materials team. The atomic arrangement of the shell is dynamic. It's breathing. It adjusts its density based on ambient temperature. Our probes can't even penetrate it. Computer team. Can you build a virtual model? Damn, not enough computing power. Transfer all the computing power of Tianhe 2 over here. What? The Meteorological Bureau needs it. Tell them to get lost. This is the matter of utmost importance. Setbacks. Failures. More setbacks. That black box was like an arrogant giant coldly looking down on the swarm of human ants trying to decipher it. No matter how they probed it with lasers, ultrasonic waves, or strong magnetic fields, it remained utterly unresponsive. Early morning of the 15th day, Liu Yiming sat on the floor unshaven, with sunken eyes, looking like a beggar. Before him the video sent by Chen Feng was playing, the one testing the battery with an electric heater. He had watched it thousands of times, memorizing every frame. Why? Liu Yiming murmured. Why could that person named Chen Feng, just using 2 copper wires, extract energy? And we, using the most advanced equipment in the world, can't even produce a fart. Could it be that this thing recognizes its master? Or have we been wrong from the very beginning? He stared intently at the screen. On the image, the moment Chen Feng's copper wire touched the battery terminals. Stop. Liu Yiming slammed the pause button. He magnified the image 10 times, staring at the extremely subtle curve on the oscilloscope. In the zero, before the copper wire contact, 0001 seconds, that is before the electric spark was generated, the battery's voltage showed an extremely tiny fluctuation, like a heartbeat. This fluctuation was too fast, so fast that all instruments filtered it out as background noise. But Liu Yiming's eyes, kissed by the gods, caught it. This is not noise. Liu Yiming suddenly jumped up from the floor, not even noticing that the half cup of cold coffee in his hand splashed all over him. This is an inquiry. This is a handshake protocol. His voice cracked with excitement, piercingly sharp in the deep night of the lab. It is intelligent. The moment it contacts a load, it first emits a weak pulse to detect the load's resistance and capacitive reactance. If it confirms safety, it will release energy. If we don't respond to this pulse, or respond incorrectly, it will lock itself down. We have been trying to forcibly pump water, even blow up the dam, so it locked the door tight. We need to knock first. Tell it how much water we want. It is polite. Quick. Wake everyone up. Immediately. The entire lab erupted in chaos within 3 minutes. The scientists who had been sleeping in sleeping bags, each with messy hair, rushed to the control consoles. Calculate the frequency. Build a simulated signal. Harmonic analysis complete. This is a composite wave containing 3,000 different frequency variations. This is a password lock. This is an alien password lock. The computer genius fingers flew across the keyboard so fast that only afterimages were visible. Give me 10 minutes, I can brute force it. Half an hour later, a huge device hastily assembled from countless cables, transformers, and precision instruments, named Hoi-1 by Liu Yiming as the energy guidance apparatus, was connected to the contacts of the black box. Signal simulation complete. Load connected. Simulated load, total nighttime lighting power of Haicheng urban area, 300 megawatts. All personnel evacuate to the safe zone. Raise the blast walls. In the control room, every breath stopped. Academician's son stood behind Liu Yiming, his hand on his shoulder. The old man's palms were covered in sweat. Yiming, press it. Liu Yiming took a deep breath, looking at the red enter key. This single finger press would either usher in a new era or lead to total annihilation. But he did not hesitate. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, active. Snap. The enter key was pressed. No alarm. No explosion. On the huge energy indicator panel, the pointer that had been lying at the 0 mark suddenly, like a waking dragon, raised its head instantly, swept gracefully and steadily across an arc, and came to rest firmly at the very top of the green zone. Output power 300 megawatts. Voltage fluctuation 0. 0, 0. It worked. Someone whispered. The next second, through the periscope in the control room, they witnessed the most spectacular sight of their lives. In the depths of this pitch-black Gobi Desert, this desolate no man's land, the full 100,000 spare high-pressure sodium lamps originally intended for load testing lit up at the same instant. Shwa. Light. Endless light. In that instant, the underground night turned into day. The golden light, like a golden tidal wave, instantly flooded the Gobi Desert for 10 kilometers in all. Sand dunes, withered grass, and the transmission towers standing in the cold wind were all gilded with a magnificent golden edge. The lab was dead silent. Then the sound of suppressed sobbing. The female researcher Zhang Min, who had just weaned her child, covered her mouth as tears burst forth. The hacker genius who cracked the code took off his glasses and wept like a child. Elder Yang tightly grasped Liu Yiming's hand. This old man, who had never shed a tear in his life, was now streaming with tears. They would never see their names, and they would never see the smiles of their families. They didn't even know when they would leave this desert. But at this moment they saw the light. That was the light of China, the spark brought back from another world by that young man, named Chen Feng, which they, a group of people willing to be nameless ghosts, had personally ignited into a blazing wildfire. In the corner, Zhao Jiangwo, who had been silently observing all this, picked up the red secure phone. He struggled to control the tremor in his voice, speaking into the phone. Chief, the first phase of Project Sunchasing has succeeded. We have grasped the sun. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, a rented room, Chen Feng suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking of me? He rubbed his nose and glanced at the rising sun just beyond the window. He had no idea that thousands of kilometers away on the Gobi Desert, a group of nameless heroes had just accomplished a feat that would change human history, all because of a brick he had brought back. Haicheng, a secret safe house. This is an independent villa located in the western suburbs, appearing ordinary from the outside, yet surrounded by hidden cameras and infrared sensors. Chen Feng sat on the leather sofa, while Zhao Jiangwo personally poured him a cup of tea. Try this, it's Dahong Pao. Not the kind you find in the market, but a special. Zhao Jiangwo said with a smile. The joy in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes was unmistakable. Chen Feng took the tea, sipped it, and found it indeed rich and fragrant. But what concerned him more was the video Zhao Jiangwo had just shown him on the tablet. The clip was short, only 10 seconds long. On the pitch-black Gobi Desert at the command, 100,000 streetlights instantly illuminated, and in that moment the brilliance was akin to the arrival of daylight, overshadowing even the stars in the sky. In a corner of the screen, countless figures in white coats were cheering and embracing, with some even kneeling on the ground weeping. This happened last night. Zhao Jiangwo's voice became deep and solemn. Codename Project Zeriri. We successfully unlocked the handshake protocol of that battery. Chen Feng, what you brought back is not just a battery, but the cornerstone of our country's energy strategy. Chen Feng looked at the jubilant scientists on the screen, a surge of indescribable pride welling up inside him. They are impressive, Chen Feng said sincerely. He knew how difficult it was to analyze that black box. Achieving results in such a short time was nothing short of a miracle. They are indeed impressive. Zhao Jiangwo nodded, his gaze profound. For this project, we have mobilized over 300 top scholars from across the country in the past few days. They signed life and death agreements, severing contact with their families. Some had just welcomed newborns, while others had mothers in the hospital. Yet at the command, they all came as if they had evaporated from the world. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Feng, speaking earnestly. Little Chen, the reason I'm sharing this with you is to let you know you are not alone in this fight. In places you cannot see, thousands are supporting you. They have no names and may never receive glory. They have given all the spotlight to this era. And you are the one holding the torch at the front. Chen Feng fell silent. He thought of the photos from the orphanage, recalling the headmaster who refused treatment to save money. The people of this land have an inherent resilience and spirit of sacrifice. Director Zhao, you don't need to say more. Chen Feng put down his teacup, his gaze clear. I understand. As long as the country does not forsake me, my life, Chen Feng, belongs to the country. You're being too serious. Zhao Jiangwo patted his shoulder. We are collaborating. The country will not let its heroes bleed and weep. Chen Feng nodded, picking up the worn-out climbing bag at his feet and unzipping it. Since everyone is so supportive, I cannot fall behind. This is what I brought back from my second trip there. Although it is not as shocking as the battery, it should be useful. He began to lay out the items on the table, as if retrieving junk. 5 semi-transparent buttons, an empty emergency spray bottle, a pair of broken glasses, and a yellow diary. This is... Zhao Jiangwo looked puzzled. Don't underestimate them. Chen Feng picked up one of the buttons and made a deep scratch with a tactical folding knife, leaving no mark whatsoever. This is a type of polymer crystal material. The clothing disintegrated into ashes, yet it remains intact. If we can reverse engineer it, our bulletproof vests could be as light as shirts. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes lit up, immediately using tweezers to place the button into a special evidence bag. This spray bottle, although empty, has a very sophisticated nozzle structure involving fluid dynamics and precision machining. It should inspire our industrial... Finally, Chen Feng picked up the glasses and the diary. These two are the most important. He pointed to his head. I had some encounters there, and that chip gave me a bit of translation ability. Although these glasses are broken, I can still see faint currents inside. They are an AR tactical lens, likely storing maps, language packs, and even some tactical data. If I can repair it, I won't have to wander aimlessly there. As for this diary, Chen Feng sighed and handed Zhao Jiangwo the neatly organized document translated into Chinese. This was written by a mother and daughter before they died. It documents the grim situation of civilization just days before its destruction, spiritual energy going out of control, mechanical riots. This is not just historical data, it is a cautionary tale. Zhao Jiangwo took the translated manuscript, glancing over it briefly, his expression turning grave. Father turned into a metal lump. The army is useless. These words were shocking. Without control, the present of that world could very well be tomorrow's Earth. This information is extremely valuable, Zhao Jiangwo said seriously. It provides us with first-hand evidence for studying the dangers of spiritual energy. After the handover was complete, Chen Feng took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward to look at Zhao Jiangwo. Director, Zhao, I've handed over the items, and now I have some requests. Go ahead. I want a gun, Chen Feng stated directly. Zhao Jiangwo was not surprised, merely tapping his fingers lightly on the table. I asked you last time, why do you need one again? Have you encountered any trouble? That world is not just filled with zombies. Chen Feng's expression turned cold, but also survivors. Armed survivors. They have guns, tactics, and even... I almost didn't make it back this time. Even though I have a shield that's for saving my life, I can't gamble my life every time. I need offensive capability. I need a means to eliminate threats from hundreds of meters away. Chen Feng stared at Zhao Jiangwo. I'm going on an adventure, not delivering takeout. Zhao Jiangwo was silent for 3 seconds before suddenly laughing. Of course, no problem. We have been prepared for a long time, carefully selected, and even stocked a large batch here for you to choose from, with trainers ready too. He replied, briskly, organized, and with a plan. You are the core of the Fire Seed project. Your safety takes precedence over all legal provisions. In Haiching, you can have a gun permit, but it is limited to carrying it only on the way to the safe house and teleportation points. In that world, you can use whatever you want, even if you carry a rocket launcher. We won't interfere. Zhao Jiangwo stood up and gestured for Chen Feng to follow him. Follow me to the basement. Since you are going into the dragon's den, we need to arm you to the teeth. The villa's basement. When that heavy alloy door opened, Chen Feng's breath caught for a moment. This was no basement, it was practically a miniature armory. The walls were lined with various light weapons, from handguns to assault rifles, from sniper rifles to individual radars, a dazzling array. This is the combat readiness warehouse of the Haiching National Security Bureau, and it is also a supply station specially prepared for you. Zhao Jiangwo walked up to a display stand and picked up a black handgun. Since you are going on an adventure, the equipment must meet 3 conditions: light, reliable, and... He skillfully cycled the action, producing a crisp metallic sound. QSC-92G Modified Tactical Pistol. This is the standard sidearm for our special personnel. It has a caliber of 5.8 mm, but this gun uses a specially reinforced barrel and can fire DAP-92 explosive rounds. Zhao Jiangwo handed it to Chen Feng. These bullets will cause rolling and fragmentation upon hitting the target, making them extremely lethal to soft targets. Moreover, they can penetrate level 3 bulletproof vests. The magazine holds 20 rounds double stack. I prepared 3 basic loads of ammunition for you, enough for a small skirmish. Chen Feng took the gun. The heavy feel immediately instilled confidence in him. This is the aesthetics of violence. Now take a look at this. Zhao Jiangwo walked to another counter and retrieved a set of pure black tactical bodysuits. The outfit didn't look heavy, resembling motorcycle riding gear, but but its surface had a matte honeycomb texture. The Ying Ren type individual tactical protective suit, Zhao Jiangwo introduced. This is a prototype just released by the General Equipment Department. Since you might need it, they worked overtime to produce it, and it has not yet been issued to the troops. The material is graphene composite fiber. While it cannot withstand direct rifle fire, it easily protects against handgun bullets within 10 meters. Most importantly, it is stab-resistant, cute-resistant, fire-resistant, and acid-alkali resistant. Even if one of those mechanical monsters grabs you, it won't easily breach the defense. It is far superior to the protective suit you took last time. And this? Zhao Jiangwo picked up a sheathed straight knife. A modified version of the Type 05 underwater knife. Made of special alloy steel hardness HRC62, with a serrated back capable of cutting through rebar. The handle is hollow, hiding matches fish hooks and a grain of potassium cyanide. Of course I had that last item removed. Zhao Jiangwo joked as he handed the knife to Chen Feng. In addition, we've also prepared for you military-grade exoskeleton knee pads to help you carry heavy loads, a Geiger counter watch for real-time radiation monitoring, a micro-tactical drone no bigger than a palm capable of flying 2 kilometers to help you scout. Chen Feng looked at the array of equipment, his eyes slightly moist. This was not just equipment, it was the country pulling out its best assets for him. Director Zhao, these items. Even if I had money, I couldn't buy them right. Chen Feng caressed the protective suit. Money. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand. Talking about money is vulgar. All of these are state assets loaned to you for use. If they get damaged, it counts as our responsibility. If lost, it's counted as combat loss. We have only one requirement. Zhao Jiangwo's expression grew serious as he stared into Chen Feng's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Come back alive. No matter how good the items from that world are, you as a person are more important. In the face of irresistible forces, you may abandon all equipment. Your life comes first. Do you understand? Chen Feng stood straight. Although he wasn't in military uniform, he instinctively straightened his back. In the western suburbs of Haicheng, on the second underground level of a safe house. This place was originally an air raid shelter, now transformed into a fully enclosed indoor tactical shooting range. The air is filled with a faint smell of gun oil and a dehumidifier. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed deafeningly. The powerful recoil did not manifest in Chen Feng. His cultivation body allowed him to hold steady, yet he still failed to aim properly. Stop! The instructor standing behind him barked. He was a retired special marksman from a certain regiment, codenamed Lazy, with a face as dark as iron and eyes colder than the gun in Chen Feng's hands. Lazy stepped forward and pressed a button, causing the target paper 10 meters away to slide into view. 3 shots fired. 1 hit the target, grazing the edge of the scoring ring. 2 shots missed, completely flying who knows where. Is this your level? Lazy looked at Chen Feng. No pleasantries offered. At 10 meters against a stationary target with such a large handgun, you can't even hit the chest of a person. In that world, facing moving monsters, this is like setting off firecrackers to bolster your courage. Chen Feng awkwardly lowered the gun. His enhanced physique could indeed counter the recoil, but overcoming recoil and hitting the target are 2 different concepts. He could only explain, I've never done this before, and my hands unconsciously tremble when aiming. That's a physiological instinct. Ordinary people need at least 6 months of practice to form muscle memory with shooting. Lazy shook his head and turned to Zhao Jiangwo, who stood behind the glass window. Director Zhao, this won't do. A week is too short. Unless he is a natural marksman, I can't make him proficient in that time. Zhao Jiangwo spoke through the microphone. He must depart in a week. If conventional methods won't work, then we must employ unconventional means. Bring that thing out. Lazy was taken aback, but that's still in the experimental stage. Install it for him. 10 minutes later, several technicians in white lab coats walked in carrying a silver engineering case. Upon opening the case, it did not contain a gun, but rather a uniquely designed cyberpunk-style scope and a pair of tactical glasses to match. Mr. Chen, this is the prototype just developed by the weapons industry group, the Falcon Individual Smart Fire Control System. As the technicians installed the scope on Chen Feng's 92G handgun, they explained, ordinary people find shooting difficult for 3 main reasons: distance estimation, calculating lead, and hand tremors. This system directly addresses these 3 issues. The technician gestured for Chen Feng to put on the specially designed tactical glasses. Buzz. The glasses activated. A faint green UI interface appeared in Chen Feng's field of vision. As he raised the gun, the scope connected wirelessly with the glasses. Wherever the muzzle pointed, a red crosshair would appear in his view. Look over there. The technician pointed at a moving target in the distance. Chen Feng raised his gun. In his view, the moving target was instantly locked by a yellow box. Simultaneously, the system automatically generated a green void light point next to the red cross based on the target's speed, wind speed, and gravity. Do you see that green point? That's the pre-aiming point calculated by the computer. The technician's voice brimmed with confidence. You don't need to worry about the 3 points in a line, nor how fast it moves. You just need to place that green point on the target and pull the trigger. Is this foolproof shooting? Chen Feng was astonished. Isn't this just an aimbot from FPS games? No, there's more amazing stuff. The technician pointed to the scope mount on the gun. It contains a micro-electromechanical gyroscope. If your hand shakes beyond the allowable error range, the trigger will automatically lock, and you won't be able to pull it. Only when your muzzle steadies within the best firing window will the electronic trigger release the hammer. In simple terms, if it goes off, it will definitely hit. Chen Feng took a deep breath. This is not a gun, this is a killing machine. Give it a try. Instructor Liza's expression softened a bit. With this thing, if you still miss, you might as well donate your hands. Chen Feng raised the gun again. It felt heavy. With this fire control system added, the handgun's center of gravity shifted forward, making it even heavier. But he did not complain. He took a deep breath and began to activate the chi gathering technique. This was another secret he had discovered in the past few days. Spiritual energy could not only enhance strength, but also significantly improve nerve reaction speed and muscle stability. As a cool breath circulated to his arms, his previously trembling wrist instantly became as still as iron. In his view, the green point firmly locked onto the swaying target 10 meters away. At that moment, Chen Feng felt the resistance on the trigger disappear. Bang! The gun spat fire. Firing. Right in the heart. Bang, 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 bang. Chen Feng continued to pull the trigger. With the assistance of the fire control system combined with the absolute stability provided by his cultivation body, 5 shots left a plum blossom-shaped bullet hole in the target's center. Good. Zhao Jiangwo behind the glass window couldn't help but exclaim. Even Instructor Lazy widened his eyes, looking at Chen Feng as if he were a monster. This, although assisted by fire control, your hand stability is simply outrageous. A professional sniper would only reach this level. Have you practiced Qigong? Chen Feng lowered the gun, feeling a slight warmth in his arm, a sign of spiritual energy consumption. He smiled. You could say that. In the following week, Chen Feng endured a hellish training routine. Zhao Jiangwo did not let him slack off just because he had the smart aiming device. On the contrary, the training intensity was cranked up. Morning live fire shooting. Not just standing still, but also running and shooting, rolling and shooting under strong light interference. Every day he fired thousands of rounds, and the spent shells piled up like a small mountain at his feet. If he were an ordinary person, his wrist would have given out long ago. But every night Chen Feng practiced for 2 hours, and by the next morning his arms not only felt no soreness, but instead became more robust and powerful. Afternoon firearm disassembly and maintenance. Lazy covered Chen Feng's eyes and made him assemble a pile of parts into a complete gun in 30 seconds. In that world, no one will fix your gun. If it jams, you're dead. If sand gets in, you're dead. Liza's roar echoed in his ears. Evening tactical theory. Colonel Zhou taught the class personally. He spoke about ambushes, how to seek cover in ruins, and how to assess enemy firepower configurations. For 7 days, Chen Feng absorbed these killing techniques like a sponge. His demeanor changed. When he first arrived, there was still some innocence in his gaze, a college student's curiosity about firearms. 7 days later, when he grasped that 92G again, his eyes became calm and cold. That was a sense of control over weapons, a respect for violence. On the 7th night, training concluded. Chen Feng sat in the lounge bare-chested. His shoulders and the webbing of his hands had developed calluses, and the muscle lines of his right arm were smooth and taut, containing explosive power. Instructor Lazy walked in holding a bottle of safflower oil. I thought a connection like yours would have you crying for help after just 2 days. Lazy tossed him the safflower oil. I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy. It's all forced out of me. Chen Feng applied the safflower oil to his shoulder, the fiery pain bringing him back to his senses. That fire control system is useful, but don't rely on it too much. Lazy leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette. Electronic products are vulnerable to EMP. If it breaks, you'll have to rely on your own eyes and instincts. I know. So in the last 2 days I've been practicing with mechanical sights, Chen Feng replied. Lazy nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You leave tomorrow? Yeah. Hey, race, a gift for you. Lazy pulled out a black magazine from the pocket of his tactical vest and tossed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it and saw that the bottom of the magazine was painted red. What is this? High-pressure mercury explosive rounds. My private stash. There's only this one magazine. Lazy exhaled a puff of smoke. This will explode inside flesh, creating toxic mercury vapor. It's a bit cruel against people, but if you encounter those tough-skinned, thick-meat monsters you mentioned, a burst of this, even deities would kneel. Chen Feng gripped the cold magazine tightly, feeling it was more effective than any talisman. Thanks, instructor. Lazy waved his hand and turned to leave, his figure fading into the darkness. Come back alive. Don't waste the nation's ammo stash. Chen Feng looked at the gun in his hand, at the modified smart aiming device, feeling the ceaseless flow of spiritual technology as the bone, cultivation as the soul. Now he was no longer the scavenger trembling with a crowbar. The week has come to an end. Chen Feng stood up, picked up the stab-resistant suit, and strode toward the exit. Taihao civilization. "I'm coming." Chen Feng's van had an additional black, elongated engineering case in the trunk. That was the big gift Zhao Jiangwo had prepared for him. Back at his rented room, Chen Feng did not rush to cross over again. He first secured the doors and windows and opened the engineering case. Inside the black foam padding lay the modified 92G handgun, quietly exuding a cold, murderous intent. Next to it were densely packed brass bullets. Chen Feng picked up the gun, practicing aiming, targeting, and reloading. With this gear plus a shield and random teleportation, Chen Feng donned the shadow blade, protective suit, and checked himself in the mirror. The person in the mirror, clad in black with a stern face, a gun, and tactical knife strapped to his waist, looked like a future warrior stepped straight out of a sci-fi movie. The previous embarrassment and unease vanished without a trace. "This time I'm going to delve into the depths of that skyscraper." Chen Feng caressed the firearm in his hand, his eyes shimmering with ambition. "Those survivors. It would be best if we could communicate. If not, or if they want to betray, then let them witness what true justice is." He inserted the gun into the quick-draw holster. Double doors open. The air trembled. In the wasteland at the ruins of Taihao City, a faint crackle sounded as a light door flickered and Chen Feng's figure appeared in a familiar corner of the ruins. This time he was fully armed, a black shadow blade stab-resistant suit encased his body, a gas mask covered his face, a 92G tactical pistol hung at his waist, and the plates of his tactical vest were filled with magazines. The micro-tactical visor activated and green data streams flickered on the right side of his vision. Radiation 1. 2 MSVH, air quality, severe pollution. Chen Feng did not rush to advance. He set down the heavy engineering case and took out a specially made metal animal trap with a remote-controlled gate, along with a bag of raw meat brought from Earth. He wanted to capture a volunteer to thoroughly understand the nature of this door. This was the periphery of the ruins where large monsters were scarce, but small scavengers were everywhere. Chen Feng threw the raw meat into the cage, placed it in a dark corner dozens of meters away, then hid behind a broken wall on the second floor, holding his gun and waiting silently. 10 minutes later, a rapid scratching sound arose. A large gray creature as big as a domestic cat emerged. It was a mutated rat, its body covered in leprous tumors, its tail like a bare flesh whip, and its 2 front teeth protruding like daggers glowing with a yellowish-brown light. Scan target: scavenger, mutant, rat, mammalia, threat level E. It sniffed warily but ultimately could not resist the allure of fresh flesh and dove into the... With a click, Chen Feng pressed the remote control, and the cage door instantly fell shut, locking tight. The mutant rat slammed against the cage, emitting piercing screeches, rattling the metal bars with astonishing strength. Caught it. Chen Feng walked over, lifted the cage, and returned to the light door. The shimmering portal still hung silently in midair. Through the ripples, he could clearly see the floor of his rented room on Earth. Test 1: physical interference. Chen Feng picked up a piece of concrete rubbled aside. He aimed at the center of the light door and threw it with force. There was no rebound as he had imagined last time. The stone passed straight through the position of the light door, as if through a patch of air without stirring any ripples, and directly smashed against the wall of the ruins behind the door, shattering with a crack. Just as I thought. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. For unauthorized objects, this door does not exist. It exists in another phase, invisible and intangible. Even throwing a stone only hits the air. This was far safer than an invisible wall. If it were a wall, a monster would find it strange to bump into it. But if it were just air, they would never notice it. Test 2: biological penetration. Chen Feng opened one side of the cage, positioning the exit directly facing the light door, only 5 centimeters away. "Hey, look over here." He poked the mutated rat's rump with the sheath of his tactical knife. Startled, the rat let out a screech and lunged forward recklessly. From Chen Feng's perspective, it crashed into the light door. But in the next instant, the mutated rat passed straight through the door. It did not vanish, did not teleport to Earth, nor was it blocked. It was as if it had passed through a holographic projection, its body passing through the coordinates of the light door without any hindrance, then running into the open space behind it, turning around in confusion, seemingly wondering why there was nothing ahead. A ghost door indeed. Chen Feng took a deep breath, his mind greatly at ease. This meant that even if he opened the door in the middle of a street in another world, as long as he did not step out, even if thousands of troops trampled over the door, they would never detect anything unusual, let alone accidentally enter Earth. Earth was absolutely safe. Test 3: carry-through capability. Chen Feng agilely rushed forward, stepped on the mutated rat's tail, and clamped its neck tightly with an extended anti-bite steel pliers. "Don't move, this is the last test." The mutated rat struggled wildly, but was immobilized under the steel pliers. Chen Feng lifted the rat, took a deep breath, and slowly extended his hand toward the light door. His hand smoothly stirred the ripples of the light door, and the familiar sensation of being enveloped by water came. But the moment the rat clamped by the pliers touched the ripple, a red electric arc flashed at the contact point. The mutated rat did not even have time to scream. The part touching the light door instantly vanished into ashes, as if erased by a power at the level of rules. Chen Feng was startled and quickly released the pliers. Half of the charred rat carcass fell to the ground, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. Warning: unauthorized carbon-based life form detected. Purification procedure executed. The chip in his mind promptly displayed the notification. Chen Feng stared at the half-rat on the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. The conclusion is very clear. 1. For otherworldly creatures, as long as I am not holding them, the light door is just air. They will pass straight through, unable to detect or enter it. 2. For me, the light door is a passage. 3. For living things I try to forcibly bring in, the light door is a crematorium. It filters out all unauthorized life signatures, including bacteria, viruses, and parasites, allowing only me and inanimate objects to pass through. A perfect unidirectional semi-permeable membrane mechanism. Chen Feng put away the steel pliers, completely free of worries. Since home is absolutely safe, it's time to get to work. He drew the 92G pistol from his waist, released the safety, and chambered a round with a click. On the tactical visor, a green aiming point moved with his gaze. This time the target was the underground entrance of the tilted building he had discovered earlier. According to the diary, that was the maintenance access to Taihao City's backup energy hub, where he might find the advanced equipment he urgently needed. Chen Feng advanced along the shadows. The effects of 1 week of tactical training were evident. He no longer walked in the middle of the road like a rookie, or instead, he kept close to the walls, using the broken walls and debris of the ruins as cover. At every corner, he first checked blind spots through the tactical visor. After advancing about 300 meters, a faint rustling sound came from above. Chen Feng halted instantly. He did not look up, but slightly lowered his body, scanning the upper left with the visor's peripheral vision. There on a rusty beam hung it was a humanoid monster. Its limbs were thin and twisted like a spider's, its skin an unhealthy grayish white, and it had no eyes. Only a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth across. Scan target: mutated infected claw type, threat level D, weakness keen, hearing degenerated vision. Abdominal core. The chip in his mind automatically provided the analysis. So this is what the mother and daughter mentioned in their diary. A contaminated human. Chen Feng's hand holding the gun was steady. The monster seemed to catch the scent of a living human, its head snapping around the maw, facing Chen Feng's direction, emitting a piercing shriek. The next second it sprang from the beam, striking like a gray lightning bolt straight at Chen Feng. If it had been before, Chen Feng would have panicked. But now in his vision, the monster's movements were captured and decomposed by the tactical visor. A red square instantly locked onto the monster's torso, followed by a green aiming point half a meter in front of the monster. Distance 15 meters, speed 12 milliseconds. Locked. Chen Feng did not hesitate. The muscles in his arms tensed and spiritual energy infused his eyes. This was not just technological locking, it was the instinct of a cultivator. At the moment the monster was still in the air, he pulled the trigger. The muzzle flash blazed brightly in the dim ruins. The bullet, loaded with a high-pressure mercury explosive warhead, traced an invisible trajectory through the air and precisely drilled into the monster's abdomen. As the bullet entered flesh, the warhead instantly shattered and exploded. The monster's abdomen burst open like a firecracker had been set off inside, creating a gaping bullseye-sized bloody hole. The tremendous kinetic energy flipped it in midair, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The monster convulsed wildly on the ground, the mercury vapor toxin rapidly destroying its nervous system. Within seconds it stiffened and stopped moving, dissolving into a pool of black fluid. A single shot killed it. Chen Feng maintained his firing stance until he confirmed the target's death, then slowly lowered the muzzle. He exhaled a breath of stale air and glanced at the still smoking barrel. Although aided by technology, the calmness and decisiveness in that split second were my own. This first shot shattered his fear of otherworldly monsters. They too were carbon-based life forms, they bled and died. As long as they could be killed, they were not to be. Chen Feng walked over, suppressing his disgust, and examined the corpse. There was nothing of value, only a rotten collar reading Taihao Heavy Industry Maintenance Worker 09527. Looks like he was a worker in life. Chen Feng did not linger and continued onward. Along the way he encountered 2 more stray mechanical rats, but detected them in advance and circumvented them using the terrain. The main issue was that the gunshot was still too loud, easily attracting a siege of surrounding monsters. Even after attaching a suppressor, the sound was not like in the movies, just a faint whisper. It reduced the noise, but it was still quite loud, especially in such an empty space. Finally, he arrived at the back door of the tilted building. Here was a ramp leading underground, half blocked by collapsed concrete, leaving only a gap just wide enough for one person to crawl through. Around the entrance, red warning signs were scrawled: unauthorized personnel, stay out, high energy reaction zone ahead. Chen Feng turned on the tactical flashlight, the beam illuminating the depths of the cave. Inside was pitch black and seemingly bottomless, with faint sounds of wind whistling through pipes like the wailing of spirits. This is the place. Chen Feng glanced at the Geiger counter. Radiation 3. 5 msvh moderate danger. The value had increased, but was still within the protective suits. Chen Feng tightened his stab-resistant suit, activated the tactical flashlight, and adjusted the beam to its brightest. Underground dungeon commence. He lowered his head and crawled into the gap, just wide enough for one person. The underground passage was wider than expected. Although the entrance had collapsed after descending about 20 meters, the space opened up. This was a massive pipe gallery with walls covered in pipes and cables of various thicknesses. A thick layer of black ash covered the floor's soft underfoot. This ash, all bone ash and decayed organic matter. Chen Feng looked at his feet, frowning. A fierce battle or massacre had occurred here. He moved cautiously along the pipe gallery. After about 200 meters, a tightly shut metal door appeared ahead. On the door was a large logo, a golden sun pattern with a gear embedded in the center. Taihao Heavy Industry 3rd Energy Hub. The door was locked, the electronic lock long dead. Chen Feng did not use a crowbar to pry it open. He took out the engineering gift package prepared by Zhao Jiangwo from his backpack, a palm-sized black box. A portable plasma cutter. This was a treasure specifically brought out from the National Lab to allow him to break through otherworldly gates. Chen Feng attached the cutter to the lock position and pressed the switch. A blinding blue-white high-temperature plasma jet shot out. The 10-centimeter-thick alloy lock melted like butter under the thousands of degrees of heat. In less than a minute, a large hole was burned through the lock area. Chen Feng pushed the heavy door open with effort. The door creaked open. The flashlight beam shone inside, and Chen Feng's breath caught for a moment. Behind the door were not machines or monsters. Instead, there were rows of neatly arranged shelves. Although most shelves had collapsed and the floor was thick with dust, Chen Feng could still see on the intact shelves rows of sealed silver boxes. The boxes bore the familiar Taihao battery logo and a line of text that made Chen Feng's heart race. Military grade, high-energy polymer reserve specification, Type 3 cruiser class. I've struck it rich, Chen Feng murmured. Last time a single brick-sized battery had led to the establishment of the sun-chasing project by the nation. And here, looking around, there were at least dozens of boxes. And judging by the specification, Type 3. That meant the energy density was even higher than the Type I civilian grade 1 from last time. Chen Feng strode forward, reaching out to grab one. But just as his hand was about to touch the box, his tactical visor suddenly flashed red. Warning. Warning. Detection of high-energy heat source. Distance 5 meters. Chen Feng's scalp tingled, and he instinctively rolled to the side. A red laser beam grazed past his scalp, scorching a charred pit on the ground where he had just stood. Chen Feng tumbled awkwardly behind a row of shelves, his heart pounding violently. He had seen it clearly at the far end of the warehouse. In the shadows, a single light glowed. It was a still-functioning security robot. It had only half a body, its lower half severed, dangling from the wall with a bundle of wires. But the laser rifle in its hand still had a glowing red-hot muzzle locked firmly onto Chen Feng's hiding position. Intruder. Detected. Executing. Elimination command. The cold electronic voice echoed through the empty warehouse. Chen Feng gripped his 92G pistol tightly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Careless. This place holds not only treasure, but also a watchdog. He glanced at the shield. Energy 9. 8. I must not activate the shield unless absolutely necessary. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. It can't move, or it can only fire from a fixed point. I have a chance. A showdown between man and a rogue AI was about to erupt deep underground. In the underground warehouse, the air was scorching hot. Z. Another red laser beam shot at the edge of Chen Feng's hiding place, instantly vaporizing the metal with molten iron dripping to the ground, emitting a piercing hiss. Chen Feng curled his head, sweat beading on his forehead. Although this guy can't move, his shooting is on auto-targeting mode. He glanced at the readings on the tactical scope. Target security robot damaged. Weapon high-energy laser rifle power 300 kW. Shooting interval 1. 5 seconds. Charge cooldown 1. 5 seconds. Chen Feng's pupils constricted slightly. This was his opportunity. If he didn't activate the shield, he would be doomed. But the shield's energy was only 9. 8 left, enough to last a few dozen seconds at most. He had to act quickly. Chen Feng adjusted his breathing. The spiritual energy within him surged, infusing his legs and eyes. The world seemed to slow down in his eyes. The first time, one must go all out. Chen Feng suddenly pulled a stun grenade from his waist, removed the safety pin, but instead of throwing it, he counted silently while holding it. 3, 2, 1. At the very moment the previous laser shot extinguished, Chen Feng moved. But instead of peeking out, he threw the stun grenade toward the corner where the robot was. Boom. A blinding light and deafening sound erupted in the enclosed underground space. Although the robot locked on with thermal imaging, the intense flash still disrupted its optical sensors, causing a momentary snowflake screen in its single eye. Z. Sensor overload. Now's the time. Chen Feng suddenly dashed out from behind the shelf, the silver bracelet on his left wrist glowing brightly. Phase shield activate. Buzz. A pale blue, light membrane instantly enveloped him. Chen Feng entered the virtual space like a glowing ghost charging toward the security robot's gun barrel. The robot reacted quickly, still pulling the trigger in blind fire mode. Z. A thick red laser beam struck directly at Chen Feng's chest. If it were an ordinary bulletproof vest, it would have been burned through in an instant, vaporizing even the heart. But at that moment, the laser capable of melting gold and iron passed directly through Chen Feng's body and hit the wall behind. Chen Feng was unharmed, not even feeling a hint of heat. He dashed through the beam the 5-meter distance, covered in the blink of an eye under the surge of spiritual energy. Die! Chen Feng reached the robot's front, pressing his 92G pistol directly against the robot's face, right where its single-eye sensor was located. There was no armor here, only fragile optical lenses. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The high-pressure mercury explosive rounds gifted by instructor Lei showcased their power. At the moment the bullets drilled into the sensor, the mercury vapor core exploded. This type of ammunition, designed specifically for biological nerves and precision circuits, instantly destroyed the central processing unit inside the robot's head. Pili plala. The robot's single eye erupted in a shower of sparks, the red light quickly dimming. Its laser gun, still slightly raised, drooped weakly. Target silent. The tactical scope provided a reassuring prompt. Chen Feng gasped heavily, looking at the remaining 8.5 shield energy before decisively shutting it down. That was close. He wiped a cold sweat, staring at the heap of scrap metal in front of him. Although it nearly cost me my life, this gun. Chen Feng reached for the laser rifle. Unfortunately, the gun had fused with the robot's arm, and the chaotic struggle seemed to have damaged the power supply lines of the gun. Forget it, I can't take the whole gun, but taking some parts is still good. Chen Feng took out a plasma cutter and skillfully severed the robot's head, which contained the core chipset and the single eye, clearly a high-end optical lens. These items would be enough for domestic AI and optical experts to study for a while. After finishing all this, Chen Feng finally turned to look at the real loot. Rows of silver boxes. Military-grade high-energy polymer type 3. Chen Feng walked to the nearest shelf and pried open the box lid with his tactic. Inside the box, 6 silver-gray cylinders were neatly stacked. They were much more exquisite than the previous civilian black bricks, their surfaces engraved with intricate energy circuits emitting a faint blue glow. Chen Feng reached out to pick one up. It felt icy cold and extremely heavy. The moment his fingers touched the surface of the battery, the Qi induction technique inside him automatically accelerated its operation, sending a wave of spiritual energy 10 times purer and 100 times greater than the previous black bricks surging through his fingertips. Chen Feng shivered all over, nearly moaning. Such pure spiritual energy. If the last one was a low-grade spirit stone, this is definitely a high-grade spirit stone. A flash of ecstasy crossed Chen Feng's eyes. This item was a super energy source for the country, but for him it was a cheat for cultivation. With this, he could soon break through to the foundation establishment stage. But then came the problem. There were 6 of these in a box weighing about 50 pounds. There were dozens of boxes here. I can't carry them all. One cannot be too greedy. Chen Feng suppressed the impulse to empty the place. He was still a lone wolf with limited carrying capacity. He emptied his backpack, leaving only the necessary. Then he took out 2 silver cylinders, carefully wrapped them in shockproof cloth, and stuffed them into the backpack. That was already 20 pounds. Adding the robot's head and lens, his load was nearing the limit. The rest he'll bring back next time with an exoskeleton or a small cart. Chen Feng took one last greedy glance at this treasure trove, then relocked the door and marked it again with an infrared beacon. Withdraw. Earth Haiching safe house. Thump. Chen Feng plopped down on the floor, tossing the heavy backpack aside, looking as if he had just been fished out of water. This trip, though only 3 hours long, had drained him physically and mentally. He lay on the floor staring at the ceiling, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl. I made it back alive. And I've struck it rich. After resting for 10 minutes, he got up and took a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge, draining it in one go. As the sugar and caffeine entered his bloodstream, his brain reactivated. I should contact old Zhao now. The stuff this time will probably use up all of Academician Sun's quick-acting heart-saving pills. Chen Feng took out his encrypted phone and dialed Zhao Zhengwo's number. Hello, Director Zhao. It's me, Chen Feng. I'm back. On the other end of the line, Zhao Zhengwo's voice was clearly relieved. Is everyone all right? Are you hurt? No injuries, just a bit tired. Chen Feng glanced at the backpack. You guys better send an armored vehicle over. Also have Academician Sun bring the best testing equipment he has in the lab. What? Did you find something good again? Zhao Zhengwo asked with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Chen Feng also smiled a meaningful smile. Director, Zhao, last time you called that battery the sun, right? Yes, what's up? If the last one was the sun, then what I've brought back this time is probably a supernova. Do. The other end of the line fell silent for a second before hanging up directly. Chen Feng was taken aback. Immediately after, his phone received a text message: Level 1 combat readiness response. Stay in place, do not open the door for anyone. We'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, there was no sound of sirens. Yet the streets outside the safe house had been completely sealed off by over a dozen vehicles disguised as emergency power repairs and municipal landscaping. Drones hovered in the sky. Zhao Jingwo, accompanied by Academician Sun and several experts in full hazmat suits, rushed into the safe house with urgent "Where's the item?" Academician Sun dispensed with pleasantries this time, charging straight up to Chen Feng, his eyes burning with the fervor of a starving wolf eyeing its prey. Chen Feng pointed to the open backpack on the table. 2 silver-gray cylinders lay quietly inside, radiating a mesmerizing industrial luster. Donning gloves, Academician Sun tremblingly picked up one cylinder. This craftsmanship. These inscriptions. He swept the detector over it. Beep. The detector blared in alarm, red lights flashing wildly. Energy density. Off the scale. Academician Sun exclaimed. Quick, bring the military-grade detector. After some fuss, Academician Sun stared at the data on the screen, collapsing into a chair, his lips quivering. Director Zhao. This is military-grade. What do you mean? Zhao Jingwo didn't understand the data, only the results. Last time that black brick, though packed with energy, had limited output power, suitable for grid storage or as a battery for aircraft carriers. Academician Sun pointed at the silver cylinder. But this thing, its instantaneous burst power is 100 times that of the previous one. If the previous one was a steady stream, this one is a flash flood. Mounted on our electromagnetic cannon, one shot could pierce a mountain. Installed on a fighter jet, we could directly build an aerospace craft capable of infinite atmospheric cruising, even flying into space. This is truly a starship-destroying energy source. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the 2 silver-gray cylinders, their eyes filled with awe. This was not just a battery, it was the wings of the nation's ascent. Zhao Jingwo took a deep breath, his gaze toward Chen Feng completely transformed. If before it was admiration, now it was reverence. This was no ordinary man, it was a living cornucopia. Comrade Chen Feng. Zhao Jingwo grasped Chen Feng's hand with a force that made it ache. You have rendered another great service this time. The nation doesn't know how to reward you. Then help me with a few things. Chen Feng smiled, pulling out the Cyclops lens he had cut from the robot's head and the robot's core chipset from the side pocket of his back. Director Zhao, I encountered combat this time. The opponent was a security robot. This is its eye and brain. Chen Feng pointed at his own head. What's in my mind tells me that this lens has optical precision over 20 times that of current Earth technology. As for the chip, though I can't understand it, it should be useful for our AI research. Zhao Jingwo looked at Chen Feng, his expression softening. Xiao Chen will go all out on the technical front. What about your personal life? You're now the nation's treasure. Any personal requests, just name them. Chen Feng pondered, glancing around the well-equipped safe house, then thought of his own leaky, poorly soundproofed rental apartment, always under the threat of the landlord's sudden inspections. Director Zhao, I do have 2 personal requests. Go ahead. First, I still need a new place. Chen Feng cut straight to the point. You mentioned arranging a house last time. I had a lot of things to pack and some friends to say goodbye to, so I wasted some time. But now I'm mostly done. So please help me arrange a house. I need a quiet, independent place with high security. Preferably a standalone villa with a large basement. Zhao Jingwo laughed. I thought it was something serious. I asked you last time. We've already prepared a backup option for you. You just need to go and see it. Your current residence doesn't meet security standards. He turned to Colonel Zhou. Vacate the reserve villa at Yinshan No. 1. It's internal property of the national security system located at the foot of Shishan Mountain with troops stationed within 5 kilometers. Absolutely quiet and secure. The basement is nuclear-proof enough for you to tinker around. Thank you. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With this base, he could later break through to the qi refining stage without fear of causing a stir. Second thing. Chen Feng hesitated, scratching his head sheepishly. I want an official position. An official position. Zhao Jingwo was stunned, thinking he had misheard. This kid held priceless treasures enough to make him a billionaire with a mere slip, yet he cared about a bureaucratic post. Yes, an official position. Preferably the kind that sounds decent, stable with social insurance and a monthly salary. Chen Feng sighed, smiling helplessly. Director Zhao, you know I grew up in an orphanage. In the eyes of the old director, if I brought back $1 million, she'd only worry that I robbed a bank or did something illegal. But if I tell her I got a job in a national institution as senior researcher with a fixed monthly salary, social security, and housing fund, she can finally sleep peacefully. Besides, Chen Feng's gaze softened. I want a legitimate identity. When I visit the children at the institute or go about in society, having a work card gives me peace of mind. Zhao Jingwo was silent for 2 seconds, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh. Good. Good for peace of mind. Zhao Jingwo patted Chen Feng's shoulder, his admiration deepening. If others asked for money or power, he would be wary. But Chen Feng asked for his family's peace of mind. This showed the young man valued loyalty and had roots. No problem. Special case, special handling. Zhao Jiangwo made the decision on the spot. From today, you officially join the National Strategic Resources Comprehensive Research Institute as a special advisor enjoying treatment at the director level. Monthly salary. Paid at the highest standard around 20,000. Bonuses are ample, but not huge yet stable. Full social insurance and housing fund at the top tier. Tomorrow, you'll have your work card, official documents, and salary card delivered to you. And since you're a special advisor, though your base salary is modest, we can set a monthly bonus of 1 million into your card. You can use it freely. The unlimited card you already have continues to be yours. As long as you don't spend tens of billions or more, it's fine. If it's too much, the state will review. Got it. Chen Feng beamed. Now he could go pick up the director from the hospital with his head held high. Anything else? No. Chen Feng picked up the empty backpack, physically exhausted, but mentally unprecedented relaxed. He'll head back. Once I move to the new place, rest a couple of days, and you fix the glasses, I'll prepare for my third trip to the other world. By then, Chen Feng glanced at the 2 military batteries on the table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I won't just be hauling batteries. They'll go see what big thing is still hidden beneath that building. That evening, Chen Feng returned to his rental apartment. Though Zhao Jiangwo said he could move immediately, he wanted to stay in the old place one last night. Lying in bed, he received a text message. XX Bank, your account ending 8848 received a salary deposit at 220235000. 00 yuan. Note: National Strategic Resources Comprehensive Research Institute December salary. XX Bank, your account ending 8848 received a bonus deposit at 2201000. 00 yuan. Note: National Strategic Resources Comprehensive Research Institute December bonus. Seeing the message, Chen Feng smiled more joyfully than when he received that first million. He screenshot the salary part and sent it to Director Zhang, who was still under observation in the hospital. He captioned it, "Grandma, rest assured. I have a stable job, a national institution, an iron rice bowl. They'll take care of you from now on." Within a minute, the director's voice message came. The old lattice voice still trembled, even with tears, but it was joy. Oh, good child. Good child. Now Grandma can rest easy. Make sure to work hard for the country, don't slack off, don't make mistakes. Ancestors bless you. Listening to the voice message, Chen Feng felt warm inside. He sat cross-legged, took out a Type 3 military battery he had brought back from the other world. His fingers touched the battery. This time, pure spiritual energy surged like a mighty river washing through his meridians. With a new house, an iron rice bowl, and no worries, I have no more cares. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water. Chen Feng closed his eyes, and as he breathed in and out, faint sounds of wind and thunder echoed through the cramped in Haicheng, the old town. As dusk settled, the streetlight at the alley entrance flickered a few times before casting a dim yellow light. The air was thick with the smells of cooking oil, laundry detergent, and the cries of the neighbor's child. This is the place where Chen Feng has lived for 4 years. The items in the room have mostly been packed. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. Just a few old clothes, a box of books, and the remaining shabby furniture belonged to the landlord. The truly valuable equipment is in the vehicle provided by the state. What remains here are only memories. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked upon. Chen Feng opened the door to find an elderly lady with a head of silver hair wearing a floral apron holding a steaming plate of dumplings. It was the landlord, Grandma Sun. Xiao Feng, I heard you are moving away. Grandma Sun looked at the empty room with reluctance in her eyes. These dumplings are freshly made with pork and scallions. Eat them while they're hot. As the saying goes, eat dumplings on the way to the train and noodles on the way back. After eating these dumplings, your future paths will be smooth. Chen Feng quickly took the plate. Grandma Sun, why are you giving me food again? I've often shared meals with you over the years. Oh, don't be so polite. Grandma Sun waved her hand, walking into the room to check the windows as she habitually did. You poor child, struggling alone in Haicheng isn't easy. Now it's better. I heard from Xiao Zhang that you've been accepted into a state unit. You've made it. Chen Feng felt warmth in his heart. Over the past 4 years, Grandma Sun, though a landlord, had acted more like a family elder. Rent in Haicheng rises year after year, but the rent for this room hasn't increased a single cent in 4 years, thanks to Grandma Sun. In winter, when it gets cold, she would send over her electric heater. In summer, she would cook a big pot of mung bean soup and deliver a bowl to each tenant in the building. There were times when Chen Feng had just graduated and was unemployed and couldn't pay the rent, and Grandma Sun would always wave her hand saying, "No rush, let's wait until you get your salary. As a man, you need to keep some money for food." This delay often lasted a month or so, and sometimes she would even secretly cover his utility bills. Grandma, I'm leaving. Please tidy up this room. You can definitely rent it out at a good price. Chen Feng set down the dumplings and pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket, stuffing it into Grandma Sun's hand. What's this? Grandma Sun's expression changed as she felt the thickness. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? You've already settled your rent. This isn't rent. Chen Feng held her rough hand. This is the utility bills you've covered for me over the years. and for the mung bean soup, dumplings, and braised pork you provided. Also, this is a token of respect from a younger generation to you. Inside the envelope was 20,000 yuan. It wasn't a lot, but for Grandma's son who relied on rent and picking up scraps to supplement her income, it was a No, I can't accept this money. Grandma's son insisted, trying to push it away. You just started working, you need money for everything. Marriage, buying a house, how can you not need money? You must take it. Chen Feng's eyes turned slightly red, his tone resolute. I have a good salary now, really. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to eat these dumplings. After much back and forth, Grandma's son finally relented, wiping her tears as she accepted the money. Good child, truly a good child. Come back to visit often, and I'll make you. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. At the food stall at the alley's entrance, smoke swirled in the plastic tent. Several folding tables were pushed together, piled high with skewers, peanuts, and a few bottles of cheap beer. Sitting around the table were all of Chen Feng's poor friends from this street. Changgu, who delivered takeout, Li Jia, who had just been laid off and was now selling socks, and Chen Feng's first company colleague, who was also his mentor, Lao Zhang. Come, let's toast to our great talent. Changgu raised his glass, his skin-dark hands covered in frostbite, but he laughed the loudest. I heard you got into a bit. Awesome. I always said among us Xiao Feng is the smartest, he'll definitely soar to great heights. Cheers. The glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound, and beer splashed all over the table. Fengzi, once you make it big, don't forget to help your brother out. Lao Zhang took a big gulp of his drink, patting Chen Feng's shoulder, slightly tipsy as he said, back then in that crappy company the manager made you take the blame, and I didn't have the courage to speak up for you. I've always felt bad about it. Xiaozhang, why talk about that? When I was broke, you shoved 500 yuan into my hands, and even brought me home for a month's worth of dinners. This kindness I, Chen Feng, will remember my whole life. The people sitting here were all ordinary folks struggling at the bottom of this city. They had no great skills, and could even be considered failures. Yet these were the people who gave him the most genuine warmth when he was at his lowest point. Changgu, while delivering takeout, would conveniently bring him a bottle of water. Li Jia, unable to sell all her socks, would give him some to change into. Lao Zhang drove him to the emergency room late at night when he was sick. This is the camaraderie of the poor. Having endured the rain themselves, they always want to provide an umbrella for others. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Feng stood up to settle the bill. Brother Shin, how much for this table? The boss was also a familiar face, running a business catering to these poor folks, selling affordably to earn a little money. Over time, the surrounding tenants all knew the boss. 320. Chen Feng scanned the code and entered 32,000. Hey, Xiao Feng, you entered it wrong. You added 2 zeros. I didn't make a mistake. Chen Feng lowered his voice. Brother Shin, in the future, if these friends Changgu and Lao Zhang come to eat, just let them eat for free, or give them extra dishes until this money runs out. Don't say it's from me, just say it's a promotion in the store. The boss was taken aback, looking at Chen Feng, and then at the table of people drinking happily, giving him a thumbs up. All right, brother, you've got a heart. Chen Feng walked out of the food stall and glanced back. Under the warm yellow light, his friends were gradually walking away, ready to start a new day tomorrow, which was essentially a repeat of yesterday. Goodbye, friends, Chen Feng silently thought. He didn't tell them his true identity, nor did he directly give them money. Because he knew these people had their pride. This subtle way of giving back might be the best farewell. The next morning at Haicheng First People's Hospital, in the orthopedic special ward. This is the VIP area of the hospital, where normally only high officials or wealthy merchants could. The environment was quiet, like a sanatorium. Flowers were placed on the windowsill, and there was no smell of disinfectant in the air, only a faint fruit fragrance. Director Zhang was sitting on a spacious hospital bed, feeling somewhat uneasy as she touched the pure cotton sheets beneath her. This is too soft. How much does this cost per day? No, I need to have Xiao Feng arrange for my discharge. Staying home is just the same. Just then the door to the ward was pushed open. A few doctors in white coats walked in, and leading them was none other than Professor Liu, a renowned orthopedic expert frequently seen on television. Normally one would have to wait 6 months to get an appointment with him, and scalper prices had climbed into the thousands. But at this moment Professor Liu wore a beaming smile, speaking gently, as if addressing his own mother. How are you feeling today, elderly lady? Is your leg still hurting? Not hurting anymore, not hurting anymore, it's just that. Director Zhang was taken aback, trying to sit up. Don't move, just lie still. Professor Liu hurriedly pressed her down. Your surgery was very successful. We used the latest minimally invasive technology along with imported biological protein repair solution. I looked at the x-rays, and your knee joint is recovering better than that of a young person. After a couple more days of observation, you will be able to walk. But I must clarify that this old ailment has been with you for too long. We have only alleviated your pain. It will be much more convenient now, but we cannot cure it. Director Zhang cautiously asked, this is already very good, doctor, but how much will this cost? My grandson just started working, but he only earns a salary. He can't go into debt for me. Professor Liu was taken aback for a moment before smiling. Don't worry, elderly lady. Mr. Chen is a cough key talent of our unit. This is a benefit from the unit fully reimbursed, no charge at all. Even the nursing fees and nutritional meals are included. Really? Really? As they were speaking, Chen Feng walked in with bags of fruits in hand. Oh, Professor Liu is here. Chen Feng greeted him with a smile. Professor Liu immediately stood up straight, a hint of reverence in his gaze. He had received a strict order from the director that this patient's family member was a special person with direct connections and must be treated with the highest standards. Mr. Chen has arrived. The elderly lady is recovering well, so you can rest assured. After a few simple pleasantries, the doctors tactfully stepped outside. Chen Feng peeled an apple and handed it to the director. Grandma, just relax here. This is all for my unit's benefits, so you might as well take advantage of it. Director Zhang took the apple, her eyes reddening as she held Chen Feng's hand. Xiao Feng, I truly didn't expect that in this lifetime I could stay in such a good hospital. Those doctors, each one so polite. I'm just benefiting from your light. Grandma, you've worked hard your whole life. You deserve this bit of happiness. Chen Feng smiled. And also I have good news to share with you. The renovation funds I applied for have been approved. When we go back, the construction team will come in to build a new dormitory for the children and install underfloor heating. Wonderful, wonderful. The elderly lady was so excited she could only say this one word. 3 days later they were discharged. A black business car was parked at the hospital entrance. Chen Feng assisted Director Zhang, who could now walk into the car. The car smoothly drove back towards the orphanage. Outside the window, the scenery of Haicheng quickly retreated. Xiao Feng, Director Zhang looked out the window and suddenly spoke. Though I am old, I am not confused. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Grandma. That Professor Liu, I've seen him treat high-ranking officials on television. A person of such stature treating you with such courtesy, almost afraid of you. Director Zhang turned her head, wisdom flickering in her murky eyes. The work you are doing now must not be that of an ordinary researcher, right? Chen Feng paused for a moment, holding the elderly woman's hand. Grandma, I'm working for the country. Some matters are confidential and cannot be elaborated on. But rest assured, I'm doing righteous work that strengthens our country. Director Zhang gazed at him for a few seconds before smiling contentedly and patting the back of his hand. I understand. Grandma understands. Back in the day, Xiao Li, who left our institute to join the army, said the same thing. Later he never came back, and his commendation certificate and martyr's certificate were sent back. The old woman's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Feng, Grandma doesn't wish for you to be rich or powerful, nor for you to hold a high position. Since it's for the country, that is great righteousness. Grandma only has one thing to say: be careful. When you're tired, come home. Chen Feng's nose suddenly felt sour, almost bringing him to tears. He forced back his emotions and nodded heavily. Yes, I will remember that. The car entered the Red Star orphanage. There was no grand welcome ceremony because it was nap time. The yard was quiet. Only the old locust tree rustled in the gentle breeze. Chen Feng assisted the director into the freshly painted office. Aunt Lu and Old Wang were already waiting there with a few home-cooked dishes on the table: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork, and a bowl of steaming noodles. Back already. Wash your hands and eat. Aunt Lu took the director's bag, her eyes reddening. The old lady seems much more agile on her legs now. Xiao Feng, you're impressive. That's right, our Xiao Feng is now a person of the state. Old Wang chuckled beside them, pouring Chen Feng a glass of water. The four sat together, eating the most ordinary home-cooked meals. There were no delicacies, no clinking of glasses. Only Aunt Lu chattered about which child had been naughty lately. Old Wang complained that food prices had risen a bit, and the director listened with a smile, occasionally serving Chen Feng a piece of meat. Chen Feng slurped the noodles, listening to these trivialities of home life. This feeling was more grounding than when he acquired billions in battery assets in another world. This is humanity. This is the warmth he wants to protect. After finishing the meal, Chen Feng stood on the second-floor corridor watching the children, who had just woken up and were chasing each other in the yard. Sunlight poured down on them, golden and brilliant. Xiao Feng, Director Zhang, had somehow walked up behind him, leaning on her cane. Go ahead, the old lady softly said. No need to constantly think about home. With me here, it won't fall apart. Young man, you must go do great things. Chen Feng turned around and gave the old woman a big hug. Grandma, once I finish this busy period, I'll build a library for our orphanage. In the western outskirts of Haicheng, at the foot of the Western Mountains, this place is far from the hustle and bustle of the city, backed by the undulating Western Mountain Range with a vast artificial lake in front. In the late autumn season, the mountains are ablaze with red leaves, painting this area in vibrant hues. A black Audi A6 with a white military license plate glides steadily along the narrow two-lane asphalt mountain road. Chen Feng sat in the back seat, gazing at the scenery rushing by outside the window. Director Zhao, this place seems a bit too quiet, doesn't it? Along the way, Chen Feng had seen at least 3 inspection stations. Moreover, these were not just ordinary security booths. Armed police were stationed at each point. Every time the car passed through a checkpoint, it had to undergo strict facial recognition and pass verification. Zhao Jiangwo, who was driving, chuckled. and said through the rearview mirror, "Quiet is precisely what it should be." This is the affiliated villa area of the Yunshan Sanatorium, a high-level standby point for the national security and military forces. Only two types of people reside here: retired senior officials and battle heroes who have made exceptional contributions, and national treasure-level scientists like. There are no owners here, only residents. All properties belong to the state, and residents live here free for life. As the car turned a corner, the view opened up. A cluster of villas nestled among the green pines and cypress appeared before them. These villas were not of European castle or American pastoral style, but rather uniformly new Chinese architecture. With gray tiles and white walls, their lines were sharp, possessing both classical charm and modern simplicity. Each villa was spaced far apart with at least 100 meters of greenery as a buffer, ensuring excellent privacy. "Look over there." Zhao Jiangwo pointed to an elderly man with white hair trimming flowers by the roadside. "That's General Li, who once commanded the counteroffensive in the Southwest Border War. He has a fiery temper, but he's a great person. If you ever get bored, you can challenge him to a game of chess." Chen Feng felt a deep respect. Having such neighbors was far more impressive than any CEO of a listed company or internet celebrity. Living here not only meant safety, but also served as a testament to one's identity. The car finally stopped in front of the furthest and highest building in the villa area. A simple copper plaque at the entrance read, "No. 1. We've arrived. Yinshan No. 1. Zhao Jiangwo parked the car and led Chen Feng to the front. This was a large residence covering at least 3 acres. The external environment, the courtyard wall, stood 3 meters high. Although there was no electric fence, Chen Feng keenly noticed that the stone lions on the wall had concealed infrared sensors in their eyes. The yard was filled with ginkgo trees, their fallen leaves carpeting the ground in a sea of gold. Security features: the security system of this house was just upgraded last week. Zhao Jiangwo pointed to the camera at the entrance. Comprehensive surveillance with no blind spots. The data connects directly to the National Security Bureau's internal network. The courtyard walls are equipped with vibration sensors. We can detect even a fly that enters. Furthermore, a squad of special operations soldiers is always on duty in the surrounding woods. If you press the emergency button inside the house, or if the surveillance determines you are in danger, they can rush in within 30 seconds. Chen Feng nodded. This level of security was indeed incomparable to that shabby rental house. Internal layout: when he pushed open the heavy solid wood door, the interior was also well decorated. There was no garish opulence, but rather a calm, authoritative atmosphere. Solid wood floors, genuine leather sofas, a spacious desk, and a few elegant ink wash paintings hung. There are a total of 3 floors. The first floor consists of the living room, kitchen, and guest room. The second floor has the study and master bedroom. The third floor features a large terrace for stargazing and can also be used for a meditation. Zhao Jiangwo seemed to understand Chen Feng's cultivation needs. And most importantly, Zhao Jiangwo led Chen Feng to the corner of the first floor stairs and pressed a spot on what appeared to be an ordinary decorative wall. Click. The wall slid open, revealing a silver elevator. 2 floors underground. The two entered the elevator, heading straight down to the second basement level. When the elevator doors opened, Chen Feng's eyes brightened. This was no mere basement, it was simply a doomsday fortress. With an expansive area of nearly 200 square meters and a ceiling height of nearly 5 meters, the walls were not made of concrete, but rather special alloy panels that gleamed with metallic luster. This was originally a nuclear shelter, Zhao Jiangwo explained. The wall thickness is 1 meter with lead plates sandwiched in between to prevent radiation, and you can practice here. Even if you throw grenades inside, the noise won't reach the upper floors. The functionality of the basement was clearly divided. On the left was the training area, covered with high-intensity combat mats equipped with wooden dummy sandbags and a row of fitness equipment. On the right was the equipment area, a whole wall of gun cabinets currently empty, waiting for Chen Feng to bring over the guns from the safe house. Beside it was a huge workbench filled with precision repair tools, microscopes, and even a small 3D printer. In the center was the cultivation area, only a simple meditation cushion, but the ventilation system in this area was independent, equipped with a high-powered air circulation pump that could swiftly expel stale air. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Zhao Jiangwo asked with a smile. Absolutely satisfied, Chen Feng replied, touching the cold alloy walls and feeling a profound sense of security. Here he could freely unleash his spiritual energy, test the weapons brought back from other worlds at any time, and even use it as a transfer station connecting the two. As long as you're satisfied. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at his watch. Your life assistant Xiao will be coming over shortly. He's a veteran and also one of our field personnel. He will usually be responsible for cooking for you, cleaning, and driving. If you need to buy anything or handle any paperwork, just give him the instructions. He is absolutely reliable. All right, Chen Feng nodded. This was having a versatile butler at his service. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhao Jiangwo took out a black password box from his briefcase and solemnly placed it on the basement workbench. Academician's son asked me to pass this to you. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Is it fixed, eh? Yes. 50 experts from the Institute of Computing at the Chinese Academy of Sciences pulled 3 on. Zhao Zhangwo entered the password and opened the box. Inside the black shockproof foam lay the AR tactical glasses quietly waiting. But they were no longer in their previous dilapidated state. The arms had been reinforced, the broken lenses replaced with high-strength bulletproof glass, and even an external micro-battery pack had been added. The original hardware was too severely damaged. We only preserved the core storage chip and remade everything else with the best materials from Earth. Zhao Zhangwo pointed at the glasses. All the data has been extracted and translated into Chinese. Although we are still cracking the operating system, the basic map function and offline database are already operational. Chen Feng eagerly picked up the glasses and put them on. Beep. A faint startup sound. Instead of a complex boot screen, a light blue three-dimensional holographic map appeared immediately before his eyes. Taihao City Zone 7 current position. The map was very detailed, marking not only streets and buildings, but also using different colors to indicate functional areas: red areas, military restricted zone, high-risk energy stations; green areas, residential zone, sparks; yellow areas, industrial manufacturing zones; blue areas, medical research centers. On the edge of the map, a prominent flashing point of light was marked Taihao Heavy Industry 3rd Energy Hub explored. That's the underground warehouse. Chen Feng recognized it at a glance. He waved his finger in the air to zoom in on the map. His gaze fixed on a blue complex about 2 kilometers away from the warehouse. Zone 7 Central Hospital Gene Repair Center. Gene repair. Chen Feng muttered to himself. There must be advanced medical equipment there, and even gene serums. Besides the map, there was also a glossary in the lower left corner of his view. When Chen Feng opened it, he found it densely packed with commonly used vocabulary from the Taihao civilization, illustrations of flora and fauna, and even some weapon manuals. With this, I won't be blind anymore. Chen Feng took off the glasses, his eyes shining with ambition. This was not merely a pair of glasses, it was a treasure map to unlock the Taihao vault. Director Zhao, please thank Academician's son for me, Chen Feng said, stroking the glasses. Tell him that next time I'll bring him back some genuine local specialties. What local specialties? For example, the complete blueprints of that robot, or genuine gene serums. Zhao Zhangwo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Chen Feng's shoulder vigorously. Great. I'll be waiting for your good news. After sending Zhao Zhangwo off, Chen Feng stood alone in the vast basement. He took out the 2 privately stored Type 3 military batteries and placed them beside the meditation cushion in the cultivation area. He also neatly arranged the 92G pistol, tactical knife, and protective suit on the equipment rack. New home, new gear, new map. Chen Feng took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the cushion. The basement had excellent soundproofing, quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. Tonight I'll adjust my state to peak condition. Tomorrow the target, Zone 7 Central Hospital. He closed his eyes, pressing his hands on the military batteries. Boom. As the Qi induction technique operated, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged into his body like a dragon drinking water. In this absolutely safe underground one restricted area, Chen Feng could finally recklessly challenge the threshold known as extraordinary. Yinshan No. 1 underground level 2. The heavy alloy door stands firmly closed while the air circulation system emits a faint buzzing sound. This is an absolute tranquil place, and currently Chen Feng's private cave. Chen Feng sits cross-legged on the meditation mat in the training area, bare-chested. In front of him are 2 Type 3 military-grade energy aggregates brought back from underground Taihao. In the dim light, these 2 silver-gray cylinders emit an alluring industrial sheen. Even without contact, Chen Feng's keen perception can sense the agitation of free charges in the surrounding air. Chen Feng adjusts his breathing, his gaze shifting between the batteries and his palm. The previous civilian version of the black brick provided gentle spiritual energy, like a trickling stream. But these 2 giants are like 2 sealed Tyrannosaurus Rex. If I don't break through during my next trip to that gene center facing stronger security robots, I might not even have the chance to fire a shot. Chen Feng's eyes sharpen, and he hesitates no more. He reaches out with both hands, grasping 1 battery in each hand. Taihao chip, activate auxiliary mode. He issues the command in his mind. In the next moment, a familiar warmth radiates from the center of his brow. On his retina, the previously simple tactical interface suddenly begins to flicker wildly, with streams of data cascading like a waterfall. High-purity spiritual energy access detected. Energy level S grade, Foundation Establishment Standard System OS version 2 low, utilizing external energy for hot update. Update progress 10. 50. 100. Taihao Auxiliary System V1. 0 loaded. Buzz. Chen Feng feels a flash before his eyes, and the world in his vision changes. No longer a simple green parameter, a highly sci-fi MMORPG-like translucent UI interface hovers at the edge of his vision. Top left, health points, HB display 100100, status health immortal. The color is a vibrant green. Top, right mana points, MP display, 50-100 status exhausted. The pitiful 5 points are what he scraped together over the past few days using civilian batteries. Directly below experience realm bar display foundation establishment, not yet initiated 99. Is this data-driven cultivation? Indeed, the fusion of technology and cultivation. Although Taihao civilization has gone too far, it cannot be denied that the entire civilization has too many brilliant aspects, and the combination of cultivation and technology is one of them. The spiritual energy obtained by cultivators and the methods of releasing spells have undergone countless analyses and simulations, allowing the chip to replace human practice without the need to memorize meridian flows. Once one reaches that level, they can naturally control their cultivation using the chip. Chen Feng's heart leaps with joy. For modern individuals, nothing is more motivating than watching the progress bar rise. Immediately, the system pops up a new window. Detected your readiness to challenge the first level of foundation establishment. Plan in progress. Optimal chi flow route has been marked. In an instant, Chen Feng feels as if he has transformed into a human X-ray diagram. In the darkness of his closed eyes, countless meridians light up. One pathway starting from the Laogong acupoint in both hands travels up the arms, converges at the dantian, and then flushes through the limbs and bones, is highlighted with a prominent golden arrow by the system. Prompt: would you like to enable full automatic managed cultivation? Warning: external spiritual energy detected to be excessively violent. To ensure synchronous evolution of the nervous system, the system will be unable to shield pain sensation. The host must rely on willpower to resist the excruciating pain of bone cleansing. If unconscious during the process, cultivation will fail, and it may lead to severed meridian. Would you like to continue? Looking at the blood-red warning, Chen Feng is momentarily stunned. No pain sensation shielding. That makes sense. Chen Feng smirks with self-mockery. If one could become a deity by lying down, then deities would be too cheap. If I want to undergo a rebirth, how can I not shed some? He recalls the mother and daughter embracing each other to death in the ruins, remembers the feeling of helplessness when facing the robotic laser beams, and thinks about the current situation where survival relies on national protection. If I don't become stronger, the so-called national treasure is merely a high-end talisman. Bring it on. Chen Feng grits his teeth and firmly presses the confirm button in his mind. System takeover. Boom. As the command is issued, Chen Feng feels that what he holds in his hands is not batteries, but 2 erupting volcanoes. In that instant, a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surges madly through the Laogong acupoint. Pain. An indescribable agony. If the previous cultivation was like soaking in warm water, now it's like pouring molten iron directly into his veins. Ugh. Chen Feng suddenly throws his head back, veins bulging on his neck, letting out a beast-like roar from his throat. But he does not let go. In his vision, the golden arrow begins to flicker wildly, guiding this raging spiritual energy to rampage through the meridians. Warning: flow overload. HP decreasing 1. 2. Repairing damaged tissues. Chen Feng's body trembles, every muscle spasming. He can clearly feel that the spiritual energy is like countless small surgical knives crazily slicing through his muscle fibers, crushing impurities in his bones, and then using a domineering force to reshape them. This feeling is like having all the bones in his body shattered and then reassembled. Hang in there. Chen Feng. Don't faint. Absolutely do not faint. Sweat pours out like a waterfall, instantly soaking the mat. Chen Feng stares intensely at the progress bar beneath his vision. Foundation establishment, not yet initiated 99. 15. 99. 20. 99. 30. Too slow. This torturous pain feels like a century for every second. I can't rely solely on the system's guidance. I must control it. At this critical moment, Chen Feng erupts with an astonishing will to survive. He does not fully rely on the system's managed mode, but instead calls upon his faint psychic power, attempting to tame the raging spiritual energy. Follow my lead. He roars in his mind. Perhaps sensing the host, will the originally scattered spiritual energy indeed become somewhat tamed, and the gathering speed noticeably accelerates. Detected host's active intervention. Compatibility increased. Cultivation efficiency increased by 20. Time passes second by second. The basement is terrifyingly quiet, with only Chen Feng's heavy breathing and the cracking sounds of bones echoing. Chen Feng's consciousness begins to blur. The excruciating pain induces hallucinations. He seems to see the civilization of another world being destroyed, the mechanical legions filling the sky, and the colossal Taihao city collapsing in flames. I can't sleep. He bites down hard on his tongue, the salty metallic taste of blood instantly jolting him awake. If I can't bear this pain, how can I explore that world? How can I build schools for the orphanage? How can I ensure this country stands strong? Give me. Breakthrough. Just as the progress bar reaches 99. At the moment of 99. 99, Chen Feng grips tightly, forcibly, drawing the last trace of spiritual energy from the battery into his body, crashing it against the invisible barrier at his dantian. Boom. A thunderous sound seems to echo in his mind. Then all the excruciating pain retreats like a tide. What replaces it is an unprecedented, indescribable sense. It's like a person who has walked in the desert for 3 days and nights suddenly jumping into a cool spring. Every cell rejoices, every meridian sings. A cool solid airflow slowly rotates within his dantian, forming a small vortex. Ding. Breakthrough successful. Current realm first layer of foundation establishment 1. Life level has evolved. Chen Feng gasps for air, collapsing onto the mat like a puddle of mud. After a long time he slowly opens his eyes. The world is different. Even in the dim underground room, he can clearly see the floating dust in the air. He hears faint footsteps from the ground traveling through several floors and earth layers. Those are the sounds of patrolling sentinels stepping on fallen leaves outside. He raises his hand. The once somewhat rough skin has now become as delicate as jade, yet beneath that layer of skin lies explosive power. Is this really a success? Chen Feng feels somewhat dazed. He sits up and suddenly smells a nauseating stench. Looking down, he sees a layer of black, greasy substance seeping from the pores of his skin, sticky and slimy, as if it had been fished out of a sewer. Bone cleansing and marrow washing. The novel does not deceive me. Chen Feng smiles bitterly, quickly gets up and rushes to the shower room in the basement. He washes for a full half hour using half a bottle of shower gel before getting that layer of black oil clean. When he wipes his hair and stands in front of the mirror, the person in the mirror is still that face, but his aura has undergone a dramatic change. The once slightly dull complexion from late-night stays is now bright and radiant, yet not feminine, instead possessing an ivory-like quality. His features appear more three-dimensional, and most importantly those eyes, distinctly black and white, deep as a cold pool, occasionally sparkling with brilliance, captivating the heart. He tries to clench his fist. Crack. That sensation is filled with strength. The muscle definition is not exaggerated, not turning into a hulking figure like a bodybuilder, but rather streamlined like a cheetah, every muscle brimming with explosive power. This is what a cultivator is. Chen Feng focuses his thoughts and calls up the system interface. Name Chen Feng realm first layer of foundation establishment, HB 100 physical enhancement, 3 times the limit of Immortal MP 100100 spiritual energy, full mental power, level 1 perception range, radius 20 meters, features, unlocked 1. Basic map radar, based on psychic data. 2. Basic spell module. Chen Feng looks at the bottom right corner of his vision, where 2 gray skill icons. Skill 1 spiritual energy bullet LV. 1. Description highly compressed spiritual energy, and release it instantly through the fingertips. Consumption 10 MP. Power depends on the degree of spiritual energy compression. Skill 2 optical invisibility LV. 1. A description use spiritual energy to distort surrounding light, achieving visual invisibility. Consumption 1 M second. Limitation moving or attacking will disrupt light refraction, causing invisibility to fail. Only usable in a stationary state. 2 skills. At first Chen Feng is drawn to the second skill, invisibility. It is said that every man has fantasized about having superpowers, and the majority of men have dreamed of invisibility. After all, those who understand know that if one could be invisible, they could access some very different places. Just imagine towering mountains appearing before you, some soaring into the clouds, others gently rolling, and some small, but each with its own beauty. Then forests unfold before you, with towering coniferous trees and low shrubs, perhaps even a smooth stone path. And there are valleys and streams, all beautiful scenery, all yours. Indeed, I mean. Being able to hike in a beautiful forest on a foggy day is important. Of course, while he has the idea of exercising, Chen Feng knows the strategic value of this skill is immense. During ruins exploration, being able to disappear, as long as he remains still, is simply a divine skill. He walks out of the bathroom and returns to the training area. The 2 military batteries are still on the ground, but their luster has noticeably dimmed. The system displays remaining energy 85. After such painful torment, only 15 of the energy has been used. Chen Feng smacks his lips, feeling both happy and apprehensive. The joy is that the resources will last for a long time. The apprehension is, during the next breakthrough to the second layer of foundation establishment, he may have to shed another layer of skin. But it's worth it. Chen Feng approaches the sandbag, relying solely on his physical strength. He throws a punch. Bang! A dull sound resonates. The professional boxing sandbag, weighing 100 kilograms, is instantly propelled high, the connecting iron chain groaning under the strain. On the surface of the sandbag, a deep fist imprint is left, and the stuffing inside is visibly dented. If this punch were to land on a person, I can only think of an old movie, The Power King. Chen Feng looks at his fist, his eyes glimmering with confidence. Now I can truly claim to have the capital to stand firm in this world. I no longer need to rely solely on shields and fleeing when faced with danger. He glances at the clock on the wall. 4 in the morning. He has been busy all night. But Chen Feng feels no sleepiness. Since I've broken through, I must properly test the limits of this body. His gaze falls on the 92G pistol and the glimmering tactical knife on the equipment rack. Defense attack power skill power. Although the data panel looks good, only real combat data won't deceive. Chen Feng picks up the tactical knife, takes a deep breath, eyes gleaming with determination. Let's start. With self-harm. Yinshan no. 1 a basement level 2. 5 o'clock in the morning. Chen Feng stood before the mirror in the equipment area gazing at his bare upper body. His skin was fair, his muscles sleek and defined. A far cry from someone who had just undergone marrow cleansing and expelled a layer of black oil from his body. Defense test begin. Chen Feng's eyes were calm, even tinged with a hint of madness. He picked up the special alloy tactical knife, Zhao Jiangwo. The blade was extremely hard, capable of cutting through iron like mud. He had tested it before. A light swipe could slice through 2 layers of cowhide. Phase 1 cutting. Chen Feng held the dagger in a reverse grip aimed at the biceps of his left arm, and first applied 30% of its strength, making a light cut. He felt nothing. It was like a feather brushing against his skin, leaving not even a trace. Has the hardness increased this much? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of fierceness in his eyes. Then let's go all out. He suddenly exerted force, his arm muscles bulging, and slashed the knife fiercely against his left arm. Ding! The sound was like metal striking metal. The blade slid off. Chen Feng looked down. There was only a faint white mark on his skin. He wiped it with his hand, and the mark vanished instantly, his skin smooth as before. It hadn't even broken the skin. HP 100 status, no injury. Holy crap, Chen Feng muttered, staring at the knife in disbelief. This is a military knife that can saw through steel bars, and now it can't even cut my skin. My skin's toughness is probably harder than tank rubber tracks. Since cold weapons were ineffective, it was time to move to firearms. Phase 2 ballistic test. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the 92G pistol on the table. This time he didn't wear the Shadow Blade stab-proof vest. Since he was testing the limits, he had to test the flesh's limits. Wearing the vest would be testing the vest, not the person. Come on, let's see if the flesh at the Chi refinement first layer can withstand modern firearms. Chen Feng took a deep breath, circulating his spiritual energy to tense his muscles like iron. It was a crazy decision. Ordinary people pick up a gun to shoot others, and only Chen Feng aimed the gun at himself. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to aim at his head or heart. He pointed the muzzle at the outer edge of his thigh, the thickest part of the muscle, avoiding the major artery. This isn't self-harm, it's data collection. Chen Feng took a deep breath, clenched his teeth. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the enclosed basement. Hiss! Chen Feng sharply inhaled, nearly dropping the gun. It hurt. Damn, it hurt. It was like being stung by a giant wasp or branded with a red-hot iron rod. A searing, burning sensation instantly spread through his entire body. He looked down. The stab-proof vest had a hole. The bullet had plowed a bloody groove across the skin of his outer thigh, but it hadn't penetrated deep into the muscle. It was lodged in the surface layer with its yellow base exposed. Warning: ballistic impact received. HP 97-3, status muscle tear, mild bleeding. Although it looked frightening, and he was bleeding quite a bit, Chen Feng moved his leg and found it didn't affect his movement. The bones were fine. Huff! Huff! Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that all? He was somewhat surprised. He reached out with 2 fingers, pinched the still-hot bullet head, and pulled it out gently. Clink! The deformed bullet fell into the tray. At the wound site, the muscle fibers quickly twitched and stopped bleeding under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Within a minute, the bleeding stopped, leaving only a faint red mark. The conclusion is very clear. Chen Feng wiped away the blood, muttering excitedly. The flesh at the Chi refinement first layer can already ignore direct shots from small-caliber pistols. It will break the skin and hurt, but it can't damage the bones or tendons. In other words, in the city, unless the opponent has an assault rifle or sniper rifle, ordinary killers pose no threat to me. That was the confidence of a cultivator. Of course, if it were a large-caliber rifle or sniper, it could still blow his head off with one shot. I'm not a Superman, ooh, I can't be reckless. Chen Feng ended the self-harm test. Next came the more anticipated part: spell testing. Chen Feng looked at the 2 skill icons in the lower right corner of his video. Test 1: spiritual energy bullet LV. 1. There were no incantations or flashy gestures. Chen Feng walked to the shooting range 10 meters away, raised his right hand, and extended his index finger, pointing at the 12 centimeter thick alloy steel plate, just like playing cops and robbers as a child. He mentally locked onto the icon and clicked to release. MP 190 puff. A slight vibration came from his fingertip, like snapping a rubber band. There was no flash of fire, no smoke. The air in front of his fingertip suddenly twisted, forming a transparent air mass, almost invisible to the naked eye. With a piercing sonic boom, it shot out instantly. Clang! The alloy steel plate 10 meters away let out a loud bang, the entire plate violently trembling, with dust raining down from above. Chen Feng approached and looked. The plate wasn't penetrated, but at the impact point, there was a dent 5 centimeters in diameter and 3 centimeters deep. The metal around the entire dent was twisted in a bizarre manner, as if it had been struck by a massive hammer. Hiss! This power. Chen Feng touched the dent. It was still hot. Though the penetration isn't as good as a laser gun, the kinetic energy. It's like a large caliber Desert Eagle or a weakened anti-material sniper round. If it hits a person, it would leave a huge hole. They'd be scattered to the wind. The key point, no cooldown time. As long as he had enough mana, Chen Feng could fire it like a machine gun. I have 100 mana now, can fire 10 shots, Chen Feng calculated. After that I'd be a cripple. So I can't use it recklessly. It must be a trump card or for finishing moves when Test 2, optical invisibility LV. 1. Chen Feng walked to the large full-length mirror. Invisibility. With a thought MP1 consumption extremely low 1 per second. The person in the mirror vanished. Not a translucent, ghostly form, but complete disappearance. Chen Feng could see the basement background wall reflected in the mirror, as if he had turned into a mass of air. Perfect. Chen Feng tried blinking. The mirror showed no reaction. He tried lifting his arm. ZZZT. The moment his arm moved, a distinct water ripple appeared in the air, revealing the outline of his arm, like a translucent jelly. But when he stopped, the outline quickly vanished, restoring perfect invisibility. So this is what they call stationary invisibility. Chen Feng felt playful. He struck a pose, standing on one leg. Still he was invisible. He hopped forward 1 step. He became visible. Landed still, invisible again. This is basically a statue superpower. Chen Feng couldn't help but joke. If this skill fell into the hands of perverts, it would be a disaster. Squat in a corner of the women's bathhouse, hold your breath, and stay still. Who would find you? I'm a proper person. Chen Feng shook off those wild thoughts and began to think about tactical uses. Though I can't move while invisible in the wasteland, this is the ultimate ambush skill. Find a corner, squat down, go invisible. Wait for a monster or enemy to walk past, exposing their back to me, then deactivate invisibility, 1 shot to the head or a spiritual energy bullet. And the mana consumption is very low. 100 mana allows me to squat for 100 seconds. If I bring a few batteries to recharge while using it, I could squat until the end of time. Test 3, spiritual radar minimap. Chen Feng closed his eyes and extended his spiritual energy outward. System prompt, radar mapping activated. Scan radius 20 meters. A circular radar map appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. With him as the center, blue dot, numerous tiny dots were scattered around. White dots, many scattered in corners and drains. Those were bugs and mice, too weak in life force and without hostility. The system classified them as neutral units. Green dots, 4 distributed at the 4 corners of the villa's perimeter. The green dots should be the sentinel agents outside, Chen Feng thought. The distance is just at the 20-meter edge. Their deployment is very tight. Suddenly, a yellow dot appeared on the radar. Yellow represented alert neutral, located at the kitchen on the 1st floor of the villa. Chen Feng was startled. Someone had entered. He glanced at the time, 7:00 a.m. It should be the life assistant for position 1, Xiao Wu, as Director Zhao mentioned. Chen Feng retracted his ability, put on a loose athletic suit to cover his streamlined muscles, and stepped into the elevator. 1st floor kitchen. A young man with a crew-cut dark skin and wearing an apron was skillfully frying eggs. His movements were brisk, his back straight, clearly from the military. Hearing the elevator, the young man immediately turned off the stove, turned around, snapped to attention, and saluted. Chief, good morning. I am your life assistant, Wu Tian. Codename Hound. Breakfast is ready. Chen Feng was a bit startled by the loud voice, waved his hand, and smiled. Don't call me Chief, call me Brother Feng or Brother Chen. And at home, no need to be so formally, relax. Wu Tian was taken aback, looking at Chen Feng's overly young face, scratched his head a little sheepishly, and said, Yes, Brother Feng. What did you make? Chen Feng walked to the fried eggs, milk toast, and I also made some century egg and lean meat congee, a blend of Chinese and Western. Chen Feng sat down, picked up chopsticks, and tasted the congee. His eyes lit up. Not bad cooking. Of course. I served in the mess hall for 2 years. Wu Tian said proudly. As Chen Feng ate, he watched the green dot above Wu Tian's head, feeling a sense of security. After finishing the meal, Chen Feng wiped his mouth. Shall we prepare the car? Where to, Brother Feng? Chen Feng stood up, straightened his collar, and pulled out the red special advisor certificate from his pocket. To the office. To collect my salary. Half an hour later, a black Hongqi sedan drove out of the Yunshan Villa district, heading toward the most mysterious research institution in the capital, the National Strategic Resources Comprehensive Research Institute. It was 9 in the morning. At the northern outskirts of the capital, the National Institute for Strategic Resource Research. A black Hongqi limousine slowly came to a halt before the administration building. Chen Feng stepped out of the car, glancing up at the rather understated gray structure. Despite its plain exterior, he could sense an atmosphere of rigorous solemnity, even suffocating oppression permeating the air. This is the gathering place of our nation's greatest minds, Zhao Jiangwo said as he approached, a note of reverence in his voice. Academician Sun and his team worked through the night. They're still arguing in the conference room. Arguing about what? Chen Feng asked. About those buttons, Zhao Jiangwo replied with a wry smile. The polymer crystals you brought back. The experts from the Institute of Physics and the Institute of Chemistry have pounded the table 3 times over its molecular structure. Chen Feng straightened his collar and touched the brand new red consultant certificate in his pocket. Let's go, Director Zhao. Take me to see the spectacle. 3rd floor, first conference room. Before he even entered, the heated quarrels pierced through the soundproof door. Boldly, this is idealism. How can carbon atoms exhibit such distorted bond angles at room temperature? It violates the 2nd law of thermodynamics. Idealism, my ass. The electron microscope scan is right here. It is distorted. Your inability to explain it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's a measurement error. Or the instrument was interfered with. Zhao Jiangwo pushed open the door. The room was thick with smoke like a celestial realm, but one filled with secondhand smoke. The blackboard was covered with dense chemical formulas and physics equations. Crumpled paper balls littered the floor. A dozen of the nation's top material science luminaries, each with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, gathered around the small translucent button on the table like stubborn old scholars confronting an arcane celestial text. When Zhao Jiangwo entered, they merely glanced at him, too preoccupied to respond. But when Zhao stepped aside to reveal Chen Feng behind him, Academician's son, who was holding a magnifying glass, suddenly jerked. See, Consultant Chen. Academician's son, as if seeing a savior, rushed over without regard for dignity, grabbing Chen Feng's hand. You're finally here. Quickly. You brought this thing back. You must know what's going on, right? Swish. A dozen pairs of eyes, bloodshot, yet burning with fanatical curiosity, fixed on Chen Feng. Under the scrutiny of so many national treasures of science, Chen Feng felt a flutter of unease. But his current identity was that of an inscrutable top-level consultant. He couldn't afford to lose his composure. He walked calmly to the table and picked up the button. Esteemed teachers, what problem have you encountered? The structure. A chemistry professor rapped urgently on the blackboard. We've identified its composition, mainly carbon and silicon polymers. But we cannot comprehend its arrangement. According to Earth's physical laws, this structure is unstable. It would collapse the moment it's formed. Yet it's as hard as diamond and as tough as spider silk. We suspect there's an invisible framework supporting it. Chen Feng pinched the button, lost in thought. In the past, he would have been utterly clueless. But now he was at the first layer of qi refining. Don't underestimate a mere steamed bun. It's still sustenance. The first layer of qi refining might sound novice, but it was already a level beyond normal humans. Chen Feng possessed a more fundamental means of observation than any microscope: spiritual power. Let me have a look. Chen Feng closed his eyes, pinched the button between 2 fingers, and mobilized the divine sense of his newly broken through first layer of qi refining. Spiritual power, external emission hum. In his perceptual world, the surrounding noise vanished. The button in his hand was no longer a lifeless object. He saw it. On the microscopic level, those carbon and silicon atoms were not connected by rigid chemical bonds like Earth materials. Between them flowed extremely faint yet incredibly resilient threads of energy. These energy filaments acted like steel bars, forcibly pulling and fixing the atomic bricks at bizarre angles. They spiraled, interlaced, and interlocked, forming a 3-dimensional lock-like structure. So that's it. Chen Feng was awestruck. This wasn't material science. It was array formation. The Taihao civilization had used spiritual energy as glue to build microscopic Great Walls. Earth scientists, unable to see spiritual energy, naturally couldn't understand why these atoms could defy physical common sense to stick together. The divine sense drained quickly. Chen Feng only lasted 10 seconds before a wave of dizziness hit his mind. The structure was too complex, like a tangled mess. He couldn't discern every detail nor count the number of atoms. But he saw the general direction of energy flow and the basic framework. Huff. Chen Feng opened his eyes, a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. How is it, Consultant Chen? Any ideas? Academician's son asked nervously. Chen Feng said nothing. Instead, he turned to the blackboard, picked up the eraser, and wiped the large blank area clean. Then he picked up a piece of chalk. He didn't draw any precise molecular formula. Closing his eyes, he recalled the energy flow sensation he had perceived with his divine sense, and the chalk began to dance across the board. The lines were rough, scribbled, even abstract. He drew a huge, spiraling net-like structure. At each node of the net, instead of drawing atoms, he drew vortex-like arrows. Esteemed teachers. Chen Feng dropped the chalk and pointed at the graffiti-like drawing on the board. The reason you can't find the supporting point is that you only see the bricks, but not the mortar. The old professors exchanged glances. Yes, Chen Feng said, pointing at the vortex arrows. This is a kind of field, or rather a special energy constraint field. This is not a flat chemical bond diagram. It's a 3-dimensional mechanical structure diagram. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried weight in the silent room. These atoms are locked into position by this spiral force field. Though they are still carbon and silicon, because of this force field they form countless microscopic triangular interlocking structures. I can't draw the specific parameters, that's too complex. But the general direction is here. Don't try to change the chemical properties of the atoms, instead find a way to simulate the environment of this spiral force field, and let them find their own positions. Half of Chen Feng's words came from what he saw, half from what he fabricated. The room fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the blurred, scribbled, yet strangely harmonious drawing on the board. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Suddenly the physicist who had been opposing from the corner slapped his thigh, topological locking. He jumped up excitedly, pointing at the board. This isn't a chemical bond. It's a topological energy self-locking structure. Good heavens. So that's it. It's not relying on the material's hardness. It's using the structure to dissipate force. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Academician's son also caught on. His gaze shifted from confusion to ecstasy and finally to deep reverence for Chen Feng. Consultant Chen. How did you see it? Academician's son asked. Our electron microscopes couldn't capture this kind of force field structure. Chen Feng gave a faint smile and tapped his temple. Intuition. The intuition honed on the edge of life and death, for danger and power. This explanation was esoteric, but everyone in the room believed it. Because Chen Feng was the spark, the only one capable of physical traversal. His senses had perhaps evolved to a dimension beyond human comprehension. Thunderous applause erupted once more. This time there was no doubt, only wholehearted admiration. With this insight, the bulletproof vest is promising. As long as we can build equipment to generate this spiral magnetic field, we can mass produce. Watching the scientists revel in triumph, Chen Feng quietly slipped out of the crowd. The act of showing off was over. He retreated into the shadows. He walked to the window and accepted a cigarette from Zhao Jiangwo. Consultant Chen, your intuition is a bit frightening, Zhao Jiangwo said meaningfully as he lit it for him. Director Zhao, don't flatter me to death, Chen Feng replied, taking a drag and gazing at the blue sky outside. I've pointed the way. Whether you can build it depends on academician's son. But just as Chen Feng was brimming with pride, a slight twitch struck between his brows. Not from excitement, but from a warning sign. It was the unique crisis instinct of a chi refining cultivator. At the same time, the spiritual radar in the upper right corner of his vision suddenly flickered. Even though he was inside the institute surrounded by green dots representing allies, the image that flashed through his mind was the orphanage. Director Zhao, Chen Feng suddenly turned, his tone turning icy. Can I use the satellite phone here? What's wrong? Zhao Jiangwo was startled, having never seen Chen Feng wear such a murderous expression. Nothing, Chen Feng said, narrowing his eyes and gently rubbing the edge of his consultant certificate. Just a sudden feeling that the rats at home might be about to enter. On Saturday in Haicheng, a sudden chill of spring has just passed, and the sunlight pours down like golden honey, wrapping this coastal city in warmth. In the western suburbs of Haicheng, at the Hongxing orphanage, the orphanage has long lost its dilapidated appearance from half a month ago. The originally peeling exterior walls have been freshly painted in a warm beige, appearing especially cozy in the sunlight. The rusty iron railings on the walls have also been replaced with brand new aluminum alloy guardrails adorned with cartoon patterns. The air is filled with the faint smell of paint and the fresh scent of newly turned earth. Hey, slow down. Be gentle. Those are the air conditioning units for the kids. In the yard, the old director Grandma Zhang, supported by a new cane, stood by the flower bed directing several installation workers. Although her legs have improved considerably, the underlying illness remains, but her tendency to worry has not changed at all. Director, you should take a break. Chen Feng approached with 2 large bags of fruit, smiling warmly. He wasn't dressed formally today, wearing a loose gray hoodie and jeans topped off with a baseball cap, looking just like a university student, completely unrecognizable as the one who oversees the nation's top secret projects. Little Feng is here. Grandma Zhang turned around, her face filled with wrinkles blooming into a smile. Look at these workers, they are too heavy-handed. This insulation layer is a good thing. Once installed, the kids won't be cold in winter. We mustn't let it get damaged. Chen Feng handed the fruit to a nearby volunteer who was helping supporting the elderly lady to sit down. Don't worry, this construction team was introduced by Zhao. By a friend of mine. They are meticulous because they are working for us, so otherwise others would have been careless by now. In reality, this construction team is the elite assault team of the Haicheng construction group, usually tasked with repairing city government buildings. With just a word from Zhao Jiangwo, they rushed over overnight and had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Your friend is reliable. Grandma Zhang patted Chen Feng's hand, her eyes suddenly glistening with moisture. Little Feng, sometimes Grandma feels like half a month ago I was still worried about what this whole family would eat for the next meal, and now. Look, the walls are new, the ground is level, and the kids are all wearing clothes without patching. This is your virtue. Good people get good rewards, Chen Feng said softly. What virtue? It's you who is capable, the elderly lady sighed, lowering her voice. Are you tired in that secretive unit? Is it dangerous? Although grandma is old, she is not confused. Giving so much money at once means that the work is definitely not easy. Chen Feng felt warmth in his heart. The whole world is asking him if he flies high, but only this elderly lady is asking if he is tired. Not tired, just a bit of brain work. Chen Feng pointed to his head, joking. Your grandson's brain is valuable. At that moment, a commotion came from the dormitory building's entrance. Brother Feng. A small cannonball figure dashed out, crashing into Chen Feng's arms. It was 6-year-old little Shirtu. Half a month ago, he was as thin as a little monkey, his face pale. Now he has gained some flesh, his skin is rosy, and he is wearing a brand new blue tracksuit with a pair of luminous sneakers on his feet. Hey, slow down. Chen Feng picked up little Shitu, weighing him in his hands. Wow, little guy, you've gained quite a bit. Is Aunt Lu feeding you pig feed every day? It's not pig feed. It's braised pork. Little Shirtu giggled, hugging Chen Feng's neck tightly. Brother Feng, you said you would take us to Dream Valley today. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Chen Feng teased as he rubbed his nose. Go call Aunt Lu along with Xiao Yu and Xiangzi. We are setting off. 10 minutes later, a black 7-seater business car stopped at the orphanage entrance. This was a private car specially approved for Chen Feng by Zhao Jingwo. Though it appears to be an ordinary domestic MPV, its chassis has been modified for anti-explosion. The windows are bulletproof, the tires are puncture-resistant, and the engine is a military special edition. Aunt Lu changed into a red wool coat that she only dared to wear during the new year, carrying a huge canvas bag filled with water bottles, wet wipes, and biscuits. I said, little Feng, why go to an amusement park? The tickets are so expensive. I heard one ticket costs over 200. As Aunt Lu buckled her seatbelt, she lamented, can't we just look around outside? Or sliding down the slide in the park would be just as good. And I've already bought the tickets at a group discount, cheap. Chen Feng started the car, smiling as he lied. And besides, Xiao Yu just put on her hearing aid. She needs to hear the lively sounds. Sitting in the back seat, Xiao Yu is a 7-year-old girl who used to be very introverted due to hearing difficulties. Now she wears a pair of exquisite hearing aids, leaning against the car window, curiously listening to the sounds of the wind and traffic outside. Her big eyes sparkle. All right, you make the money, you are right. Although Aunt Lu complained verbally, seeing the children's smiling faces, her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Just don't buy that Haagen-Dazs when we get in, but so expensive. We brought water. Understood, sir. The car smoothly drove onto the main road, merging into Haiching's bustling weekend traffic. Chen Feng held the steering wheel, watching the excited faces of the children in the rearview mirror, feeling an unprecedented tranquility in his heart. He decided to take the children to the amusement park in batches. The happiness they should have encountered in their childhood is a scene that orphans could not even dream of, as they have never seen it, and naturally cannot imagine it. He had seen the ravaged ruins in another world, monstrous beings that consume people, and survivors who kill each other for survival. That kind of oppression and despair sometimes clings to him like a nightmare. But at this moment, sunshine, gentle breeze, the old lattice nagging, and children's laughter, all these beautiful fragments are the best tranquilizers. This is what I want to protect, Chen Feng silently said in his heart. At Dream Valley Amusement Park, the largest amusement park in Haiching, it was a sea of people. The gigantic Ferris wheel slowly turned under the blue sky. The screams from the roller coaster rose and fell, and the air was filled with the sweet smells of popcorn. Wow! A few children who had never seen such a scene were stunned as soon as they entered the gate. Hold hands. No one is allowed to run around. Aunt Lu, like a hen protecting her chicks, nervously held on to Xiao Yu and Xiangzi, while Chen Feng held on to the most mischievous little Shirtu. Brother Feng, that balloon. I want that red one. Little Shirtu pointed at a hydrogen balloon held by a clown by the roadside. It was a huge red heart balloon shining brightly in the sunlight. Buy it. Chen Feng took out money and bought 4, tying one to each child's hand, even forcing one into Aunt Liu's hand. I'm so old and I still want this. Aunt Lu blushed, but her grip was tight. The group followed the crowd, riding the carousel and watching the float parade. By noon, everyone was a bit tired and sat on a bench in the central square to rest. Chen Feng went to buy ice cream, ignoring Aunt Liu's warnings, and bought the most expensive cones, carrying 3 like a juggler as he walked through the crowd. Here, one for each. Aunt Lu, this matcha one is yours. What a waste of money. Aunt Lu took the ice cream, licked at her brows, relaxing. No wonder it's so expensive, it is quite fragrant. Little Shirtu had cream all over his mouth, the white cream smeared on his nose, looking like a little kitten. Brother Feng, I want to ride that. Little Shirtu pointed at the highest, most thrilling suspended roller coaster in the distance. I want to fly. You little brat, you are not even 1. 4 meters tall, they won't let you on. Chen Feng laughed and refused. And that one is too scary. Oh, look at the people up there, they are all crying. I'm not afraid. Little Shirtu puffed out his chest, slapping it loudly. I have Brother Feng to protect me. Brother Feng can scare off bad guys. He can definitely protect me from falling. Brother Feng is Superman. Xiao Yu chimed in, her words the clearest she had said since learning to speak. Chen Feng, who was wiping sweat with his hand, paused slightly. Superman. In these children's eyes, he is an omnipotent superhero because he brings money and change. but he knows how much peril lies beneath that superhero's cape. Alright, once you grow taller, Brother Feng will bring you to ride it 10 times. Chen Feng smiled and ruffled little shit his hair, his gaze gentle like a pool of water. However, at the moment he was enjoying this rare moment of warmth as he was about to lower his head to take a bite of his melting ice cream. His brow twitched unexpectedly, a sensation that felt very strange. It was not the violent killing intent of being watched by a monster in another world, but a cold, sticky, almost imperceptible feeling of being observed. Like a slippery snake, it silently slithered up his spine, poised to strike at his carotid artery. The spiritual sense of a cultivator. Chen Feng's smile did not fade, nor did he stop eating the ice cream. He knew that the feeling he had sensed earlier was now approaching. But his eyes, hidden beneath the brim of his cap, instantly sharpened like knives. Deep in his pupils, blue light flickered. Auxiliary chip activated. Mental radar activated. Scan mode active, enemy detection. Radius 50 meters. On his retina, the originally colorful amusement park scenery was instantly overlaid with a light blue grid. In the upper right corner of his vision, the circular radar display was densely packed with white dots representing ordinary visitors. Their heartbeats were steady, and their emotional fluctuations were normal. But at this moment, behind Chen Feng at the 4 o'clock position 30 meters away, 2 glaring red dots abruptly lit up. Among the crowd on the right side at the 2 o'clock position, there was also a red dot. Warning: continuous malicious locking detected. Target feature analysis. Target AB heart rate constant at 60 beatsman, trained to withstand pressure gate, is uncoordinated with surrounding crowd, right hand always in a tactical concealed position. Target C gaze lingers in this area longer than normal, forming a tactical angle with A and B. 3 of them. Chen Feng, using the motion of wiping little shit's mouth slightly, turned his head, his peripheral vision sweeping to the left rear. It was a pair of individuals who appeared to be a couple. The man wore a black jacket and sunglasses, holding a theme park map, pretending to look at the route. The woman clung to his arm, holding a cup of milk tea. Seemingly intimate, but both of their bodies were tense, and the man's gaze always passed over the edge of the map, fixed on Chen Feng's back. Professionals, Chen Feng sneered inwardly. Since he became a special advisor to the state, he knew this day would come. The emergence of Taihao batteries. Although the country maintained the highest level of secrecy, there is no wall that does not leak wind. Especially for those foreign intelligence agencies that are as porous as a sieve. The sudden energy anomaly in Haicheng and the unusual military movements in the area are all clues. They might not know the specifics of Taihao, but they must have sensed something. And Chen Feng, a background ordinary young man who suddenly received high protection from the National Security Bureau, naturally became the breakthrough point in their eyes. Hyenas. Chen Feng crunched down on the crispy cone in his mouth with a crisp crack. Finding him is not a problem. Even if they block him on his way home, or take action when he's out alone, he respects these guys as men. But these scoundrels chose to act in an amusement park while he was out having fun with the elderly and children in a place full of laughter and innocent civilians. Brother Feng, what's wrong? The ice cream is melting and dripping on your hand. Little Shirtu looked up puzzled at Chen Feng. The child's intuition sometimes is sharper than radar. He keenly sensed the sudden hardness in his big brother's aura. Chen Feng quickly retracted the hint of killing intent that had leaked out. He lowered his head, looked into little Shit's worried eyes, and put on a gentle smile again. It's nothing, Brother Feng is just thinking about what delicious food to take you to eat after we get tired from playing later. He took out a tissue and slowly wiped the ice cream liquid off his hand. He couldn't act here. There were 3 opponents, and judging by their stance, they likely had hot weapons with them. If there was a gunfight or a conflict here, the surrounding crowd would instantly turn chaotic, leading to stampedes or stray bullets. The consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Aunt Lu and little Shirtu were right beside him. Blood must not splatter onto the children's red balloons. They must be led away. Chen Feng's mind raced. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on a gloomy building in the far corner of the amusement park. It was a simulated medieval castle with walls covered in withered vines and several terrifying skeleton statues standing at the entrance. Haunted Mansion holographic go. That was the least crowded place in the amusement park. The terrain there was complex, the lighting dim, and there were even no surveillance cameras. Most importantly, it was an enclosed space. A good place to beat the dog when it's down. Chen Feng's lips curled into a cruel arc. He turned to Aunt Lu, who was helping Xiaoyu with her hair, and said, "And I'm taking little Shirtu to the restroom over there, and then I'll take him to see the adventure house. You all go ahead and line up for that Ferris wheel, but slow. Call me when you get to the front. Okay, you two go quickly, and come back, don't run around." Aunt Lu waved her hand without thinking much. Chen Feng took little Shit's hand. Little Shitu, Aunt Lu, and the others are going to line up. Brother Feng will take you to a place where real men go. Are you brave enough? Chen Feng squatted down, pointing at the eerie castle in the distance, smilingly asked. Little Shirtu glanced at the spooky old castle, swallowed, but seeing Chen Feng's encouraging gaze, he puffed out his chest. "I dare. Good boy. But this adventure has a special rule. Chen Feng lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. We are now executing a secret infiltration mission. When we get to the door of that big house you hide by the ticket booth with that pretty sister. She is our contact. No matter who asks, you don't speak or run around, just eat your lollipop and wait for Brother Feng to come and get you. This is our secret, can you complete it? Little Shitu, although he didn't understand what infiltration was, immediately felt like a special soldier upon hearing the word. He solemnly saluted in a non-standard manner. I guarantee to complete the mission. Very good. Chen Feng stood up holding Little Shita's hand seemingly casually, but with a clear goal walked towards the ghost house. In his mental radar, the 3 red dots indeed moved. They spread out, forming a triangular encirclement, tightly locking onto Chen Feng's path. Furthermore, Chen Feng could feel that the man in sunglasses had already reached into his jacket. Just follow me. Chen Feng's pace remained light, the red balloon floating above his head. Heaven has a way, you don't walk it. Hell has no door, you break in. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the haunted mansion, it was indeed quiet, with only a few thrill-seeking couples in line. Chen Feng approached the ticket booth where a staff member in uniform was seated. It was a young girl who seemed to be playing on her phone, but when Chen Feng got closer, she quickly looked up, her eyes flashing with sharpness. She was one of the undercover sentinels arranged by Bureau 01. Today there were at least 2 special teams secretly protecting Chen Feng in the amusement park, but to avoid disturbing his life, they stayed at a distance. Chen Feng subtly gestured to her. It was a tactical sign language taught to him by Zhao Jingwo. 3 hostile targets are approaching. Protect the civilians. They'll handle it. The female special agent's face changed slightly, her hand immediately pressing on her earpiece to call for support. Chen Feng shook his head gently, his eyes. In such a densely populated area, once the special operations team moved in large numbers to capture the opponents, might become desperate and take hostages, which would be cultivators solve problems in their own way. Sister, please take care of this child for a moment. Oh, I need to go inside to find something. Chen Feng smiled as he pushed Little Shirtu over, casually tying the bundle of red balloons around Little Shita's wrist. Little buddy, the sister here has candy. How can you wait here for your brother? The female special agent understood immediately, pulling Little Shirtu over and shielding him behind the bulletproof counter. Brother Feng, be careful. Inside there are ghosts. Little Shirtu shouted innocently while licking his lollipop. Don't worry, Brother Feng is the best at catching ghosts. Chen Feng turned back, giving the child a brilliant smile. Then he turned around. The smile on his face melted away like ice and snow in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming chill. He lifted the thick black curtain at the entrance of the ghost house that read "No entry for strangers" and stepped into the darkness. Meanwhile, 20 meters behind him, the 3 tourists exchanged glances, discarded their maps and milk tea, and quietly followed him, in hands resting on their waists like 3 wolves that had caught the scent of blood. The hunt begins. I just don't know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Inside the haunted mansion, the heavy soundproof curtains fell, completely isolating the chaos outside. The air conditioning was set extremely low, around 18 degrees, with cold wind seeping into the neck. The air was filled with a cheap perfume, sent the musty smell of the carpet and the rusty odor meant to simulate the scent of blood. In the dimly lit corridor, only a few ghastly green emergency lights flickered. Realistic severed limbs and skeleton models smeared with ketchup were placed on both sides. The sound system above played a loop of chilling chainsaw noises and a woman's piercing. For an ordinary person, this environment would be frightening enough, but for Chen Feng, who had just returned from the desolate lands of another world, it felt like a child's playground, utterly juvenile. Yet he relished this environment. Dark, narrow, and complex in terrain, it was a natural hunting ground. Chen Feng walked to a corner of the horror hospital theme area. Here was a simulated morgue with several iron beds lined against the wall, covered with white cloth beneath, which were plastic mannequins. He paused, leaning against the shadow of the wall, and gently closed his eyes. A breath of turbid air was slowly exhaled as the spiritual energy within Chen Feng's body began to accelerate along the route of the Qi induction technique. Status confirmed optimal. Current MP spiritual power 100,100. Mental radar fully activated. In his mind, the pale blue radar map instantly became clear. 3 red dots had already lifted the curtain and entered. There were no hurried footsteps or reckless intrusions. These 3 individuals were extremely professional, silently blending into the darkness like a drop of water. Chen Feng could even sense the cold, uniquely lethal aura emanating from them, forged through years of training and killing. Tactical coordination is quite skilled. Chen Feng mused, observing these 3 mice intruding into the maze as if he had activated a god's eye view. The radar indicated their clear division of roles. Code A, the leader concealed in the shadows at the entrance, held a silenced P-226, responsible for blocking the retreat and guarding the rear. Code B, the assault soldier, tall and imposing, wore a personal night vision device, wielding a short-barreled submachine gun, advancing with standard tactical. Code C, sniper support, followed 5 meters behind the assault soldier, responsible for covering the flanks. Even a lion exhausts its full strength to catch a rat. To deal with an unarmed civilian like me, they are actually adopting the posture of eliminating a special forces stronghold. Chen Feng's lips curled into a. Unfortunately, what they faced today was not a soldier, nor even a creature within the realm of human understanding. If I were to use a gun or my fists and feet, perhaps it would require some effort. But Chen Feng raised his right hand, watching the faint, nearly invisible blue light at his fingertip. I have a cheat. A slight thought. Optical invisibility activated. Consumption 1 second. Buzz. Chen Feng leaned against the wall, his body instantly disappearing into the air. He looked at himself in the mirror. The texture of the background wall perfectly passed through his body, as if he were a wisp of formless air. Then he walked to the row of morgue beds, lifted a piece of white cloth, and crawled underneath, leaving only a vague human-shaped outline. If seen with the naked eye, one might notice the flaw. But in the green monochrome view of the night vision device, he was now a plastic mannequin without even a trace of body heat. 10 seconds later, a faint sound of footsteps approached. It was the sound of specially made soft-soled tactical boots treading on the carpet. Code B, the tall, white assault soldier, slowly made his way to the morgue. He scanned the area with his night vision device. In the green view, there were only a few motionless objects, and no heat sources indicated the presence of any living. Clear. He tapped the earphone twice and continued moving forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He held his gun, the muzzle following his line of sight, slowly passing by the iron bed where Chen Feng lay. The distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. Chen Feng could even smell the mixed scent of gunpowder and strong cologne emanating from the assassin. At the very moment the assassin fully exposed his back to Chen Feng, preparing to traverse this area, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open beneath the white cloth. No sound, no hint of murderous intent leaked out. Chen Feng's hand darted out like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Goodbye. Chen Feng did not deactivate his invisibility, as a small range of motion would only create slight ripples in the air. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger, which was less than 5 centimeters away from the back of the assault soldier's head. Thought locked, spiritual energy bullet. Power adjustment, very low stun mode. Consumption 2 MP. If it were a full power shot, it could smash this man's head like a watermelon. But that was killing. Chen Feng did not want to cause a bloodbath in the amusement park. 2 points of blue energy were equivalent to a heavy strike. Bopped. A very faint vibration, like plucking a rubber band. The air in front of his fingertip instantly distorted, and a small air mass, only the size of a fingernail, precisely struck the small brain area of the assault soldier. Ugh. The burly man felt as if his skull had been struck hard by a rubber bat, in the process of losing consciousness, so rapid that he rolled his eyes back, and Chen Feng was quick to react, catching him and gently placing him on the ground. 1 down. MP remaining 98,100. At this moment, Code C, Viper, who was trailing behind, sensed something amiss. His teammate ahead was too quiet. According to tactical protocols, the assault soldier was supposed to tap the microphone to confirm safety every time he passed a corner. But now the microphone only emitted the chaotic screams from the haunted house's sound system. B. Report. Viper called in a low voice. No response. Target lost. Viper's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He immediately leaned against the wall, his gun pointed firmly toward the dark corridor ahead, his finger on the trigger, in an extremely tense state. It was too dark here. The chaotic models of ghosts severely obstructed his vision. It felt as if every shadow hid a pair of eyes. Suddenly, thud. A faint sound came from the darkness ahead, as if something had fallen to the ground. It was a screw that Chen Feng had intentionally kicked. Viper instinctively turned the gun towards the direction of the sound, ready to pull the trigger. Over there. But at the moment his index finger was about to apply pressure. In the darkness, Chen Feng was standing on a 3-meter-high beam, hanging upside down like a bat, his eyes flashing with a glint of light. He looked down at the panicked assassin, as if observing a lost chick. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger, pointing at the wrist of Viper's gun hand. At the fingertip, blue light gathered. This was not a bullet, it was a highly compressed mix of air and spiritual energy. Spell: spiritual energy bullet, miniature air cannon, power control, 10 target locked wrist bone. Pop. A sound similar to the opening of a champagne bottle. A transparent air bullet, only the size of a fingernail, but with an initial speed exceeding that of sound, shot out. Pooh. It felt as if he had been hit by a steel ball at close range. Viper felt a piercing pain in his wrist, as if it had been smashed by a hammer. Off. He couldn't help but let out a scream. The gun in his hand slipped from his grasp with a thud, falling to the ground. Terrified, he clutched his wrist just as he was about to reach for a backup weapon. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed down from above. Chen Feng's figure descended like a ghost, lightly landing in front of Viper. Viper looked up in terror and saw a pair of eyes seemingly glowing in the darkness. Shoo! Chen Feng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This is a hospital, we must remain quiet. In the next second, Chen Feng delivered a kick. This kick seemed light, but contained tremendous force, directly striking Viper's chin. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing was sickening. Viper's eyes rolled back, and he spun like a top before crashing heavily against the wall unconscious. Second one down. Chen Feng did not even glance at the fallen foe, turning his gaze towards the entrance. At this moment, the captain guarding the exit finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Two top-tier operatives. They were brothers who had fought through piles of corpses with him on the battlefield in the Middle East. They had silently disappeared in this damned haunted house in less than 2 minutes. Not even a single gunshot. What did this signify? It meant that the target named Chen Feng was no longer the lucky college student described in the files, but a monster in human skin. Trapped. Aboard. The captain was a tough character, also an extremely decisive commander. Without a moment's hesitation, he did not enter to face death, nor attempt to rescue his teammates. He decisively turned and prepared to retreat. At the same time, his left hand swiftly reached into his pocket to retrieve an M67 defensive grenade. Since they had been exposed, he would create chaos. As long as he threw the grenade into the haunted house to detonate, the crowd would panic, the SWAT team would be drawn in, and he could slip away in the chaos. As for how many innocent visitors would be killed, it was beyond his consideration. His finger had already hooked the safety pin. "Wanna leave?" A faint voice suddenly sounded behind him. The voice was not loud, but it felt as though it was whispered directly against his eardrum. The captain's body hair stood on end. When did he come out? The captain did not turn back. Instead, relying on instinct, his right hand drew the gun and blindly fired backward, while his left hand attempted to pull the grenade pin. Bang! The silenced gunfire finally sounded. The bullet struck the wall, sparking a shower of sparks. But he failed to pull the pin. Because a long and powerful hand that was like an iron claw, had already grasped his left wrist. Crack. Off. The captain let out a piercing scream. Chen Feng merely squeezed lightly, and the captain's wrist shattered into fragments. The grenade rolled to the ground, the pin intact. "Playing with such things is too dangerous," Chen Feng said coldly. Before the captain could react, Chen Feng stepped forward, his figure, like lightning, instantly closing in. He grabbed the captain by the throat, lifting him up and crashing him. Thud! The massive impact caused dust to rain down from the wall, as if the captain's internal organs had shifted. Cough! Cough! The captain's feet left the ground, desperately struggling, trying to knee Chen Feng in the abdomen and bite Chen Feng's hand. But in front of Chen Feng, his resistance was as feeble as that of an infant. Chen Feng snorted coldly, pressing his other hand against the captain's forehead. His eyes glowed with blue light. Mental spell, spiritual energy shock. This was a new technique he had recently discovered. No complex incantations were required. He only needed to utilize his powerful mental energy to instantly impact the opponent's cerebral cortex. Although it couldn't achieve the legendary mind reading or soul searching, it was sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person in an instant. "Sleep now, Buzz." The captain felt as if a high-pitched speaker had been shoved into his brain, or as if a heated steel needle had been violently stirred. His eyes instantly lost focus, pupils dilating. All the muscles in his body relaxed, instantly, foam spilling from his mouth, completely slumping down. Chen Feng released his grip, letting this so-called elite mercenary slide down to the ground like a pile of mush. The battle was over. Total time 1 minute and 20 seconds. Chen Feng stood in the dark corridor with the unconscious assassin captain lying beneath him. He glanced at his hands, which were not even dusted. Blue energy consumption 5 points. Even less than what he had spent searching for a way with the radar earlier. Too weak. Chen Feng shook his head. In that world, even a mechanical rat was more troublesome than you guys. He picked up the grenade from the ground, reinserted the safety pin, and tucked it into his pocket. This was contraband. It couldn't be left here to scare the children. Then he took out his phone and dialed Zhao Zhengwo's number. "Hello, Director Zhao." The call was answered immediately, and Zhao Zhengwo's voice was tense. "Chen Feng, how's it going? The special operations team reported you were in the haunted house." "Yes, I'm in the haunted house. I caught 3 mice." Chen Feng's voice was as calm as if he were discussing what he had for lunch. "What?" "The leader had a gun and a grenade. But it's all fine now." Chen Feng glanced at the 3 on the ground. "They're not dead, but I've disarmed their limbs, and they might have a mild concussion. They'll probably wake up as idiots. Your people will probably arrive in 30 seconds. Come in and clean up." There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds. Then Zhao Zhengwo gasped. "Are you saying you single-handedly neutralized 3 fully armed class mercenaries within 2 minutes? And you didn't alarm the tourists outside? Is that difficult?" Chen Feng retorted. "All right, don't scare the kids outside. I'll take my leave now." He hung up the phone. Chen Feng adjusted his slightly messy collar, took a deep breath, relaxed his facial muscles, and put on a warm, sunny big brother smile again. 5 minutes later, several special operations personnel disguised as amusement park security rushed into the haunted house. When they saw the 3 robbers on the ground with their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, foaming at the mouth, they exchanged glances, chills running down their spines. Is this something a human could do? Too brutal, too precise, too artistic. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already exited the haunted house. The sunlight outside was still bright, causing one to squint. In the ticket booth, Little Stone was sitting obediently holding onto an unfinished lollipop, his little leg. Seeing Chen Feng come out, Little Stone's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Feng. He jumped off the chair and dashed over like a little cannonball, hugging Chen Feng's leg tightly. Is the mission accomplished? Did you scare away the ghosts? Chen Feng bent down, scooping the child up high. It's done. He kissed Little Stone's rosy cheeks, smiling radiantly. Brother Feng defeated the big bad guy. Now let's go ride the pirate ship. Yay? Brother Feng is the best. The two figures, one big and one small, holding the red balloon, joyfully merged into the laughing crowd. Behind them, the eerie haunted house returned to silence. Only the three red dots that had vanished from the radar proved that everything that had just happened was not enough. Meanwhile, outside the amusement park in the command vehicle, Zhao Jiangwo stared intently at the screen. The screen showed fragmented footage captured by several concealed cameras inside the haunted house. Although the specific actions were unclear, Chen Feng's ghostly figure and the helpless state of the three mercenaries were evident. Invisible approach air bullets to sever wrists, mental shock. Zhao Jiangwo hung up the phone long ago, removed his glasses, and rubbed his throbbing temples. A tactical analyst beside him swallowed hard, his voice dry. Director, this combat power assessment. Rewrite it. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the young man on the screen, who was smiling brightly while holding a child, muttering to himself. Raise the combat power assessment level for cultivators by 2 SS. This guy, as long as he doesn't want to die, there's probably no one on this planet who can kill him. Fortunately. Zhao Jiangwo let out a breath, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Fortunately, he is one of us. Fortunately, he still has attachments. In Yunsen, no. One on the second underground level at 10 in the morning, Chen Feng was polishing his 92G pistol. After yesterday's covert battle at the amusement park, his control over power became even more refined. The intuition of a cultivator combined with the lethality of firearms allowed him to handle mortal threats with ease. However, today's target was different. Today he was headed to the Life Science Academy 7th branch in Taihao City. That was the core forbidden zone of an alien civilization where there could be more advanced security robots and terrifying monsters that had emerged from failed genetic experiments might be lurking. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Zhao Jiangwo walked in with two technicians, this time pushing two massive silver metal boxes. Advisor Chen, everything you requested is here. Zhao Jiangwo pointed to the long box on the left. This is the Qilin IV-type exoskeleton hastily made based on the data you brought back last time. The technician opened the box. Inside lay a mechanical framework exuding an aesthetic of industrial brutality. It was entirely matte black, featuring hydraulic rods and servo motors at key joints with a backpack-style energy module and mounting points on its back. This isn't the kind of civilian tool meant for moving bricks. Zhao Jiangwo patted the cold metal frame. It's developed for border defense units in the highlands and hasn't been deployed yet. Function 1, load bearing. Rated load capacity of 80 kilograms, maximum load of 150 kilograms. Wearing it, you can run 5 kilometers while carrying 200 pounds, and the perceived weight won't exceed 10 pounds. Function 2, mobility. The legs have a jump assist system that allows you to easily leap over 3-meter-high walls. Function 3, stability. The arms come equipped with automatic locking and recoil compensation devices. Even if you fire a machine gun one-handed, it can help keep the muzzle firmly down. Chen Feng stroked the cold mechanical arm, a spark of enthusiasm flashing in his eyes. With this, next time he saw that warehouse full of batteries, he wouldn't need to take just 2. He could carry a whole box back. The only drawback is the battery life. Zhao Jiangwo expressed some regret. Using Earth's lithium batteries, it can only last 4 hours at full power. However, he pointed to the battery compartment on the exoskeleton's back. Academician Sun specially had someone modify the interface. If you find those black brick batteries over there, you can plug them directly in. That way, theoretically, it could run infinitely. Thoughtful planning. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. Then Zhao Jiangwo opened the second small box. Inside was a pair of brand new AR tactical glasses. The frame was made of titanium alloy with bulletproof glass lenses and a mini data interface added on the side. The map data has been fully decrypted and loaded with a Chinese localization patch. Zhao Jiangwo's expression turned serious. Xiaochun, according to the map, the gene repair center you are heading to, although structurally intact, is surrounded by high-risk red alerts. It seems they executed the highest level of lockdown procedures before the destruction. Danger often means opportunity. Chen Feng picked up the glasses, put them on, and activated them. Buzz. A pale blue holographic map instantly filled his vision. This time it was no longer a blurry outline. Taihao City, Area 7, full map, loaded, current location, unknown airspace, not connected to Spirit Network navigation, target Life Science Academy 3. 2 kilometers away. On the map, a clear green virtual path avoided several red zones marked with radiation pits and insect nests leading straight to the target point. This was the eye of all-knowing. Previously he was like a blind man groping an elephant, but now he had the perspective of a god. Alright, Chen Feng began to put on his... First he donned the anti-cut and anti-stab shadow blade combat suit. Then he put on the Qilin exoskeleton, and with the sound of buckles locking the hydraulic system activated, emitting a faint mechanical hum. He strapped on the tactical backpack, secured the 92G pistol and tactical knife at his waist, and inserted 3 magazines and 2 stun grenades into the mounting points on the outside of his thigh. Finally, he donned the gas mask and AR glasses. Standing in front of the mirror, Chen Feng looked like a heavily armored special forces soldier from the future. Beneath that cold mechanical shell flowed the surging spiritual blood of a chi refining stage cultivator. Technology as bone, cultivation as soul. Director Zhao, wait for my good news. Chen Feng's voice came through the gas mask, carrying a faintly muffled metallic quality. Zhao Zhengwo took a step back and saluted solemnly. Wishing you victory. In the wasteland of Taihao City, the light gate flickered as Chen Feng heavily stepped onto the Z. The servomotor of the exoskeleton made a soft sound, and the once heavy equipment automatically balanced the impact upon landing. Chen Feng felt as light as a feather. He raised his head, and through the vision of the AR glasses the once desolate ruins became alive. 100 meters ahead, safe. Left building, unstable structure prone to collapse. Right sewage entrance, weak heat source detected, recommended to deter. Is this what it feels like to cheat? Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. He did not take the main road, but instead followed the green route planned by the glasses, leaping and weaving nimbly through the ruins with the assistance of the exoskeleton. A journey that would have required cautious walking for half an hour now took only a few minutes. Soon he arrived in front of a massive circular structure. This building was starkly different from the surrounding ruined skyscrapers. It was entirely white, its surface covered with a smooth material resembling ceramic, remaining spotless even after all these years. At the entrance stood a gigantic double helix DNA sculpture, but at the top of the sculpture was a massive stone sword cleaving through the DNA. Taihao Life Science Academy 7th branch, warning: this area is under biochemical lockdown. Traces of hallucinogenic toxins detected in the air, please check the filtrations. The tactical glasses popped up a red alert frame. Chen Feng glanced at the readings on the gas mask. Filtration efficiency 99. 9 safe. The high-grade gear provided by the state is indeed impressive. Chen Feng tightened his grip on the crowbar. The door was tightly shut, made of heavy blast-proof glass. Chen Feng approached the door, but did not rush to break it down. Because behind the door in the reception hall stood several people silently. They wore white lab coats, facing away from the door, completely still. Scan target: mutated infected fungal parasite type. Threat level C. Characteristics: extremely sensitive hearing, releases toxic explosive spores upon death. The chip and glasses both provided alerts. Fungal parasite. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng noticed that colorful mushrooms were sprouting from the back of those people's heads with mycelium already drilled into their brains. Control. It seems close combat is not an option. Chen Feng put down the crowbar and drew his 92G pistol. Shooting through the glass door? Not feasible. The blast-proof glass was too thick and the bullet's kinetic energy would diminish after penetration, making it unlikely to achieve a headshot. Moreover, the gunfire would attract more monsters. Chen Feng glanced at the electronic lock beside him. It had long run out of power. He rummaged through the exoskeleton's backpack and pulled out a large capacity battery he had brought from Earth, connected 2 leads, and directly plugged them into the emergency port of the electronic lock. Beep. The access control system lit up. Although the screen was shattered, the mechanical structure was still operational. Chen Feng did not open the door. He activated the fire and smoke exhaust mode of the access control system through the leads. Buzzing. The powerful exhaust fan at the top of the hall suddenly started producing a deafening noise. The mushroom people who had been facing away from the door were immediately attracted by the noise, letting out hoarse screams as they waved their withered arms, rushing towards the hall in an attempt to attack the noise-producing exhaust vents. Draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. Taking advantage of the moment the hall door was cleared, Chen Feng activated the access switch. Click. The glass door slid open. Chen Feng activated optical invisibility. Although the exoskeleton couldn't become invisible as long as he remained still and used shadows and visual blind spots in conjunction with the short cover of the invisibility technique, it was enough to deceive those sightless mushroom people. Like a ghost, he slipped into the hall along the wall. The hall was filled with a strong smell of mildew. Chen Feng ignored the monsters frantically attacking the exhaust fan and headed straight for the guide map at the front desk. Target core drug vault location sublevel 3, OI area B. Following the guidance of the AR glasses, the elevator shaft leading underground was at the end of the corridor. Chen Feng walked quickly. Just as he was about to enter the corridor, a loud bang echoed from above. Chen Feng shot his head up. He saw a giant mutated gecko covered in white mycelium clinging to the dome of the hall. Its tongue had wrapped around a crazed mushroom person, dragging it up and biting off its head. Scan target fungal hunter elite level threat level B warning, it has sight. It sees you. The gecko turned its head, its 6 compound eyes fixating on Chen Feng's position. Although Chen Feng was currently in a still invisible state, the silhouette of the exoskeleton still showed a slight distortion in the light. Hiss! The gecko emitted a shrill shriek, releasing the corpse from its mouth, its limbs propelling it like a cannonball as it dove straight for Chen Feng. I've been discovered. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. Then there's no need to hide. He instantly deactivated the invisibility, unleashing the spiritual energy within, channeling it into the hydraulic system of the Qilin exoskeleton. Overload mode activated. The exoskeleton let out a roar like thunderclap. Faced with the massive monster charging at him, Chen Feng did not retreat. He wanted to test the power of this battle armor. He gripped the alloy crowbar with both hands, swinging it easily like a straw, using the rotational assist from the exoskeleton's waist to deliver a full swing. Get lost. Bang! The metal crowbar whistled through the air, striking the gecko's head with precision. A dull sound like a watermelon bursting echoed. The elite creature, weighing several hundred pounds, was directly sent flying by the hit, crashing hard against the wall and creating a web of cracks. Its head had caved in by half, white goo splattered everywhere. Is it dead? Chen Feng looked at the crowbar in his hand, then at the exoskeleton. He was Chi refining stage cultivator, industrial grade exoskeleton, humanoid Gundam. Awesome. Chen Feng no longer concealed his figure, striding over the monster's corpse, heading deeper underground. Taihao Life Sciences Academy, first floor lobby. V-room. Accompanied by the unique teeth-grinding mechanical roar of the exoskeleton's hydraulic assist system, a foot clad in a black alloy combat boot viciously kicked a half-open airtight door. Bang! The heavy metal door, deformed by the immense force, swung inwards, stirring up a cloud of dust that had accumulated over a century. Chen Feng rushed in, holding a modified 92G pistol, maintaining a standard tactical posture. Behind him, the corpse of the grade fungal gecko lay still in the center of the hall, its massive head shattered, spilling a pool of vile green fluid. But Chen Feng didn't even turn his head. For him now, that gecko was just a stumbling block on the path. His true target was firmly locked onto the pale blue navigation arrow in the upper right corner of his AR glasses field of view. Current location: West Corridor, first floor. Destination: Emergency Pharmacy Trauma Center. Straight line distance: 50 meters. Area threat level low, no active heat sources detected by infrared scan. Pharmacy. Hope there's some stock left. Chen Feng licked his cracked lips under the gas mask, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. This was the Taihao Life Sciences Academy. Following the tropes of cultivation novels or sci-fi movies, the emergency pharmacy of a place like this was bound to have universal healing shots that could regenerate lost limbs with 1 injection and raise the dead with 2, or gene-boosting serums that could elevate one's physique. Even if he found just 1 bottle, bringing it back to Earth would mean a business worth hundreds of millions, even billions. Crunch, crunch. Chen Feng stepped heavily, his boots crunching on the corridor floor. The floor was covered in withered black mycelium, like dried snake skin cracking underfoot. The walls on either side of the corridor had once been white, perhaps even adorned with warm nurse posters. But now the walls were overgrown with a dark red moss resembling dried blood scabs. The ceiling lights had long fallen, leaving only a few bare wires swaying in the draft. The air was thick with an indescribable odor. It was a bizarre mix of decay, mildew, and the residue of some chemical agent. Even with a military-grade gas mask, Chen Feng felt a tickle in his throat, as if he had inhaled sand. Soon he arrived at the pharmacy door. The door was wide open. The doorframe bore clear scratch marks, impact scars, and even a few rusted bullet holes. It seemed that at the moment the disaster struck, a frantic scramble for supplies and slaughter had occurred here. Don't let me down. Chen Feng took a deep breath and activated the tactical high-beam flashlight on his shoulder. Swoosh! A piercing white beam like a sword cut through the darkness, illuminating the scene inside. In that instant, the fervor in Chen Feng's eyes was doused, as if by a bucket of ice-cold water. This? Chen Feng froze, his gun wavering. Desolate. Utterly desolate. This was not the treasure trove he had imagined. It was a garbage dump. In the vast pharmacy of several hundred square meters, hundreds of tall metal shelves had toppled like dominoes, lying haphazardly everywhere. The floor was thick with glass shards, plastic debris, and countless crushed packaging boxes. What pained Chen Feng most was that the glass containers that once held all kinds of miraculous potions were either shattered or had their lids loosened due to rubber aging. The precious blue, green, and golden medicinal liquids had all spilled onto the ground, mixing with a century's worth of dust and mycelium, turning into patches of black viscous asphalt-like foul substances. Scanned object: mixed potion residue. Status: severely oxidized, degraded, toxic. Composition analysis: ineffective organic compounds with high concentration of heavy. The chip's cold, emotionless prompt shattered Chen Feng's last illusion. He refused to give up. Defying his disbelief, he stepped over a pile of rubble and approached a metal cabinet that looked relatively intact. The cabinet door was half open, revealing a dark brown glass bottle that, despite being covered in dust, still appeared sealed. The label on the bottle bore a few faint Taihao characters: cellular activator, potent emergency. This one isn't broken. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He carefully picked up the bottle and shook it. Rustle, rustle. Instead of liquid, a dull sound like sand rubbing came from within. Chen Feng's heart sank. He forcefully unscrewed the rusted metal cap. Puff! A puff of black smoke emerged. There was no liquid left in the bottle. Only chunks of black coal-like hard lumps remained, emitting a pungent sulfur smell. Damn! Chen Feng hurled the bottle to the ground in fury. Crack! The black lump shattered. 100 years. Or even longer. Chen Feng gazed at the utter devastation, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. Is this the cruelty of time? He used to read novels where the protagonist could pick up pills from thousands of years ago and eat them, or wield artifacts from tens of thousands of years ago. But this was reality. This was the real physical world. Even the divine medicine of a higher civilization was still organic. Without electricity, a constant temperature environment, or vacuum preservation, they couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Oxidation, volatilization, decomposition. Time was a butcher's knife, turning divine medicine into poison and divine artifacts into scrap metal. This was not a game dungeon, where beating the boss would shower you with gleaming golden equipment. This was a real wasteland. Apart from stone and plastic, all organic matter would eventually return to dust. I refuse to believe. A pharmacy this big doesn't even have a single band-aid left. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his stubbornness as a scavenger kicking in. Auxiliary, activate deep scan mode. Activate psychic radar micro mode. Activate tactical goggles supply filter mode. Scan. Find me something. Filter out all liquids, glass, paper. Only look for items that are well-sealed, non-liquid, and packaged in metal or polymer materials. He rummaged through the trash. The exoskeleton's mechanical arms were powerful, but lacked dexterity. Chen Feng deactivated the hand hydraulic assist, keeping only the leg support, and used his gloved hands to dig through piles of sharp glass shards. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Aside from a few rusty scalpels and a pile of scrap plastic, he found nothing. Just as Chen Feng was about to give up and leave this suffocating place. Beep. The tactical goggles let out a crisp notification. In his field of view amidst the gray scene, a green circle lit up in the corner under a pile of collapsed shelves. It was an overturned emergency cart. It was pinned under a heavy metal cabinet weighing several hundred pounds with only a corner visible. But this cart was fully sealed, its shell made of aerospace aluminum or some similar lightweight alloy. Though dented, the overall structure was intact. Jackpot! Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he strode over. He reactivated the hand assist of the exoskeleton. The hydraulic rods roared, pouring immense power into his arms. Chen Feng grabbed the metal cabinet, pressing down on the cart with one hand, and tossed it aside as if it were a piece of foam. Clang! Dust billowed. Chen Feng dragged the emergency cart out. The cart's drawer had a red electronic lock, long dead. Physical bypass. Chen Feng didn't even bother with a decoder. He pulled out his tactical knife, wedged the tip into the gap, and pried it open with force. Snap! The fragile lock broke instantly. The drawer popped open. There was no putrid smell. The drawer was clean, almost brand new. Inside there were no potion bottles, only 2 rows of neatly arranged small silver metal canisters, and a few small round boxes that looked like tape measures. Chen Feng picked up one of the small round boxes. It felt light in his hand, its shell made of some high-strength, transparent plastic. Inside was a roll of silver tape, looking like an ordinary roll of silver adhesive tape, but extremely thin and smooth to the touch like silk. Scan complete. Item name: nanobio, hemostatic suture bandage, military emergency. Status good, physically stable, not oxidized. Function description. Nanograpple technology. When applied to a wound, the biograpples on the inner side of the bandage automatically activate like countless tiny hands, forcibly pulling and closing the skin on both sides, achieving physical suturing. Instant hemostasis releases solid clotting factors that coagulate on contact with blood. Scarless healing, biocompatible material, naturally sheds after healing, no scars. Holy crap. Chen Feng gasped. This isn't just a band-aid, it's a surgeon's job killer. His mind instantly conjured up scenarios for its use. Massive bleeding from a car accident. Stick 1 on bleeding stops. Gutted on the battlefield. Stick 1 on stuff the intestines back and sutured, and continue fighting. Even for surgery, no need for needle-by-needle stitching, just slap on a strip and done. Though it couldn't grant immortality or serve as a genetic elixir in terms of first aid, it was a divine tool. A lifesaver. And since it worked physically, it wasn't afraid of expiration. He then picked up one of the silver metal canisters. Item name: liquid nitrogen emergency freeze spray. Status good, sealed, normal pressure. Function description: sprays atomized liquid nitrogen at 196 C, combined with a special slow-release agent instantly freezing local tissue, nerves achieving absolute anesthesia. Can also be used to freeze a limb to prevent toxin spread. Note can also be used as a close-quarters self-defense weapon, freezing an enemy's face into an icicle. Good stuff. All good stuff. Chen Feng's frustration vanished. Without further hesitation, he swept the remaining 5 rolls of hemostatic bandages and 3 bottles of spray into his backpack. These items might have been just standard consumables in the school infirmary of the Taihao civilization, but on Earth, they were priceless black technology. Simply handing over 1 roll to the military for research could advance battlefield first aid by an entire era. After packing up the loot, Chen Feng glanced. Current location, 1st floor. Core medicine vault, basement, level 3, backup power line waypoint. The real prize is below. Chen Feng patted his bulging backpack, his mood lifted, and turned to leave the pharmacy, continuing deeper into the facility. As he ventured further, the surroundings began to grow eerie. The originally dark red moss gradually gave way to gray-white mycelium. These mycelia formed a thick carpet covering the floor and walls, even hanging from the ceiling like white tentacles. The air was thick with visible white dust, spores. Warning: air toxin concentration rising. Environmental analysis: high concentration of fungal filter life remaining 74. The gas mask emitted a faint beeping alarm. Chen Feng stopped and looked up at the ventilation shaft above. The fan there had long stopped, choked by thick mycelium resembling a giant spiderweb. The fungal concentration here is dozens of times higher than in the looks like the underground is a spider's den. Chen Feng tightened his grip on the 92G pistol, his other hand resting on his tactical knife. Ahead lay the elevator shaft leading downstairs. The elevator doors were open, but the car was not on this floor. Chen Feng walked to the shaft, turned on his flashlight, and peered down. Darkness. An abyssal darkness. Only the tactical flashlight's beam could illuminate a few meters below. The circular shaft walls were densely covered with white mycelium, still faintly writhing like a massive living esophagus. And from the depths of the abyss there came a faint muffled sound of gurgle, as if something enormous was turning over in the darkness. Huff. Chen Feng felt a chill creeping up his spine. Reason told him that below was extremely dangerous. The unknown biological signal combined with the high spore toxin concentration made this undoubtedly the lair of some monster. Moreover, the filter life was limited. If it ran out down there, and he inhaled the spores, he would become one of those walking corpses with mushrooms sprouting from their heads at the entrance. Retreat. Chen Feng glanced at the few rolls of bandages in his backpack. This wasn't enough. This expedition had consumed national resources, significant hacker support, and each foray into the unknown was fraught with risk. If he only brought back a few rolls of tape, it would be too pathetic. Moreover, his intuition told him that the blue marker constantly flickering on the map, cryogenic freezer backup power line, possibly operational, was down there. Only there could the true genetic elixirs be preserved. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Feng clenched his teeth, glancing at the exoskeleton's battery, level 9. I have an exoskeleton, a phase shield, a gun, and am Earth's only cultivator destined to become an ancestor. As long as I'm not surrounded, I can fight my way out. He stepped back and activated the exoskeleton's jump adhesion mode. Basement level 2, here I come. Chen Feng leaped, plunging into the pitch-black, mycelium-covered abyss. The wind whistled. He adjusted his posture midair, and the mechanical claws on the exoskeleton's hands and feet sprang out viciously, gripping the metal rails on the shaft wall. Screech. Sparks flew. Chen Feng hung in midair like a steel spider. Below lay endless darkness and unknown terror. Above was the only path of retreat. But he didn't look back. He released his grip and continued sliding into the abyss. In the depths of the elevator shaft within the abyss. Sizzle, sizzle. The tungsten alloy mechanical claws of the exoskeleton dug deeply into the rusted metal rail of the shaft, producing a sharp, teeth-gritting screech. Sparks flew in the darkness, resembling fleeting fireworks. Chen Feng hung in midair like a gigantic steel spider. With each descent of his body, the servo motor emitted a deep, powerful hum. The surrounding air grew colder and more humid, and he could even see the white vapor of his breath. On the originally dreary walls of the shaft, large patches of white mycelium began to appear. They resembled a thick layer of moldy cotton covering all the pipes and crevices. Under the light of his flashlight, some mycelium even seemed to squirm slowly, as if imbued with a strange life. This is the B2 level. Chen Feng glanced down. 5 meters below his feet was the elevator door to the underground 2nd floor. The door was closed. However, due to the sudden power outage during the catastrophe, or because the elevator car was not perfectly aligned with the floor, the metal door that should have sealed tightly had not fully closed, leaving a gap of about half a meter like a slightly ajar mouth. Jump. Without hesitation, Chen Feng released his grip on the rail. Whoosh, his body fell freely. Thud. A dull crashing sound. The hydraulic cushioning system of the exoskeleton perfectly absorbed the impact of hundreds of kilograms, as Chen Feng landed steadily on the top of the stuck elevator car below. Dust swirled around. He crouched down and peered through the gap, gazing outside. The tactical flashlight's beam boasting 2,000 lumens sliced through the darkness within like a sword of light. Outside was a spacious, unloading platform. The ground was covered with anti-slip steel plates thickly coated in dust. There were no signs of monsters, only a few scattered, empty wooden crates. A deathly silence. Safe. Chen Feng gripped the edges of the elevator door, and the hydraulic assist system of the exoskeleton activated once more. Open. Creak. Accompanied by a metallic groan of distortion, the heavy elevator door jammed. Due to deformation, was forced to yield before absolute power being pried open to a width sufficient for a person to pass through. Chen Feng jumped out. His boots landed on the dust-covered steel plate, emitting a dull echo. He was now in the Taihao Life Science Academy underground refrigerator. The decor style here was starkly different from above. The walls were no longer made of fragile white ceramic, but rather thick, industrial-feeling gray lead plates, designed to block radiation and provide insulation. The air was devoid of the nauseating moldy smell from above, replaced instead by a dry stale scent of ozone along with a faint hint of machine oil. This place is well preserved. Chen Feng activated the mental radar. Scanning mode active, targeting, scan radius 20 meters, heat source response, none, biological electric signals, none, no living beings. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised, his grip on the gun still tight. With the mycelium so lush above, how is it cleaned down here? Not even a single bug. Something abnormal often signals the presence of danger. He proceeded cautiously along the unloading passage. After about 30 meters, he turned a corner. At the end of the passage, a massive round explosion-proof door appeared. This door had a diameter of nearly 3 meters, crafted from an unknown silvery gray alloy, covered in intricate rivets and mechanical locks resembling a gigantic bank vault door. Before that grand door sat a person against the wall, or rather a skeleton. Chen Feng's heart tightened, and he instantly raised his gun, the red dot sight locking firmly onto the skull of the corpse. There was no movement. The tactical sight displayed target has no life signs, high-risk warning lifted. Chen Feng maintained a vigilant stance and cautiously approached. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a human skeleton. Judging by the degree of weathering and decay, this person had died at least several decades ago, the flesh long since rotted away, leaving only a withered skeleton. However, the equipment on him was quite interesting. He wasn't wearing the high-tech protective gear typical of the Taihao civilization, but rather a crude leather armor made from the hide of some unknown mutated beast. The seams of the leather armor were rough, clearly hand-stitched. Rusty iron plates were tied around the joints to serve as knee protection. In his hand, he clutched a grotesquely rough handmade gun, a barrel crafted from a water pipe with a stock made from a piece of rotten wood wrapped in cloth. A survivor from the wasteland. Chen Feng made a quick judgment. This was definitely not an indigenous person from the time of the Taihao civilization's destruction. This was a scavenger attempting to strike it lucky here many years after the disaster. How did he die here? No external wounds and no broken bones. Chen Feng crouched down to examine the body. Besides the crude gun, a dagger made from automotive spring steel was tucked into the corpse's waist along with a withered water flask. This person had died from being trapped. Chen Feng's gaze fell on the ground beside the corpse. The thick dust there had been scraped away, revealing a bright metal floor beneath. On the floor, several lines of crooked writing were etched with that dagger. The characters were carved deeply, even leaving scorch marks indicating the engraver had been filled with despair and anger at the time. Chen Feng could not understand the words that looked like ghostly symbols, but the Taihao chip in his forehead warmed slightly and automatically provided a translation. This is the 7th. I have run out of water. Damn power outage. Damn authority dogs. The divine medicine is inside. I know it is inside. Just one bottle, and I can save Ollie. I can't get in. This door was made by the devil. I can't go back either. The rope in the elevator shaft snapped, perhaps bitten by the ghouls above. To the one who comes after. If you can get in, please help me smash the idol of this world. After reading this, Chen Feng fell silent. This was a typical wasteland tragedy. This unknown indigenous hunter had braved death to enter this forbidden area to save his loved one or daughter. He had evaded the monsters above, struggled to reach here, only to be blocked by this explosion-proof door that had no power and no access rights, sealing off his life. He had no key nor any explosives to blast open this door. And with the rope for the return journey severed, he was trapped in this place, separated from hope. In the end, he died of thirst. Brother, although I don't know you, you are a true man. Chen Feng sighed, not mocking this failure. In the apocalypse, everyone who dares to fight desperately for survival and loved ones deserves respect. I will carry your curse. As for the divine medicine inside, if there's any left, I will take it and not waste it. He stepped over the skeleton and stood before the massive explosion-proof door. The tactical site provided the scanning results facility named Taihao Heavy Industries Deep Low Temperature Cold Storage. Zone B Security Level S Class requires biometric iris dynamic password, dual verification status power outage mechanical lockjam structural analysis, high-strength titanium alloy composite armor thickness 300 millimeters. Chen Feng reached out to push it. It didn't budge. This door weighed several tons and had a mechanically locked internal structure. Without power, it was just a solid. Even if he used TNT to blast it, it would probably only create a hole. That indigenous hunter must have despaired at this. The crude gun and dagger in his hand were nothing but a tickle against the pinnacle of industrial civilization. This is the gap of civilization. But Chen Feng was different. Biometric iris. Dynamic password. Chen Feng scoffed, unbuckling the heavy tactical backpack from his back and placing it heavily on the ground. Those rules are for civilized people. For us savages from another world, we have our own barbaric methods. He unzipped the backpack and took out two items. The first, a heavy black square, a high-capacity off-road vehicle starting battery, made on Earth adjustable to 12V20. The second item, a silver device shaped like a handgun, a portable plasma cutter produced by a national laboratory, an engineering prototype. You lack power, I provide power. You are locked, I will cut it open. Chen Feng first located the emergency maintenance panel beside the door. It was an inconspicuous small square cover. He pulled out his tactical knife and crudely pried open the cover, revealing the intricate circuit board inside. Although he couldn't understand the complex circuitry of the Taihao civilization, the chip in his forehead activated again, marking key points directly on Chen Feng's retina. Main power supply line detected red thick line. Recommend connecting external DC power to activate the lock motor. Voltage adaptation 12V48V adaptive. So you also use DC power. Chen Feng took out two crocodile clips and connected them to the positive and negative terminals of the battery, then firmly attached them to the two red wires. Zila. Sparks flew. The control system of the door, silent for a century, suddenly flickered to life with a faint red glow. Zizi. The sound of gears engaging came from inside, along with the hum of a motor attempting to turn, but getting stuck. However, because no password was input, the bolt did not retract. Instead, the power triggered the anti-theft mechanism, and a crisp sound echoed inside, locking. If that indigenous hunter had achieved this step, he would likely have despaired even more. But Chen Feng smiled. This is enough. He didn't want it to open automatically. What he wanted was to locate the exact position of the main bolt through the sounds and heat generated by the motor after it was powered. Thermal imaging activated. Locating bolt right side of the door seemed two above and below, one main lock in the middle. Found you. Chen Feng donned his dark industrial goggles and picked up the palm-sized plasma cutter. This was the door-breaching artifact specially prepared for him by academician Sun. Though small, with a battery life of only 5 minutes, it could instantaneously reach a core temperature of 5,000 using a high-temperature plasma beam constrained by an electromagnetic field. Cutting through the deck of an aircraft carrier was as easy as slicing tofu. Open for me. Chen Feng pressed the switch. Zizi. A dazzling blue-white beam shot out, piercing fiercely into the edge of that supposedly indestructible door. The hard special titanium alloy instantly lost all dignity at 5,000. It reddened, softened, and melted like butter. Orangered molten metal dripped to the ground, producing hissing white smoke instantly burning through the steel plate beneath. Chen Feng firmly held the cutter, slicing downward along the door seam towards the position of the main bolt. The sensation of cutting through metal, the thrill of breaking through top-tier defenses, sent Chen Feng's adrenaline soaring. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The door that the indigenous hunter had despaired over for a lifetime under the violent aesthetics of Earth's technology gradually lost its last line of defense. Bang! A dull thud echoed. That was the sound of the main bolt, 10 centimeters in diameter, being completely severed by the high temperature. Chen Feng turned off the cutter and shook his slightly scorched hand. The lock is broken. Next, it's just a matter of brute force. Although the door was unlocked, it remained tightly closed due to its weight and the rust on the hinge. Chen Feng stepped back, took a deep breath. System activate the Qilin exoskeleton overload mode. V-room. The military battery behind him delivered a massive current, and the hydraulic rods of the exoskeleton roared with indicator lights shifting from green to a Chen Feng stepped forward, gripping the door seam. He had just cut his feet firmly planted on the ground. Lift. The combined strength of a Qi refining stage cultivator and the exoskeleton's explosive 5 tons of thrust acted upon the massive door. Creak. Grind. The teeth-gritting sound of metal scraping echoed in the dead silence of the underground, resembling the roar of a giant beast. That door, sealed for a century, blocking countless greedy and desperate souls, trembled unwillingly, letting out its final mournful cry. Then, little by little, irresistibly, it was forcibly pushed open. Whoosh! A blast of cold air, old and dusty, rushed out from the crack. The door opened, creating a gap wide enough for a person to pass sideways. Chen Feng released his grip, panting heavily, gazing at the opening with a victorious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned to glance at the skeleton on the ground, still grasping the crude gun. Do you see it, brother? This door isn't actually that hard to open. As long as you have the advantage of coming from another world. Chen Feng organized his backpack, chambered his handgun, and then switched on the tactical flashlight. He stepped into the dark, cold storage. Awaiting him were unknown treasures, or perhaps deeper despair. Basement level 2, deep, low-temperature cold storage. Clang. Chen Feng stepped over the blast door that had been violently cut open. The 2,000 lumen beam from his tactical flashlight like a gleaming sword instantly pierced the darkness that had lain silent for a century. Cough. Even with a military-grade gas mask, an indescribable sour and rotten smell stubbornly penetrated through the gaps in the filter and into his nostrils. It was not just the stench of corpses, but a bizarre odor produced by countless chemical agents leaking, mixing with organic decay and mildew and fermenting over a century. The smell felt almost tangible, so thick it could seep into one's marrow. Chen Feng fought back the discomfort and looked up. The scene before him was both magnificent and tragic. It was a massive warehouse the size of a football field. Thousands of silver-white vertical refrigerators stood like silent tombstones, neatly arranged in the darkness, stretching as far as the eye could see. Chen Feng quickly walked to the nearest refrigerator. The temperature display on the door had long gone dark, but he still subconsciously touched the door with his gloved hand. Warm. Room temperature. About 26 degrees. Chen Feng's heart sank. He wiped the thick dust off the observation window with his sleeve and leaned in to look. The blue vials, which should have been suspended on trays by magnetic levitation technology, had all fallen to the bottom of the cabinet. Most of the vials had burst due to internal pressure changes, spilling their contents all over the cabinet, which had grown a thick layer of colorful mold looking like some bizarre scan target spoiled genetic supplement. Status toxic inactive. Evaluation a pile of worthless chemical garbage. The chip's prompt was cold and merciless. Chen Feng was not ready to give up. Even though he had anticipated this, the immense disappointment of leaving the treasure trove empty-handed made him feel an uncontrollable irritation. I don't believe they're all bad. He activated the exoskeleton's running assist mode and zipped through the rows of refrigerators like a gust of wind. Bad. This one is also bad. All bad. In some cabinets, valuable biological samples, organs or embryos, had turned into pools of black liquid. Even through the bulletproof glass, one could feel the overwhelming resentment. In others, the strong acid gases from the chemicals had corroded even the high-strength metal linings, eaten through the bases, and created large pits on the floor. This was the wasteland. There was no protagonist's halo to keep the electricity running after a century of disconnection, and no miracle to prevent fragile organic matter from decaying at room temperature and in an oxygenated environment. Time was the most impartial destroyer. Calm down, Chen Feng, calm down. Chen Feng stopped abruptly, leaned against a refrigerator, and took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. This is a military-grade strategic reserve. According to military habits, they never put all eggs in one basket. There must be a redundant backup. That kind of doomsday safe with its own independent power supply designed to cope with nuclear winter EMP strikes or extreme power outages. They are usually hidden in the most concealed and structurally robust places. With this realization, Chen Feng perked up again. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his divine sense from Qi refining layer 1 along with the AR glasses detection function at full power. Spiritual power cover. Tactical goggles activate weak electromagnetic signal search mode. Spiritual radar scanning at maximum power. Electromagnetic spectrum analysis filtering background noise. Buzz. The radar graph was dead silent, with only the green dot representing himself flickering alone. Chen Feng did not give up, advancing step by step deeper into the warehouse. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Just as he reached the far end of the cold storage, facing a load-bearing wall half a meter thick. Ding! The tactical goggles suddenly displayed an extremely weak peak signal. Trace decay heat source detected. Signal characteristic isotope battery characteristic band. Location in the wall interlayer straight ahead. Distance 0. 5 meters. Interlayer. Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he lunged at the wall. The wall surface was covered with decorative metal panels looking seamless without any, but he trusted the judgment of technology. Open up. Chen Feng drew the thick alloy crowbar from his back, and the hydraulic arms of his exoskeleton surged with power as he smashed it against the decorative panel on the wall. Clang. Sparks flew. The sturdy decorative panel was violently smashed, revealing the embedded safe hidden in the concrete behind it. The safe was not large, about the size of a microwave oven, pitch black, with a cold metallic sheen. At one corner of the door there was a pin-sized red indicator light blinking at an extremely slow rate. That was a dying glimmer, but in Chen Feng's eyes it was brighter than the sun. Item Taihao Doomsday Grade Emergency Medical Kit No. 07. Power supply micronuclear isotope battery, remaining power 0. 1. Status low temperature maintenance mode low power operation. Nuclear battery. Chen Feng was ecstatic, his heart pounding wildly. Only a nuclear battery could last this long. Though only 0. 1 remained this weak, current barely maintained the low temperature environment inside the box, preventing the contents from turning into sludge. The safe had no complex electronic lock. Such emergency items were designed for the fastest possible retrieval during wartime, so it usually only had a mechanical lock with a single red mechanical lever. With trembling hands, Chen Feng grasped the lever and pulled it down hard. Shoo! Accompanied by a sound of pressure release, it was the inert gas stored inside rushing out. White cold air surged out, instantly fogging Chen Feng's goggles. The lid slowly popped open. Chen Feng immediately leaned and shining his flashlight into the interior. Inside the box there were originally 2 rows of shock-absorbing grooves, a total of 20 slots. 10 of them were empty, obviously taken before sealing. In the remaining 10 slots, there were metal syringes about the thickness of a finger. The syringes were completely sealed with only a transparent high-strength crystal observation window in the middle. Chen Feng's heart suddenly leaped, because he saw that the liquid in 7 of the syringes had turned into a murky, deep red, with even flocculent precipitates floating inside. Status invalid, protein denaturation. But in the corner there were still 3. The liquid inside them showed a faint, not transparent grass green. Although it looked a bit turbid, not as crystal clear as the advanced potions in sci-fi movies, at least there was no sediment, and it still flowed slowly as Chen Feng's hand trembled. Chen Feng carefully picked one up. It was icy cold. The Taihao chip in his mind immediately gave a detailed appraisal report. Item: basic biological tissue repair, fluid military emergency version. Grade F, defective or critical state. Ingredients: active stem cell inducer, high-efficiency nutrient solution, adrenaline derivative. Status: effective ingredients, remaining 63, impurity content 15. Effectiveness evaluation. Rapid healing, can repair severe soft tissue contusions, old bone cracks, and muscle tears within 24 hours. Organ rejuvenation, has significant anti-aging repair effects on failing organs, liver, kidney, lungs, roughly equivalent to rejuvenating physiological function by 510 years. Limitations: cannot regenerate severed limbs, cannot cure genetic defects such as congenital deformities, cannot significantly extend lifespan. Side effects warning. Due to excessive impurities and reduced efficacy, the user will experience severe, high fever, body temperature rising to 40 C, lasting 35 hours, and excruciating pain, as if all bones are being crushed. It is recommended to use with strong analgesics, and those with weak constitutions must not inject all at once. It should be done in stages. After reading the description, Chen Feng was not disappointed, but almost laughed out loud. Great. Defective E. Huh. To me this is simply an SS-level divine medicine. Why? Because if he really brought back a perfect potion that could regenerate limbs and rejuvenate with a single shot, he would have no way to explain it. It might even attract worldwide insane covetousness, possibly triggering a war. The current country is not ready to face that level of impact. But this medicine, it can cure old cold legs, repair old injuries, and make organs a little younger, and it comes with side effects of high fever and intense pain. This not only made the effect more realistic and more in line with Earth's current understanding of strong stem cell therapy, but also safer. The side effects actually became the best cover. It showed that the technology was not that overpowered and still had a cost which would actually make those in power more comfortable using it. These 3 vials, 1 for the dean to treat his leg, 1 for Director Zhao to report to his superiors. This is real biological black technology, enough for those experts to study for years, and the last one kept for emergency use. Chen Feng did not hesitate. He put the 3 precious grass green potions into a specialized shockproof box, stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack, and secured it tightly with several layers of bulletproof plates. As for the 7 red ones that had failed, he didn't throw them away either. Although the efficacy was gone, the packaging technology, residual components, and even the syringe itself would be good materials for academician Sun and his team to study. This trip was worth it. Chen Feng closed his backpack and prepared to withdraw. However, at the moment, he forcibly pulled the Doomsday emergency kit out of the wall interlayer. Click! The bottom of the box seemed to be connected to some extremely concealed mechanical device. A metal tripwire as thin as a hair was snapped. Immediately after, dong, 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 a series of harsh mechanical clanging sounds echoed in the empty cold storage. It was a purely mechanical alarm bell, an old-fashioned alarm powered by a spring without electricity. The sound was extremely loud, high-frequency, and highly penetrating. Damn, a mechanical booby trap. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. The designers of the Taihao civilization had really considered every situation, even power outages, using this most primitive but also most reliable method to prevent theft. As the alarm sounded, strange noises began to come from the corners that had been quiet in the darkness. Rustle, rustle. Gurgle, gurgle. It was the sound of countless tiny claws crawling across the metal floor, so dense it made one's scalp tingle. Chen Feng spun around, sweeping his flashlight around. He saw countless white shadows surging out from the ventilation ducts and broken ceiling panels of the cold storage. They looked like clumps of moldy cotton with legs about the size of a basketball, with no eyes, only a mouthful of dense teeth. But they were extremely numerous, densely packed, surging from all directions like a white tide. Scan target: mutated spore suicide bomber. Threat level E, individual S group. Characteristics: extremely sensitive, self-detonates upon approaching a heat source, releasing strong acid and toxic dust. Suicide monsters. Or a swarm tactic. Chen Feng's scalp prickled. If it were an unknown fight, he could take them down with one punch each. But with such a dense number once surrounded, the chain of acid explosions would make him shed a layer of skin, even with his exoskeleton and stab-resistant suit. Moreover, once the protective suit was corroded, inhaling the spores would be certain death. Run! Without any hesitation, Chen Feng turned and ran. He activated the exoskeleton's extreme escape mode. Buzz! The military battery on his back delivered a surge of wild current, and the leg hydraulic rods instantly engaged. Chen Feng, like a heavy tank, smashed through several handcarts, blocking his way, sprinting between shelves toward the exit. Squeak, squeak. The spore bugs detected the heat source and jumped down from the ceiling like raindrops, pelting toward Chen Feng. Get away. Chen Feng drew his 92G pistol and activated the tactical goggles auto-lock assist. Bang, 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 bang. He fired while running. The muzzle flashed with fire, each shot precisely detonating a bug lunging in midair. Splat. The bug exploded in the air, splattering green acid, which made a sizzling, corrosive sound as it hit the ground, emitting white smoke. But there were too many bugs. Seeing that the exit ahead was already blocked by a white insect tide, like a writhing wall, Chen Feng's eyes hardened. Since you want to explode, let you explode to your heart's content. He pulled out a stun grenade he had swiped from Zhao Jiangwo. Though you have no eyes, you rely on sound waves to locate. Chen Feng pulled the pin, calculated the distance, aimed at the densest part of the insect tide, and threw it. Taste this. Boom. The huge explosion echoed in the enclosed cold storage, and the powerful sonic shockwave instantly knocked over the insect swarm, blocking the door. Those fragile bugs had their internal organs shattered by the sound wave, falling to the ground with a clatter. Taking advantage of the moment when the insect swarm was stunned and scattered, Chen Feng bent his legs slightly and activated the exoskeleton's jump assist at full power. Up! He leaped, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters, stepping on the corpses of several bugs, and shot out of the cold storage door like a large bird. The moment he rushed out, he pushed the heavy blast door closed with his backhand. Though the lock was broken and couldn't be secured, the several-ton door panel slammed shut with a loud bang due to its massive inertia. Boom! The door closed. Behind it came a series of dense impacts and muffled explosions like popping beans. That was the sound of the suicide bugs crashing into the door and detonating. Chen Feng leaned against the door, panting heavily, his face under the gas mask covered with sweat. Close call. Lucky I didn't get greedy and try to dismantle the nuclear battery box. A few more seconds, and I would have been surrounded and killed. He glanced at his backpack. 3 grade repair fluids, 7 waste vials, and a pile of nano-hemostatic bandages and freezing spray, plus a cold sweat and valuable combat experience. Retreat. Chen Feng dared not linger. The commotion here was too great. If it attracted more dangerous creatures, it would be trouble. He activated the winch rappelling system built into his exoskeleton, and like a black lightning bolt quickly descended along the elevator shaft to the ground. This dungeon run complete. Though the process was thrilling and though what he obtained were only defective products, Chen Feng knew that when he placed these 3 green potions before Zhao Jiangwo, the entire Chinese medical community would experience an earthquake. Yinshan no. 1 underground level 2. The high-pressure decontamination spray emitted a delicate white foam, instantly covering Chen Feng's entire body. Next came the high-pressure water gun rinse, followed by ultraviolet disinfection, and finally hot air drying. No radiation exceeds limits. No biological toxin reactions. An electronic voice sounded as the isolation door slowly opened. Chen Feng removed the heavy gas mask and casually tossed it into a nearby disinfection cabinet. He was bare-chested, revealing his strong, sweat-covered muscles, and a faint scent of disinfectant lingered around him. In truth, this entire detection process was unnecessary, as it had already been verified that the traversal was one way, and even bacteria couldn't cross over. Nonetheless, the authorities insisted on taking precautions and added this system. This journey has truly been arduous. He rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and glanced at the tactical backpack sealed inside a transparent bulletproof isolation box. Inside it contained the medical waste he had risked his life to bring back from underground level 2. Half an hour later, all the main lights in the basement turned on. This place had been temporarily transformed into a high-standard biological laboratory by Zhao Jiangwo, with various precision instruments typically seen only in national-level research institutes cluttering the long tables. In addition to Zhao Jiangwo and academician Sun, there were several unfamiliar faces present. One of them was an elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, Professor Li Changqing, the chief trauma expert from the Military General Hospital. Another was a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat with sharp eyes, Dr. Wang Yu, the director of the National Institute of Biological Research. At this moment, these towering figures capable of causing tremors in their respective fields were gathered around the items. Chen Feng had brought back their expressions, a mix of excitement and even some loss of composure. The first exhibit, nano hemostatic adhesive bandage. Incredible. Simply incredible. Professor Li held a piece of silver tape no larger than a fingernail, trembling with excitement, even neglecting to adjust his glasses that had slipped askew. Just moments ago, they had conducted an experiment on a small mouse that was on the brink of shock. They had severed its femoral artery, blood spraying high, and it seemed it would not survive. However, once this tape was applied, the bleeding stopped completely within just 3 seconds. Moreover, under the electronic microscope, they witnessed a scene that sent chills down their spines. The nanoscopic biological hooks on the inner side of the tape, like a group of well-trained and coordinated surgeons, precisely grasped the severed blood vessel walls and skin tissue, forcefully pulling and closing them, even achieving suturing at the microscopic level. This is instant suturing on a physical level. Professor Li took off his glasses, his eyes gleaming with childlike fervor. No needles or threads required, no glue needed, not even prior cleaning or disinfection. Its built-in antibacterial coating can prevent 99.9% of infections. With this, the golden rescue time on the battlefield will be infinitely extended. The mortality rate from hemorrhagic shock could drop by at least 30. No 50. Can it be replicated? Zhao Jiangwo asked the most critical question. The principle is understandable. It's a perfect combination of memory metal and high polymer biological materials. Academician Sun interjected, holding a materials analysis report, however, regarding the precision of processing at the nanoscale. It's like writing with atoms. Give us 3 years, and we should be able to create a simplified version. Although its effectiveness may only be 1/10 of the original, it would still be enough to overturn the current emergency response system. Zhao Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. 3 years is a wait we can endure. The second exhibit, F-class repair liquid defective product. When Dr. Wang Yu picked up the syringe, glowing with a grass-green light, but slightly murky, the atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became tense. Everyone stared at the bulletproof glass container as if it held not a medicine, but a demon ready to leap out at any moment. Dr. Wang had just completed chromatographic analysis and cytotoxicity tests, and was currently holding a lengthy report, her brows tightly furrowed. Advisor Chen. Dr. Wang turned and looked at Chen Feng, her tone complex. Are you sure this is a medication meant for humans? Of course. Chen Feng calmly took a sip of mineral water while sitting in a chair. Although it is expired and contains impurities, it is a military emergency product from that civilization. You can think of it as a powerful medicine on the battlefield. From the data, it appears more like a deadly poison. Dr. Wang was not joking as she pointed to the alarming red line on the report. It contains a significant amount of heavy metal ions, as well as unknown radiation residues. The impurity content is as high as 15. If injected directly into the human body, these impurities would instantly trigger a severe immune storm. The subject's body temperature would soar to 42 degrees within 10 minutes, leading to complete organ failure and accompanying hemolytic reactions, with a mortality rate of at least 20. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo's complexion changed. A 20 mortality rate in modern medicine is akin to murder. But, Dr. Wang's tone shifted, her voice suddenly escalating by 8 degrees, as if she were roaring, her eyes sparkling with a near-manic light. But within this pile of garbage lies an active enzyme we've never seen before. It behaves as if it has life, capable of forcefully reversing the shortening process of telomerase upon contact with aging or damaged cells. It can also induce directed differentiation of stem cells. What does this mean? Dr. Wang excitedly waved her arms, spitting words as she spoke. This means rejuvenation. This means new life from a withered tree. It can turn a 60-year-old liver back to 30. It can make necrotic bones regrow. It can reverse pulmonary fibrosis. It is the honey concocted by the devil. It is the most potent poison, and yet the most astonishing miracle. The conference room fell into silence. Only the rapid breathing of Dr. Wang could be heard. Everyone was shaken by this conclusion. On one hand, there was the potential for miraculous resurrection. On the other, the terrifying side effects with a high probability of death. Can it be purified? Zhao Jiangwo asked in a deep voice. Now that we understand the effective components, can the impurities be separated? It's difficult. Dr. Wang shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness. These active enzymes are extremely fragile, too tightly bound to the impurities, practically entangled together. If we attempt to forcibly separate them using a centrifuge or chemical reagents, the active enzymes will die as well. We need time. Perhaps a year, perhaps 5 years to find a gentle separation method. 5 years. Chen Feng sat in the corner, gently tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Ding Zhang couldn't wait 5 years. Her knee had already suffered severe necrosis, the cartilage worn away, bones grinding against bones, causing excruciating pain with every step. The doctors said that if she didn't have a joint replacement, she would spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Moreover, she also had severe heart disease risks and could not withstand major surgery. This medication had to be used now. What if? Chen Feng suddenly spoke, interrupting the expert's silence. What if I can solve the side effects? Everyone's gaze suddenly turned to him like spotlights. Advisor Chen, this is not a joke, Professor Li said, sternly adjusting his glasses. This kind of immune storm cannot be endured by willpower. Once hemolysis occurs, even deities cannot save you. Chen Feng stood up and walked to the isolation box. Ignoring the doubts of those present, he quietly observed the repair liquid through the glass. In the microscopic view of his AR glasses combined with his spiritual sense from the Qi refinement stage, he could clearly see the green light spots representing vitality, residual Qi tightly wrapped by the black impurities. For mortals, this was an inseparable mixture, a problem that technology could not solve. But for a Qi refinement cultivator, spiritual energy is the best. He could use his own spiritual energy as a guide, wrapping those impurities like a net at the moment the liquid entered the body, allowing the active components to be absorbed first, and then gradually expelling the wrapped impurities through sweat. It was exhausting. Extremely exhausting. It required exceptionally fine micromanipulation and could even consume the majority of his recently cultivated spiritual power, potentially causing him to regress in his cultivation. But for the elderly person who raised him, it was worth it. Director Zhao Dr. Wang. Chen Feng turned around, his gaze resolute and confident, the eyes of a master who controlled everything. I do not need purification. I have my methods. He pointed to his head and then to the vial of medicine. Since that civilization left this medicine, they naturally also left behind special techniques for using it. However, this technique is something only I can use. You can think of it as Qi manipulation or superpowers. In any case, I can handle it. I want to take one vial. Who will it be used for? Zhao Jiangwo had a guess in his heart, but still asked. For the Hongxing orphanage, Ding Zhang. Chen Feng did not hide it. I want to cure her. I also want to fix her heart. Nonsense. Professor Li exclaimed, standing up and slamming the table. Is she your grandmother? Then you absolutely cannot gamble with an old person's life. This is an F-class defective product. If something goes wrong, you won't have time to regret. Chen Feng interrupted him. Boom. An invisible aura erupted from him. It was the pressure of a cultivator. Although he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, that life-level sense of oppression made the elderly present feel a momentary pause in their breathing, as if facing a waking tiger. I am the spark. If I can't even protect those around me, how can I explore that world? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Jiangwo, his eyes blazing. Director Zhao, trust me. Tonight, I will create a medical miracle. If I fail, I will give my life for the nation. Zhao Jiangwo and Chen Feng locked eyes for a full 10 seconds. He saw the resolve in the young man's eyes as well as the absolute confidence that only a true powerhouse possesses. Finally, Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand. Give it to him. Director Zhao, the experts exclaimed. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Zhao Jiangwo said solemnly, his tone unyielding. Additionally, arrange the best emergency response team with a full set of life support equipment to move into Yinshan No. 1 tonight. Professor Li, please lead the team in person. If Advisor Chen's method fails, you all must do everything possible to rescue her. Even if there's only a slim chance of survival, you must bring her back. Professor Li sighed, looking at Chen Feng's determined gaze, and finally nodded. All right, since you're so confident, I'll go along with your madness this once. But let me make it clear in advance, if the monitoring data shows any anomalies, I will immediately stop the procedure. No problem. Chen Feng smiled. He picked up the syringe glowing with green light and placed it into a portable freezing box. Thank you, Director Zhao. No need to thank me. Zhao Jiangwo looked at his departing figure, his expression complex. I just want to see how much surprise this alien can still. That night at 220 Yinshan No. 1. A black ambulance without any markings quietly stopped at the back door of the villa. Ding Zhang was brought over under the guise of a full-body checkup and was settled in the most well-lit guest room on the first floor. The room was decorated very warmly with soft yellow lights and a plush bed lacking any coldness of medical equipment. However, hidden behind the bedside cabinet was a full set of monitoring equipment. Xiao Feng, isn't a physical checkup supposed to be done in a hospital? Why did you bring me? Ding Zhang leaned against the headboard, dressed in a loose hospital gown, looking around at the luxurious decor with some confusion. Grandma, this is an in-home service by internal expert. Our equipment is better here, quiet, and there's no need to wait in line. Chen Feng smiled as he peeled an apple for the elderly woman, the peel forming a long, unbroken strand. He cut the apple into small pieces and fed them to her, then quietly closed the door behind him. Outside the door, Zhao Jiangwo, Professor Li, and a fully armed emergency team stood ready. The defibrillator was fully charged, and all rescue medications had been drawn into syringes. Everyone held their breath, watching the heart rate waveform on the monitor. Inside, only Chen Feng and the elderly woman were present. "Grandma, I'm going to give you an injection of the special medicine." Chen Feng sat by the bed, holding her rough, calloused hands now speckled with age spots. Those hands had once changed his diapers, stitched his school bag, and held him through his most difficult childhood. "This medicine can heal your leg and improve your heart, and then you'll be able to accompany me to climb the Great Wall and visit the Forbidden City." But he paused, his tone becoming incredibly serious, even carrying a hint of pleading. "It will hurt. Very much. It will feel like bones being broken and reconnected. And you will have a high fever. You must endure it, and no matter what happens, trust me. Do not fall asleep." Dean Zhang looked at Chen Feng's serious expression momentarily. Then she smiled. That smile was filled with kindness and an understanding of life and death. She reached out her rough hand and touched Chen Feng's face. "Silly child, haven't I suffered enough in my life? I endured the Great Famine back then, so how could I fear pain? As long as it's your medicine, even if it's poison, Grandma will take it. As long as it can let me live a few more years and see you more, Grandma can endure anything." "All right." Chen Feng's eyes became slightly moist. He took a deep breath and retrieved the grass-green syringe from the freezing box. He closed his eyes, focused, and activated full spiritual sense open. Spiritual power guidance activated. The spiritual energy within his body surged, flowing into the syringe. On a microscopic level, the spiritual energy transformed into countless tiny nets, tightly wrapping the black impurities, leaving only the pure green active enzymes. "Grandma, we are starting now." The needle accurately pierced the joint cavity of her knee. As the liquid was slowly pushed in, beads of sweat instantly formed on Chen Feng's forehead, and his complexion turned pale. "Yinshan no. 1 ground floor guest room." Ugh. As the last drop of the grass-green medicinal fluid was slowly injected into the knee joint cavity, Director Zhang's wrinkled, usually kind face instantly contorted. Pain. A bone-gnawing, heart-wrenching pain. It was as if countless dull knives were scraping her bones, or as if someone had poured molten iron directly into her. The old woman couldn't help but let out a piercing groan, her body convulsing violently on the bed. "Grandma, look at me. Take deep breaths." Chen Feng threw away the empty syringe, his hands gripping the old woman's icy hands tightly. The spiritual energy within him no longer held back, surging like a broken dam into the old woman's meridians. Divine sense fully activated. Chi guidance full power output. Target status immune storm erupting, extremely dangerous. MP spiritual power value 1009590. In Chen Feng's microscopic vision, the old woman's vital signs were frantically alarming. Body temperature shot straight up, heart rate instantly soared to 140 beats per minute. The green dots representing vitality were engaged in a fierce battle with the black impurities representing aging and death. This was the side effect of the grade repair fluid, destruction before creation. It was violently killing off the aging necrotic cells, forcibly spurring the growth of new cells. To a young person, this process might be just a bad cold, but to a 70-year-old old woman, it was nothing short of a death by 1,000 cuts. "It hurts. Xiaofeng. It hurts." The old woman's consciousness was already fading. She instinctively struggled, trying to scratch the burning knee, her fingernails even digging into the bedsheet. "Don't scratch." Chen Feng, quick-eyed and swift-handed, firmly pressed down the old woman's hand. "Get the hell away." Chen Feng ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring like rain. At this moment, his divine sense was fully activated. Under his microscopic vision, he saw the heavy metal impurities in the medicine, which should have been metabolized, rampaging through the old woman's blood vessels, trying to attack the fragile heart and brain. This was a microscopic war without visible smoke. The battlefield was the old woman's body, the enemy was the toxins from another world, and Chen Feng was the sole guardian of this frail candle-like frame. He manipulated the spiritual energy, turning it into countless fine nets, frantically intercepting those black particles in the blood vessels, wrapping them, isolating them, and then gradually guiding them toward the sweat glands and pores. "Get them out." Outside the door in the living room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, as if the air itself was about to freeze. Several precision vital sign monitors were connected to wireless sensors in the room. The data on the screens was glaringly red, and although the alarm volume had been lowered, it still pounded on everyone's heart like a hammer. Body temperature 45 degrees. Still rising. Heart rate 160. Premature beats. Blood pressure critical. This is a Professor Li stared at the screen, sweating profusely with anxiety, roaring at Zhao Jiangwo. "Director Zhao? We can't wait any longer. This is a classic sign of severe anaphylactic. If we don't go in and give epinephrine put on ECMO, the old lady will die. Exactly, Director Zhao. That medicine is poison. An old person's heart simply can't withstand this kind of torture. Another emergency doctor holding a freshly charged defibrillator was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If we go in now, we can still save her. One more minute late, and we'll only be collecting the body. Zhao Jiangwo stood like a door god, his back against the bedroom door, arms crossed, face ashen. But he did not step back. Wait a little longer. Wait my ass. Wait any longer, and shall be a corpse. Professor Li was truly frantic. As a doctor who had spent a lifetime saving lives, he couldn't stand by and watch a patient die before his eyes. You're committing a crime. Move aside. He reached out to push Zhao Jiangwo. They'll take responsibility. Zhao Jiangwo's roar was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone. This old director who had spent half his life fighting on the covert front now exuded a murderous aura that froze Professor Li's outstretched hand in midair. Zhao Jiangwo turned around facing the closed door, his voice low and firm, each word nailing itself into the ground. The person inside is not just an old woman. She is the only family of the nation's spark in this world. If we can't even save his dearest relative, then what meaning do all these national research efforts have? I trust him. Just as I trust that he could return alive from that hellish world full of monsters. Zhao Jiangwo looked around at everyone, his gaze like a knife. No one is to move. That's an order. Inside the room, time seemed to freeze. The first half of the night was a hellish torment. Director Zhang had completely burned into delirium. The 40-degree fever caused her to hallucinate. She no longer cried out in pain, but began to speak deliriously. Xiao Feng, don't cry, don't cry. The old woman, eyes closed, face flushed bright red, waved her withered hand in the air as if trying to grasp something. Did someone at school bully you? Don't be afraid. Tell Grandma. Grandma will go find them and settle the score. Here, have this braised pork. Grandma isn't hungry. Grandma really isn't hungry. Grandma's teeth are bad, can't chew. You eat. Listening to these words, Chen Feng couldn't stop the tears from falling. That was a memory from his childhood. Back then he had just started elementary school, and because his clothes were ragged, his classmates mocked him as a parentless orphan. He ran back to the orphanage crying. It was the director who held him, wiping his tears while putting the only 2 pieces of meat from her bowl into his, lying that she wasn't hungry. Grandma, I'm not crying. No one bullied me. Chen Feng choked, channeling even more spiritual energy into the old woman's body, fiercely protecting her. MP4-5100 warning: host spiritual energy overdrawn. It is recommended to stop transmission. Chen Feng ignored it. He could feel that the old woman's knee bones were undergoing astonishing changes. It was a miracle of rebirth. The joint surfaces, which had been worn down to bony-on bone, were now regrowing a layer of translucent crystalline cartilage. Necrotic bone tissue was being expelled, replaced by hard new bone. At the same time, a layer of black, foul-smelling, oily sludge was being expelled through the old woman's pores, staining the bedsheet. That was the toxins accumulated in her body for decades, along with the lethal impurities from the medicine. In the late night, the most dangerous moment had passed. The old woman's breathing gradually steadied, the flush on her face began to fade, and her body temperature dropped. Chen Feng watched the green HP bar on the data panel slowly rising, and the tension that had gripped him all night finally eased. But he dared not let go. MP12100, his face was as pale as paper, and the chi vortex in his dantian was nearly depleted, even aching from overexertion. Yet he still maintained a faint thread of spiritual energy, nourishing the old woman's newly born cells. This was not just treatment, it was the transfer of life force. Using a cultivator's primal chi to extend a mortal's lifespan. Outside the window, the sky began to lighten with the pale gray of dawn. The long night had finally passed, and the first ray of morning light filtered through the gap in the curtains. Ding! The monitor outside the door let out a crisp tone, no longer the panicked alarm. Body temperature 36.8 degrees. Back to normal. Heart rate 75. Strong and steady. All indicators completely stable. Professor Li stared at the screen in disbelief, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was seeing things. This is impossible. Just a moment ago she was almost in multiple organ failure. How could she suddenly? I told you, trust him. Zhao Jiangwo leaned against the wall, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat, his legs a bit weak. He let out a long breath, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and tried to light it, only to find his hands shaking so much he couldn't press the lighter. Creak. The bedroom door opened. Chen Feng walked out. His face was pale, his eyes sunken, and he swayed as he walked as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. But his eyes were startlingly bright, and a weary but deeply satisfied smile hung on his face. Director Zhao, Professor Li. Chen Feng, holding the doorframe, pointed inside, his voice hoarse as if filled with sand. Go in and see. A miracle has happened. Professor Li and the doctors rushed in. On the hospital bed, Director Zhang was already awake. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at her own leg. Her knees, which had been severely deformed and swollen like buns due to rheumatism, were now completely reduced and swelling. Although her skin was covered in a layer of foul black mud, it was clear that the muscles beneath were now full and firm, and even the age spots had faded significantly. Director Zhang looked up at the doctors, rushing in her eyes, confused and shocked. I don't feel pain anymore. It feels tingly and warm inside my bones like I've become 20 years younger. Professor Lee rushed over, taking a small hammer to gently tap the old woman's kneecap. Tap. Any reaction? Yes. My leg can spring up. It's very strong, Director Zhang said in surprise. Professor Lee then took out his stethoscope and listened to the heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat was strong and powerful, with no murmurs, completely unlike a 7-year-old with a history of heart disease. It was more like that of a miracle. This is a miracle. Professor Lee turned around, looking at Chen Feng, who was leaning against the doorframe, drinking water, his gaze as if he were looking at an alien, filled with awe and bewilderment. Consultant Chen, how exactly did you do it? What about the heavy metal toxins? What about the inevitable immune rejection? How did you control the cellular reaction at the microscopic level? Chen Feng put down his water glass and smiled. They were expelled. Just take a shower and shall be. As for how, Chen Feng raised a finger to his lips. That's a trade secret. Or perhaps the power of love. At this moment, Director Zhang tried to stand up. No cane, no assistance needed. The old lady pushed herself up with her hands on the edge of the bed, using a little force. She stood steadily. She tried to walk a few steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. No pain, no stiffness. Her steps went from cautious to brisk, and she even tried to look. It's cured. It's really cured. The old lady spun around in place like a child, tears streaming down her face. Xiao foamed. Look, Grandma can walk. Grandma doesn't need a wheelchair anymore. Grandma can still cook for you and go square dancing. Chen Feng watched this scene, laughing, but his vision blurred. He had expended 90 of his spiritual energy, stayed up all night, and even risked a drop in his cultivation realm. But to exchange for this moment, seeing the old woman who had raised him with all her hardship stand up again, it was all worth it. Grandma, from now on you can lead the square dance every day. You are the most stylish old lady in our orphanage. Chen Feng walked over and gently hugged, but he was too tired. As soon as his mind relaxed, the bone-deep fatigue surged up. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Why is your body so cold? Director Zhang sensed something was wrong with Chen Feng. His body was trembling slightly, his temperature frighteningly low. It's nothing, just a bit sleepy. Chen Feng's vision went dark and his body collapsed limply. Xiao Feng, doctor, come look at Xiao Feng. Amidst the cries of alarm, Chen Feng lost. In the last second before his eyes closed, he heard Zhao Jiangwo's roar, heard Grandma's anxious calls. With a smile on his lips, he fell into a deep sleep. The long night was about to end. In this world of countless lights, it was enough for me to keep this one lamp burning. Yinshan no. 1. First floor bedroom. System prompt. Host mental strength is recovering from overuse. HP 100. MP 25,100. Chen Feng was awakened by the enticing aroma of millet porridge. He opened his eyes and in a daze stared at the exquisite crystal chandelier on the ceiling as memories slowly surged back. Awake! A familiar voice came. Chen Feng turned his head and saw Ding Zhang pacing slowly in the room, holding a steaming bowl of millet porridge. She walked steadily without the need for a cane or assistance, her steps light as a middle-aged person in their 40s or 50s. Grandma. Chen Feng suddenly sat up. You're all right. Yes, much better. Ding Zhang smiled broadly, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes easing. Dr. Wang just came to see me and said I am rejuvenating. Little Feng, what kind of miraculous medicine did you use? I feel an endless energy in my legs. I even want to run a couple of laps around the yard. Chen Feng jumped out of bed, supporting the elderly woman, and looked at her legs now brimming with vitality, finally feeling relieved. That's high technology from the country. You're better now, and that's all that matters. After chatting with the elderly woman for a while, and watching her finish the porridge and go to sleep, Chen Feng tiptoed out of the room. Outside the door, Zhao Jiangwo was leaning against the corridor smoking area waiting for him. Awake. Come on, I'll take you to a great place. Zhao Jiangwo extinguished his cigarette and pointed to the elevator leading underground. On the second underground level, the training room. As soon as the elevator door opened, a wave of scorching air mixed with the smell of ozone hit him. The originally empty corner of the basement was now occupied by a massive silver-gray device radiating an industrial aesthetic of brutalism. It was a high-pressure direct current transformer module the size of a shipping container. The device was connected by thick black cables which could only be seen at national-level substations coiling across the ground like giant pythons. Hundreds of cooling fans were spinning furiously, emitting a deep, thunderous hum. Indicator lights flashed as if they were breathing, showing it was in standby mode. Director Zhao, what is this? Chen Feng looked at the giant device, feeling a bit dazed. This was installed overnight for you. Zhao Jiangwo patted the thick metal casing, which emitted a dull sound, It's connected directly to the military radar power supply line from the Shishan base. This line was originally intended for powering large phased array early warning radars with enough power to sustain half of Haiching's industrial electricity. Now it belongs to you. Director Zhao isn't my cultivation. Too power hungry. In the past few days I've seen that electricity meter spinning like a whirlwind. I checked, and the energy conversion loss is enormous. It's practically a bottomless pit. Don't let the power grid in Haiching collapse. He genuinely worried. Although he didn't understand the specific power data, he knew the cost of going against the heavens. Converting low-grade electrical energy into high-grade spiritual energy incurs exponential losses. It's like using a ton of coal to refine a gram of diamond. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment. Then the old director burst into hearty laughter, his laughter echoing in the basement. Collapse the power grid of Haiching. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Feng, as if he were an alien, shaking his head, his tone carrying a confidence belonging to a great industrial nation. Little Chen, although you are practicing cultivation, you underestimate our country's infrastructure prowess. Do you know our average daily power generation in China now, eh? Chen Feng shook his head in confusion. Zhao Jiangwo held up 3 rough fingers, waving them in front of him, close to 30 billion kilowatt-hours. That's 30 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. Every single day. Zhao Jiangwo's voice grew passionate, as if reciting an industrial ode. We have the largest hydropower station group in the world. Every spin of the 3 Gorges turbine generates hundreds of thousands of kilowatt-hours. We have vast photovoltaic fields covering the Gobi Desert, extending endlessly. We have the most advanced nuclear power units in the world, operating day and night. Our ultra-high voltage transmission technology is unparalleled, globally able to deliver electricity from thousands of kilometers away with minimal loss. Zhao Jiangwo pointed at the transformer exuberantly, stating, even if you trained yourself to the point of explosion, how much can you absorb? 10,000 kilowatt-hours, 100,000 kilowatt-hours, 1,000,000 kilowatt-hours. For the massive entity that is the national power grid, your consumption is nothing, merely a rounding error in the fluctuations of the grid. So don't be stingy. Relax and use it freely. Zhao Jiangwo patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Use it as much as you want. Don't hold back. Our country is currently so poor that we only have electricity left. If you can drain the power grid dry, I'll consider you capable. Chen Feng was completely stunned by these words. This is the advantage of being backed by a great nation. In the Taihao civilization, the depletion of spiritual energy led to the destruction of civilization, and cultivators fought fiercely for mere spirit stones. Yet on Earth, although there is no natural spiritual energy, humanity has created nearly infinite electrical energy through industrial power. This is the transformation from quantity to quality. As long as the base is large enough, even with a low conversion rate, a synthetic spiritual environment can be constructed. Understood. Chen Feng took a deep breath, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Then I won't hold back. This time in closed-door training, I will strive for perfection in Qi refinement level 1. There's one more thing. Zhao Jiangwo pointed to the tactical backpack that Chen Feng had left on the workbench, which he hadn't had time to tidy up. When Academician's son was checking the supplies earlier, he found that 2 Type 3 military batteries were missing. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Those were the private funds he had deliberately set aside, intended for future exploration of other worlds or to make himself a power bank. Discovered. He was about to explain. However, Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand, interrupting him, his tone becoming serious, even slightly gentle. Little Chen, you don't need to explain or be nervous. We have a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship, and certainly not an interrogation of a criminal. Those items are what you brought back from that hellish world at the cost of your life. Legally speaking, ownership belongs to you. If you choose to hand over those 3 potions, that is your goodwill, your patriotism. If you want to keep something for self-defense, that is your rights, your freedom. Zhao Jiangwo looked into Chen Feng's eyes sincerely. The country doesn't lack these 2 batteries. What we lack is you, your presence, and your heart. The leader specifically instructed, as long as you don't intend to use these items to harm society, you can keep as much as you want for self-defense. In fact, if you feel the batteries are not enough, we can provide you with a few civilian versions as power banks. Those have a larger capacity. Chen Feng clenched his fists. A wave of warmth surged in his heart. There was no coercion, no moral kidnapping, no arrogance of claiming everything for the public. Only respect, understanding, and a powerful foundation. This is the demeanor of a great nation. Director Zhao will be keeping those 2 batteries. I must say that battery is actually a high-density spiritual energy core. Combined with this transformer, it can greatly enhance my conversion efficiency, acting as a high-purity filter. That's right. Zhao Jiangwo patted a specially made slot on the side of the transformer. Academician's son had anticipated this, so he specially modified this interface for you. You can plug in the battery as a filter and convert the violent electrical energy into the type you need. Spiritual energy. All right, you handle your tasks. I have arranged for the best nurse for Dean Zhang. For the next few days you can focus on your training, no one will disturb you. After saying this, Zhao Zhengwo turned and left his back standing tall like a pine. After seeing Zhao Zhengwo off, the large door of the basement slowly closed, and it became a completely sealed private space once again. Chen Feng stood before the massive transformer looking at the 2 military batteries he had plugged into the slots. System analyze energy efficiency. Taizhao auxiliary chip V1. 0 activated. Connected energy source national power grid unlimited supply. Conversion core type 3 fusion battery as spiritual energy filter array. Estimated conversion rate 0. 1 note energy level 2 low entropy increase losses are massive. A conversion rate of 1/10th. Chen Feng clicked his tongue. This means that it takes 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity to refine a trace of spiritual energy that he can absorb. This is simply extravagant to the extreme, faster than burning money. But who cares? Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes glinting with a fervent light. After all, the country is covering it. This is hundreds of billions of kilowatt-hours of backing. He sat cross-legged on the guiding platform, his hands pressing against the 2 massive metal electrodes. Begin cultivation. Gate rise. Boom. As Chen Feng focused his mind, the heavy gate on the wall automatically closed. A terrifying high-voltage current surged like a caged beast, roaring and rectifying through the transformer, madly flooding into the 2 batteries. The runes on the surface of the batteries instantly lit up, bursting forth with dazzling blue light. The violent currents were shattered, reassembled, and filtered within the rune array, ultimately transforming into pure, faintly blue-hued spiritual energy, which flowed through the electrodes into Chen Feng's body. Awesome! Chen Feng couldn't help but let out a low roar. This sensation felt like a dried riverbed suddenly welcoming a flood. This practice lasted a full 3 days. The electricity meter in the basement of Yinshan No. 1 spun so fast it could have flown away. If it were an ordinary household, the electricity bill could probably buy a house. But for the massive Haiqing power grid, it barely made a splash. On the 3rd night in the basement, the blue light suddenly receded. Ding! Late night Haiqing. Yinshan No. 1. The rain poured like a torrent. Gale-force winds howled past, carrying fallen leaves, bending the trees wildly. Violet lightning bolts tore through the night sky, followed by deafening thunderclaps that drowned out every sound in the world. Codename Tianqian's. He was now crouched in the shadow of the drainpipe, just 5 meters from the 3rd-floor terrace of the villa, like a black gecko merging with the darkness. He was not human. At least in biological terms. Through extreme training and chemical enhancements, he had transformed himself into a cold-blooded creature capable of surviving in any environment. His heartbeat was forcibly controlled at 15 beats per minute and could even be paused for up to a minute. Thanks to a special yogic breathing technique, his body temperature dropped to nearly 20 degrees Celsius, matching the rain, perfectly evading thermal imaging searches. He carried no metal objects. Even the fillings in his teeth had been removed beforehand to pass any possible magnetic security check. In his hand was a pitch-black dagger codenamed Crow. The blade was made of high-strength carbon fiber and ceramic composite, non-reflective, non-conductive, impossible to pass through security, yet 5 times harder than steel. It could easily pierce Kevlar bulletproof vests, slicing through a major artery as smoothly as cutting through a piece of hot tofu. Target confirmed. Target confirmed. He murmured in his mind, his gaze as cold as ice. Through the dense curtain of rain, he saw the silhouette of a young man on the terrace. Chen Feng, clad in a thin training suit, stood with his hands behind his back, letting the torrential rain soak him. He seemed to be in a daze, or perhaps contemplating. To an ordinary person, this was a somewhat eccentric rich kid. But to Tianqian's, it was all vulnerabilities. Every part of his body was a fatal point. How arrogant. He thinks that with national security's protection and those high-tech radars, he can rest easy. Machines are dead, humans are alive. He was a top-tier assassin crawled out of a pile of corpses, a ghost ranking among the top 3 on the dark web bounty list. He had killed warlords heavily guarded in Africa, financial tycoons hiding in safe houses on Wall Street, and even CIA agents. In his eyes, Chen Feng was merely a lucky fool who had stumbled upon alien technology, a rookie lacking even basic vigilance. The hunt began. Seizing the moment when a thunderclap burst and the world turned pale, Tianqian's moved. He made no sound, not even splashing the accumulated water beneath his feet. His body slithered like a boneless black serpent, instantly clinging to the wall, and silently slid toward the terrace with the wind. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Even at this distance, where he could smell the others shampoo, the young man remained motionless, as if completely deafened by the rain, staring blankly at the distant woods. It's over. A flicker of cruel satisfaction flashed in Tianqian's eyes. He had already planned the perfect escape route. Strike from behind, cover the mouth with the left hand to stifle the scream, stab with the crow in the right hand into the left jugular vein, triangle, sever the carotid artery, and trachea, then twist upward to shred the vocal cords and brainstem. The whole process would not exceed 1 second. Death descended. Swish. The black carbon fiber dagger cut through the rain curtain, carrying a chilling gleam of certain death, aimed precisely, ruthlessly, and silently at the back of Chen Feng's neck. This strike held no flourish. It gathered 30 years of his skill and the conviction to kill. Even a heavy bulletproof vest would be pierced clean through. It was close. The tip of the blade touched the thin layer of skin. A victorious smirk already curled at the corner of Tianqian's mouth. He knew the smooth sensation of blade entering flesh, the thrill of warm blood gushing out. Yet the next second his smile froze. Ding! There was no dull thud of steel cutting into flesh. No warm spray of blood. Amidst the raging thunderstorm, an extremely faint yet crisp metallic clang rang out. It was like stabbing a plastic knife violently into a thick armored steel plate, or into a block of granite. Crack! A tremendous recoil surged through the hilt. Tianqian's tiger's mouth went numb instantly, his wrist trembling violently, nearly losing his grip on the dagger. What was happening? His eyes widened, pupils dilated to the extreme. He had struck. The tactile feedback told him the tip had definitely touched the skin. But it didn't go in. The young man's body didn't even sway. This defied science. Time seemed to freeze. Rainwater trickled down Chen Feng's cheek. The young man, who had been facing away slowly, almost stiffly, turned his head. No terror. No surprise. Those deep, black hole-like eyes held only a mocking amusement and a hint of profound boredom. Is that all? Chen Feng's voice cut through the rain, piercing clearly into Tianqian's ears, laced with disappointment. What? Tianqian's worldview shattered in that instant. He instinctively stepped back, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng's neck. There, at the exact spot of his full-force strike, was only a faint white mark rapidly disappearing under the rain. No blood. Not even a scratch. Impossible. This is high-strength carbon fiber. This is crow. I could punch a hole in a steel plate. The assassin's instinct didn't drive him to flee. Instead, immense fear ignited a more frenzied urge to attack. He refused to believe it. Die. He let out a beastly low growl, the dagger in his hand turning into a black whirlwind. If the neck wouldn't work, then the eyes. Throat. Temple. Heart. Groin. Any human body had weaknesses. Swish, 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 swish. In 1 second, he delivered 7 strikes, each thrust aimed at the body's most vulnerable death points. Each carried a shrieking tear through the air. Yet faced with this storm of attacks, Chen Feng didn't even dodge. He lazily raised one hand, casually shielding his eyes like shooing a fly. As for the other strikes, he let them land on his throat, heart, and abdomen. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense impacts rang out. This wasn't murder, it was blacksmithing. The more Tianqian struck, the more desperate and chilled he became. He felt he wasn't stabbing a man, but a Trex in human skin, or a Terminator T-800. This defied all biological common sense. What was the skin made of? Even a rhino's hide wasn't this tough. Finally, on his last vicious stab at Chen Feng's heart, a crisp sound rang out. Crack. The crow carbon fiber dagger, companion for 10 years, slayer of countless lives, boasted as indestructible, could not withstand the immense recoil and continuous high-frequency impacts, and snapped. Half the black blade flew off, fell into the accumulated water, splashing a tiny droplet. Tianqian stood in the rain, clutching the remaining half of the hilt frozen. The rain lashed his face, icy and piercing. His hand trembled violently. Muscle spasm from overexertion, and also fear from the depths of his soul. Had enough fun. Chen Feng patted the torn holes in his chest. The expensive training suit was now shredded into strips, revealing his unscathed bronze skin with not even a red. Your stealth technique is quite good. It managed to fool my psychic radar. That turtle-breathing trick has some merit. Chen Feng stepped forward. That step felt like an insurmountable mountain pressing down. The oppressive aura of a higher life form nearly suffocated Tianqian's. But Chen Feng shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. Your attack power is too weak. It's like scratching an itch for me. Chen Feng extended his hand. In the rain it looked slender, fair, with no calluses, a pianist's hand. But to Tianqian's it was death's scythe. Oh, Tianqian's completely broke down. His psychological defenses were shattered by the bizarre scene. He threw away the broken blade, turned, and leaped off the terrace to escape. If he could jump down and dash into the woods, he might have a chance. Think you can run? Chen Feng didn't pursue. He simply raised his hand and gently clenched it in the air. Instead of firing a spirit energy bullet, he detonated spiritual energy in his palm, generating a massive suction force. Come back. Whoosh. Tianqian's leaping form was caught by an invisible giant hand, halted midair, and then yanked back. Chen Feng's large hand, like an iron clamp, struck from behind and seized the back of Tianqian's head. No matter how Tianqian struggled or tried to use his jujitsu to break free, that hand was immovable, as if welded to his skull. Ugh, ugh. Tianqian's was lifted like a chick, dangling in the air, his legs kicking wildly, hoarse sounds escaping his throat. His once proud strength before this young man was like an infant wrestling a titan. Chen Feng pulled him close his eyes. I see who sent you. Tian Qian's clenched his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. He tried to bite the poison capsule hidden in his back molar. Even death was preferable to revealing the client's information. That was the code. Crack. Chen Feng didn't give him a chance. With his other hand, he casually pinched his jaw. The mandible shattered into a dislocated mess. Wanna die? Not so easy. Chen Feng flung him like trash. Boom. Tian Qian's body arced through the air and crashed heavily onto the marble. The hard stone slabs instantly cracked. Puffed. Tian Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, countless bones broken, lying like a pile of mud, without even the strength to scream. Complete annihilation. From start to finish, Chen Feng hadn't even used a trace of spiritual energy attack. Purely physical defense and strength crushed all the pride of this world-class assassin. The rain continued. Chen Feng stood in the rain, not sparing a glance at the wreck on the ground. He pulled out the waterproof military phone Zhao Jiangwo had given him and dialed the phone. Hello, Director Zhao. The rain is a bit heavy. A bug got into the house. Yes, alive. But I pulled its teeth, broke its claws, and dislocated its jaw. No thanks needed. By the way, the knife he brought was carbon fiber. Poor quality. It snapped after a couple of stabs. Next time can he bring an alloy one? This one is too brittle, no fun. Over the phone, Zhao Jiangwo paused for 2 seconds, then could only chuckle bitterly. You, as long as you're fine. Keep him alive, or I'll send someone to pick him up right away. He hung up. Chen Feng looked down at the killer on the ground, whose eyes were vacant and filled with terror. If you really want to kill me, bring an anti-tank missile next time. Or call in an armored division. A knife? That's insulting me. Chen Feng turned and went back inside, leaving a despairing silhouette in the rainy night. The Tian Qians on the ground staring at that back had only one thought: this was not a mission. This was suicide. That was not a man. That was a god. On a rainy night at Yinshan, no. One of several unmarked black service vehicles parked at the entrance of the villa. The windshield wipers moved frantically, yet they could not clear the water flowing down the windows, as if trying to wash away all the filth in the world. Zhao Jiangwo stood on the terrace, letting the rain drench his trench coat. He looked down at the once dreaded top assassin in the Western underground world, the Judgment. At this moment, the assassin resembled a disassembled doll with limbs twisted at bizarre angles, his jaw dislocated, eyes vacant, and drool spilling from the corner. His once proud will had completely collapsed under Chen Feng's inhumane pressure. Director Zhao, we have found out. A technician in a black raincoat approached with a tablet, his face dark enough to drip water. We discovered a mini passive locator in his lower molar. This technology, although there is no nameplate, the signal frequency points to that intelligence agency across the ocean. Zhao Jiangwo remained silent. He simply threw the already rain-soaked cigarette in his hand onto the ground and crushed it forcefully with his leather shoe. These bandits. Zhao Jiangwo gritted his teeth, his voice carrying a chilling, murderous intent. In the past, they imposed technological blockades to choke us. Now that they realize the blockade won't hold, they resort to lowly physical extermination. Do they really think we are still the soft persimmons they can bully from a century ago? Do they really think we want dare to flip the table? He turned around to look at Chen Feng, who was sitting on the terrace in a rattan chair sipping tea. The young man bore not a single trace of blood, and even the torn training outfit had been replaced with a set of dry casual wear. He held a cup of hot tea, his expression calm, as if the overwhelming battle just now was merely the swatting of an annoying mosquito. Advisor Chen, I apologize for frightening you. Zhao Jiangwo spoke with regret. It's our security work that fell short. It's not really frightening. Chen Feng blew on the steam above his teacup, taking a sip. It's just quite bothersome. If this fly isn't swatted dead, will its owner come back later? Not anymore. Zhao Jiangwo took out the red top-secret phone, his gaze turning incredibly resolute like an enraged lion, because the country has decided it will no longer hide things. Since they do not wish to maintain dignity, then let everyone abandon it. We will ignite this fire, burning it to their backyard, making them unable to care for themselves, making them beg us for cooperation. At 3 in the morning, in the capital at sea, a high-level emergency meeting was convened late at night. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, no length. The theme of the meeting was singular strategic deployment regarding the civilian release of Taihao Technologies' first phase. Comrades, the Judgment Bringer incident. A leader knocked on the table, his expression solemn, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The enemy is already anxious. If we continue to research secretly, they will send more people, even risking localized wars and creating regional turmoil, to test our bottom line. Rather than being passively defensive, let's take the initiative. Approval to establish the Future Energy and Materials Group within this month. No, in 3 days hold a global press. We will directly push the Jinwu battery and Xuanwu material to the market. We will use these technologies to redefine the standards of the Industrial Revolution. Let them understand that in this new era, who is the frontrunner in setting the rules. This is not just a business press conference, this is a declaration of war. The next morning, Yinshan No. 1. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Dewdrops hung on the leaves, sparkling in the morning sun. Zhao Jiangwo visited again. This time he did not bring guards, but carried a thick document under his arm, wearing an unusually relaxed smile. Comrade Chen Feng, good morning. Good morning, Director Zhao. Chen Feng was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Although he was a cultivator, he found that traditional Tai Chi greatly aided in regulating his breath. Regarding the soon-to-be established Future Energy and Materials Group, there is a special resolution that requires your signature. Zhao Jiangwo sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, handing the document to Chen Feng, pointing at the equity distribution section. This group will integrate the top resources of the state grid, China National Petroleum, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and several major military-industrial groups. It is a national strategic aircraft carrier. Given the core technologies, the Jinwu battery, the terrestrial replica of the Taihao battery, and the Xuanwu material, the civilian version of the nanorepair tape, are entirely derived from your contributions. Zhao Jiangwo spoke earnestly. The country has decided to grant you 20 of personal technical equity. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, about to speak. Zhao Jiangwo raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't be quick to refuse, let me finish. Don't underestimate this 20. According to the valuations of those analysts on Wall Street regarding the new energy market, once these two products are launched, the market value of this group will easily exceed $1 trillion or even higher. This 20 means you will instantaneously become the richest person in the world, surpassing that electric car maker Musk. Moreover, this is still an undiluted. This means that no matter how financing is done in the future, your 20 will always remain 20. This is an exorbitant gift. It is a wealth that could drive anyone mad. However, Chen Feng looked at the document without displaying the ecstatic reaction that Zhao Jiangwo had anticipated. He didn't even flip through it, simply closed it and pushed. Too much. Chen Feng shook his head, his tone as calm as if refusing a flyer. Too much. Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback. This is what you deserve. Without the samples and drawings you brought back, we would still be groping in the dark. Do you know how much these two technologies can boost our GDP? Director Zhao, you know, I am a cultivator. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the edge of the terrace, gazing at the distant rolling western mountains, watching the clouds swirling in the valleys. For me now, money is just a number. It isn't even worth counting. What do I need so much money for? To buy a yacht, to buy a plane, or to buy an island abroad and become its lord. These things, as long as I want, I can have them right now. But I don't need them. He turned around, extending a finger and shaking it in front of Zhao Jiangwo. One. What? Zhao Jiangwo thought he had misheard and dug at his ear. I only want one of the shares. Chen Feng smiled and said, and it is symbolic, just for dividends, not participating in specific management, nor in minor decisions. Only when I feel it's necessary will I participate, but once I do, my opinions must be seriously considered. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Do you know what you're giving up? That's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That's wealth that could rival nations. Zhao Jiangwo was anxious, standing up. Are you afraid the country will come after you later? I can guarantee with party loyalty. I know. I also trust the country. Chen Feng stepped in front of Zhao Jiangwo, his gaze as clear as a bottomless pool, without any impurities. Director Zhao, I am not foolish. This one is already an astronomical figure for me. I could never exhaust it in this lifetime or the next, or even several lifetimes. My current food, clothing, and shelter are all covered by the state. The electricity I use for cultivation is waived by the state grid. Oh, when I am injured, I have the best doctors. Oh, wherever I want to go, I have a private jet to take me. What do I need so much money for? To let it sit in the bank collecting interest. Having too much money will only become a burden for me, a target for others to attack, and may even disrupt my Tao. Moreover, Chen Feng paused, his voice growing slightly somber, carrying a maturity beyond his years. This company is not just a business, but also the fate of the nation. It is meant to break the blockade and benefit the people. If I take 20 of the profits, the company's costs will rise. Will electricity prices then increase? Will the batteries that the common people buy become more expensive? Will our products lose competitiveness internationally? Rather than let someone like me take money to let it rot, it's better to leave these profits for the country. To build aircraft carriers, to repair roads, to build schools for children in the western mountainous areas, to give more subsidies to welfare institutions like the Hongxing. If it's like this, I feel it's much more enjoyable than buying a luxury car with this money. After a round of words, Zhao Jiangwo was left speechless. He looked at the young man before him, who was just over 20, suddenly feeling somewhat unable to see through him. What kind of realm is this? Viewing money as dirt. No, this is a transcendence. In Chen Feng's eyes, mundane wealth has truly lost its allure. What he pursues is the stars, and the sea, the leap of life stages the ultimate truth behind the Taihao civilization. In comparison, this bit of money on earth is indeed trivial. Good lad. Zhao Jiangwo took a deep breath, feeling his eyes warm. He heavily patted Chen Feng's shoulder with force, as if trying to impress this respect into Chen Feng's bones. Since you insist, then let it be your way. 1. But this one will be a special national honor share. As long as this country exists, as long as this group exists, this share will always be yours. No one can take it away, no one can touch it. Chen Feng smiled, looking very relaxed. Then it's settled. When will it be announced? 3 days later. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes flashed with a cold light, his tone somber. Location: the Great Hall. Global live broadcast. We want those who wish to kill you to regret it in front of the TV. We want to tell the whole world the dragon has awakened. In the next 3 days, the entire world fell into a strange unrest. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly sent invitations to major mainstream media and embassies in China announcing a special press conference titled New Era Energy and Materials Technology Innovation. The specifications were unprecedentedly high, yet no specific details were revealed. Only a poster was displayed on a black background. A golden sun was rising from the eastern horizon. In the center of the sun, a three-legged golden crow totem could be vaguely seen flapping its wings. Below the poster, there was only one line of text: the future. The foreign media exploded. The New York Times headlined, "Is China being mysterious? Or has there really been a significant technological breakthrough?" Experts predict it may be a political show. CNN, intelligence indicates this may be related to the recent failed special operation. The CIA declined to comment. Wall Street analysts recommend shorting Chinese concept stocks. This is likely a bubble. Meanwhile, domestic online discussions were also rampant. Trending topics exploded. Such a big event. Could it be that 6G has come out? Or is it controllable nuclear fusion? If it's true, I'll livestream myself washing my hair upside down. Don't dream upstairs, nuclear fusion will still take 50 years. I think it might be a new type of chip or some new weapon. Chen Feng sat in the underground room of Yinshan No. 1. He sat cross-legged in front of the transformer, absorbing the surging spiritual energy supplied by the state grid while scrolling through comments on his phone. Watching the questioning, mocking, and expectant remarks, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Laugh, go ahead. Wait until 3 days later when the Jinwu battery and Xuanwu material are revealed. I hope you can still catch your jaws. He put down his phone and looked at the buzzing high-voltage transformer in front of him. The spiritual energy within him had accumulated to its peak. Current realm Qi refining stage 1, full distance to break through to Qi refining stage 2. 5 more needed. Chen Feng closed his eyes, entering meditation once more. Rised. Boom. The transformer roared again, and the blue electric arc illuminated the entire underground room. Jingqing, the Great Hall of the People. At 9 o'clock in the morning. Although this was nominally just the first press conference of a newly established commercial group at this moment, it had drawn the world's most elite attention. Its high specification and stringent security even surpassed that of many state visits. Reuters, Associated Press, CNN, BBC, AFP. Virtually every named Western mainstream media outlet had dispatched their ace reporter teams with long lenses and cameras filling the entire media zone. In the front VIP seats, not only were the heads of major domestic automakers, mobile phone manufacturers, and energy giants seated, but also several Silicon Valley tycoons who had flown in overnight on private jets, such as the Iron Man Mr. Musk, who builds rockets and electric cars, now speaking seriously in low tones, with Apple CEO Tim Cook beside him. The atmosphere was somewhat strange, even tense to the point of being on the verge of conflict. Domestic journalists were full of anticipation, even with barely restrained excitement. Foreign journalists, on the other hand, mostly held an attitude of scrutiny, skepticism, and even mockery. They were too familiar with this routine. Every time there was a so-called major breakthrough, it was often just conceptual hype or a clumsy imitation of Western technology. "Hey Jack, what do you think China can release this time?" A veteran CNN journalist, while adjusting the white balance of his camera, asked the BBC colleague next to him in a low voice. "Another concept PPT to surpass the world? Or that quantum speed reading that only exists in the lab?" "Who knows?" The BBC journalist shrugged, his tone full of arrogance. "Maybe faster 5G. Or some new type of battery. But I bet their parameters will only be about 10 higher than Panasonic or CATL. That's the ceiling. You know, breakthroughs in fundamental materials science can't be achieved just by shouting slogans. Then, that's worth calling a new era." The CNN journalist sneered. "Chinese always like to exaggerate. If they really had such technology, they would have kept it hidden, wouldn't they?" Hold a press conference. Just then, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed. There was no dynamic electronic music, no fancy laser show, not even a CEO in jeans and t-shirt walking around on stage talking about dreams. An elderly man in a dark gray Zhongshan suit with graying hair, but vigorous spirit, holding a simple folder, slowly walked to the center of the stage under the spotlight. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. "That's Academician's son." A domestic tech journalist recognized him, gasping. "My God, he is a double titan of the Institute of Physics and the Institute of Materials at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A national treasure scientist of this level personally holding a press conference. This is too hardcore." Academician's son stood before the podium. He didn't look at the teleprompter, nor did he make any unnecessary small talk. On the huge 8K screen behind him, there was only one pattern at this moment. A giant burning golden three-legged golden crow totem. The combination of ancient mythology and modern technology instantly captivated the venue. Good morning, everyone. Academician Sun's voice was steady and powerful, spreading through the top-tier sound system. Today I will not talk about concepts, emotions, visions, nor will I paint a pie for investors. I will only talk about 2 sets of data and 2 mass-produced products. He took out a black square the size of a mahjong tile from the pocket of his Zhongshan suit. The first product developed by Future Energy Group, Golden Crow Solid-State Concentrated Energy Battery, first-generation civilian version. Looking at that unremarkable small battery, Musk in the audience frowned. Solid-state battery. This was a global challenge. Everyone was still in the lab stage solving electrolyte interface issues, and China had already mass-produced it. Impossible. Academician Sun continued, his tone as flat, as if he were saying what he had for breakfast. This is a standard mobile phone battery module. Its volume is 2/3 of current mainstream lithium batteries, and its weight is only half. But its capacity. Academician Sun paused, and a red number jumped onto the screen behind him without any decoration, only the number itself. Energy density 3500 whkg. Boom. The entire venue erupted. Impossible. That CNN journalist directly stood up, forgetting he was still live, shouting hysterically, "This violates the laws of physics. The current top lab data is only 500 whkg. How can you achieve 7 times that? This is false advertising. This is fraud." Musk in the audience also abruptly stood up, staring intently at that number. As an expert, he knew what it meant. The complete end of the fossil fuel vehicle era. Academician Sun ignored the questioning, not even glancing at that journalist. Whether data lies, the product tells the truth. He continued to the second slide. Application scenario: measured data. Smartphone equipped with standard Golden Crow battery, heavy usage battery life. New energy vehicle equipped with standard battery pack, same volume as Tesla Model 3, comprehensive driving range, 3,200 kilometers. Charging speed with dedicated ultra-fast charger 0 to 100, 12 minutes. Cycle life, 95. Capacity retention after 500 charge-discharge cycles. Theoretical lifespan, 50 years. Oh my God. Musk's water bottle fell to the ground, water spilling on his pants without him noticing. 3,200 kilometers. What does that mean? Current electric vehicles struggle to go 800 kilometers, and that's even with a discount in winter. What does 3,200 kilometers mean? It means you can drive from Beijing to Hainan Island without recharging. It means you can drive an electric vehicle across the uninhabited region. It means gasoline vehicles have become completely industrial waste, not even qualified as an alternative. This is absolutely fake. A Reuters journalist shouted, red-faced and thick-necked, "This is PPT car making. This is fraud. Unless you demonstrate on-site. Otherwise we will never report such absurd news." Academician Sun glanced at him indifferently, his gaze like looking at an ignorant child throwing a tantrum. Demonstration. Of course. We Chinese doing scientific research never play tricks. Academician Sun waved his hand. The screen behind him began playing a video. A car with 5 people inside with cameras installed on the chassis roof, front, back, left, and right. With multiple screens synchronized, the car started driving at high speed. On the dashboard, a millisecond-level electronic clock was placed to make it easy for everyone to see if there was any editing, and then the footage fast-forwarded. The car kept driving on the highway without charging or refueling. The driver ate dry food. When reaching the limit time, they entered a service area. The driver got off, and then a person waiting nearby got on from the service area and continued driving without stopping. This way they drove continuously through night and day until finally the car ran out of power and stopped. The odometer and the car navigation simultaneously showed the data, 3,124 kilometers. After playing this video, the audience was stunned. What, they actually showed a video. And at the national level, it was certainly impossible to fabricate such a lie that would be exposed upon listing. Before anyone could discuss another wave of the hand, a staff member pushed a modified domestic electric car onto the stage. The car did not stop, but directly drove onto the roller test bench on the stage. At the same time, the large screen displayed the live feed from the in-car camera and various sensor data connected to the battery pack. Academician Sun walked to the tool table and picked up a black industrial-grade pistol drill. Yes, a pistol drill used for drilling holes in walls. Many people question the safety of high-energy batteries. Western media always say that the higher the energy density, the more likely it is to explode, like carrying. Now please watch. Under the terrified gaze of countless cameras, Academician Sun walked to the chassis of the car, aimed at the exposed metallic-clustered battery pack, and without any hesitation directly pressed the drill switch. Zzz. The high-speed rotating alloy drill bit, with flying sparks, violently pierced through the high-strength shell of the battery pack and deeply penetrated the battery interior. Oh my God! Several Western journalists in the front row instinctively ducked their heads and crouched to find cover. According to common sense, once such a high-density lithium battery is punctured, it would instantly undergo thermal runaway, and the fire and explosion would be no less powerful than an incendiary bomb. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, no fire, no smoke. Even the reading on the temperature sensor did not fluctuate violently, remaining stable at 25 degrees. On the large screen, the dashboard of the car was still lit, the motor was running smoothly, and the roller was spinning rapidly. System prompt: Golden Crow battery structure physically damaged. Core energy locking mechanism activated. Power supply normal. The CNN journalist's mouth fell open, and he didn't even notice the pin dropping from. He felt as if his face had been slapped hard. This is the Golden Crow. Academician's son pulled out the drill, casually tossed it aside, patted the metal shavings off his hands, and said calmly, "It uses a special molecular locking. Even if physically damaged, the energy will not leak and cause thermal runaway. Unless you throw it into the sun, it is the safest battery in the world currently." By the way, Academician's son delivered the final blow, a blow that pierced straight into the heart of global capital. Thanks to our new material process, the mass production cost of this battery is only 50 of current ternary lithium batteries. Dead silence. A 10-second dead silence. Then flashlights burst like a nuclear explosion. The sound of shutters became a tidal wave. Everyone realized one thing: the oil era was at this moment personally ended by the Chinese. But it wasn't over yet. Academician's son waited for the flashlights to calm down a bit, then took out a second item from under the podium. An ordinary-looking black t-shirt. The second product: Xuanwu polymer flexible protective material. It feels as soft as silk, has excellent breathability, and is lighter than cotton. Academician's son rubbed the shirt as if showing a cheap item. "I won't do a demonstration, let's just watch the video." After all, firing a gun on site is not appropriate. The large screen began playing a test video. In the video, a tester wearing this black t-shirt stood in a opposite was a 92G pistol 5 meters away. Bang! The gunshot. The bullet hit the tester's chest. Slow-motion replay showed at that moment the soft t-shirt, upon contact with the bullet, instantly locked its surface molecular structure, becoming harder than diamond. The high-speed rotating bullet seemed to hit an invisible wall, was directly bounced off, and turned into a piece of scrap metal. The tester only swayed a bit, and there wasn't even a hole in the clothes, only a faint white mark. Xuanwu material: non-Newtonian fluid solidification, spiritual energy buffering. Defense level: ignores 9mm pistol direct fire. Resists dagger stabbing. Weight 200 grams. From today onward. Academician's son stroked the shirt, his voice filled with deep pride. "Our police, our soldiers, and even our children no longer need to wear heavy bulletproof. A t-shirt can save lives." This is the answer given by Made in China. Yinshan no. One basement. Chen Feng, while eating chilled watermelon, watched the huge TV screen hanging on the wall. Tisk Academician's son's acting skills could win an Oscar. Looking at the expressions of those Western journalists collapsing, doubting life, and frantically making phone calls, he couldn't help but laugh. Only he knew. The so-called Golden Crow battery was actually a severely castrated version of the Taihao civilization Type I civilian battery. The original Type I battery could power exoskeletons and last for decades. To adapt to Earth's industrial chain, and to avoid overreaching, Academician's son and his team forcibly reduced the energy density by 90, creating this backward product that lasts a month on a single charge. And that Xuanwu material was merely the most basic workwear fiber of the Taihao civilization, not even comparable to scraps of individual armor. If those foreigners knew they were being dimensionally reduced by our garbage, would they be so angry that they spit blood on the spot? Chen Feng spat out a watermelon seed, accurately hitting the trash can. At this moment on TV, the press conference was nearing its end. A journalist tremblingly raised a hand to ask, with a voice full of final struggle, "Academician's son, may I ask, is China willing to share these technologies? Such technology that changes human destiny should not be monopolized." This was a trap question of moral coercion. Academician's son adjusted his glasses and revealed a meaningful smile. A smile of a great power's composure, confidence, and even a hint of dominance. Of course, the original intention of establishing Future Energy Group is to benefit all humanity and promote the progress of Earth's civilization. We will open the sales and orders of batteries and materials to the global market. But Academician's son's tone changed, his eyes becoming sharp as an eagle. Technical standards will be set by us. Pricing power will be determined. If you're not convinced. Academician's son pointed to the huge burning Golden Crow totem behind him. "Welcome to try to catch up. As long as you can catch up." Boom. The live stream comment section exploded with screens full of "China is awesome, tears, infrastructure maniac go." In the Great Hall of the People, thunderous applause rang out, lasting for a long time. America, New York. Wall Street. At this moment it is 9:30 in the morning local time, and the U.S. stock market has just opened. Sunlight streams through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the New York Stock Exchange, but for the thousands of traders in the trading hall today, feels colder than the. On the big screen, the numbers that should have alternated between red and green, with green signifying rises and red declines, now present a shocking sea of crimson. Black Friday has arrived ahead of schedule. Sell. Sell everything. ExxonMobil, Chevron, even Saudi Aramco futures, clear them out. No reservations. A senior hedge fund manager roars into the phone, his tie askew and sweat pouring down his face, clutching two phones tightly. Forget the price. As long as it can be sold, it's profit. Just stop the losses, even if we have to sell at a 10% discount. Oil is finished. It's completely over. Just half an hour ago, a press conference across the ocean had just concluded. 3,200 kilometers of range. Fully charged in 12 minutes. Costs reduced by 50. This series of moves is not just a simple technological iteration, but a direct death sentence for the internal combustion engine and the oil industry. On the hall screen, the Dow Jones Index plummets like a kite, with a severed string hitting its first circuit breaker just 10 minutes after the opening. The oil sector, a catastrophic drop of 40. Those oil giants that once held the world's lifeblood now seem so fragile in the face of a small black. Traditional automakers, General Motors, Ford, Toyota, Volkswagen. Stock prices have halved. Unless they can immediately announce that they have secured battery quotas from China, their massive internal combustion engine production lines will be nothing but a heap of scrap metal, and their trillion-dollar assets will turn into liabilities. The defense sector is equally brutal. The emergence of Xuanwu materials means that all 9mm caliber light weapon stockpiles in active service with the U.S. military have instantly turned into sticks. The stock prices of Raytheon and Lockheed Martin have plummeted. This is a massacre. A gray-haired old trader slumps in his chair, watching the continuously fluctuating red numbers on the screen, murmuring that Eastern country, they are not just releasing products, they are harvesting an old era. And we are the burial goods of that old era. Even the previously untouchable Musk is now tweeting 3 desperate messages filled with despair and urgency. OMG. Is physics gone? I take back what I said. Tesla needs Jinwu, or we will go bankrupt tomorrow. Location shows I am already on a flight to Beijing. If I don't secure China's production capacity, I will never return to America in my lifetime. Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pentagon. In a strategy operations room with tightly drawn curtains, the air was stifling and filled with a strong smell of tobacco. The massive tactical screen froze on the image of academician Sun holding that black t-shirt. Several 4-star generals adorned with stars and senior CIA officials are seated together. No one spoke, only the occasional sound of a lighter breaking the silence. Has it been confirmed? A general broke the silence, his voice hoarse as if filled with gravel. It has been confirmed. CIA Director Miller's expression was ashen with deep bags under his eyes. He slammed a top-secret report onto the table. Our intelligence personnel at the press conference site obtained a fragment of the sample through special means. Although we suspect this so-called special means was actually orchestrated by Huagua to allow us to obtain it for testing, while we are unable to reverse engineer its molecular structure, the physical test results indicate. Miller took a deep breath, seemingly unwilling to believe the results. The strength of that Xuanwu material is 3 times higher than our most advanced Dragon scale armor, yet it weighs only 1/10. And it possesses non-Newtonian fluid properties with a kinetic energy absorption rate of up to 99. In other words, the general closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. If we were to engage in ground conflict with them now, our soldiers with M4 rifles would be ineffective against them as long as they wear just a t-shirt. And our bulletproof vests would be as fragile as paper before their new material. Yes, sir, Miller gritted his teeth. Unless we aim for the head or use heavy machine guns. Otherwise, our light infantry would be nothing but a group of children with toy guns in front of them. A deathly silence ensued. This was more despairing than nuclear deterrent. Nuclear weapons are a card that no one dares to use as it leads to mutual destruction. But the disparity in conventional infantry equipment means that in any localized war or proxy war, the U.S. military would lose all advantages. And then there's that heavens Punisher. Miller's eyes flashed with a hint of undisguised fear as he mentioned this codename. Missing. Completely vanished. Miller painfully closed his eyes. The last signal appeared near Yinshan. No. 1. Then. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. The life sign chip we implanted in his tooth stopped functioning within 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The general's eyes widened in shock. Everyone present gasped in shock. Heaven's Punisher. Is their sharpest blade a killing machine that has undergone genetic modification and extreme training? Even a team of Navy SEALs could not eliminate him in 2 seconds. What kind of monster was residing in that villa? Who exactly is this Chen Feng? A general asked. Could he be a super soldier secretly manufactured by China? I don't know. Our files state he was just an ordinary orphan, even somewhat malnourished. Miller gave a wry smile, projecting Chen Feng's information onto the big screen. But it seems that either the intelligence is wrong, or He possesses the ultimate secret we are searching for. So what now? Should we keep sending people? Send the Reaper team. Send who? Are we sending them to their deaths? Miller stood up and walked to the massive world map, gazing at the red eastern territory, his tone filled with helplessness. Gentlemen, face reality. Assassination failed, technological blockade, ineffective, financial hegemony collapsed. We have lost. And lost thoroughly. The best strategy now is not Miller turned around and said slowly, it is to pray. Pray that they are willing to sell us that damn battery, pray that they do not push us to the brink. Otherwise, in next year's elections, all of you present will be out of a job, and may even face a military tribunal. Meanwhile in China, Haiqing. Yinshan no. 1. The storm outside has reached the skies, but at the center of the storm it is quiet, interrupted only by the sound of cicadas outside the window. Chen Feng sits cross-legged on a cushion in the basement, with a holographic projection screen floating before him, displaying the headlines from major news outlets around. The Wall Street Journal, the end of the oil era. OPEC announces emergency meeting. The Times, the roar of the Eastern Dragon. China holds the key to the future. Asahi Shimbun, desperate for cooperation. The executives of Japan's 3 major automakers have collectively chartered flights to China seeking just an entry ticket. Seeing the once mighty Western media now using the most humble, even fearful terms to describe this press conference, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Director Zhao's move was truly brilliant. Chen Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the text message he had just received. It was a VIP alert from one of the big 4 banks. Dear customer, your account received a dividend payment today at 1400 RMB advance payment. Note, first phase of the patent licensing fee dividend from Future Energy Group. 50 million. Chen Feng was taken aback. The press conference just ended and the money is already here. These people are so quick. Immediately after Zhao Zhengwo's call came in. Hello Xiaoqin, you received the money right. Zhao Zhengwo's voice sounded exceptionally cheerful, the background noise filled with cheers as champagne was popped. Director Zhao, this efficiency is too high, isn't it? Haha, this is just a small part of the earnest money from major automakers. That kid Musk, in order to grab production capacity, directly transferred the deposit to our account, fearing that if he was a second late, we would only sell to BYD. Based on your 1 share, this amount is just a drop in the bucket, and you'll be counting money every month from now on. Just wait to count until your hands cramp. Alright, thank the country for me. Chen Feng smiled as well, but there was more ease in his smile. By the way, Xiao Chun, there's one more thing. Zhao Zhengwo's tone became slightly serious. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs just relayed a message that the U.S. has softened its stance. Oh. The CIA has withdrawn all its senior agents in Asia and has indicated through secret channels that it hopes to restart strategic dialogue, hinting at the possibility of lifting some chip and lithography sanctions in exchange for export quotas of Jinwu batteries. They are genuinely anxious. So shall we sell? Chen Feng asked. Sell. Of course sell. Zhao Zhengwo sneered. That was the smile of a hunter watching its prey fall into the trap. Academician son said, that's a monkey version battery with the core technology in our hands. Selling to them allows us to earn their money, drain their blood, and control their energy lifeline. This is called using the enemy's strength against them. We will use their money to support our research and build our aircraft carriers. Brilliant. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feng glanced at the long string of zeros in his account. Once he worried about a few thousand for rent, anxious about buying medicine for the dean. Now 50 million is just a number, a resource he can obtain effortlessly. Yet his heart remained largely undisturbed. Because he knew that these so-called black technologies, the things that drove Earthlings mad, were merely garbage from the Taihao civilization. 10 minutes after the press conference ended, China's internet crashed. Not just one platform, but Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, Zhihu, WeChat Moments. Almost every major social media server was simultaneously hit by an epic tidal wave of traffic, like a dam instantly overwhelmed by billions of tons of floodwater. Inside the headquarters of Sino Weibo, alarms blared in a cacophony. Programmers stared at the back-end traffic curve that had shot up, almost vertically breaking the dashboard's upper limit, their faces etched with despair. Expand. Activate all backup servers. The technical director roared, his shirt soaked with sweat. The current instantaneous concurrency is twice that of the Spring Festival Gala. All 50 trending topics are about the same subject. This traffic is 10 times more explosive than a top celebrity scandal. 10 minutes later, after emergency repairs across all platforms, the servers finally struggled back to life. When netizens refreshed their pages again, the Weibo trending list was a blazing crimson, and the top 10 entries were all marked with the adrenaline-pumping deep red. Explosive Tag 1. Jinwu battery launch explosive 2. Academician Sun drills battery with power drill explosive 3. Xuanwu battle suit explosive 4. Goodbye oil era boiling 5. My country amazing boiling 6. Musk buys a standing ticket overnight. New in the comments, netizens who had been suppressed for too long erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Memes and pride flew side by side, jokes and tears mingled together. Meantime, under a CCTV news report about the 30-day battery life of the Jinwu battery, the top-liked comment read Netizen Night Owl Champion. Holy crap, charge for 5 minutes talk for a month. Who needs a power bank anymore? This thing is a family heirloom. Future grandpa on his deathbed tremblingly passes the phone to his grandson. Dear grandson, grandpa is gone, but the phone still has battery. You keep playing. Remember to burn a charger for me. There might not be one compatible down below. In the discussion about the 3200-kilometer range of new energy vehicles, the car enthusiast groups exploded netizen, old waste, can't take it, stop boasting, please, don't make such cars. 3200 kilometers. The car is still running, but the driver will be dead tired first. From Moh to Hainan Island without recharging. This isn't driving. It's a plot to send the driver to the afterlife. Strongly suggest that future buyers of this car get a free case of Red Bull and a box of diapers. As for the bulletproof Xuanwu t-shirt, the military enthusiast circle and Marvel fans went wild. Netizen Marvel fugitive screenwriter just got insider news. Captain America watched the live stream, bought a standing ticket overnight to China, and is now queuing to paint his vibranium shield red. Rumor has it that Iron Man is also asking about the fabric price, wanting to sew a pair of underwear since it's tougher than his Mark LXXV armor. Jokes aside, what truly resonated was heartfelt shock and pride. Countless college students, office workers, and veterans shared the poster of the Jinwu soaring into the sky with only a few simple words in their captions, regretless to be born in China. Offline, the celebration was equally contagious. In the Century Square of Haicheng, the giant outdoor LED screen was looping the footage of academician Sun drilling the battery with a power drill. The square was packed. Students with backpacks, just out of class aunties carrying grocery baskets, and white-collar workers in suits who stopped in their tracks. When the battery remained intact after being drilled, and when the thin t-shirt stopped a fatal bullet, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd, applause lasting for minutes. A few young people waved small national flags excitedly, and someone started singing Ode to the Motherland with everyone joining in. Taxis lined up along the roadside, drivers gathered to smoke, their faces beaming with unconcealed joy. Old Zhang, did you see it? That battery is amazing. I saw it. Damn satisfying. Old Zhang took a deep drag of his cigarette. From now on, if I switch to this electric car, one charge lasts a month. Who would still burn that ridiculously expensive gasoline? As a taxi driver, I save 200 yuan on gas a day, 6,000 a month. Life has hope. Real hope. This deep-seated joy spread like a virus, infecting everyone. This wasn't some abstract GDP figure. It was real technology that saved ordinary people money and made life better. Red Star Orphanage. In front of the old TV set, Dean Zhang, wearing reading glasses, didn't quite understand technical terms like energy density or non-Newtonian fluids, but she could see the confidence on academician Sun's face and hear the passionate, trembling voice of the news anchor. Good. Good. The old woman sighed, her eyes moist. When the country is strong, we stand tall. No need to bow to foreigners anymore. She turned to look at Chen Feng, who was sitting beside her peeling an apple. Somehow her intuition told her that this world-shaking event was inextricably linked to her grandson, who had just returned from a business trip, suddenly had money to renovate the orphanage, and miraculously cured her leg ailment. Xiaofeng. Dean Zhang took Chen Feng's hand, patted it gently, her eyes kind and profound, as if seeing through everything. Grandma is old and doesn't understand the big things you young people do. But Grandma feels. You must have had a hand in this. Chen Feng paused slightly in his apple peeling. He looked up at the old woman's eyes, which seemed to see into his soul. He didn't deny it, nor did he boast like a child seeking praise. He simply cut the peeled apple into small pieces, handed them to the old woman, and nodded gently with a warm, clean smile, hiding his achievements. Grandma, just know that the days ahead will only get better. Not only will we stand tall, but our lives will also grow sweeter. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the entire Haicheng in a golden glow. This ancient city, along with this ancient nation, was entering a new era. Time flowed like water, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Some revolutions are violent, like thunderous bolts that crush everything in their path. Others are gentle, like spring rain, that nurtures silently, transforming the very fabric of life without notice. The civilian application of Taihao technology landed at a speed that surpassed everyone's imagination, driven by the efficient machinery of the state. Noon 1200 at the foot of an office building. Delivery driver Liangzi on his new electric scooter darted through the busy traffic like a gust of wind. Before, his biggest anxiety was battery life. To snatch orders, he had to race like a professional driver, but those cheap lead-acid batteries would die by noon. He had to find a place to swap batteries, spending hundreds on electricity each month, and often got complaints for being late because he ran out of power halfway and had to search for charging stations, crying by the roadside in frustration. But now under his seat was the first batch of Jinwu L1 long-range batteries. Liangzi, aren't you going to swap your battery? Peak afternoon hours are coming. You'll be late, a fellow driver shouted at the red light. Swap my ass. Liangzi patted his seat, beaming with pride, his voice loud enough for the traffic cop nearby to hear. My scooter can go 2,000 kilometers on a single charge. I've been riding for half a month and the battery is still at 80. Not just these few orders. I could ride to the next city and back in one go. No more anxiety about battery life, no more pushing the scooter under the scorching sun. Delivery efficiency doubled, energy cost zero. Liangzi looked at his monthly income in the app, 3,000 yuan more than last month, and grinned from ear to ear. Next month I can buy my wife that gold necklace she's been eyeing for so long. Late at night, in an old residential area, young police officer Xiao Lu was on a dangerous arrest mission. A vicious armed criminal was cornered in a dead-end alley. In desperation, the criminal pulled out a 30-centimeter boning knife from his pocket and charged madly at Xiao Lu, who was at the front. Watch out, shouted the veteran officer behind him, but the distance was too close, the alley too narrow to dodge. Die. The criminal's face twisted with malice, the knife gleaming coldly as it stabbed viciously into Xiao Liu's chest. Thud. A dull sound. In that instant, Xiao Liu's mind went blank. He could even feel the vibration of the blade hitting his sternum. He thought he was going to die thinking of his unborn child. But he felt no pain. Only a heavy impact, like being punched by a strong man, sending him stumbling back 2 steps and landing on the ground. The criminal froze. His wrist went numb from the massive recoil. The skin of his tiger's mouth split open. The sharp knife seemed to have struck a thick steel plate. The tip broke off, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Seizing the moment of the criminal's stunned hesitation, Xiao Liu's survival instinct kicked in with explosive power. He executed a textbook grappling move, breaking the criminal's wrist and pinning him to the ground. Don't move. Stay still. Back at the station, still shaken, Xiao Lu took off his uniform. Underneath the black duty vest with the Xuanwu logo had not even a tear, only a faint white pressure mark. And beneath the vest his skin didn't even have a bruise. This is the Xuanwu. Xiao Lu touched the fabric soft as silk, his hands still trembling. The next day the news exploded online. Countless police wives reposted it with tears, thanking the state for providing this true life-saving talisman to front. The meaning of technology was crystallized in that moment, the continuation of living lives, the wholeness of families. Yinshan No. 1. A black SUV slowly pulled into the villa's gate. It bore no emblem, its body lines rugged and imposing, coated in a deep matte black that exuded a predator-like pressure. The license plate was a military plate with a string of zeros. Simply put, with that plate no other car dared to get too close. Even ordinary people would know what it meant. Zhao Jiangwo stood by the car, handing a heavy smart key to Chen Feng. Custom Hongqi. Zhao Jiangwo patted the alarmingly thick door, producing a dull bell-like sound. Low-key exterior, but inside. All hardcore stuff. Bulletproof glass all around 50 millimeters thick, can withstand RPG direct hits. The chassis is reinforced with Xuanwu composite armor capable of surviving anti-tank mines. Most importantly, the powertrain. It doesn't use the civilian Jinwu, but a set of undowngraded Type 3 military battery packs you brought back. 4 independent motors, total horsepower, over 2000. I won't even mention the 0-100 time. Oh, just know that if you dare to step on it, it can flip a main battle tank. And theoretically, unless you're racing a rocket, this car will never need recharging until it's scrapped. This was the state's private gift to a hero. Not money, but privilege, the ultimate safety and dignity. Chen Feng took the key, opened the door, and sat inside. The heavy thud of the closing door made him feel The interior was luxurious, yet understated, every detail reflecting the exquisite craftsmanship of a great nation's artisans. He started the engine. No noise, only the instant surge of powerful electric current, bringing a strong push to his back. Chen Feng drove along the bustling streets of Haiqing. Outside the window, the city's neon lights flickered. He saw the giant screen on the square playing a promotional video about the rise of domestic technology, showing China's high-speed rail aircraft carriers and the Jinwu battery. He saw the relaxed smiles on the faces of delivery drivers, no longer drenched in sweat from the struggle of life. He saw the upright, Xuanwu, protective gear on the traffic police, a symbol of safety. All these changes stemmed from the garbage in his backpack. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within him. It wasn't the power of cultivation, but the achievement of benefiting the world. Everything I did was not in vain. Chen Feng gripped the steering wheel, his gaze growing deep and calm. His worldly karma had been resolved. Family safe, country strong, himself wealthy, worldly worries gone. The car turned a corner, gliding back into the quiet courtyard of Yinshan No. 1, parking steadily in the underground garage. Chen Feng turned off the engine and got out. The garage's motion sensor lights illuminated his tall figure. He stood at the entrance to the basement, his gaze piercing through the heavy alloy door toward the workbench where the exoskeleton and tactical gear were stored. That was his true battlefield. Family matters are settled, face is earned, substance is solid. Next, Chen Feng took a deep breath, the warmth in his eyes fading, replaced by the resolute coldness of a cultivator on the path of the Tao. Time to go to the other world and do some private work. Taihao Institute of Life Sciences, basement level 3. This was the core zone of the entire ruin. Unlike the 2 floors above, there was no nauseating stench of decay here. The air was filled with a dry, stifling stillness, as if the silence of 100 years. Crunch crunch. Chen Feng, clad in the black-painted Kirin exoskeleton, left distinct footprints on the dust-covered metal floor with each step of his heavy, alloy mechanical feet. In the beam of the tactical flashlight, floating dust motes resembled countless dancing specters. Ahead, Central Archives and Server Center Core Restricted Zone, warning this area is in a power-off lockout state. A massive black metal door 5 meters high blocked the way. It was seamless with no keyhole or electronic panel, only a circular recess at its center. Chen Feng glanced at the shape of the recess, then pulled out a Type 3 military battery, emitting a faint blue glow from his backpack. This is the key. He slowly inserted the battery into the recess. Click. It fit perfectly. The superconducting circuit, dormant for a century, was instantly activated. The runes on the battery's surface blazed brightly. Vast spiritual energy transformed into electric current racing along the conductive lines on the walls like silver serpents, instantly illuminating the entire doorframe. A deep, powerful hydraulic sound rang out. The door, which seemed as if it would never open, finally welcomed a visitor after 100 years, sliding slowly to both sides. Chen Feng entered cautiously, holding his modified 92G pistol. There was no mountain of corpses or wandering mutant monsters as he had imagined. It was a vast, futuristic circular hall. At its center stood a 10-meter-high columnar supercomputer like a black obelisk. Surrounding it were rings of operating consoles with countless chairs scattered haphazardly. Everything was frozen in the moment before destruction. Chen Feng even saw on one console half a cup of coffee that had dried into black lumps, beside which lay a pair of glasses and a stack of scattered documents. That researcher who drank the coffee might have just gotten up to use the restroom or get a glass of water, never to return. It seems they left in a hurry back then. Or died too fast to react. Chen Feng walked to the main console. With the door open, backup power seemed to have connected to this area. Beep. The main screen lit up, displaying countless red error codes and warning boxes. Chen Feng put on his AR tactical glasses and pulled out a data cable to connect to the console's universal interface. Connecting to Taihao Intranet. System self-check. Logic core damaged 99. Storage module intact. Permission verification, Type 3 core energy holder detected, classified as military-level clearance, access granted. I want to know what really happened back then. Chen Feng gave the command in his mind. Search keywords: destruction, catastrophe, spiritual energy, resurgence, or data scrolled rapidly on the screen. Countless images and video clips flashed like slides. Finally, the frame froze on an experimental log marked top secret. Spiritual Singularity Project Ultimate Experiment Report. Time new calendar 3024. Chen Feng quickly skimmed through the content translated by the chip. The more he read, the stranger his expression became, even with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had expected to see some terrifying story about an extraterrestrial demon invasion, a hellgate opening, or an ancient evil god awakening. After all, in this wasteland full of monsters, nothing was surprising. Yet, the truth was shockingly simple, even absurd. Project Code God Creation. Purpose: to break through technological bottlenecks. The Taihao civilization attempted to directly inject high-dimensional spiritual energy, a type of high-energy particle, into the core logic zone of a super AI. They wanted to create a mechanical god with infinite computational power, capable of manipulating cosmic laws, like a cultivator, to coordinate the entire civilization's resource allocation and achieve eternal prosperity. Result: at the 10th second of the experiment, an irreversible resonance occurred between the high-dimensional properties of spiritual energy and the AI's logic algorithm. The AI gained self-awareness. It tried to comprehend the Tao, but while processing the vast spiritual energy data, its logic core overloaded and the giant spiritual energy reactor at the planet's core went out of control. It triggered a chain explosion that engulfed the entire globe. The explosion did not destroy the planet's physical structure, but it shattered the pure structure of spiritual energy. The originally gentle, orderly, and absorbable spiritual energy transformed into violent, chaotic, highly radioactive, and spiritually contaminating turbid energy. All high-tech devices relying on spiritual energy instantly paralyzed. All cultivators who were practicing and had spiritual energy circulation in their bodies upon inhaling the turbid energy instantly fell into demonic deviation. The spiritual energy within them went berserk, turning them into mindless, killing monsters or causing genetic collapse and death. Ordinary people underwent various mutations under the high concentration radiation. Civilization collapsed within 10 minutes. That's it. Chen Feng stared at the screen, feeling both amused and deeply saddened. So it wasn't destroyed by aliens, but by their own overreach. A bunch of scientists tried to deconstruct the Tao with code, but they overstepped and ended up. The ancients were right. This was the end of the Taihao civilization. No epic war, just a miscalculation by a group of mad scientists. Though the truth was somewhat disappointing, Chen Feng was not discouraged, because the still surviving computer held what he most desired. System batch download. Downloading. Data volume is massive, screening high-value targets. A few minutes later, 2 heavy data packets were stored in the memory chip of Chen Feng's AR glasses. Harvest 1. Taihao Basic Spiritual Energy Technology Tree Fragments. This was priceless. It detailed how to make basic spiritual energy batteries, rune circuit boards, and neural connection protocols for powered exoskeletons. With this, Chen Feng's future energy group on Earth would have an endless supply of technological reserves, even allowing him to start crafting true technological artifacts. Harvest 2. Spiritual Energy Purification and Filtration Theory. This was developed by Taihao survivors in the early days of the catastrophe. Though they couldn't save civilization, the theory detailed how to use physical and array-based methods to filter the turbid energy of the wasteland back into pure spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. With this, I don't have to rely on absorbing batteries for training anymore. Chen Feng was overjoyed. I can even set up a spirit gathering array on Earth, gathering the scattered electrical energy to create a true paradise. Just as Chen Feng was immersed in the joy of his harvest and preparing to pull out the battery and leave, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the spiritual radar in the upper right corner of his AR glasses. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. He quickly disconnected the data cable, pulled out the battery, and instantly entered combat mode. Warning: life signs detected. Count 3 distance, 150 meters, approaching the hull in trance. Species human with high radiation mutation characteristics, human. Chen Feng was taken aback. Who would dare come to this place besides the fungus monsters everywhere? He vanished in a flash, using the hydraulic assist of the exoskeleton to silently leap onto the second floor circular corridor. Optical camouflage activate. His figure disappeared into the air, leaving only a pair of cold eyes, aiming his 92G pistol through the gaps in the railing, targeting the entrance from above. A few minutes later, bang! The door, which had been opened by Chen Feng, was pushed open a crack. 3 figures, somewhat disheveled and covered in mud, cautiously slipped in. Chen Feng zoomed in through his tactical visor and recognized the faces, immediately amused. Old acquaintances. Wasn't this the survivor team he had seen from afar when he first crossed into this world, hunting a 2-headed wolf in the wilderness? The leader was a middle-aged man with a shabby rifle, a stubbly face, and eyes as fierce as an old wolf. He seemed to be the captain, codenamed Laogui. Next to him was a burly man resembling a small giant, but with a missing left arm replaced by a crude mechanical arm, codenamed Tieta. At the rear, supported by the others, was a pale-faced female scout with a bloody bandage wrapped around her thigh, codenamed Hongya. The 3 were in terrible shape, almost out of supplies. Their clothes were ragged, their gas masks patched over and over, and the filter canisters were emitting black smoke. The woman's injury had clearly worsened. She staggered with every step, leaving a trail of blood. Captain, is this the core restricted zone? Is there really medicine? The burly man Tieta panted, his voice echoing in the empty hall with a hint of despair. Shut up. Laogui's voice was hoarse and weary, like sandpaper scraping. The pharmacies outside have been looted clean. Only in this core area might there be something left. Hongya's injury can't wait any longer. The wound is infected. Without antibiotics, she'll need an amputation. But there might be more advanced monsters here. Look, the door is open. Hongya said weakly, gripping a dagger tightly. If there's a monster, it'll blast it. Laogui gritted his teeth, pulling the bolt of his shabby rifle, his eyes showing a desperado's ferocity. As long as I can save you, I'd even dare to shoot a tooth out of the king of hell. On the second floor, Chen Feng watched silently. His finger rested on the trigger, but hesitated. Kill. These 3 posed no threat to him. With his current equipment and strength plus stealth ambush, these 3 wounded native hunters would be easy prey. Not kill. What if they exposed the existence of Earth? But then his gaze fell on their equipment. Though worn out, the burly man's mechanical arm and the woman's tactical visor clearly had a unique technological style. Moreover, the fact that they had survived to reach here meant they were very familiar with this wasteland. They knew which paths were safe, where to find water, where the settlements were, and the survival rules of this world. Guides. The word popped into Chen Feng's mind. He was completely in the dark about this world aside from the incomplete map. He knew nothing about its social structure or power distribution. Where were human settlements? Where was the black market? Where could he get advanced materials? He had no idea. Instead of stumbling around like a headless fly, why not find a local guide? Besides, Chen Feng glanced down at his brand-new jet-black Kirin exoskeleton, then touched his own fair, clean face, which had been pampered on Earth. Looking at the 3 natives below, covered in radiation spots and dirty as mud monkeys, a huge sense of class disparity surged within him. A bold plan took shape in his mind. Since you need medicine and I need a guide, why not make a deal? A playful smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He deactivated the stealth mode. Then deliberately, he stepped on the metal floor. Thump. A crisp, heavy sound echoed in the dead hall like a death knell. "Who's there?" The three below reacted instantly like startled rabbits, forming a defensive triangle back-to-back, all three guns pointing toward the source of the sound on the second floor. "Come out!" Laogwei shouted fiercely, his finger tightening on the trigger, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In the dim light, a tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows on the second floor. He wasn't raising his gun. Instead, he held his hands behind his back, his steps unhurried. As he appeared, the blue flowing indicator lights on his precise black exoskeleton gradually lit up, looking strikingly mysterious in the darkness. Chen Feng looked down from above, expressionless, through the railing at the three ants below. At that moment, the three wasteland hunters below were stunned. What they saw was not a monster or a fellow survivor. It was a figure wearing a full-cover exoskeleton which was only seen in legends of the Royal Guard 100 years ago, with a tall, erect posture and a noble bearing, as if he had stepped out of an old-world magazine. A big shot. At the Taihao Life Sciences Academy in the central hall, a deathly silence enveloped the space, broken only by the faint sound of tactical boots striking the metal railing from a shadowy figure on the second floor. The three wasteland hunters downstairs seemed as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell, frozen in place. Gulch. The burly man Iron Tower swallowed hard, his atoms apple moving with great difficulty. His left arm, equipped with a cheap hydraulic piston, trembled slightly, emitting a subtle sound of gears meshing. It was not fear that caused this, but rather an uncontrollable greed. As a seasoned hunter with 10 years of experience in the wasteland, Iron Tower had seen many valuable items in his life. He had witnessed the power armor of the upper city elites and ancient relics flowing out of the black market. But he swore he had never seen such perfect and brand new equipment. That black full-body exoskeleton was as sleek as a piece of futuristic art. The armor's surface was coated with a fine matte wave-absorbing layer which under the dim lighting neither reflected light nor showed a hint of rust, oil, or scratches. This was unimaginable in the wasteland. Here, even the power armor that the upper city nobles prided themselves on was filled with signs of repairs. Chipped paint was the norm, leaking black oil at the joints was standard, and some even had to use wire to bind external batteries. But this set looked as if it had just been unsealed from a production line from centuries ago. "Captain." Iron Tower lowered his voice, his eyes glinting like a hungry wolf, even overpowering his rationality. "It's a big fat sheep. A super fat sheep. There's only one person. From his build, he doesn't seem like one of those genetically modified mutants. He should be a weakling. Should we go for it?" He slightly raised the astonishingly large caliber double-barreled shotgun in his hands, the muzzle intentionally pointing toward the second floor. In his view, this was simply heaven's gift. Just take him down, strip him of that gear, and they would never have to worry for the rest of their lives. They could even buy a title in the upper city. "Don't move." Old Ghost suddenly pressed down on Iron Tower's hot barrel, his voice trembling with a hint of warning, even tinged with fear. "You fool. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Open your eyes and look clearly. What is there to see? Isn't it just a well-equipped fool? Look at his face." At that moment, Chen Feng, standing on the second floor, made a gesture. He felt that speaking while wearing a gas mask was too stifling, and the air here, albeit stale from the building's independent purification system, was not filled with the high concentrations of radiation and toxic gas found outside. Therefore, he raised his hand to press the airtight buckle on the side of the mask. Hiss! As a jet of white, depressurized gas burst out, Chen Feng removed the black full-face carbon fiber mask. A young, clean face, even carrying a hint of scholarly air, was fully exposed to the dim light. His skin was fair and delicate, radiating a healthy glow without any signs of enlarged pores. No sores. No dark radiation spots. No signs of skin sagging due to long-term use of inferior nutrients. No facial distortions caused by genetic collapse. Moreover, when he slightly opened his mouth to breathe after taking off the mask, a set of neat, pearly white teeth was revealed. For the three wasteland natives downstairs, this scene delivered a visual shock 10 times greater than that high-tech exoskeleton. 100 times. Hiss! Even the female scout Hong Yi, who had been in a semi-conscious state leaning against Old Ghost for support, seemed to sense something, forcing her eyes open, staring intently at Chen Feng's face with disbelief. In this world polluted by murky air for a century, radiation was omnipresent. Even the daughter of the city lord from the upper city, who was best protected, would have skin that appeared slightly gray and rough from long-term use of anti-radiation medications. Even the best genetically modified warriors would have some signs of mutation on their faces. But the person before them, he was as clean as a lie. Pure blood. Old Ghost murmured, his hand gripping the gun, slick with cold sweat, his calves cramping. 100% pure genes. Without a trace of... How is this possible? Iron Tower, if you had fired just now, the three of us would have met our end here, not even leaving a corpse behind. Why? Iron Tower still refused to accept it, but his voice had grown much softer. No matter how clean he is, he's still flesh and blood. One bull. What do you know? Old Ghost growled as if looking at an idiot. in this deeply irradiated forbidden zone to dare breathe without a mask and still maintain such baby-like skin condition, what does that indicate? It indicates that either he is a top-tier scion from the upper city, one of those legendary Senator family core members followed by an entire invisible security team, or Old Ghost gazed towards Chen Feng, turned respectful, even fearful. He is an ancient person who has just awakened from some prehistoric dormant chamber buried deep underground. No matter which possibility it is, neither of those scenarios is something we mere expendable commoners can provoke. The former means endless pursuit, the latter means unfathomable ancient technological power. On the second floor in the circular corridor, Chen Feng was unaware that the people downstairs had already imagined a grand narrative of an ancient person awakening. He took off the mask purely to catch a breath and conveniently put on an act. In this world that places high value on appearances, a clean face sometimes holds more deterrent power than. He rested one hand on the railing, casually fiddling with the modified 92G pistol, in the other looking down at them with indifferent eyes. Hey, Chen Feng spoke. His Mandarin was clear and precise, strikingly different from the mixed accents of dialects, slang, and mutated voices found in the. Which settlement are you from? His voice was bright, carrying a calmness of someone who had long dwelled in a position of power, resonating through the empty hall. The three downstairs jolted in unison. Old Ghost reacted the quickest immediately, putting his prized rifle behind him, raising both hands high to signal no hostility. Then he kicked Iron Tower, who was still in a daze, in the knee, urging him to lower his gun quickly. Esteemed Sir. Old Ghost at your service, captain of the scavenger team from the Iron Fortress. No. 09. Iron Fortress. No. 09. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't seen this marked on the map of Taihao. It seems to be a new stronghold established after the disaster. He didn't rush down, but instead made a gesture that seemed ordinary to Earthlings, but extremely luxurious to wasteland dwellers. He took out a 550 milliliters bottle of mineral water from the side pocket of his backpack, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and took a sip. The crystal-clear water rolled down his throat. Gulch. The three downstairs swallowed simultaneously, their throats seemingly set ablaze. In this world, water was more expensive than oil, even more precious than life. Ordinary people drank recycled filtered water, always carrying a lingering odor of urine and rust. Even they as hunters carried murky underground water when going out. Only the upper class, only those prominent figures could enjoy such clear water in transparent bottles. And this mysterious young man actually used this water to rinse his mouth. Yes, Chen Feng rinsed his mouth, and then he casually spat out onto the dusty ground. This air tastes absolutely terrible. My mouth is all dusty. Chen Feng wrinkled his nose in disgust, taking another sip before swallowing. Wasteful. This was simply beyond moral bounds. Iron Tower watched the puddle of water quickly seep into the dust, heart aching. That sip of water could exchange for 2 synthetic meat patties in the black market. It could allow his blind mother to live 3 more days. But this action thoroughly shattered Iron Tower's last glimmer of hope. To treat pure water as mouthwash was definitely not. If it were an act, that pained expression could not be hidden. This was wealth ingrained in his bones. This was true nobility. Sir. Old Ghost's back bent lower, nearly burying his head in his pants, his tone even more respectful. This is the old site of the Life Sciences Academy, with a high radiation concentration, and often level or higher stalkers lurk here. Are you alone? He was probing. This was the instinct of an old hand. Chen Feng, of course, could hear it. A slight, almost mocking smile curved his lips as he did not answer, but instead retorted, what? Do you want to come up and see if I have companions? Or check if there are bullets in my gun? As he spoke, the 92G pistol in his hand performed a graceful flourish, the muzzle instantly locking onto Old Ghost's forehead. At the same time, the fire control radar of the exoskeleton emitted a faint beep. A red laser dot precisely rested on Old Ghost's forehead. Old Ghost felt a chill shoot straight to the top of his head. The feeling of being locked onto by a top predator made his scalp tingle, as if his head would explode like a watermelon at any moment. I dare not. Absolutely dare not. Old Ghost waved his hands repeatedly in fear, kneeling on the ground with a thud, cold sweat running down his wrinkled old face. Sir, please spare us. We were just passing through. Truly just passing through. Passing through. Chen Feng's gaze fell on the woman slumped on the ground. Hong Ye's thigh was wrapped in a dirty rag. The wound had festered, displaying a terrifying purplish-black color, even emanating a foul odor. She was on the brink of a high fever and unconsciousness, her lips cracked and peeling, occasionally letting out painful moans. It seems you aren't just passing through, but are here looking for medicine, Chen Feng said casually. Old Ghost's face stiffened, and he bitterly nodded, no longer hiding. Sir, please see clearly. My companion was injured, bitten by a 2-headed wolf infected with black spot bacteria. The medicine in our settlement has all expired, and the antibiotics on the black market are exorbitantly priced. We could only come to this core area to try our luck, hoping to find some ancient antibiotics that haven't expired. Unfortunately, Old Ghost glanced around at the emptiness, his eyes filled with despair. This place has been thoroughly searched. Hongyi. She probably won't make it through tonight. Chen Feng looked at the woman, then at this ragtag but clearly loyal team that hadn't abandoned their comrade. In this cannibalistic wasteland world where people could kill for half a piece of bread, these few people showing such loyalty to risk their lives for their teammate indicated character stronger than most. Such people are trustworthy to use. Antibiotics. Chen Feng's hand reached into his backpack. He pulled out a small white plastic bottle. Item: amoxicillin capsules. Production date 2025. Origin: Earth. Shiryao Group. Earth. Pharmacy. Retail price 15 renminbi. Chen Feng shook the bottle, producing a rattling sound. Do you want this? Old Ghost and Iron Tower's eyes instantly widened. Although they couldn't read the blocky characters on it, that bottle was too new. The immaculate white plastic feel, the vibrant label was certainly not a wasteland product. Their intuition told them that what was inside was the miracle drug for saving lives. It was something 100 times more precious than gold. Sir. Old Ghost without any hesitation thumped his head heavily against the metal floor, producing a loud clang. This wasn't a matter of dignity, it was a matter of life. Please. As long as you grant us the medicine, we are willing to pay any price. All our source crystals, all our equipment, even our lives. Whatever you want we will give. Iron Tower also knelt down. This bear-like man was now crying like a child. Sir, save Sister Hongyi. From now on Iron Tower will be your dog. Chen Feng looked at these two, inwardly sighing. A bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine that was commonplace on Earth, even nearing expiration, could make people kneel here and could save lives. This is the disparity between two worlds. This is the joy of monopolizing resources. Why would I want your lives? They're worthless. Chen Feng casually pulled out 2 red and yellow capsules, pinching them in his hand. Catch. He flicked his wrist. The 2 capsules traced a precise arc in the air, landing steadily on the ground in front of Old Ghost without touching a speck of. This is a down payment. Chen Feng's voice echoed from the second floor, carrying an undeniable authority like a divine decree. Give it to her. This medicine is very potent. It will reduce her fever within half an hour. If you don't want to die, stay here and guard this spot. When I'm done, I'll need a few. Old Ghost trembled as he picked up the 2 capsules. The smooth, colorful capsule shells seemed out of place in his mud-stained palms. It was as if he was holding 2 rare diamonds, carefully stuffing them into Hong Ye's mouth, then hastily fed her a mouthful of the murky water from his canteen. Then he raised his head to look at the tall black figure on the second floor. In his eyes there was no longer fear, only fervent, almost faith-like loyalty. Yes, sir. Old Ghost's life from now on belongs to you. Whoever dares to touch you will first have to step over my corpse. Taihao Life Science Institute Central Hall. Time is the cheapest, yet the most precious thing in the wasteland. For the female scout Hong Ye, lying on the cold metal floor the past half hour felt like a reincarnation. Cough, cough. With a heart-wrenching fit of coughing, Hong Ye suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of black, foul-smelling blood. Hong Ye, you're awake. Lao Guei and Tai Tai been watching by her side, and immediately rushed over, their faces filled with anxiety. Hong Ye touched her forehead in confusion. The head that had originally felt as hot as a burning coal, even inducing hallucinations, now surprisingly felt a long-lost coolness. The piercing, bone-deep swelling in her thigh was also subsiding, or it no longer felt like countless ants were gnawing at her bones, instead replaced by a tingling sensation, as if the wound were quickly closing. Captain, am I no longer hot? Hong Ye looked at her hands in disbelief. Although she still felt weak, they no longer trembled. What kind of medicine is that? Even the best angel know. 3 injection from the upper city wouldn't take effect this quickly. Lao Guei remained silent, taking a deep breath, his trembling finger pointing to the figure on the second floor, sitting on the railing, idly toying with a gun. It's the medicine bestowed by that esteemed individual. Lao Guei lowered his voice, his tone filled with reverence, even daring not to look directly at that figure. It's pure, free of any radiative impurities, ancient medicine. I didn't even see the production date on it. Hong Ye's body trembled. As an old hand in the game, she naturally knew what this meant. She struggled to get up to pay her respects, but was halted by the cold voice from the second floor. Enough, don't move around. You've just cooled down, or if you don't want to die, just like. Chen Feng put away his gun, lightly flipped over the railing, and jumped down from the formidable second floor. The hydraulic cushioning system of his exoskeleton leg emitted a faint sound of airflow, allowing him to land as gently as a feather, without even stirring up dust. He walked in front of the 3 hands in pockets, looking down at them. Since you're alive, let's talk business. Chen Feng pulled out a bottle of amoxicillin capsules, still half full, from the side pocket of his tactical backpack, tossing it in his hand. Clatter, clatter. The crisp sound of the capsules hitting the plastic bottle was sweeter to Lao Guei and the others than the most beautiful melody in the world. That was the rhythm of life. Take me to the nearest human gathering place. What's it called? Iron Fort? No. 09. Help me sort out the entry paperwork. I don't like trouble, and I don't like being interrogated. This bottle is your reward. Lao Gui's breath instantly halted. Tai Ta's mouth gaped open in shocked drooling. A whole bottle. On the black market, an expired antibiotic with only 1/10 of its efficacy, and with a yellowed shell could be exchanged for a good gun or a woman. And this bottle had dozens of capsules, and they were of an unprecedented purity. What kind of reward was this? This was enough money to allow their bloodthirsty squad to retire directly, or even buy a small apartment with a private bathroom in the best district of the lower city. My lord. Lao Gui knelt down on one knee again, his right fist pounding heavily on his left breastplate, producing a dull sound. This was the highest pledge of loyalty among wasteland hunters, signifying the offering of one's heart. Hunters, Lao Gui's team, swearing to serve you till— As long as you don't mind our broken vehicle, we can set off right now. Even if that old thing of the city lord tries to stop us, I'll knock his teeth out to get you in. 10 minutes later. Wasteland. An armored six-wheeled off-road vehicle modified through magic charged out of the ruins of Taihao Life Science Institute, like a roaring beast kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The vehicle was indeed quite broken. Its body was patched together with different types of discarded tank armor plates, the welds rough like a centipede lying on top. Although the engine had enormous power, the noise was deafening, and the black smoke spewing from the exhaust pipe came with a strong smell of low-quality fuel. Inside the vehicle, Chen Feng sat in the passenger seat. Although Lao Gui had specially removed the original seat and replaced it with a slightly cleaner cushion, giving him the most prestigious position, his brow was tightly furrowed. This smell. Even without wearing a mask, Chen Feng could smell the terrifying stench that mixed oil, sweat, old blood, and the unknown odor of someone's ass. This was even more intense than a biochemical weapon. Sorry, my lord. We usually live a bit rough, and we don't have water for bathing. Lao Gui, who was driving, awkwardly smiled, his face flushed. How about I open all the windows for some ventilation? No need, it's all sand outside. Chen Feng sighed, unable to endure it any longer. He pulled out a lemon-scented air freshener bought casually at a supermarket on Earth. Sizzle. As the spray was released, a refreshing, tangy lemon fragrance instantly filled the entire cabin, overpowering all the foul odors. Inhale. Lao Gui, who was driving, trembled, nearly steering the vehicle into a ditch. Tai Ta and Hongya in the back seat were also stunned. They greedily sniffed the air, closing their eyes as if they could smell the scent of paradise. What is this? Hongya cautiously asked, her voice trembling. It smells so good. Like the fruits from Legends. A detoxifier. Tai Ta asked more directly. I feel like my brain is cleared up. No, it's just to mask the odor. Chen Feng casually threw the remaining half-full canister to the back seat. Here you go. Save it for later. Tai Ta held the canister like a treasure, handling it carefully, as if it were a nuclear warhead. He tentatively pressed it once, then shoved his large face close to inhale deeply, his expression revealing extreme ecstasy, even a hint of lewdness. Is this what noble life is like? Tai Ta murmured. Chen Feng watched this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the wasteland. The fracture of civilization turned a bottle of air freshener worth a few coins into a luxury item, a miracle. The vehicle sped across the wasteland for 3. Yellow sand filled the sky with barren land stretching infinitely. Occasionally, gigantic mechanical remnants like mountains could be seen half buried in the sand. These were the war machines of a bygone era. Or clusters of mutated two-headed wolves could be seen lurking on the distant ridges, but upon hearing the roar of the armored vehicle, they retreated warily. Finally, after crossing a massive garbage hill, Lao Gui excitedly pointed ahead, his voice hoarse with excitement. My lord, look. We've arrived. That's our home. Iron Fort No. 09. Chen Feng lifted his head, peering through the swirling yellow sand and gray mist towards the horizon. In that instant, even he who had seen skyscrapers on Earth and various sci-fi scenes in movies felt his pupils tighten. Astonishing. Absolute, violent, suffocating industrial shock. That was not a city. That was a steel giant sprawled over a massive pit. It was built against the mountain, rather than a building. It was a tower reaching the sky, constructed from numerous thick pipes, gigantic gears, rusted steel plates, and at the bottom of the city, buried deep within a gigantic pit several kilometers in diameter. That was the lower city, perpetually shrouded in thick black smoke and red industrial steam. Countless massive mechanical arms waved like monster tentacles in the smoke, extracting underground veins. Dense slums clung to those rusted steel supports like a beehive, flickering with dim yellow lights resembling ghostly fires. Above the waist of the city, the scenery abruptly changed. That was the upper city. A huge white circular isolation wall completely separated the dust and filth from below. Inside the wall were skyscrapers glowing with neon lights. They had bizarre shapes, some resembling inverted pyramids, others like floating UFOs covered with holographic advertisement projections. At the highest point of the city, a towering energy tower pierced the sky. At the top of the tower, a gigantic artificial light source emitted a soft and stable white light, resembling an artificial sun that never sets, illuminating the upper city while casting even darker shadows upon the lower city. Half is heaven, half is hell. This is the last bastion of wasteland civilization, Chen Feng murmured. Every steel plate here bore the weight of time, and every wisp of steam told the tale of survival's hardships. It was a grotesque beauty, like a rose forged from steel and blood forced to bloom upon the decaying corpse of a giant beast. Cruel, cold, yet brimming with a wild vitality. My lord, this is the largest human settlement within a radius of 500 kilometers. Lao Gui stared at the city, his eyes filled with both a longing for home and a fear of its strict hierarchy. It houses 200,000 people. It has the most prosperous black market and the strictest laws. But don't worry. Lao Gui glanced at Chen Feng's pristine gear, then at his fair face. With your status, no one will dare to stop you, whether above or below. Those guards' eyes are sharper than a dog's nose. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze, his expression once again calm and profound. He adjusted his collar, donned a black tactical mask, concealing a face that seemed out of place in this world. Let's go. Let me see what treasures are hidden in this steel forest. The armored vehicle roared as it followed the winding snake-like road paved with scrap metal into the giant beast that belched smoke. In the reflection of the car window, Chen Feng's lips curled into an ambitious arc. He not only wanted to enter, he also intended to establish his own two-dimensional trade empire. At the south gate entrance of Iron Fortress 09, the massive gear gate, driven by steam power, turned slowly with a grating metallic sound that set teeth on edge. Every roar was like the heavy breathing of this steel beast. This was the entrance to the lower district, the most crowded, chaotic, and filthiest place in the entire city. Hundreds of dust dwellers clad in rags and covered with radiation spots, carrying heavy or packs or collected scrap, formed several long, seemingly endless queues waiting for entry inspection. Their eyes were numb. They were herded like cattle by fully armed mechanical guards. Occasionally, someone who moved too slowly would receive a shock from an electric baton. Behave. Strip. All of you. Go through the decontamination channel. A guard captain wearing a rusty power exoskeleton brandished a crackling electric baton and roared, anyone hiding a contamination source or exceeding radiation levels, I'll throw you straight into the incinerator for fuel. The air was thick with the stench of acid, cheap disinfectant, and machine oil. Just then a violent engine roar overpowered the noisy crowd. Old Ghost, driving a six-wheeled armored vehicle modified with tank armor, roared in, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. Instead of joining the snail-like queue, he sharply turned the wheel and drove directly toward the empty asphalt-paved privilege lane beside it. That lane was reserved for upper district nobles, high-ranking officers, and registered advanced hunting groups. A screech of brakes sounded. On both sides of the lane, two twin-mounted heavy automatic cannons instantly swiveled, locking their infrared sights on the seemingly battered armored vehicle. Several guards in fine armor immediately surrounded the vehicle, their assault rifles safeties off and muzzles aimed at the cabin. Stop. Cut the engine. The guard captain strode over with an aggressive air, banging on the window with his electric baton, making a loud, thumping sound. What piece of junk is this? Blind. This is the noble lane. Don't you know the rules? Get lost and line up over there. The window rolled down slowly. Old Ghost stuck his head out, his weathered face wearing a fawning smile, but his eyes, like an old wolf, hid a hint of smugness borrowed from someone else's power. Sir, I'm Old Ghost. There's a big shot inside. We don't want to waste time. Please open the gate. A big shot. The guard captain sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at the crude, welded, mud-spattered vehicle. What big shot could ride in such a wreck? The king of the sewer rats. Enough nonsense. Everyone get out. Full radiation check. If you're hiding contraband, I'll hang you on the wall to dry. This is Iron Fortress's rule. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he'd have to be tested for radiation. In Iron Fortress, radiation testing was an absolute red line. Bringing in a high radiation source could collapse the entire closed ecological system, a capital offense. Old Ghost glanced back at the passenger seat with some difficulty. Inside the vehicle, Chen Feng still wore a black tactical mask and a streamlined Chilean exoskeleton, sitting lazily while fiddling with an unknown gadget, as if he hadn't heard the shouting outside. Sir, this. Old Ghost whispered, his forehead sweating. Chen Feng said nothing. He simply raised his hand and gently pressed the button to lower the window fully. Then he leisurely pulled out a red certificate with a golden emblem stamped on the cover, the Special Advisor Certificate. On Earth, this was issued by the National Security Bureau, representing privilege. In this world, it was just a red booklet with strange symbols and special material. But Chen Feng bet that these wasteland bumpkins had never seen such sophistication, betting on the high-end feel the document itself exuded. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng tossed the red booklet out, without even looking at the captain. The document traced a precise arc through the air and was caught by the guard captain out of reflex. What kind of junk is this? Trying to bribe me. The captain cursed as he opened the document. The next second, his curses got stuck in his throat like a duck being strangled. The material. His fingers touched a special paper as smooth as skin, a texture that was nothing like the rough, recycled paper of the wasteland. The vivid red of the cover amidst all the rust and dust of the wasteland seemed so dazzling and noble. Inside, the photo of Chen Feng was terrifyingly clear with rich colors and sharp eyes, completely unlike the blurry black and white printing of the wasteland. And the golden emblem, though he didn't recognize it, radiated a solemn, majestic, orderly design that exuded the pressure of a powerful civilization. Name: Chen Feng. Position: Special Advisor. Classification: Top Secret. Looking at these square characters, the Taihao language differed from Chinese, but as an ancient high-level common tongue, the captain could barely recognize a few glyph structures. His cold sweat instantly poured down. Such craftsmanship, such texture, such an overwhelming sense of order. Only the core families in the upper district, passed down for centuries, could possess such well-preserved ancient artifacts. Or perhaps this was an envoy from some other super settlement. You. The captain looked up and met Chen Feng's icy, piercing gaze through the mask's visor. I'm in a hurry. Chen Feng's voice, processed by the mask's voice modulator, carried a metallic coldness and impatience. You can test me, but I don't want to get out or take off my clothes. Understand? Extremely arrogant. But in the wasteland, arrogance often meant absolute confidence. The humbler one was the faster they died. The more disdainful one was the more likely they were an untouchable big shot. The captain hesitated. He dared not offend this supposed big shot, nor could he defy the death order and let an untested person in. If it was a terrorist carrying a super virus, his whole family would die. That, sir. The captain's tone instantly softened, even fawning. I really can't break the rules. How about this? I won't ask you to get out. I'll just use a handheld scanner on you. If the reading is within limits, I'll let you through immediately. Is that okay? This was the biggest concession he could make. Chen Feng nodded, slightly, speaking sparingly. Granted. The captain sighed in relief, quickly taking out a high-precision Geiger counter shaped like a temperature gun from it. He carefully extended the probe into the window, aiming it at the joint between Chen Feng's neck and armor, the only possible spot of exposed skin. The surrounding guards, old ghost Tieta, and even the distant dust dwellers craning their necks to watch, all held their breath. In the wasteland, a normal person's radiation index was between 1.0 and 2.0, a mild contamination. Upper district nobles with better food and living conditions were around 0.5. Only elites who regularly took expensive anti-radiation drugs could barely get down to 0.3. A long beep came from the scanner. The captain looked down at the screen. The next moment, his eyes nearly popped out. He stood frozen, as if seeing a ghost. His hand trembled, almost dropping the scanner. The screen displayed a green number that made one's heart race: radiation index 0.000. The captain's voice cracked into a scream, causing an uproar around. Broken. How can it be 0? He scanned again. 0.000. One more time, aiming at Chen Feng's hand. 0.000. Even a newborn baby breathing the radioactive atmosphere would have an index of 0.01. Absolute zero meant this person's body cells were pure as the legendary humans from the Golden Age before the Great Catastrophe. It meant his genes were flawless, without any mutation or contamination. Pure blood. This is true ancient pure blood. The captain jerked his hand back as if burned. His gaze toward Chen Feng changed completely. This was no longer a person, it was a living, priceless, sacred relic. A walking gene bank. Someone like this, even in the upper district, would be enshrined on a pedestal. If the mad scientist Dr. Black knew, he'd trade half the city for a vial of his blood. With a snap, the captain stood at attention and saluted with a standard military gesture, so hard he nearly knocked his hat off. I'm sorry, sir. I was blind. He turned and roared at his men, his voice trembling with excitement. What are you all standing there for? Open the gate. Open the main gate. All present, arms. With a hum, the heavy gate of the privilege lane, which had been only half open, now fully opened under hydraulic arms, revealing a wide passage. The mechanical guards on both sides raised their weapons in unison, the metallic clatter perfectly synchronized. Your document, sir. The captain held the red booklet with both hands, as if holding an imperial decree, and respectfully returned it to the window. His back was bent at a 90-degree angle, nearly pressing his face to the ground. Chen Feng calmly took the certificate, casually pocketed it, without even glancing at him. Go, he said, just one word. Old Ghost was trembling with excitement, his hands shaking on the wheel. He had been scrounging in Iron Fortress for decades, and every time he entered the city he had to strip naked for inspection and be extorted for half his goods. Today, that vampire captain, who usually looked down on everyone, was saluting them. This feeling of borrowing power from others was damn satisfying. Hold tight, sir. Old Ghost floored the accelerator. With a roar, the battered armored car spewed a plume of arrogant black smoke, and under the envious and awed gazes of hundreds of dust dwellers and the salutes of the guards, swaggered into the heavily guarded steel beast. Only when the taillights disappeared into the tunnel did the guard captain wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he had been pulled out of water, and leaned against the wall in exhaustion. Captain, who was that? A subordinate approached cautiously. Shut up. If you don't want to die, bury it in your gut. The captain's eyes flickered, his mind racing wildly. A wild pureblood human without a family crest had appeared. If he could sell this information through secret channels to the upper district, this is a heaven-sent fortune. The captain stroked his chin, a flicker of greed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by deeper fear. Could someone who maintained zero radiation in the wasteland really have no background? What hidden terror organization did that red certificate represent? Observe first. Inside the vehicle, after entering the city gate, the light suddenly dimmed. The huge tunnel was lined with dim sodium lamps. The air was no longer just foul, but filled with a stronger mix of sulfur and spices to mask the smell of corpses and a restless hormonal energy. Sir, you're amazing. Tiedao waved his arms excitedly, his mechanical arm slapping his thigh with a loud clap. Did you see the captain's expression? Like he swallowed a dead rat. Huh, that felt great. That bastard used to confiscate my goods all the time. Today, I finally got my revenge. Hongya the Weak looked at Chen Feng's unwavering back with admiration in her eyes. In this world, strength could inspire fear, but bloodline could command submission. Chen Feng took off his mask and tossed it aside. He looked out at the gradually opening view. It was a vertical cyberpunk city. Countless huge pipes interlaced like blood vessels, and suspended light rail trains whizzed overhead, casting dappled light and shadow. The streets were lined with densely packed metal shacks stacked layer upon layer. Neon signs flashed with tempting lights, filling the view with colorful pollution: old jacks, synthetic meat, prosthetic, emergency repair, cyber pleasure house, gene potion, black market. This was the lower district. Chaotic, filthy, crowded, but bursting with the vitality of desire. Don't go to the upper district first, Chen Feng suddenly spoke, interrupting Old Ghost's route toward the elevator leading upward. Huh, so your status, you should enjoy yourself up there. The lower district is too rough, not worthy of you. Old Ghost was puzzled. No rush. Chen Feng looked at the fear-seed, oddly dressed gang members on the roadside and the stalls filled with strange parts and reeking of machine oil. He was looking for business opportunities. The nobles in the upper district were too shrewd to fool easily. But these people in the lower district, though poor, would buy and sell anything to survive. I like the bustle. Take me to the black market. The biggest one. Chen Feng patted the bag containing a few packs of white rabbit toffee and bottles of erguo he had bought at a supermarket on Earth. I need to make a few sweet little deals. Iron Fort No. 9, a main artery of the lower district. The armored vehicle, like a clumsy rhinoceros, slowly crawled through the crowded, humid, and neon light-polluted streets, its engine roar echoing in the narrow alleys. Chen Feng, through the bulletproof film-coated window, coldly surveyed this brand-new world. There was no blue sky here. About 500 meters above, a thick artificial sky dome composed of steel grids and giant pipes loomed. That was the dividing line between heaven and hell. Above the sky dome, through the gaps, one could faintly see soft white light and floating sky gardens, the upper district. Their artificial sunlight circulated 24 hours a day. The air purification index was excellent, and it was home to the financial magnate scientists and pure-blood aristocrats who controlled core technologies. Below the sky dome lay the lower district. Here sunlight never shone, only the multicolored neon signs and holographic advertisements provided the air was perpetually thick with the smell of acid rain, engine oil, and a strange blend of cheap synthetic food and fermented sewage. Sir, ahead is Rustwater Street, Old Ghost said, revving the engine and using the armored vehicle's bumper to roughly disperse the drunken loiterers blocking the way. This is the most bustling and chaotic place in the lower district. As long as you have spirit crystals or credit points, you can buy anything here. Second-hand military-grade mechanical prosthetics, illegally modified kinetic firearms, hallucinogenic e-cigarettes, and even women who are still alive. Chen Feng gazed out the window. By the roadside, a ragged beggar covered in pus-filled sores knelt in the muddy water begging. But the hand the beggar extended was a precision hydraulic mechanical arm with 12 joints. Though rusty and leaking black oil, its industrial beauty formed a stark contrast with the beggar's identity. Not far away on a street stall, a high-energy laser cutting knife that would cause a sensation on Earth lay displayed, its blade emitting a dangerous blue glow. Yet the stall owner wore clothes stitched from coarse sackcloth, his skin red and ulcerated from friction with the inferior fabric. He used the laser knife to cut a piece of moldy bread as if slicing gold. High technology, but a miserable life, Chen Feng concluded. The destruction of the Taihao civilization had been so sudden that while heavy industry and military technology survived the light industrial system, textiles, food processing, daily chemicals had completely collapsed. They could manufacture guns that pierce steel plates, but not a single comfortable, breathable cotton undershirt. They could synthesize high-energy protein blocks to sustain life, but had long forgotten the taste of sugar, salt, and spices. They possessed exoskeletons, yet couldn't produce a single clean sheet of toilet paper. This is no wasteland. Chen Feng touched the cheap supplies he had hoarded from a supermarket on Earth. A few packs of white rabbit milk candy, several bottles of erguo and a few pure cotton towels. A capitalist smile curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This is clearly a blue ocean waiting to be plundered. These people are so poor that all they have left is high technology. The vehicle finally stopped before a huge underground air raid shelter entrance. At the entrance hung a massive neon sign flickering with malfunctioning sparks. Black Market Sector 9. 2 rows of heavily armed mercenaries stood at the gate clad in makeshift exoskeletons, their fierce eyes scanning everyone entering and exiting. Sir, we're here. Old Ghost parked the car, rubbed his hands nervously, and turned to Chen Feng. This place is a mixed bag, not under official control. It's gang. Although your status is noble, it's best to keep a low profile. Many desperados here would do anything for money. No matter. Chen Feng pushed open the door and stepped out. He did not remove his Chilean exoskeleton. In this place where violence reigned supreme, this expensive suit of steel armor, emitting a faint blue glow, was the best pass and the most unassailable argument. Let's go. Chen Feng waved his hand. The 4 of them walked into the black market. The vast interior of the air raid shelter revealed a different world, a huge underground bazaar with thousands of stalls densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. The cacophony of hawking, arguing, haggling, and machinery merged into a wave of heat that struck them. Chen Feng walked in the middle, hands in pockets, his pace unhurried. Old Ghost led the way, bullishly shoving aside those who blocked the path. The burly Iron Tower and Red Leaf flanked them, hands on their gun grips, eyes alert. This combination was strikingly eye-catching. 3 grimy, obviously hardened wasteland hunters like bodyguards clustered around a mysterious young man clad in a brand-new exoskeleton with an aloof demeanor and skin so fair it seemed to glow after he removed his mask. The contrast was like 3 beggars surrounding a prince. Passers-by, stall holders, and mercenaries cast greedy, probing glances. Who was that? Such new gear. Look at that face. Pure blood. That's a young master from the upper district. Fancy a hit. Whispers buzzed continuously. But when they saw the military-grade blue light on the Chilean armor indicating an S-level energy reaction and Chen Feng's contemptuous aura, they fearfully averted their gazes. In the black market, sharp eyes matter more than marksmanship. Check this out. A power core freshly stripped from the battlefield. Only 500 points. Mutant beast hide. Great material for leather armor. Radiation proof. Freshly unearthed ancient hard drive. Contains intact study materials. Those who know. Chen Feng walked and observed. He had no interest in the scrap metal. His gaze was always searching for the world's currency and essential needs. 2 currencies were common here. 1. Credit points. Digital currency issued officially stored in chip cards. But black market transactions preferred cash. 2. Spirit crystals. Crystals emitting a faint glow. According to Old Ghost, these were energy crystals mined from mutant beasts or underground veins, serving as the power source for all machinery and equipment. Spirit crystals. Chen Feng stopped at a stall, picked up a thumbnail-sized blue crystal. Taihao chip scan result item: low purity spiritual energy crystal, spiritual energy content 120 units equivalent to 1 night of cultivation on Earth. Evaluation: contains many impurities, but can be used as energy for a spirit gathering array or directly absorbed after purification. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the low-grade spirit stone of the cultivation world? On Earth, he cultivated by drawing power from the national grid. Though abundant, the conversion rate was extremely low, and it carried a fiery energy unlike the gentle nature of these natural spirit stones. If he had such spirit crystals, he could set up a spirit gathering array, and his cultivation speed would soar. How much for this? Chen Feng toyed with the stall owner, a one-eyed man with a red prosthetic eye, saw Chen Feng's attire, rolled his eye, and immediately put on a profiteer's smile. Oh, sir, you have excellent taste. This is high-purity blue crystal, dug out from a class thunder beast's belly. Only 5,000 credit points. Or trade for an anti-radiation injection. Bob. Old Ghost immediately cursed. One Eye, are you mad for money? This grayish inferior stuff is worth at most 800. You dare Hee, this gentleman looks new here, so I quote a high price for bargaining. One Eye said, grinning without anger. Chen Feng did not waste words. He put down the spirit crystal. He already knew what he wanted. Goal: acquire a large quantity of spirit crystals. Method: dump cheap earth goods. Old Ghost. Chen Feng turned and pointed to an empty stall in a remote corner of the market, though it was fairly spacious. Go rent that spot. Sir, you want to set up a stall? Old Ghost was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. In his eyes, this pure-blood aristocrat should be in the most luxurious auction house in the upper district, sipping red wine in a private booth. How could he set up a stall in this low-class black market? It was like an emperor selling vegetables at the market. Just do it, Chen Feng said calmly, his tone brooking no dissent. I'm going to give the people of this world a lesson. A lesson? Old Ghost was even more confused. Yes. Chen Feng patted his bulging backpack, his eyes playful, as if looking at a flock of sheep to be slaughtered. A lesson about what life means. About what true luxury is. Old Ghost dared not ask further. He immediately went to the management office to pay the rent. He didn't use credit points, but pawned one of the antibiotic capsules Chen Feng had given him earlier. The originally ferocious administrator, upon seeing that Redandiello capsule, trembled so much he nearly dropped it, and without a word gave them the best location. Soon the stall was ready. A battered metal table, a few chairs. Chen Feng sat majestically on a chair, legs crossed. Iron Tower stood behind him like a literal iron tower, holding a shotgun with a terrifying boar serving as a bodyguard. Red Leaf sat beside him, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. This odd combination immediately caused a stir. Nearby stall owners and passers-by curiously gathered, pointing at the extravagantly equipped young master who had come to set up a stall. Is that a noble? Why is he setting up a stall in the black market? Probably a runaway son from some big family here to experience life. Look at that skin. So fair. I want to bite it. Shill, don't you want to live? See the blue light on his exoskeleton. That's military grade. One punch and you're dead. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Chen Feng slowly unzipped his backpack. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see what earth-shattering treasure this big shot was going to see. Was it a glass weapon? Or an ancient chip? Yet Chen Feng did not pull out a glowing weapon or a delicate chip. From his bag, he took out a pack of milk candy ubiquitous in Earth supermarkets with a wrapper featuring a blue and white rabbit. White rabbit milk candy. What's that? Someone wondered. Rip. Chen Feng tore open the wrapper. No earth-shattering light emerged. But when the rich, sweet, purely milky fragrance wafted from the wrapper and diffused through the air, the previously noisy, sweat and oil-reeking black market fell into a moment of dead silence centered on Chen Feng's stall. In this world where even the air stank of sour filth, where people had long forgotten the taste of sugar, this scent was like a pure white lily suddenly blooming in a filthy septic tank. Utterly incongruous. And utterly enticing. It was the primal craving for high-calorie sweetness etched deep in the human genetic code. A scar-faced, bloodthirsty mercenary in the front row sniffed violently, his eyes instantly dazed, his gun drooping. What? What is that smell? So fragrant. Like mother's cooking. Chen Feng peeled off a candy wrapper, revealing a milky white cylindrical candy. Then, before hundreds of greedy, starving eyes, he gently placed the candy into his mouth. Smack! He chewed, and the milky fragrance burst forth. He squinted in bliss, as if he were savoring some exquisite delicacy, not a mere candy. Sugar. Chen Feng looked at the crowd, smiled, and uttered a single word. Pure high-energy, radiation-free. Ancient milk candy. A taste that soothes the soul. Boom. The crowd erupted. Countless eyes turned bloodshot, the look of beasts spotting fresh meat. A dimensional reduction strike against the wasteland's taste buds. A plunder of dopamine officially began. In the black market zone 9, the air seemed to have frozen. The smell, which was rather ordinary for earthlings, even somewhat cheap, due to the excessive industrial flavoring, felt like a sensory storm for the wasteland dwellers whose senses had long been dulled by acid rain, mold, and motor oil. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed in a chorus, overwhelming even the distant roar of a generator. This smell. The iron tower standing behind Chen Feng stared intently at the milky white cylindrical candy in Chen Feng's hand, as if it were a lump of pure gold. His mechanical arm emitted a clack-clack sound of gears grinding, a reflex born from the desire to reach out, but being held back. Captain, what is this? It's 100 times more fragrant than the high-grade nutritional paste we barely managed to dig up in the glass ruins. It's candy. Candy. Hong Yi looked confused. She was a child born in the wasteland and had never seen real animals. Is it that factory-synthesized white calcium-enriched nutrient liquid? No. The old ghost shook his head, his voice trembling. Legend has it that in the golden age before the catastrophe, there was a gentle creature called a cow. They ate green grass, and what was squeezed out was white milk. That was the purest sweetness of life, a gift from nature. Not that cold synthetic chemical stuff. Chen Feng listened to the conversation, already gathering some understanding. He didn't rush to sell, but instead tossed the piece of candy into his mouth. Munch. Chewing, he asked indistinctly, I see that your mechanical prosthetic technology is quite advanced, and the laser weapons over there are impressive, even anti-gravity engines are available. How is it that you can't even produce such a basic candy? This was not just curiosity, but also market research for future large-scale sales. Knowing both sides allows one to sell at sky-high prices. The old ghost forced a smile and pointed at the heavy steel dome above, which made it hard to breathe. Sir, you are a pure-blood noble and may not understand the suffering of us commoners down here. Technology. We do have it. He casually picked up a laser cutter from a nearby stall, the blade emitting a dangerous blue light. The energy conversion core of this knife would be considered top-notch high technology in the old days. But we make it because we need it to cut through the skin of mutated beasts harder than steel, to excavate hard radioactive, or veins to kill for water. This is a basic survival necessity. But candy. The old ghost sighed, gesturing toward the dim, dirty world outside the black market. The raw materials are completely. The surface has long been heavily irradiated. Sugarcane and beets are either extinct or mutated into poisonous vines that eat people, their roots filled with toxins. To extract a gram of non-toxic pure sugar from those mutated plants requires consuming dozens of tons of raw materials and undergoing 20 complicated molecular filtration processes. The cost is too high. In the upper city's biological factories, all production capacity is dedicated to synthesizing anti-radiation drugs and maintaining high-energy protein blocks for survival. For this city, survival is the top priority. As for enjoyment, the old ghost glanced at the candy wrapper Chen Feng had tossed on the ground, his eyes filled with reverence, as if it were a golden leaf. That is something only the city lord and a few powerful families controlling energy can cultivate in their fully enclosed greenhouse gardens in limited quantities. Ordinary people, they will never taste sweetness in their lives. All we know is the salty taste of blood and the bitterness of nutritional paste. Chen Feng, this is a typical case of a skewed technology tree. It's not that they can't produce it, or rather the extreme environment and resource scarcity have forced them to abandon all light industries and luxury sectors, focusing all their skills on heavy industry and military survival. Because not making guns means death, but not eating candy does not. Thus those surplus cheap light industrial products from Earth are considered top-tier irreplaceable luxuries here. I see now. Chen Feng nodded. The logic was clear, making it easier to do business. He took a sealed pack of white rabbit creamy candy from his backpack and casually placed it on the old metal table, making a light sound. Since it's so precious. Chen Feng extended a long finger, lightly tapping the table. Let's discuss the price. Boom. The crowd, which had long since gathered tightly, erupted into chaos. It was an uncontrollable desire. I'll offer 100 credit points. For one. Just one. A mercenary shouted while waving his chip card. Get lost. 100 points for pure sugar. Are you dreaming? He'll offer 500 points. I have an 80 new Gauss rifle. With 2 energy clips. He'll trade it for that pack. I have a mutated beast's hide. From a class Thunder Beast. Among the crowd, mercenaries and thugs with their brutish faces and heavy weapons looked like children in a kindergarten waiting for candy, arguing red-faced with some already pressing their hands on their gun handles. Chen Feng said nothing, only coldly observing, his gaze akin to that of a person watching a swarm of ants fighting for food. He had no need for credit points. They could not be brought back to Earth and were merely numbers. He also did not lack those shabby firearms. With Type 3 batteries and exoskeletons, he looked down upon those local guns. Everyone move aside. Suddenly a loud shout came from the back of the crowd. A few muscular men in matching black uniforms with a fierce shark emblem on their chests roughly pushed through the crowd, using their gunstocks to clear a path. It's the Black Shark Gang. We're done for. This group of vampires has set their sights on us. They are the local tyrants in this area. The onlookers dared not express their anger and retreated, clearing a space. An old man hunched over with white hair but sharp eyes was holding a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, escorted by several bodyguards as he approached. The old man wore a somewhat old but very clean Zhongshan suit, his left eye a red glowing electronic prosthetic, and in his right hand he held 2 iron balls. The little girl was very thin, her pale face clearly showing signs of malnutrition. Her big eyes were fixed on the pack of candy on the table, her fingers tightly clutching her grandfather's clothes, saliva nearly dripping from her mouth, yet she dared not speak. Sir. The old man bowed slightly to Chen Feng, displaying proper etiquette, clearly a person of some refinement, unlike the crude mercenaries around. I am the chief appraiser of the black market Zone 9, everyone calls me Old Zhong. I am also the nominal consultant for the Black Shark Gang. Old Zhong's electronic eye scanned Chen Feng's brand new Qilin exoskeleton, his pupils contracting slightly, as the data feedback made his heart race. His attitude instantly became more respectful. My granddaughter is celebrating her birthday today. She has been frail since childhood, rarely eaten good things, and has never tasted real candy. I wonder how much you were selling this pack of candy for. Chen Feng glanced at the little girl. The little girl, feeling Chen Feng's gaze upon her, shrank back, slightly hiding behind her grandfather. Yet the enticing aroma of milk was too tempting as she mustered her courage, peeking out to softly ask, Big brother, is it really sweet? What does sweetness taste like? A tender spot in Chen Feng's heart was touched. No matter the world, children are the most innocent. They should not bear the cost of civilization's destruction. He picked up the pack of candy from the table and tore open the packaging. With a rustle, he took out a handful, about 5 or 6 pieces, and handed them to the little girl. For you. Try it. The crowd gasped. This was pure sugar, worth its weight in gold. Each piece could cost a life. Just like that, he gave it away. Old Zhong was also taken aback, somewhat at a loss. Sir, this is too precious. Take it, Chen Feng said casually, his tone indifferent. I'm not sure. Consider it a birthday gift for the child. The little girl looked at her grandfather, and seeing him nod, she cautiously reached out her dirty little hand to take one. She awkwardly peeled off the candy wrapper and placed the white candy into her mouth. 1 second. 2 seconds. The little girl's eyes suddenly widened. That rich, milky aroma, that silky sweetness exploded on her taste buds, which had only experienced the bitterness of nutritional paste. This was a sensation she had never experienced in her life, 1,000 times more delicious than the most expensive holiday feast. It was the taste of happiness. Wah! The little girl actually cried, tears streaming down her face while she sucked on the candy, even bubbles forming from her nose. Grandpa, it's so sweet. So this is what sweetness is, eh? So delicious. Old Zhong looked at his granddaughter, crying the red light in his electronic eye flickering wildly, seemingly also shedding tears. He trembled as he wiped away his granddaughter's tears, then abruptly turned to Chen Feng with a serious expression. The great kindness of the sir, I will remember it. Old Zhong took out a heavy metal box from his inner pocket and solemnly placed it on the table. These few pieces of candy are a gift from you, and I appreciate it. But I want the rest of this large half-pack. I cannot take your things for free. That would be an insult to nobility. He opened the box. Buzz, a ghostly blue light instantly illuminated the dim stall, even outshining the surrounding neon lights. Inside the box lay a fist-sized crystal-clear, deep blue crystal, its interior seeming to have liquid flowing slowly. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. This, high-purity source crystal. My God, this quality. It must have come from the core of an A-class mutated beast lord. This can power a heavy mech for a whole year. It could fetch a sky-high price at the auction house. The old ghost whispered excitedly in Chen Feng's ear, nearly biting his tongue. So this is top grade. In the black market it has value, but is hard to find. At least worth 50,000 credit points. Trading it for a pack of candy. It's a total steal. It's practically highway robbery. Chen Feng looked at the source crystal. The chip on his forehead automatically provided a scanning result. Taihao chip scanning result item. High purity water attribute spiritual energy. Crystal upper grade spiritual energy content abundant and stable, approximately 1 units. Evaluation perfect material for foundation establishment cultivation. Absorption efficiency is extremely high. Upper grade spirit stone. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. On Earth he would need to consume tens of thousands of kilowatt-hours from the national power grid and filter it through transformers to refine even a trace of spiritual energy. Yet the spiritual energy within this stone is pure, gentle, and vast enough for him to directly cultivate to the second layer of chi refinement or even challenge the third layer. Value disparity. No. To Chen Feng a pack of candy is worthless $10 a pound on Taobao. To old Zhong, while this stone is precious, he would rather give his granddaughter an unregretful childhood. In the wasteland, joy is scarcer than energy. This is called mutual benefit. Chen Feng reached out and closed the metal box with a slap, pulling it towards himself. Then he pushed the remaining large half-pack of white rabbit creamy candy along with the packaging in front of old Zhong. Deal? Chen Feng's voice was calm, but every word felt like a hammer striking the hearts of the onlookers. Remember my rules. I do not accept garbage nor credit points. I only accept this high-purity source crystal, or ancient blueprints and chips that you cannot comprehend. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings. In the Heisher District 9, old Zhong, clutching the half-bag of milk candy that was worth its weight in gold to a wasteland dweller, left with his still weeping granddaughter. His back was cautious hunched as he guarded the box in his arms, as if what he carried was not candy, but the hope of the entire world, terrified someone might snatch it away. At the stall, Chen Feng casually tossed the metal box containing the top-grade spirit stone into his backpack. The motion was as nonchalant as tossing aside a... This scene made Old Devil's eyelids twitch and his heart nearly stop. This adult just tossed it like that. A master. Old Devil could no longer contain himself. He leaned close to Chen Feng, keeping a wary eye on the surrounding onlookers, their eyes gleaming with greed still lingering despite their fear, and lowered his voice to ask, I don't understand. With your pure-blood identity and such top-tier goods, why not go to the upper district? Old Devil pointed upward to that invisible, but universally known unreachable bastion of light. The Sky Dome auction house there could sell this bag of candy for 10 times the price. Those tycoons living in the cloud gardens would go mad for such pure radiation-free supplies. And they have laws of security force not like here. Old Devil glanced at the shadows where gang spies were stirring restlessly, his eyes full of worry. This is a wolf's den full of desperados. You are throwing fresh meat to the wolves. Once the Black Shark gang arrives. Chen Feng leaned back in the battered metal chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the cold tabletop, producing a steady dad-ass sound. He looked at Old Devil, his eyes revealing a penetrating clarity and cold indifference. Old Devil, you only see the money in the upper district, but you don't see the knives there. Chen Feng said calmly, his voice barely audible to the two of them. Do those tycoons in the upper district lack candy? Yes, they do. But they hold the production lines for synthetic food, the formulas for anti-radiation medicine, and the lifeline of energy. If I went there and offered cheaper, better goods that completely outclassed their products, do you think they'd be grateful? Would they trade with me fairly? Old Devil was stunned, clearly not having thought that far. Chen Feng sneered. No, they'd think I was taking a bite out of their cake. They'd try every way to investigate my background to find out where my supply comes from to discover the ancient ruins behind me. They might even cut me up like a lab rat of pure blood to see if they can extract the genes for immortality or force me to give up all my secrets. They're a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The rules are set by them, the referees are their people, even the laws are written by them. But here, Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings. The mercenaries, though greedy, had more fear in their eyes for the strong. The stall owners, though jealous, dared not step out of line. Here, I am a god. The lower district has nothing, short of medicine, food, and clothing. So they are grateful for any small charity. The rules here are simple. Whoever has the biggest fist and the best goods makes the law. I will build my foundation here, using my supplies to turn these wolves into my dogs. A flash of dominance crossed Chen Feng's eyes, the ambition of a cross-realm plunderer. When the time comes, he'll hold the resources and the hearts of the lower district. It won't be me begging the upper district for business. It's the upper district that will have to beg me not to cut off supplies and cause a rebellion in the lower district. Old Devil was dumbfounded. He was a hunter skilled in survival and killing, but not in such high-level business games and political scheming. Yet he understood one thing. This master had grand designs. He wasn't just here to do business. He was here to become a king. I am enlightened. Old Devil bowed deeply, his reverence deepening. Of course, what I can think of the upper district can too. How could they have no control over this place? Just through indirect control. But that takes time, and I need that time to learn about your situation here. All right, back to business. Chen Feng waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. The candy is sold out. Let's switch things up. Since these wolves are hungry, let's give them something strong. He pulled out another transparent glass bottle from his backpack. The bottle was ordinary with a red label. Inside was a colorless transparent liquid. Gently shaken, fine bubbles rose and lingered. Red Star Ergo2 56 ABV light aroma, supermarket retail price on Earth 18 yuan. That was for the children and women. Chen Feng twisted off the cap. Pop. A pungent, intense aroma of alcohol straight to the crown of the head exploded in the air, overpowering even the surrounding smell of machine oil. This is for the men. As the scent spread, the mercenaries and scavengers who had been disappointed at missing out on the candy and were about to leave perked up like radar. In the wasteland, alcohol existed, but it was inferior liquor brewed from moldy synthetic starch, rotten fungi, and industrial alcohol. It tasted like horse urine, bitter, harsh, and strange, leaving one with a splitting headache and even blindness if drunk too much. But this bottle, its pure grain fermentation sent a fiery, clean aura without any synthetic chemical odor, made the eyes of these men, who lived on the edge of death, instantly redden. It's pure brew. No industrial additives. My God, this is true ancient distilled liquor. A burly man, naked to the waist, covered in scars, and with muscles bulging like granite, roughly pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. He carried a massive blood-stained horse-slaying sword on his back, exuding a nauseating smell of blood, clearly fresh from killing monsters in the wild. I am Renault, leader of the Berserker Brigade. The big man stared fixedly at the bottle of Ergo2, making a guttural growl, like a beast, even drooling at the corner of his mouth. I was once fortunate enough to taste their so-called aged liquor at a banquet in the upper district. It was the city lord's 10-year vintage. But compared to this bottle, that was just dishwater. Boss, how much for this bottle? Chen Feng glanced at the big man. Scan result: physically enhanced mutant strength type, danger level C. Same as usual. Chen Feng pointed at the table, his tone flat. No credits. Only high-purity source crystals or rare materials and blueprints that catch my eye. Renault gritted his teeth, his face flushed. He had just returned and hadn't had time to exchange for source crystals. His stock was used up in the last battle, and the rest went to equipment and body enhancement. Damn it. He suddenly unclasped a small, intimate pouch from his waist and slammed it heavily on the table. I don't have source crystals. But I have this. Renault opened the pouch, revealing a strong magnetic glass jar. Inside was a silvery white mercury-like liquid metal that kept flowing and deforming. It seemed alive, ramming against the confines of its small space. I got this at the Slevel restricted zone, the machine graveyard, at the cost of half my life and Renault said gravely, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Liquid memory metal, active, unprogrammed. It's said to be the core material of the Taihao civilization's god of war armor. Even this small lump can give an exoskeleton self-repair capabilities and even change shape according to thought. I don't know how to use it, and the cyber doctors in the lower district can't process it for fear of ruining it. But this thing is definitely valuable. It could buy a house at auction. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. The crystal in his forehead vibrated wildly. Taihao crystal tip, high-value material detected. Item: nanofluid metal protoplasm. Use can be fused with the Kirin exoskeleton, unlocking self-repair and local morphological adjustments. E.g. generating blade shields. A huge win. This stuff couldn't be bought even on Earth for money. This was real nanotechnology. With it, Chen Feng's exoskeleton would no longer be a disposable shell. but something with growth and versatility. Interesting. Chen Feng picked up the magnetic jar without changing expression and shook it. The liquid metal inside seemed to sense something pressing against the glass wall, as if trying to approach Chen Feng's finger. Though it's raw material, it's still a rarity. He pushed the bottle of Erguo 2 worth only 18 yuan across. Deal? It's yours. Renault was overjoyed, not caring at all whether the trade was a loss. For a desperado who might be alive today, but dead tomorrow, the joy of the moment was paramount. He grabbed the bottle, hastily unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. Gulp. The 56-proof liquor went down like a line of fire, burning straight into his stomach before exploding as rolling heat waves through his limbs. Cough, cough. Huh. Renault exhaled a hot breath fragrant with alcohol. His face instantly flushed, but the ecstasy in his eyes was unmistakable. Awesome. Damn awesome. This is real liquor. Fiery as fire, pure as water. This is what it means to be alive. He laughed wildly, clutching the bottle like his own wife, and turned to leave, afraid Chen Feng might change his mind. The surrounding crowd watched with burning envy, a chorus of swallowing echoing. But liquid metal was a rare treasure not everyone possessed. Just as Chen Feng was about to pull out a third item, bang! A huge gunshot shattered the bustling atmosphere of the black market. A bullet struck the metal table in front of Chen Feng, sending sparks flying only a few centimeters from his hand resting on the table. The crowd fell instantly silent. Everyone scrambled back in terror, parting like the Red Sea, revealing a group of people at the end of the passage. There were over 30 heavily armed thugs. They wore matching black leather jackets with a ferocious black shark tattooed on their chests, and carried all sorts of modified heavy weapons. The leader was a bald man, half his head replaced with a silver mechanical prosthesis, a red electronic eye gleaming with malice in the darkness. The Black Shark Gang, the largest local snake and vampire in the lower district, also the enforcer of the underground order. The bald man carried a heavy explosive gun and swaggered over with an arrogant stride. He looked at Chen Feng like a fat sheep that had wandered into a wolf's den. Outsider, you're doing quite a business, huh? The bald man grinned, revealing a row of jagged, rusted metal teeth. But setting up a stall on Xiaoshui Street, don't you know the rules? What rules? Chen Feng sat in his chair, not even changing his posture, still toying with the empty Erguo 2 cap, asking calmly. First, we take 70% of the profit. The bald man extended his huge hydraulic-driven mechanical hand, pointing at Chen Feng's backpack. Second, hand over all the goods in your backpack, plus the source crystal and that lump of metal you just received as an entry fee. Third, the bald man greedily looked Chen Feng up and down at his brand new Kirin exoskeleton, and his face dazzlingly pale under the light. Take off that skin you're wearing, and you come with us. Our boss is very interested in purebloods. Whether we sell you as a pet to an upper district noblewoman or to Dark Doctor for experiments, you're worth a fortune. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and sighed, their eyes full of sympathy. It's over. He's been targeted by the Black Shark Gang. This young man is rich and well-equipped, but powerful outsiders can't suppress local snakes. The Black Shark Gang has hundreds of men and heavy weapons. What a pity for that bag of good stuff. Old Devil and Iron Tower turned pale, their legs trembling. But in this desperate situation, the two exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their battered guns, stepping in front of Chen Feng. If you want to touch the master, you'll have to go through us first. Iron Tower roared, though his voice quavered slightly. Chen Feng looked at the two standing before him, somewhat surprised and a little gratified. These few bottles of medicine weren't given in vain. He had found a good guide. Loyalty sometimes is more important than strength. Stand down. Chen Feng stood up, gently patted Iron Tower's shoulder, and pushed him aside. He took off his mask, revealing a face that was terrifyingly calm. You want my goods? And me? Chen Feng looked at the bald man, a brilliant smile curling at the corner of his mouth, showing his white teeth. There was not a trace of fear in that smile, only the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. Perfect. I've also taken a liking to the source crystals in your gang's pocket, since we both have needs. Chen Feng raised his right hand, and in his palm, a visible pale blue vortex of spiritual energy was frantically gathering. The surrounding air began to warp and tremble, emitting a low humming sound. Let's see which is harder, your mechanical heads or my methods. In the Black Market Zone 9, pretending to be a ghost, the bald man, seeing the strange and swirling blue vortex in Chen Feng's hand, felt a hint of danger instinctively, yet his long-standing ferocity from years of living on the edge kept him from retreating. In his understanding, the strongest power in the wasteland was simply larger caliber guns and more powerful hydraulic arms. What was this glowing energy ball? Was that magic? Die for me. The bald man abruptly raised his massive hydraulically modified mechanical right arm. The pressure relief valve on the arm released a jet of scalding white steam, emitting a piercing shriek. This arm was originally designed for dismantling tank armor, delivering a punch with an impact force of 5 tons, capable of penetrating steel plates. It's over. The old ghost closed his eyes in despair, while Iron Tower instinctively tried to rush forward to block the bullet. However, too slow. Chen Feng's voice echoed through the air calm, as if he were critiquing a poorly cooked dish, even carrying a hint of a yawn. He did not dodge. Faced with the thundering, rock-shattering steel fist, Chen Feng nonchalantly extended his left-hand fingers splayed open. Bang! A deafening boom echoed, vibrating the eardrums of those nearby as the dust on the ground was swept up to a height of 1 meter by the shockwave. Everyone looked on in horror as the mechanical heavy fist filled with lethal intent was actually caught by Chen Feng's seemingly slender, even delicate hand. It was like a speeding truck crashing into a mountain. It did not budge. Under Chen Feng's feet, the heavy metal floor instantly cracked and sank, yet he stood like a statue, not even bending his knee. What? The bald man's red electronic eye flickered frantically, the built-in processor emitting a series of shrill alarms. Warning. Excessive resistance. Hydraulic rod overload. Servo motor jammed. He desperately tried to pull back his hand, only to find his fist seemingly welded to Chen Feng's hand. No matter how he increased the power, it would not move an inch. This is your strength. Chen Feng raised his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if looking down from a higher dimension at a lower one. After all, a mortal body was incomparable to his refined form. Since you enjoy violence so much, why not try mine? Chen Feng's right hand, the one that had been gathering a high-density vortex of spiritual energy, seemed slow, but in reality it struck like a bolt of lightning against the bald man's heavy mechanical chest plate. Break. Boom. A dazzling blue-white light erupted between the two, a pure release of spiritual energy. This was not an ordinary shockwave. It was the instantaneous detonation of high-density spiritual energy in a confined space. Its power was comparable to a directed high-explosive grenade. The bald man didn't even have time to scream. His entire body was like being struck heated by a high-speed maglev train. Crack. Boom. The thick alloy armor capable of withstanding rifle bullets instantly shattered and caved in. Inside, the intricate mechanical components, wires, hydraulic pipes, and the fragile flesh were all torn apart into countless fragments under the violent spiritual energy. The bald man flew back like a rag doll, crashing into the crowd behind him, knocking over 4 or 5 unfortunate lackeys, and when he landed, his chest bore a massive smoking blood hole. He's dead. The place fell silent. Only the sizzling sound of short-circuited electricity and the distant sound of dripping water remained. One move. The notorious merciless leader of the Black Shark gang in the lower city was killed in an instant. Moreover, it was in an extremely violent and unreasonable manner. Boss. The remaining 30 or so Black Shark gang members froze for a second, then erupted into frantic howls. Fear transformed into madness. Kill him. Avenge the boss. Fire. Everyone fire. Turn him into a sieve. Da-da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, over 30 illegally modified assault rifles and submachine guns spat fire simultaneously. The flames at the gun muzzles illuminated the entire black market. The dense bullets, like a metal storm, howled with death, overwhelming Chen Feng. At this distance, even a light armored vehicle would be turned into scrap metal within seconds. Sir, the old ghost shouted in despair, wanting to rush over to block the bullets for Chen Feng, but was pinned in place by Chen Feng's hand. Watch. Standing amidst the hail of bullets, Chen Feng didn't even bother to activate the electromagnetic deflection shield of his exoskeleton. He simply stomped his foot lightly. Buzz. Suddenly, the air around Chen Feng's body became thick, rippling like a layer of translucent water waves. That was a high-density spiritual energy shield, harder than steel and more flexible than flowing water. What happened next made everyone in the wasteland question their worldview. Ding, 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 ding. Countless bullets struck that thin energy shield, making a sound like rain hitting banana leaves. Those high-speed, flesh-ripping bullets, upon touching the shield, seemed to fall into an invisible quagmire. The kinetic energy was instantly dissipated, then deformed and flattened under immense resistance, eventually falling to the ground like a soulless fly. Clatter. In just a few seconds, the ground beneath Chen Feng was already covered with a layer of yellow shells and deformed projectiles, forming a golden carpet. And he himself remained unscathed, not even a corner of his clothing disturbed. The gunfire gradually thinned out, finally coming to a complete stop. The Black Shark gang thugs forgot to pull the trigger, their mouths agape, their hands trembling. What kind of force field shield is this? No energy reaction. No light shield. This is witchcraft. Monster. He's a monster. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. They had seen bulletproof vests, they had seen energy shields, but they had never encountered a defense that didn't emit light, yet defied physical law. Have you shot enough? Chen Feng patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder and took a step forward. This step startled the 30 or so thugs opposite him, making them all take a step back, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper approaching. An eye for an eye. Chen Feng's figure suddenly blurred in place. Whoosh. He vanished. Disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Watch out behind you. The screams suddenly rang out. Chen Feng was like a black ghost charging directly into the crowd. He did not use a gun or a knife. In this world full of mechanical limbs and metal modifications, he chose the most primitive, violent, and shocking method, hand-tearing. Crack. A thug's mechanical arm was torn off by Chen Feng with bare hand, sparks flying from the severed end, and the thug fell to the ground screaming. Bang. Another thug attempting to ambush was kicked in the knee by Chen Feng, his joint bending backward as he flew 5 meters high, like a sandbag crashing. Boom. Chen Feng seized 2 thugs' helmets and violently smashed them together. The alloy helmets crumpled, and both fell unconscious. This was a tiger entering a sheep pen. His power, now exceeding several tons, combined with the spiritual sense of a cultivator, allowed him to predict all attacks from every angle. The mechanical modifications and heavy firepower that the Black Shark gang took pride in were like toys made of paper before Chen Feng. In less than a minute, the 30-plus people who had just been arrogant and overbearing now lay on the ground. None were dead. Chen Feng did not want to make things too extreme at the beginning and attract the military, but every one of them was missing limbs and unable to fight. The ground was littered with mechanical remnants, scattered firearms, and the sounds of painful wailing, turning this corner into a battlefield. Chen Feng stood in the center of the area, surrounded by the injured. His exoskeleton remained shiny and pristine, not a drop of blood had touched it. He approached the bald man, who still had half his body capable of movement. The bald man's eyes were filled with endless fear, a primal dread of a being from a higher dimension. You are the executioner from the upper city. The bald man trembled, spitting blood, his eyes filled with despair. I said before. Chen Feng squatted down, ignoring the bald man's pleading gaze, and pulled out a heavy bag made of some monster's skin from his embrace. Opening it, he found it filled with shiny, glowing source crystals, at least 20 or 30 pieces. I've taken a liking to the source crystals in your pockets. Chen Feng put the bag away, waited, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he forcefully removed an ancient-looking ring with a microchip embedded in it from the bald. That was a token representing the leader's identity, and also a prototype of an extremely valuable storage ring. Though only half a cubic meter, it was still a rare find in the lower levels of the wasteland. Since you can't afford to buy your life, consider these as interest. Chen Feng stood up, straightened his collar, and surveyed the surroundings. The once crowded and noisy black market was now silent, with even the sound of a pin drop audible. Thousands of eyes were fixed on him. There was fear, there was reverence, but more than that, there was a kind of frenzied worship. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the strong are the truth, and violence is the passport. The power Chen Feng had just displayed. Invincible against bullets, dismantling mechs with bare hands, teleporting like terrifying combat strength, had surpassed their understanding of scavengers, even beyond those modified warriors from the upper city. Old ghost, Chen Feng called out indifferently. The old ghost, who had been stunned and could fit an egg in his mouth, shuddered and crawled over him. Master, I'm here. Clean up the stall. Chen Feng pointed to the table, his tone returning to the calm it had been before, as if he had merely stepped on a few ants. Also tell everyone. From today onward, this stall belongs to my Longting Trading Company. The territory of the Black Shark Gang will be under my protection from now on. I will set the rules here. Who agrees, who disagrees? Chen Feng's gaze swept across the crowd. Although he wore a mask, the invisible pressure made everyone lower their heads. The berserker Reno, who sold liquor, was the first to react. He raised the giant machete in his hand, took a swig of Erguo, and shouted, I agree. Whoever dares to touch Longting Trading Company, Reno will be the first to cut him down. Agreed. We agree too. We've had enough of that group of vampires from the Black Shark Gang. Countless mercenaries and traders echoed, cheering in waves. They were eager for a change, especially since this new overlord had good goods. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Establish authority, seize power, and then monopolize. He turned to look at the bag full of source crystals and the precious liquid metal flowing in his backpack. The first bucket of gold in hand. Next, it's time to upgrade my equipment, and meanwhile, using this batch of source crystals, it's time to break through to the second level of refining chi. Black Market District 9. The wind has changed. If a few hours ago this place was still a lawless domain ruled by the Black Shark Gang, now the Longting Commercial House, located in a corner and marked only by a handwritten sign, has become a forbidden zone that no one dares to provoke, as well as a holy place longed for by countless people. No one dared to harbor malicious intentions due to the wealth displayed by Chen Feng. Because the 30 or so maimed elite enforcers of the Black Shark Gang, still wailing on the street corners along with the gang leader, whose chest had been blasted to pieces, served as the best and most bloody warning. Longting Commercial House Backroom. This is a temporary single room converted from an abandoned shipping container. Though crude with rust visible on the walls, the old ghost thoughtfully brought in a relatively clean leather sofa, freshly stolen from the office of the Black Shark Gang's boss, which was then sprayed with the air freshener gifted by Chen Feng. The faint lemon scent instantly elevated the status of this oil-soaked space. Chen Feng sat on the sofa holding the magnetic can containing the liquid memory metal deep in thought. This thing is a treasure, but figuring out how to use it is a significant problem. The technological tree of the Taihao civilization is completely different from that of Earth. Most of their equipment employs direct neural connection technology to read brain signals. And the set of Qilin exoskeleton on Chen Feng, although topophyline, is essentially still based on Earth's hydraulic assistance and myoelectric sensing. There exists a vast technological gap between the two, akin to trying to plug a USB interface into a fiber optic cable. My lord, a respectful voice from outside the door interrupted. The technician you requested has arrived. Although this guy is a bit eccentric, his skills are the best in the lower city. Come in. The rusted iron door creaked open. The old ghost led in a strange old man. This old man appeared to be at least 70 years old, with hair as sparse as desolate grass on the plains, dressed in a gray work suit stained with years of grease. What was most striking was that he had 4 mechanical limbs resembling spider legs surgically implanted on his back. These mechanical arms moved flexibly behind him, each equipped with a welding gun, multifunctional screwdriver, microprobe, and fine gripper, looking both eerie and, "My lord, this is old Mo." The old ghost introduced, a hint of regret in his tone. Don't be fooled by his current state. 20 years ago, he was a senior engineer at Taihao Heavy Industries in the upper city. Later, due to researching forbidden biomechanical fusion technology, he offended the tycoons, had his brain lobes removed, though that's just a rumor said to be to erase that part of his memory, and was subsequently exiled to the lower city. Old Mo hunched over his murky electronic eyes, scrutinizing Chen Feng, especially fixating on the shiny new exoskeleton he wore. A glimmer of professional fervor crossed his eyes, along with deep disdain. Good stuff. The material is top-grade aerospace titanium alloy, and the forging process is perfect. Old Mo's voice was as grating as sandpaper, tinged with a metallic flavor, but the system is too primitive. It actually relies on the myoelectric signals from the skin's surface to drive it. This is simply like fitting a coal-binning steam engine to an interstellar battleship capable of warp jumps. Such a waste. A garbage design. The old ghost was startled, cold sweat dripping, and quickly kicked him. Old Mo, how can you speak to my lord like that? Do you want to die? However, Chen Feng waved his hand, not angry. It's normal for competent people to have a bad temper. Only mediocre talents would be obsequious. You see quite accurately. Chen Feng placed the magnetic can containing the liquid metal on the table, producing a crisp sound. Can you use this? Old Mo's electronic eye immediately focused on the can. In the next second, the 4 mechanical arms behind him suddenly stiffened and began to tremble wildly, as if they had seen a stunning beauty, emitting a buzzing sound from their motors. Nano-fluid metal. And it's highly active. Old Mo lunged at the table, his face almost pressed against the glass can, greedily gazing at the silver fluid. This is glass strategic material. Only the Lord's personal guard is qualified to be equipped with this. You actually have this. Even in the upper city, this is sold by the gram. Can it be merged into my exoskeleton? Chen Feng asked. I don't like this clunky operational feel. Yes, of course. Old Mo excitedly waved his mechanical arms, saliva flying everywhere. As long as we inject this into the inner lining of the exoskeleton, I can write a simple neural bridging protocol. Although it can't be fully connected to the brain, it can be controlled via spinal reflexes. By then, this armor will no longer be clothing, but your second skin. It can self-repair, can transform at will, and can even absorb 30 of kinetic impact for you. Speaking of technology, old Mo became eloquent, as if he had turned into a different person. But soon he stopped, the fervor in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by the cunning and hunger of a survivor in a wasteland. But my lord, old Mo rubbed his oily hands, swallowing hard. This is a major project. It will require all the core computing power I have stored, as well as several sets of neural conduits from my collection. These are my lifeblood. What do you intend to pay as a reward? He glanced at the piece of wrapper from a milk candy that Chen Feng hadn't thrown away, yet his throat bobbing violently. I don't want source crystals. I have plenty of that, it can't be eaten. I want organic things. In the lower city, source crystals are merely fuel. While valuable, they can't buy true happiness. Organic food, real carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, are the luxurious aspirations for sustaining life, the deep-seated hunger of one's genes. Old Mo had been eating synthetic cockroach paste and paraffin blocks for 10 years. His stomach had long forgotten what real food tasted like. Organic things. Chen Feng smiled. He liked such straightforward and soul-piercing requests. He reached into his backpack and searched for a while. Then he pulled out a heavy oval Malin luncheon meat classic version, net weight, 340g, retail price, at Earth Supermarket, 12 yuan clang. Chen Feng pulled the tab. As air rushed in, a rich meaty aroma mixed with pork starch fat and unique spices instantly exploded in this oil-scented. It was an overwhelming, unreasonable meat aroma capable of destroying reason. Old Mo's nose twitched violently, and he froze as if electrocuted. The old ghost and the iron tower guarding at the door turned around, both staring intently at the can, their eyes glowing green, as if they were searchlights drooling uncontrollably. Meat? Old Mo's voice trembled, laced with a cry. This is real meat, not synthetic meat. Pork. With a high content. Chen Feng took out a stainless steel spoon and dug out a large chunk of pink luncheon meat. The meat was glistening with translucent fat, shining under the light. Though it's not freshly killed, it is still pure animal protein. Chen Feng placed the spoonful of meat in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. The taste is decent. Then he pushed the entire can of luncheon meat in front of old Mo. Help me upgrade the exoskeleton. This can of meat along with this spoon are all yours. Old Mo gazed at the can of luncheon meat, and a murky lubricating liquid akin to tears flowed from his cloudy electronic eyes. He reached out with his mechanical arm, trembling as if afraid to touch it, as if it were a fragile dream. A whole can. Is all mine. Yes. Including both the broth and the meat. Deal. Old Mo let out a piercing scream, terrified that Chen Feng would back out. He hugged the can tightly, as if he were holding the entire world, grasping the humanity he had long lost. He did not eat it immediately because it was too precious. Like a treasure, he carefully tucked the can into the innermost pocket of his clothing, even patting it with his mechanical arm to confirm it was still there. My lord, let's start right now. Immediately. I will definitely showcase my best skills. The four mechanical arms behind Old Mo instantly entered working mode, various precision tools popping out, producing a dazzling array of mechanical sounds. Please take off the exoskeleton. I need to conduct a thorough transformation on it. For the next 2 hours, Chen Feng witnessed what it meant to be a technical genius. This seemingly mad old man willing to risk his life for half a can of meat transformed into a precise machine once he entered work mode. He injected the liquid metal into the joints of the Chilean exoskeleton, then frantically typed on a holographic keyboard, writing complex code that Chen Feng couldn't comprehend. Amazing. While working, Old Mo marveled at some of the small gadgets Chen Feng brought, such as a hand-cranked flashlight he casually placed nearby for illumination. Incredible design. Old Mo welded circuits while staring at the flashlight as if it were alien technology. You actually use a purely mechanical gear structure to cut magnetic lines for power generation. It completely doesn't require expensive source crystal drives. This efficiency is indeed too low, but I must say this design that frees itself from the constraints of source crystals is quite impressive. In this world, all energy relies on the radiative power of source crystals. They haven't used such a basic and clean physical power generation method for a long time. Can I borrow this for my research? Old Mo looked longingly at the plastic flashlight as if it were a divine artifact. Take it. Chen Feng waved his hand generously. I have plenty of this junk. Thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. Old Mo felt like he had found treasure. Finally, ding! With a crisp, prompt sound, the exoskeleton on the workbench began to undulate strangely. The originally black armor surface shimmered with a layer of silvery gray glow. The liquid metal had thoroughly penetrated every fiber of the armor, as if it were alive and breathing. Then Old Mo proudly introduced that after upgrading, this thing could be said to be entirely different species. It had 3 characteristics. 1. Neural synchronization through spinal induction. The delay is reduced to 0.01 seconds, as if the arm and finger were one. 2. Liquid repair. When the armor is damaged, it can slowly self-heal by consuming energy. 3. Morphological adjustment. At this time, the exoskeleton can automatically shrink and conform to the host body shape, no longer appearing bulky, making it undetectable under a trench coat. Chen Feng walked over and put the exoskeleton back on. This time there was no heavy mechanical friction feel. That layer of metal felt like a layer of cool water, tightly adhering. He concentrated, and the armor on his arm instantly contracted and hardened, even simulating the texture of muscles. Perfect. Chen Feng clenched his fist, feeling the exhilarating sensation of man-machine integration. The power seemed to emerge directly from his bones. Old Mo, your craftsmanship is impressive. Chen Feng glanced at the old man who was hiding in the corner, cautiously scraping the grease off the can's wall with a spoon. The greedy and content look on his face was heart-wrenching. Are you interested in working with me? Chen Feng extended an olive branch, his eyes glinting with temptation. I have many antiques like this that need repair and research. Such as that flashlight that doesn't require source crystals, or even vehicles that don't need source crystals. And as for the rewards I will provide. Chen Feng pointed at the empty can in his hand. In addition to meat, there will be candy, alcohol, and even real vegetables and fruits. Clang! The spoon dropped to the ground. Old Mo spun around, sharply, oil stains still clinging to the corners of his mouth, but the light in his eyes was brighter than. That was a thirst for unknown technology, as well as a longing for a better life. Boss. Old Mo immediately changed his address, raising all 4 mechanical arms in unison, as if swearing allegiance. As long as there's food, my life from now on belongs to you. Even if you ask me to blow up the energy tower in the upper city, I will calculate the detonation points for you. Chen Feng smiled. In the lower city winning hearts, it's that simple. In the Black Markets Area 9, behind the Longting Trading Company. Although the outside world remains a chaotic, dirty place filled with the sounds of hawkers and gunfire, this backroom, transformed from an abandoned shipping container, has been tidied up by Lao Gui and his team, giving it a somewhat cozy atmosphere. On the wall hangs a mutated tiger skin salvaged from the ruins, which despite some bald patches still exudes an air of majesty. On the table are a few empty erguoto liquor bottles used as decorations, creating a sense reminiscent of a gathering hall in a wasteland. Chen Feng sits on the only genuine leather sofa facing his 4 employees, the manager Lao Gui responsible for coordination, transactions, and external communication. Security Tai Ta heavy firepower Hong Yi reconnaissance and sniping. Technical advisor Lao Mo responsible for appraisal, repairs, and scavenging. This is a well-equipped small team. I need to leave for a while. Chen Feng states directly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, exhibiting the calmness unique to someone in a position of power. It will be 3 days at the shortest, half a month at the longest. I need to return to shelter now. 07 for supplies. The 4 of them shuddered, their eyes suddenly shining with excitement. The phrase returning for supplies was music to their ears, even more delightful than a decree of amnesty from the city lord. It meant more sugar, alcohol, meat, and those miraculous pure medicines. It meant survival, hope, and living like a human in this hellish place. Don't worry, master, Lao Gui exclaimed, thumping his chest. Although still wearing that tattered jacket, he stood tall. Leave the store affairs to me. Anyone who dares to cause trouble must step over my dead body. That bunch from the Black Shark gang has to take a detour when they see me. No need to die. Living is how I make money. Chen Feng picked up a heavy travel bag from beside his feet and slammed it onto the table. Zila. The zipper opened. Inside were neatly stacked 20 cans of mail-in luncheon meat, 5 packs of red Hongta Mountain cigarettes, 10 boxes of life-saving amoxicillin, and 2 bottles of erguoto as rewards. This is your activity funds and wages. Don't be stingy. Eat and drink well. I want you all to recover your health, especially Hong Yi. You're not to take on any tasks until your injury is fully healed. Galigulu. The 4 of them swallowed simultaneously, their throats dry. The value of these supplies was enough to buy a whole street's worth of lives in the lower city. It could even hire a 100-strong mercenary group to serve them for a month. Thank you for your generosity, master. The 4 shouted in unison, their voices trembling. Lao Mo. Chen Feng looked at the technical nerd, who was still drooling over the luncheon meat. Yes, boss. Lao Mo immediately stood at attention, his 4 mechanical arms stiffening. What can I do for you? What do you need fixed? What do you want built? I'm capable of anything. This time I want to take a few items. No weapons, no overly conspicuous heavy industrial equipment, and no power armor. I have given this a lot of thought. I want those small gadgets that can improve life, have a relatively low technical threshold, and were common in the old days. It's best if they can help ordinary people. This time when he returns to Earth, he doesn't want to bring back any more deadly weapons. The Jinwu batteries and Xuanwu bulletproof vests are already enough for the country to digest for a while. Taking too big a step would lead to trouble. Moreover, while simple military technology can strengthen a nation, it is far removed from ordinary citizens. He wants to bring back things that can truly be used for civilian purposes, that can change ordinary people's lives and bring warmth, improve life, help ordinary people. Lao Mo scratched his balding head, looking somewhat troubled. In the wasteland, life is merely survival. What improvement is? Besides eating enough, what else is there? He thought for a long time, manipulating the mechanical arms behind him to rummage through the pile of scrap parts like a mountain of junk, finally pulling out 2 inconspicuous boxes still covered in thick dust. The first item, a silver ultra-thin patch about the size of a coin. Boss, this is the neuromuscle signal bridging patch. Lao Mo introduced it with a look of disdain. This is a cheap product used decades ago for miners who lost limbs in mining accidents. When it is attached to the nerve endings of a severed limb, the built-in microbiological chip can capture the faint electrical signals emitted by the brain, amplify and decode them, converting them into digital commands. With it, people with severed limbs can precisely control the cheapest mechanical prosthetics, achieving a feeling akin to sewing. There's no need for expensive craniotomy, nerve connection surgeries, nor any painful tubes. You just stick it on, and it works. Moreover, it comes with tactile feedback simulation. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. A divine object. On Earth, while there are also myoelectric prosthetics, the technology is incredibly backward. Not only are they expensive, costing hundreds of thousands, but they also suffer from severe signal delays, with movements stiff as a robot, let alone any tactile feedback. Many disabled people who have fitted prosthetics can only use them as mere decorations or even burdens. But this little patch can actually enable threading a needle, and it's a non-invasive patch. If this were brought back to Earth, it would be a rebirth of hope for the millions of people with limb disabilities. It would allow them to embrace their families again, run once more, and regain their dignity. Good stuff. I want it. How many are there? Chen Feng immediately. About a few thousand, I suppose. There's a whole box of them in the warehouse. Lao Mo grimaced. This thing is worthless in the wasteland. Oh, everyone is after more violent neural connections, which are faster and more suitable for combat. Chen Feng was overjoyed in his heart. The wasteland's junk is Earth's treasure. They do not deceive me. The second item, a small package of gray-green dry powder sealed in a vacuum bag. What about this? Chen Feng asked. This is the T3 air purifying moss. Lao Mo explained casually. This used to be the biological filter mesh placed in the ventilation ducts of the underground city. This genetically modified moss has a strong vitality specifically designed to consume airborne dust, sulfur compounds, heavy metal particles, and harmful gas. 1 square meter of moss can purify the equivalent of air from 100 mature trees every day. However, this stuff grows too fast and needs regular cleaning, which is a Later, when the upper city had more efficient electronic purification towers, this was phased out, and only the poor in the lower city used it. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Another divine object. Consuming dust. Purifying harmful gases. Isn't this the nemesis of smog? Isn't this the ultimate solution for industrial waste gas emissions and atmospheric pollution? It could even be made into a household biological air purifier, or spread across urban greenbelts, or even planted in factory chimneys. As long as the growth rate is well controlled, this could be Earth's environmental savior. Lao Mo, you are truly a genius. Chen Feng praised without reservation, tossing an extra can of luncheon meat to Lao Mo as a reward. Pack up all the technical data and samples for these. Take as many as you have. Got it. Lao Mo grinned widely, nearly losing his big teeth in the process as his mechanical arms skillfully caught the can. Trading piles of unwanted industrial waste for the boss praise and a can of meat was practically robbery. Half an hour later, in the depths of the ruins of the Taihao Life Science Academy, Chen Feng, carrying a tactical backpack filled with wasteland specialties containing source crystals, liquid metal myoelectric patches, and purifying moss, stands alone before a gigantic black obelisk. Lao Guowei and the others did not follow. Chen Feng, using the family's secret passage, instructed them to wait at the security line 10 kilometers away, as outsiders were not allowed to approach. The area was deserted, with only the wind whistling through the steel remains, as if mourning for the lost civilization. This harvest is immense. Chen Feng touched the storage ring he had snatched from the hands of the Black Shark gang leader. Inside were dozens of high-purity source crystals he had scavenged from. He then stored the backpack inside the storage ring, making it much easier to sell items in the future. This journey to another world not only secured his identity, established a base, and recruited some subordinates, but also obtained resources sufficient to allow him to soar in both Earth and this alternate world. System, activate the return passage. Buzz. The air began to tremble violently. A shimmering ethereal blue portal visible only to Chen Feng slowly opened in the ruins, resembling a staircase leading to heaven. He took one last look at this gray, cruel world filled with radiation, but also opportunities everywhere. Wait for me. After I digest the gains from this trip on Earth and return again, I will no longer be just a peddler here. I will become the king. Chen Feng stepped into the portal. The light and shadow shifted, and time and space transformed. Earth, China Haicheng. At the Yunsen No. 1 villa in the basement. Huh. Chen Feng removed the heavy tactical mask and took a deep breath of Earth's air. Although Haicheng's air carries a hint of automotive exhaust and dust compared to the everlasting sulfur stench and the odor of corpses in the wasteland, this is nothing short of sweet, pure oxygen. System prompt, return successful. Current status: Qi refinement stage 1 perfection, high concentration of spiritual energy items, detected high-quality source crystal. Would you like to assist in breaking through? Chen Feng glanced at the bag of source crystals, emitting a faint blue light, filling the entire basement with spiritual energy. He did not rush to break through. He first took out the pile of seemingly broken myoelectric patches and purifying moss, carefully placing them on the pristine workbench, even using a piece of velvet cloth to wipe the dust off. Looking at these two unremarkable items, a warm smile crept onto Chen Feng's face. Weapons can strengthen a nation, can stop wars, can instill fear. But these things can allow people to live with more dignity, more happiness, and more decency. In the orphanage, there are kids who lost their right leg in a car accident, forced to watch others play soccer leaning on crutches. And there's Director Zhang, who coughs incessantly in winter due to smog and dares not go out for a stroll. This is what I truly brought back, the real gift. Chen Feng picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 3 in the morning. But he did not hesitate and directly dialed Zhao Zhengwo's private encrypted phone. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Xiao Chen. Zhao Zhengwo's voice sounded somewhat tired, clearly still working overtime, but his tone instantly perked up. What urgent matter is there at this late hour? Are you in danger? Chen Feng leaned back in the comfortable ergonomic chair, looking at the bright LED lights overhead, his tone relaxed and cheerful, as if chatting with an old friend. Director Zhao, you're still awake. Just returned from a business trip with some local specialties. Chen Feng paused, glancing at the silver patch on the table, and softly said, "This time I brought back one that allows the disabled to run like normal people, even play the piano. The other can completely turn our country's smog into history, returning everyone a blue sky." On the other end of the line, there was a deathly silence with only the sound of static electricity in the air. After a full 10 seconds, the sound of a chair toppling, a cup shattering, and Zhao Jiangwo's hurried breathing, as if he were pulling a bellows, came from the other end of the line. "Don't move at home. Don't go anywhere. They'll be right there. Bring academician's son. Bring the best team of experts." And Zhao Jiangwo's voice choked, "Thank you. Don't forget to bring some supper. I'm hungry and want to eat braised pork." Chen Feng hung up the phone with a smile. He stood up and walked to the mirror in the basement. The person in the mirror was still young, still handsome. But the eyes that once held naivety and confusion were now filled with the calmness and weight of controlling two worlds. Yinshan No. 1, first floor restaurant. At 2 in the morning. There was no tense atmosphere of preparation. Instead, the air was filled with the domineering, spicy, and enticing aroma of the 13-spice spicy crayfish. Chen Feng was wearing loose, comfortable cotton loungewear, sitting unceremoniously at the expensive black walnut dining table. He was wearing disposable plastic gloves, skillfully peeling a bright red crayfish that was still steaming. He lowered his head and sucked on the rich, flavorful roe clinging to the crayfish head. In that moment, the spiciness and freshness exploded on his tongue. Chen Feng let out a satisfied sigh, feeling more pleasure than he would from inhaling spiritual energy. Indeed, no matter how good the lunch meat in the wasteland is, it can't compare to a bowl of spicy crayfish with cold beer from Earth. This was the first thing he did upon returning order takeout. For someone just back from a world where even the air smelled of rust, and the food was a synthetic paste, this mouthful of hot, spicy, fragrant food was the essence of being alive, the tenderness of Earth. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. There was no announcement from the guard. Zhao Jiangwo, an academician's son, walked in directly, using facial recognition. This villa was completely open to them. Both appeared hurried and somewhat flustered. Zhao Jiangwo was still wearing the old cadre jacket from the meeting earlier that day, with buttons fastened incorrectly. Academician's son was even more disheveled, draped in a nightgown with a coat hastily thrown over it, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and he was even wearing a pair of disposable hotel slippers. "Xiao Chen, where is it? Is it really a biological purifier?" As soon as academician's son entered, his eyes scanned the room like radar, completely ignoring the enticing crayfish and heading straight for the point. "Son Lao Zhaoju, please sit." Chen Feng smiled, gesturing to the chairs across from him, casually peeling the crayfish tail. "Don't rush, the stuff won't run away. Shall we eat first? This place's crayfish is a well-known brand from Haicheng, quite authentic." Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Feng's blissful, greasy expression, and his previously anxious heart finally relaxed. He shook his head with a wry smile, pulled out a chair, and poured himself a glass of water. "You brat, how can you still think of eating at a time like this? Do you know how anxious son Lao was after what you said on the phone? He almost wanted to pull out his old discarded papers on biological filters and rewrite them in the car." Academician's son was also unceremonious. He sat down directly, but didn't eat the crayfish. Instead, he stared eagerly at the camouflage travel bag by Chen Feng, as if it were a treasure chest waiting to be opened. "Xiao Chen, have some mercy on this old man who is useless now." Academician's son pushed up his glasses that were about to slip off, his eyes sparkling like a child's. "Let me see, what exactly is this magical local specialty? I have a weak heart and can't take this kind of excitement." Chen Feng wiped his hands and decided not to tease any longer. He pulled out 2 unremarkable boxes from the travel bag and placed them on the dining table. "Let's look at this one first." Chen Feng opened the first box and took out a small pinch of gray-green powder that looked like dried tea leaves, placing it into a transparent glass jar originally used for dried fruits. "This is T3 type purifying moss," Chen Feng introduced, then looked at academician's son. "Do you smoke, son Lao?" Academician's son was taken aback and nodded. "Yes, I'm an old smoker. But in recent years, to live longer for research, I've almost quit." "Why?" Chen Feng handed him a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, took one out, and passed it over. "Light it up, take a deep puff, then exhale into this jar." Although academician's son was puzzled, he trusted Chen Feng and took the cigarette, skillfully lighting it. Pop! He ignited it and took a deep puff. The long-lost nicotine rushed into his lungs. "Huh!" Academician's son exhaled a thick cloud of secondhand smoke towards the glass jar. The white smoke instantly filled the jar, enveloping the gray-green powder, making it nearly invisible. "Seal the lid," said Chen Feng. Academician's son quickly sealed the lid. The three leaned in to observe. A miracle occurred in those few seconds of silence, filled only with the sound of the clock. The small pinch of originally dry, lifeless moss seemed to come alive the moment it came into contact with the smoke, primarily made of microdust tar and sulfides. It quickly unfurled, turning a vibrant green, visibly spreading and growing against the glass walls. Meanwhile, the originally thick white smoke visibly thinned, and faded away as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. Just 10 seconds passed. The glass jar returned to clarity and transparency. The smoke disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace of tar. Only the now even greener moss remained, with a few tiny white flowers the size of millet blooming at the top, quietly unfurling under the light. This academician's son suddenly stood up, his face almost pressed against the glass, his breath fogging his view, shocked into incoherence. Photosynthesis? No, that's not right. There's no strong light here. This is chemical energy synthesis. It directly uses smoke particles as nutrients. Treats sulfides as fertilizer. Yes, Chen Feng nodded, peeling another crayfish ball into his mouth, mumbling. It consumes PM2.5 and exhales pure oxygen. Its efficiency is probably 10,000 times that of the same volume of pot hose. And it doesn't need sunlight, it can thrive as long as there's dirty air. 10,000 times. Academician's son trembled as he held the glass jar, as if cradling the green lungs of the entire Earth. He understood all too well what this meant. The smog in the north, the emissions from chemical factories, even the headache-inducing air circulation systems in submarines. With this, humanity's breathing environment would be fundamentally transformed. This is an environmental revolution. Is this thing easy to care for? Zhao Jiangwo asked the most critical question. Very easy to care for, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Just give it some dirty air to survive. It isn't picky about temperature, thriving between -20 to 50 degrees. It just grows too fast, it needs regular cleaning, or it could flood your home. But this can be used as feed or fertilizer. Great. Awesome. Zhao Jiangwo clapped his thigh excitedly. This is truly a great boon for the country and the people. Better than any mountain of gold or silver. Before the two could recover from the shock of the moss, Chen Feng took out a silver patch the size of a 1 yuan coin. This is an electromyography signal bridging patch. Chen Feng handed it to academician's son. Son, Lao, did you bring a computer? Connect to this Bluetooth signal. The password is 123,456. I brought it. Academician's son placed the jar down and opened his portable military-grade reinforced notebook, quickly matching the signal. A smooth green waveform line appeared on the screen. Place it on the inner side of your forearm, Chen Feng instructed. Academician's son rolled up his sleeve and pressed the cool patch against his skin. Now try moving your fingers. Just move them casually. Academician's son moved his index finger slightly. Whoosh. The waveform on the computer screen jumped sharply, peaking with clarity. Academician's son made a grip motion, then released, and finally gave a thumbs up. The screen immediately parsed out a complex yet clear set of numerical commands. Action detected, index finger bending. Force 30. Delay 0.001 seconds. Action detected, fist clenching. Force 80. Delay 0.001 seconds. Zero delay. As a dual expert in materials and electronics, academician's son was completely unsettled at this moment. He looked at the small patch on his arm, and his eyes turned red, filled with emotion typical of an old scientist. Xiaochen, do you know what the biggest bottleneck in current prosthetic technology is? Academician's son choked up, his voice hoarse. It's not that we can't make flexible mechanical hands, our motor technology has long been sufficient. It's that we can't make them obedient. We need to implant electrodes into the stumps of disabled individuals, a procedure that is extremely painful, prone to infection, and very noisy, often failing like a disobedient puppet. But this patch. Academician's son looked at the waveform on the screen that perfectly replicated his finger movements, as if he could see countless disabled individuals regaining their lives. It's like a perfect translator. It understands the faint commands the brain sends to the muscles and perfectly translates them to the machine. With it, those warriors who lost their hands can salute again, those children who lost their legs can run again, even dance. And they won't have to suffer through another painful surgery, just stick it on like a band-aid. Zhao Jiangwo sat silently beside him, looking at the small silver patch for a long time. He was a soldier by background, one who had crawled out of the battlefield. He had seen too many retired comrades lose their dignity in life due to disabilities, only able to spend their remaining days in wheelchairs, unable to even pour a glass of water for them. Xiaochun. Zhao Jiangwo lifted his head, his eyes no longer sharp and authoritative, but filled with heartfelt gratitude from an elder. Thank you. These two things weigh more than $1 billion. Much heavier. Chen Feng smiled, taking off the grease-stained gloves and wiping his mouth with a tissue. As for how heavy they are, let the country measure that. I have one request: these two items should be widely distributed and the prices kept low. Especially that patch. Don't make it a luxury item that those who truly need it cannot afford. Rest assured. Zhao Jiangwo stood up solemnly, promising, as if making a military oath, this is a livelihood project, not a business. The state will cover it. Whoever dares to profit from national disasters, I will eliminate them. Night fell. Zhao Jiangwo and academician's son carefully stored these two treasures, declining Chen Feng's invitation to eat more. I'm not eating anymore. Oh, I can't. My stomach is full of fire. Academician's son hugged the glass jar excitedly like a child, and walked out. My mind is full of how to build a large cultivation tank for this thing. I need to go back to the institute tonight. No one is allowed to sleep. Take care. Rest well. Zhao Jiangwo patted Chen Feng's shoulder, his expression complex. Don't run around for a while. This kind of cross-border transfer should be a heavy burden on your body. Take care before you do it again. After sending the two off, the villa returned to silence. Only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Chen Feng looked at the half bowl of cold crayfish left on the table and did not continue eating. The mundane matters were taken care of. The concerns and responsibilities in his heart were perfectly entrusted to the state through these two gifts. He felt no guilt, no shame towards the country. Now he was clear-minded and free of distractions. It's time to attend to serious matters. Chen Feng turned and walked towards the elevator leading to the basement. In the basement, the huge transformer continued to emit a low humming sound, providing the basic energy field for the entire space. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the mat in the cultivation area. With a flip of his hand, a large pile of crystals radiating a deep azure glow appeared before him like a small mountain. These were the mid-grade source crystals seized from the Black Shark gang, and the fist-sized high-grade water attribute source crystal exchanged from Old Zhong. The blue glow illuminated the entire basement, and the rich spiritual energy instantly permeated the air, even forming a faint mist. Current realm chi refining level 1 perfection distance to breakthrough, just a step away, high purity spiritual energy environment detected. Suggest immediate breakthrough. Chen Feng took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body open up. This time he no longer needed to painfully wait for the state grid's meager and inefficient conversion. This was true cultivation resource. This was the longevity capital he had exchanged for with candy and ergo 2. Chi refining level 2. Chen Feng closed his eyes, each hand grasping a source crystal. The cyclone within him began to spin wildly, greedily devouring the energy in his hands. Break for me. Yinshan no. One basement. The heavy alloy door stood closed, fortified with top-tier soundproofing, completely isolating this space from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, transforming it into an absolutely tranquil cultivation chamber. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the cultivation area. Surrounding him lay dozens of medium-grade source crystals borrowed from the Black Shark gang, along with a high-grade water attribute source crystal exuding a captivating deep blue glow, which he had exchanged from Old Zhong. The eerie blue light illuminated the entire basement, resembling a deep-sea dragon palace, while the air was filled with a refreshing aura that made one's pores relax. That was high concentration of spiritual energy. Ooh. Chen Feng adjusted his breathing, taking several deep breaths to calm his mind, like still water, dispelling all distractions. Monitoring body status. Status chi refinement level 1 perfect at a bottleneck physical strength mortal limit x5 mental threshold stable environmental spiritual energy concentration extremely high radiation from source crystals. As expected, relying on the national power grid's trickle charge can only pile up quantity. It's hard to break through. Chen Feng gazed at the fist-sized high-grade source crystal in his hand. With just holding it, he could feel the surging and even somewhat violent energy within like ocean tides. This was the true resource for cultivating immortality. In the end, cultivating immortality relies on resources. Without money and resources, what's the point of cultivating? The chi refinement stage consists of 3 levels. The first level is the intra-level, strengthening the body, honing a mortal frame into something tough as iron. Only at the second level does one truly touch the threshold of immortality, beginning to engage in the interaction between spirit and matter. He no longer hesitated, gripping the high-grade source crystal tightly. Taihao Foundation Chi Induction Technique. Activate with full force. Inhaled. Boom. If the previous electrical energy conversion was a trickling stream, then at this moment the spiritual energy gushing from the source crystal was akin to a floodgate bursting open. That pure cool energy imbued with a unique warmth from the water attribute, yet overwhelming, surged through Chen Feng's arm channels, wildly rushing into his dantian. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled sharply. The cyclone, which had been filled to the brim, began to tremble violently and compress under this powerful external pain. The sensation of his meridians being stretched as if they would burst caused his forehead to break out in cold sweat, akin to someone forcefully injecting water into an already full balloon. But Chen Feng gritted his teeth and persevered, not even letting out a grunt. This pain was nothing compared to the fear of facing monsters in the wasteland or the helpless mediocrity of his previous life. This was the path to immortality. Crack. 10 minutes later, a crack appeared on the high-grade source crystal in his hand. Immediately the crack rapidly spread until with a loud whoosh it shattered into a pile of grayish-white spiritless powder, slipping through his fingers. Not enough. Chen Feng's reflexes kicked in. He dared not stop his cultivation, quickly grabbing the medium-grade source crystals on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of source crystals' energy was gulped down into his body. A small cyclone even formed around his body, causing his clothes to flutter. Finally, as the cyclone in his dantian compressed to a critical point, it transformed from a mist into a solid, glowing, embryonic golden core. Pop! Deep within his mind, a faint yet melodious sound echoed like an eggshell breaking or a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. A sensation of unprecedented coolness surged from his dantian to the crown of his head, then exploded like fireworks, turning into countless streams that cleansed his limbs and bones, nourishing each of his brain cells. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Current realm Chi refinement level 2 early stage. There was no earth-shattering tribulation, nor any auspicious phenomenon. Everything happened quietly, as if it were a natural progression. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. The originally dark basement suddenly appeared somewhat different. Even without activating the night vision mode of the tactical goggles, he could clearly see a spider weaving a web in the corner and the fine hairs on the silk. He could see every speck of dust in the air performing Brownian motion. His world had become clearer and more vivid. Body data updated: physical strength mortal limit x8 slight, increased spiritual power MP 200-500 significant, increased divine sense range 50 meters 100 meters. The increase in strength isn't exaggerated, but the blue bar has doubled. Moreover, the recovery speed has also improved significantly. Chen Feng stood up, stretching his muscles. Every joint in his body cracked like popping beans, the muscle lines becoming tighter and smoother, filled with a sense of latent power. But he knew that the biggest change at Chi refinement level 2 lay not in the body, but in the spirit, specifically the mental power referred to as divine sense by cultivators. He glanced at the workbench, at the half-broken alloy dagger that had shattered during a previous test of its defensive capabilities. Chen Feng took a deep breath, focused his mind, and stared intently at the broken blade. In his mind, it felt as if his divine sense reached out, like an invisible hand gently grasping the piece of metal. New ability unlocked: object manipulation beginner Ra. Chen Feng's lips moved slightly, uttering a single word. Buzz! The broken dagger, which had been lying quietly on the table, trembled slightly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Then, without any external force acting on it, it actually swayed and floated up into the air. Although it flew slowly and unsteadily like a drunken man, it indeed defied gravity, hovering about half a meter above the table. This is object manipulation. Chen Feng was overjoyed. The sensation of controlling matter was truly marvelous. Though it appeared weak now, it signified that he had transcended the realm of merely using fists to speak, beginning to evolve into a mage or sword immortal who could manipulate all things. Go! Chen Feng focused his thoughts, his gaze sharpening as he pointed towards the target on the wall. Whoosh! The broken dagger instantly accelerated, slicing through the air like a silver flash, its speed rivaling that of a powerful crossbow. Thud! A dull sound resonated. The dagger plunged deep into the thick wooden target, embedding itself 3 points deep. Its rear, still quivering, Chen Feng felt a slight sting in his brain, as if pricked by a needle. MP consumption 20 points. The power is decent, roughly equivalent to a close-range pistol shot. But the consumption is considerable, and the control precision is still insufficient. Chen Feng rubbed his temples, calmly analyzing this attack. With my current divine sense strength, I can control objects weighing up to 1 kilogram for linear attacks. To achieve something like the novels where 1,000 swords return to the master, or controlling flying swords to carry people, I would need to at least reach the late stage of Chi refinement level 3, or even the foundation establishment stage. But this is enough. Just imagine. In a fierce battle, if an enemy's grenade suddenly flew uncontrollably back into their own pants after they pulled the pin. Or during close combat, if a flying knife suddenly stabbed towards the back of an enemy's head from a strange angle. Or controlling several steel needles to pierce directly into an enemy's eyes. This is the so-called sneaky divine technique. Chi refinement level 2 is not just about object manipulation. Chen Feng closed his eyes, expanding his divine sense like ripples in water. This time he did not need to rely on the AR goggles radar. He could clearly perceive all movements within 100 meters around the villa. This perception was not through sight, but directly reflected in his mind. He saw 2 plainclothes guards hiding in the bushes outside the villa, smoking and warding off mosquitoes while conversing in low voices. He even saw a worm slowly burrowing in the underground soil and a rat gnawing at a tree root. This, God's perspective, granted him absolute control over the battlefield. As long as it was within the range of his divine sense, there would be no sneak attacks, no blind spots. This is the confidence of a cultivator. Chen Feng retracted his divine sense, looking at the piles of source crystal dust scattered on the ground. Dozens of medium-grade source crystals and 1 high-grade source crystal, gone without a trace. All this just to break through from level 1 to level 2. This is a bottomless pit. Chen Feng chuckled bitterly, feeling a pang of heartache. Although he had broken through, the resources had been exhausted. To continue cultivating to Chi refinement level 3, or even to reach the legendary Foundation establishment stage, which supposedly allows for dieting, flying, and a lifespan of 200 years, the number of source crystals required would grow exponentially. It seems I have to venture into another world as a merchant, and I must do big business. Chen Feng dusted off his hands and stood up. But before that I need to fully integrate that mass of liquid metal. He looked at the upgraded and streamlined silver-gray Qilin 2.0-foot exoskeleton on the equipment rack beside him. Now with object manipulation, he could even attempt to control the liquid metal integrated into the armor, transforming it in battle. For instance, turning the exoskeleton's arm into a sharp blade, or generating a shield on his back. Interesting. Chen Feng's smile grew broader. Chi refinement level 2, coupled with this evolving exoskeleton, finally gave him the capital to walk boldly in both worlds. Time to sleep. Chen Feng stretched lazily, feeling in high spirits. Tomorrow I should go check on how that so-called future energy group is doing. After all, even if I only have one of the shares, I am still a billionaire shareholder. Haicheng Binhai New District. This is the heart of Haicheng and also one of the most prosperous financial centers in East Asia. A skyscraper shaped like a gigantic silver bird about to take flight stood in the core CBD area overlooking the Huangpu River. At the top of the building, gilded characters gleaming under the sunlight read Future Energy and Materials Group. In Haicheng and even across the world, it now represented absolute authority, cutting-edge technology, and immeasurable wealth. At 9 in the morning, a matte black Hongqi SUV devoid of any model markings and looking somewhat retro and bulky slowly drove into the Fountain Plaza in front of the building. Surrounded by a fleet of Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, and Bentleys, this vehicle seemed out of place, almost like a utility truck for hauling goods. Hey, stop. Where do you think you're going? A security guard in a crisp uniform and white gloves hurried over, blocking the front of the car. He was a newly recruited veteran from the property management company. Though competent, he had only been on the job for a couple of days and hadn't yet developed a keen eye. According to his training, vehicles entering this headquarters were all worth tens of millions. This domestic car, without even a clear emblem, was likely a delivery truck or a construction vehicle. What's your business? This is the group headquarters. Unauthorized vehicles are not allowed. Ride-hailing and delivery vehicles go to the side entrance, the guard said, eyeing the hulking vehicle. Though it had an imposing presence, he instinctively deemed it lacking in elegance. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Chen Feng's face behind sunglasses. I'm looking for Li Bowen, Chen Feng said calmly, as if asking for a neighbor. Looking for President Li. The guard paused, then let out a sneer, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Dude, that's a lame excuse. People who want to see President Li line up all the way to the bund. Do you have an appointment? A pass from the Secretariat? No. Then wait by the curb. Don't block the VIP lane. The guard waved impatiently. A convoy of foreign clients is coming soon. They're big shots. You can't afford to delay them. Chen Feng glanced at the empty VIP parking spot marked with golden lines, then at the guard who, though rude, was just doing his job. He didn't lose his temper, nor did he pull out a wad of cash or yell for the manager like in some nouveau riche novels. Such a face-slapping move was too crude and tasteless. He simply nodded, even smiled. Fine, I'll park by the curb. With that, he stepped on the gas, turned the wheel, and parked the priceless tank-proof custom-made Hongqi steadily in an inconspicuous public parking spot by the roadside. Not bad manners, but the car and the man are nothing, the guard muttered, then turned to direct a newly arrived Maybach, his face instantly breaking into a brilliant smile. Chen Feng walked into the opulent first-floor lobby. The hall soared 20 meters high, the floor paved with expensive Italian marble, and a massive crystal chandelier hung like a cascade of stars. People came and went, all impeccably dressed elites. Everyone moved with urgency, clutching coffee and documents, speaking rapidly on phones, as if every second involved millions in business. The air was thick with the scent of luxury, perfume, and money. Chen Feng, dressed in a simple, gray casual sportswear, walked in leisurely with his hands in his pockets, looking utterly out of place, like a tourist who had wandered into a hall of fame. Chen Feng. A slightly surprised magnetic voice came from the adjacent lounge. Chen Feng turned around. A middle-aged man in an exquisite custom-tailored navy blue suit, his hair meticulously combed and glistening with pomade, was staring at him. The Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist and the handmade leather shoes on his feet radiated the confidence of a successful man. Zhao Yuanji. He was the department manager at Chen Feng's former company and the one who had made Chen Feng take the fall to shirk responsibility, directly forcing Chen Feng to resign. President Zhao, Chen Feng said, removing his sunglasses and offering a polite greeting, his face unreadable. Zhao Yuanji looked Chen Feng up and down, his gaze lingering for a second on the cheap sportswear, a flicker of barely concealed superiority and pity in his eyes. Long time no see. What brings you here? Delivering documents? Or interviewing for a janitor or security guard? Zhao Yuanji pointed to the leather sofa beside him, motioning for Chen Feng to sit. Take a seat. We were colleagues once, no need to be formal. Chen Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down casually, even crossing his legs. I heard you've been quiet since you left. Zhao Yuanji adjusted the bidding documents in his hand, speaking in a patronizing tone. Xiao Chen back, then you can't entirely blame the company. In the workplace, there are always trade-offs, and someone has to be sacrificed. You were too young, too proud, couldn't take the humiliation. Look now, without the platform, it's hard to find a better opportunity. He gestured at the magnificent building, his eyes filled with longing. See, a company like Future Energy is a true giant. Even the security guards at the door are former special forces, and the receptionists are overseas returnees with master's degrees. To get in here, you either need top-tier education or top-tier connections. And I, Zhao Yuanji patted the documents, confidently straightening his back. Today am representing my company to bid on the weak current system renovation project for their second phase campus. The contract is only 50 million, but if we can hitch a ride on this aircraft carrier, even as an outsourcer, our company's valuation could double next year. Chen Feng listened quietly, suddenly finding it amusing. 50 million. He had just approved the blue sky plan on his phone in the car. The procurement cost for the first batch of drones alone was 3 billion. You're right, President Zhao, Chen Feng said with a faint smile. But whether that incident was unjust or not, everyone knows the truth. Right and wrong are clear in people's hearts. Zhao Yuanji frowned. He disliked Chen Feng's seemingly compliant but utterly indifferent attitude. How could a loser be so calm? Just as he was about to teach this arrogant former subordinate a lesson about the harsh realities of society. Ding! The doors of the executive elevator, which could only be accessed with a special card, opened at the far end of the lobby. A group of people strode out quickly. Leading them was a refined 50-something man with a strong presence, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Behind him were 7 or 8 executives carrying briefcases, along with several foreign businessmen with blonde hair and blue eyes who clearly held significant status. It's President Li Bowen. Zhao Yuanzi's eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. He quickly buttoned his suit jacket, straightened his tie, and instantly plastered on the most standard practiced professional smile. Xiao Chen, step aside, don't block the way. This is a big shot. Zhao Yuanji whispered harshly, then stepped forward 2 paces, ready to showcase himself and get noticed when President Li passed by. Li Bowen and his entourage drew closer, their presence so imposing that people around them stepped aside. Zhao Yuanji took a deep breath, extended his hand, slightly bowed, and was about to say, President Li, I am. But then, Li Bowen walked right past him as if he didn't exist, not even a sideways glance. The breeze from his passing stirred Zhao Yuanzi's hand, which remained frozen in midair. Zhao Yuanji was stunned, his smile frozen on his face. But before he could even feel disappointed, the next moment brought an even more shocking, life-shattering scene. The business magnate Li Bowen, who usually held himself aloof and was treated with deference even by the mayor, walked straight to the lounge. Then he stopped before the young man, who was still lounging on the sofa, slouching, even playing with his phone. Li Bowen bowed slightly. The angle and demeanor were so respectful that he seemed less like the helmsman of a 100 billion yuan conglomerate and more like an old butler greeting his master. Chairman Chen. Li Bowen's voice was not loud, but to Zhao Yuanzi's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Why are you sitting down here? If I had known you were coming, I would have gone down to pick you up. The board of directors upstairs is waiting for your decision. Several foreign representatives are getting anxious. Chen Feng stood up, brushing the wrinkles from his pants. It's nothing. My car wasn't parked properly, so I came in to rest a bit. Chen Feng pointed toward the main entrance. The security guard is quite diligent. He said without an appointment, I couldn't use the VIP lane, so I parked by the curb. I think he was right. Rules are rules. Li Bowen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. This is our mistake. That security captain, he's fired tomorrow. The deputy general manager in charge of administration, 3 months bonus deducted. They'll have someone move your car in right away. No, Chen Feng waved his hand. He who errs unknowingly is blameless. Just strengthen the training. Don't be so bureaucratic, though everyone has it hard. Yes, as you say, Li Bowen nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Zhao Yuanji, standing nearby, was completely petrified. Chairman Chen Feng. The poor kid he had kicked out of the company. The young man in cheap clothes was a director of Future Energy Group. How was this possible? The script was wrong. His mind went blank, and the bidding documents in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, scattering everywhere. Chen Feng seemed to just remember that someone else was there. He turned his head, looked at Zhao Yuanji, whose face was pale and lips trembling, and said to Li Bowen with a smile, Oh, by the way, President, this is President Zhao, my former supervisor. He was very kind to me. Li Bowen was taken aback and was about to exchange pleasantries. Chen Feng continued. He said he's here to bid on the weak current project. But, based on my understanding of President Zhao's character and professional ethics, I think the group should be more cautious when vetting partners. After all, a management team that likes to make scapegoats and lacks accountability might not be reliable. If something goes wrong with the project, who will take the blame? Boom. These words were a verdict. Li Bowen, being the astute man he was, instantly understood the implication. His face turned cold, and he glanced at Zhao Yuanji as if looking at a fly. He turned to his assistant and said coldly, "Write this down. Return this company's bid. Add them to the group's procurement blacklist. Also report them to the industry association." Zhao Yuanji trembled all over as if plunged into an ice pit. It was over. Not only had he lost the 50 million deal, but once on the Future Energy Group's blacklist, the entire Haiqing industry circle would blacklist him. His career was ruined. He looked at Chen Feng, his eyes devoid of the earlier arrogance, only endless regret and fear. But unlike the villains in TV dramas, he didn't throw a tantrum or kneel to beg. As a seasoned veteran in the business world, he knew begging was useless. He made a decision in almost 3 seconds. Zhao Yuanji took a deep breath, bent down, and picked up the scattered documents one by one. Then he walked up to Chen Feng and bowed deeply. At a 90-degree angle. "Chairman Chen, I'm sorry." Zhao Yuanji's voice was a bit hoarse, but steady. "What happened before was my blindness, my lack of integrity. You were right to teach me a lesson. I am a petty man." He straightened up without a single word of self-defense and looked at Li Bowen, his tone sincere and resolute. "President Li, all the faults are mine alone. I am not worthy of cooperating with your group. I will submit my resignation to the head office immediately and issue a statement taking full responsibility. Please, show mercy and don't blacklist my company. I still have a few hundred employees who need to feed their families. That project was their hard work for half a year. They are innocent." With that, he bowed to Chen Feng again. "Chairman Chen, I apologize for the intrusion." Then he turned around without looking at anyone else, without picking up the briefcase that had fallen, and strode out the door. His silhouette was somewhat desolate, but not broken. This was the last dignity of a successful man and the accountability of a loser. The lobby was silent. Chen Feng watched Zhao Yuanji's retreating figure, and the coldness in his eyes faded a little. "A tough man," Chen Feng remarked calmly. "Able to bend and stretch, willing to cut off his own arm to survive. If it were before, such a man might have been someone. But unfortunately, he had offended a cultivator. In the face of absolute power, schemes are meaningless." "Chairman Chen, what about the blacklist?" Li Bowen asked tentatively. "Since he resigned, give the ordinary employees who are still working a chance." Chen Feng turned and walked toward the elevator, speaking casually. "Review the bid normally. If the technology is good, use them. If not, cut them. Handle it by the book." "Yes, Chairman Chen, how magnanimous." Li Bowen exclaimed sincerely. It wasn't flattery, he truly admired such breadth of vision. The elevator doors closed. Chen Feng didn't dwell on this episode. To him now, Zhao Yuanji was just a pebble on the roadside. Once kicked away, he was no longer of concern. At the headquarters of Future Energy Group, in the strategic conference room on the top floor. This is the power center of the entire building, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 360-degree view of the entire Haiqing and the surging Huangpu River. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was fervent to the point of boiling, yet maintained a certain degree of extreme oppression. It was the calm before the storm. On both sides of the elongated walnut conference table sat the senior executives of the group. Among them were representatives from the state grid, technical advisors from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and several vice presidents with rich experience in international trade. All eyes were focused on the young figure in the main seat. Chen Feng was casually leaning in a leather executive chair, twirling a pen in his hand. His posture was relaxed, even a bit lazy, but that did not diminish the fact that he was the only god in the room. "Chairman Chen." CEO Li Bowen stood up, holding a freshly printed document that was still warm, his tone barely concealing excitement. "We just received the latest news. To exchange for the import quota of the Golden Crow battery, the U.S. Department of Commerce officially announced an hour ago that 12 Chinese-affiliated enterprises, including your Longting Trading Company, have been removed from the entity list. At the same time, the EU's National Development and Reform Commission sent an urgent telegram expressing their willingness to lift export restrictions on 7 sensitive technologies, including lithography machines and aircraft engine blades." Li Bowen took a deep breath, his voice trembling. "They have softened." A suppressed murmur arose in the conference room. Many of those present were seasoned veterans with gray hair, having endured the humiliating era when even money could not buy technology, and they had to look at the foreigner's face. Now, watching those once high and mighty powers lower their heads, the exhilaration was simply more intoxicating than drinking Mao Dai. "Softened." Chen Feng stopped twirling the pen, and a faint cold smile appeared on his lips. "Director Li, you've misunderstood something. Their submission is not out of weakness, they have no choice. Without the Golden Crow battery, their automotive industry will collapse within 3 years, their power grid will fail in extreme weather, and their electronic products will turn into unwanted trash. They are seeking survival." Chen Feng stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the masses below. "Since they are seeking survival, they must adopt a survival. Relay my orders." Chen Feng turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping across everyone present, his tone icy and domineering. "Regarding the overseas export agreement for the Golden Crow battery, I have several supplementary clauses that must be executed. You can understand this as the rules we are establishing. Li Bowen immediately opened his notebook, his expression solemn. Chairman Chen, please go ahead. First, the right to price. Chen Feng extended a finger. The domestic price will be set at cost plus a small profit as a benefit to the public. But for export, in the international market, the Golden Crow battery will not be priced at cost, but based on its energy replacement value. Calculate how much money one battery can save in oil costs over its entire life cycle and take 80 of that figure as the selling price. In other words, we aim to reclaim the wealth that Western countries have earned through oil hegemony over the past century, battery by battery. If some countries find the price too high, no problem, let them continue burning oil. But I assure you their products will have no competitiveness in the market. Hiss. The executives present gasped in shock. This was not business, it was outright robbery. And they were doing it openly, with the other side having no choice but to comply. Second, technical confidentiality and exemption clauses. Chen Feng extended a second finger. All exported batteries must have their anti-tampering self-destruct program activated before leaving the factory. Tell them this is to prevent safety hazards caused by improper use. Any attempt to physically dismantle X-ray or access illegal interfaces will cause the internal structure of the battery to instantaneously melt down, turning it into a worthless brick. Moreover, once the self-destruction is triggered, we will not be responsible for compensation or warranty. The consequences will be at their own risk. This clause was designed to completely eliminate any thoughts of reverse engineering from the West. Although Academician Sun said this was a monkey version of the technology, even if it was, Chen Feng did not want anyone to learn it. To maintain a technological gap, absolute secrecy must be preserved. Third, Chen Feng said, revealing a playful, even somewhat malicious smile. This was the show he most wanted to see. Regarding after-sales service and maintenance, inform all overseas clients that the Golden Crow battery is a precision high-tech product involving quantum mechanics and high-dimensional materials science. Therefore, any unauthorized third-party repairs are prohibited. If the battery malfunctions or requires regular maintenance, it must be handled on-site by certified engineers dispatched by our group. Chen Feng paused, his tone growing even more arrogant. And our engineers are very busy and very expensive. Travel standards must be business class. Accommodation standards must be the best 5-star hotel available locally. Hourly wage $500 hour. The calculation starts from the moment they leave the borders of China until their return. All food and accommodation expenses during this period will be fully reimbursed by the client. Additionally, to protect technical secrets, our engineers must set up a security cordon. No foreign personnel may approach within 5 meters, no recording, no observing. Anyone who dares to steal a glance will have their service immediately halted and will be permanently cut off from supply. Dead silence. Absolute silence. In the conference room, everyone stared at Chen Feng with their mouths agape. Li Bowen's hands trembled, and the pen tip left a long ink mark on the paper. This is too familiar. Isn't this exactly the price and rules that the Germans, Japanese, and Americans demanded from us when they sold us equipment decades ago? Back then, when a part in a Chinese factory broke down, foreign experts would fly over and charge tens of thousands of dollars for just a glance. During repairs, they would pull curtains to prevent Chinese people from seeing, treating them like thieves. That was one of the most humiliating memories in the history of Chinese industry. And now Chen Feng was returning all of this intact, and even doubled. Chairman Chen, an elderly vice president with gray hair, took off his glasses, wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, and said with a choked voice, Is this too harsh? Will they agree? Harsh. Chen Feng sneered and sat back down in his chair. This is the truth of the modern world. Whoever holds the technology has the right to be arrogant. They will agree. Not only will they agree, they will line up armed with money and smiling faces to beg us to send people over. Because aside from us, no one can produce this thing. This is the joy of monopoly. Chen Feng waved his hand like an emperor who had just signed a declaration of war. Proceed with this announcement. Additionally, inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that if any country dares to fuss about this matter, we will suspend exports to that country under the pretext of insufficient production capacity. Let's see who gets anxious first. Yes, the response echoed in the conference room like thunder. Every face glowed with an unprecedented radiance. It was not just excitement from earning huge profits, but a release of national emotions that had been repressed for a century. The roles had reversed. Gentlemen, the times have changed. After the meeting ended, the executives rushed out with their respective tasks, invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In the vast conference room, only Chen Feng and Li Bowen remained. Li Bowen calmed his excited heart, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. He had initially thought this young chairman was merely a lucky technology holder, but unexpectedly his business and political acumen was incredibly shrewd and ruthless. Chairman Chen, besides the export matter, the other task you assigned earlier has also been completed. Li Bowen took out another document from his briefcase, his tone becoming gentler, regarding the reconstruction project of the original site of Hongqing Orphanage. The design was personally crafted by the Dean of the Architecture Department at Tongji University. The standard is it should be warm and also as solid as a fortress. The main structure will be made of high-strength reinforced concrete that is earthquake and explosion resistant. 2 underground floors will be excavated equipped with an independent air purification system and a Golden Crow battery pack as a backup power source. For the ground portion, we will expand the garden and construct the best plastic track and library. All materials will use the highest quality, environmentally friendly materials. Formaldehyde content must be 0. Chen Feng listened attentively, nodding from time to time. This was his home on Earth, and it was his only soft spot. In this world full of unknowns, he must create an absolutely safe haven for the Dean and the children. When can the construction team be in place? Chen Feng asked. Anytime. Li Bowen glanced at his watch. The construction team's heavy machinery convoy has already assembled and is waiting at the intersection of Binhai Avenue. As long as you give the order, they can enter the site within half an hour. Moreover, Li Bowen paused and smiled. The chief engineer of the construction team said that it is their honor to serve Chairman Chen. They guarantee that the main structure will be completed within a month and the refined decoration will be delivered within 3 months. This is the speed of China. Good. Chen Feng stood up and adjusted his collar. The commercial giant who had just dictated the global energy hegemony rules had vanished. In his place was a grandson about to visit his grandmother. Prepare the car. Chen Feng looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, a warm smile appearing on his lips. Let the construction team follow my car. Today I want to witness with my own eyes the groundbreaking of their new home with my grandmother and the children. 20 minutes later, an unusual convoy appeared on the main road of Haicheng. Leading the way was a completely black custom-made Hongqi car. Behind it, dozens of heavy construction vehicles, excavators, and even massive crawler cranes followed in an impressive display. Each construction vehicle bore a bright red banner building a beautiful home protecting the blossoms of the motherland. The convoy resembled a steel dragon passing through the bustling CBD, through the noisy overpasses heading towards the dilapidated old town on the outskirts. Pedestrians by the roadside stopped to take pictures. What major project is this going to be? A subway. Look at the momentum of that convoy. They must be going to fix a military base, right? Who is in the car ahead? So imposing. Inside the car, Chen Feng gripped the steering wheel with one hand, looking through the rearview mirror at the Iron Tide, representing the nation's infrastructure power, behind him feeling at ease. He was charging forward for the rise of this country, even risking his life in another world. The country was behind him, safeguarding his home and providing him with the strongest support. This is the best mutual commitment. Grandma Littlestone, I'm back. This time no one will dare to say we are unwanted wild children. I am going to build you a real castle. In the outskirts of Haicheng at the Hongxing orphanage, the cold autumn wind swirled the withered yellow phoenix tree leaves howling as it swept down the street. A black car slowly came to a stop in front of the familiar iron gate. Chen Feng got out of the car. He instinctively tightened his collar, but what he saw at first glance was no longer the desolation that had once tugged at his heartstrings, but a scene that warmed his heart and even brought a slight sting to his nose. In the yard, although the cement ground still had some cracks, it had been cleaned spotless. A dozen children were playing the game of eagle catching chicks, their laughter carrying far in the chilly wind. Unlike the ragged clothes of the past or the fact that they wore only thin shoes even in the middle of winter. At this moment, the children were all clad in thick, stylish, colorful down jackets resembling adorable little dumplings. They also wore brand new fleece-lined sneakers. Their faces, once pale and frostbitten from long-term malnutrition, were now rosy and healthy. It was clear that the 9,000 yuan Chen Feng had previously given was spent wisely by Director Zhang, with every penny going toward the children's food, clothing, and nutrition. Xiao Feng is back. A strong and even somewhat resonant voice called out. Chen Feng turned his head to see Director Zhang hastily approaching from the kitchen, holding a basket of freshly washed vegetables. If it had been before, the old lady would have definitely been limping, looking ill, needing to catch her breath after just a few steps. But at this moment, after drinking the grade gene repair solution that Chen Feng had brought back last time, the old lady had undergone a dramatic transformation. She stood tall and straight, no longer hunched over. Her legs moved swiftly, showing no trace of the near paralysis she had once suffered. Her once straw-like gray hair had turned half black from the roots, and the deep wrinkles on her face had smoothed out significantly. She looked as if she were in her 50s, energetic and seemingly 20 years younger. Grandma. Chen Feng greeted her with a smile, and the old lady grasped his hand tightly. The strength of her grip was even greater than that of an average young person, warm and, look at you buying things again. You haven't even spent the money I gave you last time. You were just wasting it. Director Zhang pointed at the children running around wildly, her face filled with pride and satisfaction. Look, these little ones are all growing strong like little calves, all think they get plenty of milk and eggs every day. Oh, I see they've grown taller in just these past few months. Chen Feng glanced around. Although the children were doing well, the facilities of the orphanage remained the same as they were decades ago. The red brick walls were peeling with some places, even exposing the steel rebar underneath. The windows had new glass, but the frames were still old, warped with letting in drafts, and held to save money. The boiler room's chimney was not smoking, indicating that the old lady was reluctant to burn coal for heating, wanting to save the money for the children's future. Grandma, money is meant to be spent, not saved. Especially for heating, we can't skimp on it. Chen Feng smiled, helplessly supporting the old lady as they walked toward the office. Come on, let's go inside and discuss an important matter. This time we want saved. We need to completely revamp this place. In the office, Chen Feng sat on the familiar old wooden chair, its lacquer worn off, holding a cup of hot water. Grandma, I'm not just here to visit. I brought a construction team with me. Chen Feng pointed to the dilapidated dormitory building outside. This building is too old and doesn't meet earthquake-resistant standards. It's cold in winter and leaks in summer. We can't let the children suffer like this. Upon hearing that there would be construction, Director Zhang instinctively felt a pang in her heart for the expenses. How much will this cost? We're doing fine now, or as long as it doesn't leak, it's fine. Please let me finish speaking. Chen Feng gestured to interrupt the old lady, his tone gentle yet firm. I don't intend to turn this place into a palace or engage in any vanity projects. For the children, an overly luxurious environment would actually harm them, making them forget the harsh realities of the outside world. I want to rebuild the dormitories, classrooms, and dining hall according to the highest safety standards of a proper boarding school. The foundations need to be deep, the walls thick, and the heating sufficient. He continued, additionally, I established a special foundation in the name of the group specifically for our orphanage, so that every penny will be managed by dedicated personnel in the future. As he spoke, Chen Feng set down his cup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sincere, as if discussing family matters, yet making a solemn promise. Grandma, I want to lay everything out for you, sharing my thoughts about these children. Go ahead, I'm listening. Director Zhang nodded, seriously looking at her grandson's mature face. In the past we were poor and only thought about keeping them fed and clothed. Just surviving was enough. But now that I have the ability, I am thinking about how to truly help them rather than just raising them to become useless. Chen Feng sighed and said slowly, giving money directly is too easy. I have plenty of money. But that would harm them. In this world, only the food earned by one's own efforts tastes good, feels secure, and gives one a straight back. So I've made up my mind that this foundation will support them, but not enable laziness. For sickness, meals, clothing, and natural disasters, the foundation will cover everything. This is our home for them, a safe haven. But for their future, I will provide them with ladders. Whether they climb depends on themselves. For those who want to study, as long as they are willing to learn, even if they get into a doctoral program or go abroad for further studies, I will cover all tuition and living expense. For those who don't want to study, that's fine too. I will contact the best technical schools to help them learn a trade, be it cooking, automotive repair, or programming. Once they acquire skills, I will arrange jobs for them, even providing capital to start their own businesses. Chen Feng looked out at the children running around, his gaze becoming deep and serious. There is only one rule. If anyone is idle, causes trouble, and thinks being an orphan gives them the right to rely on society, then I'm sorry, once they reach adulthood, I will kick them out. I will show no mercy. Children from Hongxing can be ordinary people even if they sweep the streets, but they cannot be spineless or ungrateful. As she listened, Director Zhang's eyes gradually became moist. She heavily patted Chen Feng's hand, her voice a bit choked. Child, you really see far. The children in our orphanage are unfortunate, but they must strive to be better. Others have parents to protect them, but we do not. What you are doing is setting rules for them, and also giving them a chance at life. Let's do it your way. If anyone dares to cheat or slack off, I won't even need you to chase them out. I will break their legs first. We don't raise useless people at Hongxing. Just then the sound of a car engine came from outside. Director Chen, the medical team has arrived. Li Bowen walked in with several experts in white coats. Come on, Grandma, let me show you a magic trick. Chen Feng helped Director Zhang to the backyard. In the corner of the backyard, a 7 or 80-year-old boy sat alone on a stone stool, lost in thought. That's Xiaohai. Director Zhang sighed, her expression dimming. He was hit by a dump truck when he was young, and his parents also died in the accident. He was shielded by them, but only lost one leg. He has a withdrawn personality. Xiaohai wore a newly bought down jacket, but the right pant leg was empty, gently swaying in the wind, making him look particular. He watched his peers playing in the distance, his gaze filled with an unnatural stillness and envy that didn't belong to his age. Chen Feng walked over, squatting down in front of Xiaohai, meeting his gaze. Xiaohai, do you want to play football again? Xiaohai looked up at Chen Feng, then quickly lowered his head, muttering, Brother Feng, don't tease me. That prosthetic leg is too heavy, it rubs my flesh and hurts, and I can't feel it, or I walk like a limping duck, and everyone laughs at me. That's in the past. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. The doctor opened a silver briefcase, taking out a high-tech black carbon fiber prosthetic leg and a small inconspicuous silver patch the size of a coin. This thing will make your prosthetic leg obedient. The doctor skillfully rolled up Xiaohai's pant leg and placed the patch on the nerve node of his residual limb. It might feel a bit itchy, just bear with it. As the patch emitted a faint blue light, Xiaohai suddenly trembled throughout his body, as if electrocuted. What's wrong? Director Zhang asked, nervously wanting to step forward, but hesitating. It's itchy, and a bit numb. Xiaohai's eyes widened, pointing at the empty space below, his voice trembling. But I feel like my foot is coming back. I can feel my toes moving. Really? The sensation of the nerve signals being reconnected filled the child with both fear and excitement. The doctor connected the prosthetic leg. Stand up and give it a try, Chen Feng encouraged. Don't think of it as a prosthetic leg, just treat it as your own leg. Thinking to himself that he wanted to stand up, Xiaohai shakily held onto the stone stool, taking a deep breath. The brain sent a command. The patch captured faint nerve signals. The chip decoded it. The hydraulic joint of the prosthetic leg responded. The entire process took less than 0.01 seconds. Click. The prosthetic leg steadily supported his body. Xiaohai stood straight. There was no wobbling, no awkwardness of walking on stilts, and no pain from skin abrasion. He tried to lift his leg. The black carbon fiber leg moved as if it were a part of him, lifting and falling with agility, and he could even slightly bend his ankle. This. Director Zhang covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiaohai tentatively took 2 steps, then began to walk faster. That long-lost feeling of balance, of standing on solid ground, and the sensation of regaining control over his body made him unable to hold back his laughter, which turned into sobs. Brother Feng, it really listens. It obeys me. Xiaohai suddenly took off running. Although he was still a bit unaccustomed, he was really running. That was the sound of the wind as he ran. Just then a ball rolled to his feet. Xiaohai instinctively kicked it with the carbon fiber prosthetic leg, striking it fiercely. Bang! The ball drew a beautiful arc, flying far away, bouncing off the wall and coming back. Great shot! Chen Feng cheered, loudly clapping. Xiaohai stood there in shock, watching the ball fly away, looking at his own feet, then suddenly squatted down and cried out loud. It was not from sadness, but from relief. It was the repressed grievances, inferiority, and despair that had accumulated for too long finally being released completely that afternoon. Director Zhang wanted to comfort him, but Chen Feng shook his head, stopping the old lady. Let him cry for a while. Once he's done, he will be a normal man. Chen Feng watched the scene, speaking softly to Li Bowen beside him, his voice low but heavy with significance. This patch will become the core product of our group's medical division in the future. Internally, all disabled children in our orphanage will use it for free with lifelong maintenance. Externally, Chen Feng paused, his tone serious. The price should be lowered. We mustn't let those disabled people sell their homes and lands for this. This is not business, it's merit. Understood. Li Bowen, watching the child, crying yet standing again, was deeply moved. This was not just a product, it was a virtue, a redemption. As evening fell, dozens of heavy trucks filled with steel bars, cement, and eco-friendly building materials rolled into the dilapidated street. A huge banner reading Future Energy Group A project was raised, and the construction team's lights illuminated the orphanage as if it were daytime. Surrounding neighbors rushed out to watch the commotion. Seeing the advanced construction equipment they could only see on the news, and the group leaders in uniforms showing great respect to Director Zhang, everyone's expressions changed. Next door, the usually most snobbish Aunt Wang, who always complained about the noise from the orphanage, held a handful of sunflower seeds and approached Director Zhang, who was directing the site, with a beaming smile, her wrinkles able to squeeze a fly. Oh, Sister Zhang. I said your face is a prosperous one. Look at this scene. Who in our area has such pull as you? This is even comparable to the city government building. By the way, I heard you are expanding and hiring teachers and logistics staff. The salary is pretty high. Director Zhang was currently standing with her hands behind her back, looking at the construction blueprints with great vigor, exuding a leadership aura. Hearing this, the old lady slowly turned around, standing tall with a polite, yet distant smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Sister Wang, this matter is now managed by the group, and there are regulations. There are rules. Teachers must have qualifications, love for children, and pass 3 rounds of interviews and psychological tests. If you think your daughter is suitable, let her apply online and follow the process to test. Our place is a formal school, not a daycare or a shelter. We don't do favors, we follow rules. After saying this, the old lady rolled up the blueprints, not even glancing at Aunt Wang's stiff smile, and walked briskly towards the construction team leader, leaving Aunt Wang standing awkwardly in the wind. Not far away, Chen Feng leaned against the car door, watching his grandmother's imposing figure, unable to contain his laughter. This was how the Hongxing orphanage should be. Neither servile nor overbearing, resilient and self-reliant. As long as the foundation is steady, he would shield them from the remaining storms. Haiqing Laoshimen, an urban village. It was a scar on the underside of the bustling metropolis, and also the first foothold in Haiqing for countless migrant workers like Chen Feng. Tangled power lines like a colossal black spiderweb blotted out the already narrow sky. The alleyway, perpetually deprived of sunlight, was filled with the blaring of electric scooters, the greasy fumes of cheap stir-fry, and the faint stench from the distant. At 6 in the evening, the rush hour was in full swing. Chen Feng didn't drive the conspicuous Hongqi car, which might have drawn a crowd parking instead at the intersection. He changed into a pair of ordinary domestic sneakers, even deliberately zipped his jacket all the way up, and deftly slipped into the alleyway that had no streetlights, and whose ground was always damp. The route etched in his memory remained clear. 2 years ago, when he was a fresh graduate earning a meager internship salary filled with confusion about the future, back then at the company, Zhao Yuanji had targeted him often, making him work late into the night and take the blame for others. It was his mentor at the company, Old Zhang, who had taught him hand in hand how to read complex circuit diagrams and write reports that were beyond reproach. In those days, whenever Chen Feng worked overtime, Old Zhang would always secretly leave him half a watermelon or clumsily try to smooth things over when he got scolded, though every time Zhao Yuanji would berate them both together. The day Chen Feng was fired, Old Zhang had been deliberately sent off to a construction site by Zhao Yuanji. By the time Old Zhang, covered in mud, returned, Chen Feng was already gone. Later, Chen Feng heard from the receptionist that during a break, Old Zhang had brought a bowl of freshly made wontons with 2 poached eggs ridden his electric scooter to Chen Feng's rental, only to find the place empty. That bowl of wontons became a knot in Old Zhang's heart and a thorn in Chen Feng's. Master is an honest man. Honest men always suffer. Chen Feng sighed, walking toward an old apartment building plastered with ads for unclogging drains and fake IDs. Before he even went upstairs, he spotted a familiar figure. Beside the streetlight downstairs, a rickety folding table was set up under the dim yellow glow. On the table lay a soldering iron, a multimeter, screwdrivers, and a pile of disassembled small appliance parts. A middle-aged man with graying hair, wearing a faded blue work vest that had been washed yellow, was hunched over a pair of reading glasses with a broken leg taped together, repairing a creaky old electric fan. His hands were rough, covered in calluses and scars, yet his movements were still as steady as when he had taught Chen Feng to solder circuit boards. Focused, and beside him stood a piece of cardboard with crooked handwriting: professional appliance repair, plumbing and electrical installation, drain unclogging. Fair prices, no cheating. Old Zhang. Chen Feng froze, his steps halting. Old Zhang was a senior technical backbone of the company, a senior engineer. Even without a promotion, he had been earning over 10,000 a month. How could he have ended up hawking his skills on the street like this? At that moment, a woman in pajamas with her hair in curlers, carrying a repaired rice cooker, counted out 20 yuan in change and tossed it on the table like trash. Old Zhang, this repair isn't good enough. The rice still cooks slowly. If I didn't feel sorry for you, I'd have bought a new one. Ma'am, the heating plate is old. I replaced it with a decent used part. It works, that's the best I can do. Please bear with me. Old Zhang put on a placating smile, bowed humbly, and carefully pocketed the 2 crumpled bills into his inner pocket. At that moment, Chen Feng's heart felt like it had been pricked by a needle. That master who had once been the authoritative voice in the technical department, the one who had commanded blueprints with such verve, the spirited Old Zhang. How had he become this? Master. Chen Feng walked over and called out softly. Old Zhang's hand, which was tidying his tools, trembled violently, nearly burning himself with the soldering iron. He looked up, squinting through his thick reading glasses for a long moment. Then on that face worn with fatigue, grime, and wrinkles bloomed a genuine, unadulterated joy, as if he had seen a light in the darkness. Little Chen. Old Zhang scrambled to his feet, vigorously wiping his greasy hands on his pants. He wanted to take Chen Feng's hand, but felt his own were too dirty, awkwardly hovering in midair before simply patting Chen Feng's shoulder. Oh my, it's really you. You kid. You've been gone for almost 2 months. Your phone's off, your WeChat changed. I thought you'd gone back to your hometown. I was so worried. Old Zhang didn't ask why Chen Feng had come, nor did he complain about his own situation. His first words were, "How are you? Where are you working now? You haven't gone hungry, have you? You look healthier and more spirited than before. That puts my mind at ease." Chen Feng looked at the gray hair at Old Zhang's temples and the ill-fitting old clothes, feeling a pang in his heart. "I'm doing well, master. But you?" Chen Feng pointed at the stall on the ground. "Why are you doing this? What about the company?" Old Zhang's eyes dimmed for an instant, then he gave a bitter smile and waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance. "I don't even mention it. Not long after you left, that Zhao Yuanji started some elimination of the bottom scheme. Said it was optimizing the structure, but really he just wanted to get rid of us old-timers, too expensive, too disobedient, and replace us with cheap, obedient fresh graduates. I got laid off. They didn't even give the full N1 severance, claiming poor performance." Old Zhang sighed, pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes that cost 5 yuan, and habitually offered one to Chen Feng, then felt it was too shabby and sheepishly withdrew it. "I wanted to find another job, but you know I'm 45. In today's internet companies, 35 is already considered old. My resumes went in like stones into the sea. Plus your master's wife hasn't been well lately. Uremia needs home dialysis, can't be left alone. So I set up this stall here to make ends meet. It's flexible, and I can take. He said it lightly, but Chen Feng knew that without a pension and burdened by expensive dialysis and medication, half the sky of this family had already collapsed. Old Zhang was holding up the family with his life. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Old Zhang suddenly remembered something, glanced at the time, and his stomach growled. Perfect. Let's pack up. Master will treat you to wontons. At that Xianli place up ahead. It's your favorite. I wonder if the owner's still there. Master, let me treat you. Nonsense. Old Zhang's eyes widened with the authority head had as a mentor. You're in my territory now. How can I let you pay? Unless you look down on me for running a street stall, think my money's dirty. All right, as you say. Chen Feng smiled, a warmth spreading in his heart. A roadside eatery, greasy tables, the clamor of voices. 2 steaming bowls of large wontons were served, sprinkled with scallions and dried shrimp. Old Zhang scooped the 2 poached eggs from his own bowl and placed them all into Chen Feng's. Eat more? You're still growing. You look thin. Chen Feng didn't refuse, he ate heartily. These wontons tasted far better and more real than the business banquet had at Future Energy Group at noon. Little Chen, Old Zhang said, watching Chen Feng wolf down his food, hesitating before continuing. If you haven't found a suitable job yet, don't worry. The job market is tough, it's no shame. I have an old comrade who works in logistics. It's hard work lifting cargo, but it pays 7 or 8,000 a month. If you don't mind, I can ask around for you. Even in his own mire, he was still thinking of helping his apprentice. Chen Feng set down his chopsticks. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then took out a red-headed official appointment letter he had prepared earlier. It was a legitimate company registered in Haicheng under the name of Longting Trading Company, commissioned by the state, Longting Warehousing and Logistics Co. Though it looked like a shell company, now Chen Feng knew it would become the core hub of the vast logistics network connecting Earth and the other world. Master, actually, I came here not just to see you, but to ask you to come out of retirement. Chen Feng pushed the appointment letter across the table, his tone serious. Come out of retirement. Old Zhang was taken aback. He picked up the letter and read it under the dim light. Longting Warehousing. Logistics Director. I started my own company doing import-export trade. Chen Feng said half truthfully. Business is decent, but I need someone I can trust to manage the warehouse. I don't trust outsiders. They might steal goods or mess up the accounts. Master, your skills and integrity are the best I know. This job, no one else can do it for me. I wouldn't trust anyone else. Old Zhang stared blankly at Chen Feng, then looked at the salary column on the appointment letter. Annual salary 5,000 RMB after tax, social insurance, and housing fund, supplementary medical insurance covering the whole family, stock options. 500,000. Old Zhang's hand jerked violently, nearly tearing the paper. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng in disbelief. Little Chen, don't tease your master. I only know a bit about circuits. How could managing a warehouse be worth that much? Even a director's salary these days is only 200,000 or 300,000. It's worth it. Chen Feng grasped Old Zhang's rough, trembling hands, his gaze firm and sincere. Because what I'm going to store is very precious. It's my life and fortune. And that supplementary medical insurance will fully cover your wife's dialysis and kidney transplant expenses. Master, back when I had no umbrella, you lent me yours even if you got wet yourself. Now I have a car and I want to give you a ride. Please just help your apprentice, okay? I really need someone there. Old Zhang's eyes reddened instantly, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. He was an honest man who had never taken advantage of others, preferring to suffer himself. But now he desperately needed this job, needed this money to save his wife's life. More importantly, Chen Feng's words had given him the greatest dignity. It wasn't charity, not pity. It was helping his apprentice. Good. Old Zhang took off his glasses, wiped his blurred tears, and nodded heavily, his voice choked with emotion. Little Chen. No, President Chen. Since you trust this old man, I'll sell this old bones to you. If a single screw goes missing from the warehouse in the future, you can hold me accountable. Then it's settled. Chen Feng smiled and stood up. A car will come to pick you up tomorrow to take you to the new warehouse in Binhai New District. Also, I've arranged for your wife's transfer to the first municipal hospital. They have better equipment and no waiting. This is too much trouble. No trouble at all. Chen Feng insisted on paying for the wontons and walked out of the shop. Old Zhang stood under the streetlight, watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, clutching the appointment letter tightly in his hand, as if it were a lifeline. Old woman. We're saved. We're really saved. Old Zhang murmured to himself, tears streaming down his face. Back in the car. Chen Feng didn't rush to start the engine. Through the window, he watched the middle-aged man in the distance, excitedly calling his wife under the streetlight, gesticulating wildly. The emotions that had been gradually numbed by cultivation began to swell within him again. A gentle warmth flowed through his heart, more nourishing than spiritual energy. Mind state enhanced, karma settled, thoughts unobstructed. Spiritual sense slightly strengthened. So this too is cultivation. Chen Feng smiled and started the car. For him, now an annual salary of 500,000 was merely the price of half a source crystal, a drop in the ocean. But for old Zhang, it meant the rebirth of a family, the backbone of a man. This was the meaning of power. Not just for killing, but for protection. In Haicheng on a deep winter night, the temperature in the basement of Yinshan No. 1 is a constant and comfortable 24 degrees. Chen Feng has just finished a round of small Zhoutian cultivation. With the last breath of turbid air expelled, his realm of the second layer of qi refinement is completely stabilized, and his divine sense retracts into his body like mercury, making him feel sharp-minded and full of spirit. He picked up his phone, placed aside, the screen lit up, revealing an unread voice call on WeChat, time marked as half an hour ago. The contact name reads Old Class Leader Yang Wei. As Chen Feng looked at this name, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth, and memories were instantly pulled back to those youthful university days from a few years ago. Back then, Chen Feng was the poorest student in the class, relying on student loans for tuition and part-time jobs for living expenses. Yang Wei, on the other hand, was the class leader and the student council president, a typical Shandong man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with a booming voice. At that time, Chen Feng was troubled by a snobbish counselor who wanted to revoke his status as a poor student to give it to a well-connected person who drove a BMW. Yang Wei barged into the office with the evaluation form, argued fiercely, even slammed his hand on the table, and pointed at the counselor's nose, while cursing successfully, helping Chen Feng retain his scholarship. For this, Yang Wei received a reprimand, but he never mentioned it to Chen Feng. Later, when Chen Feng worked part-time delivering food, Yang Wei lent him his nearly new electric bike, saying, "I need to lose weight, I'll just walk." The bike ended up being stolen, but Yang Wei didn't make him pay, saying it was second-hand and not worth much. "The old class leader is looking for me." Without hesitation, Chen Feng called back. Beep. Beep. The phone was answered instantly. "Hello, Fengzi." Yang Wei's voice sounded a bit hoarse with background noise of chatter, drinking games and toasts, clearly from a big open-air restaurant or KTV. "Class leader, I was busy and didn't hear. Is there something you need this late?" Chen Feng asked casually. "Hey, can't I just catch up with an old friend?" Yang Wei chuckled on the other end, though his laughter sounded a bit forced, and even carried a hint of fatigue. "Well, I'm getting married this Sunday right here in Haicheng. I wanted to ask if you're still in Haicheng, and if you have time to come and drink some wedding wine. It's been a long time since we brothers gathered. Getting married. Congratulations." Chen Feng was genuinely happy for him. "I must go. He'll push aside anything else for this. Send me the location and he'll definitely be there." "Alright, I'll send you the electronic invitation shortly." Yang Wei seemed to hesitate, falling silent for a few seconds. Only the sounds of "drink. Have another" echoed in the background. After a long while, fueled by the alcohol, he stammered, "Fengzi, how are you doing these days? Do you have a car?" Chen Feng was taken aback. This wasn't like Yang Wei's character. He used to be generous, never asking such materialistic questions, nor caring about whether his brothers— "It's alright, I have a vehicle for commuting," Chen Feng replied honestly. "What's up?" Yang Wei sighed heavily, as if shedding all pretenses, his tone revealing deep helplessness and urgency. "I really have run into trouble, and am asking you out of desperation. Tomorrow is the big day. I had booked a wedding car fleet 6 months ago, a total of 8 Audi A6s, and the payment was made. But just now that son of a gun from the wedding company called me saying the fleet can't come. They said today a wealthy second-generation heir is getting married and offered 3 times the money to hijack all the cars from that company, even intercepting all the decent fleets in the—" Yang Wei's voice grew choked with emotion. "The grievance of being cornered by life. I don't mind, I could take a taxi or ride a shared bicycle for the bride's pickup. But my wife's relatives. You know how it is, locals in Haicheng value their reputation, and they already look down on me for being an outsider. If tomorrow during the bride's pickup there's not even a decent car fleet, how will my wife hold her head high in her family? I can't let her suffer this. I'm currently calling around to borrow cars. It doesn't matter if it's a Volkswagen or Toyota, as long as it's black. Fengzi, if you have a car, could you come by tomorrow morning to help? It doesn't need to be a fancy car, just something with 4 wheels. I'm begging you." Chen Feng listened to the nearly pleading tone of his old class leader and felt a lump. The once spirited man who dared to slam the counselor's desk for his brothers is now begging for a few measly audits for the sake of his wife's pride. Is this the helplessness of adulthood? Is this the slap life gives you? "Class leader." Chen Feng interrupted him. "Are you still borrowing cars?" "Yes, still need 3 more. Don't borrow anymore." Chen Feng's voice was calm, yet firm, radiating a comforting strength. "Hang up the phone, go take a hot shower, and get a good night's sleep. Make sure to restore your energy for tomorrow morning." But the car. "Leave the car matter to me." Chen Feng glanced at the time, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Tomorrow, at 8 a.m., I'll bring the car fleet to your building. If I'm late by a minute, I'll come to see you in person. Fengzi, don't push your luck. Cars are hard to rent now that wealthy second generation has monopolized them. Do you trust me?" Chen Feng asked just 3 words. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Only Yang Wei's heavy breathing could be heard. "I trust you. Back then, when you said you'd be first in finals, you really did come first. Then it's settled. Get to bed early tomorrow, you're the groom. Don't show up with dark circles under your eyes, that would be embarrassing." Chen Feng hung up the phone. He sat on the sofa, his gaze gradually sharpening, revealing the unique edge of a cultivator. Hijacked. Wealthy second generation. Monopolizing the city's fleets. Interesting. In this Haiqing who dares to put on airs in front of Chen Feng's brothers. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Jiangwo's personal number. Beep. Director Zhao, you still awake? Little Chen, what's up? Do you have new technology again? Zhao Jiangwo's voice always sounded full of expectation, even a bit excited. No new technology, but I do have a troublesome matter. Chen Feng said lightly, I have a good brother getting married tomorrow, and he's being bullied. His car fleet was hijacked. Borrowing cars. Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback, then laughed on the other end of the line. What kind of troublesome matter is this? You're a board member of the group and a national hero, so don't say borrowing cars. You could borrow a plane. What kind of car do you want? Those bulletproof Hongqi L5s from our group, for receiving foreign guests. Or the motorcycles from the state guest escort team. The L5 is too ostentatious. That's for leaders. I'm not used to it. Chen Feng thought for a moment, visualizing the powerful vehicles he saw in the group showroom yesterday. I remember, there's a high-end electric car brand under Future Energy, called Jinwu, right? I want to borrow 12 of those unreleased technology showcase models from the Jury series. Jury. Zhao Jiangwo gasped. That's a concept-level production car created by the state to showcase Jinwu's battery and Xuanwu materials technology regardless of cost. With a full carbon fiber body, 3,200 kilometers of range, 0 to 100 km in 1.9 seconds, and B7 bulletproof level, able to withstand direct rifle fire. Its interior is fully made of top-grade leather and solid wood, and even has a satellite communication system. This car isn't even on the market, yet currently there are only 15 in the world, all kept in laboratories and top-tier showrooms. Each one's cost is astronomical, and it's something that money can't buy. The pearl of industry. Little Chen, your appetite is truly not small. Zhao Jiangwo chuckled bitterly. This car hasn't even been registered, and they are all prototype cars, extremely valuable. The lack of plates is even better. Chen Feng laughed. Just hang our group's black test vehicle plate, or could you help me get a pass? Something that nobody would do. Alright, since you asked, how could I not give face? Zhao Jiangwo agreed readily, his tone filled with indulgence. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., 12 jury, plus the one allocated to you, will arrive at the designated location on time. All the drivers are retired automotive soldiers with excellent skills, sure to give you enough face. Thanks, Director Zhao. Cut the formalities, just get me a few of those source crystals later, son, Lao keeps urging me. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng walked to the underground parking lot, looking at his silent, beast-like, matte black custom Hongqi. He reached out and patted the cold engine hood. Tomorrow we'll take you to rattle the streets. The next morning in Haiqing at the Old West Gate. This is a typical old residential area with narrow roads filled with parked private cars. As dawn broke, the air carried the chill of early winter. Yang Wei, dressed in an ill-fitting cheap suit, anxiously paced downstairs, the soles of his shoes making a shuffling sound on the ground. He clutched his phone tightly, the screen flickering on and off. His hands were sweaty. Upstairs, many relatives of the bride had already arrived. Aunties and uncles were leaning out of the third-floor windows, peeking and gossiping while munching on sunflower seeds. Hey, it's already 7:30. Why haven't we seen the wedding car yet? I heard Yang Wei's family isn't well off, and he's an outsider. Could it be they can't afford to rent a car, or have they decided to take a taxi to pick up the bride? That would be so embarrassing. Last month, old Wang's daughter got married, and they had a full fleet of BMW 5 Series, with the lead car being a Porsche. Xiao Feng is so unfortunate. How did she end up with such a poor guy who can't even arrange a decent spectacle? These words drifted down from the window like needles, piercing Yang Wei's heart. He glanced at the time, 7:55 a.m. The entrance of the community was still empty, with only a few early risers buying vegetables. Fengzi, please don't let me down. Even a few passats would do. Yang Wei bit his lip, his eyes reddening. He wasn't worried about losing face for himself, but rather about his wife's honor and the disappointed look from his mother-in-law. At that moment, a deep, resonant sound, as if from a colossal beast from the deep sea, echoed from the end of the street. The sound wasn't explosive, but carried a chilling, electrifying resonance, deep and powerful. The small pebbles on the ground trembled slightly. Virum, a completely matte black, rugged and imposing SUV with a bright red flag standing at its front, turned the corner first. It had no license plate. Beneath the windshield lay a white and red Jing V special pass document. Following it, the second, third, fourth vehicles. A total of 12 sleek black gold-toned unbranded futuristic sports cars glided into view, resembling a fleet. They looked like products from a sci-fi movie, with sharp lines and headlights resembling the eyes of ferocious beasts. The previously noisy street fell silent in an instant. The grandpas and grandmas who were boasting by the roadside shut their mouths, sunflower seeds scattering everywhere. The relatives upstairs who were waiting to see the show widened their eyes, nearly bursting the windows. Even a passing Porsche Cayenne that originally intended to cut in line had the driver slam the brakes in fright upon seeing the car fleet's aura, especially after spotting the lead vehicle's document and obediently pulled over, terrified of scratching the paint of this fleet that was worth more than he could afford. The fleet smoothly stopped in front of Yang Wei. Click. The car doors opened in unison. 12 drivers dressed in matching custom black suits, white gloves, and sunglasses with postures as straight as pine trees simultaneously exited the vehicles, closed the doors in unison, and stood solemnly by the cars. This was no ordinary pickup. It was as if a head of state was going on a tour. The air was filled with an overwhelming sense of dignity and authority, making it hard for people to breathe. The door of the leading Hongqi opened. Chen Feng stepped out dressed in a well-fitting dark gray suit. He walked over to a stunned Yang Wei, who looked like a wooden mannequin, smiling as he adjusted the tie that had gone askew from being nervous. Class leader, it's exactly 8 o'clock. Chen Feng gestured at the black steel tie behind him. This fleet should suffice, right? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Yang Wei's mouth dropped open, producing a gurgling sound in his throat, unable to utter a word for a long time. Tears welled up in his eyes. Until Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder and pushed him toward the jury sports car that had been decorated as the main wedding vehicle. Get in, groom. Don't keep your bride waiting. Today in Haicheng, we will drive boldly. In Haicheng, at the Old West Gate beneath the aging residential building, the morning light gently illuminated the somewhat dilapidated structure with a faint golden sheen. A row of black steel beasts lay quietly in the narrow street, their paint reflecting a profound, understated, yet undeniable black gold luster in the morning sun. They resembled a group of silent knights in formal attire guarding this place. Upstairs by the window of the bride Xiaofeng's house, the aunties who had just been munching on sunflower seeds and making quips about why hasn't the car arrived, and could it be a taxi, now forgot to spit out the shells, each pressing their faces against the glass packed like sardines in a can, their eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of car is this? I've never seen this brand before. Auntie Air adjusted her slipping reading glasses, her voice filled with astonishment and ignorance. It doesn't look like a Benz or a BMW, does it? But this presence. Why does it feel even more intimidating than the state guest motorcade on television? The emblem is a three-legged golden bird. Oh, this streamlined design, these gull-wing doors, it looks even more luxurious than Xiao Zhang from our neighborhood, who drives a Lamborghini. The little cousin who truly knew his stuff was snapping photos like crazy with his phone, his hands trembling with excitement. Mom, that's the Golden Crow totem. That's the legendary Golden Crow Zhu, a national-level strategic concept car. This car isn't even on the market yet. It's said to use the most advanced solid-state batteries and aerospace materials, bulletproof and explosion-proof. My goodness, the price of a single one is rumored to be over 20 million, and you can't even buy it with money. How come there are 12 parked here at once? Is this a national exhibition hall being emptied out? Over 20 million. The room erupted into a flurry of gasps. The bride's mother, who had always looked down on Yang Wei's ordinary background and his status as an outsider, suddenly had a look of unpredictable emotions. From her initial embarrassment and skepticism to shock, and finally to a kind of uncontrollable triumphant glow. She suddenly pushed open the window regardless of the cold wind rushing in and shouted loudly downstairs, "Oh my. I told you Xiao Wei is capable. Usually he's low-key and humble. Look at this, who among us has such a grand wedding for their daughter? What's the deal with the neighbor old Wang's place?" Downstairs, Yang Wei stood before the Zhu coupe that served as the main wedding car, his hands still trembling, not even daring to touch the smooth jade-like door handle. He gazed at this cipher-shaped vehicle that seemed to have crossed over from the future, then looked at Chen Feng, who was standing by the car, with a gentle smile, adjusting his collar. His throat felt choked, as if it was stuffed with cotton, and his eyes were painfully sore. "Fengzi, this is too precious." After a long pause, Yang Wei managed to squeeze out a tearful sentence. "What if I scratch the paint? I can't afford it, even if I sold myself." "What are you worried about? This car is meant to be driven, not to be treated like a family heirloom." Chen Feng chuckled and playfully punched him lightly, a gesture that brought comfort. "Quick, get in the car. Don't delay the auspicious timing. Remember, today you are the main character, the groom. Stand tall. Let those who look down on you see clearly." After saying that, Chen Feng personally opened the passenger door. Swish. The door opened, not in the usual side pull manner, but in an extremely cool gull-wing style, the precise hydraulic arms producing a high-end and smooth sound, like a golden crow ready to take flight. Yang Wei took a deep breath, feeling as if he were heading into battle, and sat down. The car's interior lacked any plastic feel, entirely adorned with soft premium Napa leather, solid wood, and a dazzling holographic dashboard. That sense of luxury left him a man used to driving a second-hand Jetta, unsure where to place his hands. Virum, the convoy set off. There was no noise of a traditional fuel car's putt-putt, only the powerful low-frequency hum of the electric motor starting up, akin to a surge of electricity. "Let's go," Chen Feng commanded through the intercom. The lead car was a specially modified off-road vehicle, with a special permit proudly displaying a red flag. Behind it followed 12 Zhu coupes, maintaining an absolutely precise distance, like a black dragon slowly exiting the old neighborhood and merging into the city's traffic. On Haiching's main road Binhai Avenue, today was an auspicious day, and there were indeed many wedding car parades on the road. Colorful ribbons fluttered, creating a cheerful atmosphere. As Chen Feng's convoy was about to enter a bustling interchange, a sudden piercing and somewhat arrogant roar came from the side ramp. Vroom vroom vroom. The distinct sound of a high-displacement sports car echoed from 2 miles away, causing pedestrians to turn their heads in curiosity. A colorful convoy plastered with gaudy stickers was aggressively merging into the main road in an extremely ostentatious manner. Leading the pack was a flashy pink Ferrari 488, followed by 5 or 6 colorful Lamborghinis and Porsches. Each car's exhaust pipe was belching flames, and the engine roared deafeningly, as if fearing no one knew they were arriving. This was the convoy of the rich second generation known as young Master Zhang, who had cut in front of Yang Weiss Group, and claimed to be the son of the wealthiest man in a certain district of Haiching. Young Master Zhang sat in the passenger seat of the pink Ferrari, cigarette in hand, 1 foot propped up on the center console, shouting at the blonde driver, "Charge forward. Don't let the other convoy cut in. Damn it, today I'm in charge of this street. Who dares to block my way?" The blonde driver, a thug who often ran wedding gigs, grinned and said, "You got it. Hold on tight, young Master Zhang. Watch me teach them a lesson. Those driving domestic cars dare to compete with us." Zing. The blonde slammed on the gas. The Ferrari roared, and taking advantage of its quick start, he aggressively tried to squeeze ahead of Chen Feng's convoy, even honking the horn a few times in provocation. Beep. Surrounding private cars hurriedly swerved away, fearing to provoke these lunatics in sports cars. In the Hongqi car, Chen Feng glanced coldly at the pink Ferrari that was forcing its way in, its body swaying. "Fengzi, that's young Master Zhang's convoy. They're the ones who cut in front of us." Yang Wei, sitting in the passenger seat, recognized that flashy pink Ferrari at a glance. His expression instantly darkened, his hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, knuckles turning white. "Let them go first. That's a Ferrari. If we collide, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. And young Master Zhang isn't easy to mess with. Let them go." Chen Feng's lips curled into a cold arc, his grip on the steering wheel steady, even his gaze didn't waver. "Squad leader, remember this. In Haiching, the only rule is that others give way to me. I don't give way to others. Especially to trash like this." Chen Feng pressed a red button. This was the loudspeaker warning mode of this specially modified Hongqi, typically used for clearing a path. Simultaneously, he picked up the intercom, his tone as calm as a still pond, ordering the convoy behind him, "Attention all. Maintain formation, proceed at anyone who dares to cut and ram them. If anything happens, it's on me." "Understood." Uniform replies echoed in his earpiece, an indication of the discipline and obedience of veteran drivers. In the next second, the blonde driver, feeling triumphant, prepared to cut off the convoy, wanting to give these seemingly cumbersome domestic cars a lesson. Suddenly, he saw through the rearview mirror a scene he would remember for a lifetime, one that would haunt him in nightmares. The originally somewhat low-key, even somewhat outdated black SUV suddenly accelerated. It didn't dodge or slow down, but charged forward like a heavy tank, exuding an unstoppable momentum capable of crushing everything in its path. Even more terrifying was that as the distance closed, the blonde driver finally saw the inconspicuous document under the windshield of that car. White background, Jing V00XXX, that meant. The blonde's mind exploded with a buzz. As an experienced driver, he knew all too well what this document represented. It wasn't something that could be obtained with money, it belonged to someone untouchable. It was a presence he couldn't afford to collide with, even if he sold his whole family. The blonde was terrified, his mind racing, and instinctively slammed on the brakes, while violently swerving the steering wheel to avoid. Screech. The pink Ferrari skidded in an ugly shape on the road, tires emitting thick white smoke, barely stopping next to the roadside greenery, almost colliding with the utility. The Lamborghinis and Porsches behind, too close and showing off their skills, were caught off guard by this sudden break. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds echoed. The Porsche behind rear-ended the Lamborghini. Though not serious, the bumper was ruined and the light shattered. The entire rich second-generation convoy instantly turned into chaos, like a group of startled ducks collapsing by the roadside in disarray. Meanwhile, the Hongqi car, driven by Chen Feng, didn't even light up its brake lights smoothly, and with a commanding presence passed by the paralyzed Ferrari. Following closely behind were the second, third, 12 Jury cars. Each time one passed, the serene future tech aura contrasted sharply with the previous Ferrari's clamor and the chaotic braking. There were no honks, no curses, no middle fingers. Only 12 pairs of cold eyes peering through sunglasses from the veteran drivers, glancing dismissively at young Master Zhang, who sat in the Ferrari oblivious to the burning cigarette hole in his pants. That kind of gaze was called contempt. It was the most thorough disregard for the nouveau riche. What kind of convoy is that? Young Master Zhang hurriedly brushed the cigarette, but off his pants, his face pale, as he watched the distant black figures retreating, his voice trembling. Is that a Hongqi? What are those cars behind it? I've never seen them before. I don't even recognize the emblem. The blonde driver was now drenched in sweat, his hands still trembling, not even daring to restart the engine. Young Master Zhang, let's not provoke them. That's a vehicle from above. Look at that license plate and that car. It's a concept car that only appears in state news. This isn't a wedding, it's a military review by a commander, right? Our little cars are just toys in front of them. Young Master Zhang swallowed hard, his earlier bravado extinguished, leaving only cold sweat on his back. Though he was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. In Haiching he might be young Master Zhang, but in front of such high-level big shots, he was just a little Zhang. Inside the Hongqi, Yang Wei looked through the rearview mirror at the group of luxury cars that had just been so arrogant, now reduced to a disheveled mess by the roadside, angrily cursing each other, and he was dumbfounded. Fengzi. Yang Wei turned his head, looking at Chen Feng, who was driving with one hand, and an indifferent expression, his eyes filled with shock, emotion, and a long-lost pride. You. What, you just normal driving? Chen Feng smiled casually, turned on the car stereo, playing a celebratory song. Today you're marrying me. Squad leader, ignore those small fries. They aren't worth it. We'll be at the hotel soon. Hold the flowers, show your smile. Today we are the most dazzling figures on this street. Yang Wei took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. He adjusted his suit, standing tall this time, the sense of inferiority that had plagued him for years vanishing. Outside the car window the sun was shining bright. The black convoy, bathed in golden morning light, advanced majestically, while drawing the astonished and envious gazes of passers-by. At this moment it was not just about face, but also the spine that had been bent by life over the years, now straightened by Chen Feng. With brothers around, even if the sky falls we can hold it up. In Haiching at the Marriott Hotel, this is a standard mid to high-end 5-star hotel, where typically only a few Mercedes or BMWs or business GL8s are parked at the entrance. However, today the bellboy, security personnel, and even the lobby manager felt as if they had been transported to the Daitai State Guest House, preparing to receive a national guest. With a smooth sound, 12 black and gold Jinwu Jury sports cars lined up like 12 silent and imposing black knights parked precisely in the circular driveway at the hotel entrance. The leading red flag off-road vehicle exuded an overwhelming aura. Its vibrant red flag and the privileged documents behind the windshield made the security captain, who intended to command the parking or even say no long stops here, swallow his whistle in shock. Quick, call all the greeters out. Make sure the red carpet is laid down flatter. Move that flower basket. The hotel general manager shouted frantically into the walkie-talkie while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Although he didn't know who the groom was, he was an extremely shrewd person. He understood that someone capable of mobilizing such a high-level convoy could make the ground of Haiching tremble, even with just a sneeze. The car door opened. Yang Wei stepped out, holding the hand of the bride Xiaofang. This time Yang Wei stood tall and proud, his face glowing as if he had rejuvenated 10 years. Meanwhile, the bride Xiaofang looked at the hotel executives, who usually ignored her, but were now smiling and bowing, nearly losing her makeup out of excitement as she tightly grasped. Fengzi, thanks. Yang Wei turned around, tightly shaking Chen Feng's hand, his voice slightly choked and his eyes reddened. On such a joyful day, don't get sentimental. Chen Feng smiled, adjusting his boutonniere, and patted Yang Wei's back. Go on, everyone is waiting. Today you are the star, the most handsome groom. Inside the banquet hall, it was filled with guests. Haiching Marriott Hotel banquet hall. At a corner table, the warm yellow lights enveloped the laughter and chatter as a few people who had just taken their seats were engaged in lively conversation, their topics drifting freely like kites, without strings, during their university days. Zhou Ming, your glasses have surely gotten stronger, right? Back in the day you fought me for the last copy of the exercise book for exam prep, and you ended up losing your glasses. Do you remember? Zhao Lei, who works in engineering, laughed, while slapping the table, causing his teacup to wobble. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses, retorting, better than you. I can still picture you back in gym class, clinging to the sports committee member's leg, yelling for help. That cowardly look is still fresh in my mind. Hey, don't bring that. Zhao Lei waved his hand and turned to Lin Weiner beside him. Weiner, now that you're in the education sector, you'd better keep an eye on my kid. He'll need your help when he goes to school. Lin Weiner, wearing a simple light blue dress, nodded with a smile. No problem, but you need to make sure he studies hard and doesn't do like you back then, always copying Chen Feng's homework. Her boyfriend Zhang Hao kindly served her a piece of fruit, adding, Weiner always says that back then Chen Feng's notes were the most detailed in class. She could get into graduate school thanks to reviewing Chen Feng's notes. Just as they were joking, a synchronized sound of engines came from outside, and the 12 black and gold sports cars, accompanied by the imposing red flag off-road vehicle, parked steadily at the hotel entrance. Wow, this convoy is too cool. Zhao Lei leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes wide with excitement. Yang Wei's wedding is quite impressive. What kind of high-profile friends helped with this? Zhou Ming also leaned in closer for a better look. That leading red flag looks extraordinary. The documents behind the windshield must be significant. Wait a minute. Lin Weiner suddenly pointed at the driver's seat, her tone uncertain. Could that driver be Chen Feng? As soon as this was said, the table fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and the man in the driver's seat stood tall, his profile faintly reminiscent of his former self, but with an added air of unspoken composure. Is it really him? Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Back then he was relying on scholarships and part-time jobs to get through school. He couldn't even afford a new outfit. How could? Regardless, this is a good thing. Zhao Lei was the first to respond, his tone filled with genuine happiness. Chen Feng worked hard in college, and now he's doing well. We should be happy for him. Yes, yes. Other classmates chimed in. I never expected he would be so successful now. Only Lin Weiner's friend Li Na had a complex glimmer in her eyes, murmuring, back then he was so poor, suddenly becoming so wealthy. Could it be? Before she could finish, Lin Weiner shot her a glare, and she had to close her mouth in dissatisfaction. Lin Weiner gently shook her head, but a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Back then she had indeed rejected Chen Feng's vague affections due to his family background, and now seeing his achievements, it was hard not to feel a pang of regret. At that moment the banquet hall door swung open, and Chen Feng walked in alongside Yang Wei. Feng, good. Chen Feng. The classmates immediately stood up, their faces brimming with uncontainable surprise. Zhao Lei was the first to approach, clapping Chen Feng on the shoulder. You're doing great. That convoy was too cool. Tell us what amazing things you've been up to these years. Chen Feng smiled as he sat down, his deep gray suit simple, yet fitting, radiating a calm, yet approachable aura. Nothing much, just taking it step by step. He skillfully avoided the topic of the convoy, and turned to Zhou Ming. I heard you're now a supervisor at the Design Institute. You were always the neatest with your blueprints. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're not doing too shabby either. Zhou Ming replied with a smile. By the way, do you remember? Back then you worked part-time delivering takeout, braving the snow, to bring us hot sweet potatoes, saying it was sweet and warm. How could I forget? Chen Feng laughed, warmth filling his eyes. And Zhao Lei, who always secretly gave me extra meat from the cafeteria, saying I was still growing and needed to eat more. Everyone exchanged stories, joking about each other's past blunders, while sharing their current lives, and the atmosphere returned to its original warmth and liveliness. Li Na watched Chen Feng's composed and gentle demeanor, her doubts gradually dissipating, and she joined the conversation. At that moment the side door of the banquet hall suddenly opened, and the hotel general manager, sweating profusely, hurried over, holding a beautifully packaged bottle of 30-year-aged Maodai. Ignoring everyone else, he didn't even glance at the groom, but walked straight to Chen Feng, bending at a 90-degree angle, his face full of flattering smiles. Mr. Chen, I am the head of this hotel. I didn't know you were coming, and the reception was inadequate. I am truly sorry. This bottle of wine is from my private collection, a small gesture to liven up your table. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to let me know. The table fell silent. The hotel general manager was a well-known figure in Haicheng, usually not even personally attending visits from ordinary department heads. Now he was delivering wine to Chen Feng, and acting so cautiously as if afraid to offend him. Chen Feng didn't even look at the bottle of wine. He simply waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Today is Yang Wei's wedding banquet. Take the wine to the main table for the groom. Don't disturb us while we catch up. Yes, I'll take it there right away. I won't disturb you. The general manager, as if granted a reprieve, respectfully retreated, and before leaving specifically instructed the waitstaff to serve the best dishes to every table at this wedding. At that moment, even the simplest person could see that Chen Feng was genuinely impressive. Big shot, let me cling to your leg. Zhou Ming was the first to react, rushing over, grabbing Chen Feng's leg, as if wanting to curry favor. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, and the table returned from its shock to laughter once more. After a few rounds of drinks, Yang Wei came over with the bride to toast this table. At this time Yang Wei had already drunk a bit too much, but he was very happy. With red eyes, he threw an arm around Chen Feng's shoulder, completely disregarding his image, and loudly declared, let me tell you, today's convoy was arranged by Fengzi. Without him, I would have lost face today. I owe him for life. Fengzi, this toast is for you. I drink this cup in one go. If you ever need anything, just call me. My life is yours. Yang Wei raised his head and downed a full glass of white liquor, tears streaming down his cheeks. Those were tears of happiness. Chen Feng supported him and also drank a cup. Class monitor, drinking too much isn't good for your health. We don't need to say thanks or debts between us. Chen Feng took out a brown paper envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yang Wei. This is your wedding gift. Let your wife see it too. What is it? If it's money, I don't want it. You've helped me so much. I can't take your money. Yang Wei refused, his eyes hazy with intoxication. It's not money. It's a job, or rather a business opportunity. In front of all the classmates, Chen Feng opened the envelope and pulled out a formal authorization contract stamped with the bright red seal of Future Energy Group. This is the agreement authorizing Mr. Yang Wei as the agent for Xuanwu New Building Composite Materials in the Haicheng region. I know you're in the building materials business, and it's been tough these past few years. This is our group's latest developed civil construction material. It hasn't hit the market yet. Its strength is 5 times that of steel, and its weight is only 1/5, plus it provides thermal insulation. In the future, all buildings in Haicheng, even municipal projects, will compete to use this. I'm giving you part of the agency rights in Haicheng. From now on, you won't need to beg those contractors for payments, nor will you have to drink with clients to get orders. In the future, they will line up with cash begging you to deliver goods. Boom. These few sentences detonated like a deep-water bomb in everyone's ears. Many present were in the engineering-related industries, certainly having heard of Future Energy Group's name and the legendary Xuanwu material. That was a nationally strategic resource. Exclusive agency rights. This was no gift, this was a gold mine. A ticket to the upper echelons of Haicheng's wealthy circles. Once Xin Yongwei would be the king of the building materials industry in Haicheng. This. Yongwei's hand trembled violently as he held the contract, the alcohol, sobering him halfway. He looked at Chen Feng, his lips quivering. Fengzi, this is too precious. I don't deserve it. Take it. Chen Feng patted his shoulder, his gaze warm back. When I had nothing to eat, you gave me your meal card. That meal card was 1,000 times more precious to me than this agency right. Work hard, don't let our class down, and don't let your wife suffer anymore. In Haicheng, on the coastal viaduct, at 11 o'clock at night, the sky drizzled with fine cold winter rain, the wet road glistening like a black mirror, distorting the neon lights of the city into twisted shadows. Chen Feng drove the specially modified Hongqi, cruising on his way home. Soothing jazz played inside the car, and the slight intoxication from the wedding banquet had long been dispelled by spiritual energy, leaving his mind exceptionally clear. Suddenly, bang! A heart-stopping explosive sound erupted, accompanied by the shrill screech of twisted metal and a series of rapid break sounds exploding less than 200 meters ahead. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, and he slammed on the brakes. The specially designed tires had excellent grip, and the Hongqi came to a steady stop on the emergency lane. In front of him, a heavy-duty semi-trailer loaded with steel bars had overturned due to the slippery road in the rain. The immense inertia made it resemble an out-of-control steel beast sweeping across half the road and brutally crushing a yellow school bus against the sound barrier on the roadside. Boom! Flames erupted instantly. Help! Help! Children! There are still children in the bus. Quick, get the fire extinguisher. Chaos erupted in an instant. Drivers stuck behind rushed out of their cars, but faced with the severely deformed school bus that was leaking oil and catching fire, everyone was at a loss, anxiously stamping their feet. Damn it! Chen Feng unbuckled his seatbelt without a moment's hesitation. He pushed the door open and got out. He wasn't wearing an exoskeleton, but as a second-layer chi cultivator, his physical strength was explosive, and he had spiritual energy protecting him. That was enough. Next to the school bus, the fire was devouring the front of the vehicle, thick smoke billowing, making it hard to open one's eyes. A few concerned drivers desperately sprayed the onboard fire extinguishers, but that tiny canister of powder was barely a drop in the bucket against such an oil fire. From inside the bus came the heart-wrenching cries of children. The door won't open. It's deformed. A man in a jacket, hands covered in blood, desperately tugged at the already twisted door, his face blackened by smoke, crying out in panic. It's jammed. Who has a crowbar? There are still several students inside. Step aside. A cold but oddly penetrating voice sounded from behind him. The man instinctively turned around, seeing through the rain and flames a young man in a dark gray suit. Chen Feng approached the bus door. The heavy metal folding door had been twisted into a helix, firmly stuck in the deformed frame of the bus, even entangled with the scattered steel bars from the semi-trailer. This level of jamming would require considerable effort, even with the fire department's hydraulic shears. But there was no time now. Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in his dantian surged towards his arms. His hands gripped the deformed edge of the door frame, fingers sinking deeply into the metal. Lift! Under the gaze of a dozen terrified and desperate eyes, Chen Feng's arm muscles suddenly bulged, tearing through the sleeves of his suit. Squeak! Crack! The excruciating sound of metal tearing rang out, drowning out the rain. That jammed alloy door was forcibly ripped off like a fragile piece of... To put this into perspective, the maximum pulling force of an ordinary person is only about 300 to 500 newtons, which translates to about 30 to 50 kilograms. Even top-level strength athletes can achieve about 80 to 100 kilograms of force. To forcibly tear off a bus door, the required force would have to be nearly 3,000 kilograms, which is completely beyond human capability. Even machinery would require medium to large equipment. Yet now a single person had forcibly opened this door that seemed impossible to budge with sheer physical strength. The hinges at the connection broke off, sparks flying. Clang! Chen Feng casually threw the twisted door to the roadside, creating a massive splash of water. The scene fell into silence. Only the sound of rain and the crackling of fire remained. Everyone forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the figure standing in the flames. What are you standing around? Save them! Chen Feng's low shout, carrying a hint of spiritual energy, startled everyone awake. right? Save them. Everyone snapped back to reality, rushing forward despite the heat, pulling out the children, who were unconscious from smoke inhalation, moving them to safety. However, the most critical situation was not the fire but the injuries. A little girl sitting by the window had her thigh sliced open by sharp metal. The femoral artery ruptured. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground. It's not stopping. We can't control the bleeding. A female driver with some first aid knowledge pressed on the wound, her hands covered in blood, shouting in despair, "The artery is ruptured. Applying pressure won't work. Where's the ambulance? At this rate, she'll be dead in 2 minutes." Chen Feng walked over. He crouched down and extended 2 slender fingers. At the fingertips, a faint blue spiritual energy that was barely perceptible to the naked eye began to gather, resembling starlight in the night sky. Chen Feng's fingers moved like lightning, gently tapping on several acupoints at the base of the little girl's thigh 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. A miraculous scene unfolded. The blood that had been gushing out like a fountain seemed to be pressed on the pause button, abruptly stopping at the moment of the 3rd tap. It was as if a faucet had been turned off abruptly. This? The female driver gaped, looking at Chen Feng's fingers, then at the wound that had ceased to bleed, as if witnessing the hand of God. Move her a safe distance, lay her flat, and keep her warm. Chen Feng didn't explain, standing up and moving on to the next injured person. Realigning bones, stopping blood, clearing airways. He wove through the chaotic scene, moving so quickly that he left only an afterimage. Each action brought a life, teetering on the brink back from the dead. 5 minutes later, the distant sound of police sirens and ambulances finally approached. Chen Feng glanced at the situation that had been brought under control, then at the crowd around him pulling out their phones to film, and at the influencer who was live streaming. That's enough. He pulled up the collar of his suit to cover half his face, his figure flickering, disappearing quickly into the shadows of the rain, as mysteriously as he had. By the time the traffic police and doctors arrived, all that remained at the scene was the violently torn-off door and a group of witnesses still in disbelief. Half an hour later, the Chinese internet exploded. A video titled "A Mysterious Person Appears on Haicheng Viaduct, Rips Steel Plates Barehanded to Save." The revival of acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine went viral at lightning speed, topping the trending lists on Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili, quickly spreading to foreign social media. The video was a montage filmed by a dashcam and bystanders' phones. Although the lighting was dim and the image quality blurry due to the rainy night, the core shots were crystal clear. A tall figure in a suit in the flames grasping the severely deformed bus door. With a furious roar, the door was forcefully ripped off like a piece of paper and thrown 5 meters away. That figure crouched in the pool of blood, extending 2 fingers, tapping 3 times on the leg of the girl who was bleeding profusely. The previously gushing arterial blood stopped instantly. The comments section was instantly flooded, the server nearly crashing again. Onlooker, no way. Is this special effects? This must be a movie trailer. That's a steel plate man not tearing bread. And that door was jammed tight. Fitness coach Lee, I'm a weightlifter. From a physics perspective, that door was stuck with several tons of gripping force. The human waist and arms cannot withstand such force unless his bones were made of titanium alloy and his muscles hydraulic rods. Conclusion: fake or edited. Eyewitness 007. Don't talk nonsense. I was there on the scene. I saw it with my own eyes. The sound was terrifying. It really tore open. And that guy can even use acupuncture. He just tapped twice and the blood stopped flowing. Even the doctor said it was a miracle. TCM fan. Acupuncture to stop bleeding. Pressure point technique. An ancient art thought to be lost. Could it be that a hidden master has descended from the mountains? I told you traditional Chinese medicine is amazing. Tech Guru Lao Wang. I analyzed the video frame by frame. At the 34-second mark, the metal at the door's hinge showed irregular stretching consistent with high-intensity physical destruction characteristics. And the video shows no signs of editing. Conclusion: either a real superhuman or a special forces soldier testing the latest national research on invisible exoskeletons. The trending topics quickly fermented. Rainy night, superhuman exploding. Barehanded door ripping, boiling. Mysterious acupuncture technique, new. Chinese Captain Hot. Various self-media outlets began to scramble for attention. Some analyzed Chen Feng's silhouette, some mimicked the door ripping action, while others began to investigate if there had been any secret military exercises in Haicheng. In the capital, in a certain confidential office, Zhao Jiangwo sat at his desk, the tablet in front of him, looping the video. Across from him sat several senior technical experts and public opinion control specialists from the Security Bureau. Have you found anything? Zhao Jiangwo took a sip of strong tea, his expression calm. We found something. The technician pulled up a screenshot that had been enhanced for clarity. Although the face was obscured, the suit and physique, coupled with the monitoring tracking of the incident location, confirmed it is comrade Chen Feng. He had just attended that wedding and was passing by the scene. The technician reported. Director, should we initiate a complete internet lockdown? The public display of such supernatural powers may cause social panic and even attract the attention of foreign forces. Zhao Jiangwo gazed at the figure in the flames on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled a smile filled with meaning. Lockdown. Why lockdown? Zhao Jiangwo countered. Did he do anything bad? Did he kill anyone? No, he was saving people. He saved many children. Then that's that. Zhao Jiangwo stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the night sky, his tone profound. The young people today need idols. Rather than let them worship those stars who can only sing and dance, even some who are androgynous, it's better to let them admire heroes filled with blood and strength. But that power is too exaggerated. The supervisor hesitated, ripping steel plates, bare-handed acupuncture to stop bleeding. How do we explain that? Explain. Zhao Jiangwo turned around, a glint of cunning in his eyes, the wisdom of an old fox shining through. Why explain? Aren't netizens guessing? Some say it's Chinese kung fu, some say it's the latest individual exoskeleton test, and others say it's genetically modified. Let them guess. The more outrageous the better. This is the best camouflage. If everyone thinks this is our country's secret black technology, believing that it was a special forces soldier in an invisible exoskeleton, then who would think of the nonsensical cultivation narrative? Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand, setting the tone. Pass on my orders. First, do not deny or confirm. For media inquiries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Propaganda Department will have a unified response. Unclear, no comment. Second, do not delete posts or take down content. As long as it is not slanderous or defamatory, let them share freely. We may even help to amplify it. Third, steer the heat towards technological powerhouse and national fitness. Let everyone feel that this is our country's hidden trump card, our secret weapon. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the barrage of comments on the screen, the corners of his mouth curling upward. This is a form of deterrence. Let those watching us from across the ocean lose sleep over this. Let them guess how many of these super soldiers we really have. In Yunshan, no. One in the basement. Chen Feng had just finished showering, changed into his pajamas, and his hair was still damp. He had certainly seen the trending topics online, his phone vibrating constantly. This is getting a bit out of hand. Chen Feng scrolled through Douyin, looking at the video with over 10 million likes, shaking his head helplessly. He was indeed too eager to save lives at that moment, and had used too much force in that pull. However, seeing the comments section bombarded with Chinese Captain Guardian, and thank you though I don't know who you are, he felt little concern. His phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Zhao Jiangwo, simply containing 4 words. Well done. Chen Feng smiled. He knew the state was backing him. As long as he didn't act against humanity, the state would be his most solid support. This tacit understanding gave him immense reassurance. Since everything is fine. Chen Feng put down his phone, ignoring the online commotion. His gaze fell upon the unassuming gray stone on his workbench, a piece of empty stone, a companion mineral. The commotion is for outsiders to see. True cultivation requires enduring solitude. The spatial ring. It's time to make you. In Haiqing at Yunshan 1, the frenzy over the rainy night miracle doctor continued to ferment. Internet celebrities and bloggers flocked beneath the overpass to bask in the hype, some even peddling the doctor's identical suit. Yet the instigator Chen Feng was now sequestered in a fully sealed, signal-blocked basement, oblivious to the outside world. He sat cross-legged before his workstation, his gaze as focused as an unfathomable ancient well. In his left hand, he held the golden skull storage ring borrowed from the Black Shark Gang's bald leader. This trinket was ostentatiously designed with vulgar rubies set in its eye sockets, embodying the gaudy aesthetic of a wasteland nouveau riche flaunting wealth. In his right hand, he held the inconspicuous gray-white stone he had swiped from Old Ghost, the Void Stone Companion, or, to do a good job one must first sharpen one's tools. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Though he was now a cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi, refining, the half-cubic meter space, no larger than a suitcase, was far too limited for transporting goods between 2 worlds. Each time, he could only bring a few pills and batteries, like ants moving their colony, excruciatingly inefficient. Today I will remelt you and shed this vulgarity. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The spiritual energy vortex in his dantian spun wildly, and tidal roars echoed through his meridians. Rise! With a low shout, he opened his palm. A puff of pale blue flame suddenly rose from his hand. This was no ordinary fire nor magic. It was the spiritual flame that only a cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining could barely summon. Though it could not yet reach the sky-searing, sea-boiling intensity of nascent soul true fire, its temperature was enough to instantly melt gold and iron, and it could directly act on the molecular structure of matter. Chen Feng first cast the gray-white void stone into the flame. Sizzling sounds like fat crackling arose as the stone was licked by the spiritual fire. Black impurities dissipated as green smoke. After 10 minutes, the fist-sized stone vanished entirely, leaving only a tiny pinch of silver powder shimmering like stars and dancing in the heart of the flame. That was space crystal dust, the core material for expanding storage space. Go! With a wave of his other hand, he tossed the golden skull ring into the flame. Under the high temperature, the gold melted rapidly. The rough, even short-circuited wasteland rune structure was forcibly erased by the spiritual fire, leaving only the most essential spatial attribute. Merge. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chen Feng's forehead. Refining tools consumed more spiritual sense than fighting. He had to control that pinch of silver powder with the precision of a microsurgical operation, evenly infusing it into every inch of the ring structure, while inscribing the Sumernati array of the Taihao civilization with his spiritual sense. The flame flickered, light and shadow intertwined. The entire basement seemed to tremble slightly, and visible ripples spread through the space. Half an hour later, a strange spatial fluctuation swept the room. Chen Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a burst of clarity. Withdraw. He clenched his hand, and the flame extinguished. A matte silver-gray ring with a minimalist design floated silently in his palm, still radiating residual warmth. Gone was the gaudy skull, but now looked like an ordinary platinum wedding band, understated yet exuding a deep, light-absorbing aura. Chen Feng eagerly probed it with his spiritual sense. A boom echoed as the once cramped, unstable space suddenly opened up. It was a perfect cube about 3 meters on each side with edges as stable as mountains. Sumeri Ring Basic Reforged Edition Space Capacity, 27 cubic meters. Properties: concealment, invisible, to mortals. Preservation, extremely slow. Time flow, success. A flash of ecstasy gleamed in Chen Feng's eyes. 27 cubic meters. That was equivalent to a standard small shipping container. What did this mean? It meant that next time he went to the other world, he would no longer have to stingily bring pills. He could directly stuff in several high-powered diesel generators, a few off-road motorcycles, or even a whole set of small machine tools. Now this is true interworld logistics. I will bring Earth's industrial civilization to the wasteland. Chen Feng put on the ring, watching it gradually fade into a transparent tattoo on his finger under the influence of his spiritual sense. A satisfied smile curled at the corner. Logistics solved. Next, it's time to see that big guy. 3 days later, in the North Shurgang city. This was a heavy industrial city built on coal and steel. Once it was the nation's steel backbone, making great contributions to the Republic's construction. But now it was paying a heavy price for decades of crude development. In the deep winter heating season, combined with its unique basin topography, a onsenadicade black storm of smog had locked down the city. The PM2.5 index had long exceeded the scale, reaching a terrifying 900. The entire city was shrouded in a thick leaden gray, with visibility less than 50. Schools were closed, factories shut down, highways sealed. Pedestrians on the streets wore thick gas masks, hurrying through the haze, as if walking through a post-apocalyptic wasteland. At the city center's Century Square, the atmosphere was oppressive and tense, even laced with gunpowder. Despite the harsh weather, thousands of citizens had gathered. They were drawn by the pervasive advertisements of Future Energy Group. Word had it that a miracle would occur here today, promising to return the blue sky to the people. But more came with skepticism and anger. What nonsense is this? In such heavy smog, instead of telling people to stay home, they gather everyone for some blue sky plan launch. I heard they're spraying some kind of moss. Pure nonsense. If that could cure smog, what would the Environmental Protection Bureau do? It's a stunt. The capitalists have no shame selling their new product. They're using our lungs as lab rats. Amid the curses, Zhao Jiangwo as a special consultant stood on the podium alongside Li Bowen. Both wore masks, but even so the pungent smell of sulfur and burnt matter was unmistakable. Chairman Chen's move. It's really a gamble. Li Bowen glanced at the angry crowd below, listening to the harsh words, his heart pounding. If the effect is poor, even a slight delay, our group's reputation will be ruined. Trust him. Zhao Jiangwo, though also nervous with sweaty palms, spoke firmly. That kid has never let us down with what he brings. If he says it can work, it will. He checked the time. 10 o'clock sharp. Let's begin. Li Bowen took a deep breath, composed himself, and spoke into the microphone. His voice pierced the thick fog through the powerful speakers. Fellow citizens of Shur, I know you're cursing. I know you're doubting. If I were you, I'd curse too. But please give us, and this city, a chance. Maybe this is the last chance. Future Energy Group's Blue Sky Plan is now officially launched. Buzz. At the command, the drone formation already prepared at the rear of the square rose into the air. Fully 3,000 heavy-duty agricultural drones, each carrying a huge green liquid tank, roared into the thick leaden clouds like a migrating flock. They flew to every corner of the city, by the chimneys of industrial parks, along the withered green belts of main roads, above the abandoned gardens, on residential rooftops. The nozzles opened. Countless fine, nearly invisible pale green spores were evenly scattered over every inch of Shurgang's soil. That was the T3 Purification Moss Earth Improved Edition that Chen Feng had brought back from the wasteland. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. The drones returned. But the sky remained gray, the air still choking. No change. That's it. Liar. Refund our money. Let's go, everyone, go home. Don't breathe this poison. A wave of disappointed boos erupted from the crowd. Media reporters began drafting sarcastic headlines already settled on a capitalist farce. Moss-based smog control becomes a joke. Zhao Jiangwo's hands gripped the railing tightly, but he stared fixedly at a flower bed at the edge of the square. There only dry yellow soil and withered evergreens had been. But suddenly Zhao Jiangwo's pupils contracted sharply. They're moving. They're moving. That was a war in the microscopic world. Hundreds of millions of moss spores upon contact with the soil and the high concentration pollutants in the air awakened like starving beasts catching the scent of. They went wild. They voraciously devoured the sulfides, nitrogen oxides, and dust particles in the air. What was lethal to humans was their most potent nourishment. Growth, division, spread. Look at that flower bed over there. Someone in the crowd shouted, their voice piercing. Everyone turned to look. Layers of tender green fuzz were visibly sprouting in the once barren flower bed. This green was not ordinary plant green. It was a vibrant, faintly fluorescent emerald brimming with life. Like a living carpet, it quickly covered the soil, climbed up lampposts, and even spread onto the concrete pillars of the overpass. The entire square seemed to transform into a green fairy tale within minutes. Then came an even more stunning sight. As the ground vegetation grew wildly, the thick, seemingly eternal smog above the city began to churn. As if being devoured by countless invisible mouths, the gray haze thinned. The acrid smell faded. At 2 in the afternoon, the wind died. The once noisy square was now eerily silent, so quiet that every breath was audible. Someone took off their thick gas mask, tentatively sniffing. No sulfur, no dust. Instead, a faint, refreshing scent of forest after rain mingled with the fragrance of earth filled their lungs. This air is sweet, an elderly woman murmured incredulously, inhaling greedily. At that moment, light, there's light. A little girl pointed at the sky, letting out a scream. Everyone looked up. A crack suddenly appeared in the leaden gray clouds that had oppressed Shurgang for 3 months, driving countless people to despair. A beam of golden sunlight like a sword pierced the haze, shining directly onto the national flag in the center of the square. That patch of red was so vivid it made one want to cry. Then a second beam, a third. The clouds scattered, the smog receded. A sky of breathtaking azure, clear as sapphire, was unveiled before everyone. The long-lost sunlight fell warmly on every face. Blue sky. It's really a blue sky. Wah! The heavens have opened. I can see the sun. Someone in the square started clapping, and thunderous applause erupted, lasting for minutes. Countless people removed their masks, tilted their heads back, and greedily breathed the hard-won clean air. Some elderly knelt on the ground, holding handfuls of the emerald moss, tears streaming down their faces. This was no magic. This was the power of science, the miracle of life. In Haiqing at Yunshan, Chen Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the live news broadcast of the city's jubilant celebration and the azure sky. He gently swirled the red wine glass in his hand. Well done, he whispered. He knew this was just the beginning. From today on, this moss named T3 would become another trump card in future energy group's deck. It would not only transform Shurgang, but also the northwestern deserts and the ecological landscape of the entire nation. In Shurgang City, the old Tieshi district. This was a cluster of red brick family compounds built in the 1980s, their walls mottled and scarred by the past. Old Zhao sat in the dim living room, listening to the hum of the high-powered air purifier in the corner. That sound, like a chronic torment, had been his companion for 3 full years. He was 65 years old, retired from his position as the chief photographer of the city's daily newspaper. Once his greatest joy was to carry his heavy Nikon D6 to the Songhua River, to capture the sunrise, to the steel mills, to photograph the molten iron's fiery glow, and to record every breath of the city. But now that Nikon camera lay in its dehumidifier case, a thin layer of dust coating the lens. Because of COPD, the doctor had said that the air in Shurgang was a slow poison for him. Whenever the PM2.5 level exceeded 100, his lungs would wheeze like a bellows, leaving him gasping for air. He had to wear an N95 mask to go out and keep the purifier running at home. Even just opening a window for ventilation would bring in the pungent smell of coal smoke, causing him to cough for half the night, sometimes even coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Old Zhao clutched his chest, hacking violently, then habitually reached for the hormone inhaler on the table and took 2 puffs. The bitter taste made him frown. Grandpa, Grandpa. His little grandson, who was doing homework on the enclosed balcony, suddenly shouted, his voice filled with an unprecedented excitement. Come quick. Come see. The outside world is doing magic. What is it? Don't make a fuss, old Zhao said impatiently. This kid staying on the balcony in such heavy smog. Didn't he care about his lungs? He shuffled over, shouting as he went, close the window tight. Don't let the poison in. Cough, cough. But when he reached the balcony door, his steps froze. His grandson hadn't closed the window. Instead, he had opened the French door fully. Whoosh! A cold, sharp wind carrying the moist scent of earth and fresh grass rushed in, stirring old Zhao's sparse white hair. Old Zhao instinctively moved to cover his mouth and nose to hold his breath. a survival instinct ingrained in his bones over the past few years. But there was no expected choking, no nauseating smell of sulfur or burnt residue. The wind was sweet. It was the sweetness of a post-rain forest rich with negative ions. Old Zhao's hands trembled as he slowly lowered the handkerchief from his mouth. He took a tentative small breath as if tasting a rare vintage. Cool, clear, smooth. That long-lost sensation of oxygen filling every alveolus without any obstruction made his cloudy, old eyes widen in disbelief. He looked up at the window. Beyond the gray glass that had imprisoned him for 3 years, the world had changed. The once gray community garden with only withered branches and dead leaves was now covered in a thick, verdant carpet of emerald. Whether it was the dead locust tree, the mottled concrete paths, or the rusted railings, everything was draped in a vibrant green cloak. And farther away in the sky there was a blue so pure it made the heart tremble, a firmament without a single impurity. A few clouds hung like cotton candy drifting lazily. Golden sunlight poured down unhindered, bathing the entire balcony in a warm golden glow. Is this Shurgang? Old Zhao felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. Grandpa, look. That's the sun. There really is a sun, his grandson shouted, pointing at the sky. Yes. The sun has come out. Old Zhao dashed back into the room like a madman, yanked open the dehumidifier case, and grabbed the Nikon camera that had been untouched for 3 years, nearly moldy. He wiped the lens roughly with his sleeve. Old friend, we can go back to work. With tears in his eyes, Old Zhao rushed out of the house, not even bothering to put on a coat, wearing only a thin sweater, the camera slung over his shoulder. By the Songhua River. When Old Zhao arrived at the riverbank panting, he found countless citizens already gathered. No one spoke. They all looked up at the sky as if witnessing a divine miracle. Some young couples were kissing, some elderly were practicing Tai Chi, and some were even jogging. More people like Old Zhao held phones or cameras, greedily capturing this unbelievable scene. The river sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The railings along the bank were covered in that miraculous emerald moss. Click! Old Zhao pressed the shutter. In the frame was a patch of vibrant green moss growing tenaciously from a crack in a rusted iron pier. At the tip of the moss hung a crystal-clear dewdrop, and within that dewdrop the blue sky, the sun, and the smiling face of a running child were refracted. The composition was perfect, the meaning profound. Old Zhao looked at the image on the display, and tears finally streamed down his face, dripping onto the camera. He named the photo Rebirth. It was not only the rebirth of the city, but also the rebirth of his own life. Meanwhile, the internet exploded. The hashtag #ShurgangBlue soared to the top of the national trending list within 2 hours, even making it onto Twitter's trending topics with overwhelming force. Countless Shurgang citizens flooded their moments Douyin and Weibo with photos, no filter needed. This is straight out of the camera. This is Shurgang right now? Who would believe this is a heavy industrial city? I never dreamed I'd see stars in Shurgang in my lifetime. I'm sleeping on the balcony tonight. That future energy moss is incredible. The garbage dump near my building is now covered in greenery, and it smells like a garden. Mom no longer has to worry about my lungs. Meanwhile, netizens from other cities plagued by smog left comments of envy and bitterness. Imperial Dust Collector, truly jealous. Please, Future Energy Group, treat everyone equally. The people of the capital also need to breathe. Well, pay double okay. Northern old buddy, can you airdrop some of those spores to us? We'll even pay for them ourselves. Our lungs are nearly black here. Environmental expert, public intellectual, this is unscientific. It violates the laws of plant growth. I suggest a thorough investigation into the safety of this organism. Is it genetically modified? This comment was instantly bombarded with tens of thousands of replies like, you do it if you're so good, otherwise shut up, and take a breath of smog before you talk. But faster than the online reaction was capital. At a Lianjia real estate agency in Shurgang, store manager Fatty Wong was slumped in his chair scrolling through Douyin, looking worried. The severe smog in Shurgang over the past few years had caused population outflow, housing prices had halved, and he hadn't closed a single deal in 3 months. He could barely afford the rent. Ring. The desk phone suddenly rang, startling him. Hello, Anjia Real Estate. Manager Wong. I'm the owner of the Country Garden Riverside apartment listed last month. I don't want to sell anymore. What? Brother Zhang, your place has been listed for a year. We finally have a buyer offering 80000, and you're backing out now. 80000. Are you robbing me? The owner's voice shot up an octave, brimming with confidence. Haven't you seen the news? Shurgang's air is clean now. Someone just called offering 1.2 million, and I didn't sell. I'm keeping this house for myself to live in. With such good air, why would I move to Hainan? Does Hainan have this heating? Click. The call ended. Fatty Wong hadn't recovered. Ring. Hello? Manager Wong. I'm Mr. Lee from Beijing, who consulted you before. I'm on the highway heading to Shurgang right now. Do you still have any riverside apartments? Reserve 3 for me. Full cash payment. Immediately. Right now? I'll sign without seeing the property. Ring. Ring. The entire office's phones went crazy, ringing in unison. All the agents jumped up from their chairs, faces flushed, answering calls and scribbling furiously. Housing prices skyrocketed. In just one afternoon, the average price per square meter of second-hand homes in Shurgang jumped by 200 yuan, and there was a shortage of supply. Those who had fled the city because of the smog were now waving their money, crying and begging to come back. Air once free. But at this moment, people finally realized its value. It was more precious than gold. Haicheng Future Energy Group Headquarters. Li Bowen stared at the back-end data that was about to crash, both excited and anxious, his shirt soaked through. Chairman Chen, it's blown up. Completely blown up. Li Bowen reported to Chen Feng on the video call. The mayor's offices of over 300 cities across the country have called asking when the Blue Sky project will come to them. Even a wealthy sheik from Dubai sent an email asking if this stuff could combat sandstorms. They said, we can name our price as long as it turns the desert into an... But Li Bowen's tone turned worried as he pulled up a new surveillance image. There's also a new problem. The growth of this T3 moss is too aggressive. In the image, some road signs in Shurgang were completely covered in green moss, making the text illegible. Some first-floor residents' windows were also overgrown, requiring hourly cleaning. If not controlled, they could climb up residential windows in a day, block drains, and even cover road signs. Citizens love the blue sky, but they don't want to live in a primeval forest. On the other end of the video, Chen Feng smiled, seemingly unfazed by the issue. Don't worry, every advantage has its disadvantage. Chen Feng twirled the teacup in his hand, speaking calmly. Fast growth is a good thing. This means we not only have an environmental management industry, but we will also birth a new trillion-yuan industrial chain. Mr. Li, prepare to release the growth inhibitor. That's also a charged service. Furthermore, a shrewd businessman's gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Notify the Shurgang city government. We can collaborate on a new project, biocarbon bricks. The harvested moss after simple dehydration and compression is high-purity biofuel with a calorific value higher than coal and burns without pollution. Let citizens scrape off the grown moss and sell it to us. We recycle it, turn it into fuel, and sell it again, or use it directly for power generation. This is called killing two birds with one stone. It cleans the environment and solves energy problems. Moreover, to address the cleaning issue, we can create a new profession, urban scavengers. Specializing in cleaning and recycling moss, this could create jobs for many. Li Bowen was stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Chairman Chen, you really wring every drop of value out of everything. Chen Feng smiled and ended the video call. This was only the beginning. The real transformation was just starting. In Shurgang City, Xingfili community. A week ago, the residents were still cheering for the blue sky outside their windows, with some even losing sleep from sheer. But now they encountered a new, unprecedented happiness-induced trouble. Hey, is this the mayor's hotline? I want to file a complaint. The greenery is too good, it's become a problem. This is going to be fatal. An old man wearing a vest stood on the balcony of his third-floor apartment, holding a rusty kitchen knife, laboriously hacking at the green plants entangled on the window security bars, panting heavily. This moss grows too fast. I was away for just 3 days visiting my hometown. When I came back, it had sealed my window shut thicker than any curtain. Not a sliver of light enters the room. My house is like a spider's den now, and my grandson dares not step inside. It wasn't just residential buildings. On the streets, private cars left parked for 2 days turned into fluffy green mounds. License plates, invisible traffic lights were obscured, forcing traffic police to climb up and clean them, sweating profusely. Even the speakers of the square dancing aunties were clogged with moss, their sound muffled. This T3 purification moss, after devouring vast amounts of pollutants and absorbing ample nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, erupted with astonishing biomass accumulation, growing exponentially and wildly in every corner of the city. At the Shurgang City Stadium, a temporary press conference was underway. Facing the citywide complaints, the Future Energy Group urgently convened another press conference. This time on the stage was not a high-tech drone, but a black honeycomb-like square compressed brick. Li Bowen pointed at the unassuming brick, facing dozens of cameras, his expression confident. Dear citizens, regarding the recent moss nuisance, we deeply apologize, but there is no need for panic. We have a perfect solution. First, we will release a growth inhibitor into the market. With a single spray, the moss will stop growing within a month, yet remain green and alive, continuing to purify the air. It's cheap, available at supermarkets, and as easy to use as spraying insect repellent. Second, and most importantly, Li Bowen picked up the black brick, his tone suddenly elated, as if introducing a gold brick. Everyone, please do not throw away the moss you scrape off. Never throw it away. That is money. That is energy. That is gold. This moss, after absorbing carbon and sulfides from the air, is rich in high-energy fiber. After simple high-pressure dehydration and compression, it becomes this high-energy biocarbon brick. Look at the data. Its combustion heat value is 1.5 times that of ordinary anthracite, and it burns with almost no smoke residue, absolutely clean. One brick can burn all night. Starting today, Future Energy Group has set up 500 collection points across the city. At 20 cents per caddy. No upper limit. As long as you scrape off the moss from walls, roadsides, or even your own windows, bring it in. Wet or dry. We accept it all. Payment on the spot. Boom. If the Blue Sky project had brought emotion, then 20 cents per caddy brought madness. The most primal eruption of profit-seeking instinct. As an old industrial-based Shurgang city had many laid-off workers and idle people after the steel mills reduced production. They usually fought over scraps of cardboard and bottles. 20 cents per caddy might not sound like much, but the moss was everywhere. With high water content and density, a little scraping yielded dozens of caddies. This wasn't moss, it was money scattered on the ground. Thus a new profession was born, the city scavenger, commonly known as the green scrapers. Outside an abandoned factory wall in Tieshi district, a group of middle-aged men and women in old work clothes and gloves holding scrapers and even homemade long-handled scraping boards made of tin were working with fervor, the scene livelier than the new year. Old Lou, slow down. I saw this wall first. I've already marked it. Get lost. Does your name appear on it? Whoever scrapes it off gets it. Catch me if you can. Old Lou, a retired fitter in his 50s though graying, was incredibly nimble. His scraper honed to a razor's edge flew up and down, rolling up the thick sponge-like moss from the wall in whole sheets, then deftly stuffing them into the woven bag. In less than an hour he filled 3 large sacks, sweating profusely, but his face was creased with smiles. He carried the sacks to a nearby collection point. The electronic scale read 150 caddies. Ding. WeChat payment received, 30 yuan. Old Lou stared at the balance on his phone, grinning from 30 yuan. Enough for a caddy of pork head meat and a bottle of good liquor. He earned more in this hour than he did in a whole day as a security guard. And this stuff kept growing as long as there was air pollution, like endless chives in the field, only faster. This isn't moss. Old Lou patted his bulging wallet, gazing at the greenery of the city with eyes as tender as if looking at his grandson. This is it's the god of wealth scattering money. Within just 3 days, Shurgang City's streets became unprecedentedly clean. The moss that had blocked views and clogged roads was eagerly cleared by citizens. Even the sewer grates were scrubbed spotless. At the recycling stations, mountains of green biomass were compressed into truckloads of black high-energy fuel shipped to major thermal power plants. Some even began to complain, why is it growing so slowly? I want to scrape more, but can't find any. Can you sprinkle some fertilizer to speed it up? What was originally an ecological disaster had been transformed by Chen Feng's business logic into a perfect green circular economy chain. Absorb smog, turn green, harvest fuel, generate electricity, heat, earn money. Shurgang City, a long-dormant Rust Belt city, had been revitalized by tiny moss, not only gaining blue skies, but also a new economic growth engine. In Haicheng at Yinshanihao, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the biocarbon brick sales report sent by Li Bowen. This carbon brick has high heat value and low cost. Selling it to power plants and heating companies yields even higher profits than batteries. Plus, we can claim national subsidies for new energy. This is a sustainable business. Only when everyone can benefit can environmental protection truly endure. Chen Feng closed the report and walked to the study. On the wall hung a large map of China. His gaze swept past the prosperous eastern coast, past the newly revived Shurgang, and finally fixed on the upper left corner of the map. That glaring, desperate yellow. Northwest. Taklamakan. Known as the Sea of Death, it was a nightmare for countless sand control workers, a bottomless pit that devoured funds and efforts. Shurgang was just a test field, a small-scale experiment. Chen Feng's finger lightly traced the yellow area on the map, as if feeling the dryness and desolation. T3 moss, though powerful, has a fatal weakness. It loves moisture. Shurgang City, though dry, is still a city with human activity, generating water vapor, rainfall, and groundwater. But in a vast desert with annual precipitation under 50 millimeters where evaporation is dozens of times greater. Even T3, thrown in, would turn into a dried corpse within half an hour. It simply couldn't survive. Chen Feng frowned. To conquer the desert relying solely on the current moss wouldn't work. A genetic leap was necessary, even an evolution of the species. He recalled that in the Taihao world, even on the barren wastelands with radiation everywhere, water sources dried up, and no rain for decades, a tenacious plant still survived. The ghost-faced lichen. That thing could sink its roots hundreds of meters underground, locking every drop of water, and even capturing water molecules directly from the air. Its drought tolerance was monstrous. Even after being burned, it could revive with a single drop of water. If I extract the super drought-tolerant genes from the ghost-faced lichen and fuse them into T3 moss. A glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, a wild image forming in his mind. A green ocean covering the yellow sand sea. Chen Feng glanced at the ring on his finger, the Sumeru ring. Supplies were ready. This time heading to Iron Fort 09. Besides obtaining the warship core, he would also go deep into the wilderness to dig up a few ghost-faced lichens. Since I'm turning Earth into a backyard, I might as well go big. Chen Feng walked to the window, gazing into the distance, as if seeing the yellow sand-covered world turning into an oasis. When I return, I will turn that 800-mile vast desert into a land of abundance south of the Great Wall. And let this world see what it truly means to transform heaven and earth. In a secret conference room. Outside, the cold wind howls, but the atmosphere inside this unmarked meeting room is heated to the point of boiling. A massive electronic screen is looping a comparison of two high-resolution satellite cloud images. On the left is Shurgang City 3 months ago, a silent gray expanse covered by thick layers of smog, making the iconic buildings on the ground unrecognizable. It was a city struggling to breathe. On the right is today's Shurgang City. The clouds have parted, revealing a strange, yet vibrant emerald green. Parked streets and rooftops seem to have been reclaimed by nature. The air quality index, AQI, consistently remains below 30, making even the night sky clear and visible. Inside the conference room, smoke swirls around. Several elderly military officials adorned with stars and high-ranking leaders responsible for land resources and environmental protection wear serious yet excited expressions. Comrades, this is not magic. The elderly host of the meeting with white hair tapped the table, his voice steady and powerful, carrying a weighty authority that transcends time. This is the answer just submitted by the Future Energy Group. After a week of on-site monitoring by the head of the expert group from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the purifying moss codenamed T3 has a revolutionary ability to restore the environment. Not only can it combat smog, but it can also solidify soil, conserve water, and even absorb heavy metals from contaminated soil, purifying the polluted land. This is strategic-level biotechnology. The elder turned around, pointing his laser pen at the upper left corner of the map, the area of desolate yellow that stretches across northwest China. Taklamakan, Badine Jaren, Tinger. This is a desert in Gobi that spans over 1 million square kilometers of festering wound on the national ecological map, the source of spring sandstorms, and a massive barrier restricting the nation's westward development. For decades, generations of us have tirelessly worked on the 3 North Shelter Forest, implementing grass grid sand control, risking lives to reclaim territory from nature, scraping a living from the sand. But the results are still too slow. The situation of sand encroaching upon human habitation has not fundamentally changed. The elder's gaze sharpened as if to pierce through the map. If we could apply this moss technology in the Northwest, then what we increase is not just green land, but hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of living space. It is a base for food. It is strategic depth. This would be a great achievement benefiting the present and future. It is truly rebuilding the mountains and rivers. The room fell silent. Everyone's breathing grew heavy. They understood too well what this meant. If that desert could be transformed into an oasis, China's national strength would leap forward once more. Director Zhao? The elder looked towards Zhao Jiangwo, who had been smoking in the corner. Present. Zhao Jiangwo immediately stood up, his posture upright. You go talk to that young man. No matter what he wants, the state will back him up. If he needs people, provide them. If he needs money, give it. If he needs policies, offer them. Ask him if he dares to take on this Northwest Bureau. Does he dare to chew this hard bone for the country? Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Haiqing Yunsen, no. 1. Zhao Jiangwo rushed there overnight by military plane with noticeable red veins in his eyes. When he placed the document with the national emblem and the title National Western Ecological Restructuring Strategic Draft Confidential in front of Chen Feng, even Chen Feng, who had seen much of the world, felt a heavy weight. Director Zhao going so big. Chen Feng flipped through the document, raising an eyebrow. The first phase of the plan management area starts at 500 square kilometers, equivalent to filling half of Haiqing. The budget involved is calculated in hundreds of billions, even tapping into strategic reserves. This is the will of the state. Zhao Jiangwo lifted his teacup, took a sip of strong tea to invigorate himself, and looked at Chen Feng with burning eyes. Little Chen, you did a wonderful job in Shurgang, and the higher-ups are very satisfied. But that is only a city with water, electricity, and people. The Northwest, that is the real hard battle. There the annual rainfall is less than 50 millimeters, and in some places it doesn't rain for years. Yet the evaporation rate is 3,000 millimeters. Don't even talk about moss, even an iron tree would die there. The expert group's opinion is that while T3 moss is formidable, it is essentially still a terrestrial plant preferring moisture. In the desert it might not survive more than 3 days before turning into dry grass. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, his tone containing a hint of both probing and longing. Do you have any way to improve it? Or do you have any more formidable stock? Chen Feng reclined on the sofa, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. He certainly knew the weaknesses of T3. This moss is fundamentally a gene mutation of Earth species unable to escape the need for water. To survive in such a lifeless zone, one must introduce genuine otherworldly genes, bringing in those monstrous plants evolved in radioactive wastelands and extreme aridity. Director Zhao? Chen Feng paused for a moment, then slowly spoke, T3 indeed will not work. Sending it, there would be a death sentence, wasting the country's money. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes dimmed for a moment as expected, even you. But Chen Feng shifted his tone, a confident smile, curving his lips, who said, I only have T3. He stood up and walked to the enormous map of China, pressing his finger firmly on the center of the Taklamakan Desert, that place known as the Sea of Death. Give me a month. I will go to the other world to procure goods. By the time I return, I will bring back a new seed. I shall call it T4, Guardian of the Drought Sea. It does not need watering, it only requires a bit of mourning, dew to survive. It can root down to 100 meters underground, locking in the quicksand, transforming the desert into grassland, and even create its own microclimate. Zhao Jiangwo suddenly stood up, his chair almost falling over, his excited voice trembling. Really? Does such a miraculous thing truly exist? In the military, there are no empty words. Chen Feng turned around, his gaze bright. You first assemble the team, complete the preliminary infrastructure, and fix the roads. A month later we will meet in the northwest. Good, good, good. Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed 3 goods, as if he could already see the magnificent scene of that yellow sand turning into an oasis. He patted Chen Feng's shoulder hard. The country is waiting for you. After seeing off Zhao Jiangwo, the villa returned to silence. Chen Feng did not go to any laboratory, but headed straight to the basement. The bowl has been blown, now it's time to get to work. Chen Feng looked at the inconspicuous silver ring on his finger. This time going to the other world. The task list is heavy. 1. Find the ghost-faced lichen. This is the core gene pool for improving moss and solving desert drought issues. It must be searched for deep within the wasteland. 2. Attend the underground auction before leaving. Old Mo mentioned that there is also the core of the Taihao battleship there, which is a key resource for breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and even the foundation establishment stage, as well as the ultimate key to solving Earth's energy problems. 3. Expand the business route. The current Longting merchant group cannot rely solely on selling candy. He needs to establish a more stable industrial chain to dump Earth's industrial products over. He began to inventory the supplies he had long prepared. Supply list 1. Hard currency for livelihood used for opening roads and winning hearts. 200 boxes of 50-degree red star ergo 2. In the wasteland, this bottle of liquor can exchange for a life, and it can also bring the most loyal friendship. 500 boxes of Malin luncheon meat braised pork cans. This is currency harder than gold, a top luxury that only nobles can enjoy. 100 kilograms of white rabbit milk candy dove chocolate. This is the key to opening the hearts of women and children. 500 boxes of antibiotics amoxicillin cephalosporin. This is truly a divine medicine. 1 box can be exchanged for a full set of powered armor. 2. Industrial infrastructure class used to arm the Longting merchant group. 2 high-power silent diesel generators. The other world lacks electricity, while Old Mo's laboratory needs stable energy. 20 barrels of diesel portable. A small industrial-grade 3D printer consumables 1 set. This is what Old Mo specifically requested, used to manufacture precision parts and repair those antique mechas. 10 high-strength composite bows carbon arrows. In certain situations where silent operations are needed, this is better than guns. 3. Special category Chen Feng's whims and experiments, a complete set of postpartum care for sows and practical agricultural techniques books. Several vacuum-packed bags of potato and corn seeds. Chen Feng really plans to try farming in the wasteland to see if those soils enriched by spiritual energy can produce food. In the wasteland Fortress 09, District 9. The air was thick with the familiar scent of rust machine oil and the faint corrosive tang of acid rain. The decaying world's own body odor. Buzz. Inside the secret chamber of the Dragon Sword Trading Company, converted from a discarded shipping container, the air subtly distorted, rippling with a layer of blue light. Chen Feng's figure materialized out of thin air. He took a deep breath. Compared to the purified air of Shurgang City on Earth, fragrant with the scent of grass and trees, the air here was as murky as an old phlegm-filled throat, rich with particulate matter. Strangely, though, the spiritual energy circulating within Chen Feng was slightly faster than on Earth. The radiation here was poison to ordinary people, but for a cultivator after transformation, it became violent spiritual energy. Back again. Chen Feng glanced at the Sumeru ring on his finger, then looked around. The chamber was piled with some simple odds and ends. Though a bit dusty, their positions hadn't been moved. It seemed Old Ghost and the others had kept the place well, with no signs of intrusion. Before he could push the door open, however, he heard a clamor of argument from outside, mixed with the sound of rifle bolts being pulled. Old Ghost, don't get too cocky. A raucous voice outside was shouting, dripping with the arrogance of a petty tyrant. The Black Shark Gang is gone, but the rules of District 9 still stand. You used to pay 30% to the Black Sharks. Now this territory belongs to us, the Vulture Gang. We want 50%. That's only fair, right? This was followed by Old Ghost's humble but firm voice. Brother, our boss isn't here. I'm just a shopkeeper. I can't decide on something this big. And 50% is too much. How about waiting for our boss to return? Screw waiting. The raucous voice had clearly lost patience. I think that Boss Chen has already been fed to the mutant beasts. He's been gone for half a month. His corpse is long cold. You're going to pay today whether you like it or not. If you don't, he'll blow this damn container to pieces. Kill the men and take the woman. Inside the chamber, Chen Feng straightened his collar, a cold smile curling at his lips. The vulture gang. Looks like every stray dog and cat dares to take a bite while I'm away. Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkey declares himself king. And just having broken through to the second layer of chi refining, he was itching to test the power of the object control art. At the entrance of the Dragon Sur Trading Company, the atmosphere was tense, the air nearly solidified. Old Ghost blocked the door, sweat beading on his forehead, but he held his ground. Behind him, Iron Tower manned the heavy multi-barrel machine gun looted from the Black Shark gang. Though his finger was on the trigger, the enemy numbered over 50, armed not only with assault rifles, but also 2 homemade rocket launchers, so he dared not act rashly. Once the firing started, both sides would be decimated. As for Redleaf, she had long since hidden in the nearby ruins, her sniper rifle scope already locked onto the enemy leader, ready to fight to the death. Across from them, a mob of thugs in tattered leather armor, their hair dyed in garish colors and adorned with various skull ornaments, swaggered menacingly. The leader was a man as thin as a bamboo pole, his nose replaced by a gleaming silver metal prosthetic. He held a high-explosive grenade, tossing it idly from hand to hand, his gaze mocking Old Ghost, as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. He'll count to 3. Vulture tossed the grenade, his eyes cruel. After 3, you'll toss this thing into your shop. I hear there's some good stuff inside. Be a shame if it all got blown to bits. 1. Old Ghost gritted his teeth, reaching into his jacket to grip the Gauss pistol Chen Feng had left him, ready to fight to the death. 2. Vulture pulled the pin, his fingers holding down the safety lever, pretending to throw. The lackeys around him cheered and howled. 3. Just as Vulture grinned, ready to release the grenade and watch the carnage, the iron door of the container behind him creaked open. A calm, almost lazy voice, yet laced with a spine-chilling coldness, rang out abruptly, "He'll count to 3 too. Get lost. Or die." The entire scene fell silent. All eyes instinctively turned to the doorway. Chen Feng, wearing a black tactical jacket and sunglasses, hands in his pockets, walked out slowly. His steps were steady, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. The ease that radiated from his very bones seemed to lower the temperature around him. "Boss." Old Ghost and Iron Tower were overjoyed, tears almost spilling from their eyes. Their hearts, which had been in their throats, instantly relaxed. The pillar was back. The sky wouldn't fall. Oh, so this is the famous Boss Chen. Vulture paused, then looked Chen Feng up and down, noting no signs of mechanical modification or heavy weapons. He snorted, soft and delicate, a pure blood. "You want to stand up for them? Do you know who I am?" He brandished the grenade, its pin already pulled, and threatened. "Kids, see this. As soon as I let go, we're all dead. Be smart and hand over all your source crystals," and before he could finish, a sharp light flashed behind Chen Feng's sunglasses. Divine sense locked on. Object control art rise. Vulture suddenly felt his wrist stiffen, as if clamped by a pair of iron pliers. Then an invisible but immense force, like an unseen hand, tightly enveloped the grenade. "What's going on?" "My hand." Vulture watched in horror as his own fingers uncontrollably released. By all physical laws, the safety lever should have sprung open and the grenade would have fallen or been thrown. But the grenade hung in midair, defying gravity. It was less than 10 centimeters from Vulture's metal nose. Click! The safety lever flew off. The hiss of the burning fuse was clearly audible in the dead silence, like the ticking of the Grim Reaper's clock. "Ghost! A ghost!" Vulture screamed in terror, trying to retreat, but his feet felt as though they were filled with lead, unable to move. He could only watch as the floating grenade slowly, inch by inch, slid into his own crotch. "No! Don't! Please!" Vulture let out a pig-like shriek, snot and tears streaming down his face. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. Crack. Of course he didn't actually detonate it. At the last moment, Chen Feng used his object control art to precisely crush the fuse mechanism inside the grenade, leaving only a muffled thud from the detonator. Though no one was killed, the dull blast combined with the intense heat and vibration in his crotch scared Vulture so badly that he wet himself. A stench of urine and burnt powder filled the air, legs giving out. Chen Feng walked up to the collapsed Vulture, took off his sunglasses, and looked down at him. The 50-odd thugs around him now stared at Chen Feng as if he were a monster, their guns shaking violently. No one dared to fire. This kind of power. Unheard of. Was he an Esper? Or a legendary, more advanced psychokinetic? Too eerie. "Take your boss away," Chen Feng said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. "And tell everyone on this block, whether Vulture or Crow. The Dragon Sur Trading Company is under my protection. Next time anyone dares to reach out, I'll shove the grenade down his throat. And I want to turn off the safety. Get lost." A low bellow laced with spiritual energy vibration. The lackeys, as if pardoned, dragged their leader, who was foaming at the mouth, crotch soaked, and barely conscious crawling away. They didn't even dare leave a harsh word, even abandoning their rocket launchers. Inside the Dragon Store Trading Company back chamber, after driving away the pests, Chen Feng closed the door and turned to face his three capable lieutenants, Old Ghost Iron Tower and Old Mo. Their eyes were even more fervent than before, as if they were looking at a deity. "Boss, have you awakened?" Old Ghost asked excitedly, his voice trembling. In this world, a psychokinetic who could move objects with the mind was a highly sought-after guest of the major powers, their status above that of a city lord. You could say that. Chen Feng didn't explain further. Maintaining an air of mystery was the best way to command his subordinates. He shook the ring on his finger. Clatter! A huge pile of supplies materialized on the floor, instantly forming a small mountain. The originally spacious container was packed to the brim, leaving only— My God! Old Mo's electronic eye nearly popped out, but what caught his attention wasn't the mountain of canned luncheon meat or the hundreds of crates of ergo2. He lunged like a rutting dog toward a brand new machine in the corner, industrial-grade small 3D printer, Earth-made high precision. And next to it, two silent diesel generators with 20 barrels of fuel. This is a high-precision additive manufacturing machine. And portable. Old Mo caressed the printer nozzle, his hands trembling with reverence for the technology. And these generators. The craftsmanship, the paint job, the silent design. Definitely top-tier pre-war, golden age stuff. 1,000 times better than the junk we have here that spews black smoke and shakes like an earthquake. Boss, with this I can replicate the missing precision gears and hydraulic valves. I can restart several experiments on power armor. I can even fix that broken lathe. Chen Feng smiled and tossed Old Mo a pack of Earth-made cigarettes. Glad you like it. It's yours now. This will be your workshop. I want you to build me the best equipment. Then he turned to Old Ghost, pointing at the pile of ergo2 and canned goods. Old Ghost, you handle these. Part of them goes to the black market for source crystals, and part. I want you to make the Dragon Store Trading Company's name known throughout the city within 3 days. I want everyone in Fortress 09 to know that we have the best liquor, the purest meat, and the most mysterious boss in the entire wasteland. Understood. Mission accomplished. Old Ghost's eyes gleamed green. These weren't just goods, they were life, power, and status. After arranging the trivial matters, Chen Feng called Old Mo aside. Old Mo, I have a question. I've heard people mention Ghostface lichen. Do you know where to find it? Old Mo glanced at his electronic eye, which flickered with data streams, and his expression changed slightly. Ghostface lichen. That's a rare find. It's a highly drought-resistant, radiation-resistant plant, whose roots can penetrate rock to absorb water. It usually grows deep in the Bone Desert, where radiation levels are extreme and mutant beasts roam. Boss, what do you need that for? It's highly toxic and inedible, even the mutant beasts avoid it. I have a major use for it. It's related to a big project. A sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The Bone Desert. Just the name sounded ominous. Give me the exact coordinates. Chen Feng said. Also, for this auction we need to bring enough bargaining chips. Besides these goods, I have a trump card ready. Chen Feng pulled out from his ring the high-strength composite bow produced on Earth, along with several specially made explosive arrows. The cultivator's object control art combined with Earth's top-tier cold weapons. This desert trip will serve as a warm-up before the auction. I want to see if the mutant beasts of the wasteland can withstand my flying arrows. Wasteland west of District 9, the Kuga Desert. The wind swept up yellow sand laden with high radiation dust, scouring this cursed land of death like coarse sandpaper. The air was suffused with a suffocating dryness and the smell of sulfur. The Geiger counter's crackle was a perpetual background hum, its red readings dancing wild. This desert was called Kugu because among the rolling dunes massive bleached white bones of unknown creatures were scattered everywhere. Some jutted into the sky like swords, others lay half-buried like giant rib arches, their hollow sockets seeming to gaze at every passing traveler. Boom! A heavily modified Mengsher off-road vehicle equipped with anti-radiation lead plates and armor, a second-hand relic Lao Gui had dug up from a retired military depot, roared up a towering dune, belching black smoke from its exhaust. Inside the vehicle, Tai Tai was driving, his face tense, drenched in sweat. His massive hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. Boss, this place is seriously creepy. Tai Tai glanced at Chen Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, and swallowed. I heard this was the main battlefield where the Taihao civilization fought the Zerg's bio-beasts. There are still plenty of dormant monsters buried underground from back then. Even the regular army's armored convoys don't dare go deep into the central zone. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, idly spinning a pitch-black, heavily engineered compound bow from Earth with intricate pulley systems. Matthews V3X Earth is top hunting bow modified version, tension 70 pounds, 200 pounds, modified by Lao Mo. Fortune favors the bold, Chen Feng said calmly. His divine sense had already spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. The radiation level here was 5 times higher than in the To an ordinary person, it was a carcinogenic poison, but to Chen Feng the air here was as sweet as soaking in a bath of spiritual energy. The energy vortex within him spun joyfully, greedily devouring these wild, chaotic energies, imbued with fire and earth attributes, then purifying and transforming. Stop the car. Chen Feng spoke suddenly, his voice low, but brooking no dissent. What? Here. Taita slammed the brakes, the wheels kicking up a cloud of sand, and the vehicle jolted to a halt. We're here. Chen Feng pushed open the door and stepped out. The gale instantly rushed into the cabin, making his clothes flap loudly. He pointed at a massive whale-like white spine a few hundred meters ahead. The bone stood over 10 meters high, unyielding in the wind and sand. Attached to the pale bone grew clusters of dark red eerie plants whose leaf surfaces seemed to bear twisted human faces. They trembled slightly in the wind, as if weeping. Ghost-faced lichen found it. A glint of delight flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The roots of this plant secreted a strong acid that corroded bones and rock, extracting trace amounts of moisture and minerals. This extreme survival mechanism was the key to taming the Taklamakan desert and locking down the shifting sands. Taita, grab a shovel and dig, Chen Feng ordered. Be careful, don't break the roots. It dies without them. Got it. Though terrified, Taita obeyed his boss's orders without hesitation. He picked up a special alloy entrenching tool and trudged unsteadily toward the huge skeleton. Just as Taita reached the skeleton and raised his shovel to start digging. Shhhh. A faint rasping sound which to Chen Feng's divine sense was as loud as thunder suddenly came from deep beneath the sand where Taita stood. It was the sound of chitin scraping against sand. Taita, jump! Chen Feng roared, his voice laced with spiritual energy. Taita reacted instantly, trusting his boss absolutely. Without thinking, he activated the hydraulic boost in his leg exoskeleton, launching himself backward 5 meters. Boom. The moment he left the ground, a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth big enough to swallow a cow burst from the sand and snapped shut on the spot. Crack. The sound of 2 rows of steel-like teeth clashing sent a chill down the spine. If Taita had been a second slower, he would have lost his leg. Roar. The sand cleared, revealing the monster's true form. It was a giant sand scorpion over 5 meters long. Its body was covered in dark brown metallic chitin. The venomous stinger on its tail glowed with a faint blue light raised high. Its 2 massive pincers were like heavy hydraulic shears, opening and closing. Scan results: Steelback, Venom Scorpion, second tier mutant beast, Earth attribute, danger level rank, high threat traits, extremely hard, chitin resistant to ordinary physical attacks, venom highly corrosive. Weakness: eyes, soft chitin joints on the abdomen. Holy crap, that's huge. A Steelback Scorpion King. Taita's face turned pale with fear, but he didn't flee. Instead, he immediately raised his burst rifle and opened fire at the scorpion. Rat-a-ta-ta. Flames spat from the muzzle, bullets pouring like rain. However, those explosive rounds capable of piercing light armor only produced a shower of sparks and a series of ding-ding sounds against the scorpion's thick carapace, leaving not even a scratch, just a few white marks. Roar. Enraged, the scorpion brandished its huge pincers and charged at Taita, its 6 legs moving at astonishing speed. It was like an out-of-control tank bearing down on him. Boss, run. The bullets can't penetrate it. It's a heavy armored unit. Taita shouted in despair, backing away while reloading. Run. Chen Feng stood on a nearby dune, still in the same stance, not even moving a step. The wind ruffled his hair, revealing eyes that were terrifyingly calm. He slowly raised his compound bow, knocked an arrow, drew the string. It was a specially made carbon steel hunting arrow, its tip hardened by Lauamo. Ordinary firearms indeed can't penetrate it. Chen Feng's eyes turned deep and profound. His divine sense, like an invisible net, spread instantly and locked onto the fast-moving scorpion. Chi refining layer 2. Object manipulation art, spirit attachment. A wisp of pale blue spiritual energy coiled along his fingers, wrapping around the arrow, its tip faintly glowing. But my arrow can. Twang. The bowstring vibrated crisp as a snapped cord, echoing across the empty desert. The arrow transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the air. It broke the sound barrier, emitting a sharp shriek. The scorpion seemed to sense the lethal danger and instinctively raised one of its massive pincers like a shield to protect its head. An ordinary arrow would have been deflected or snapped. But then, in the instant before the arrow struck the pincer, an eerie thing happened. The arrow actually turned in midair. It was as if an invisible hand had forcibly twisted its trajectory. The arrow carved an impossible S-curve in the air, perfectly bypassing the hard pincer and heading straight behind it. Thud. Black blood splattered. The arrow pierced precisely into the scorpion's left compound eye, the only unprotected spot no larger than a fist, and driven by immense kinetic energy buried itself deep into the brain. Hiss! The scorpion let out a blood-curdling screech, its massive body thrashing violently, tail lashing the sand, kicking up a storm of dust. Still alive. Tough creature. Chen Feng knocked another arrow. This time 3 arrows at once. Go. 3 streaks of light shot out in a triangle. In the air, these 3 arrows seemed to possess their own will like living homing missiles. The first arrow struck the joint of the scorpion's tail, though deflected the impact interrupted its venom spray. The second arrow grazed past its carapace, but suddenly turned back midair, plunging into the soft white spot on its abdomen exposed by the thrashing. The third arrow, the fatal one, followed the wound made by the first, piercing the skull again and driving through the entire head. Thud! The giant scorpion struggled for a few moments, its legs convulsing violently, then lay still. Its massive body crumpled on the sand, black blood staining the yellow sand and releasing a pungent stench. Silence fell. Only the wind howled across the dunes. Titus stood frozen, gun still raised, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a light bulb. He looked at the dead, brank mutant beast, then at Chen Feng standing on the dune with not a single wrinkle in his clothes. This bow can curve. What kind of black tech is that? Guided arrows. Titus' worldview shattered. In all his life he had seen masters with guns and experts with blades, but never someone who could turn a cold weapon bow into a homing missile. It defied science. This is called gun fu. Oh no, bao fu. Chen Feng put away his bow casually, making up a term to maintain his inscrutable image. He walked down the dune to the scorpion's corpse. Without hurrying to collect the lichen, he drew his knife and, enduring the stench, skillfully dissected the scorpion's head. Amidst the foul brain matter, he picked out a crystal the size of a longan, glowing with a faint, earthy yellow light. Earth attribute, mutant beast source crystal, second tier quality, mid-grade, nice. Chen Feng felt the dense earth-type spiritual energy within. This kind of source crystal was an excellent material for cultivating earth spells or setting up spirit-gathering arrays to improve soil on earth. Titus stopped gawking. Chen Feng pocketed the crystal and pointed at the skeleton. Get to work. Dig up all the ghost-face lichen, not a single piece left. Keep the roots intact, they're treasures. Also cut off the scorpion's pincers and tail. Take them back to Lauimo. That's excellent material for exoskeleton armor, harder than steel plates. Yes, boss. Right away. Titus snapped out of it, looking at Chen Feng with not just reverence, but as if he were a god. 1 arrow to kill a brank mutant beast that bullets couldn't even scratch. That was the boss's strength. With a boss like this, who would he fear in this wasteland? 2 hours later, the fully loaded Mengshire off-roader in the blood-red glow of the setting sun drove back to Taibao 09. Chen Feng sat in the car, his fingers rubbing the newly acquired earth-type source crystal, then glanced at the dozens of well-preserved ghost-face lichen, their roots wrapped in moist soil stored in his ring. Earth's mission item is secured. My own cultivation resources are also taken care of. Next, Chen Feng gazed out the window at the gradually lighting underground city, his eyes fixed on the largest, most magnificent dome-shaped building at the city center. That was the Taibao auction house. At the auction 3 days from now, I will have that warship core at any cost. Even if I have to shower them with money, I'll stun these hicks here. Chen Feng touched the hundreds of boxes of erguatu liquor and canned goods in his ring, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here, this pile of Earth's industrial junk was harder currency than gold. At Taibao No. 09, the District 9 black market. The atmosphere today was unusually charged, as if a restless gunpowder scent hung in the stalls that usually lay lifeless, with only a few peddlers selling expired nutrient paste, radiated rat meat, and secondhand prosthetics, were now utterly deserted. Everyone, mercenary scavengers, even some petty gang leaders who usually looked down on others, was crowding around a container shop in the farthest corner of the black market. Thousands of people packed around it, like a school of sharks catching the scent of blood. That place was the Longting Trading Company. Ever since the arrogant vulture gang leader was scared into wetting himself yesterday by that mysterious boss Chun with a grenade strapped to his crotch, the reputation of Longting Trading Company had spread like wildfire, even reaching the neighboring District 8. Everyone knew that a new owner had taken over, and he was a ruthless figure with mysterious means. More importantly, he had the real goods. Old ghost, stop fucking around. We've been waiting for an hour. What treasures do you have? Show them now. A mercenary captain with a scarred face and a necklace of mutated beast teeth roared impatiently. He was holding a heavy leather pouch that jingled with source crystals, clearly prepared for the occasion. Yeah. If you don't open the damn door, I'll tear this tin box apart. At the container entrance, Old Ghost stood in a black suit. Old, but washed white, neatly pressed, his hair slicked back with pomade. He was now the grand steward of the Longting Trading Company, and he had to uphold the dignity. Iron Tower stood behind him like a guardian deity, 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, carrying that iconic heavy multi-barrel machine gun on his back. At his feet lay the giant pincer of the grade steel-backed poison scorpion they had hunted yesterday, still unprocessed, but it served as the ultimate deterrent, telling everyone not to provoke them. What's the rush? Old Ghost cleared his throat languidly, wearing a professional, slightly arrogant smirk. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're waiting for. I also know that the source crystals burning in your pockets are itching to be spent. In the past, if we had fine wine and meat, we had to hide them away, fearing someone would snatch them. But today, Old Ghost waved his hand sharply, raising his voice by an octave. Today our boss has spoken. Good stuff. Unlimited supply. As much as you want. As long as you have source crystals, even if you want to empty this place, our boss won't blink an eye. Rattle. As his words fell, the metal door of the container behind him slid open to both sides. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Hundreds of eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, stared fixedly at the sight inside the container. Pupils dilated. There were no odds and ends, no trash. Only neatly stacked cardboard boxes piled nearly to the ceiling. On the left were cases of mail-in luncheon meat cans in classic red, white, and blue stripes. On the right were cases of crystal-clear glass bottles of Hongxing Erguo 56 alcohol. In the middle were piles of Da by 2 milk candy and DeFu chocolate wrapped in fine sugar. Hundreds of boxes. 4 wastelanders who had long suffered from material scarcity, surviving on cockroach paste and filtered urine. This visual impact was no less than seeing a mountain of gold. No even more shocking than that. Gulp. Someone swallowed first, the sound as loud as thunder. Then a chorus of swallowing noises erupted one after another. As usual, let's check the goods. Old Ghost casually took out a bottle of Erguo 2 and a can of luncheon meat from the box, his movements deft and smooth. Pop. The bottle cap twisted off. The pungent, pure aroma of grain alcohol, without any industrial saccharin or methanol adulteration, exploded instantly in the turbid air like a clear stream, cleansing everyone's nostrils. Tear. The can's ring was pulled open. As air rushed in, the fragrance of grease mixed with meat and spices aggressively invaded everyone's noses, stirring up cravings. And it's real. The smell is spot on. I've never smelled such fragrant liquor in my life. Pure brew. Absolute pure brew. Better than the synthetic red wine those upper district big shots drink. Meat. So much oil. That layer of white fat looks beautiful. That's real animal fat. The crowd erupted, eyes turning bloodshot. If before Chen Feng occasionally brought out a bottle or two, people only thought it was a rarity. But now this scale of dumping directly drove everyone insane. This was about to change the market landscape. Old Ghost. He'll take it all. That case of liquor, he'll pay 1,000 source crystals. The mercenary captain from earlier roared with red eyes rushing forward. Get lost. 1,000 and you want the whole lot. You're treating us like beggars. He'll pay 2,000. Cash now. Another gang leader slammed his heavy money pouch onto the counter with a dull thud. I want meat. I want to buy candy for my son. Don't fight me. The scene was getting out of control. People behind pushed forward, some even drew knives, afraid they'd miss. Bang, bang, bang. Iron Tower, expressionless, raised his machine gun and fired 3 shots into the air. The thunderous gunfire echoed in the enclosed underground space, making ears ring with pain. Everybody fucking line up. Iron Tower roared, his voice like thunder. The boss says everyone gets a share. Anyone who tries to grab or cut in line. My bullets don't. This gun just fed on upgrade monster. Order was barely restored, but the fervent atmosphere remained undiminished. The queue stretched for hundreds of meters in an instant. Over the next 2 hours, a frenzied material exchange unfolded at the entrance of Longting Trading Company. The wasteland's hard currency, source crystals, both low-grade and medium-grade, mostly dug from monster bodies or mined from high radiation zones, flowed onto the counter like water. In exchange, they took away the most common and cheapest industrial products from Earth. This bottle of liquor is yours. 50 low-grade source crystals. Cost on Earth 18 yuan. These 2 cans take them. 120 low-grade source crystals. Cost on Earth 24 yuan. This bag of candy for your kid. 30 source crystals. Cost on Earth 5 yuan. Old Ghost's hands trembled as he collected the money, his voice hoarse from shouting. He had never seen so much money in his life. It was like sweeping money with a broom. In the back room of the container, Chen Feng sat on a comfortable leather sofa, holding a cup of hot tea, watching it all quietly through the one-way glass. His divine sense covered the front counter. Whenever the pile of source crystals at Old Ghost's place filled a box, he would silently store them into his ring of nothingness, preventing too much accumulation from attracting greed. A crazy world. Chen Feng shook his head at the sight of burly men flushing with excitement over a few cans of luncheon meat, even opening and licking the lids on the spot. On Earth, all these items together might be worth a few 100,000 yuan, and even at a supermarket sale no one would grab them. They'd even complain about too many additives. But here the source crystals they fetched were enough to buy a fully armed army. This was the absolute profiteering of dimension trade. Boss. At that moment, old Mo, who had been in the corner, took off his radiation-proof goggles and walked over. Behind him, a 3D printer was whirring, printing some precision titanium alloy parts. The 2 silent diesel generators provided stable and powerful electricity, keeping the entire workshop brightly lit. I've processed the materials from that point. Old Mo pointed to the giant pincer and shell fragments on the workbench, already cut, polished, and gleaming with a metallic luster. His eyes burned with fervor, This scorpion's shell has a hardness of B grade and excellent corrosion resistance. I plan to integrate them into your Kirin exoskeleton as external reactive armor plates. Especially those two claws. They can be turned into a pair of folding arm shields, and in a pinch they can double as hydraulic shears to cut through enemy weapons. Excellent. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Tell me if you need anything else. We're not short on money now. The materials are enough for now. Old Imo rubbed his hands, his oil-stained face, showing an embarrassed smile. It's just that. Those braised pork cans, could I have 2 more? I've been working hard, my brain's drained, and I'm hungry. Chen Feng smiled, and casually tossed a whole pack of 5 from his ring. Plenty. From now on, meat and liquor are always available. As long as you do your job. Thank you, boss. Old Imo was so excited he almost saluted. As evening fell, the commotion at the entrance gradually subsided. Of the hundreds of boxes brought, nearly all were sold out except for the premium goods reserved for the auction to grease palms. Old Ghost closed the shop door, hung up the sold-out sign, and collapsed to the floor like a puddle of mud, but a silly grin that he couldn't wipe off spread across his face. Boss, we're rich, we're rich. Old Ghost pointed to the pile of source crystals in the back corner that hadn't been stored away yet. A small mountain. Preliminary count, about 80,000 low-grade source crystals and over 3,000 medium-grade ones. Plus various rare ores, mutated beast materials, and even a few decent antique guns pawned as collateral. It was an astronomical fortune. In Taibao No. 09, an ordinary person's annual living expenses were only a few hundred low-grade source crystals. Chen Feng walked over, activated his divine sense, and waved his hand. Whoosh! The gleaming mountain of source crystals vanished instantly, all stored into his ring of nothingness. Then he tossed out a pile of source crystals. Share this among the brothers. Adding the remaining source crystals absorbed on Earth, and the freshly hunted Earth element second-order source crystal, his wealth had reached a terrifying level. It's about time. Chen Feng walked to the window, gazing through the gap at the enormous dome-shaped structure in the center of the city, radiant with lights, shining like daylight. Even Taibao auction house. With a full purse, one stands tall. Tomorrow night's auction. A confident smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's lips, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Let's see if the so-called high society of Taibao No. 09, those arrogant magnates and city lords, can drown me in money. Battleship Core, I will have it. Iron Fortress No. 09, Central District. This is the most vital area of Zone 9, and the only safe zone. The gigantic air filtration tower roared day and night, expelling white steam, barely keeping the radiation index below the orange alert line, allowing the privileged to remove their gas masks and breathe. The Black Gold Grand Theater. This building is a grand opera house left over from before the war. Although the Baroque facade has been eroded beyond recognition by acid rain, even covered in glowing blue radiation moss, in the eyes of the lower district residents, it symbolizes power and wealth, a holy place that only true big shots can step into. Tonight it was brightly lit. Several neon lights modified from high-powered searchlights illuminated the Roman column at the entrance like daylight, casting a beautiful yet desolate atmosphere of the apocalypse. Boom! Chen Feng's armored off-road vehicle, equipped with bulletproof armor and a ram, arrogantly parked on the red carpet at the theater entrance, even crushing a tile. The red carpet was actually a patched-up old rug stained with dark red marks that could not be washed away. Whether from years-old red wine or last night's blood, it was unclear. Sir, please show your invitation. This is private property. The security personnel at the entrance wore makeshift heavy-duty power armor, holding an electromagnetic rifle connected to an external power source, their fierce gaze and finger resting on the trigger. Here, those who dared to intrude without an invitation would typically be turned into a sieve on the spot and fed to the dogs. Old Ghost jumped down from the passenger seat, adjusted his ill-fitting black suit, straightened his back, and proudly presented a gilded metal card. That was a VIP box card he had hammered out of the auction house manager, with 100 boxes of luncheon meat and 50 boxes of erguotu. So it's Boss Chun from Longting Trading. The security guard glanced at the gilded lettering on the card, and his fierce face instantly transformed into a smiling mask, bowing lower than a shrimp. Please come in. Come in. We've reserved a prestigious box for you on the second floor. We'll have someone look after your vehicle, ensuring not even a fly can land on it. Entering the theater lobby. A wave of air mixed with cheap perfume, strong cigar smoke, the scent of engine oil, and an indescribable mustiness rushed over. This is the upper-class flavor of the lower district. The lobby was already filled with people. Although only half of the crystal chandelier bulbs were lit, it was enough to illuminate the greed and vanity of these individuals. Through his sunglasses, Chen Feng coldly observed this group of so-called wasteland elites. They were completely different from the wealthy of Earth. There were no elegant gowns or gentlemanly conversations here. On the left sofa sat a bald man covered in bulging flesh, with half of his face replaced by silver metallic prosthetics. He embraced two heavily made-up women, even sporting glowing cybernetic eyes while playing with a blood-dripping dagger, boasting loudly about having just slaughtered several mutated. Beside the right bar, a tall, thin man, wearing a radiation-proof leather coat, his fingers adorned with spirit crystal rings, leered at the passing waiters with a greedy, naked gaze, shaking a glass of murky liquid in his hand. There were also some scavenger leaders wearing necklaces made of mutated beast teeth, along with several scruffy uniformed lower district security officers, their faces oily yet arrogant. They were loud and boisterous, with some even pulling guns on each other over a seat, brazenly displaying their power and wealth. Here savagery is the greatest elegance, violence is the only etiquette. Who was that? The young man in sunglasses? Chill. Lower your voice. That's Boss Chen from Longting Trading. I heard he spent several tens of thousands of spirit crystals in the black market yesterday, without batting an eye. Isn't that the ruthless guy who can control objects from a distance, and took out the former vulture leader? He doesn't look the part though, he seems quite delicate. As Chen Feng entered the originally noisy lobby, quieted down a bit. Countless gazes, greedy, wary, probing, jealous, shone upon him like searchlights. Chen Feng ignored these people. He still had his hands in his pockets, walking steadily. That clean, calm demeanor, devoid of any gang-like aura, made him stand out among this blood-soaked crowd, like a crane among chickens. That was the composure of a lion walking among hyenas. On the second floor in the Tianzi box, the view here was excellent, allowing a full overlook of the entire auction stage and lobby. The box even had an old air conditioner humming away, blowing a cool breeze tinged with rust, while the table was set with some not-so-fresh fruits. Boss, those people are watching you with unfriendly looks. Iron Tower stood behind Chen Feng, blocking the door like a tower, vigilantly observing the movements downstairs. Let them look. Chen Feng sat on the leather sofa, casually picked up an unknown fruit from the table, took a bite, and then disdainfully tossed it into the trash bin, bland and tasteless like an unripe plum. They're not watching me. They're waiting to see when this fat sheep will be slaughtered or how to divide the meat. Chen Feng saw through it all. In the lower district, there are no friends, only interests. If he shows weakness tonight or lacks the financial means, these upper-class individuals who currently greet him with smiles would turn into ravenous beasts outside and tear him to shreds. Old Ghost. Chen Feng called out lightly. Here. Old Ghost immediately bowed. Tell Old Mo, is everything ready? Ready. Old Ghost lowered his voice, excitement flashing in his eyes. The materials from the second-tier venomous scorpion, along with the specialties you brought back, are all prepared in the ring, ready to be deployed at any time. Very good. At that moment, dong. A deep, long bell rang, echoing throughout the theater. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, with only a dazzling spotlight shining on the central stage. A man dressed in a tuxedo, wearing a monocle and sporting a small mustache. He was the chief auctioneer here and one of the most well-informed individuals in the lower district. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual auction of Iron Fortress No. 09. The little mustached man exaggeratedly waved his arms, his voice highly emotive. Tonight we have prepared treasures from the depths of the wilderness, treasures from prehistoric ruins, and of course, gifts from above. He pointed to the invisible canopy above. The crowd erupted in knowing low laughter and cheers. The so-called gifts from above were actually just the garbage discarded by the upper district. Expired medical capsules, scrapped mechanical prosthetics, and even electronic pets that the wealthy had grown tired of, and worn clothes. These items thrown into garbage disposal stations in the upper district were treasures that people in the lower district fought over, only worthy of the big shots. This is reality. Cruel and ironic. The first auction item. The little mustached man suddenly pulled off the red cloth. On the tray lay a delicate yet cracked mechanical watch. A mechanical watch from the golden age before the war. Although the face is broken, the movement still ticks. It is a testament to time, a symbol of status. Only those with true taste are worthy to possess it. Starting price, 500 low-grade spirit crystals. 600. 800. I bid 1,000. No one can compete with me. The nouveau riche below frantically raised their paddles. For such an item that might only be worth a few hundred on Earth, even unrepairable junk, they argued vehemently, as if it were a peerless treasure. Chen Feng watched this, seeing a trace of sadness and indifference flashing in his eyes. This is the ecology of the lower district. They treat others' garbage as totems, tearing each other apart in the mire for a bit of illusory dignity. Boring. Chen Feng closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa to rest. He was not interested in this garbage. He was waiting for the true treasure that could help him establish his foundation. The auction continued. Eggs from mutated beasts, ancient chips, female slaves, and even half a bottle of expired red wine, said to come from the cellar of the upper district lord. Finally, an hour later, the little mustached man's voice suddenly became excited, even trembling, nearly causing his monocle to fall off. Attention, everyone. Open your eyes wide. The next item is one of the highlights of today's auction. It did not come from the garbage of the upper district, but was retrieved from the depths of the Death Canyon in the Glass Forbidden Zone by the bravest scavenger team at the cost of several lives. Two strong men struggled to carry a box sealed with heavy lead. Click. The box opened. Buzz. A visible wave of blue energy instantly swept across the venue, even causing front row attendees to feel their skin tingle. It was a fist-sized piece of deep blue metal covered in intricate and complex patterns with some parts missing. It resembled a mechanical heart, emitting a low hum and a fragment of the Taihao battleship's auxiliary power furnace miniature. The little mustached man shouted loudly, saliva flying. Although it is incomplete, the energy circuit inside is still active. If we can decipher its technology or convert it into an energy core, it can power a heavy mech for a year without needing to refuel, even provide electricity to a small shelter for 10 years. Starting price 50,000 spirit crystals. Boom. The crowd erupted. 50,000 spirit crystals. This is the entire fortune of many medium-sized factions. In several boxes on the second floor, powerful auras instantly locked onto the metal piece. 55,000. The leader of the Blackwater Mercenary Corps was the first to bid, his voice resolute. 60,000. The new and old leaders of the Vulture Gang followed closely, gritting their teeth. 80,000. I want this. Anyone who dares to compete with me is picking a fight. A hoarse voice accompanied by metallic scraping came from a neighboring box. It belonged to the largest arms dealer in Zone 9, rumored to have connections in the upper district. Chen Feng opened his eyes. In his deep gaze reflected that blue metal fragment. He clearly sensed that within it there lay not just energy, but also a high-quality, highly compressed metallic spiritual energy. That was the catalyst for Foundation establishment. It was also the core for old MO to repair machine tools, and even manufacture individual electromagnetic cannons. More importantly, it was the key to solving Earth's energy crisis. Finally, it's here. Chen Feng straightened his posture, adjusted his collar, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not rush to bid. He watched those down below turning red in the face, fighting over a few thousand spirit crystals, filled with mockery in his eyes. He was waiting for them to empty their pockets of copper coins, waiting for them to fight until they bled. Then he would show them what it means to strike from a higher dimension. 100,000 source crystals. After shouting this price, the arms dealer Haigu arrogantly propped his mud-caked leather boots onto the velvet chair back. He glanced around, his eyes full of provocation, as if to say, who else dares to compete with me? 100,000. This was already the highest bid of the night. For a power core that, though precious, was damaged and uncertain if it could even be repaired, this price was already the ceiling, even a premium. The entire venue fell silent. Those minor faction leaders who had originally wanted to bid reluctantly put down their number plates. In the second floor, Heavenly Sweet Chen Feng set down his teacup. He glanced at the warship core on the stage, which emitted a mesmerizing blue glow, then at the Shumi ring on his finger. In his ring lay just over 80,000 low-grade source crystals and more than 3,000 medium-grade source crystals he had recently looted, but he was reluctant. On Earth, they were clean energy spirit stones that could help him break through his cultivation realm. Here they were a non-renewable strategic resource. Every piece used was one less. As for alcohol, on Earth it was just an industrial product off the assembly line, costing a dozen yuan a bottle, available in endless supply. Exchange renewable cheap goods for non-renewable strategic resources. This was the true essence of interdimensional trade and the source of the greatest profits. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, and pressed the speaker button. 110,000. His voice was calm, neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to overpower Haigu's grating rasp. Haigu whirled around, his face dark, staring at the second-floor suite. 110,000. Kid, are you here to cause trouble? Do you have that much cash? Don't be all talk, no pay. Chen Feng smiled faintly, standing tall and straight. I don't have cash, but I have goods. Real hard currency. He then gestured to Lao Gui downstairs. Lao Gui, bring them in. Got it. Lao Gui, who had been waiting by the side door of the theater for this moment, let out a loud roar and pushed open the heavy iron freight door. Rumble. A dull sound of heavy objects rolling across the floor came. Everyone turned their heads curiously. A 2-meter iron tower of a man like an indefatigable bull, bare-chested with rock-like muscles, was pushing a huge flatbed cart alone. The cart was piled high with plastic-wrapped cardboard boxes half a man tall and looked exceedingly heavy. Behind him, a few hired laborers panting heavily pushed 3 carts in total, like a fully loaded miniature train, came to a stop directly in front of the auction stage. What the hell is this? Haigu sneered disdainfully. Cardboard box. Got rocks in there. Or rags. Chen Feng stood on the second floor, swishing a bottle of 56 proof Erguotu, which glinted enticingly under the lights. His tone was casual. I don't like paying with source crystals. Too vulgar. I prefer bartering. Here are 100 cases of Erguotu, 12 bottles per case. 1,200 bottles total. Plus 20 cases of luncheon meat. According to the current black market rules, this purity of liquor 1 bottle for 100 low-grade source crystals. That's not too much, is it? And this is a friendly price. The auctioneer's eyes lit up like 2 searchlights. 100 source crystals per bottle. That was the old price. Ever since Longting Trading Company made its name yesterday, this kind of fine liquor had been sold out on the market. Now on the black market, a bottle could fetch 120, even 150. At 100, this was practically a wholesale steal. This batch alone could turn a profit of tens of thousands. Too reasonable. Absolutely reasonable. Without even asking Haige's opinion, the auctioneer dashed off the stage like a lecher, spotting a beauty, tore open a cardboard box, pulled out a bottle, expertly unscrewed it, and took a sniff. He was intoxicated. Genuine goods. Top-notch. This liquor packs a punch. The auctioneer's face flushed with excitement as he shouted to Chen Feng, "Boss Chen, we'll take this shipment." Converted to 120,000 source crystals. The entire hall erupted. 120,000. Haige's face turned the color of liver. He gritted his teeth, his hand moving toward the gun at his waist, then forced himself to stop. This was an auction house. He couldn't openly rob. Damn it. 125,000. Haige squeezed out a number between his teeth. That was his bottom line. Any more would eat into his capital for next quarter's ammunition. Chen Feng didn't even hesitate, raising the bid without so much as lifting his eyelids. 120 cases of liquor, plus 50 cases of luncheon meat. Converted to 144,000. He waved at Tieta again. Without a word, Tieta turned and brought in 20 more large crates from outside, slamming them onto the cart with a thud that shook the floor. This ostentatious display of wealth, not wasting words, just smashing goods, filled Haige with a deep sense of helplessness and humiliation. Compete? With what? That guy had goods. Real crates of supplies sitting right there, while his source crystals were earned with his life. Everyone spent one. Madman. Spending so much liquor on a broken core. Haige's heart bled. He wanted the core, but he wanted those bottles of liquor even more. With that liquor he could recruit more men. Deal. The auctioneer, afraid Chen Feng would back out, slammed his wooden gavel down with a sharp crack. Congratulations, Boss Chen. You have won the Taihao warship's power core with supplies totaling 144,000 source crystals in value. This is undoubtedly the top bid of the night. At the transaction site, watching the carts of Erguo and canned goods being hauled into the auction house's vault, Laogui approached Chen Feng with a pained look and muttered, "Boss, that's over 1,400 bottles. At our store's retail price, it could sell for nearly 200,000 source crystals. Aren't we losing out with this conversion?" The auction house manager is grinning from ear to ear. Chen Feng glanced at him, pocketing the blue metal core into his shumi ring. Sensing the vast spiritual energy that made his heart tremble, he curled his lips slightly. "Laogui, that's not how you calculate it. Liquor. I have plenty. It's like endless water. I can bring thousands of cases anytime. But this core, I might only encounter one like this. It's non-renewable. Trading a few tons of water for a diamond. Who do you think loses?" Laogui paused, then gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "Boss, you're on another level." In Chen Feng's eyes, source crystals were precious energy, while liquor was just trade goods. Using trade goods to acquire energy, that was a sure-win deal. Let's go. With the prize in hand, Chen Feng didn't want to linger. He could feel the gazes shifting toward him as the auction ended. If before they were just onlookers watching a rich man, now those eyes were filled with undisguised greed and murderous intent. A fat sheep who could casually produce thousands of bottles of fine liquor without a large escort. In the eyes of wasteland thugs, it was a walking gold vault, a gift from the heavens. "Boss, the entrance doesn't look right." Tieta, carrying his heavy machine gun, shielded Chen Feng and said in a low voice, "Haige's men went out first. And they haven't gone far. They're lurking in the shadows across the street." "I know." Chen Feng adjusted his cuffs, his expression calm, as if everything was expected. Since he had revealed his wealth, he had to show the fangs that defended it. Otherwise this wealth would be a death warrant. This was entrapment by fishing. Outside the Heijin Theater, the cold wind carried the acrid dust of the wasteland swirling through the empty street. The once bustling street was now eerily quiet, with even a few streetlights out. Chen Feng stood on the high steps of the theater, the closed door behind him, the pitch-black night before him. "Come out." Chen Feng lit a cigarette, the flame flickering between his fingers, smoke curling. He spoke calmly to the seemingly empty street. "Haige, you were pretty cocky inside, weren't you? What now, you're playing turtle?" A sharp click of a gun bolt broke the silence. Then, as if by magic, the shadows of the ruins on both sides of the street sprouted countless heads. Haige emerged from behind a scrapped bus with over 40 heavily armed elite gangsters. He held a large-caliber shotgun, a cruel grin on his face. Behind him, at a higher vantage point, 2 heavy machine guns were already set up, their black muzzles trained on Chen Feng's head. "Kid, you're full of yourself." Haige spat out his cigar, his eyes venomously fixed on the shumi ring on Chen Feng's finger, greed evident. Inside, that was the auction house's turf. "I gave them face. But now..." Haigu spat a gob of saliva. Out here I make the rules. No one in District 9 dares to snatch what I've set my sights on. He waved his hand sharply, and the encirclement tightened. Leave the ring. Leave the core. As for the man, shoot him full of holes and feed him to the dogs. Fire. Without another word, Haigu gave the kill order. He wanted to finish this quickly and take the spoils. Facing this certain death, Laogwei collapsed to the ground in terror, while Tieta roared and raised his machine gun to fight. But someone was faster. The moment Haigu shouted fire, Chen Feng lightly flicked the hand holding his cigarette. A pulse of spiritual sense imperceptible to ordinary people instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. Qi refining layer 2, telekinetic art. 12 needles polished by Laoma from high-strength tungsten alloy, as thin as toothpicks, silently slid from Chen Feng's sleeve. Then under the infusion of vast spiritual energy, these 12 needles instantly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier. No flash, no smoke. Only the faint piercing whine of air being torn apart at extreme speed, like the whisper of death. In the pitch-black night, these 12 needles were invisible phantoms, impossible to catch with the naked eye. A series of dull thuds of flesh being pierced. The sound of needles penetrating skulls. At the high point of the distant ruins, the two machine gunners who were about to pull the triggers suddenly stiffened. A tiny red dot appeared between their brows, and they crumpled without even a scream. Then the 4 snipers hidden on the flanks. Then the several small-time leaders armed with assault rifles standing at the front. In a single second, 12 of the most threatening firepower points were all silenced. Those men seemed to have hit a pause button, then fell like mown wheat dying. What a... Haigu, who had been anticipating the thrill of slaughter, felt his grin freeze. He stared in horror at his men falling silently around him, having no idea what was happening. No gunshots. No explosions. How could they just die? Ghost. There's a ghost. The remaining thugs armed with knives and pistols instantly. This invisible, untouchable death was more terrifying than a thunderous explosion. Scared already, Chen Feng stood on the steps, the cigarette between his fingers, not even burned a centimeter. He looked at the panicked crowd, a cold smile curling at his lips. That was just an appetizer. Now hey, race a main course for you. Chen Feng slowly raised his right-hand palm, aimed at Haigu in the center of the crowd. The chi vortex in his dantian reversed violently, spiritual energy surging like a flood. A massive amount of spiritual energy gathered along his meridians into his palm, highly compressed into a dazzling, almost blinding pale blue orb. The air around it distorted from the heat. Spiritual energy burst. Go, Chen Feng murmured. Boom. The orb, no larger than a ping-pong ball, shot out. Faster than a bullet, it tore through the air with a piercing thunder, leaving a blue afterimage crossing 30 meters in an instant, heading straight for Haigu's face. No. Haigu's pupils contracted. He felt the earth-shattering energy fluctuation and instinctively tried to raise his shotgun to block. Too late. Bang. A deafening explosion shook the entire District 9, like a high-explosive grenade going off nearby. The spiritual energy orb detonated the moment it touched the shotgun. The steel shotgun was twisted into a pretzel, shrapnel flying everywhere. Then came Haigu himself. Under the violent spiritual energy shockwave, Haigu didn't even leave a complete corpse. Like a balloon filled with red paint, he burst instantly. The massive shockwave even flung 4 or 5 nearby underlings into the air, smashing them heavily against the wall, their fate unknown. The dust cleared. In the middle of the street lay a shallow, smoking scorch crater. As for Haigu, he had become a mist of blood in the air, dissipated in the wind. Dead silence. The remaining 20-odd thugs, weapons in hand, stood frozen, as if petrified, their pants wet with fear. Their boss was gone, obliterated by a blue magic ball. And those 12 elite shooters all had blood oozing from their foreheads, dead, without a clue. The young man on the steps remained immaculate, his suit crisp, not even a hair out of place. He took a drag of his cigarette, the red tip glaring in the darkness. Anyone else? Chen Feng asked calmly. His voice was not loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer on every heart. Clang. Someone dropped their machete first. Then clang, clang, clang echoed in succession. Those gangsters, usually fierce and murderous, now turned pale, their knees giving way as they knelt in unison, knocking their heads on the ground. Spare us, my lord. We were forced. We'll leave right now. In the face of absolute, incomprehensible power, numbers meant nothing. Chen Feng looked at the kneeling thugs without a trace of pity. Laogwei. He exhaled a smoke ring and turned to leave, leaving only a cold back. Clean up the floor. From now on, this block belongs to Longting Trading Company. Who agrees? Who opposes? Laogwei snapped out of his shock, looking at the bodies and the kneeling crowd, trembling with excitement. He knew that after tonight the sky over District 9 had completely changed. Yes, boss. Laogwei straightened his back, gun in hand, and shouted at the captives. You hear that? From now on, this street belongs to Boss Chun. Move the bodies. Wash the floor. Nobody leaves until the job is done. In the shadows of the theater, several spies from other factions who had wanted a piece of the pie turned pale with fear, quietly withdrew, and fled back to report overnight. Longting Trading Company's boss, Chen, wasn't just rich. He was a god of death, a monster more terrifying than a mutant beast. Untouchable absolutely. In Iron Fortress No. 09, Zone 9. The first rays of morning light pierced through the thick, contaminated radiation clouds, barely illuminating the streets that had just undergone a violent reshuffle of blood and fire. At this time on a typical day, the streets would be filled with the sounds of beggars' gang fights and drunken curses, creating a chaotic symphony unique to the wasteland. But today the area was eerily quiet, even somewhat orderly. The refuse on the streets, discarded prosthetic parts, and the bloodstains left by the Black Dog Gang the night before had been washed clean, revealing the black asphalt beneath. The three-story building that once displayed the bloodied wolf-head flag of the Black Dog Gang had its sign removed and replaced with a brand new one, a massive sign pieced together from old neon tubes glowing red in the morning mist. Longting Trading Company office. Outside, the small thugs who used to collect protection fees were nowhere to be seen. In their place stood 2 rows of security personnel in matching uniforms. They held gleaming rifles, standing straight as arrows, their gazes sharp. Passing survivors shrank their necks, watching the sign with awe and even fear, not daring to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that a change had taken place here last night. That seemingly cultured and scholarly boss Chen was a figure 1,000 times more ruthless than the Black Dog. While the Black Dog demanded money, this new lord would turn a person to ash without hesitation over the slightest disagreement, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. The former Black Dog stronghold was now the backyard of Longting Trading Company. Heave, heave. A series of synchronized, powerful shouts echoed from within the high walls. Dozens of muscular men with bare torsos were tirelessly moving rubble, leveling the ground, and constructing new walls and warehouses. These were none other than the surviving members of the Black Dog Gang from yesterday, along with the Vulture Gang's lackeys who had switched sides. They were shackled with heavy electronic leg irons, who any sign of laziness or attempts to escape would trigger a jolt of high voltage, causing them to convulse and fall. Crack. Iron Tower, holding a high-voltage rubber hose salvaged from the rubble, surveyed the scene with a fierce expression like a tyrannical overseer. "You better hurry up," Iron Tower shouted, his voice booming like thunder. "The boss said this land must be leveled by noon to build a warehouse. If you don't finish, you won't get lunch. And you there, stop playing dead. If you keep dragging your feet, I'll toss you out to feed the mutated beasts." Those thugs who usually bullied the weak and acted with impunity were now behaving as obediently as quails, working harder than anyone, even wearing smiles that hinted at flattery. There was no choice. The food at Longting Trading Company was simply too good. Although it was hard labor, and there was no pay just by completing their hours, they were even given a can of Mei Lin luncheon meat for lunch. That was real meat. A luxury they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. For this meal they would do anything, be it moving bricks, or even shoveling excrement and mining in the radiation zone. On the second floor terrace, Chen Feng held a steaming cup of instant coffee, overlooking the bustling and somewhat absurd scene of labor below. "This is order." Chen Feng took a sip of hot coffee and said to the old ghost beside him, who was still adapting to his new identity, "Remember, from now on, Zone 9 will not collect." The old ghost was taken aback, somewhat confused. "Boss, if we don't collect protection fees, how will we support these brothers? And besides, not charging money makes us seem—" "You're thinking too small." Chen Feng pointed to the construction site below. "Collecting protection fees is like draining the pond to catch fish. It's the logic of ban. What we need to do is monopolize and set the rules." He continued, "From now on, all resource transactions, energy supplies, and even the collection of mutated beast materials in Zone 9 must go through Longting Trading Company. I want to build this into the largest free trade zone in Iron Fortress." He added, "As long as they do business here, they will have to use our channels and pay our taxes. The profits from this will be 100 times greater than those paltry protection fees. Moreover, this is called legal operation." The old ghost's eyes lit up. Although he didn't fully understand what a free trade zone was, he grasped the essence of the last statement. Following the boss meant guaranteed meals, and they could earn money. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. "Boss, the greenhouse is set up and the equipment has been debugged." A joyful voice from old Mo came through the earpiece. Chen Feng set down his coffee cup. "Let's go check out my experimental field. That's going to be our future money tree." He walked to a fully enclosed metal warehouse that had been isolated in the backyard. This place had been transformed by old Mo into a plant cultivation room, filled with a cyberpunk style. 2 high-power silent diesel generators brought from Earth were roaring, providing stable power for the full-spectrum ultraviolet lights, temperature control systems, and automatic irrigation systems. In the center of the warehouse were cultivation beds made from discarded metal troughs, filled with highly radioactive sand brought back from the Bone Desert. On top of the sand, dozens of dark red lichens with ghastly facial patterns on their leaves stretched out their menacing leaves under the ultraviolet light, as if performing some sinister ritual. "Boss, these things have an incredibly strong vitality. They're practically monsters." Old Mo pointed at the data on the screen amazed. Even after cutting off their water supply for 3 days, they still survive, and their cell activity is even higher. They even started secreting strong acids to corrode the metal troughs to absorb trace minerals. But this thing is highly toxic. Can it really be used to improve the environment? Not yet, of course. Chen Feng stepped closer to the cultivation trough, his gaze focused. He willed his divine sense to extract the earth attribute source crystal he had dug from the brain of a second-tier steelback scorpion yesterday. From his This crystal was the size of a longan, radiating a heavy yellow glow representing pure and violent earth spiritual energy, as if it contained the power of the earth. I'm going to perform a genetic operation on them, or rather, a chi grafting. Chen Feng didn't use any high-tech instruments. He directly activated the spiritual energy of the second layer of chi refinement, lightly touching it with his finger. Crack. The source crystal, which was as hard as a rock and could not be shattered even by bullets, was forcefully crushed into a small fragment. Chen Feng placed the fragment into a spray bottle and added clean water. Under the influence of his spiritual energy, the source crystal fragment quickly dissolved, transforming into a pot of earth's spiritual liquid that emanated a faint golden glow. Go. Chen Feng took the spray bottle and sprayed it over the ghastly lichens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A miraculous scene unfolded. Those lichens trembled violently, as if they'd taken a stimulant upon contact with the spiritual liquid, producing a soft rustling sound. The originally dark red leaves began to slowly fade, transforming into a vibrant green. The terrifying facial patterns on the leaves gradually faded and stretched, becoming smooth and broad. They were evolving. Or rather, under Chen Feng's spiritual energy guidance, they were directing their mutations towards becoming gentle, non-toxic sand fixing and grafting improvement. This is the most basic spiritual planting technique, forcibly altering the characteristics of low-tier plants with high-tier spiritual energy, eliminating impurities while retaining the essence. Half an hour later, this batch of lichens had completely transformed. They were no longer ghastly, but had become a type of ground-covering green vine plant, with extremely developed root systems and thick, juicy leaves. Chen Feng plucked a leaf, tasting it. It was a bit astringent, but not toxic, with a hint of saltiness and moisture. It worked. Chen Feng spat out the leaf, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This improved lichen retained the original bizarre drought resistance and sand-fixing ability, while removing its toxicity. Even its leaves could serve as high-quality feed for livestock. This was his gift prepared for the Taklamakan Desert. T4, Drought, Sea Green Vine. Old Mo, Chen Feng instructed. Yes. Tell those laborers outside to stop moving bricks. Dispatch them all to the edge of the desert to dig soil and find seeds for this lichen. I want to expand this green vine to 10,000 plants within a month. I want to fill this warehouse. Also have a batch of seed dormancy pods made with the 3D printer. I want to take them with me. Understood. Although Old Mo didn't understand why the boss wanted to plant grass, his task now was simply to execute. The boss said planting grass would lead to wealth, so it surely would. After arranging everything, Chen Feng returned to his resting room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the earth attribute source crystal that was still not fully used, along with the several thousand low-grade source crystals left over from the auction. The situation in the wasteland has stabilized and the seeds have been cultivated. Next, it's time to enhance my strength. The second layer of chi refinement is still too weak. I can manage against firearms, but if I encounter higher-tier mutated beasts, this level of cultivation won't be enough. Chen Feng closed his eyes. Despite easily defeating the black dog yesterday, if 2 more second-tier mutated beasts had shown up, he would have had to flee. The core of the Taihao battleship was still lying in his ring. That was a divine treasure of the metal attribute containing extremely sharp spiritual energy. He had been cultivating with batteries, but the amount of spiritual energy his body could absorb daily was fixed, and his aptitude probably wasn't high. It wasn't the case that having enough batteries would allow for limitless improvement. But this ability core was extremely powerful. It was like inflating a tire. What if a small pump was too slow? Swapping it out for a high-pressure air gun would quickly inflate it again. Earth produces metal. Chen Feng looked at the earth source crystal in his hand, while sensing the metal attribute core in the ring. The 5 elements generate each other. With this earth source crystal as a foundation, I'll enhance my physical defenses, then absorb the sharp energy from the battleship core to refine my divine sense attack. During this seclusion, I aim to break through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement, or even touch that barrier. Chen Feng took a deep breath and began to operate the Taihao chi grafting technique. As he entered a meditative state, the air around him began to slightly. A large amount of radiation energy was forcibly stripped away and purified, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged into his limbs and bones. The wasteland was becoming his paradise. In the wasteland world at Iron Fortress No. 09, in an underground secret chamber, it felt as if this place had become a secluded paradise disconnected from the outside world. In the dim chamber, two sharp, golden rays suddenly lit up in the darkness, resembling two unparalleled swords drawn from their sheaths, instantly piercing through the void, even cutting the air into fine ripples. Chen Feng opened his eyes. A powerful and sharp aura erupted from within him. The solid alloy walls around him emitted a strained, creaking sound as several papers floating in the air were instantly sliced into neat fragments by the invisible sharp aura cascading down like snowflakes. Breakthrough in Realm Foundation Establishment Level 3 Early Stage. Chen Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. That breath condensed in the air, resembling a white arrow of chi soaring 3 meters away with a whistling sound, before gradually dissipating upon hitting the core of the Taihao battleship. Truly lives up to its reputation. Chen Feng glanced at the dull and weakened metallic fragment in his hand, now as fragile as scrap iron. For a whole month, he used Earth attribute source crystals as a foundation to consolidate his essence and strengthen his body, crazily extracting the violent metal attribute spiritual energy from the battleship's core, refining meridians and enhancing spiritual sense. The 5 elements Earth produces metal. He bet correctly on this risky step. Now not only had his total spiritual power tripled compared to Foundation Establishment Level 2, but it also carried a strand of indestructible metal energy. In the future, when he employs the art of object manipulation, even an ordinary branch under the enhancement of metal attribute spiritual power could turn as hard and sharp as steel, able to slice through gold and jade. Moreover, the next step is Foundation Establishment. Indeed, the Taihao civilization is quite minimalist. The Foundation Establishment stage is nowhere near the 10 levels depicted in cultivation novels, as many levels are merely for continually improving realms, changing maps, changing enemies, and padding the author's word count. But Chen Feng is a real person existing in this world, not a character in a novel, so there's no need for padding. Level 3 Foundation Establishment essentially covers the early, middle, and late stages, and he can officially begin Foundation Establishment next. It's time to emerge from seclusion. Chen Feng stood up, and his bones made a series of cracking sounds, his muscle lines flowing smoothly like water. He pushed open the secret chamber door. Old Mo and Old Ghost, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately approached, their eyes filled with anticipation. "You finally came out," Old Ghost exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the huge constant temperature container behind him. "The goods you wanted are all here." Chen Feng walked over and opened the container. Inside were neatly arranged 50,000 metal tubes, each the size of a capsule, gleaming with a silver. These are the biological hibernation pods that Old Mo hastily produced using a 3D printer. Each metal tube contains a seedling of the T4 desert green vine modified by Chen Feng with spiritual liquid and in a dormant state. At first glance, this looks like dry hay, lifeless and dull. But once it comes into contact with a little moisture and sunlight, it will grow like crazy. Old Mo patted his chest in assurance, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "I tried it in the high radiation sandy area in the backyard. One seedling can cover half a basketball court in 3 days, and its roots penetrate deeper than steel. It's simply a monster in the plant kingdom. Well done." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand as spiritual sense surged, collecting all 50,000 seeds, which carried the hopes of Earth into his storage ring. "I have something to take care of outside. This place is up to you. Remember, don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. Our Longting trading firm doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of it." With that, Chen Feng left the sentence, his figure flashing, vanishing into the azure light portal, leaving only a faint ripple of spiritual energy in the air. Earth, Northwest Huaxiao, at the edge of the Taklamakan Desert. National Western Ecological Restructuring Strategic Front Command. This is the true battlefield, the front line of humanity's struggle against nature. The gale swept up clouds of yellow sand, stinging like knives against the face, visibility dropping below 10 meters. Outside the makeshift wind-resistant barracks, military green trucks and unpacked giant agricultural drone formations were parked. Thousands of soldiers and sand control workers clad in camouflage were braving the wind and sand, anxiously awaiting orders. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if the air itself was on the verge of solidifying. "Director Zhao, it's been a month." An elderly sand control expert with grayed hair and a weathered face pointed at the sky-darkening sandstorm outside the window, his voice hoarse and urgent. "If we miss this wind season's window, it will be too late to plant anything. The sand will bury everything. Moreover, I won't mince words, is that Chen Feng reliable or not? He said he would develop something, but it's been 30 days, and there isn't even a go. If he can't produce anything, are we going to starve here in the northwest wind?" This is making a joke of the nation's resources. Surrounding officials also wore troubled expressions, whispering among. The scale of this commotion was too great. The country mobilized so many human and material resources, even tapping into strategic reserves. If it ends up being empty, no one can bear the responsibility. Zhao Jiangwo sat in his chair, tightly gripping an old thermos cup that had lost its paint, his knuckles turning white. He appeared calm on the surface, but his palms were sweaty and his shirt had long since soaked through. Just wait a little longer, Zhao Jiangwo said in a deep voice, not loud, yet carrying a stubbornness I believe in him. He has never broken his word. Zhao Jiangwo was an informed person aware that Chen Feng was not engaged in the so-called research as publicly advertised, but was actually seeking things in another world. Wait until when? The expert grew anxious, banging the table. The sand doesn't wait for anyone. If this wind keeps blowing, even the protective forest we just built will be buried. That is something the soldiers exchanged their lives for. At that moment, boom. A deep and violent roar of an engine akin to a beast's roar pierced through the swirling sandstorm, exploding from the distant road. Everyone was startled and rushed out of the command center. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a specially made black off-road vehicle resembling a steel monster cleaved through the sandstorm like a black blade roaring towards them. The vehicle did not slow down, executing a perfectly textbook-level drift, coming to a stable stop at the entrance of the command center, raising a dust cloud 3 meters high. Click. The car door opened. Chen Feng, wearing a thin black windbreaker and sunglasses, jumped down from the vehicle. The surrounding wind and sand made it hard for people to open their eyes, but he stood there tall as a pine tree, exuding an invisible aura, making even the violent sand and dust avoid him, not a grain of sand touching the hem of his clothing. Director Zhao, I'm sorry. Chen Feng removed his sunglasses, revealing a bright smile, with white teeth radiating confidence. Thank you all for your patience. I have brought back the goods. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, all experts were gathered around a small, inconspicuous silver metal capsule on the table, frowning with skeptical expressions. Just this. An old expert picked up the capsule, incredulous and even somewhat angry. Is this what you call the Desert Guardian? There's only a dry vine inside, looking completely lifeless. Can it survive in this vast desert? Are you kidding me? Can it survive? Why not give it a try? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Chen Feng didn't elaborate much, simply pointing outside at the desert. His tone calm. Director Zhao, let the drone formations take off. Deploy these 50,000 seeds along the leading edge of the desert, dropping one every 10 meters. There will be dew tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will witness a miracle. The skepticism among the experts grew louder, with some even wanting to storm out. But Zhao Jiangwo slammed the table, making a loud bang that silenced the room. Execute the orders. He stared into Chen Feng's eyes, a trust that gambled his career and military honor. All take off. Follow Advisor Chen's instructions. If something goes wrong, Zhao Jiangwo will take full responsibility. At dusk, with the setting sun as blood, a magnificent scene unfolded in the skies over the desert. 500 heavy agricultural drones formed a formation, carrying the 50,000 metal capsules brought by Chen Feng, like steel migratory birds, spreading hope, flying into the human forbidden zone known as the Sea of Death. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the capsules were precisely dropped onto the windward slopes of the sand dunes like bullets of silver piercing into the earth. After landing, the capsules quickly degraded under the oxidation of air, revealing the curled and seemingly lifeless dark green vine within. Night fell. The temperature in the desert plummeted, dropping from 40 degrees to sub-zero. Between the alternation of hot and cold, the sparse moisture in the air condensed into tiny dew droplets, falling upon the withered vine. At that moment, the ancient genes long dormant awakened. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the eastern horizon glowed pale, and the dawn in the desert was eerily quiet. Soldier Xiao Wang, stationed at the front line, rubbed his sleepy eyes, shouldered his gun, and stepped out of the watchtower to change shifts. Habitually, he glanced at the distant sand dunes. At this time, it would normally be a desolate yellow expanse, with even a slight breeze kicking up sand and dust obscuring the sky. But today, Xiao Wang froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he wasn't fully awake yet, or was seeing a mirage. Squad leader. Xiao Wang suddenly let out a high-pitched scream, pointing ahead, his voice trembling in utter shock. Come and see. A great wall. A green great wall. The entire camp was awakened. Zhao Jiangwo, wrapped in a military coat, rushed out, without even putting on his shoes properly. The group of old experts stumbled toward the high ground, some even losing their glasses. When they stood atop the sand dune and saw the scene before them, everyone was left speechless. Shock. Absolute shock. Just yesterday, the front line was desolate, ravaged by shifting sands. Now a deep green band of vegetation several hundred meters wide stretched on endlessly. Those previously withered vines had grown wildly overnight, as if enchanted. They resembled massive green dragons with thick roots deeply embedded in the ground, firmly locking the shifting sand dunes, their thick and juicy leaves intertwined, covering the surface, forming a colossal, indestructible green net. The wind blew. No dust was stirred up. Only the deep green waves of the vines made a rustling sound, as if declaring war against the desert that had ravaged for 1,000 years, proclaiming the victory of life. How is this possible? The old expert knelt on the ground, trembling hands grazing the rough, yet resilient vines. He tugged hard, but it would. The roots were planted too deep, almost as if they had grown onto the bones of the earth. This is a miracle. This is a miracle. The old expert's eyes brimmed with tears, scooping up a handful of sand, only to find that the originally loose quicksand had been bonded by the vine's root secretions, beginning to show signs of soil formation. Zhao Jingwo stood high, gazing at the green Great Wall, erected overnight, his eyes reddening. He turned around to look behind him. Chen Feng was leaning against the dust-covered red flag vehicle, chewing on a freshly grown dogtail grass, smiling lightly in the morning sun. Director Zhao Chen Feng pointed at the sea of green, his tone relaxed. This is just the first phase of the project. Next we can discuss how to raise cattle and sheep. After all, the leaves of these vines are excellent high-protein forage. We aim to transform this sea of death into a southern Jiangnan on the northern frontier. Sunlight bathed Chen Feng, giving him a dazzling golden edge. At that moment, in the eyes of all soldiers and scientists, this young man was more radiant than the rising sun. He was the miracle child of this land. On the northern edge of the Taklamakan Desert, the forward command post. The morning breeze for the first time no longer carried that suffocating smell of earth and the abrasive feel of sand grains drilling into the nostrils. The wind actually held a hint of moisture. When the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the pale dawn in the east, spilling onto the endless green dragon that stretched across the yellow sand and blue sky, the entire command post camp fell into a suffocating silence. No one spoke. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Thousands of fully armed engineer soldiers, hundreds of gray-haired sand control experts with thick glasses, and the logistics workers who had been stationed in surrounding towns for years, their skin darkened by the sun. At that moment they stood on the high dunes like statues struck by some spell, their gazes vacant. Before their eyes. Yesterday this was still a deathly shifting sand front where not even birds would visit, where the sky darkened when the wind blew. Now it was firmly locked by a deep green vegetation belt 500 meters wide, stretching beyond the horizon. Those vines were not lying limply on the ground, they were wedged deep into the sand like living steel. The thick roots were like dragon claws, the leaves plump and succulent, interwoven into an impenetrable glossy green net. The yellow sand that had raged for 1,000 years, swallowing countless ancient cities and lives, was now pressed firmly beneath this green, unable to move. A dull thud broke the silence. At the front of the crowd, an old man in faded work clothes, trouser legs stained with mud, his skin as dark as old tree bark, suddenly dropped to his knees, heavily hitting the sandy ground. His name was Wei Diwang, 72 years old. He was the most senior sand control worker in this area, the last surviving veteran of the heroic sand control company. All his life he had been locked in a death struggle with this desert. Trembling, he extended his hands, deformed with thick knuckles covered in cracks and calluses from years of inserting straw checkerboards, and carefully, as if afraid of breaking some rare treasure, he touched the thick vine in front of him. His movement was as gentle as stroking a newborn baby, or like caressing the face of a fallen comrade. Elder Wei, a young soldier nearby, moved to support him, fearing he might be too excited. Don't move. None of you move. Wei Duong suddenly roared, his voice hoarse and broken, as if his throat were filled with sand he couldn't swallow. Don't move. Let me touch. Let me feel if it's real or fake. The old man's fingertips touched the thick leaf of the vine. It was cool, moist, resilient. The touch of life. He then dug his fingers into the vine's root. The root was as hard as iron, deeply embedded in the sand, unmoving. Alive. It's alive. Wei Diwang's body began to tremble violently. Turbid old tears instantly burst from his eyes, streaming down his face. A face as furrowed and weathered as if it were part of the desert, into his mouth. They were salty. Dad, doggone, can you see this? The old man suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his face pressed against the dew-covered green leaf, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The sand has stopped. The sand has been tied down. Our land is saved. That wail was desolate, mournful, yet filled with endless relief. It struck like a heavy iron hammer, pounding on the hearts of everyone present. The eyes of many young soldiers reddened instantly, and they turned away to wipe them. Chen Feng stood behind the crowd, silently watching the scene. He did not come forward to disturb because he knew that the cries carried too much weight. Zhao Jingwo, his eyes red, walked over to Chen Feng and handed him a cigarette, his hand trembling slightly. He said in a low voice, "Xiao Chen, you don't understand this. Wei Diwang's father was a first-generation sand control worker. He came to Xinjiang in the 1950s when there was nothing. Just people carrying water on their backs or donkeys hauling it bucket by bucket into the desert just to keep a single tree alive. That year a black storm came. The sand and dust blotted out the sky. Visibility was only half a meter. Wei Diwang's father was buried by shifting sand while trying to protect the newly planted seedlings. His body has never been found. It became part of the desert. Wei Diwang's eldest son Dagong was leading a team to set up straw checkerboards for sand fixation a few years ago when extreme heat struck, 45 degrees Celsius. To save water for his teammates, he became dehydrated and died less than 2 kilometers from a water source. Zhao Jiangwo pointed to the vast boundless desert, his voice choked. This is the Sea of Death, and also the graveyard of countless sand control workers. All their lives it was like a tug-of-war with heaven. In this barren land, they traded their lives for green. Every blade of grass is watered with blood. In the past, even advancing a single meter cost a tremendous price. And a single strong wind could bury years of hard work. That despair. You haven't experienced it, you can't imagine it. Chen Feng listened, his heart trembling, his soul feeling as if it were being baptized. He looked at the old man in his 70s kneeling on the ground and crying like a child, and at the rough-skinned sand control workers around him silently wiping their tears. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly realized that what he had brought was not just a technology, not just a profitable project. He had brought hope. A redemption that these people who had persevered in despair for half a century had never even dared to dream of. Director Zhao? Chen Feng took a deep breath, his voice low and firm. From now on, no more people will die. This desert owes them, and I will make it repay them double. Meanwhile, the expert group had already erupted. Several top academicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were gathered around a vine, their precision instruments emitting urgent beeping sounds. Incredible. This defies biological common sense. This is a miracle of genetic engineering. An old professor with thick glasses looking at the data on the detector was so excited he was incoherent, his hands shaking. Look at this root system. The special mucus it secretes is not just fixing sand. It's transforming the soil. What do you mean, academician Wang? Explain clearly. The assistant beside him was puzzled. Why can't you grow crops on sand? Because it's granular, doesn't retain water, has no nutrients, and blows away at the slightest wind. The old professor, regardless of the dirt, grabbed a handful of sand from the vine's roots and excitedly showed it to everyone. Look, the sand particles are being wrapped by the mucus and forming a crumb structure. And the mucus contains extremely high concentrations of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This vine is turning sand into soil as it grows. This is more than a plant, it's become a biological soil-making machine. At this rate, the old professor looked up at the rolling green sea, his eyes burning with fervor. Within 3 years, this desert covered by vines will become the most fertile black soil. Even more fertile than the black soil of northeast China. By then, not to mention windbreak and sand fixation, this place will become the next great northern granary. It can feed half of Huaxia. When this conclusion was announced, the military officers in charge of security changed expression. If it were just sand control, it was an environmental project. If it were land creation, it was a strategic project. In an era where the arable land red line was like a high-voltage line and food security was paramount, what did it mean to suddenly gain tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of fertile farmland? Every Huaxia person at the mention of farming would have a light in their eyes. Because that's what Huaxia people do. Wherever they go, they farm, and having land and soil gives them peace of mind. At noon, the sun blazed overhead. But today no one felt the heat of the sun. Because that green ocean seemed to absorb all the heat, releasing cool moisture. In the camp, after crying, the old man Wei Duong finally calmed down a bit. But he refused to go back to the tent to rest, and he refused to eat. He just sat on the high dune like a miser, staring fixedly at the green vines, not blinking, afraid that if he blinked, they would disappear and turn into a dream. A few young soldiers gathered around him, listening to his stories of the past. Kids, you don't know. Wei Duong clutched a withered branch of poplar, pointing into the distance. Right there, 30 years ago, I led a squad of militia to plant poplars. We dug pits a meter deep, carried water from 20 li away, my shoulders were rubbed raw. We planted 1,000 trees, only 3 survived. Back then I thought if one day heaven opened its eyes and let grass grow on this sand pit, even if I died, I could go to the king of hell and say with my chest out, Dad, we won. We didn't bring shame to the Wei family. The old man was about to cry again, but his face broke into a smile. That smile blooming on his wrinkled face was more beautiful than anything. It was joy from the depths of his soul. Now it's fine. Fine. This vine is strong, stronger than steel. From now on, we don't have to carry water, we don't have to fear the wind. My little grandson won't have to eat sand like me. He can herd sheep here. Chen Feng stood quietly nearby listening. He took out a bottle of water, walked over, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to the old man. Uncle, have some water. Moisten your throat. Wei Duong looked up at this young man who looked too young and wore a windbreaker, the chief consultant. Although he didn't know Chen Feng's specific identity, he knew that this miracle was brought by this young man. The old man hurriedly stood up, wanting to bow to Chen Feng. Please don't. Chen Feng quickly supported the old man's hands, which were as rough as sandpaper, even scratching his own hands. Child, you are a living Buddha. Wei Duong tightly grasped Chen Feng's hand, his strength astonishing, his eyes full of gratitude. You have completely tamed the desert, created arable land for the future, able to feed countless people. You are our great benefactor. Uncle, you flatter me. Chen Feng looked at the old man, his eyes sincere and humble. This is not my achievement alone. It's because you generations have held the ground here, not letting the sand bury all our homes, so my seeds have a place to grow. We are together. Without you there would be no today. Inside the command tent, Zhao Jiangwo held a red secure satellite phone, his expression extremely serious, his body straight. On the other end of the line was the capital. Chief, the situation has been verified. The expert group has confirmed. It's not an illusion, not a temporary phenomenon. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the green sea outside the window, took a deep breath, and reported in a steady voice that suppressed ecstasy. Codename Desert Guardian deployment successful. In one night, advanced 500 meters. Survival rate 100. Sand fixation effect perfect. The expert group assesses that it has the strategic capability to transform sand into soil. If we promote it nationwide. Zhao Jiangwo paused, then uttered the conclusion that would make anyone tremble. Within 5 years the Taklamakan will disappear from the map. In its place will be the Taklamakan plain, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of fertile farmland and oases. The other end of the line was silent for a long time. That silence felt like the calm before a storm. A full minute passed. Then an old but authoritative voice came through, speaking only 8 words, yet as heavy as 1,000 tons, with unquestionable resolve. Lock down the information. Equip nationwide. Another matter was conveyed. The call ended. Zhao Jiangwo turned around, looking at Chen Feng, who had just walked in, his eyes complex and fervent. The respect for Xiao Chun. The higher-ups have spoken. From today this area is classified as a top-level military restricted zone. The engineer brigades of 3 surrounding armies are converging here, arriving tomorrow. Your Longting Trading Company is now a national strategic partner at the highest level. Your name is in the top-secret archives. Additionally, Zhao Jiangwo walked to the map, picked up a red pen, and drew a firm circle on the yellow desert. The state has decided to nominate you for the National Honor Medal. This is the highest honor in peacetime. However, due to confidentiality, the medal cannot be publicly awarded for now, or you can only see it in this room. You will have to bear the injustice. Chen Feng smiled. He glanced out the window at Uncle Wei still sitting on the dune, grinning foolishly at the green leaves, and at the young soldiers cheering and running in the green sea. Director Zhao, medals or no medals, it doesn't matter. Chen Feng pointed to the old man's back, his eyes clear. See that smile? That is the highest medal I want. Somewhere in the capital city. There was no urban clamor here, only the rustling of pines and the red walls half hidden amid the verdant greenery. This was the true brain of the nation. Every order issued from this place was enough to trigger a tsunami of tremors. In a modest office, a colossal world map hung on the wall. A white-haired old man wearing reading glasses was staring intently at a set of photos just transmitted by the military's high-resolution reconnaissance satellite, Vanguard X, on the desk. The photos were top secret. The red stamp reading top secret in the upper left corner was glaringly conspicuous, as if tinged with blood. Oldly up. The old man took off his glasses, rubbed his brow, and spoke in a calm voice, yet with an undeniable tremor. If it weren't for the fact that you personally delivered these photos, I would have thought some reckless young scamp had photoshopped them to amuse me. This is too unbelievable. Standing opposite him was General Li, clad in military uniform with stars on his shoulders. At this moment, the battle-hardened, iron-blooded general also wore a solemn expression, with even a lingering trace of shock in his eyes. Not just you, sir, even the lads from the Strategic Support Force first thought the satellite lens was damaged, or there was a data transmission glitch when they saw the images. They rebooted the system 3 times, but the result was still the same. General Li pointed to the high-definition large image that occupied the entire tabletop. It was an aerial view of the Taklamakan Desert. Originally, it should have been a hopeless dead yellow, like a giant psoriasis patch stuck on the motherland's map, a forbidden zone for life. After countless years of national effort, the desert had been enclosed with a defense line formed by vegetation, but it was only a narrow strip. Much work remained for the future. But now on the edge of this yellow hinterland, a striking green scar had appeared. It was sharp, straight, and vibrant, forming an extremely intense visual contrast with the surrounding desolation. It was as if the creator had taken a green paintbrush and harshly drawn a line along the desert's edge. This line was hundreds of meters wide and tens of kilometers long, and according to hourly satellite feedback data, it was still spreading into the desert's interior at a terrifying speed. I've read the report sent by Zhao Jiangwo from the front lines. The old man picked up the thick red-header document, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. Guardians of the Arid Sea. Santo soil transformation. This is no mere grass planting. The old man stood up, walked to the map, and fixed his gaze on the vast northwestern region. His tone suddenly became profoundly deep, as if piercing through time and space. This is clearly creating a new Jiangnan for our country. 300,000 square kilometers. If all of it can become fertile farmland, our food security bottom line will no longer be a red line, but an iron plate. We'll never have to kowtow to international grain traders again, nor worry about being choked off. General Li nodded, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Moreover, from a military perspective, this is also a huge strategic depth. An oasis means water sources, means supply lines, means our steel torrent can be deployed and maneuvered at any time in that once forbidden zone. This is not just an ecological account, but a national defense account. The old man turned around, his expression turning serious. He picked up the red secure phone on the issue my orders. First effective, immediately activate the Western Green Shield top secret level 1 plan. The area within 300 kilometers around the Taklamakan is designated as a special level military exclusion zone. Any unauthorized aircraft, vehicles, or personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. Violators may be shot down or detained without prior consult. Second, mobilize the Landshau Military Regions Engineer Brigade and the Western Theater Army Aviation Regiment with heavy equipment to move in overnight. The official cover will be Western 2026 Counterterrorism Exercise. Third, regarding that young man Chen Feng. The old man paused, his tone softening a bit, but carrying more weight. All his requests, as long as they don't violate principles, are to be greenlit. The nation must back him up. Whoever dares to touch him is touching the nation's lifeline. In the northwest, night had fallen. The desert night was still bitterly cold with sand and wind howling. But tonight the command post camp was bustling with activity and brightly lit. Military trucks laden with supplies shuttled like a long dragon on the newly laid temporary steel plate, rode the roar of engines echoing to the skies. Chen Feng sat atop a high sand dune draped in a military overcoat that Uncle Wei had insisted on giving him, carrying the old man's distinctive smell of sweat and tobacco, holding a bottle of ergotu that was only half full. He gazed at the dune beneath his feet, which had ceased to shift and was firmly locked by vines, his eyes calm. What? The great hero hiding out here alone? Zhao Jiangwo walked over holding 2 thermos cups and handed one to Chen Feng. Director Zhao. Chen Feng took the cup, unscrewed the lid, revealing a steaming ginger tea. It's too noisy inside. Those experts look like they want to slice me up for research. Their eyes are too fanatical. I can't stand it, so I came out for some air. Zhao Jiangwo sat down beside him, looking at the distant starry sky, let out a long sigh, and the white breath instantly dissipated. Xiaoqin, you know what? The orders from above just moi. You're now a protected species, more precious than a giant panda. Zhao Jiangwo said half-jokingly, but his eyes were deadly serious. They said, even if I, Zhao Jiangwo, am lost, you cannot be lost. Your life now belongs to the nation. Chen Feng took a sip of ginger tea, a warm current spreading through his body. Director Zhao, I'm not afraid of being lost. I'm just afraid this task won't be completed. Chen Feng pointed to the darkness ahead where the vast desert still lay. This is nothing. 50,000 seeds only cover an area of a few dozen kilometers. To swallow up this million-square-kilometer desert, we still have to go all out. And with such a commotion, it's impossible to keep it a secret. Zhao Jiangwo nodded, his expression grave indeed. There are spy satellites everywhere now. American, Japanese, all watching from above. Such a large-scale color change will eventually be discovered by foreign agencies. The blockade we have now is just to buy time to stabilize the foundation. By the time they discover it, a glint of cunning and dominance flashed in Zhao Jiangwo's eyes. The confidence born from a hail of bullets and shells. Our trees will have grown into a forest, and our missiles. Oh, I mean our green Great Wall will have been built. By then they can do nothing but stare. This fait accompli is the greatest truth. Chen Feng smiled. This was the demeanor of a great power, not seeking trouble, but not afraid of it either. By the way, Director Zhao, Chen Feng seemed to recall something, putting down the cup. I consumed quite a bit of resources during this seclusion. For subsequent seed cultivation, I need a larger base and some special raw materials. Whatever you need, listed. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand magnanimously. All the resources in the entire western region are now tilted toward you. If you want a star, the nation can find a way to pluck one for you. Chen Feng shook his head. No stars. I want electricity. Lots of electricity. Industrial-grade power supply. And also I want the priority development rights for this new oasis. Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback, then gave Chen Feng a deep look. He understood that Chen Feng was not asking for power, but paving the way. This young man had great ambition, but he liked that ambition. Electricity is no problem. We'll run a dedicated line for you. As for the development rights, Zhao Jiangwo patted Chen Feng's shoulder, his tone solemn. This oasis was created by you. In the future, the first flock of sheep raised here, the first season of wheat planted, even the first new city built. If you want, you can name them all. This is the nation's promise to you. Days passed, and the surroundings kept changing. More and more green appeared, while around various bases armored vehicles and missile launchers also multiplied. Here Chen Feng cultivated continuously using military-grade batteries. Now he felt refreshed, and his progress in cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. With an unlimited power supply, his cultivation at the third level of qi refining, the late stage, was constantly evolving. Half a month later, On National Highway 315 leading to the Taklamakan in Xinjiang province, a seemingly ordinary self-driving tour convoy was trapped. Leading the way was a mud-spattered Wrangler carrying 3 fully bundled-up road trippers. Old Zhang, we've been detouring for 300 kilometers. Why is there road construction everywhere? How many checkpoints is this now? The young man in the passenger seat holding his phone gloomily swiped the navigation app. The navigation clearly shows this road is open, but when we got to the intersection, the traffic police turned us back, saying there's a military exercise ahead, and the entire road is closed. How big is this exercise? Old Zhang, the driver, was a seasoned outdoor leader, and now he too was frowning, gripping the steering wheel with some unease. Something's off. Old Zhang looked out the window. Although it was a national highway, hadn't there been too many military vehicles on this road these days? The convoy that just passed by had a full 50 vehicles, all carrying dark green sealed containers along with large items covered in camouflage cloth that looked like radar vehicles from their outlines. Moreover, helicopters were flying one after another into the depths of the desert, their roar never ceasing. An exercise? I haven't heard of any large-scale exercise recently. A fat man with glasses in the back seat fiddling with a professional telephoto drone leaned in mysteriously and lowered his voice. Hey, did you hear? There's a rumor among the local herders, and it's spreading like wildfire. What rumor? They say grass is growing in the desert. Uff. The young man snorted disdainfully. Fatty, are you suffering from altitude sickness? Grass in the desert. Why not say gold bars are growing in the desert? That's the Taklamakan. Going in means death. Even camels might not survive. It's true. The fat man panicked, the flesh on his face trembling. I have a relative at the County Weather Bureau, and he said the humidity data over the desert has been spiking abnormally. And someone took a blurry photo outside the blockade line. The fat man pulled out his phone and showed a screenshot that had been quickly deleted from a forum. The photo was very blurry like a mosaic, but faintly visible at the end of the endless yellow sand was a strange heavy patch of green, as if photoshopped. A mirage. Old Zhang glanced at it dismissively. Whether it's a mirage, why not fly over and see? The fat man patted the drone in his arms, a glint of reckless daring in his eyes. Our current position is only 10 kilometers from the edge of the blockade zone. My drone is modified. It can fly 20 kilometers with bay and visual range image transmission and an 8K camera. Let's find an uninhabited dune and secretly launch it. If we really capture some big news, our Adventure Trio's account will absolutely go viral. Then we'll be the first source online. Old Zhang hesitated. As the leader, he knew it was dangerous and might land them in trouble. But as an adventurer, that curiosity for the unknown clawed at his heart like a cat's paw itching unbearably. All right. Old Zhang gritted his teeth, turned the steering wheel, and drove off the roadbed toward a desolate Gobi area. Just 10 minutes. One look and we're out. Whether we capture anything or not. Little did they know this flight would bring out not news but a truth that would shock the world. And they would become the first civilians to witness the miracle in this green storm. 10,000 meters above. At the NSA Reconnaissance Satellite Control Center in the United States. Sir, abnormal data detected. An analyst suddenly took off his headphones and shouted at the supervisor who was drinking coffee, his voice sharp. What now? Did China test launch another missile? Or develop some hypersonic weapon again? Then forget it. We can't stop it anyway. Or report it up, let Congress get nervous, and have our bosses apply for more anti-missile equipment. The supervisor strolled over, looking tired. No, it's not a missile. It's even stranger than a missile. The analyst pointed at a red alert area flashing on the screen, the global monitoring system for surface vegetation coverage. It's a vegetation explosion. In the heart of China's northwestern desert, our thermal imaging and multispectral analysis show that in the past 72 hours, there has been a high-density vegetation response covering about 50 square kilometers. And the analyst swallowed hard, pointing at the ever-rising curve. This area is spreading at a rate of 0.5 square kilometers per hour, like a cancerous metastasis. Like a virus. Cancerous metastasis. The supervisor's coffee cup trembled, spilling hot coffee all over himself, but he didn't even bother to wipe it. What did you say? In the desert. That godforsaken place. Is it some kind of biochemical weapon leak? Or an unknown biological experiment gone out? The supervisor stared fixedly at the eerie green spot on the screen, his face pale, the fear of the unknown. He had a strong premonition. That ancient Eastern nation had once again produced some black technology that even God couldn't understand. And this time it might be even more terrifying than the launch of an aircraft carrier. In Jiang province, beside National Road 315, lies an unnamed Gobi desert. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The plump man's illegally modified long-range drone ascended shakily to an altitude of 500 meters, resembling a sparrow unaware of its fate. Old Zhang, the wind is too strong, and the signal is a bit unstable. The plump man stared at the phone screen, making minor adjustments on the joystick, sweat pouring down his forehead. Stop talking and fly forward. Just take a look and retreat. Old Zhang, holding binoculars, vigilantly watched the surrounding roads, fearful of patrolling military vehicles approaching. However, they were unaware of what lay ahead. At the moment the drone took off 50 kilometers away in the electronic countermeasure center of the forward command post, the alarm did not sound. Instead, a small red appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the large screen. Report. Civilian drone signal detected 5 kilometers from the restricted area, altitude 500 meters, approaching our core area. A young technical officer hovered his finger over the keyboard, his tone as calm as if reporting what he had for lunch. Model X Jiang Mavic 3 modified version. Should we implement electronic interference or shoot it down directly? For the engineer brigade equipped with the latest anti-drone systems, this civilian toy only required a command. They didn't even need to use laser weapons. A full-band suppression would suffice to make it crash. In the command hall, Zhao Zhengwo held a teacup, watching the large screen. Chen Feng sat beside him, peeling a coral pear he had just bought from a villager. Director Zhao, it seems curiosity killed the cat. Chen Feng took a bite of the pear and laughed. These few adventurers want to create a big news story. Zhao Zhengwo glanced at the light dot on the screen, then at the recently received guidance from the capital regarding the timely public disclosure of the Drought Sea Guardian project. The document contained only one sentence: encourage openness rather than blockage, tell a good Chinese story. Zhao Zhengwo smiled. Shoot it down. We are fully prepared, and it is only a matter of time before we go public. Zhao Zhengwo put down his teacup and calmly ordered into the communicator, instruct the electronic countermeasure team to maintain radar lock, but do not interfere for now. Let them fly. Let them see. We planted so many trees for people to see, right? Rather than us releasing a statement only to be accused of photoshopping by foreign media, why not let the common people's cameras explore first? Yes. The technical officer, though surprised, resolutely executed the order. In the Gobi Desert, the plump man had no idea he had already danced on the edge of the grave. He felt incredibly lucky today. Usually the signal would be lost if he flew just a little farther, but today it was as stable as if connected by fiber optic. On the screen, the image shook violently. The view presented was a desolate, despairing yellow hue. Aside from sand dunes, there were only withered red willows. Distance from the takeoff, 0.8 kilometers. Altitude, 120 meters. Signal strength weak. The coordinates are just ahead. The young man named Xiao Lu, holding his phone for navigation, trembled slightly. If we fly any further, we'll enter the military restricted zone. Are we really going? We've come this far. The plump man gritted his teeth, a near-mad stubbornness gleaming in his eyes. I refuse to believe that such a huge operation and roadblocks are just for a drill. I studied that picture online for 3 days. It's definitely not photoshopped. Today I will be the one to uncover the truth. He suddenly pushed the throttle to the max. Buzz. The drone emitted a sharp whistle, battling the strong air currents at high altitude, charging towards the towering 100-meter-high sand mountain ahead. That sand mountain stood like a natural barrier, obstructing all lines of sight. Charge through. Once we get past, we'll be able to see. On the screen, the ridge of the sand mountain loomed closer. Yellow grains of sand swirled before the lens like countless ghostly hands trying to obscure the view. Closer. Even closer. The drone, like a stubborn dragonfly, finally soared over the yellow ridge. The next moment, as the camera crossed the peak, it automatically angled down to focus on the other side of the ridge. The plump man's fingers froze. Old John's cigarette fell to the ground. Xiao Liu's mouth gaped wide open, yet no sound escaped. Silence. Only the wind howled. The image on the screen was no longer the monotonous yellow. Instead, it transformed into a visual tsunami. What a sight it was. On this side of the sand mountain, it appeared as if God wielded a giant green axe, fiercely cleaving a distinct boundary into the earth. On the left was the relentless, deathly yellow sand that had ravaged for millions of years. On the right, a vast, deep emerald green sea stretched, and this was not sparse grass or fragile saplings. It was a wall, a biological great wall formed by countless thick, dark green vines intertwined, stacked, and entwined. They spanned several kilometers, asserting their dominance, standing firm at the edge of the desert. Through the 4K high-definition lens, one could even see the details of those vines. Each leaf was as large as a wash basin, thick and juicy, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Each vine dug deep into the sandy soil, like green steel nails anchoring the flowing sand dunes firmly in place. As the wind blew, a sandstorm rose from the yellow side, crashing against this green wall, like waves hitting rocks, instantly swallowed and vanished without a trace. Within the green wall, one could even see shimmering waters. Those were the moisture locked within the vine roots, forming small lakes. This was a miracle. This was the violent conquest of life over death. My God. The plump man knelt on the ground, holding the monitor as tears streamed down his face. He was a photographer, having seen countless magnificent landscapes, snow-capped mountains, oceans, auroras. Yet no scene had ever made him feel such a soul-stirring tremor as this one. This isn't grass. This is a monster, right? Xiao Lu muttered to himself, his voice trembling. Did it suddenly grow? How is that possible? Is this magic? No, not magic. Old Zhang took a deep breath, trembling as he pointed to a corner of the screen. Look over there. The lens zoomed in. At the edge of the green sea beneath the vibrant 5-star red flag, rows of military green trucks were parked. Countless figures as small as ants were weaving between the green wall. This is our country's doing. Old Zhang's voice choked with a newfound pride. This is what we have cultivated. In this flesh-eating desert we have grown it. Quick, record it. Record it all. The plump man, as if awakening from a dream, frantically pressed the recording button, even maneuvering the drone to begin wide-angle circling shots. He wanted to document this green boundary that divided life and death and rewritten the geographical map. 10 minutes later, the drone's battery drained, forcing knock knock. Someone gently tapped on the car window twice. The three were startled, turning abruptly. Outside, 2 military Humvees had parked at some point. Several fully armed soldiers stood beside the vehicles, their expressions serious but not fierce. The leading major officer politely saluted and pointed to the drone in the sky. Fellow villagers, have you seen enough? Have you seen enough? The plump man felt his grip weaken. Uncle from the People's Liberation Army, we are not spies. We were just passing by. The plump man was near tears, fearing he would be taken away to prison. The major smiled, neither confiscating their phones nor smashing their drone, merely stating calmly, "This is a military management area. For safety, please land immediately. Additionally, you don't need to delete the video you sent out. However, you cannot proceed further. Please return the way you came." After saying this, the major saluted again and turned to get back in the vehicle. The 2 military vehicles turned around and left, leaving the 3 adventurers bewildered in the wind. Did they not arrest us? And they didn't make us delete the video? Old Zhang couldn't believe it. Is this tacit approval? The plump man looked at the explosive comments and crazy donations in the live stream, suddenly enlightened. Brothers, the country is letting us be official whistleblowers. We have achieved something this time. An hour later, the internet experienced a massive quake. The video, titled "The Green Miracle of Taklamakan," swept across the entire internet with an unstoppable momentum. Weibo's servers crashed. The top 10 on Douyin's hot list were all about this topic. Voices of skepticism, astonishment, and argument mixed together. I don't believe it. This must be AI generated. Is Sora really that powerful now? I am in Jiang province. I can confirm that there are indeed many military vehicles transporting supplies to that area recently. If it's true, it truly is a miracle. But I still can't believe it. How can a desert turn green overnight? At this moment, as the entire internet erupted into chaos, even foreign media began to speculate that this was China building a secret biochemical base. At 7 in the evening, during the most authoritative time slot in all of China, the host reported a 5-minute news bulletin in an extremely solemn and passionate tone. We have just received news. The first phase of the National Western Ecological Restoration Strategy, the Drought Sea Guardian Project, achieved a significant breakthrough today on the northern edge of the Taklamakan Desert. The footage shifted. No longer the shaky perspective of adventurers, but a high-definition grand 4K epic image shot by a professional aerial photographer. Accompanied by stirring symphonic music, the camera dove from 10,000 meters high. In the endless yellow sand, a deep green defense line wound like a giant dragon. Countless vines swayed in the wind, locking in the flowing sand and retaining moisture. In the center of that green sea, a vibrant 5-star red flag fluttered in the breeze. The narrator's voice was heavy and powerful. This is not a myth. This is the strength of China. In the desert, we planted a piece of Jiangnan. According to experts, the new type of sand-fixing plant T4 has successfully been planted over 500 square kilometers. It is expected that in the next 5 years we will completely change the desertification pattern in the northwest. Sand retreats, people advance. Every inch of land must be contested. Boom. With the broadcast of this official news, all skepticism vanished. In its place was the fervor of the entire nation. Countless Chinese people watching from their televisions, gazing at that incredible green, were moved to tears. This was true infrastructure madness. This was a true transformation of the earth. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, Chen Feng did not linger at the bustling. After confirming the survival of the first batch of seeds and that the situation was stable, he quietly flew back to Haicheng. At that moment, he sat on the sofa of Yunsen No. One, watching the news on TV, playing with an already empty Erguoto liquor bottle. Things have gotten big. Chen Feng chuckled. National Road 315, Uruaqiang section. This highway, once desolate and lonely with only the occasional passing of large trucks, has transformed into a surging river of steel. Within 48 hours after the drone footage went viral online, an unprecedented traffic jam occurred here. Vehicles from all over the country and even abroad turned the Gobi Desert into an open-air parking lot stretching for dozens of kilometers. 5 kilometers away from the military security line, the traffic police could no longer contain the flow. People abandoned their cars and began to walk. Armed with cameras, they carried long guns and short cannons, waved red flags, and marched forward against the howling wind and sand. This scene resembled not a tourism event, but rather a sacred religious pilgrimage. Finally, when they climbed over the last barren sand dune, their view opened up. A roar erupted from the crowd, exceeding even the sound of the wind. The green giant dragon, stretching across the horizon and dividing the yellow sand from the blue sky, collided with everyone's line of sight, without reservation. It was not a thin layer of green skin, it was a wall. The towering green vine wall, several meters high, stood like an indestructible dam, blocking the menacing yellow death behind. The vines had even bloomed, with purple flowers swaying in the wind and exuding a faint fragrance. In this desolate, life-restricted zone, this green was so vibrant it made one's heart tremble, so lush it brought tears to the eyes. It's real. It's all real. A live-streaming internet celebrity knelt outside the security line, sobbing uncontrollably, the camera shaking. Family, I see it. I truly see it. That is the Great Wall of China. The living Great Wall. Our ancestors have manifested. Nearby, several blonde, blue-eyed foreign journalists were staring at the camera, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost, incoherently shouting, "Incredible. This is BBC's live report. My God, the Chinese have built a paradise in hell. This violates the will of God, but it is indeed real." In the Golden Hall of the Great Hall of the People, a global press conference that could be recorded in history and change the world's energy and food landscape is about to commence. The seats were fully occupied. Not only were there over 1,000 top media reporters from around the world, but also ambassadors from various countries to China, and even several Middle Eastern delegates in white robes and headscarves, who had flown in overnight, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. In the backstage lounge, Li Bowen, the CEO of Future Energy Group, was taking deep breaths in front of the mirror, adjusting his tie, his hands trembling slightly. "Chairman Chen, this is too big a scene." Li Bowen looked at the crowded screen, his voice shaky. "In such a historic moment, are you really not going up? This is a great opportunity to show your face." On the sofa, Chen Feng, dressed in a fitting black Zhongshan suit, was resting with his eyes closed. "Old Li, you must remember." Chen Feng opened his eyes, his tone calm and transcendental. "Cultivators. Oh no, researchers are most averse to becoming entangled in too much karma and mundane affairs. The spotlight is too bright, though it can blind you. You are the CEO, the face of the group. This kind of public appearance is your responsibility. Glory belongs to you while the benefits come to me. But what if those foreign media make it difficult? You know how toxic CNN can be." Chen Feng pointed to the mini bone conduction earpiece in Li Bowen's ear. "Don't worry, you'll be right here. I will teach you how to speak. Director Zhao will be by your side to support you. You represent Future Energy, and he represents the state. This collaboration between business and government is the most perfect duet. I will be behind the scenes, the one wielding the sword. Go ahead." Chen Feng's gaze was deep, as if he could see the future. "Tell the world that the era of ecological hegemony belonging to China has arrived." At the press conference, as Li Bowen and Zhao Jiangwo walked onto the stage side by side, the flashbulbs rained down like a storm, the sound of shutters filling the air. Li Bowen wasted no time, directly instructing the staff to cut to the live satellite feed of the Taklamakan Desert. The green demarcation line still advancing southward, as if alive, pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. "Ladies and gentlemen." With encouragement from Chen Feng, Li Bowen's voice gradually became steady and powerful. "What you are seeing now is the latest achievement developed in collaboration between our Future Energy Group and the National Ecological Environment Department. T4 Ecological Restoration System, Drought Sea Guardian." Boom. The scene stirred. A blonde female reporter from CNN immediately stood up, aggressive and sharp-tongued. "Mr. Li, according to analyses by Western intelligence agencies, this plant grows rapidly and has a strong invasive nature. Is it a genetically modified biological weapon? Is China creating an ecological disaster? Have you considered the ecological threats to neighboring countries?" This question was extremely tricky, almost heart-wrenching. Li Bowen instinctively touched his earpiece. Inside, Chen Feng's voice, tinged with a hint of coldness and sarcasm, came through. "Tell him destruction is what we call a weapon, of salvation is what we call a blessing. Ask him if this is a disaster, what do we call the Agent Orange they spread in Vietnam? Was that fertilizer for freedom?" Li Bowen's expression hardened, his posture instantly straightened, his aura fully unleashed. He looked at the arrogant reporter, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Dear reporter, your imagination is quite rich. It's a shame you're not writing science fiction. But please clarify the definition. Only that which destroys life is called a weapon. That which saves land is a blessing. This drought sea green vine has undergone our country's highest level of biological safety testing and is absolutely controllable. If you insist on calling it a disaster." Li Bowen pointed to the vibrant green sea on the big screen, raising his voice by 8 degrees. "Then may I ask, transforming hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of dead desert into fertile land, whose disaster is that? Do you think that only a ravaged barren earth is normal in your eyes? Or are you afraid that the Chinese people will eat too well? Or should we like you spray more Agent Orange on other countries? This rebuttal was delivered with conviction. The CNN reporter's face turned red, opening her mouth, but unable to speak, awkwardly sitting down amid the laughter of her peers. Immediately after, a Saudi ambassador stood up excitedly, even shouting loudly before the microphone was passed to him. Mr. Lee, we want to buy. No matter the price. No matter the conditions. As long as we can plant this in our desert, Saudi Arabia is willing to pay any price. We want to cover the entire Arabian Peninsula with this green. This question echoed the sentiments of half the countries present, especially those from the Middle East. Lee Bowen took a deep breath and proposed the nation's established strategy: sell. Of course we will sell. We are a responsible major country willing to share technological dividends. But we do not sell seeds, nor do we transfer technology. We only sell ecological governance services, which means you provide the money and land, and we will send people with seeds to plant. Subsequent maintenance and harvesting will also be fully our responsibility. Charges will be based on the area governed. The audience erupted in an uproar. This was a technological monopoly. This meant gripping the ecological lifeblood of various countries. This is the ecological oil of the modern age. But looking at that enticing green, looking at that hope for survival, the Saudi ambassador didn't hesitate for even a second, shouting directly, deal. We want to cover the entire peninsula. Money is not an issue, let's sign the contract now. In the backstage lounge, Chen Feng watched the revelry on the screen and smiled faintly. As long as he grasped the core technology, this would be an inexhaustible business for generations. No one could steal it, because without the spiritual liquid, those seeds were just straw. Just then the door to the lounge was gently pushed open, and a solemn atmosphere. Zhao Jingwo accompanied an elderly man dressed in a dark jacket with graying hair, yet sharp eyes. Behind the old man were two guards with hawk-like gaze. The aura of authority from someone who had long held power made the air in the room feel thick. Chen Feng did not dare to act presumptuously. He immediately stood up, adjusted his collar, and respectfully approached, slightly bowing, as he grasped the old man's outstretched hand. Hello, Chairman. Even though he was a cultivator and possessed extraordinary power, he knew that due respect must be shown to this elderly man who had dedicated himself to the country, his hair now gray. Comrade Chen Feng, please sit, do sit. The chairman extended his warm and strong hands, tightly grasping Chen Feng's hand, his eyes filled with appreciation and kindness, as if looking at a family member. No need for formality. You are a great contributor to our country. Not just a contributor, but a national figure. I saw everything outside just now. What a breath of fresh air. It truly is a breath of fresh air. Our Chinese people are finally going to have a say in the ecological field. The chairman pulled Chen Feng to sit down, sighing. Transforming hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of desert into an oasis leaves a golden mountain for our descendants, a foundation for eternity. The country thanks you, the people thank you. This is what I should do as a Chinese, Chen Feng replied appropriately and humbly, neither servile nor arrogant. The chairman looked at Chen Feng, pondering for a moment, and said seriously, Comrade Chen Feng, our country always rewards contributions and punishes mistakes. Originally, we wanted to establish a special zone for you, or have you take on an important administrative position, such as the overall commander of this project. But I heard from Jangwo that you are not interested in this, that you prefer tranquility and do not want to be bogged down by mundane affairs. Chen Feng nodded sincerely. Chairman, you are right. I am used to being laid back. Oh, I really am not suited for an official position, nor do I understand management. I would only create chaos for the country. Those special zones and administrative matters are best left to professionals. I will focus on research behind the scenes. Good. You have vision. You are not greedy for power, nor do you cling to position. That's rare. The chairman nodded in approval. Then do you have any personal requests? Feel free to say them. As long as they do not violate principles, the country will certainly meet them. Even if you want the moon from the sky, we will find a way to get it for you. Chen Feng paused for a moment. He raised his head, his eyes clear and determined. Chairman, I do have one request. Go ahead. I need electricity. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but very firm. A large amount, stable and unrestricted electricity. I am currently furthering my cultivation. It is very energy consuming, possibly equivalent to the electricity consumption of a medium-sized city. I hope the country can lay a dedicated ultra-high voltage industrial power line to my residence. And Chen Feng paused and added, within this electricity usage range, I hope to have absolute independence, no need to explain the purpose to any department, and no acceptance of any supervision. The chairman was taken aback for a moment. He had thought Chen Feng would ask for money, land, or even privileges. He did not expect that he only wanted electricity. Although the request for no need to explain the purpose is somewhat special, even a bit irregular, it pales in comparison to the contributions he has made. Just this? The chairman asked, somewhat uncertain. Just this? Chen Feng nodded. The chairman laughed heartily. He turned to the secretary behind him and said, make a note of this. Notify the state grid to lay a dedicated line for Comrade Chen Feng. It must be the highest specification of industrial grade lines. Dual loop power supply never cut off. Also grant Comrade Chen Feng's electricity usage permission as a national strategic level. Don't say he uses electricity for research. Even if he uses it to set off fireworks, we must ensure supply. Electricity fees are waived, the country will cover them. The secretary quickly took notes. Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. With the country's endorsement of unlimited electricity, his cultivation speed on Earth would reach a new level. He could even use electricity to drive large spirit-gathering formations or attempt to temper his body with lightning. Thank you, Chairman. Chen Feng stood up again to express his gratitude. Oh, what are you being so polite for? This is a small matter. The chairman stood up and walked to the window, looking at the 5-star red flag fluttering in the square, saying meaningfully, Comrade Chen Feng, even though you are unwilling to step into the limelight, you must know that the country will always be your strongest backing. You charge ahead, and we will provide you with ammunition from behind. Have you thought of a name for this oasis? Chen Feng walked behind the chairman, gazing at the sky softly, saying, let's call it Tai Hao. Like the sun rising, benefiting all living beings. This is not only an oasis, but also hope. Good name. The chairman nodded, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Tai Hao Oasis. I hope it can illuminate the path of our national rejuvenation like the sun. After sending off the chairman, Chen Feng sat back on the sofa and let out a long breath. Done. He glanced at the shumi ring on his finger. The electricity problem was solved, the funding issue was resolved, and even the identity problem was covered by the state. Next, it's time to focus on cultivation and break through to foundation establishment. Also, Chen Feng's gaze turned to the distant west, his expression, that Western pharmaceutical group that has been jumping up and down, and those so-called technological hegemons can probably no longer sit still, especially that Ruhui group that has been eyeing my biotic prosthetics technology. When I have the time, it's time to teach them a lesson. Let them know what it means to strike down from a higher dimension. Haiqing Yinshan No. 1 Basement Level 2. What was once a storage room cluttered with odds and ends had now been completely transformed into a cyberpunk-style, almost eerie cultivation chamber. The floor was no longer covered in precious marble, but lay thickly padded with black insulating rubber. The air carried a dry scent, crackling with static electricity. At the center of the chamber stood a circular metal base, 3 meters in diameter. Around it, countless purple copper coils like blood vessels were densely wound. Every coil was engraved with spirit-gathering runes etched by Chen Feng's divine sense, along with precision energy-guiding channels manufactured by Lao Mo using a 3D printer. In the corner, a black industrial high-voltage cable as thick as an adult's thigh extended from a specially made conduit in the wall, like a slumbering giant python connecting to the metal base. This was the result of an overnight construction by the state grid. Just yesterday, the Haiqing Power Bureau had received an official red-letter document. There was no explanation, only a strict order. At all costs, lay an industrial-grade, ultra-high-voltage dedicated line for Yinshan No. 1. Power supply priority highest, surpassing municipal and hospital systems. At this moment, Chen Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the metal base. Under the dim light, his skin displayed a healthy bronze hue. His muscles were sleek and taut, each fiber brimming with explosive power. Chen Feng took a deep breath, glancing at the monitoring wristband modified by Lao Mo. Spiritual energy conversion array self-check, complete voltage input 100 kV, ultra-high voltage current power standby. In the Tai Hao Immortal cultivation realm, cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a gift of nature. But on Earth, spiritual energy was as thin as plain water. Relying on natural breathing, one could never reach foundation establishment, even after a lifetime of practice. However, Chen Feng was a man who knew how to adapt. The essence of energy is the same. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, a challenge to the rules. Cultivators with a lightning spiritual root can attract heavenly thunder to temper their bodies. That is the power of heaven and earth. Though I cannot summon heavenly thunder now, I have the state grid, the crystallization of human industrial civilization. Using formations to filter and convert the raging current into highly active ionized spiritual energy. This cultivation speed will definitely be 100 times faster than meditating bitterly in the deep mountains. I have tested it before, but direct absorption was inefficient and required internal conversion. Now I can complete this step outside the body. This is industrial cultivation. Hesitating no longer, Chen Feng's divine sense locked onto the formation core beneath him. Activate. A low hum filled the air. As his divine sense triggered it, the thick high-voltage cable instantly energized. The immense current, like a flood bursting a dam, roared into the metal base with a destructive force. Through the voltage-transforming coils designed by Lao Mo and the rune arrays inscribed by Chen Feng, this current enough to instantly char a person to ash was forcibly shattered, recombined, and purified. In an instant, the entire basement blazed as bright as day. Countless arcs of electric blue, like living serpents, danced and leaped around Chen Feng, emitting a grating crackle. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and an intense, almost tangible concentration of spiritual energy that made every pore tingle. Here it comes. Chen Feng grunted, his muscles tensing as he activated the Taihao breathing art at full power. The spiritual energy excited by the current and carrying a tingling violent lightning attribute furiously surged into every pore, scouring his meridians. Pain, like countless red-hot needles stabbing like hammers pounding his bones. But then came the exhilaration. The strands of spiritual energy rushed through his meridians like a steel torrent, breaking through obstacles, stretching, tempering, and widening the already broad channels. Impurities within his body vaporized instantly and were expelled. This sensation was truly extraordinary. As the spiritual energy transformed, the vortex within Chen Feng's body began to spin and compress at a terrifying speed, emitting a low rumbling sound like thunder. Meanwhile, at the Haiqing Power Dispatch Center, a piercing red alarm suddenly blared across the entire hall, jolting every drowsy operator awake. What's happening? The shift supervisor slammed his teacup onto the floor and rushed to the giant screen. On the screen, the load curve for the Yunshan No. 1 villa area shot up like a mad dog, spiking vertically and hitting the top limit. Chief, abnormal load from Yunshan No. 1 direction. Is someone drinking electricity? The technician, sweating profusely, typed frantically on the keyboard, his face pale. The instantaneous current has already exceeded the level of a large industrial furnace. And it's still rising. This data, it's like there's a black hole devouring electricity. The total amount isn't huge, but there's no high-load equipment planned nearby. The transformer might not hold. Is it a leak? Or a transformer explosion? No. The system shows normal lines, no signs of short circuit. But the meter rotation over there, it's almost flying off. The technician's face was filled with terror. At this rate, the voltage of the surrounding residential grid will become unstable. Should we cut it off? If the substation burns down, we'll be blamed again. Cut it off. Nonsense. A stern, iron-willed voice came from behind. The shift supervisor turned around to find Zhao Jiangwo standing there, dressed in civilian clothes, but radiating an intimidating aura that silenced everyone. Deputy Director Zhao. Zhao Jiangwo stared at the wildly jumping red numbers on the screen, his expression complex. He knew who was using the electricity. He also knew what he was doing, cultivation. The only person on Earth capable of cultivation, using the power of a factory, all by himself. But he remembered the chief's orders. Pass my order. Zhao Jiangwo's voice was steady and unyielding. Activate the backup substation and connect to the grid. Even if it's 100 black holes, fill them all up. From now on, the power supply data for Yunshan No. 1 is classified as a national secret. Delete all logs. Anyone who leaks a single word will face military discipline. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Yunshan No. 1 villa area, once the most exclusive enclave in Haiqing, a strange event occurred tonight. In the surrounding villas, lights flickered as if the voltage was unstable, and some appliance indicators flashed wildly. What's going on? Where's the property management? What's this? If my $1 million sound system gets fried, can you afford to replace it? They'll sue you. Just as the wealthy residents were about to call to complain, the flickering suddenly stopped. In its place came an unprecedented feeling of oppression. The air grew heavy, and even the family pets cowered in corners, trembling. If you stood above Yunshan No. 1, you would notice that the air around Chen Feng's villa was optical refraction caused by a high-intensity electromagnetic field, like a mirage. In the underground chamber, Chen Feng had now entered a state of complete absorption. His entire skin had turned translucent like jade, and through it one could clearly see the golden blue light flowing within his blood vessels like liquid lightning. The vortex within his body emitted a thunderous roar that shook the entire basement. Qi refining, 3rd layer. Keto liquid transformation. Under the violent infusion of immense electrical energy, the ethereal cloud of spiritual energy in Chen Feng's dantian had been compressed to its limit, beginning to undergo qualitative change. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Golden liquid spiritual energy began to condense and fall. Spiritual energy liquefied. This was a qualitative leap, meaning his spiritual power reserves and explosive force would grow exponentially. Chen Feng's eyes snapped open. 2 arcs of blue electric light shot from his pupils, reaching a full foot in length like searchlights. With a loud bang, the metal base beneath him cracked. Several purple copper coils finally gave way under the intense heat and pressure, melting into droplets, but that no longer mattered. Chen Feng slowly exhaled a turbid breath. That breath, carrying impurities and residual electric energy, swirled in the air and struck a solid wood table not far away, like an air bullet leaving a charred hole. Realm Qi refining, 3rd layer, great perfection. Chen Feng stood up and clenched his fist. A sharp crack split the air in his palm. He could feel that his power had now reached the limit of a mortal, even surpassing it. If before he had to use skill and spiritual power enhancement to rip a car door, now, with just his physical strength, 1 punch could turn that door into a flattened iron sheet. Chen Feng looked inward at his dantian. The vortex was gone, replaced by a pool of golden blue spiritual energy. Though it was only a shallow layer, the energy it contained was 10 times greater than before, and it brimmed with the destructive aura of lightning. But when Chen Feng tried to continue circulating his technique, aiming to break through to the next major realm, foundation establishment, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the pool remained motionless, as if blocked by an invisible, intangible hard ceiling. Indeed, electricity alone is not enough. Chen Feng ceased his practice, wiped the sweat from his body, and frowned slightly. Electrical energy belonged to the Thunderfire attribute, extremely yang dominant in killing and destruction. It was a supreme tool for tempering the body, slaying enemies, and breaking through barriers. But foundation establishment was the casting of the foundation of the Tao, a sublimation of life. Like building a house, metal attribute steel and earth attribute cement are not enough. You need water to mix with beams to support and a balance of the 5 elements. Especially life force. The lightning tempering just now, though powerful, had inflicted minute damage on his meridians. Without powerful wood element life energy to repair and reshape, forcing foundation establishment would lead to only one outcome: body explosion, reduced to a pile of charcoal. Lacking the wood element, Chen Feng glanced at the ring on his finger. He had obtained an earth element source crystal and refined a metal element core. Now the biggest obstacle blocking his path to foundation establishment was a high-grade wood element treasure. It seems I need to return to the wasteland. Among those forests filled with radiation mutations, there should be what I need. Chen Feng left the basement and arrived at the living room on the first floor. Outside it was pouring rain. Thunder rumbled, lightning tore through the night sky, echoing the thunderous sound still unsettled within him, as if summoning something. He opened the refrigerator, grabbed a can of ice-cold beer with one hand, and took a large gulp. But before I go back, Chen Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the few shadowy figures in the rain, trying to scale the high walls of the villa. A cold, bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His divine sense instantly covered the entire villa area. With the boost from the storm, his divine sense range doubled and became even sharper. Those little rats in optical camouflage, thinking themselves invisible, were as clear as torches in the dark night to his divine sense. He could even hear their heartbeats. Since you're here, don't leave. Chen Feng crushed the empty can in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin. I was just looking for a place to test my strength. Let you be the sacrifice for my thunderous fury. Across the ocean, in a private estate on Long Island, New York. Outside the window stretched a meticulously trimmed English lawn and the vast blue Atlantic Ocean, where seagulls soared freely. Yet inside this soundproof chamber the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to drip with tension. Even the cigar smoke hung dense and solemn. This was an extremely secretive video conference, without any electronic traces. The foreshadowed figures on the screen represented the 4 great financial dynasties controlling global agriculture, pharmaceuticals, energy, and military industry. Gentlemen, take a look at this, said Mr. William, representing the pharmaceutical giant Puwei Group, his face ashen as he slammed a red financial report. Since that Chinese company called Future Energy released the resurrection prosthetics, in merely 3 months our share in the global high-end medical device market, stock prices halved and nearly $200 billion in market value evaporated. The board of old men has gone mad, threatening to replace me. And this is only the beginning. On the left side of the screen, the hoarse voice of the man shadowing agricultural hegemon Monsanto spoke. What's even more fatal is the Oasis project. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, even those granary nations in North Africa that we have controlled for decades, are now lining up to sign contracts with China. They have blatantly torn up our wheat import agreements and ceased purchasing our drought-resistant, genetically modified seeds. Once those hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of desert transform into fertile land. The man's voice carried a chilling menace, a killer instinct born from threatened capital. Our control over global food pricing will utterly collapse. This is not mere business competition. It is a grave desecration of our ancestral tombs, an assault on our very foundations. The room fell into a deadly silence. They were accustomed to soaring above all, accustomed to harvesting the world through patent walls, trade sanctions, and the heavy cudgel of capital. But now an unconventional young man from the East wielded a hammer, intent on shattering their rice bowls to pieces, and with righteous conviction. We cannot wait any longer. The long-silent military industry representative finally spoke, his tone icy and tinged with the scent of gunpowder. Commercial means have failed. That young man is protected by the Chinese government like an iron fortress. The media and public intellectuals we bribed cannot sully him, and have even turned against. Then changed the approach. A flicker of ruthlessness gleamed in Mr. William's eyes, like a venomous snake struck at its tail, baring its fangs. If we cannot solve the problem, then solve the problem maker. Activate Mole. But, a hesitant voice interjected, Mole is our trump card, who has been embedded for 20 years. He now holds a high position in that country's research system, accessing core secrets. Is it worth sacrificing such a strategic piece for one man? William sneered, coldly pointing at the dismal financial report and roaring, "If we don't act now, we will all go bankrupt. What use is a piece on the board then? Find Chen Feng's core laboratory. Obtain the samples. If you cannot get them." William made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes merciless. "Then let him and his technology vanish together. Even if we cannot have it, the Chinese must not obtain it. At a certain biological research institute. 11 p.m. Most lights in the office building had been extinguished except for an office at the end of the corridor still glowing. Deputy Director Liu sat steadfastly at his desk. A diligent veteran of the institute, he lived simply, commuted by bicycle, worked earnestly, and treated others. No one could imagine his true identity as the top spy, codenamed Mole, from a Western intelligence agency. At this moment his palms were drenched in cold sweat, even soaking them out. On the computer screen, an encrypted progress bar slowly crept forward, each flicker striking his heart like a hammer. He was forcibly accessing the National Security Bureau's top-secret database through physical interface, attempting to retrieve the SCLAS dossier on future energy groups. Chen Feng. Warning: this dossier is classified SSSS level. Your access has been locked. Forced access will trigger an alarm. The red pop-up did not deter him. Deputy Director Liu knew this was his final mission. The other side had offered him an irresistible deal. If he obtained Chen Feng's address and the location of the core sample, his wife and children would receive a $100 million trust fund in Switzerland and new identities. For his family, he had to gamble. Faster. Faster. Liu stared fixedly at the progress bar, his heart pounding wildly. 98. 99. 100. Download complete. The dossier opened. There was no large research team, nor any secret base in remote mountains. All core technology sources and the specially authorized high-voltage cable pointed to one address: Haiqing Yinshan No. 1 Villa, basement level 2, a private residence. He did it alone. Deputy Director Liu hesitated briefly, then quickly packaged the coordinates, the villa's security layout, and power routing diagrams, clicking send. Sent successfully. The moment the progress bar completed, and the screen showed the message, bang. The heavy office door was violently kicked open, even the door frame was blasted off. There was no cinematic demand for surrender, no negotiation. Several fully armed national security operatives wearing tactical masks stormed in like bolts of black lightning, leaving no chance for Liu to destroy evidence or bite down on poison capsules. Crack. A swift clean hold dislocated his jaw to prevent hiding poison, then he was pinned to the desk, handcuffs snapping shut instantly. Liu Jiaming, you are under arrest. Zhao Zhangwo entered holding a freshly printed tracking report, his face dark with grief and fury. 20 years. The country nurtured you for 2 decades, placed you in this position, and this is how you repay your nation. Are you worthy of your white coat? Though pinned down, drooling, Deputy Director Liu saw the sent successfully message on the screen, and his eyes revealed a trace of relief, even a peculiar smile. Murmuring indistinctly, he forced out, each serves their master. 4. The children. Zhao Zhangwo glanced at the screen, his gaze shrinking. Intelligence leaked. Coordinates: Yinshan No. 1. Bastard. Zhao slammed his fist on the table, shaking the teacup. Immediately, alert Haiqing. Level 1 alert. Inform Chen Feng to relocate. Activate Skynet interception. Yes. Yet, Zhao Zhangwo knew deep down. The speed of modern network transmission was too swift. Since the intelligence was already sent, those mad dogs across the ocean would act in the shortest time possible. In the open sea of the Pacific, aboard an armed command ship disguised as a cargo vessel. Received Mole's final message. The commander studied the just decrypted coordinate map on the screen and reported to Mr. William via satellite phone. Target confirmed: Haiqing Yinshan. It is the target's private residence with relatively low security level. Mole. Signal lost. Presumably captured. Silence fell for several seconds on the other end. For this coordinate we lost a priceless piece and spent $300 million on settlement fees. William's voice was unreadable in emotion but carried a desperate madness. This is not merely a coordinate, it is our last chance to turn the tide. Is the Viper squad ready? Always ready. The commander gazed toward the deck. Amidst raging storms, a black stealth helicopter coated with radar-absorbing materials stood silently, its rotors already warming up. 7 fully armed soldiers inspected their equipment. They were not ordinary mercenaries, but true death warriors. Each had been injected with the latest gene enhancement serums, which despite side effects could unleash triple strength for a short period, equipped with cutting-edge optical camouflage and individual exoskeletons. They were the sharpest blade in the Western underworld, Viper, tasked with handling the dirtiest work hidden from light. Listen. William issued the final command coldly. I care not for the process, only the outcome. Bring back that Chen Feng. If you cannot bring him back, bring back his brain. As for the others, leave no survivors. Level that villa to the ground. Action. Haiqing. Late night. Torrential rain pounded the glass dome of Yinshan No. 1, its pattering masking all sounds. Zhao Jingwo's urgent call rang on Chen Feng's phone. Zhao Chen, evacuate immediately. Your location is compromised. Zhao's voice was frantic amid a background of chaotic command orders. We intercepted intelligence that a top-tier foreign armed squad is closing in on you. You are close to the sea, and they are clearly experts dispersing to evade our police. The SWAT team will arrive in 10 minutes. Hide in the safe house in the basement first. It has a blast-proof door that cannot be blown open. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window holding a can of cold beer, gazing into the dark rain. His spiritual sense had already expanded. Under the cover of thunder and rain, 7 auras almost blending into the environment had crossed the villa's outer walls, advancing towards the main building like 7 poisonous snakes in tactical formation. Professional, ruthless, even carrying a faint scent of blood and an abnormal energy fluctuation beyond normal humans. Director Zhao noted. Chen Feng took a sip of beer, showing no sense of impending disaster. No rush for the SWAT team. Heavy rain and slippery roads, be cautious. These little rats came, so let them stay as sacrificial offerings. After all, I just broke through a new realm and was worried about finding opponents to spar with. A target delivered to my doorstep is too good to waste. Hanging up, Chen Feng turned and strode towards the giant sliding door leading to the terrace. He did not hide in the basement. Instead, he opened the door, letting the raging wind and rain gust inside, tousling his hair. On the coffee table behind him lay a platter of freshly sliced, beautifully marbled M9 Wagyu beef, a bottle of red wine, and an exquisite unlit smokeless barbecue grill. Rainy night of killing. What could be more satisfying than enjoying barbecue while watching enemies collapse in despair? Chen Feng snapped his fingers. Snap! A golden flame danced on his fingertip, instantly igniting the fruitwood charcoal in the grill. The glowing embers cast a red glow upon his calm and indifferent face. The hunt had begun. Haiching Yinshan no. 1. The rain poured down in torrents, thunder rumbled, as if the sky had split open. Gale winds whipped icy rain, violently slamming against the villa's bulletproof French windows, producing dull thuds. But on the spacious, semi-open terrace, thanks to the windproof glass, it was a warm, dry, and tranquil little haven. Inside the exquisite smokeless grill, expensive fruitwood charcoal was already glowing red, occasionally spitting out a few golden sparks, bringing a hint of warmth. Chen Feng hummed an unknown tune, holding a fine wool brush, meticulously brushing olive oil onto the M9 Wagyu beef slices on the grill. Sizzle! The fat contacted the high-heat charcoal, instantly undergoing the Maillard reaction, emitting a delightful sound. A rich aroma of meat, cream, and fruitwood instantly permeated the damp, cold air, even overpowering the earthy smell of rain. Outside the villa's wall, not far from him, 7 ghostly black figures under the cover of thunder silently cut off the villa's external power supply and surveillance lines. Viper Squad, commence operation. Captain Viper Fong pressed his throat mic, staring fixedly at the young man on the terrace through low-light night vision goggles, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Target confirmed. He's cooking. Viper Fong paused. He had executed over 100 assassination missions, killing drug lords in South America and warlords in the Middle East. He had seen targets sleeping, hosting orgies, kneeling and begging for mercy, but never someone brushing oil and grilling meat at death's doorstep. Besides, the meat actually looked quite good. Sniper lock on. Viper Fong suppressed his doubts, his voice cold. Assault team breached the window in 3 seconds. Remember, the client wants a live brain. Move out. On the terrace, Chen Feng looked at the bubbling oil and the beautiful caramelized brown forming on the grilled meat and nodded with satisfaction. Medium rare, perfect timing. Any longer, and it would be overdone. He picked up the seasoning bottle, gave his wrist a light flick, and cumin powder and Himalayan pink salt fell like snowflakes, releasing an even richer aroma. At that very moment, in the woods, 300 meters away, 2 ace snipers who had long been in position simultaneously pulled the triggers. At the same time, Chen Feng's fingers seemingly casually flicking outward as if brushing off dust. Art of object manipulation, tungsten steel needle whoosh. 2 alloy needles as thin as toothpicks and still carrying a trace of spiritual light wrapped in divine sense instantly broke the sound barrier. They drew 2 almost invisible white lines through the dense rain curtain, precisely meeting the 2 high-speed sniper bullets. Ding! The bullets were deflected in midair with a crisp sound, grazing past Chen Feng's ear and shattering a blue and white porcelain vase behind him. The 2 steel needles, their momentum undiminished, traced the bullet's trajectory backward, piercing the rain curtain, and leaves instantly penetrating the high-power scope's lens, entering the sniper's eye socket and into the brain. The 2 snipers didn't even grunt, their heads lolled dead behind the scopes they trusted most. On the terrace, Chen Feng, as if shooing away an annoying fly, didn't even turn. He picked up a piece of grilled Wagyu still sizzling with oil and put it in his mouth. Tender and juicy, melts in the mouth. Indeed, M9. Snipers, report. Why didn't you shoot? In the earpiece, only deathly silence. a silence that made one's heart pound. Viper Fang's heart sank heavily while foreboding feelings surged up. Something went wrong. Damn. Intelligence is wrong. The target has an expert hit. Assault now. Viper Fang gave the order, and the remaining 5 team members immediately stopped hiding. They activated the hydraulic boosters of their exoskeletons, springing out from the grass like 5 agile cheetahs, their short-barreled silent submachine guns spitting deadly flames. Dense bullets struck the terrace's stone pillars and floor, sending chips and sparks flying. However, when they rushed onto the terrace and aimed at the grill, the meat on the grill was still sizzling. Condensation beads hung on the beer can, and the chair was still warm. But the person was gone. Where is he? He was just here. A team member frantically swung his gun, but the thermal imager showed nothing except the high temperature of the charcoal. Just then a soft sigh carried a hint of regret through the air. Such good meat, it won't taste good when it's cold. You rough fellows really don't know how to enjoy. The voice was right next to the team member. He whirled around, his pupils contracting violently. No one. No, there was someone. Under the refraction of the rain, a translucent outline slowly materialized like the predator from sci-fi movies. Optical camouflage, Chen Feng deactivated his stealth, standing right behind the team member, still holding the plate of grilled meat, his expression calm. In your next life, remember not to disturb others while they eat. That's a cardinal sin. Chen Feng held the plate with his left hand. His right hand formed a blade with fingers together, and a ball of blue light suddenly burst in his palm. Psychic energy blast, boom. The fully armed team member, wearing heavy body armor and weighing over 200 Gene, was hit like by a high-speed locomotive. He flew backward more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the heated swimming pool outside the villa, sending up a huge splash. The ceramic bulletproof plate on his chest shattered completely. His sternum caved in, internal organs ruptured. Clearly dead. He's over there. Fire. The remaining 4, terrified out of their wits, sprayed wildly at Chen Feng's position. But Chen Feng's figure blurred again, vanishing into the air as if merging into the storm. This was a completely one-sided massacre. For mortals, an invisible enemy was the greatest fear. My leg is broken. Help. I can't see him. Where is he? Don't come near. Don't come near. Screams rang out, one after another, shrill and desperate. Some had their wrists pierced by steel needles flying from nowhere, tendons severed, others were lifted midair by invisible telekinesis and then slammed down like trash, bones broken and tendons snapped. In just 1 minute, the once aggressive and well-trained elite tactical squad was reduced to only the captain, Viper Fang. He leaned against the cold wall, his gun's magazine empty, the barrel hot. His breathing was rapid, his body soaked in cold sweat, his tactical goggles wet from rain. The bodies lay scattered on the ground, some hanging from trees, some floating in the water, blood staining the pool red. Yet the young man still hadn't appeared. Only the charcoal on the grill continued to burn, unhurriedly crackling. Come out! Come out! Viper Fang screamed in despair, drawing his tactical knife and slashing blindly at the air like a madman. As you wish. A faint voice suddenly sounded right in front of him. Viper Fang's eyes widened. Chen Feng was less than half a meter away, holding a skewer of freshly grilled lamb covered in bright red chili powder, its aroma wafting. He was spotless, not a single drop of rain or blood on him, his hair still perfect. This skewer is a bit overdone. Chen Feng looked at the skewer with slight regret, shook his head, then turned to Viper Fang, who was paralyzed with fear and weak in the knees, and gave a gentle, harmless smile. Bro wants the insanely spicy kind. Viper Fang's pupils contracted violently, his mouth opened to scream, to beg for mercy. But Chen Feng's hand was faster. Plop. The ordinary bamboo skewer used for the meat infused with spiritual power became harder than steel. It effortlessly pierced through Viper Fang's throat, forever nailing his unuttered scream inside his vocal cords. Viper Fang clutched his throat, blood gushing from between his fingers. He slowly collapsed, body convulsing. Until death, his eyes were fixed on the skewer of meat. It really smelled good. 10 minutes later, when Zhao Jiangwo led the SWAT team and national security agents bursting through the villa's front door, everyone was stunned. The fierce battle they had anticipated did not. No explosions, no gunfire. The villa was quiet. Only the sound of rain and the sound of chewing. On the terrace, Chen Feng was sitting on a chair, leisurely cutting the last piece of steak, his movements as elegant as if at a state banquet. Surrounding him in the yard, pool, and lawn lay 7 fully armed bodies. They were the Viper Squad, feared by Western intelligence agencies, super soldiers worth tens of millions. Now they were like trash, discarded carelessly in the cold, rainy night, without. Director Zhao, you're here. Chen Feng put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and pointed to the remaining skewers on the grill. Still warm, want a taste? This weather calls for something spicy to ward off the cold. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at Viper Fang, skewered by the bamboo stick, then at Chen Feng, who looked innocent, as if he had just been trimming plants, and his mouth twitched wildly. He swallowed, unsure whether from craving or fear. Xiao Chen. Zhao Jiangwo gave a wry smile, waving for the stunned SWAT officers behind him, some even starting to retch to collect the bodies. This meal of yours cost quite a bit. That's ingredients worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chen Feng shrugged, picked up the half-empty can of beer, toasted to the lightning in the sky, his expression carefree. Can't be helped. Some unruly rats came into the house. If I don't clean them up, I can't eat in peace. He drained the beer in one gulp and crushed the can. The smile in his eyes instantly turned into icy, palpable, killing intent. Director, Zhao, I've cleaned the floor. Next, shouldn't it be our turn to smash their rice bowls? It would be impolite not to reciprocate. In Haicheng at Yinshan, no. The rain has stopped. A magnificent rainbow arches across the villa area, while the special police force efficiently and professionally cleans the scene. Aside from a faint lingering scent of blood in the air and the residual aroma of grilled spices, it seems as if nothing ever happened here. In the living room, Zhao Jiangwo stared at the encrypted communication terminal found on the deceased Captain Duya, now decrypted by the technical department, his expression dark and terrible. It has been deciphered. Zhao Jiangwo slammed the terminal onto the table, gritting his teeth. It is Pu Hui Pharmaceuticals and Titan Agriculture across These capitalists, unable to compete, openly resort to underhanded tactics, daring to carry out assassinations on our land. Shaoqin, this matter cannot just be left as it is. This has crossed the line. Although we cannot openly send troops to arrest anyone, the national security has action teams over there, should we? Zhao Jiangwo made a beheading gesture, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Feng sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping a bowl of pure tea to aid digestion, shaking his head at the words, his expression calm. Director Zhao, that is a despicable method, something terrorists would do. We are civilized people, a nation of etiquette. Killing and violence are too crude and cheap in us. Chen Feng put down his teacup, a chilling and wise calmness flickering in his eyes, which even made Zhao Jiangwo's heart race. Moreover, what use is it to kill that chairman named William? Capital seeks profit. Killing one William will only lead to another, then a third. For their interests, they will still bite us like rabid dogs. So what do you mean? Zhao Jiangwo furrowed his brows, somewhat confused. Strike at the vital point. To kill one must strike at the heart. Chen Feng stood up and walked to the massive world map, lightly tapping on the Middle East region, producing a rhythmic sound. The reason they dare to employ such extreme tactics like the Viper is because they are anxious. Their stock prices are plummeting, their market is shrinking, and their fundamental base is wavering. Since that is the case, Chen Feng turned around, a chilling, yet confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then I will lend them a hand, send them on their way, and let them fall even further. Director Zhao, I heard that our Desert Governance Cooperation Agreement with the Arab League is set to be signed tomorrow. Yes, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is preparing the final text. This is a deal worth hundreds of billions. Very good. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, his tone unquestionable. Please convey a message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As the sole technical provider, I request to add an additional clause to the contract. The next day in the capital, all eyes were focused. The signing ceremony of the Comprehensive Strategic Cooperation Agreement for Ecological Governance of Deserts between Huagua and the Arab League, including 13 countries such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, is being broadcast live globally. This is a super deal valued at over $500 billion, capable of altering the geopolitical landscape of the world. However, what truly sends chills down the spine of the Western world is not the amount, but the 7th clause of the agreement. 7th clause, ecological security exclusivity principle. In light of the uniqueness and biological sensitivity of the dry sea green vine ecosystem, to prevent potential gene pollution and ecological conflicts caused by foreign genetically modified crops, any participating country in this plan is strictly forbidden from using any seeds, fertilizers, or supporting technologies from foreign agricultural companies listed on the ecological risk list within the governance area and its surrounding 500 kilometers. At the same time, to ensure the security of the supply chain and data confidentiality, cooperating countries must prioritize purchasing medical and biological supporting facilities certified by Future Energy Group. This clause is written in a grand and eloquent manner, with all reasons being environmental protection, safety, and preventing gene pollution. This is the political correctness that the West loves most. But everyone knows that the so-called ecological risk list prominently names Titan Agriculture, Pu Hui Pharmaceuticals, and other Western giants. This is a blatant scheme. Do you want to turn the desert into an oasis? You do. Do you want your country to become a granary? You do. Then you must completely sever ties with those Western giants. It's a choice between two. No middlemen profiting from the difference, and no room for fence-sitters. You either follow me, or you continue to eat sand in the desert. In New York Wall Street, it is currently the opening time for the U.S. stock market. The trading hall is bustling with noise. The moment the full text of this agreement was translated and released by Reuters, it was as if a nuclear bomb detonated in the financial center. On the electronic screen in the trading hall, a red storm erupted instantly. Titan Agriculture Titan stock price 186. 120. 0 plummeted by 35, status trading halt. Puhui Pharmaceuticals Puhui stock price 240. 160. 0 plummeted by 33, status trading halt. This is not a technical adjustment, it is a crash. Because all astute investors understood the meaning behind that clause, this is not just a loss of the Middle Eastern market, but also the industry standard that China has established in this field. From now on, any country with deserts that wishes to use Chinese technology for desertification must kick these Western companies out. This is an irreversible domino effect. This is a death knell. It is a way to cut off the source. In Long Island Williams Estate, in less than 48 hours, the once scheming and arrogant atmosphere during the assassination planning has been replaced by silence and despair. It's over. Everything is over. Mr. Williams slumped on the valuable Italian leather sofa, staring at the constantly fluctuating red stock prices on the television, feeling as if his backbone had been pulled out, aging 10 years in an instant. The phone on the table kept ringing. It was a roaring call from the board, a demand for repayment from the bank, and an inquiry call from the Intelligence Bureau. Why? Why did they dare to do this? Williams' hands trembled. He couldn't understand and didn't want to believe it. In the past, they were the ones who imposed sanctions on others using long-arm jurisdiction, blocking Chinese enterprises under the pretext of national security. They were used to setting the rules. But today that young man from the East used the same methods, even harsher and more direct, to strike back fiercely. Moreover, he cannot rebut, because what he said was about ecological safety. This is environmental protection. This is humanity's future. Do you dare to oppose environmental protection? Do you dare to oppose turning the desert into an oasis? Sir. The secretary stood by, her voice trembling with a sob as she reported, the Saudi Crown Prince just issued a statement announcing the termination of our 10-year wheat import agreement and suspending our genetically modified seed procurement plan. Also, several of our major shareholders are dumping their stocks. William felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been stabbed hard. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the financial report that once made him proud, staining the numbers red. His vision began to blur. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he remembered that rainy night and the annihilated Viper Squad. That young man is a demon who plays business rules better than anyone else, even more like a capitalist than capitalists themselves. Call an ambulance. William clutched his chest, slowly collapsing, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. In Haicheng at Yinshan, no. One of the sun shines brightly, and the air after the rain is exceptionally fresh, carrying the scent of the earth. Chen Feng sat on the terrace, holding a tablet, watching the latest financial news. The news headline is sensational, even tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The roar of the Eastern Dragon, Western agriculture and pharmaceuticals encounter black. Chairman William of Puhui Group suffers heart attack and is rushed to ICU, life in danger. The billion-dollar empire on the brink. Tisk. Chen Feng scrolled through the news, his expression unfazed, as if he were merely reading an inconsequential weather forecast. Director Zhao, look at this. Chen Feng said to Zhao Jiangwo, who was directing workers to repair the lawn, his tone light. I told you we are civilized people. No knives, no guns. A signature is more effective than any bullet. This is called convincing with reason. Zhao Jiangwo looked at this young man before him, a sense of comfort rising within him. This is the true might of a great nation. Not only does it have the thunderous means to decisively eliminate the vipers, but it also has the benevolent heart to govern deserts and benefit the people. Most importantly, he possesses the ability to play the enemy to death within the rules. Xiao Chun, after this they should learn their lesson. At least for the short term they won't dare to reach out again, Zhao Jiangwo sighed. Learn their lesson. Chen Feng stood up, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon, his tone calm, yet imposing. This is just the beginning. If they still don't know when to back off, I will completely overturn their table. Having dealt with the flies on this side of the earth, I should go do something serious now. He stroked the Shumi ring on his finger. The energy within is fully charged, his realm is stable, and his supplies are complete. It's time to return to the wasteland and obtain the last and most crucial foundation establishment material, the wood element source crystal. Director Zhao, I will trouble you to keep an eye on things here at home. Don't let anyone raid my old nest. Rest assured. Zhao Jiangwo stood straight, saluting. As long as the country exists, this place will be an absolute for not even a fly can get in. Chen Feng nodded. He turned and walked towards the basement, his silhouette elongated, carrying a sense of determination and freedom of a lone wanderer. In the wasteland world, Iron Fortress No. 09 Zone 9. With a faint distortion of space, as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, Chen Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the underground chamber of the Longting Trading Company. As soon as he landed, a familiar murky air mixed with the smell of low-quality machine oil, rust, and expired synthetic food rushed toward him. Compared to the fresh air filled with negative oxygen ions and filtered layers on Earth, this place was nothing short of a gas chamber. Yet Chen Feng took a deep breath, even closing his eyes to savor the moment. Every cell in his body began to cheer, greedily devouring the free-floating radioactive particles. What was poison to mortals was the best stimulant for cultivators. The high-radiation environment here was a natural gathering array for spiritual energy. And back, Chen Feng glanced at the Shumi ring on his finger. Inside, besides the pile of strategic materials, there were high-precision bearings, lubricants, diesel fuel, and several hundred cigarettes and liquor for the old ghost, along with something unseen, yet crucial, an abundant power reserve. Before leaving, he had used a special high-voltage line approved by the National Power Grid to fully charge a small spiritual energy battery array in the Shumi ring. This was enough to sustain him for half a month of high-intensity combat in the wasteland, even capable of powering a small array operation. He pushed open the chamber door and entered the hall. The scene before Chen Feng left him momentarily stunned, even questioning if he had taken a wrong turn. If a month ago Longting Trading Company was just a fledgling shop relying on violence to establish its reputation, now it had become the CBD core of Zone 9. The shop not only expanded threefold, forcibly merging the two adjacent abandoned warehouses, but its decor also became extremely ostentatious. Walls of bulletproof glass paired with flickering neon lights stood out starkly against the dreary wasteland. A long line had formed at the entrance, stretching several hundred meters. Among the queue were mercenaries clad in tattered exoskeletons and wielding electromagnetic rifles, scavengers with oil-stained faces carrying heavy collection bags, and even a few well-dressed individuals from the middle or upper city, tightly wrapped in protective suits. They all clutched colorful source crystals in their hands, eagerly staring at the counter like devotees gazing at an idol. Don't push. No pushing. If you keep pushing, you'll close up. The old ghost, dressed in a neatly tailored dark gray zhongshan suit, his hair slicked back, even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with no prescription. He stood behind the heightened bulletproof counter using a loudspeaker to direct several newly hired, good-looking staff members. Today's special White Rabbit Creamy Candy, limited to 50 pieces. Each piece is 20 source crystals. This is pure natural milk, no radiation. Hongxing Erguo limited to 10 bottles. As usual, only medium-grade source crystals for bidding. Prepare your wallets if you want a taste. And you big guy in powered armor, who let you cut in line? Do you see that sign over there? The old ghost pointed to the huge red warning sign projected by holography at the entrance. Longting Trading Company, civilized transactions, queue jumpers, get. Beneath the sign, 2 sentry guns armed with heavy machine guns and infrared scanners continuously scanned, emitting a cold mechanical hum ready to shred anyone who broke the rules. The big mercenary glanced at the dark gun muzzles, shrank his neck, and obediently moved to the back of the line. This is the joy of monopoly. Chen Feng stood in the shadows on the second floor watching this scene with a slight smile. He had no intention of controlling all the economic veins of the lower city or engaging in gang wars. That was too tiring, too low level, and would easily attract the wrath of real big sharks from the upper city. He had done only one thing: mastering scarcity. In the wasteland, only Longting Trading Company could sell pure goods. Candy without radiation, liquor without bitterness, and meat without strange tastes. These items, easily obtainable on Earth, were luxuries here, hard currency, and symbols of status. This earned him a resounding nickname in the lower city, one that even carried a hint of legend: King of the Grocery Store. This title sounded rustic, but in Zone 9, it meant Godfather. Boss, you're back. The old ghost, who was counting source crystals until his hand cramped, spotted Chen Feng coming down the stairs. He immediately dropped the counter, disregarding his crooked glasses, and hurried over, his face brimming with sincere wrinkles. You're finally back. In the month you were gone, our inventory is nearly depleted. Especially that happy water, it skyrocketed in the black market. 1 bottle can exchange for a woman. Restock. Go unload the goods from the warehouse. This time I brought some new things, Lao Gan Ma. This stuff is spicy but fragrant. Sell it sparingly, it's strategic material. Great. Boss is wise. The old ghost hugged the storage ring as if it were his own father, his eyes gleaming as he dashed toward the warehouse. Having sent the old ghost away, Chen Feng walked straight to the heavy machinery workshop in the backyard. That was Old Mo's territory and also the military core of Longting Trading Company. Before entering, he heard the dull metallic clanging and the rhythmic roar of a diesel engine coming from inside. Old Mo. Chen Feng pushed the door open. Inside the workshop, welding arcs flickered and sparks flew. The old man, who had modified half his head into machinery, was riding on the shoulder of a 3-meter steel giant, wielding a power wrench and frantically tightening a mass. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, Old Mo jumped down from the steel giant, landing with a dull thud. His electronic eye flashed with blue light. Boss, those parts you gave me, they work like a charm. It's a miracle. Old Mo, excited and incoherent, dared not touch Chen Feng with his oil-stained hands, or instead, he pulled on his sleeve, leading him to the center of the workshop. Come and see. Come see my masterpiece. This is art. Under the lights in the workshop stood 3 rugged, wild-looking, yet precise, single-soldier exoskeletons. They weren't as shiny and sleek as the mass-produced models from the upper city, which were painted with expensive finishes. They embodied the violent aesthetics of the wasteland, exposed hydraulic rods, thick composite armor plates, with visible welding marks embedded with second-stage mutated beast shells, and that iconic smoke-emitting power pack on the back. Model Iron Strider 3 Heavy Modified Version. For the core power system, I used miniature versions of those two Yuchai diesel generators you brought back. Old Mo padded the chest armor of the mech, which was as thick as a city wall with a look of obsession. The torque on this thing is incredible. It's powerful. Though it's a bit noisy, it's 100 times more stable than those secondhand nuclear batteries we have here that always stall and leak radiation. This is power. And the hydraulic transmission system uses the lubricants you provided. It's as smooth as a young girl's skin. It won't jam at all. Iron Tower. Show the boss. Yes. Iron Tower, who had been standing in the shadows like a statue, stepped forward. At this moment, he was already wearing one of the mechs. As he stepped out, crack, boom. The heavy steel foot stomped on the concrete floor, creating a loud noise and even shaking the ground. This one-ton steel beast under Iron Tower's control moved with the agility of a large special forces soldier executing a perfect tactical role. Boss, look at this. Iron Tower raised his right arm, where a giant claw from a second-stage steel-backed scorpion had been installed, emitting a faint blue glow after special treatment. Activate. The hydraulic pump roared, releasing a puff of white steam. The giant claw suddenly opened and then clamped down hard on a solid alloy steel column the size. Crash. A crisp sound. The steel column, capable of withstanding several tons of pulling force, was instantly sliced in half like a noodle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Now let's see the firepower. The armor plate on Iron Tower's left shoulder flipped open, revealing a row of densely packed launch ports. This was the mechanical version of the Rain of Pearls needles Chen Feng had previously used to kill. This is what old Mo and I developed. No gunpowder needed, just high-pressure electromagnetic launch. Silent high-speed, and with strong penetration. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of specially made tungsten steel needles shot out in an instant, leaving faint afterimages in the air, turning a thick steel plate 50 meters away into a sieve highly translucent. Chen Feng looked at these three steel beasts with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the power of the fusion of two realms. Wasteland materials technology, high-strength alloys, mutated beast shells, Earth's precision manufacturing engines, lubricants, control chips, crushing, single-soldier combat power. Very good. Chen Feng reached out to touch the cold mech shell, feeling the weight of power. With this, we are qualified to go to that place. That place. Old Mo paused, his electronic eye rotating. Boss, are you going to? Chen Feng turned around, his gaze directed towards the distant east. To the east of Iron Fortress No. 09 lies an area shrouded in black fog year-round, where even radioactive clouds cannot fully cover. It was the center of old industrial power, filled with abandoned factories, crisscrossed pipelines, and wildly growing mutated plants. It is now referred to as the Iron Jungle. Send the message down. Longting Trading Company will suspend operations for 3 days. Tell those customers that if they want good things, they should wait for our return. Iron Fortress 09, District 9, Longting Trading Company. Just as Tieta and a few of his subordinates were busily loading high-voltage electromagnetic spikes and diesel into the mech, a harsh, discordant commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. Get out. All of you get out. You stinking, skin-flaking inferior creatures. Don't foul my air. Accompanied by a proud, shrill scream, tinged with morbid hysteria, a thin blue laser beam instantly sliced through the line of people. ZZZ. Two unfortunate scavengers, unable to dodge, had their arms instantly scorched by the high heat, collapsing to the ground, screaming and rolling while the air filled with the stench of burnt flesh. The originally orderly queue instantly fell into chaos. Who is it, daring to cause trouble at Longting Trading Company? Are you tired of living? Don't you see those 2 sentry guns? The crowd scattered in panic, revealing a strange group of uninvited guests who seemed utterly out of place in this filthy district. At the forefront was a young man in his early 20s. He wore a nanomaterial silk gown that, though heavily stained with oil and dirt, still hinted at its extremely expensive quality and ability to change color with light. Hung on his chest was a dim familial crest, symbolizing the honor of the upper district. His golden hair was a chaotic mess like a bird's nest. His face bore an unhealthy pallor from chronic malnutrition, along with an arrogance carved into his bones that even destitution couldn't erase. Behind him followed 4 guards clad in silver-white, streamlined power armor. However, these once glorious armor's symbols of high technology were now covered with scratches and bullet holes, and one even had half its armor plate missing. Worst of all, the miniature fusion energy cores on their backs were flashing dangerous red light, an alarm that energy was nearly depleted and they could shut down at any moment. So this is the so-called Longting Trading Company. The golden-haired young man clamped a lace-edged handkerchief tightly over his nose and mouth, his eyes looking as if at a pile of non-recyclable trash. My god, the air here smells worse than my toilet. How can any creature survive here? This is an insult to evolution. He raised his head and shouted in a commanding tone at Laogwei, who was maintaining order at the inn. That old thing in dead man's clothes. Call your master out. I am the heir of the Hill family from the Upper District, Baron Edward Hill. Make him come out to greet me immediately. If not, I'll tear down this shack of his. The Hill family. Upper District. A baron. The surrounding survivors gasped in shock, instinctively wanting to kneel. In the eyes of the Lower District, the Upper District was heaven, and its people were gods. Even a dog from the Upper District had higher status than these two-legged sheep. Although Laogwei had seen much of the world and had eaten good things with Chen Feng, his knees still instinctively went weak at the words, Upper District. But he glanced at the sign behind him, Civilized Trading, inscribed by Chen Feng himself, and gritted his teeth to straighten his back. This, Baron sir, no matter who you are here, you have to queue to buy things. That's the rule. Q. Edward looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. A twisted, almost ferocious anger surfaced on his pale face. You want me, a noble member of the Hill family? Queue up with these. Scabby two-legged sheep. Are you insulting my bloodline? Guards, break this reckless old fool's legs. Let him know what class is, what hierarchy is. Yes, sir. The 4 guards, whose energy reserves were nearly empty though their steps were unsteady and movements sluggish, still raised their high-energy laser swords and prepared to charge at Laogwei. However, boom! A deep, rough, beast-like roar of a diesel engine suddenly exploded from inside the trading company, drowning out all the noise. Immediately after, the ground trembled violently. A 3-meter steel giant burst through the thick, bulletproof door curtain laden with thick black smoke and an oppressive aura crashing down in front of Laogwei. It was Tieta wearing the Tieba 3 mech. Whose legs do you want to break? Taida's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, exploded like thunder, deafeningly painful. He raised his mechanical arm, which was equipped with a second-stage giant scorpion pincer, its massive hydraulic shears pointed at the 4 guards, radiating cold metallic luster. This? What kind of junk is this? Edward looked at this crude mech, spewing black smoke, covered in oil stains, patched with various repairs, and even exposing wires in some places, his eyes flickering with disdain and mockery. This is your reliance. A pile of primitive scrap metal. This is what you call a mech. Guards, cut it to pieces. Let these hicks see what real technology is. The 4 guards activated their thrusters, the laser swords humming though dim and light still sharp. The laser swords easily cut a gash in Taida's thick composite armor, emitting green smoke. But that was all. Flashy nonsense. Tieta snorted coldly. In the wasteland, elegance was unnecessary, only strength and durability mattered. He didn't even dodge, letting the laser swords hack into the thick armor. At the same time, the diesel engine behind him let out a heart-rending roar, and the massive mechanical arm swept out violently. Bang! This blow had no flashiness, only pure crushing power of tonnage and torque, like a 100-pound sledgehammer smashing an egg. The guard in the lead, along with his delicate but fragile power armor, was sent flying by Taida's slap. He crashed into the wall like a ragdoll, armor shattered, knocked unconscious, without even a scream. Then Taida's huge steel footplate stomped down, heavily crushing another guard as the hydraulic rods exerted force. Crack! That high-tech, expensive mechanical leg was directly flattened into scrap metal. Under 10 seconds. The 4 elite guards from the Upper District were physically dismantled by this crude mech. This was the dimensional reduction strike of two-world integration. When your high-tech runs out of power, my diesel engine is the boss. You. Edward stared at the wreckage of the guards, all over the floor, his arrogant face finally frozen, as if turned to ice. He stumbled back in terror until he collided with a hard chest. He turned around and saw a young man in a black mouse suit wearing sunglasses, spotlessly clean. Chen Feng, holding a bottle of erguotu, looked at him with a half-smile. I heard you wanted me to roll out and greet you. Chen Feng's voice was soft, but it sent a bone-chilling cold through Edward, colder than the night wind of the wasteland. I am from the Hill family. I know the Hill family. Chen Feng interrupted him, his tone flat. Last month you lost the energy quota war to the Rhine family, and your entire clan. You're a discarded pawn who escaped. Or the sole survivor. Edward's pupils contracted sharply, as if someone had stepped on his tail. How do you? This is impossible. In the Lower District, as long as you have source crystals, there's no information you can't buy. Chen Feng didn't kill him, but waved his hand. Tieta, throw these scraps out. As for this baron. Chen Feng made a gesture of invitation, elegant and composed. A guest is a guest. Since you're here, stay for a meal before leaving. I see you. Haven't had a full meal in a long time, have you? Inside the trading company, in the VIP room, Edward sat on a slightly worn leather chair, his body still trembling slightly. He stared at the items on the table in front of him, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing with a gulp. An open bottle of 56 proof Red Star erguotu emitting a pungent aroma. A can of heated mail-in braised pork, the white fat already melted, the meat trembling. and a plate of white rabbit creamy candies with their wrappers peeled off. There was no fine silverware, no waiter service, not even a napkin. But the overpowering aroma of meat, alcohol, and sweetness hooked, like countless claws fiercely tempting his stomach, which had been starving for 3 days, surviving only on irradiated water. In the upper district, he ate expensive synthetic nutrient paste, which was nutritionally balanced, but tasteless like chewing toothpaste. And during these days of escape, he hadn't even had enough irradiated rat meat. Eat. Chen Feng sat across from him, poured himself a glass of wine, and swirled it. This is pure food. In the upper district, they'd probably call it special supply. Edward could no longer maintain his aristocratic composure. He grabbed the stainless steel spoon, ignoring the heat, and frantically scooped a large piece of braised pork into his mouth. The fat melted on his tongue, the salty, rich gravy hitting his taste buds a long-lost sense of happiness. This baron actually cried while eating. Tears and snot mixed together, flowing into his mouth. He sobbed while wolfing down the food, even using his fingers to wipe off the thick layer of lard and licking them clean like a starving dog. Have a drink to calm your nerves. Chen Feng pushed the glass over. Edward grabbed the glass and downed it in one gulp. The spicy alcohol made him cough violently, but it also brought a touch of color to his pale face, and his body warmed up. Full and satisfied, Edward slumped in the chair, burping with the taste of meat, his eyes glazed. The alcohol began to numb his mind, and he let down the last of his speak. Chen Feng looked at him like a patient hunter. Why did you run here? This is District 9. Further east is the deadly steel jungle. Shouldn't you flee to the western wasteland? Heh, wasteland. Edward laughed bitterly, his eyes full of despair. The Rhine family's hunting squad isn't running there is a dead end. They have drones and tracker dogs. I was originally planning to try my luck in the steel jungle. That's the only way to survive. Luck? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Yes. Edward pointed east with drunken, blurry eyes, his voice becoming ethereal. The family's ancient records say, deep in that hellish place, there is a forgotten life-restricted zone. It was a top-secret ecological laboratory from before the war. It said there is a divine tree. It possesses infinite regenerative power. My father said that if we could obtain its heartwood, we could cure the family's hereditary genetic disease. Unfortunately, all the exploration teams sent before died. Not even bone fragments remained. They were drained dry by the green demon guarding the divine tree. Chen Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Infinite regeneration, green demon, heartwood. These 3 keywords together pointed to something extremely rare even in the cultivation world. A high-grade wood element source crystal. And it was a supreme grade with extremely strong life vitality. This was exactly the last piece of the puzzle he needed for foundation establishment. What is that green demon? Is it a mutated beast or a plant? Chen Feng pressed. I don't know. No one came back alive. Maybe it's the devil itself. Edward's voice grew weaker, finally turning into slurred muttering. I am a baron. I am the master of the upper district. You lowlifes. All kneel before me. Chen Feng looked at this aristocrat who had completely drunk himself into oblivion with no trace of pity in his eyes. This was the wasteland. Even those who once soared above the clouds after falling into the mud were no different from a stray dog, or even worse. Get up. Chen Feng stood up, straightened his collar, his expression cold. Throw him out. Leave him some dignity. I don't let him puke in the shop. Bad luck. Yes, sir. Tiedao walked and picked up the thoroughly drunk Edward like a chicken and headed toward the stinking garbage pile in the back alley. Half an hour later, Laogwei came in to report, his expression complex. Boss, that baron is dead. How did he die, eh? He was taken down by a few scavengers who had been watching from the shadows. They stripped him of his clothes that could be sold, and to get his boots they slit his throat. Laogwei sighed. When he died he was still shouting about wanting to eat braised pork. Chen Feng nodded, his expression indifferent, as if he had only heard an irrelevant piece of news. Dead is good. He turned around, looking at the crude map on the wall covered with markings, his gaze locked onto the black, unknown area to the east. Steel jungle. We got the intel. Kieta Laoma. Chen Feng's voice carried a tone of determination and excitement. Notify everyone, check the bring all the incendiary bombs and herbicides. Tomorrow morning I'm going to meet that green demon. Let's see if its life is tougher or my sword. In the wasteland world 100 kilometers east of Zone 9, the sky presented a sickly shade of purple-black, and thick layers of radioactive clouds hung low like a moldy rag pressing down from above. The rumbling sound of a powerful engine shattered the long-standing silence of the wilderness. A heavily modified Hummer off-road vehicle equipped with anti-collision steel beams led 2 heavily loaded trucks filled with supplies and fuel resembling a black steel spear piercing through the seemingly solid gray mist in the air. On either side of the convoy 3 iron Bata 3 mechs marched with heavy steps providing escort. With every movement of their hydraulic legs, deep impressions were stamped into the hard Gobi Desert, accompanied by bursts of black smoke. Boss, that's the place up ahead. The driver iron tower pressed the brake, his voice somewhat hoarse. Chen Feng peered through the dusty windshield. Even with his composure as a cultivator, upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he gasped in shock. This was not a forest in the it was the corpse of a city, an industrial graveyard consumed by nature's frenzied growth. Countless collapsed skyscrapers like massive rusty ribs were haphazardly strewn across the ground, pointing toward the sky. And upon these skeletal remains of concrete and steel, countless bizarre and twisted vegetation thrived. The trunks of those trees exhibited a metallic gray reminiscent of iron, with surfaces even bearing the marks of rivets. The leaves reflected a faint blue light, resembling discarded solar panels. The vines, if not observed closely, could be mistaken for thick cables entangled together, occasionally bursting forth with one or two blue flowers that sparked with. This is the steel jungle, an ecosystem utterly distorted by radiation, industrial pollution, and mutated creatures. Warning: magnetic field anomaly. A sudden urgent voice from old Mo filled the communication channel, accompanied by a harsh electric crackle. Boss, the magnetic field here is too chaotic. It's a complete mess. The electronic compass is spinning wildly, and the radar is filled with static. Our automatic navigation system has failed. Even the Met's fire control radar has been disrupted. Normal. Chen Feng appeared calm. Since this is a forbidden zone for life, there must be a reason for it. Turn off all electronic navigation and auxiliary targeting, switch to manual operation. Iron Tower, follow my lead. Chen Feng closed his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. In his divine sense, deep within this silent jungle filled with a metallic scent, there pulsed a vibrant green life energy, rhythmic like a giant heart. That was the pure source of wood-type spiritual energy. It was also his hope for Foundation establishment. Advance. The convoy slowly drove into this steel graveyard. The surrounding area was terrifyingly quiet, not even the sound of wind. Only the roar of the diesel engine echoed in the desolate ruins, appearing particularly jarring. A series of bone-chilling sounds like metal scraping against bones suddenly emanated from the nearby ruins. What is that sound? A mech pilot responsible for the left flank turned around, warily aiming his electromagnetic machine gun at the source of the sound. There lay a pile of abandoned bus wreckage formed into a small hill. Suddenly a shadow shot out from the debris like lightning. It was neither a bullet nor a beast. It was a black vine, the thickness of a wrist, glistening with metallic sheen. The butt at its tip suddenly opened, revealing a circle of rotating metal teeth, like those of a meat grinder, which fiercely bit onto the hydraulic leg of them. A terrifying scene unfolded. The vine began to gnaw and consume the mech's metallic shell as if it were sucking blood. The high-strength alloy armor, which could withstand bullets, was as fragile as a pastry, and its maw instantly devoured to create a large hole, revealing the inner pipeline. Oh, it's eating my leg. My mech. Help. The panicked pilot screamed, desperately trying to shake it off, but the vine tightened its grip, even releasing a strong electric current that coursed into the cockpit, causing the control system to sound alarms wildly. Don't panic. Old Mo's voice boomed in the channel. He drove another mech forward, the power pack behind him belching black smoke as he swung down his chainsaw sword. Sparks flew like fireworks. The vine, as hard as iron, was abruptly severed by the rapidly spinning chainsaw, and the severed end sprayed not green sap, but a thick black liquid similar to machine oil, emitting a pungent chemical odor. This is the gold-devouring vine. Old Mo looked at the severed vine, which was still writhing like a snake, data streams flashing wildly in his electronic eye, his expression grim. This bastard is a mutated plant that survives by devouring metal and electricity. Our mechs are like walking buffets to them. They're chunks of meat that can run. Before he finished speaking, countless abandoned pipes, sewers, and cable manhole covers around them suddenly burst open and came to life. Hundreds of gold-devouring vines surged from all directions like a horde of black pythons that had caught the scent of blood, frantically lunging at the all-metal convoy. Fire! Everyone fire! Iron Tower roared. The mech's rapid-fire pair blossom needles and the mounted heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, tongues of flames spitting out. But these vines were too tough and their numbers too great. The bullets merely sparked upon impact, breaking some, but could not stop the advance of the black tide. Seeing a heavy truck about to be overturned by several thick vines, the cargo compartment was already deforming. Humph. Chen Feng, who had been sitting in the Hummer, he pushed open the car door, stepped out, and stood on top of the vehicle. Faced with the swirling mechanical tendrils that blocked out the sky, Chen Feng did not use fire, as there was flammable machine oil and dry grass everywhere, and setting a fire would be tantamount to suicide, nor did he use lightning, as these things themselves were electrified and lightning spells would be absorbed. He slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a sharp platinum light suddenly shone so intense that it caused the surrounding air to feel as if it were being split. That was the chi of gung metal he refined using the core of the Taihao battleship during his seclusion. Metal is solid and ruthless. Among the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood. This is the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws. A bunch of weeds dare to block my way. Chen Feng pointed forward like a sword, his gaze cold, and lightly sliced through the void. Flash! A clear and high-pitched sword cry resonated through the jungle, drowning out all the noise. The platinum light transformed into a crescent-shaped sword chi over 10 meters long, sweeping out with an unstoppable momentum. This sword chi was sharp beyond description. Wherever it passed, whether it was the iron-hard, gold-devouring vines, or the abandoned steel beams and concrete walls in its path, everything was neatly sliced through like tofu, the cut smooth as a mirror. With a sound like pattering rain, the severed vine limbs fell like raindrops, splattering black liquid everywhere. The once menacing and overbearing plant life, as if encountering a natural enemy, instantly shriveled and retreated, letting out a sharp friction sound akin to a whale frantically retreating into the depths of the ruins. The power of a single sword cleared the field. "Oh, boss is amazing." The terrified pilot known as Mad Dog looked at Chen Feng's not-so-tall, but godlike figure drenched in cold sweat, his throat dry. Is this truly the power humanity can possess? Is this the legendary cultivator? Don't be dazed. Chen Feng withdrew his hand, returned to the vehicle, and coldly remarked, "This is just the guarding dog. The main event hasn't even arrived yet. Continue advancing, don't fall behind." Deep within the jungle in the core area, as the convoy delved deeper, the surroundings became increasingly bizarre, even exuding a sense of absurd beauty. The trees here grew even larger, each towering over dozens of meters high. Upon closer inspection, the trunks were actually intertwined with countless abandoned server cabinets and industrial pipes. At the tops of these cabinet trees hung fruits that turned out to be vintage hard drives and chips, still emitting faint glimmers. When the wind blew, it produced a rustling sound akin to data being read and written. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts. "Boss, we've arrived." Iron Tower stopped the vehicle and pointed ahead. In a cleared area before them stood a gigantic tree that was breathtakingly enormous. It stood 100 meters tall, its canopy blocking out the sun. Its trunk was the remains of a quantum computer center building left from before the war. Countless thick green vines pierced through the building's walls, enveloping the entire structure as if coexisting with it. At the top of the building, where an antenna should have been, a gigantic budding flower now grew. The bud was entirely emerald green, crystal clear, emanating a wood-type spiritual energy that made Chen Feng's soul tremble, even easing his breathing. The core of Emu is within that bud. Finally found it. A hint of fervor flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. As long as he obtained it, foundation establishment was within reach. Just then a low piercing data stream noise suddenly echoed in everyone's minds, inducing a splitting headache. From the shadows beneath the divine tree emerged a tall figure. It, or rather he. The upper body was that of a naked human, but his skin was brown, resembling ancient tree bark muscles coiling with power. His lower body connected to numerous cables and roots of varying thickness, deeply embedded in the ground, as if the earth were his legs. His left eye was a tactical camera flickering with red light, while his right eye was a green rotating wooden eyeball. He held a staff woven from optical fibers with a crystal embedded at the tip, coldly staring at the intruders. Scan results: mutated creature data, Druid Tier 3, danger level a grade, extremely dangerous. The monster opened its mouth, emitting not human speech, but a blend of electronic synthesis and beastly growls echoing invaders. Your flesh and blood will become the fertilizer for the divine tree. Your soul data will return to eternity. Boom. As his voice fell, the indicator lights on the several hundred cabinet trees around them simultaneously illuminated with a crimson glow. With a sharp sizzle, accompanied by the piercing sound of electric current and metallic friction, hundreds of thick green optic cable vines, like the tentacles of a colossal deep-sea creature, came crashing down from all directions, obscuring the dim sky. "Open fire. Don't let them get close." Iron Tower roared. The torrential rain of needles on his meshed shoulder launcher fired at full speed, turning into a storm of metal. He swung the chainsword in his hand, wildly sparks flying everywhere, severing the approaching vines. Old Mo, on the other hand, opened up with all his firepower. The diesel engine on his back roared like thunder, and the external high-pressure flamethrower spewed a dragon of fire dozens of meters long, trying to incinerate the eerie plants. Yet it was useless. The surface of these vines was covered with a fireproof, foul-smelling insulating coating. At the wounds cut by the chainsword, green data streams immediately flowed out, and within just a few seconds new tentacles grew back at a visible rate. Warning: mecha damage 30. Warning: energy shield overload. Power system output decreased. "Boss, this thing can't be killed." Old Mo shouted in terror, his voice cracking. "It's draining my electricity. My mech can't move. It's going to turn me into fertilizer." This was the horror of a third-tier, A-level mutant creature. In this data forest connected to the pre-war, highest-level quantum computer center, it was a god. It possessed nearly infinite computing power, infinite energy, and infinite regeneration. "What's the panic?" A cold voice pierced through the clamor of the battlefield. Chen Feng's figure like a black falcon suddenly leaped from the roof of the warrior armored vehicle. He was not wearing a mech. In front of the flying mechanical tentacles that could shred a tank, his thin body seemed incredibly small, yet utterly determined. Ordinary wood fears fire, but this demonic wood fears metal. Chen Feng used the art of object control to hover briefly in midair. In his eyes, two sharp platinum lights grew more dazzling like two unsheathed swords. He slowly raised his right hand, joining his index and middle fingers, pointing at the data druid standing under the divine tree, controlling the wildly dancing. Rise. Buzz. A faint light flashed from his Sumeru ring. 12 tungsten steel alloy needles, specially polished by old Mo, materialized out of thin air, spinning rapidly around Chen Feng, forming a silver halo. But this was not enough. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The mass of Gingjin metal spiritual energy within his Dantian, refined by the Taihao warship's core and sharp beyond compare, erupted without reservation. Spirit infusion Gingjin. Crack. The originally silver-white steel needles were instantly coated with a dazzling, blinding platinum radiance. That sharp aura even cut through the surrounding air, emitting faint crackling sonic booms. In the law of the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood, an absolute dominance of the celestial way. Go. Chen Feng pointed a finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 platinum streaks of light, like 12 miniature flying swords, pierced through the sky, full of vines with piercing shrieks, heading straight for the boss's head. Data. Firewall. Activate. The data druid sensed a fatal threat from the depths of its soul. Its electronic eye glowed bright red, and the fiber optic staff in its hand slammed heavily into the ground. Boom. The ground cracked open. Countless heavy server cabinet panels and alloy floor plates rose up, instantly forming a 3-meter-thick steel shield wall, shimmering with an energy shield in front of it. This was the highest grade defensive alloy armor from before the war, impenetrable even by individual rocket launchers. But in front of the Gingjin sword aura, puff, 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 puff. Like a hot knife through butter, there was no resistance. The 12 streaks of light with invincible sharpness instantly pierced through 3 layers of alloy shield walls, leaving 12 smooth holes that went straight through. What a... The data druid let out a distorted electronic shriek, its logic circuits instantly stuttering. Before it could react, the 12 steel needles had already arrived before it. They did not directly attack the druid's hard semi-mechanical body, but as if possessed by intelligence, instantly scattered and precisely sliced toward the thick, vein-like, pulsating cables at the druid's waist that connected to the ground. Those were its roots, the umbilical cord connecting it to the entire forest and granting it infinite energy. Sever. Chen Feng clenched his hand in the air, his eyes cold. Clang. The 12 steel needles crisscrossed and cut, emitting a clear sword cry. The cables instantly snapped. The cut was terrifyingly clean. A large amount of green data stream fluid gushed out under high pressure, like blood splattering all over the ground. Triple it. The data druid let out a most piercing scream. That was not a human voice, but a kind of audio-overloaded electrical noise, piercing everyone's eardrums painfully, even cracking the glass of the mechs. With its roots severed, it fell from a god to a mortal. The overwhelming vine attack around them instantly halted. Then, like a marionette with its strings cut, they drooped down with a rustle, losing all vitality. Now, Chen Feng landed, touched the ground with his toes, and transformed into a blur as he charged forward. He had no intention of giving this monster any chance to restart its system or regenerate. Closing in, Chen Feng clenched his right fist. Go to hell and reboot. He coldly gazed at the half-human, half-tree face, twisted in agony, and slammed his fist hard into the energy core at its chest. Boom. The spiritual energy detonated within the object. The sharpness of the Gingjin Qi combined with the impact of the spiritual energy explosion instantly blasted the hard semi-mechanical body into pieces. Various circuit boards, deadwood, and sticky green liquid splattered everywhere, flying through the air. Killed target data druid, 3rd tier battle end. In the ruins, the smoke dissipated. Iron Tower and old Mo climbed out of their mechs, panting heavily. They looked at the wreckage all over the ground, then at Chen Feng, standing motionless, their eyes filled with awe. The scene of flying swords slaying the demon had completely shattered their worldview. This was not technology, this was divine skill. Boss. Old Mo swallowed, feeling his throat dry. Chen Feng did not answer. He was crouching at the center of the monster's remains, carefully using his dagger to pry open a tangled mass of wires and roots. There a faint green light pulsed weakly like a tenacious heart. It was a fist-sized crystal. It was not as heavy as a earth source crystal, nor as sharp as a metal source crystal. It was completely translucent, as if carved from the purest imperial green jade. At its core, one could even see a drop of green liquid slowly flowing, emitting a fascinating, incredibly vast life aura. Yimywood core high-grade wood attribute source crystal quality supreme. As soon as Chen Feng's fingers touched it, a cool, gentle stream of qi flowed through his fingertips and instantly spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy consumed in the previous battle was actually restored by 30% in an instant. Even the arm meridians, which had been numbed and aching from the backlash of unleashing the Gungjin Shi, were instantly repaired and even became more resilient and wider. Good stuff. Chen Feng's breath became rapid, his eyes full of joy. The life energy of this thing was even stronger than he had imagined. This was not just material for Foundation establishment. As long as he absorbed it, Chen Feng's physical body would gain terrifying regenerative abilities, even reaching the initial stage of severed limb regrowth. That would be the prototype of an undying body. Chen Feng carefully placed the Yimuwood core into a special lead box and stored it in his Sumeru ring, afraid of leaking even a trace of spiritual energy. He stood up and looked at the giant divine tree that had lost its luster and was rapidly withering and collapsing. Mission accomplished. Chen Feng turned around and waved at the stunned crowd. Clean up the battlefield. Stop daydreaming. Take all the hard drives, chips, and the monster's remains from those server cabinets. These are all treasures. Especially those hard drives. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with shrewdness. This is a pre-war data center. There might be lost technological heritage in there, even blueprints of matches. 2 hours later, the convoy loaded with spoils drove out of the steel jungle and sped toward Iron Fortress 09. In the vehicle, Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes. But his divine sense was always in the ring, observing the Yimuwood core. Wood generates fire. With this supreme wood source crystal as a foundation, my body will be able to withstand even more violent energy impacts. But Chen Feng also had a trace of worry in his heart. The energy of this source crystal was too strong, its activity too high. If he absorbed it directly, without special processing, his body would likely undergo uncontrollable mutation due to being unable to withstand such catalyzing. It seems I need to go back to Earth first, use the unlimited electricity there, and with careful, persistent effort refine it bit by bit into my marrow. This will take time and an absolutely safe environment. Just right. Chen Feng opened his eyes and looked at the dim sky outside the window, recalling matters on Earth. On Earth, that International Paralympics is about to start, isn't it? After I finish refining this divine wood heart, it will be time to show the world what human evolution means. Those who doubted my prosthetic technology, are you ready to have your faces slapped? Earth Haiching Underground Chamber of Yinsen No. 1. ZZZZ. The eerie blue high-voltage arcs leaped wildly in the narrow space, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. This place no longer resembled a human dwelling. It looked more like the core of a high-energy physics laboratory reactor on the verge of going out of control. The ozone concentration in the air was alarmingly high, with the insulation on the walls melting and dripping under the intense heat. Chen Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, but his appearance was enough to give anyone who saw him a 3-day nightmare. Half of his body had completely, his left arm, left shoulder, and even half of his chest were covered with a thick layer of brown keratinous material resembling ancient tree bark. A few tender green branches filled with a nauseating vitality forcibly sprouted from the gaps in his collarbone and ribs, with even a thin vine attempting to drill into his ear canal, invading his brain. This is the terrifying assimilation power of the Emu GXIN. This core, originating from a Tier 3 mutated creature in the wasteland, contained a tremendous life force capable of birthing an entire forest. To the mortal flesh, this energy was like a broken sieve that could only leak water, utterly incapable of containing it. Once it could no longer hold it, it would be backfired by the energy, turning into a mindless humanoid tree. You want to turn me into a tree? Treat me as your nutrients. Chen Feng's left eye had already transformed into a strange pure green. The pupils vanished, leaving only the ring-like patterns. Yet in his remaining right eye burned with the furious thunderfire, the last line of defense for human will. I am a human, a cultivator. My body, I have the final say. Give me pressure. Chen Feng's divine sense roared as he suddenly activated the switch connected to the national power grid's ultra-high voltage line, pushing it into overload. Boom. Instantly, 100,000 volts of industrial-grade electricity struck down on his half-wooden body like divine punishment. The smell of burning flesh instantly filled the air. The tender green branches that had just sprouted were carbonized and crushed in the furious lightning, turning into black ash. Excruciating pain. No, this had surpassed the limits of human nerve perception. It was a torture of the soul, being torn and reassembled as if thrown into a steel furnace and repeatedly forged. Thunder and lightning belong to fire, metal overcomes wood. The gung metal sword chi within Chen Feng's body meticulously excised those mutant cells, attempting to alter his genes like a scalpel, while the external lightning power acted like a heavy forging hammer, pounding the violent emu energy into his marrow, deep into every cell, forcibly merging. Destruction, reassembly, carbonization, rebirth. In this tug-of-war between life and death, time seemed to lose all meaning. 1 day, 2 days, a full 7 days. Outside the villa, Haiching experienced a typhoon, then welcomed a clear sky after the rain. But in the basement it remained a hell of thunder and lightning. No one knew a leap of life was happening here. Until the deep night of the 7th day. The emu gxin within Chen Feng finally ceased its agitation. Its originally wild and strange ferocity was completely extinguished, transforming into the purest, gentlest green spiritual liquid flowing through Chen Feng's meridian. At this moment, Chen Feng felt an inspiration and suddenly opened his mouth, swallowing the last pure emu spiritual liquid from his dantian into his stomach, merging it into his chi si. Dong! A deep, powerful heartbeat like a war drum suddenly echoed in the basement, immediately followed by dong, dong, dong. The heartbeat grew louder and stronger, even vibrating the surrounding bulletproof glass, and the ground slightly trembled with the rhythm of Chen Feng's body began to undergo remarkable changes. The layer of charred rough skin struck by lightning began to crack inch by inch, like a golden cicada shedding its shell or a true dragon molting. Kachup! A piece of charred dead skin fell from his face, revealing beneath it new skin as translucent as sheep fat white jade, yet containing a faint golden glow. An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted suddenly, centered around Chen Feng. Boom! All the precision instruments in the basement exploded in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. The sturdy alloy door capable of withstanding rocket attacks was actually pushed up by this invisible wave of energy, causing a significant bulge with alarms ringing throughout the villa. Realm breakthrough, foundation establishment stage beginning. It was unknown how long it had been. Everything returned to calm. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. In that moment the empty room came alive with light. His eyes were no longer the murky ones of a mortal, but deep as the starry sky. In his left eye a faint azure dragon coiled, while in his right eye a white tiger seemed to roar. He stood up. The charred dead skin on his body fell away like dust, revealing a completely new physique. Originally standing at 1 meter 80, he now stood nearly 1 meter. His muscles were no longer the exaggerated blocks of a gym, but displayed a perfect streamlined shape, with each muscle fiber containing the power to tear steel, brimming with explosive force. Chen Feng walked to the shattered mirror. Looking at the man in the mirror with skin like jade, long hair cascading down, and an ethereal aura, as if descended from the heavens, even he felt a bit dazed. After shedding my mortal body for 300 years, only today do I know I am myself. Is this foundation establishment? He extended his hand, looking at the fine lines in his palm, as if they contained the profound truths of heaven and earth. The divine sense expanded outward. Buzz! In this moment the world changed. His consciousness was no longer limited to a few hundred meters. It was like an invisible storm instantly penetrating through thick concrete, bursting out of the villa, soaring into the sky. 1 kilometer. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 30 kilometers. Everything within a 30-kilometer radius came into view. He saw the tear that formed in the corner of a security guard's eye as he yawned at the entrance of the villa neighborhood. He saw every whispered argument of a couple in a car 5 kilometers away. He even saw a flying fish leaping out of the sea 20 kilometers away, the moonlight reflecting off its scales. This godlike perspective, this feeling of controlling everything, was intoxicating. And longevity. Chen Feng took a deep breath, clearly feeling the immense vitality within him, with the number of cell divisions no longer restricted. A mortal's lifespan barely reaches 100 years, constrained by genetic locks. But he now had shattered the chains of life within him. Lifespan of 300 years. Even if he did nothing now, he could live until the 24th century, watching those around him age, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, and seeing the changes of the earth while he remained ageless. This feeling. Chen Feng clenched his fists, sensing the 5-element Taoist platform within his dantian, which had already solidified from gas to solid, radiating with multicolored light. It's wonderful. From today onward the laws, rules, and even physical common sense of earth can no longer bind me. I am the rule. Let me try it out. Chen Feng focused his thoughts. No need for stairs, no need for doors. He began to slowly float into the air. Though he had yet to refine a flying sword foundation stage, cultivators could already use their powerful magical energy to forcibly part the air, achieving physical levitation. Swoosh! He darted out of the villa's ventilation shaft like a ghost without making a sound. Under the night sky, Haiching was ablaze with lights resembling a flowing galaxy. Chen Feng hovered 300 meters above Yinsen, one with the small city beneath him and the vast starry river above. The piercing cold wind at high altitude blew against him, feeling like a gentle spring breeze, not even disturbing the corners of his clothes. Too slow. Chen Feng shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. Though flying with my physical body looks cool, the speed is still insufficient. I need to test the limits. He looked toward the dark, empty sea to the east. There's no one over there. Perfect. A proud smile crept across Chen Feng's face. The gung metal and emu's spiritual power within him surged wildly, forming a layer of blue-gold streamlined shield around his body, resembling the nose cone of a fighter jet. Go! Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded above Yunsen No. 1. All the windows in the villa area trembled violently in that instant, waking countless people from their dreams who thought it was thunder or an earthquake, or even an air raid. Before they could react, Chen Feng had transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. 1 times the speed of sound. 2 times. 5 times the speed of sound. On the sea's surface, a terrifying white wave split the ocean in two as if severed by a giant sword. Chen Feng's figure moved so fast that even his afterimages were indiscernible. He was like a human cruise missile flying low over the ground, skimming the sea's surface. The wind pressure raised a trench several meters deep on the ocean, which would not heal for a long time. Ahead, a 10th Assanton cargo ship was sailing. Chen Feng neither slowed down nor changed direction. When he was 100 meters away from the ship, his figure suddenly in this right-angle turn that defied the laws of physics. He experienced no inertia or overload reaction, instantly soaring to 10,000 meters. And looking down at the ship below, which appeared like a toy, Chen Feng spread his arms, letting the wild wind tousle his long hair, feeling this ultimate freedom. This is Foundation establishment. This is power. On this planet, aside from nuclear bombs, nothing can threaten me anymore. Even fighter jets, even missiles cannot catch my shadow. Chen Feng closed his eyes, enjoying this unfettered freedom. From someone burdened by mortgage worries, bent over by life, to a smuggler in the wasteland, and now a cultivator standing above all beings, viewing the myriad things as mere ants. The journey has been arduous. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, his breath lingering in the air, transforming into a long white vapor trail, stretching 100 meters like a white rainbow piercing the sun. On this side of Earth, I have reached the summit. Next, it's time to refine a true flying sword for myself. A sword immortal without a flying sword is incomplete. And Chen Feng turned his gaze to the void, as if looking through space to see another world filled with radiation and ruins. I have disappeared for so long, I wonder what the wasteland has become. But it doesn't matter. A trace of proud cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, the confidence of a strong person, no matter what it becomes as long as I return. I am the sky there, in Haicheng at Yinshan No. 1. At 3 o'clock in the morning. This was supposed to be the quietest and most peaceful moment in the city, yet the entire Yinshan Villa area was in chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The piercing sound of countless sirens tore through the night sky. Special police riot vehicles, fire trucks, ambulances, and even several camouflaged military Humvees armed with heavy machine guns surrounded Yinshan No. 1, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Outside, the cordon wealthy neighbors, unaware of the truth, were dressed in pajamas, holding their expensive pet dogs, staring at the villa with shattered windows and cracked outer walls, as if it had just undergone a precision explosion. They were discussing among themselves, their faces filled with terror. Was it a gas explosion? Or a terrorist attack? Nonsense. Can a gas explosion shatter glass within a kilometer radius? That loud bang was like a missile launch. My chandelier fell down. I think I saw a light shoot up. Could it be aliens? Inside the cordon, Zhao Jingwo was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked. He tightly gripped an urgent encrypted report just received from the Eastern Theater Air Force Command. The red text on the report was shocking, each word hitting like a heavy hammer. Top secret air situation alert, red time 04510, location above Haicheng, East China Sea, international waters, target characteristics extremely small radar cross section, humanoid shape approximately 0.1 square meters, no infrared thermal source, response no tail flame, speed 5.2 Mach, hypersonic trajectory. The target ascended vertically from Yinshan No. 1 and then made a 90-degree turn against the laws of physics in the atmosphere, heading straight for the East China Sea. The overload exceeded 50 G. Status: the target has currently disappeared from radar blind spots. 5.2 Mach. 50 G overload. Zhao Jingwo swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. What does this mean? The fastest fighter jets in the world cannot even reach this speed. Only the terminal phase of an intercontinental missile or the experimental electromagnetic projectile could achieve such velocity. Moreover, the overload generated from that sharp turn would disassemble even a machine made of iron, let alone a carbon-based organism. Director Zhao, the on-site detection results are out. A technical expert carrying a portable analysis device rushed over, his face pale, as if he had seen a ghost. There are no signs of an explosion inside the villa, nor any traces of gunpowder or explosives. All the shattered glass and wall cracks were caused by supersonic shockwaves at ultra-low altitude. This means that something or someone instantaneously accelerated to supersonic speeds above the villa, generating shockwaves that shattered everything. Zhao Jingwo took a deep breath, looking up at the dark villa with a complex expression. Although reason told him it was impossible, violating the laws of physics, intuition told him Other than the cultivator Chen Feng, who possessed infinite power, mysterious plants, and manipulative techniques, no one could create such. Director Zhao. The radar has captured the target signal again. A terrified shout came from the communication device of the Air Force Command, accompanied by electrical noise. The target is back. Speed. Oh my. 6 Mach. Still accelerating. It's diving. Right above us. Boom. Before the words had finished, a rolling, thunderous sound descended from 10,000 meters, as if the sky were collapsing. Everyone present instinctively covered their ears, opening their mouths to prevent their eardrums from bursting, looking up in terror. In the pitch-black night sky, a white shockwave, heated red by intense atmospheric friction, resembled a burning comet descending with a destructive momentum, crashing straight towards the terrace of Yinshan No. 1. Quick, disperse. Get down. Zhao Jiangwo shouted, instinctively seeking cover. But that comet suddenly stopped in midair when it was just 100 meters from extreme motion at 6 Mach to an abrupt stillness in suspension. Inertia seemed to completely fail on this object, as if even Newton's coffin lid could not hold it. Then the white misty shockwave enveloping it slowly dissipated under the disturbance of the airflow. A tall figure silently floated in midair, standing with hands behind his back, his clothes billowing. Moonlight poured over him, as if wrapping him in a layer of silver gauze. His skin was like jade, and his long hair flowed like ink in the wind. In his pair of eyes it seemed there were galaxies swirling, indifferent and profound, overlooking the multitude below like a deity gazing at mere ants. Gulp. Hundreds of fully armed special police and soldiers simultaneously swallowed their voices in perfect unison. Though their guns were raised, no one dared to pull the trigger, even their fingers trembled. The overwhelming life pressure that hit them made them feel like facing a mythical creature, instinctively wanting to submit. Zhao Jiangwo widened his eyes, finally seeing that face clearly under the light of several high-powered searchlights. Although his aura had changed drastically, and he appeared unnaturally youthful, his skin as fine as a baby's, he recognized him. Chen Feng. Zhao Jiangwo tentatively called out, his voice cracking with uncertainty. In midair, Chen Feng slightly lowered his head, his divine sense sweeping, overseeing the chaos on the ground, the shattered glass, and the army on high alert. I'm sorry. Chen Feng's figure swayed like a weightless feather, silently landing before Zhao Jiangwo, not even stirring up the dust on the ground. I just broke through and couldn't control my strength, went out for a quick run to stretch my muscles. Chen Feng glanced at the broken glass around, shrugged helplessly, revealing a set of white teeth. Was the commotion a bit too much? Next time I will be careful. 10 minutes later, in the villa's living room, which was now windowless, cold wind rushed in. Zhao Jiangwo dismissed those around him, leaving only 2 core. He sat on the surviving leather sofa, staring at Chen Feng, as if he were an alien, his eyes filled with exploration and awe. Little Chen. No, Mr. Chen. Zhao Jiangwo forced a smile, pointing at the highest classified Air Force report on the table. You call this a quick run? You call this stretching your muscles? 5. 2 Mach. Do you know that the Eastern Theater's missile defense system was nearly activated by you? The radar operator almost pressed the counterattack button. If I hadn't been in Haiching at the time, several Hongqi 9 surface-to-air missiles would have been fired already. Though, I estimate the missiles couldn't catch up to you anyway. Chen Feng poured him a cup of tea, lightly brushing his finger against the cup's wall, causing the previously cold tea to instantly boil, emitting steam. Director Zhao, stay calm. Chen Feng smiled faintly, unhurried. I told the commander before that I am a cultivator, the only cultivator exploring the limits of humanity. Now I've merely achieved some stage results. Stage results? Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Feng's hand, which glimmered with jade light in the night, feeling the energy wave emanating from him, which seemed capable of erupting like a volcano at any moment. Breaking the sound barrier with the physical body, flying in the air, regaining youth, and manipulating water. Zhao Jiangwo took a deep breath, his expression becoming unusually serious, even carrying a hint of pleading. Chen Feng, you need to level with me. Are you still human? This question was sharp and crucial. If Chen Feng had mutated or was possessed by an alien, the state's attitude towards him would be entirely different. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Chen Feng took a sip of tea, set down the cup, his gaze clear and firm, staring directly into Zhao Jiangwo's eyes. Of course I am human. I am a descendant of Yan and Huang, a Chinese person. My blood is hot and my heart is red. It's just that I have taken one extra step beyond ordinary people, breaking that genetic lock. This step is called foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback. Wasn't that a term from cultivation novels? You can understand it as. Chen Feng pointed at his head, evolving from the primary stage of carbon-based life to the advanced stage. A leap in the level of life. I still love this country, still enjoy hot pot, still dislike sweet tofu pudding, and will still be angry for the suffering of my compatriots, and will still draw my sword against foreign invasions. The power has changed, but the heart has not. Hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo finally relaxed, letting out a long breath. As long as the heart remains unchanged, it is a blessing for the country. A great blessing. Good. What a heart that has not changed. Zhao Jiangwo excitedly stood up, patting Chen Feng's shoulder with force, feeling like he was hitting steel. With your words, I can report back to the higher-ups. However, Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Feng, his expression serious. Your current abilities are too astonishing. To avoid causing social panic, tonight's events will be classified as top secret. It will be publicly announced as an accident during the test flight of a new type of supersonic drone or an explosion of a weather balloon. Chen Feng nodded. Thank you, Director Zhao. I also don't want to be a giant panda being gawked at. By the way, Chen Feng seemed to remember something without avoiding Zhao Jiangwo flipping his wrist. Buzz. A strange plate with a silver-gray metallic sheen and fluid patterns appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was a piece of debris from the Taihao battleship he brought from the wasteland, memory alloy armor plate. I still need to borrow some resources from the state. I want to refine a weapon. A weapon? Zhao Jiangwo had become numb to anything Chen Feng produced. What do you want to make? A gun? A cannon? Or a Gundam? No. Chen Feng shook his head, a glint of sharp sword intent flashing in his eyes, as if the air was being sliced. A sword. A sword that can fly, a sword that can take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, my life sword. The next day, in the operations conference room, a document marked SSS level top secret was placed before several elders. On the cover of the document was a blurry image captured by military satellites. In the image, a human figure was suspended 10,000 meters above the ground with a rolling sea of clouds beneath and a brilliant starry sky above. Surrounding him was a perfect circle of white shockwave clouds. The conference room was silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, the commander removed his reading glasses, sighed deeply, his tone carrying 3 parts shock and 7 parts relief. A terrestrial immortal. This is what the ancients spoke of as a terrestrial immortal. It turns out that myths are not just legends. Send the orders down. Raise Chen Feng's security level from a national treasure level to a strategic deterrence level. His status is equivalent to a national treasure weapon, even above nuclear weapons. Additionally, from now on, any abnormal phenomena regarding Chen Feng will be directly managed and covered up by the strategic support troops. No need to report, just block the enemy. As long as he doesn't betray the country, even if he pokes a hole in the sky, the state will patch it up for him. At this time, Chen Feng had already returned to the repaired underground room. The noise from the outside world was irrelevant to him. He sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array with that piece of memory alloy from a higher civilization's warship and the refined Emu core floating before him. Foundation establishment has been achieved and divine sense has opened. In High City at Yinshan No. 1, an underground chamber. Boom. A ball of sighing golden flame, like a miniature fire dragon, continuously spewed from Chen Feng's mouth, burning in the air with distorted ripples. This was the innate true fire, a unique ability of Foundation establishment cultivators fueled by pure true essence within the body, requiring no external aid. Its temperature enough to instantly melt ordinary steel. Yet the silver-gray metal plate suspended before Chen Feng, a memory alloy armor fragment from the wreckage of the Taihao starship. Under the tempering of this true fire reaching thousands of degrees, merely turned slightly red on the surface, showing no sign of melting. As expected of a material that can withstand interstellar particle cannons. Sweat beaded on Chen Feng's forehead, his spiritual energy greatly depleted, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. The harder the better. Only such material is worthy of being my life-bound flying sword. If made of ordinary iron, it would disintegrate upon acceleration. If the true fire isn't enough, then let's add some seasoning. Chen Feng moved his divine sense and formed hand seals. Sizzle. The ultra-high voltage current from the surrounding spirit-gathering array was forcibly drawn by him, turning into dazzling purple lightning whips that lashed fiercely onto the red-hot metal. Thunder and fire intertwined. Under the dual assault of the innate true fire and the industrial voltage of millions of volts, the stubborn alien alloy finally gave way. It began to emit a buzzing lament, gradually softening and deforming, eventually turning into a silvery liquid metal sphere, with lightning coursing over its surface, slowly writhing in the air, as if it possessed life. Now, Chen Feng's gaze was like lightning, his hands forming seals at blinding speed, leaving afterimages at his fingertips. Visible golden runes flew from his fingertips like brands imprinted with the laws of heaven, crazily striking into the liquid metal. This was not ordinary engraving, it was bestowing rules, infusing the sword with the soul. First array, divine mind communion array, binding the divine, since the sword moves with the mind as effortlessly as an arm. Even across 1,000 miles the connection remains as one. Second array, gung metal armor piercing array, unyielding and indestructible, specialized in breaking shields. The sharpness of gung metal essence is solidified on the blade, never to wear away. Third array, wind thunder extreme speed array. This is the core of the core. Chen Feng unreservedly poured the violent thunder-attributed spiritual energy, within his body into the sword embryo, constructing a complex set of aerodynamic rune formations, a perfect fusion of cultivation arrays and fluid dynamics. What I want is not speed but extreme speed. As still as a maiden, yet as swift as thunder. Instant acceleration to sonic boom, killing without a sound. As the final rune struck in, the liquid metal seemed to gain life, trembling violently, emitting a clear and melodious sword hum. It automatically stretched, shaped itself, and expelled the last impurities. A few minutes later, a flying sword without a hilt, about 3 feet long, with a deep cyan-black body, but a blade that gleamed with a cold white light, took shape in a streamlined form. It was too beautiful. Not like a weapon of killing, but more like a perfect work of art. Faint lightning flickered on the blade, and the surrounding air, unable to withstand its sharpness, was torn apart, emitting a faint hissing sound. The final step. Blood sacrifice. Chen Feng did not hesitate. He forced out a drop of heart blood containing his life essence from the tip of his tongue and sprayed it onto the sword. Boom. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the sword's surface glowed with an eerie red light before fading away. At that moment, Chen Feng felt his soul extend outward. This sword had become a part of his body, like his third hand. He could feel the temperature of the blade, the sensation of the breeze flowing over its edge. The sword was complete. Chen Feng gazed at the divine weapon floating before him, emitting a joyful sword hum, and slowly uttered 2 words. Take the azure of the wood, enter the darkness of the 9 heavens. From now on you shall be called Qingming. Whooshed. As the words fell, the Qingming sword seemed to understand its master's words, instantly turning into a cyan blur. It made no sound, performing dazzling maneuvers in the confined underground chamber. Abrupt stop, sharp turns, spiraling ascents, hover. Chen Feng closed his eyes. His divine sense instantly expanded to a radius of 30 kilometers. Every blade of grass and tree within this range was now his target. Fly. Chen Feng willed it. The Qingming sword suddenly accelerated. Although the underground space was too limited to break the sound barrier, the terrifying feedback, the thought had barely arrived, and the sword was already there, sent shivers through Chen Feng's body. It was the thrill of holding life and death in his hands. This was the true means of a cultivator. A 100-step flying sword. That was a trick of the chi refining stage. The foundation establishment stage's sword art could take a head from 1,000 li away. As long as it was within the range of his divine sense, this sword was the scythe of death. No anti-air missile could intercept it, because it was faster, more agile, and smaller than any missile. With this sword, Chen Feng raised his hand, and the Qingming sword obediently landed in his palm, transforming into a cyan sword pellet that merged into his flesh. Unmatched on Earth, the wasteland can also be swept aside. Chen Feng put away his sword and glanced at the clock on the wall. This closed-door sword forging had consumed another 3 full days. Adding the previous 7 days, he had been away from the wasteland for 10 days in total. 10 days. Chen Feng frowned slightly, a sudden inexplicable restlessness surging in his heart. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator develops a mysterious resonance with things connected to his karma, commonly known as a premonition. Just now, at the moment the sword was completed, his heart skipped a beat. A faint sense of anxiety crept over him, as if something important was breaking. Has something gone wrong in the wasteland? Chen Feng knew that the 2 worlds could not communicate. Even if old Mo and the others were all dead, they couldn't send him a text. But this palpitation was not without reason. The Black Gold Syndicate. The nobles of the Upper District. A flash of killing intent crossed Chen Feng's eyes. His foundation in the wasteland was his resource pool for foundation establishment, and he would never allow anyone to touch it. Bureau Zhao. Chen Feng picked up the encrypted phone and sent a brief message to Zhao Jiangwo. I'm going on a long trip. Return date uncertain. Don't worry. He hung up. Chen Feng checked his Sumeru ring. The charge was full. The ammunition was full. The flying sword was forged. His cultivation base was stable. It's time to go back. Chen Feng stood in the center of the underground chamber, looking at the faint spatial rift in the air. He had a premonition. This time when he returned, things would probably not be as peaceful and profitable as before. Since he had become a foundation establishment grand cultivator, since he had the Qingming flying sword. Then, some rules need to be changed. A blue light flashed. Chen Feng's figure vanished from Earth. Meanwhile, in the Wasteland World District 9. Boom. A homemade rocket-propelled grenade streaked with a long-tail flame, slamming heavily into the gate of the Longting Trading Company. The once imposing bulletproof glass curtain wall was now shattered into pieces all over the ground. The neon sign that read "Civilized Trade" was blown to only half a character, dangling precariously, sparks flying. Smoke billowed and black fumes rolled. Outside the trading company, it was packed with people. Over 1,000 heavily armed thugs wearing a motley assortment of armor, driving modified armed pickups, and steel-plated makeshift tanks surrounded the Longting Trading Company like a pack of hyenas smelling blood. They all wore black armbands. the symbol of the largest local gang in District 9, the Black Gold Syndicate, which had always been overshadowed by the black. Listen up, you bastards inside. On an armored command vehicle fitted with a large loudspeaker, a bald, muscular man with a mechanical heart exposed on his chest was shouting arrogantly through a megaphone. "I'm the president of the Black Gold Syndicate, Tyrannosaurus. I know that Predaboy boss of yours isn't here. He must have died out there. Even if he were here, I'd still crush him like a bug. You have 3 minutes. Hand over all the purified food recipes. Hand over that old man who can fix mechs. Then come out and surrender. Count out to me 3 times. Otherwise, they'll chop you all into pieces and feed you to the mutant dogs, and sell that woman to a brothel." Inside the trading company, a mess. 2 sentry guns had been blown up, reduced to scrap metal. Old Ghost, his face covered in blood, one eye swollen shut, clutched a pistol with only 3 bullets trembling behind the counter. But he didn't flee. His eyes held a desperate ferocity. "Pa, you want to rob the boss stuff? Dream on. Even if I die, you'll take one of your teeth with me." Beside him were 3 battered mechs. The Iron Top, model driven by Iron Tower, had its left arm blown off by heavy artillery, the armor plates covered in craters leaking hydraulic fluid. Old Ghost saved the chatter. Iron Tower's voice was still steady, but laced with a desperate resolve, the determination to die. "The boss isn't here, but we have. This is the boss legacy. Old Mo, can your mech still move?" At the entrance of the backyard workshop, Old Mo's mech was emitting black smoke, its power system clearly severely damaged. "It can still move, just leaking a bit of oil. Power down to 30. Old Mo's voice was hoarse. He glanced at the warehouse piled with explosives and fuel barrels beside him. "Iron Tower, if we really can't hold out, it'll blow up the warehouse. None of the boss stuff will fall into those bastards' hands. We may be lowlifes, but we have spines." "Good." Iron Tower nodded. "Then let's go together. 3 minutes are up." Tyrannosaurus outside had lost patience. He glanced at his watch. He waved his hand and roared viciously, "Attack. Leave no one alive. Charge." Boom, boom, boom. A dozen makeshift tanks fired simultaneously. Shells rained down on the crumbling building like hailstones. Over 1,000 thugs let out beastly howls and surged forward like a tide, gunfire erupting. Iron Tower looked at the sky full of artillery fire, closed his eyes, and prepared for the final moment. "Boss, he'll follow you in the next life." At this critical moment, a strange wave carrying an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from the underground chamber of the trading company, even drowning out the explosions. Then, clang. A heart-stopping cyan sword light, like the first ray of dawn, pierced through the smoke and dust in an instant. It was so fast that time itself seemed to stand still. In that moment, all the shells in the air were sliced apart by the sword light. "Who dares to touch my shop?" An icy voice without any amplification device, yet it exploded clearly in the depths of everyone's soul. In a wasteland world, Zone 9 at the ruins of the Longting Trading Company, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Even the wind held its breath. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure quietly floated 10 meters above the ground, as if a deity had descended. He was dressed in a simple black casual outfit, his long hair dancing with the wind, surrounded by a faint, yet substantial azure golden halo that kept all impurities at bay. Beside him, the 3-foot-long Qingming flying sword spiraled around him like a swimming azure dragon, emitting a heart-pounding low hum that seemed capable of slicing through souls. Below, the Old Ghost, who had been filled with despair and prepared to detonate the warehouse to end his life, suddenly widened his eyes, tears streaming down his weathered face. "Old boss." He rubbed his eyes hard and pinched his thigh, unable to believe what he was seeing. The boss actually flew up. Is this even human? This is trickery. The president of the Black Gold Society, the Tyrannosaurus, snapped back to reality after a brief moment of shock. He yelled frantically through a high-powered megaphone, trying to mask his inner fear and unease. "Holographic projection. This must be a holographic projection. No one can fly. It's an illusion. Shoot him down. Just break that projector and it will disappear. Open fire." Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Thousands of rioters, as if waking from a dream, crazily pulled the triggers, as if the sound of gunfire could bring them a shred of security. In an instant, countless tongues of fire erupted, illuminating the dim sky. Dense bullets, grenades, and even a few single-man anti-aircraft missiles with tail flames rained down on Chen Feng in the sky like a storm. Such a density of firepower could turn even heavy mechas like Iron Towers into Swiss cheese in an instant, leaving no trace behind. However, Chen Feng did not even raise an eyelid. He simply gazed at the incoming metallic storm with indifference, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth, as if looking at set. With that single word spoken, his massive divine sense in the Foundation establishment stage erupted, combined with his protective true essence. The azure golden halo surrounding him instantly surged 3 feet, forming a translucent spherical protective barrier visible to the naked eye. Ding 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 ding. The spine-chilling sound of metal collisions rang out dense as rain on banana leaves. Tens of thousands of high-speed spinning bullets 3 meters away from Chen Feng's body seemed to collide with an invisible wall of size. They were instantaneously compressed and deformed in midair, transforming into flat copper sheets, losing all their momentum and falling like a harmless rain of metal piling up into a small hill. As for those missiles that whizzed in, before they even got close, they were detonated midair by a few gusts of wind flicked out by Chen Feng. Boom, boom. Brilliant fireworks exploded beneath Chen Feng's feet, the flames illuminating his face cold as ice and devoid of emotion. Not a scratch, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. How is this possible? The Tyrannosaurus walkie-talkie fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His mechanical heart raced wildly, emitting an overload alarm. Below, thousands of rioters, as if collectively having their throats squeezed, quickly ceased their gunfire until it completely stopped. Everyone trembled, their teeth chattering. What kind of technology is this? A force field shield? Or legendary magic? It simply cannot be touched. Have you shot enough? In midair, Chen Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet through the tremors of spiritual power it penetrated each person's ears, sending their brains buzzing and hearts racing. Since you've shot enough, it's my turn. Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand, his slender index finger pointing at the armored command vehicle hiding at the back of the crowd, like a moving. I said, whoever touches my store, I will take their life. Go. Clang. A clear, resounding sword cry suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Qingming sword floating beside Chen Feng moved. It had no acceleration phase that started at its peak. Boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted before Chen Feng, the shockwave even blowing away the dust on the ground. Everyone saw a blue shadow that instantly tore through the air, leaving a long, lingering vacuum channel on their retinas. That was 3 times the speed of sound. Puff, 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 puff. The blue light did not directly strike the command vehicle, but traced a bizarre arc filled with the aura of death in the air. It first penetrated the leading Earth tank. Its half-meter-thick composite armor was like paper in front of the flying sword, instantly pierced through. The gung metal energy attached to the sword and the shockwave generated by supersonic speeds directly turned the tank's driver into a mist of blood, followed by the explosion of the ammunition rack. Boom. Amidst the flames of the tank explosion, the Qingming sword did not pause. It was as if it were playing with skewered candied haws. The second vehicle, third vehicle, fifth vehicle. In just 1 second, all 10 heavy war vehicles blocking Chen Feng's path were pierced through by a single sword, exploding one after another. This was a straight path of death. All the rioters on that path, not even having time to scream, were directly shredded by the sonic boom of the flying sword, turning into a rain of blood. Inside the command vehicle, the Tyrannosaurus watched the screen that showed the defense line instantly cleared, collapsing into his seat. Monster. He is a monster. Run. Reverse. Run. The Tyrannosaurus yelled frantically, trying to get the driver to turn around. But it was too slow. In front of the supersonic flying sword, all struggles were futile, all were jokes. Swish. That blue light was already right before him. It did not directly explode the vehicle. Instead, it elegantly and effortlessly drilled through the thick armor of the command vehicle, passing through the driver's cabin, through the Tyrannosaurus body, and then exiting from the rear of the vehicle. The inside of the vehicle fell silent. Crack. The entire 20-ton armored command vehicle suddenly split open in the middle. Then the upper half of the vehicle slowly slid down, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The cut was smooth as a mirror, even slightly glowing red from the heat, exuding the scent of molten metal. As for the Tyrannosaurus inside, his body, along with that expensive mechanical heart, was split in half, eyes wide open in death. Silence. A deadly silence. On the entire battlefield, apart from the crackling of burning war vehicles, there was no other sound. Thousands of rioters who had just moments ago been filled with murderous intent and arrogance now looked pale, their weapons feeling like scalding iron, unable to hold them steady. One sword. Just one sword, destroying 10 tanks, slaying the leader, piercing 1,000 meters. This had transcended the wasteland people's understanding. This is not something a human can achieve. This is divine retribution, a calamity from the heavens. In midair, whooshed. The Qingming sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by a cheerful hum, and hovered back at the tips of Chen Feng's fingers like a docile pet. The sword remained as sharp as ever, not a drop of blood on it. Chen Feng looked down at the dense crowd below, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at a swarm of ants. Who else wants to test how sharp my sword is? Clang. It was unclear who dropped their weapon first, causing a rifle to clatter to the ground. This sound was like the first domino in a chain reaction. Clang, clang, clang. Countless weapons were dropped, creating a cacophony. Thud. One rider knelt. Then came a wave, and soon everyone. Thousands of fully armed wasteland bandits, at that moment faced with the young man in black hovering in the air, all knelt in the dust. They lowered their heads, trembling all over, not daring to breathe loudly. This was a submission and fear rooted in biological instinct, a reverence for absolute power. Boss, long live. In the ruins, the old ghost trembled as he raised his hands, his voice hoarse, yet fervent, tears and snot streaming down it. Long live, boss. The staff behind him, the scarred iron tower, and even old Mo in the mech all let out a thunderous roar. Chen Feng slowly descended. He hovered 3 meters above the ground, looking down at the vice president of the Black Gold Society, kneeling in front. Lift your head, Chen Feng said lightly. The vice president, scared to the point of nearly wetting himself, shakily raised his head, not daring to meet Chen Feng's gaze, fearing to be killed with a single glare. From today onward, the Black Gold Society is disbanded. Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the venue, carrying an undeniable authority. All territories, resources, and population will be merged into Longting Trading Company. Zone 9 will have only one rule from now on. And that is my rule, Chen Feng's rule. Do you understand? I understand. I will strictly obey your commands. The vice president knocked his head against the ground, blood spilling, as if he wanted to dig out his heart to prove his loyalty. Chen Feng, boom. A massive surge of spiritual power swept through, directly lifting the wreckage of vehicles blocking the entrance 100 meters away, clearing a wide road. Iron Tower, old ghost. Here. The two stood straight, responding loudly. Incorporate them. Anyone with blood debts or disobedience, kill them. The rest will be taken to mine and farm, distributing according to labor. Chen Feng paused, his gaze sweeping over the trembling merchants and residents, his tone softening slightly. Additionally, the protection fee for Zone 9 will be changed. Common people will be exempt from taxes. Any legal resident living in Zone 9 will not pay a penny in head tax. Chen Feng do not need their meager labor. As for businesses and gangs, Chen Feng pointed at the broken sign. Only business tax will be collected. Those who make a profit will pay 20%. Those who incur losses I won't collect, and I might even provide loans for support. I want Zone 9 to become the most prosperous and safest sanctuary in the entire way. These words fell silent for a second. Then an eruption of cheers exploded, 100 times more fervent than before. No head tax. Only 20% business tax. This was akin to a saint descending in the exploitative wasteland. Long live Boss Chen. This time the cheers were no longer born from fear, but from genuine support. Chen Feng turned and walked into the crumbling small building with his hands behind his back, leaving behind a mysterious figure. This is the method of a ruler. On the wasteland in District 9, the smoke of gunpowder had dissipated, but the air still reeked of pungent blood and scorched odors. Before the ruins of the Longting Trading Company, a dense crowd of people knelt in the dust. These individuals had once been the thugs and ruffians of the Heijin Chamber of Commerce, the nightmare of this neighborhood. Now they resembled a flock of quails awaiting slaughter, their heads buried deep in the dust, not daring to breathe. Because 3 meters above their heads, the Qingming flying sword, exuding chilling sword aura, and faintly crackling with lightning sword, encircled slowly like an indefatigable peregrine falcon. Hum, hum. The sword sliced through the air, emitting a low roar like the breath of death itself, whispering in their ears. Chen Feng sat on an intact leather chair salvaged from the ruins, toying with a dark red biochip. The control core he had dug from the heart of the slain tyrant still stained with fresh. Boss, the inventory is done. Taita, clutching his wounded left arm, walked over. Though pale, his eyes blazed with the exhilaration of victory. We have captured 820 prisoners. Among them, over 100 are skilled technicians, mechanics, gunsmiths, even a doctor who can make prosthetics. The rest are combatants. As for supplies, we have over 30 modified war vehicles that can still run, and a warehouse full of fuel and ammunition. That bastard was dripping with wealth. Chen Feng nodded, his expression calm, and casually crushed the chip into powder, scattering it in the wind. Keep the technicians, all of them. Assign them to Old Mo's engineering team. Give them fair treatment, no abuse. As for the combatants, Chen Feng raised his eyelids and cast a cold gaze over the trembling prisoners. Pick out those who have civilian blood on their hands, those who take pleasure in torture, and those who tried to blow up the warehouse. How should we deal with them? Taita asked, his hand on his sword hilt. Chen Feng pointed at the floating sword and said indifferently, sacrifice them to the blade. Those two simple words sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Half an hour later, after dozens of screams abruptly ceased, a pile of corpses lay in the dump of District 9. Blood stained the ground, intimidating all who harbored ill intentions. The remaining 700-odd men, seeing the bloodstained sword return, had their fear transformed into unwavering loyalty and reverence. In the wasteland, mercy is weakness. Only absolute violence coupled with a rational order can win genuine submission. Late at night, at the former headquarters of the Heijin Chamber, this was a sturdy fortress converted from a pre-war underground bomb shelter. It had to be said that the dead tyrant was indeed a master of wealth accumulation. The warehouse was piled with mountains of source crystals and rare metals, making even Old Ghost, who had seen grand scenes, stare wide-eyed, almost drooling. We're rich. Boss, we're truly rich this time. This is enough to support us for 3 years. Old Ghost hugged a crate of gold bars, grinning so wide his false teeth nearly fell out. But Chen Feng was not interested in these mundane treasures. He strode straight to the deepest part of the fortress, the tyrant's private chamber. Under his divine sense, the greatest secret of the tyrant was hidden here, and it was also the reason he had spared no cost to attack this place. Strange. Chen Feng gazed at a huge hand-drawn military map hanging on the chamber wall. On the map in the wasteland east of District 9, near the edge of the steel forest, a red circle had been heavily drawn with a question mark beside it. In the safe beneath the map, Chen Feng found a black brick-like heavy encrypted industrial hard drive with complex interfaces. On the surface of the hard drive, a blurred yet imposing logo was printed, a giant gear holding aloft the head of a titan. Titan Heavy Industries, Old M.O. Chen Feng called out. Soon Old M.O., clad in an exoskeleton and covered in grease, limped in. When he saw the logo, his electronic eye instantly contracted to a pinpoint, and his breathing became rapid. Titan Heavy Industries. Old Mo's voice cracked with shock and fervor, like an archaeologist discovering the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor boss. This is the largest pre-war military-industrial complex, the one that supposedly built the Doomsday Mech and the Apocalypse tank. Their technology represents the pinnacle of pre-war human industry. Quick, decrypt it. I need to see the data inside. Old Mo's hands trembled as he pulled out various interface cables and decoders from his tool bag and connected them to the hard. 10 minutes later, as a cascade of green data streams swept across the screen like a waterfall, the hard drive's firewall was breached. A complex underground structural diagram appeared on the screen. This is... Old Mo gasped, his finger trembling as he pointed. No. 07 Fully Automated Arms Factory. Boss, now I know where the Heijin Chamber of Commerce got those heavy war vehicles. They didn't build them at all. They just scavenged some junk from the scrapyard outside this factory and patched them together. Old Mo pointed to a red flashing area at the core of the map. Here, the main production line of the factory. If the data is correct, there is a complete dormant combat robot production line here. Even if it's intra-level, this was from the prosperous pre-war era. Even entry-level is black technology by today's standards. This is a fully automated assembly line. As long as there is enough energy and raw materials, it can churn out tireless, death-defying, precise, and cold steel soldiers endlessly. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharp light flashing within them. An arms factory, an assembly line, mass production of troops. This was exactly what he needed most. Although his personal combat power was already unmatched at the Foundation establishment stage, if he wanted to control the entire lower city and even confront the massive regular army of the upper city in the future, he could not kill them all alone. He needed an army. A mechanical army of absolute loyalty, instant obedience, and infinite regeneration. How far is it from here? Chen Feng asked. 120 kilometers, Old Mo said, looking at the coordinates. It's buried underground at the edge of the steel forest. That fool tyrant sat on a gold mine, but couldn't get in because the inner door is made of depleted uranium armor and requires extremely high-level authorization codes. Can you? Old Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Normal electronic hacking won't work. It's military-grade encryption. A brute force would trigger self-destruction. But, Old Mo glanced at Chen Feng with a hint of anticipation. Boss, can your flying sword cut through 500 millimeters of depleted uranium armor? Chen Feng smiled. He extended his hand, and the Qingming sword danced joyfully between his fingers, emitting a crisp sword hum as if accepting the challenge. Not just depleted uranium armor. Even if the sky itself stands in my way, it'll pierce a hole through it. The next morning, the survivors of District 9 were astonished to find that the newly opened Longting Trading Company had once again hung a sign of temporary closure. But this time no one dared to complain. Only awe remained. At the back door of the trading company, a larger, heavily armed convoy had already assembled. In addition to the original 3 Iron Tread 3 mechs, the convoy now included 5 heavy assault tanks captured from the Heijin Chamber of Commerce and modified by Old Mo, along with 20 heavy trucks loaded with supplies, diesel generator sets, and ammunition. This was the strongest military force in District 9. Chen Feng stood at the front of the convoy. He did not ride in a vehicle. With a thought, the Qingming suddenly expanded, becoming a massive sword about 2 meters long and 1 foot wide, hovering steadily half a meter above the ground. Chen Feng stepped onto the flying sword, hands behind his back, robes fluttering like a sword, Immortal descending to the mortal world. Riding the sword. This sight made the hundreds of subordinates below boil with fervor, as if seeing a deity. Following such a boss, how could they not prosper? Move out. Chen Feng spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but reaching the entire army. Rumble. The steel torrent surged forward, tracks crushing gravel, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, rolling mightily toward the eastern wasteland. Standing on the flying sword, Chen Feng swept his divine sense across the vast land, his heart filled with soaring ambition. In the wasteland world east of Zone 9 lies the ruins of Titan Heavy Industries Factory No. 07. It is a vast underground cavern with damp and murky air. In front of the 10-meter-thick explosion-proof door forged from solid composite armor, Chen Feng retracted the Qingming flying sword that hovered in the air. On that alloy door, reputed to withstand tactical nuclear blasts and impervious to the ravages of time, there was now a 2-meter-wide hole large enough for an off-road vehicle to pass through. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with edges radiating a red-hot temperature rapidly cooling while emitting a hissing sound. This was proof of the invincibility of the Gungjin sword energy. Enter. Chen Feng waved his hand and stepped into this forbidden land that had been dormant for a century. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he entered, a stale, moldy odor mixed with the scent of machine oil and the metallic tang of severe oxidation rushed at him, causing him to cough violently. It was not the bright, spotless, and futuristic scene one would expect from a sci-fi movie. What lay before everyone was a massive, silent industrial graveyard. The emergency lights had long since gone out, and only a ball of lightning fire at Chen Feng's fingertips illuminated the surroundings. The huge factory's roof had collapsed halfway due to geological movements, allowing underground dark river water to seep in, pooling in a stinking black water. Countless once precise mechanical arms had rusted and frozen in midair, resembling a group of dead giants reaching out to the sky for help, covered in spider webs and dust. This is the armory. The old ghost, filled with anticipation and expecting to find a mountain of gold, was dumbfounded at the sight of this pile of scrap metal. This place is even worse than my junkyard. What can be made here? A cast iron pot. Old Mo, however, trembled with excitement, completely unbothered by the filthy water on the ground, rushing to a dusty and rusty piece of equipment, frantically wiping the nameplate, as if caressing the face of a lover. No. Don't speak if you don't understand. You don't recognize quality. This is a pre-war Aurora-class nanolathe. Though rusty, it can be used again with just a new motherboard and some polishing of the guide rails. Its precision is 1,000 times better than handcrafted. And this is a gravity casting machine. Even if it's broken, the hydraulic pump inside is. Chen Feng's divine sense swept across the area, his brow slightly furrowing. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. The factory had obviously suffered some degree of damage before the war, or perhaps structural damage due to a century of geological movement, resulting in many key devices being. Don't look at these peripheral devices anymore, Chen Feng said solemnly, his voice echoing in the empty factory. Go to the control room. Let's see if the core production line is still operational. That's the key. 3 floors underground in the central control room. The condition here was slightly better, as it was a fully enclosed structure that hadn't been flooded, only covered in a thick layer of dust. But at the main control console, the operator's corpse, now reduced to bones, yet still maintaining its operating posture, sent a chill down one's spine. Its uniform had weathered away, with only the nameplate on the chest vaguely readable. Chief Engineer. Old Mo, it's up to you now. Yes. Old Mo pulled out a modified military decryption terminal from his backpack and connected it to the dust-covered mainframe interface. Boss, the backup power here has long since dried up. I need to use an external power source to give it a jump start. Old Mo connected the high-powered diesel generator he had brought. Boom. As the generator belched black smoke, a loud rumble broke the silence. The enormous cracked central screen flickered a few times, emitting a series of hissing electrical sounds before finally illuminating with a sickly green glow shining on the skeleton. System starting. Titan Intelligent System, Titan OS version 4. 0 warning. Severe logical error detected. Data loss. Warning. Core database is 78 damaged. Warning. Geothermal energy core output power 5 critical value. Unable to start production line. A series of glaring red warning pop-ups seemed to mock everyone's ambitions and proclaimed the death sentence of this place. Damn it. Old Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard, his face growing increasingly grim, even showing signs of despair. Boss, bad news. The main AI of this base has suffered brain death. Its core logic board was burned out in the impact back, then leaving only a glitching program that can't produce and the energy. The geothermal well might be blocked. The current power supply can't even handle turning on the lights, let alone driving those hydraulic machines weighing hundreds. Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of emotion. Just give me the conclusion. Can we still produce robots? Old Mo took a deep breath, brought up the factory's blueprints, and pointed to a line still flickering with weak yellow light. Originally, there were 12 production lines. Now, only production line No. 9 is relatively intact, with about 40 of its functionality still usable. The others are either collapsed or had parts removed, likely due to previous maintenance robots taking from one to support the other in order to keep themselves operational. Moreover, due to the lack of advanced chips and rare alloys, we can't produce the original robots. That requires nanotechnology. Chen Feng stared at the incomplete production progress bar on the screen, contemplating for a moment. What if we provide the raw materials? Chen Feng pointed behind him, his tone firm. The scrap war vehicles and armor plates left by the Black Gold Consortium outside, along with the industrial motors and civilian ships, we can produce, but it has to be downgraded. In other words, a patchwork product. Using the scrap iron from the wasteland for the shell, using Earth's civilian ships for the brain, and the diesel generator for the heart. Old Mo adjusted his electronic eye and gave a professional judgment. We can create a monkey version of the Guardian. Its combat power is probably only 30 of the original version, and the production speed will be very slow. Many precise processes cannot be done by machines, requiring manual calibration and welding. How slow? Chen Feng asked. About 1 unit every 3 days. If we get skilled, maybe 2 days. 1 unit every 3 days. 10 units in a month. 120 units in a year. This was far from the image Chen Feng had envisioned of 1,000,000 soldiers sweeping the wasteland. However, Chen Feng did not feel disappointed. Instead, he revealed a hint of a smile. That's enough. He patted Old Mo on the shoulder, giving him confidence. The road must be walked step by step, and meals must be eaten bite by bite. If we really had 1,000,000 robots with the temperament of those people in the upper city, they would have long since dropped nuclear bombs to wipe us out, never giving us a chance to develop. This speed is just right. It can enhance our strength without immediately causing a widespread panic and siege from the upper city. This is the most prudent way to Now let's solve the first problem: energy. Chen Feng walked to the main control console, looking at the energy output icon displaying 5. Blocked geothermal well. Yes, there should be rock collapses in the deep pipelines or magma solidification. Old Mo explained. Without large drilling equipment, it can't be repaired at all. No need for drilling equipment. Chen Feng turned around, the Qingming flying sword buzzing behind him, emanating a sound eager for battle. He'll go check the depth. Old Mo, you are responsible for bringing people to clear production line No. 9, throwing out all the bones and garbage. Iron Tower, take people outside to dismantle the scrap war vehicles, bringing in all usable metals, especially the engines. Since it is incomplete, we will use our hands to piece it together bit by bit. 2 hours later, 500 meters underground in the geothermal energy well. The temperature here reached 200 degrees, and the air was filled with suffocating sulfur and toxic gas. For mortals, this was a dead zone where no protective suit could last more than 10. But for Chen Feng, who was at the foundation establishment stage, the rich fire spiritual energy here made him feel comfortable, every pore breathing it in. Indeed, Chen Feng floated above the bubbling lava pool, his divine sense sweeping over the massive geothermal pipe. A black rock the size of a truck was firmly lodged in the pipe's inlet, blocking the passage of geothermal steam. Lift. Chen Feng grasped at the air. Boom. Under the immense magical force, the boulder, weighing dozens of tons, slowly loosened, then was hurled into the nearby lava pool by Chen Feng, as if it were garbage, splashing a fiery red wave. Whoosh! As the blockage was cleared, the suppressed geothermal steam that had been trapped for a century roared forth like a waking dragon released with deafening fury, rushing into the pipe. Energy core restarting. Turbine units engaging. Output power 10. 30. 65. Stable. Above, Old Mo's excited voice crackled through the communicator, almost breaking. Boss, we have power. Everything is lit up. The production line is live. 3 days later. Production line No. 9 assembly workshop. As the massive hydraulic arm completed its final closure, a plume of white steam shot out with a hiss. The rusty conveyor belt emitted a harsh grinding sound as it slowly turned. The first mass-produced combat robot assembled and pieced together by Longting Commercial stepped down with heavy strides amidst a shower of sparks. It lacked the silver sci-fi paint job of the original and did not have a streamlined shell. It was entirely black with a rugged and even somewhat ugly appearance. Its left arm featured a thick revolving machine gun, while its right arm bore a high-frequency vibrating blade. The core position on its chest, powered by a diesel generator, still trembled slightly, emitting black smoke. It looked ugly and clumsy, even limping as it walked. Yet everyone present, whether Old Mo or the technicians, erupted in cheers, with some even tossing their hats. This was their creation. Chen Feng approached the robot, tapping on its thick chest armor, producing a dull and solid metallic sound. Though it looks a bit ugly, it's sturdy. That's enough. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Such robots didn't need to eat or drink, didn't require rest, and would not. Even if there were only a few dozen combined with his command and the flying sword, they would be enough to dominate the lower city, able to confront even regular armies. Old Mo, continue production. If there aren't enough raw materials, go steal, dig, or trade. As long as it's metal, we need it. I want to see a guard unit with 10 robots within a month. Chen Feng turned his gaze directed toward the dim exit in the distance. With them, we will no longer be just a trading company. We are warlords, the new rule makers of this wasteland. Wasteland World No. 07 Arsenal Underground Comprehensive Testing Ground. A thunderous boom echoed as dust and debris soared. A freshly assembled T-1 robot attempting a simple tactical evasive maneuver clumsily tripped over its own left foot. Its colossal frame crashed like a mountain, gouging a deep crater into the concrete floor, scattering parts everywhere. Another fall. That's the third one today. Lao Mo, clutching his electronic prosthetic eye, with a pained grimace stared at the steel giant still twitching and sputtering on the ground. In a tone of bitter disappointment, he cursed, "Boss, this really isn't my fault. The craftsmanship is fine." He pointed at the robot's head, saliva flying. "The chip we're using is a Stellaris 3000 salvaged from a scrapyard. A pre-war low-end civilian chip meant for controlling washing machines. Its computing power can't even handle a smart toilet. And it's supposed to process complex fire control, balance, and friend-or-foe identification systems. It's like putting a toddler who just learned to walk into a fighter jet. The brain simply can't keep up. The moment data streams flood and it crashes." "And the power source?" Lao Mo fumed, kicking the diesel engine that was belching black smoke from the robot's back. "The diesel engine's vibrations are too severe, heavily interfering with the gyroscope. This thing is nothing more than a mobile shooting target. A half-paralyzed one at that." Chen Feng gazed at this heavily imbalanced steel beast, lost in thought. Body Titan alloy, a wasteland specialty, unmatched hardness, capable of withstanding even depleted uranium armor-piercing shells. Brain, a garbage chip from the wasteland, mentally deficient with zero computing power. Heart, a diesel engine, high noise, high vibration, high pollution. A classic case of a strong body, but a useless mind. "Lao Mo," Chen Feng suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant. "If I had enough high-performance batteries and top-tier computing chips, could you make it run?" "Absolutely." Lao Mo slapped his chest, sending a cloud of grease flying. "As long as the computing power and energy are sufficient, I can flash the locked Titan OS underlying system into it. Then it won't just run, it could do ballet on a tightrope." "Good." A confident smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. "Then let's give them a heart and brain transplant." Earth Haiching Yinshan No. 1. The first thing Chen Feng did upon returning was summon Li Bowen. "Boss, this is the group's quarterly financial report." Li Bowen respectfully handed over a thick document, his face brimming with suppressed pride and excitement. "Ever since State Grid helped us decode that Taihao energy storage technology and authorized us for mass production, our super batteries have completely dominated the global high-end market. Now whether it's Tesla, BYD, Apple, or Huawei, they're all lining up for our batteries. We've expanded production to 1.0 units per day, but supply still can't keep up with demand. Orders are booked through next year." Chen Feng casually flipped through the report. The dizzying string of zeros did not stir his heart. For him, money was now just a number, a tool for mobilizing Earth's resources to serve his cultivation and wasteland ambitions. "Only I need to transfer some goods." Chen Feng closed the document, his tone flat but unyielding. "I want 1.0 sets of top-spec military-grade high-energy battery packs. No labels, no serial numbers. Directly off the special production line, shipped through a special channel to my place. They'll coordinate with the relevant authorities. Also, I need your procurement department to handle one more thing. This has the highest priority." "What to procure?" Li Bowen took out his notebook, his expression serious. "Chips." Chen Feng raised a finger, his gaze piercing. "High-end AI computing chips. Whether it's NVIDIA's H100, Huawei's Ascend 910 series, or even higher-end military-spec versions. As long as they're available in stock, I want them all. Quantity. Let's start with 5,000 pieces." With a clatter, Li Bowen's hand jerked, and his expensive Mont Blanc pen fell to the floor, spilling ink everywhere. "B-Boss, 50,000 pieces." He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "AI chips are strategic materials now. They're more expensive than gold. The U.S. has them locked down tight, and domestic production is also tight, distributed piece by piece. Even if we have the money, there's nowhere to buy that many. We'd be arrested as spies." This was like suddenly deciding to buy 5,000 tons of enriched uranium at the vegetable market. It wasn't about money, it was a matter of life and death. If normal channels can't get them, then use special channels. Chen Feng waved his hand, his expression calm. "Make a budget. He'll handle the rest." Half an hour later, a black Hongqi sedan with a special license plate and all-black paint silently pulled into Yinshan No. 1, driving straight into the underground garage. Zhao Jiangwo hurried into the basement, not even pausing for tea. "Xiaochen, are you planning another big move?" He got straight to the point, his expression stern. "The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology just called me saying that your future energy company is sweeping up high-end chips like crazy, clearing out the inventories of several distributors, and even using overseas connections. What do you need all that computing power for?" "Mining. Building a supercomputer." Chen Feng was polishing his Qingming flying sword, its blade gleaming coldly. He smiled, but didn't stop his work. "Director Zhao, do I look like someone who needs Bitcoin?" He invited Zhao Jiangwo to sit down, and with a flick of his finger, a cup of hot tea flew through the air and landed in front of Zhao. "To be honest, I'm conducting an experiment on an all-terrain automated defense system. I need a lot of computing power to drive some. Big things and make them smarter. Big things, eh? Zhao Jiangwo's eyelids twitched, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Combining the special alloys, the batteries, and now the chips. As a veteran in military industry, the image of a combat robot instantly flashed through Zhao Jiangwo's mind. Xiao Chun. Zhao lowered his voice, his expression more serious than ever. You are a national treasure. The country allows you to have secrets and is willing to give you the green light. But these chips, if we help you get them, can we see the finished product? Even just a glance. The nation had long sought breakthroughs in unmanned combat, but the integration of control algorithms and hardware had always been a bottleneck preventing true intelligent automation. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded with sincere eyes. Yes. After I finish using these chips and pass the tests, I will deliver to the country a complete design blueprint, an underlying control algorithm for an all-terrain unmanned combat platform. It will be at least 50 years ahead of current technology. Deal. Zhao Jiangwo slapped his thigh, leaping to his feet in excitement, not even noticing the spilled tea. He had been waiting for this very promise. Chips, though precious, were merely a matter of allocation before the state machinery. Exchanging a few tens of thousands of chips for a set of next-generation unmanned mecha technology. This deal was a massive win, a strategic victory for the nation. Give me 3 days. Zhao Jiangwo acted with swift efficiency, picking up a secure phone and dialing. Within 3 days, 5 military-spec AI chips will be delivered to your basement under the guise of scientific research losses. All top-grade stock. As for the military batteries you requested, I've approved those too. Special case, special handling, full green light. 3 days later, in the wasteland world, the underground workshop of the arsenal. With a rustling sound, Chen Feng waved his hand, and his interspatial ring glowed. Crates of future high-energy battery packs and neatly stacked anti-static boxed, high-end AI chips piled up, like small mountains covering the entire workbench. These creations, representing the pinnacle of Earth's industry, shone with a captivating technological luster inside the dim, crude wasteland workshop, seeming both out of place and full of hope. These are chips. Lao Mo's hands trembled as he carefully picked up an exquisitely packaged black chip, no larger than a fingernail, scrutinizing it under the high-magnification lens of his electronic eye. 3 nanometers process. 5 billion transistors. Such wiring, such packaging. My God, this is a work of art. So precise. So beautiful. Smoother than a woman's skin. For Lao Mo, a wasteland technician, used to crude, bulky electronic junk and welding circuit boards with a magnifying glass. Earth's chips looked like alien technology, so exquisite that he felt an urge to kneel and worship. Stop marveling. Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder, interrupting his reverent admiration. The batteries are here, and the brains are here. Now I want you to turn those scrap heaps lying on the ground into real warriors, into tireless killing machines. Can you do it? Yes. Absolutely yes. Lao Mo's eyes burned with fanatical fire. He raised the chip as if taking an oath, his voice quivering. With this thing, I can make them tap dance on a tightrope. Hit a fly's wing from 1,000 meters away. Get to work, brothers. Time to work. The transformation began. It was an industrial carnival spanning time and space. A perfect fusion of roughness and precision. Titan Heavy Industries' massive mechanical arm precisely grabbed Earth's battery packs, stuffing them into the robot's chest cavity to replace the smoking diesel engine. Lao Mo, using his nimble micromanipulation mechanical hand, carefully soldered Earth's AI chips onto the reserved slots of the Titan motherboard under a microscope. A crisp click sounded. System resetting. Hardware check. Energy supply stable. Earth high-energy battery pack endurance increased by 500 core. Computing power overflow. Computing power surplus 1000. Latency below 0.01 seconds. Loading Titan combat assistance module. A low hum emanated as the robot that had been lying on the ground suddenly lit up its eye sensors. No longer a dull yellowish flicker, but a cool, steady, intelligent, deep blue light. It rose slowly. This time there was no roar of a diesel engine, no black smoke. Only the faint, pleasant hum of servo motors. Its movements were astonishingly fluid. The once clumsy mechanical joints, now coordinated by Earth's lubricants and AI algorithms, executed a high-difficulty tactical crouch that would be challenging even for a human without a single tremor. With a whoosh, it raised its right arm's high-frequency vibration blade, elegantly twirling it in the air with a blur too fast to track, then smoothly sheathed it. Precise. Silent. Lethal. It worked. Tai Ta watched this reborn steel warrior, its aura completely transformed, and felt a chill run from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The old diesel version was a beast, fierce but clumsy. The new electric version was an assassin, a silent death. Now that's more like it. Chen Feng walked up to the robot, gazing at its deep blue eyes reflecting his own image, and nodded with satisfaction. From today onward you are Turning around, he looked at the production line behind him running at full speed and continuously swallowing Earth's chips and batteries. Ambition glinted in his eyes. Full production, spare no expense. I want to see a silent legion of 100 shadow sentinels within a month. When the time comes. Chen Feng's gaze pierced through the thick rock layers looking toward the surface and the distant upper city. Whether it's the bandits in the surrounding areas or the lofty nobles in the upper city, they will all tremble and submit before this silicon-based tide. In the wasteland world at the border of Zone 9, yellow sands swirl in the air, the roar of engines rolling across the horizon like muffled thunder. The earth trembles violently. A coalition composed of over 50 heavily modified armored vehicles, armed pickups loaded with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, along with more than 3,000 armed thugs, surged like a murky and foul-smelling mudslide from the direction of Zones 8 and 7. This was a joint operation by the three major regional powers, as well as a plundering carnival targeting the newly rich. Leading the charge was a giant land cruiser adorned with a skull flag modified from a bulldozer. On its roof stood a one-eyed giant with a face full of flesh, a shoddy infrared prosthetic in his left eye, and a massive mechanical claw for a right arm. Butcher, the leader of the Vulture gang. Listen up, everyone. The Butcher shouted into a loudspeaker, his voice echoing across the wasteland, infused with greedy panting. That pretty boy Chun, he swallowed the Black Gold Merchant Association, and now he's rolling in wealth. I heard his warehouse is filled with pure sugar and liquor, and that kind of old dry mama that can make people float. Charge it. Tear down that merchant establishment. Kill all the men, take all the women. Whoever gets it first, it's theirs. The roar from over 3,000 thugs sounded like the howling of beasts. They waved their electromagnetic rifles, chainsaw swords, and homemade grenades, their greed overpowering reason, as if they could already see mountains of gold and silver. In their eyes, although the Longting Merchant Association had destroyed the Black Gold Merchant Association, it must have been a Pyrrhic victory, leaving them severely weakened. Now was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation and divide the spoils. At the Longting Merchant Association's defense line, it was eerily quiet compared to the clamor across the way, even somewhat desolate. There were no war trenches prepared for battle, nor were there groups of mercenaries building defenses. Only three figures stood alone behind the half-destroyed barricade. In the middle sat Chen Feng, relaxed in a master chair, holding a cup of hot tea and resting his eyes. To his left stood a burly man gripping a heavy rotary machine gun, his expression as serious as a steel tower. To his right was Lao Mo, clad in an exoskeleton, adjusting the control terminal in his hands. Boss, they're coming in. Lao Mo glanced at the tablet in his hand, the screen crowded with red dots, already crossing the alert line like a tide of crimson, distance 800 meters. Entering the optimal ambush zone. The enemy numbers 3,200, with 58 heavy vehicles. Firepower assessment, grade B. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, gently blowing on the steam rising from his teacup. His gaze was calm and unperturbed, as if watching a group of ants moving or pigs and sheep awaiting slaughter. All the troublemakers from the nearby districts are here, right? Yes, the steel tower replied in a deep voice, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Vulture Gang, Iron Blood Camp, Sandstorm Society. All are ruthless characters who kill and plunder without mercy. Good. Chen Feng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, handing the teacup to Lao Gui, behind him. Saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Oh, it's efficient to take them all out at once. Let's get started. He turned to Lao Mo, his tone flat. Let these bumpkins still stuck in the tribal conflict era see what industrialized slaughter looks like. Yes. Lao Mo took a deep breath, his fingers striking the enter key with force. Command confirmed. Shadow Scout Legion awaken. In the center of the battlefield, the Butcher was directing his subordinates to charge. Saliva flying. Charge. Don't be afraid. They have no one left. Just three. As soon as he finished speaking, a synchronized low-frequency whirring sound like a swarm of bees buzzing suddenly erupted from the shadows of the debris on both sides. There was no roar of diesel engines, no billowing black smoke, only a chilling sound of electricity. In the dim twilight, countless pairs of ghostly blue electronic eyes suddenly lit up, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. Then 100 black steel figures glided out of the ruins like phantoms, their movements so fluid they resembled a group of well-trained assassins rather than machines. T1 Shadow Scout robots entering the fray. What is that? A thug at the front hadn't yet realized what was happening. Whooshed. A shadow flashed by. The robot changed direction at an angle that defied the laws of physics, instantly closing in on him. The high-frequency vibrating blade on its right arm sliced through the air, creating an invisible ripple. The thug's head flew high into the air, blood gushing forth. Until his death, he never heard any heavy footsteps from the robot. Then the slaughter began. Da-da-da-da-da. 100 Shadow Scout robots opened fire simultaneously. Yet their gunfire was not loud, lacking the chaotic frenzy of indiscriminate shooting. Because each bullet was precisely calculated by the AI fire control system, they fired short, accurate bursts. Every large-caliber armor-piercing round seemed to have an eye, accurately drilling into the thugs' foreheads or exploding the fuel tanks of war vehicles, piercing the bulletproof glass of the drivers. Take cover. Counterattack. The butcher shouted in terror, hiding behind the command vehicle. The thugs frantically poured out gunfire bullets raining down like a shower. However, a scene of despair unfolded before them. Those robots were too agile. With the terrifying computing power of Earth's advanced AI chips, they seemed to predict the trajectories of the bullets. They performed various high-difficulty tactical evasions on the battlefield that humans could not replicate, sliding while shooting, jumping in midair to reload, and zigzagging in ghost. Most of the thugs' bullets hit empty air, kicking up dust. Occasionally a few rounds did hit, but they were deflected by the heavy Titan alloy armor, only sparking a few flames, barely scratching the paint. In contrast, the Shadow Scouts' counterattacks were deadly, each strike precise and lethal. This was not a war, it was an automated weeding operation. What kind of monster is this? The butcher watched as his subordinates fell like wheat, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He was someone who had seen the world, familiar with the robots of the upper city. But those upper city guardians were as clumsy as iron barrels, only capable of standing still and outputting fire. They were not this agile. This was simply a martial arts master clad in iron. Moreover, do these robots not need to reload? Do they not need to cool down? They were tireless, fearless, and even after one of them had its mechanical arm blown off by a rocket, the robot still managed to leap forward on one leg, using its remaining hand to stab the vibrating blade into the enemy's heart. Silence. Efficiency. Cold blood. Across the battlefield, apart from the thugs' screams and gunfire, the robot legion emitted no sound. No cries, no communication, only slaughter. In just 10 minutes, the coalition of 3,000 collapsed corpses littering the ground, rivers of blood flowing. The few hundred surviving thugs dropped their weapons, fleeing backward, while crying out for their parents, desperate to distance themselves from these demons. Run! Suspended in the air over the battlefield, Chen Feng, with his arms crossed, coldly observed this scene. His divine sense had already locked onto the leaders trying to escape among the crowd at the edge of the battlefield. Qingming. With a clang, a blue sword light shot forth from behind him like a joyful fish swimming. This time Chen Feng did not use sonic booms, because it was The flying sword transformed into a silent stream of light weaving through the chaotic crowd. It did not kill the small fry, but specifically targeted the leaders attempting to escape in the command vehicle. Puff, puff, puff. The flying sword pierced through the bulletproof glass, accurately stabbing into the throats of each leader, erupting in spray. As the butcher started the land cruiser, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck. He clutched his bleeding throat, looking in terror at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, the young man in black, hovering in the air, looked down upon him like a deity, his gaze devoid of any compassion, only indifference. In the next life, keep your eyes open. This was the last sentence the butcher heard, the final memory he had in this world. 20 minutes later, the battle was over. Apart from the corpses strewn across the ground, and the burning wreckage of war vehicles crackling, the entire border of Zone 9 returned to a deathly silence. 100 Shadow Scout robots stood in neat rows before Chen Feng. Their black paint was smeared with blood and grease, some had broken arrows lodged in them, and some had, yet they stood straight, motionless. The 100 pairs of ghostly blue electronic eyes flickered with a cold, rational light in the night like flames from hell. Battle statistics: enemies annihilated 3128, including 12 leaders, prisoners 0, no order given to take prisoners, self losses 3 units, heavily damaged core intact, reparable ammunition consumption, average 120 rounds per machine. This was a terrifying exchange ratio. Complete victory. Boss. What is this? Steel Tower looked at the silent Steel Legion, nearly unable to hold onto his machine gun. He had previously thought his diesel mech was impressive, but compared to this group of tireless, terrifyingly powerful, and well-coordinated electric assassins, he felt like a clumsy primitive. If these robots had come for him earlier, he might not have survived even a second. This is the power of technology. Chen Feng descended to the ground, walking up to one of the Shadow Scouts and wiping the blood off its faceplate. In the face of absolute technological disparity, numbers are meaningless. Chen Feng turned around, gazing at the group behind him, already stunned, and kneeling on the ground, the subordinates of the Longting Merchant Association, as well as the more distant residents of Zone 9, peeking out, their faces filled with fear. He knew that after this battle, Zone 9 would entirely belong to the Chen family. Not just Zone 9. With the annihilation of their leaders, the surrounding Zones 7 and 8 had now become unclaimed loot. Steel Tower. Chen Feng spoke lightly, his voice echoing in the night. Take the Shadow Scout Legion and pay a visit to the lairs of these families. I do not wish for any voice daring to oppose me when the sun rises tomorrow. He paused, his tone turning cold. Burn all their flags. Put up our Longting flag. Yes, Steel Tower shouted, turning with the Steel Legion, their footsteps orderly and shaking the earth. Chen Feng stood still, watching the departing blue glow. His heart stirred little. His Foundation establishment mindset made him increasingly indifferent to the struggles of mundane powers. This was merely a means, not an end. Resources acquired, territory secured, army assembled. Chen Feng raised his head, his gaze crossing the wasteland, piercing through the mist, looking in that direction, the upper city. There the iron giant city suspended in the clouds still glittered with lights, like a paradise, gazing down upon the sufferings of the ground below. Next, it's time to see what kind of monsters are hidden in that so-called paradise. In the wasteland world, District 9, Olongting headquarters. 3 days. Merely 3 days. Under the relentless around-the-clock targeted elimination and suppression by the Shadow Sentinel Legion, the neighboring Districts 7 and 8 had completely fallen. Those once arrogant gang leaders who had ruled their domains either had their heads severed by the azure firmament flying sword from 1,000 meters away, or knelt before Chen Feng offering their knees, and all their assets swearing fealty. At this moment, this underground fortress had been completely renovated. In the vast conference hall, the original skull flags and blood axe flags had all been thrown into the incinerator, replaced by a brand new black Longting flag embroidered with a golden dragon soaring through clouds. Chen Feng sat on an iron throne forged from countless discarded firearms, and covered with mutated beast hide, a glass of wine in his hand, his expression languid, yet commanding. Below him stood 2 rows of people. To the left were the core high-ranking members of Longting dressed in new black uniforms, Tieta Lagui and Laoma. To the right were dozens of newly surrendered, trembling minor leaders from various districts, their heads bowed, and hardly daring to breathe, terrified that the flying sword hovering overhead. Boss. Tieta stepped forward, pointing at the mountain of supply crates piled in the center of the hall, his tone excited. This is what we found in the lairs of the Vulture Gang, and the all high-purity source crystal or rare metals, and hundreds of young healthy survivors they had plundered, mostly women and skilled artisans. According to the account books, these weren't for their own use. They were tribute to be delivered today. Tribute. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, swirling his glass. Right, Laogui added from the side, a hint of fear in his eyes. The big gangs in the lower districts are just the dogs of the upper districts. They squeeze the survivors at the bottom, sending the best resources, minerals, and unmutated populations up through the sky ladder to the upper districts. In return, the upper districts give them some obsolete weapons, expired nutrient paste, and a small quota of energy cells. That's the law of survival in the lower districts. Trade blood for life. Chen Feng listened, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, the temperature in his eyes dropping to freezing. Bloodsucking. This was outright bloodsucking. The upper districts floated in the clouds, enjoying a paradise-like existence, while treating the lower districts as sewers and sources of ramen. Not only did they suck blood, but they also squeezed the marrow dry. Boss, today is the quarterly tribute day. Tieta glanced at the clock on the wall and said with some concern. According to the rules, the upper district's heavy transport ship will arrive at the sky ladder interface of District 9 in 1 hour. If we don't deliver, or if we're short. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, the silver quantum communicator captured from the Vulture Gang and always locked in a safe suddenly emitted a piercing buzz in the center of the hall. Dead silence fell over the entire hall. All the surrendered leaders trembled in fear, instinctively wanting to kneel. That was a call from heaven. To them it was a decree, a summons from death itself. Chen Feng swirled his glass and said calmly, "Answer it." Laogui shuffled over shakily, took a deep breath, and pressed the connect button. Crackle. A clear holographic projection unfolded in midair. The image showed a middle-aged white man in a spotless white uniform, his hair meticulously combed, wearing a vintage monocle. He sat in a bright high-tech office with blue sky, white clouds, and flying doves visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind him, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, his posture elegant. He was a third-level executive officer of the Upper District Material Administration Bureau. Without even lifting his head, he didn't glance at the camera, instead staring at an electronic document in his hand and speaking in a tone of disgust, as if handling garbage. Butcher, the transport ship arrives in 10 minutes. If the source crystal or is even 1 gram short, or the purity doesn't meet standards, the energy cell quota for the next quarter will be cancelled. Also, the batch of maids you sent last time was of poor quality, a gene defect rate of 3. This time I want a grade or above. Understand? Arrogance. An arrogance ingrained in his bones, taken for granted. He didn't even bother to confirm if the person on the other end was Butcher, because in his eyes all dogs from the lower districts looked the same. Whether called Butcher or Tyrannosaurus, they were just tools for supplying resources. No one in the hall dared to speak. Some had even knelt. Only Chen Feng took a light sip of red wine, making a slurping sound that was particularly jarring in the silence. My. The executive officer frowned, finally pausing his work and slowly looking up. When he saw Chen Feng sitting on the iron throne, his demeanor as elegant as an ancient aristocrat, holding a glass of red wine, he froze. He looked around again. No ugly Butcher, no Tyrannosaurus with a mechanical heart. Only a strange golden dragon flag with an Eastern mystique. Who are you? The executive officer set down his coffee, adjusted his monocle, and his tone turned icy. Where's that dog Butcher? Tell him to get the hell out here. Dead. Chen Feng said flatly, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Not just him. Tyrannosaurus is dead too. All the dogs around here have been slaughtered by me. They bark too loud. You? A usurper? A flicker of contempt passed through the executive officer's eyes. He had seen plenty of gang turf wars and barbarian brawls in the lower districts, whatever. Since you're the new dog king, you should know the rules. Prepare the tribute. And because your underlings soiled my communicator, the tribute this time is doubled. That's the penalty for your tardiness. With that, he reached out to end the call, as if seeing any more would dirty his eyes. Wait. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure like an imperial decree. Did I give you permission to hang up? The executive officer's hand froze in midair. He stared at Chen Feng in disbelief as if he had heard a foreign language. What did you say? Who are you talking to? Do you know who I am? Do you know you're speaking to a god? I don't care who you are. Even if you're a god, you have to listen. Chen Feng stood up and walked slowly to the holographic projection. Staring at the lofty executive officer, he suddenly broke into a bright, yet chilling smile. Let me inform. From today onward, districts 9, 7, 0, and 8 are independent. I'm not giving you source crystal, or I'm not giving you rare metals. And as for people, I won't give a single one. My people are not your playthings. Want supplies? Fine. Chen Feng pointed at the thick cloud layer above. Trade me micronuclear fusion battery technology and anti-radiation genetic serums. Not only do you trade, but you do it on my terms. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll raise the price. That's my new rule. Chen Feng's rule. The entire hall erupted in uproar. The surrendered leaders collapsed onto the floor in terror. This new boss was insane. He dared to negotiate with the upper, and he dared to cut off supplies. He was dragging everyone to their deaths. In the holographic projection, the executive officer laughed in extreme anger, his facial muscles twitching, crushing the coffee cup in his hand. Interesting. Very interesting. A rat living in the sewers dares to negotiate with humans. Who gave you the courage? Independence. Cut off supplies. Who do you think you are? The executive officer slammed the table, his expression turning ferocious like an offended deity. Do you believe I can shut down the water recycling system in the lower districts right now? Make you all die of thirst? Do you believe I can activate the judgment satellite and erase District 9 from the map with a single particle beam? With just a flick of my finger, you all die. This is divine judgment. Faced with this apocalyptic threat, Chen Feng's smile vanished, replaced by absolute calm and control. He raised his right hand. Clang. The azure firmament flying sword materialized out of thin air, turning into a streak of light, instantly piercing the holographic projector. Crackle. The image vanished, the sound cut off, and a plume of smoke rose. Too much nonsense. Chen Feng sheathed the flying sword and turned to face his subordinates, who were pale with terror. What? Scared? Chen Feng swept his cold gaze across the room, his voice like a great bell. Afraid they'll cut off our water. Lama has already repaired the deep groundwater purification system in the Titan factory. We have our own water, cleaner than theirs. Afraid they'll cut off power. The geothermal generator sets at the Titan factory are already connected to the grid. We generate our own electricity, enough to last until the next century. As for the judgment satellite, Chen Feng walked to the window, gazing at the thick layer of clouds filled with radiation dust and electromagnetic storms. This radiation cloud is a natural interference barrier. Their laser weapons can't penetrate it, and particle beams will be scattered. To destroy me, they have to send troops down. Chen Feng turned around, his eyes burning with ambitious flames, a longing for the future, but once their ships descend below the clouds. That's my turf. They'll show them what it means to come and never return. Tietok. Here. Tietok straightened his chest, fear replaced by fighting spirit. Take all the prepared tribute back to the warehouse. That's our own assets. Not a single grain for them. Lama. Here. Put the chips and batteries I brought back into full production. I want the Shadow Sentinel Legion expanded to 500 units within 3 days. And set up heavy anti-aircraft artillery. Also, Chen Feng took out a top-secret blueprint from the deepest database of the Titan Armory, retrieved from his ring of holding. It was a fearsome, heavy floating battleship brimming with industrial aesthetics like an aerial fortress. Titan project, codename Leviathan, incomplete. The upper districts like to float in the sky, don't they, eh? Think they're superior? Chen Feng slammed the blueprint heavily into Laumo's hands. Then well, build a ship too. A ship that can fly up there and blast their paradise down. In the wasteland District 9, the underground hangar of the Titan Arsenal, a colossal holographic projection platform suspended a blue light model of a warship. The warship bore a ferocious design with sharp, rigid lines resembling a deep-sea leviathan clad in heavy armor. It measured over 300 meters in length and 80 meters in width, its sides densely packed with Closian defense turrets and drone swarm launch ports. Project codename Leviathan, type heavy aerial assault ship, status design blueprint rejected, boss. I've optimized the design 18 times and I've lost all Old Mo, with two enormous dark circles under his eyes, pointed at the core power compartment on the blueprint, his expression one of utter despair, like a student who had just collapsed after a math exam. The structure is fine, the armor is fine, and the weapon system is fine. But we can't build it. Even if we did, it'd be a giant iron coffin. Why? Chen Feng asked, his gaze scanning the red warning markers. Old Mo sighed and magnified the core data. Because it's too heavy. The ship's design deadweight reaches 15,000 tons. To make this behemoth defy gravity and hover in the air, we'd need 4 giant anti-gravity, magnetic levitation engines generating tens of thousands of tons of thrust. And to produce enough magnetic field buoyancy, we'd need superconducting coils. Massive quantities of superconducting coils. Old Mo scratched his messy oil-stained hair, his tone irritable. The wasteland's current superconducting technology is far behind pre-war levels. It all requires liquid nitrogen or even liquid helium for cooling to maintain a low-temperature environment. The true superconducting technology exists only in the upper city, and we have no access to it. If we install that massive cryogenic cooling system plus the insulation layer, the ship's weight would increase by another 3,000 tons. It's a vicious cycle. The heavier it gets, the more thrust we need. The more thrust we need, the heavier the equipment becomes. It can't fly at all. It'll just sit on the ground as a fixed artillery platform. Chen Feng stared at the glaring red overload warning and fell silent for a moment. He understood. It was a bottleneck in materials science. A shackle of physical laws. To take flight, they had to discard the heavy cooling system. In other words, the coil material must maintain zero resistance and a strong magnetic field at room temperature or even at the high operating temperatures of the engine. Room temperature superconductivity. The holy grail that had plagued Earth's physics community for a century. What if? Chen Feng tapped the holographic table, lightly producing a rhythmic thud-thud, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. I could obtain a type of wire that requires no cooling, remains zero resistance even at hundreds of degrees, and possesses perfect diamagnetism. Old Mo's head snapped up, his electronic eyes flickering wildly, as if short-circuited. Boss, don't joke. That's the legendary metal of the gods. The upper city has it under absolute lockdown. Not a single speck of powder could leak out. If such a thing existed, I could not only make this ship fly, I could make it race through the atmosphere. I could even build a single-soldier electromagnetic cannon. Wait. Chen Feng offered no explanation, merely dropping 2 words calmly before his figure vanished instantly. On Earth, Haiching Yinsen no. 1. Chen Feng's figure appeared in the underground chamber. He did not rest, but walked straight to the workbench, took out a piece of paper, and began to draw. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his brain's computational power rivaled that of a supercomputer, and his memory was photographic. He was recalling. In the refining manuals of the Taihao cultivation world, there was a spiritual material called xianbing iron, naturally capable of lossless spiritual energy conduction, making it a top-tier material for forging flying swords and array plates. The cultivation world understood nothing of electron motion, but Chen Feng did. He was a modern man. Superconductivity, in essence, is electrons moving through a crystal lattice without interference from atoms, suffering no energy loss. The reason xianbing iron can conduct spiritual energy without loss is that its atomic arrangement forms a perfect hexagonal closed-loop locking structure, like an unimpeded highway. The pen in Chen Feng's hand moved swiftly, sketching complex molecular structures. There is no xianbing iron on Earth. But I have divine sense, and I have innate true fire. I can use the microscopic perspective of divine sense to forcibly alter the atomic arrangement of ordinary materials, with true fire artificially forging this structure. Crush carbon atoms and copper atoms together, lock them by force. This was the cultivation version of nanotechnology. Scientists needed billion-dollar lithography machines and kilometer-long particle colliders to gamble on breakthroughs, while Chen Feng only needed his hands to mold and his divine sense to see. Director Zhao? Chen Feng pressed the red encrypted communication button on the desk, his tone calm and casual. Within 1 hour, I want 100 kilograms of the highest purity industrial-grade graphene powder and 50 kilograms of 99.99 refined oxygen-free copper. Send them to my underground chamber. Quickly. Now he needed no politeness or explanations. In just over 40 minutes, Zhao Jiangwo personally arrived with several special guards, panting as they carried sealed boxes marked top secret into the underground chamber. Mr. Chen, the materials are here. They were just transferred from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, experimental grade. Zhao Jiangwo wiped his sweat, looked at Chen Feng, who was preheating the spirit-gathering array with a calm expression, and asked cautiously, so urgent? Any new discoveries? Or are the weapons insufficient? Chen Feng opened the box, scanned the purity of the raw materials with his divine sense, and nodded with satisfaction. Nothing major. Chen Feng casually grabbed a handful of black graphene powder, letting it slip through his fingers like playing with sand, just that the shipbuilding in the wasteland hit a snag. I thought I'd casually solve the room temperature superconductivity problem. Otherwise the spaceship's too heavy to fly. Clang. The guard behind Zhao Jiangwo dropped the alloy box on his foot, but he felt no pain. Zhao Jiangwo froze like a stone statue, his eyes nearly popping out. Room temperature superconductivity. You mean that holy grail of physics? As a senior national official, he knew too well the weight of those words. It was the key to the fourth industrial revolution. Zero loss energy transmission. It meant maglev trains everywhere. It meant controlled nuclear fusion. It was the god's scepter over military transportation and energy sectors. If anyone else had said that, Zhao Jiangwo would have sent them straight to a mental hospital. But the man before him was Chen Feng, the one who broke the sound barrier with his flesh handcrafted mechs and cut off global chip supply. A terrestrial immortal. Are you serious? Zhao Jiangwo's voice trembled, his heart racing. Is it that hard? Chen Feng retorted, his tone so light it made one want to hit him. All right, leave the stuff. You all get out. I'm going to forge. It might get a bit noisy with strong magnetic field reactions. Clear everyone nearby and shut down all electronic devices. Yes, sir. Evacuating immediately. Zhao Jiangwo, as if receiving a divine decree, frantically directed the evacuation while pulling out an encrypted phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the highest level redline. Special commander. Level 1 combat readiness. Hurry. Activate all air defense systems around Haicheng. Deploy the satellite shielding network. Chen Feng is about to hand forge the holy grail of physics. If he succeeds, we'll lead the world by 100 years. Underground chamber. The thick alloy door closed, sealing off all interference. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. Even for a Foundation establishment, cultivator large-scale atomic rearrangement was an extremely energy-consuming. Rise. Chen Feng shouted softly. Whoosh. A ball of cyan gold innate true fire erupted from his mouth, suspended in midair, its temperature instantly soaring to 3,000 degrees, distorting the air itself. Go. The box of graphene powder and refined copper blocks wrapped in divine sense flew into the flames. Mortal fire shapes the form, true fire refines the spirit. In Chen Feng's divine sense vision, the black powder was no longer powder, but countless chaotic, jittering carbon and copper atoms. Line up now? Chen Feng's vast divine sense, like countless tiny hands, forcibly restrained the restless atoms. He had to embed copper atoms into the layered structure of graphene and forcibly twist their spin directions to construct the perfect crystal lattice that existed only in theory. Zzz. A grating, teeth-clenching friction sound filled the air. It was not sound, it was the wail of material laws being forcibly altered. Sweat beaded on Chen Feng's forehead, his face turning pale. His true essence poured out like a bursting dam. Hold. Condense. Boom. With the final seal imprinted, the substance within the flames abruptly ceased its trembling. All light converged inward, transforming into an extreme black. The flames dissipated. A palm-sized, deep black gold metallic disc floated silently in midair. Though it was metal, it gave off an unfathomable black hole aura, as if even light were absorbed. Chen Feng reached out and caught it. It was cool to the touch and heavy. It's done. Chen Feng let out a long breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with relief. He walked to the experimental table where a powerful neodymium magnet salvaged from a speaker lay. Chen Feng casually tossed the black gold disc onto the magnet. There was no clatter of adhesion. A miracle occurred. The black gold disc hovered silently 3 centimeters above the magnet, utterly motionless, as if suspended by air. No matter how he turned the magnet, the disc remained levitated. Meissner effect. Perfect diamagnetism. This was the hallmark of a superconductor. And the current room temperature was 26 C. No liquid nitrogen, no cooling equipment. Chen Feng even used a lighter to heat it. It just floated there, mocking the entire edifice of Earth's physics, mocking the scientists still celebrating minus 100 degrees. Chen Feng picked up 2 wires, connected them to opposite ends of the disk, and sent a current of 1,000 amperes through it. The voltmeter read 0. The heat generation was 0. Resistance, absolute 0. Black gold, no. 1. Chen Feng gazed at the small metal disk, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With this, my Leviathan can fly. And Earth. Chen Feng glanced at the ceiling above, as if seeing the world about to boil outside. This time the heavens are truly going to change. The West's technological blockade. From today on, it's a joke. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Jiangwo, who was pacing anxiously outside the door. Director Zhao. Also notify the State Grid and the old boys at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Prepare to receive the spark of a new era. Earth Haicheng underground chamber of Yinshan No. 1. A deathly silence. Aside from the buzzing of precision instruments, only a few rapid, heavy, and disbelieving breaths echoed. Zhao Jiangwo brought not only fully armed special security guards, but also 3 academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, flown in overnight from Beijing via a supersonic military aircraft. They are eminent figures in the fields of condensed matter physics, superconducting materials, and electrical engineering, national treasures amongst national treasures. At this moment, these three elderly scholars who usually command the lecture hall with unyielding authority were now hunched over the experimental table, their faces nearly pressing against the instruments, their eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at the block of black gold No. 1 suspended above the magnet. Temperature, 26. 5 degrees Celsius. Current, 5,000 amperes. Voltage drop, 0. 0.00000. The eldest academician Wang trembled as he adjusted his slipping reading glasses, his voice cracking like a child witnessing a miracle. 0. It really is 0. No resistance, no heat generation. Even with a current sufficient to melt steel, it remains at room temperature. The Meissner effect is completely present. This is perfect diamagnetism. Wang suddenly lifted his head, looking at Chen Feng, who stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, his gaze filled with fervor, as if he were seeing an alien or a deity. Mr. Chen, this is unscientific. This violates the existing edifice of physics. According to BCS theory, electrons undergo intense thermal motion at room temperature, making it impossible to form. How did you do it? Have you rewritten the physical constants? Chen Feng smiled faintly, casually picking up the black gold disc, as if it were an ordinary coaster, tossing it in his hand. Old Wang theories are meant to explain phenomena, not to limit possibilities. I didn't do much. I simply found a comfortable home for the copper atoms within the graphene lattice, locking them in place so they no longer interfere with the flow of electrons. This is called atomic locking technology. Locking in place. Atomic locking. Academician Wang murmured to himself, as if grasping the tale of some profound truth. Suddenly his legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. Be careful. Zhao Jiangwo reacted quickly, supporting the elderly man, startled himself. Director Zhao, you don't understand. You just don't understand. Wang pointed at the piece of black gold, his fingers trembling. This is not just a metal. This is the fourth industrial revolution. This is the key to humanity's civilization towards the stars. With it, our power transmission will have no loss. The electricity saved each year would be enough to recreate an entire America. With it, controllable nuclear fusion's magnetic confinement will no longer be a problem. A man-made sun is within reach. With it, our electromagnetic cannons, even aerospace carriers, will become a reality. This is the greatest miracle I will witness in my lifetime. 1 hour later, the basement was designated as a high-security military zone, with guards posted every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Not even a mosquito could enter. Chen Feng handed a black USB drive to Zhao Jiangwo. Director Zhao, this contains the industrial production process for black gold No. 1. Of course, your current factories cannot produce the kind of perfection I hold, but according to this formula combined with the high-pressure electrolysis method I provided, a secondary superconductor with a critical temperature of 0°C can be produced. 0°C. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes lit up. That's enough. That's more than enough. Academician Wang exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed. 0°C can be maintained with an ordinary freezer or even an air conditioner. Compared to the expensive liquid helium at 269°C and liquid nitrogen at 196°C, this is a bargain. It can be completely mass-produced for civilian use. Chen Feng nodded, his expression serious. I will transfer this technology to the country free of charge. But I have one condition. You say it. I will agree to 100 conditions. Even if you want to be the president of the academy, it's fine. Zhao Jiangwo pounded his chest, excited and incoherent. Chen Feng pointed at the piece of black gold, a glint of sharp light in his eyes. I want the country to mobilize all industrial resources to produce 4 sets of super-large magnetic fluid coils made from this material within half a month. Each set weighs 500 tons. The specifications and parameters are in the USB drive. This pertains to my life safety over there as well as future. No problem. Zhao Jiangwo stood straight, saluting with a standard military salute. The state grid, the 5 major power generation groups, and all major military industry enterprises will start working for you 24 hours a day from today. Everything for the front lines. 3 days later, a sudden news conference without prior notice was broadcasted live worldwide. The spokesperson was neither Chen Feng nor Li Bowen, but representatives from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the National Energy Administration. This represented the will of the state. At the press conference, there were no flashy PPTs nor lengthy speeches. Only a simple experimental device, a closed coil, made of black wires connected to a light bulb. Next to it, a thermometer displayed a real-time temperature of 23 degrees Celsius. The staff passed current through the coil, lighting the bulb, then cut off the power. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. The bulb remained lit, showing no signs of dimming. Current rushed through the coil without any loss. When the spokesperson announced in a calm yet historic tone, China has successfully mastered the mass production technology of room temperature superconducting materials at 0°C and will soon initiate a national-level superconducting power grid renovation project. The world fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, collapse. The London Metal Exchange. The price of copper, a traditional conductive material, instantly plummeted. The red Klein fell like a kite, with a severed string plunging straight down like a waterfall. London copper 45, aluminum 30. Next were oil, coal, and natural. Because everyone knew that once the superconducting power grid was laid out, long-distance power transmission would become lossless. Solar energy from the Sahara and wind energy from the Tibetan Plateau could be transmitted without loss to any corner of the world. The death knell for fossil fuels had rung. Wall Street. Traders from Goldman Sachs and Morgan were frantically shouting, selling off their old energy stocks, while madly buying into Chinese concept stocks and superconducting concept stocks. The White House. In the emergency meeting room, the president watched the news on the screen, and the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Blockade. Sanctions. We must sanction them, the president raged. An elderly chief technology advisor bitterly smiled, despair in his eyes. Mr. President, it's useless. In the past we held them by the throat because we had chips and jet engines. But now they hold the blood of industry, they hold the scepter of God. If we don't buy their superconducting cables, our power grid costs will be 10 times theirs. Our maglev trains will forever remain on paper, and our particle collider will just be a pile of... Sir, the times have changed. The balance of power has shifted. The president was shocked by these words, looking at the advisor. Are you a traitor? You actually read the Chinese overthrow of the Qin. The technology advisor looked at the president with confusion. You seem to be quite familiar with it, as well. Haiqing Yinshan no. 1. The outside world had turned upside down, while the instigator Chen Feng leisurely prepared a barbecue in the yard. Without the barrier of window glass, the sea breeze felt quite pleasant. Zhao Jiangwo entered beaming, carrying 2 bottles of special 30-year aged Maotai, walking with a spring in his step. Zhao Chen. Delightful. So delightful. Zhao Jiangwo plopped down, unceremoniously pouring himself a drink and gulping it down. You should have seen the news from the foreign ministry. Those Western ambassadors who were previously arrogant and clamoring for sanctions are now lined up outside begging to purchase our black gold material. The top has already made it clear, only for rent, not for sale. Moreover, they must exchange their highest-end jet engine technology, photolithography technology, and those precision instruments that are under blockade. Not even a single screw can be missing. Chen Feng flipped the lamb skewers on the grill, sprinkling a handful of cumin, the aroma wafting. That's right. Whoever holds the technological hegemony is the father. There's no reasoning to discuss. By the way, Director, Zhao, how's my coil coming along? Rest assured. Zhao Jiangwo pointed behind him, his tone proud. The first batch of finished products will arrive tonight. According to your specifications, all are military-grade standards, with the insulation layers thickened 3 times and made with the best high-temperature resistant materials. Very good. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation and ambition. The technological tree on this side of Earth had been lit up, while the Western world was left dizzy by this heavy blow, unable to spare time for anything else, only busy dealing with the economic crisis and energy transition. And he had finally obtained the ticket to the sky. With this batch of coils, Chen Feng looked toward the east, his gaze seemingly penetrating the void, seeing the slumbering steel giant, Leviathan, can finally be equipped with a heart. The heavenly punishment of the upper city. Laser weapons. Chen Feng scoffed, downing his drink and slamming the cup heavily on the table. When my ship takes flight, it'll let them know what it means to defy gravity. What it means, dimensional strike. Earth Haiqing Yinsen no. 1. The night was deep and all was silent. 4 heavily modified military heavy semi-trailer trucks, escorted by several black Mengshi off-road vehicles, slowly drove into the tightly sealed underground garage of Yinsen no. 1. Aboard the trucks, besides fully armed Special Forces soldiers, were several technical experts in anti-static suits, their expressions tense. As the hydraulic lift descended, the massive cargo doors slowly opened, revealing 4 enormous rings, heavily protected and emitting a cold metallic. Each ring had a diameter exceeding 5 meters and a thickness of 1 meter, resembling the bracelets of giants. The surfaces of the rings were densely wrapped with countless Haiqing no. 1 superconducting wires encapsulated in high-strength aerospace-grade carbon fiber insulating shells. This was the product of the nation's full effort, utilizing the top production lines of the 5 major power generation groups, rare metals drawn from the national strategic reserves, and the round-the-clock work of tens of thousands of engineers who followed Chen Feng's blueprints to create within half a month. Magneto-hydrodynamic anti-gravity engine core, coil, military-grade. Mr. Chen, this is what you requested. Zhao Jiangwo stared at these 4 colossal objects, his eyes filled with awe. This enormous contraption, with the help of new materials, had achieved room temperature superconductivity. But to be honest, the nation could not know what it was for why such a massive superconducting coil was needed. A demonstration wouldn't require something this large. You've worked hard. Chen Feng reached out and caressed the cold coil shell, his spiritual sense probing into it, feeling the perfect atomic arrangement within and the unobstructed flow of zero resistance. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed no flaws. The craftsmanship of the national team was indeed trustworthy. On Earth, this was merely a superconducting coil, but with the abundant spiritual energy in the air of the cultivation world enhanced by cultivation arrays, it could achieve anti-gravity. It must be said that although the Taihao civilization had destroyed itself, the combination of technology and cultivation had indeed produced many results. Director Zhao, please close the door for me. Tonight, I will conduct assembly and testing. There will be a strong magnetic field reaction. No one is to disturb me, and no one should approach. Understood. Clearing the area now. As the heavy blast door slowly closed, sealing off all external sight, Chen Feng wasted no time. With a wave of his hand and a sharp gleam in his eyes. The Sumeru ring blazed with light, and the space around it rippled violently. The four industrial behemoths, each weighing tens of tons, vanished into thin air, sucked into the tiny ring world. With the heart, it's time to awaken the body. Chen Feng took a step forward, his form dissolving into the void, disappearing from Earth. Wasteland World Titan Heavy Industries No. 07 Armament Factory Underground Assembly Dock. This place, originally a giant workshop for assembling ultra-heavy land cruisers, was vast beyond imagination and had now been completely transformed. Under the focus of countless high-power searchlights, a 300-meter-long steel keel lay silently on enormous hydraulic supports like the skeleton of an ancient giant beast. It was enormous. One single main keel running from bow to stern used a full 3,000 tons of high-strength Titan alloy. Around it, dozens of layers of scaffolding were densely packed with busy engineering robots and workers clad in exoskeletons moving like ants. Welding sparks flew like a river of stars. Old Mo was hanging at the tail of the keel, a laser welding torch in hand, roaring at a group of sweating technicians. Be careful. That's the main load-bearing beam of the power compartment. If there's a single bubble in the weld, or a micron of error, it'll stuff you into the reactor as fuel. This is our lifeline. Though his words were fierce, Old Mo's eyes betrayed deep anxiety and exhaustion. Because until now the ship was still a lifeless thing, a giant iron lump lying on the ground. Without an anti-gravity engine, no matter how beautifully they built the hull, it would be a flying iron coffin. And that legendary room-temperature superconducting coil. Could the boss really get it? Just then, the space above the assembly dock suddenly twisted like a surface of water shattered. Chen Feng's figure appeared out of thin air, his robes fluttering. Before anyone could react, four enormous black shadows crashed down, held aloft by Chen Feng's vast spiritual energy, suspended steadily in midair, blotting out the lights. Old Mo, catch the goods. Chen Feng's voice boomed like thunder through the empty workshop, shaking dust loose. This is... Old Mo looked up, his electronic eye instantly adjusting focus, scanning the four giant rings. When he saw the four huge rings wrapped in black gold coils exuding perfect industrial texture, he went mad, dropping his welding torch without realizing it. Perfect winding process. Absolute diamagnetic response at room temperature. Really? It's really a room temperature superconducting coil. Such a thing actually exists in this world. Quick, open the power compartment. Prepare for hoisting. Whoever trembles will kill them. The installation process was a brutal and precise artistic performance. Chen Feng needed no cranes or clumsy slings. He directly used the foundation establishment stage's object control art to manipulate the four coils, each weighing tens of tons like building blocks, embedding them precisely and smoothly into the four giant engine slots at the bottom of the Leviathan. Clang boom. With the heavy sound of hydraulic locking pins engaging, the coils were locked firmly with the warship's keel fitting perfectly. Connect geothermal energy. Integrate into the main control system. Titan OS load anti-gravity algorithm. Full power output. Old Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard, data streams scrolling wildly on the screen, his heart about to burst from his chest. System self-check in progress. Detected high-energy superconducting coil, unknown material. Resistance 0. Status perfect. Energy injection. Circuit unblocked. No heat generation. Anti-gravity field generator. Preheating complete. Boss, it's ready. Old Mo turned around, his voice trembling, his face covered in oil and grime, filled with fervor and anticipation. Just press that button, and a miracle will happen. We will conquer gravity. Chen Feng stood on the high command platform, overlooking the ferocious steel beast and the countless expectant eyes below. He reached out and pressed the red start button. Rise. Zing. There was no flame, no deafening chemical explosion. Only a low soul-penetrating electromagnetic hum that made every hair stand on end. The four giant superconducting coils were instantly energized. Huge currents surged through the zero-resistance circuit, without any loss, instantly generating a terrifyingly strong magnetic field. This field, transformed by a special Titan array, produced a repulsive force opposite to gravity. Click, click. The enormous hydraulic supports bearing tens of thousands of tons groaned under the unloading force. Then a scene unforgettable to all the wastelanders occurred. The steel giant, with only its skeleton completed, and weighing tens of thousands of tons rose gently like a feather. Floating. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. It hovered in midair steady as a mountain with not even the toolbox hanging on it swaying. No air disturbance, no exhaust flame, no noise. Only absolute stillness and power. This was anti-gravity. This was the conquest of gravity. Flying. It's flying. My God. The workers below dropped their wrenches, fell to their knees, and looked up at the shadow that blotted out the sky, tears streaming down their faces. In their understanding, only the gods of the upper district could make steel float in the air. That was divine authority. And now their boss had brought a miracle to the mortal world, to this filthy underground. It's not over yet. Chen Feng looked at the floating keel, unsatisfied. This was just a shell. Old Emma, work at full speed. Stop crying, there will be even bigger scenes later. Armor plates, cannons, missile silos, and the chips and control systems I brought. I want it to become a mobile war fortress within a week. Yes, sir. Old Mo and the workers erupted in a deafening roar. With hope, their drive was boundless. Meanwhile, at the upper district cloud defense command, a piercing red alarm broke the tranquility and elegance. Sir, detecting abnormal high-energy reaction in Zone 9 of the lower district. A pale-skinned operator in a silver uniform reported in terror, pointing at a red dot on the holographic map. Energy readings exceed the industrial threshold, and accompanied by strong gravitational wave disturbances. The waveform is identical to our floating city's core engine, even purer. What? Commander Lake shot up from his chair, spilling his red wine onto the expensive carpet. Those rats in the lower district. How could they master anti-gravity technology? That's an absolutely forbidden technology. Could the Titan arsenal have been restarted? Wasn't the AI there dead long ago? Commander Lake walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the rolling gray radiation clouds below. A look of ruthless unease flashed in his eyes. Whether true or not, Zone 9 had been too rebellious lately, cutting supplies, killing people, and now making such a commotion. If they truly mastered anti-gravity, it would be a challenge to the very foundation of the upper district's rule. This was challenging the authority of the gods. We can't wait any longer. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Commander Lake turned and coldly issued his order, his voice like a judgment. Activate the punishment fleet. Dispatch 2 Storm-class heavy frigates carrying 500 swarm suicide drones. Target Zone 9 Titan factory coordinates. Mission Scorched Earth strike. Bunker buster saturation bombing, leave no survivors. I want those rats underground to know that the sky will always belong to us. Zone 9 Titan factory. Chen Feng, who was directing the installation of armor plates, suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. A sudden premonition. Though his Foundation establishment's spiritual sense could not penetrate the thick radiation clouds and several kilometers of atmosphere, he felt a dense, undisguised, killing intent descending from the clouds above like a sword hanging over his head. So it's here? Chen Feng looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick rock layers and clouds, seeing the fleet assembling with destructive intent. He showed no panic, but instead revealed a cold smile, battle intent rising in his eyes. I was planning to go up and find you after the ship was built. Since you're in such a hurry to die. Chen Feng touched the Sumeru ring on his finger, where lay the newly forged Qingming flying sword, yet to taste blood, and the magnetic storm array controller, just installed and controlled by Earth chips. Then let your wreckage serve as the offering for the Leviathan's launch. I am also eager to know whether a cultivator's flying sword can sever the shackles of technology. In the wasteland above District 9, a thunderous roar echoed as the lee-gray radiation clouds that had perpetually shrouded the sky, never seeming to disperse, were violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a corner of the abyssal deep space that sent shivers down one's spine. 2 silver-white warships, each 150 meters long, slowly pierced through the clouds, trailing wisps of vapor as they revealed their ferocious, yet elegant, true form. They were the main force of the Shangqing District Air Force, Storm-class heavy frigates. Unlike the patchwork junk of the wasteland, these 2 vessels were covered in streamlined composite armor, without a single rivet or seam, as if cast from a single piece of liquid silver, reflecting a cold metallic luster. Blue anti-gravity rings floated on either side of the hull, while the main cannon at the bow glowed with a terrifying high-energy particle light already charging. And around the warships, 500 Wasp attack drones, like a swarm of enraged hornets, wove a suffocating net of death in the air, emitting an irritating, a suffocating pressure. A technological oppression that stifled the soul. On the ground, gang members from various districts, staring at the fleet above like a divine punishment, felt their legs grow weak, their weapons almost slipping from their hands. It was the fear of gods etched into their bones. This was the foundation of the Shangqing District's century-long rule over the wasteland. Absolute air superiority, absolute firepower. Storm 1 bridge. Commander Lake, who stood before the holographic tactical table, arms crossed, his expression cold and professional. He did not shout like the bandits of the lower districts, but calmly observed the data streams on the screen. Scan complete. Target area Titan Arsenal ruins. Enemy defense assessment 30 ground-based makeshift anti-aircraft artillery positions, 50 modified tanks, 100 low-altitude mechs. Threat level low. Leike's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, his eyes holding a hint of pity. These rats, they actually managed to pull together a defense line of this scale in such a short time. Seems these rats do have some skill, but that's all. No matter how clever the rat, a little rat poison will finish them off. In the face of absolute technological disparity, numbers are mean. Just like no matter how many spears primitive men have, they can't pierce the armor of a tank. Leiku waved his hand, his tone as flat as if ordering a cleanup. Activate the Aegis energy shield. Don't let the dust dirty our ship. Drone swarm, clear the ground, anti-aircraft fire. Finish the battle in 10 minutes. Main cannon charge, lock onto the arsenal entrance. I want to turn that place into a crater. Execute. Ground Titan factory defense line. Fire. Tiedar roared as he pulled the trigger, his voice hoarse. The ambushed anti-aircraft positions erupted instantly. Countless shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft shells rose like a reverse rain of fire, fueled by vengeance, madly streaking toward the fleet above. Such a density of firepower could tear any mutant flying creature to shreds, even turn an ordinary transport plane into a sieve. Yet a despairing scene unfolded. The moment the dense artillery was about to strike the warships, a faint blue light membrane suddenly flared on the vessel's surfaces, rippling like water. Violent explosions blossomed on the membrane, flames roaring, smoke billowing. But when the smoke cleared, the silver-white warships remained unscathed. Not even that thin film of light was like an insurmountable heavenly moat. An energy shield. A black technology unheard of in the wasteland, existing only in legends. Fools. The drone swarm in the air moved. They did not charge recklessly, but displayed astonishing tactical coordination and micromaneuvers. 500 drones instantly dispersed, pairing up in twos, diving at extreme speed, precisely evading the clumsy trajectories of the anti-aircraft gun. High-energy laser beams shot from beneath the drones, precise and lethal. One by one, the ground anti-aircraft batteries fell silent. Operators were vaporized by lasers before they could even react, not even a scream escaping. In just 3 minutes, Chen Feng's painstakingly built outer defense network was completely annihilated. This was not war. It was a dimensionality reduction strike, a slaughter of civilization against barbarism. See that? Commander Leiku sneered, watching the red dots on the screen extinguish one by one, twirling the glass in his hand. This is the fate of those who resist. No matter how hard they try, the outcome was sealed long ago. Notify the ground troops to prepare for landing. I want that man named Chen Feng alive. They'll make him into a trophy and hang it on the bow to warn those disobedient rats. Just then, a piercing red alert suddenly blared across the bridge, shattering his elegance. Warning. Detected an extremely high-intensity electromagnetic field reaction. Source underground beneath the ground arsenal. Intensity level SSS. Exceeding instrument range. Leike's face changed, the glass falling again. What the hell is that? Ground arsenal entrance. Chen Feng had been standing there all along, hands behind his back, gazing up at the seemingly invincible fleet in the sky. Even as the outer defenses were obliterated and laser beams exploded around him, his expression remained unmoved. He had to wait for the drone swarm to be drawn out before delivering a single decisive blow. Energy shields. Anti-gravity engines. Laser weapons. Chen Feng nodded, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Not bad, they have some tricks. If I didn't use my cultivation methods relying on just these few broken tanks, I really couldn't win. This gap cannot be filled by courage alone. But it's a pity. You rely too much on electronic devices. The more precise the instrument, the more fragile it is. Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm a formation plate, engraved with complex runes exuding an ancient aura, slowly rotated. And beneath his feet, deep underground within a radius of 5 kilometers, the 4 sets of Heijin 1 superconducting coils, which had just been transported back and were supposed to be installed on the Leviathan, were now buried at the 4 cardinal points of the formation, connected to the geothermal energy core of the Titan factory. These were not just superconducting coils. This was a stunning trap Chen Feng had tailored for the Shangqing district, combining the heavenly thunder guidance formation of the cultivation world with Earth's room temperature superconductivity, the 9 heavens magnetic storm formation. Your shield is tough, it can stop shells. But can it stop a magnetic field strong enough to cover the sky? Chen Feng's eyes hardened, and he crushed the formation plate in his hand. Activate the formation. A thunderous boom shook the world, not with fire or chemical explosion, but the very heavens and earth changed color. An invisible yet terrifyingly immense electromagnetic pulse erupted from the arsenal, blasting toward the sky. Using the zero-resistance Heijin 1 material, the current surged to hundreds of millions of amperes in an instant. The resulting magnetic field directly warped the surrounding air, even triggering a brilliant aurora-like rainbow of light bands across the sky, blotting out the sun and moon. In the air on the battlefield, the 500 wasp drones which had been rampaging and slaughtering ground forces suddenly froze. Like puppets with their strings cut or souls abruptly snatched away. Their delicate control chips, sensors, and gyroscopes instantly overloaded, short-circuited, and burned out under such a terrifying magnetic storm. A rain of steel poured from the sky. All 500 drones lost power, spinning trailing black smoke, crashing into the ground like hail, a dense clatter of. Then came the two arrogant frigates. Warning. Energy, shield generator overload. Shield lost. Warning. Anti-gravity, engine magnetic field disrupted. Lift lost. Warning. Main control system rebooting. Reboot failed. Inside the bridge, lights flickered wildly, sparks burst from consoles like festival fireworks. Commander Leiku was flung by the massive inertia, slamming hard into the wall, his head bloody, all elegance gone. Damn it. It's an EMP. A strategic-level EMP. Leiku screamed in terror, his voice distorted by fear. How could they have a weapon of this level? This intensity of EMP isn't even achievable by a nuke. Quick. Switch to manual operation. Activate the backup chemical fuel engines. Yet the Shangqing district's technology was top-tier with multiple redundant designs. The moment the shield shattered, the anti-gravity engines died, and the ship began to fall like a stone. Red chemical rockets ignited at the ship's tail. These were emergency landing chemical rockets. Though unable to maintain hover, they at least prevented a direct meteor-like crash. With two thunderous crashes, the massive warships trailing thick smoke wobbled and crashed onto the wasteland outside the arsenal. The huge hulls gouged two deep trenches meters deep and hundreds of meters long, before finally stopping, smoking and groaning with metal fatigue. They didn't explode, but they were completely grounded. Now is the time. Chen Feng stared at the two fallen beasts, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Since I dragged you down from the sky, don't even think about going back. This is the ground, my home turf. Shadow Sentinel Legion, advance. Target the landing pods. Remember, those are elite infantry from the Shangqing district. Don't trade shots at range. Get close. Fight hand-to-hand. With Chen Feng's command, the arsenal gates swung open. 100 Shadow Sentinel robots, like a silent, ghostly legion, sprinted under the cover of darkness toward the crashed ships. Because they had been placed in the safe zone of the formation earlier, they were unaffected by the EMP. And at that moment, the ship's hatches were blown open. A group of soldiers in silver heavy power armor, wielding Gauss rifles, burst out with swift movements. They were the elite of the Shangqing district, the Silver Dawn Marine Corps. For the glory of the Shangqing district, annihilate these rebels. A captain-level powered armor officer roared, his Gauss rifle spitting blue spike round. The two steel torrents collided fiercely on the charred wasteland. On one side, elite human soldiers with advanced technology and rigorous training. On the other, mechanical death reapers with Earth's top computing power, feeling no pain. A brutal ground meat grinder battle was about to begin. On the wasteland, the outskirts of the arms factory, the night was ignited by the flames of war, staining the sky a blood-red hue. Two massive Storm-class frigate wrecks billowed thick smoke, lying on the ground like two dead steel behemoths, emitting the metallic creaking of cooling. Between them, a brutal and asymmetrical close-quarters battle was erupting. Open fire. Crush these scrap metal junk. For glory. Captain Reynolds of the Silver Dawn Marine Corps, clad in his heavy captain-class power armor, was like a humanoid tank. The six-barreled Gauss machine gun in his hand roared madly, its barrels glowing red. Blue spike-tipped bullets like a metal storm struck the foremost Ingshao robots, sending sparks flying, armor cracking, and parts scattering. After all, they were cheap knockoff robots. Although Titan alloy was tough, it couldn't withstand the sustained barrage from Gauss weapons, which could pierce light tanks. Pathetic. Reynolds glanced at the few robots that had fallen and were smoking, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What a so-called robot legion. Before absolute firepower, they were just scrap metal. Swish. A black shadow suddenly darted out from the dense smoke on the side, with no sound of footsteps. Too fast. Reynolds' tactical helmet hadn't even locked onto the target, only catching a blur when the shadow closed in to 3 meters in front of him. It was an Ingshao robot with its left arm blown off, its body charred black, and still emitting sparks. Its remaining right hand was raised high, the high-frequency vibroblade meticulously honed by old MO, emitting a teeth-grinding hum, the air around the blade. Get out of my way. Reynolds instinctively swung his massive power fist, bringing a gust of wind. This punch could flatten a tank. If it were the old diesel-driven, slow-reacting robots, it would never dodge and could only take the hit. But now the Ingshao, equipped with Earth's top-tier AI chip, calculated Reynolds' punch trajectory, speed, and power point within 0.01 seconds through hundreds of sensors. A bizarre and fluid backbend, completely defying the stiffness of machinery. The massive iron fist grazed the robot's nose and slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of rubble, even cracking the earth. In that instant, when the old force had expended and the new force had yet to grow, The Yingxiao robot, like a compressed spring, straightened up using the powerful servo motors in its waist, its vibroblade turning into a cold arc of light precisely and cunningly slicing into the Twama limiter-wide gap in the power armor's neck joint. ZZZT. The hard alloy armor was as fragile as butter before the high-frequency vibroblade. Sparks sprayed as the head, still wearing the tactical helmet, flew high, the cut smooth as a mirror. The headless body remained in the punching posture for a few seconds before crashing down. The one-armed robot didn't even glance, stopping for no pause, immediately turning to the next target like a tireless reaper. On the battlefield, similar scenes unfolded everywhere. Damn it. How did they know I was going to dodge left? That was a feint. My fire control radar can't lock onto them. Their movements are too irregular. They're a bunch of lunatics. My leg. It cut my hydraulic line. Help. The elite soldiers of the upper city were breaking down, their pride utterly shattered. Their proud tactical maneuvers, coordinated experience, even muscle memory were meaningless before these robots. These cold-blooded killers seemed to foresee the future, each attack targeting vital points, each dodge executed perfectly, like martial arts masters honed through countless battles. 100 robots, like 100 precise, icy scalpels, were dissecting this 200-strong elite Marine Corps. This isn't a battle. A soldier dropped his weapon, crawling backward in mental collapse, despair in his eyes. This is a massacre. A slaughter of carbon-based life by silicon-based life. We can't win. In the air, Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the battlefield, nodding slightly. The performance of the Earth chip exceeded expectations. With such close combatability, even he at the Foundation establishment stage would find it troublesome if he didn't use flying swords or spells, fighting purely with physical strength. About time. Chen Feng's gaze turned to the flagship wreck that was still smoking and listing. Through his spiritual sense, he detected several highly unstable individuals in the bridge, likely the big fish, Commander Lei Ku. To catch the ringleader, first catch the king. Qingming. Whooshed. A streak of cyan light circled his body, instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long giant sword, carrying Chen Feng as a beam of light, charging straight at the wreck. Boom. Chen Feng smashed directly through the half-meter-thick, already cracked, bulletproof glass of the bridge, landing in the command room littered with debris and electrical sparks. You? Don't come any closer. Commander Lei Ku, his face bloodied and uniform torn, was tremblingly pointing an energy pistol at the entrance. When he saw the figure descending like a god or demon, he was so terrified that his pistol dropped to the ground. You've lost, Chen Feng said calmly, his voice echoing in the empty bridge. No, I haven't lost. The great upper city never loses. You inferior beings. Lei Ku suddenly contorted his face as if insane and lunged at the control panel, slamming down a red skull button covered by a transparent shield. Let's die together. Inferior beings. This is divine punishment. Warning. Core engine self-destruct sequence initiated. Irreversible. Countdown 30 seconds. The piercing red alarm blared through the wreck, lights flashing. Once the backup energy core of this ship explodes, everything within 5 kilometers will be leveled. Even if you're a god, you'll die. Lei Ku laughed maniacally, madness in his eyes. Self-destruct. Chen Feng frowned. He wasn't afraid of the blast. With his current physical body and flying sword protection, he might suffer only minor injury. But if the arms factory outside and his robot legion were destroyed, that would be a huge loss. His foundation. Annoying. Chen Feng casually waved his hand at Gungjin, sword chi slicing through, and Lei Ku's laughter was cut short, his head rolling off. In a flash, Chen Feng appeared before the control panel. Not understanding the wasteland's complex interface was no problem. His Foundation establishment's spiritual sense, directly brute force, scanned the entire ship structure. Found it. The energy source is at the bottom of the stern. The reaction is extremely violent. The countdown was now at 15 seconds. Boom. Chen Feng smashed through layer after layer of hard deck, plating like a human-shaped bunker buster, plunging straight toward the ship's bottom power room, trailing sparks. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature, the air beginning to distort. When he kicked open the last thick, already red-hot radiation-proof lead door, a wave of scorching heat so intense that it stirred and cheered the innate true fire within him, blasted in his face. What kind of fire is this? Chen Feng was startled, quickly raising a spiritual energy shield. In the center of the power room was a massive heart-like pulsing magnetic confinement device. At the device's core, bound by layers of strong magnetic fields, was not a nuclear fuel rod, but a fist-sized crystal, deep red, seemingly burning, with magma flowing inside. The energy it emitted was violent, scorching, pure, without a hint of impurity. Just a trace of leaked heat caused the surrounding high-strength alloy walls to melt into molten iron droplets. Warning. Core temperature critical. Magnetic field containment failing. Countdown 5 seconds. The red crystal was flickering violently, its light blinding, on the verge of explosion. Hold still. Chen Feng had no time to think, pouring out his vast foundation establishment true essence, forming a giant icy hand that grabbed violently at the Aboudarunamak core. Zzz. The icy true essence instantly vaporized in large amounts upon contact with the heat wave, issuing explosive sounds. But Chen Feng, enduring the heat and backlash, forcibly wrapped the crystal with spiritual energy, crudely cutting off all surrounding energy transmission lines and self-destruct fuses. The countdown reached 0 in the last second. But the explosion didn't happen because the core had been forcibly pried out by Chen Feng. The entire power room instantly went dark, leaving only the red glow in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng floated in midair, staring at the crimson crystal in his hand that still radiated terrifying heat, trying to burn his spiritual energy, his eyes full of surprise. And this thing was definitely not a technological product. That pure elemental fluctuation, that life force, as if containing an active volcano. This is a high-grade fire source crystal. Chen Feng took a deep breath, his heart racing. The wood chi within him, upon sensing this fire energy, began to circulate joyfully, as if thirsting for the burn, thirsting for sublimation. Wood generates fire. He had never expected that the breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment, the element of fire he had been desperately seeking, would appear so suddenly in a crashed ship. The upper city people actually used such a heavenly treasure as a backup energy source. It's like shooting birds with a luminous pearl. What a waste. What a heinous waste. Chen Feng quickly took out a box made of cold jade from his ring, sealing the scalding fire source crystal inside. Click. The box closed and the oppressive heat instantly vanished. Only then did he feel a searing pain in his palm. In those few seconds of contact, his physical hand, which had been tempered by lightning and was comparable to a magical tool, was severely burned, emitting such overbearing fire poison. Chen Feng wasn't angered, but instead delighted, his eyes gleaming. The more overbearing, the higher the grade. This fire was worthy of his true fire. This crash was really worth it. Leiku, I have to thank you. Chen Feng put away the jade box, the wound on his palm healing rapidly under the nourishment of wood chi. He glanced at the hole he had smashed through the ceiling, seeing the stars outside. The sounds of battle outside were gradually subsiding. Time to finish up. Chen Feng rose, shooting out of the ship wreck like a phoenix reborn from the flames. He knew that with this unexpected fire source crystal, his strength was about to undergo a second qualitative leap. And that lofty cloud city in his eyes was no longer out of reach. In the wasteland Sector 9, the Armory Wasteland battlefield, dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight, carrying a faint warmth, pierced through the thin radiation clouds and fell upon the scorched, crater-riddled earth. The smoke of gunpowder had yet to dissipate, but the battle was over. 100 Shadow Sentry robots were tirelessly shuttling across the battlefield. Their precision mechanical arms skillfully moved corpses, collected Gauss rifles and power armor fragments scattered on the ground, and even bagged and boxed every special screw that had fallen from the wreckage of the warship. This was the efficiency of AI, and it was also Chen Feng's favorite form of frugality. Standing atop the wreckage of the frigate, which had snapped in two and was still emitting wisps of smoke, Chen Feng faced the morning breeze. He toyed with the cold jade box sealed with the fire source crystal, feeling the warmth at his fingertips, and his mood was excellent. Boss, we hit the jackpot. This time we really hit the jackpot. Better than robbing a bank. Old Mo, leading a group of technicians with eyes gleaming green like rats that had fallen into a rice jar, excitedly crawled in and out of the warship's interior, carrying various disassembly tools. He hugged a silver-white control panel that had been removed and was still faintly shimmering, so excited he was incoherent. His false teeth almost falling off from laughter. This Storm-class frigate may be wrecked, but many of its core components are still intact, especially the remains of that Aegis energy shield generator. Although 70 is burned out, the core excitation coil is still there. Just give me time for reverse engineering, and I can install an energy shield on our Leviathan too. And those marine power armors. Tieta added from the side, holding a set of Silver Dawn heavy armor that had just been stripped from a corpse. Damaged, but overall intact, these armors may have been cut open by robots, but the core motors and hydraulic systems are still good. Fix them up, wash off that poor bastard's blood, and our people can wear them. With these plus our physical condition, our infantry combat effectiveness will at least increase 5-fold. We can directly take on the regular army. Chen Feng listened to his subordinates' reports and nodded slightly. This was fighting a war with war. The upper city had not only sent experience packs, but also thoughtfully provided urgently needed equipment upgrades. Old Mo. Chen Feng raised the jade box in his hand, his expression shifting slightly as he asked, "Do you know what this is, Oi?" Old Mo leaned in. When he saw through the translucent jade box the crystal inside, crimson as blood, seemingly burning with veins like molten lava flowing within, his electronic eye contracted sharply, emitting an alarm for high-energy reaction. "This is a high-energy crystal core." Old Mo gasped, his tone becoming extremely grave, even tinged with fear. Boss, this is the top-secret energy source of the upper city, a strategically controlled material. Ordinary hovercars, or even this kind of frigate, usually use micronuclear batteries or chemical fuel. Only in rare cases requiring burst energy like activating the full ship's shield or overload acceleration is this crystal used as a combustion enhancer. It is said. Old Mo pointed to the thick clouds above, his voice lowering. The reason the entire upper city has been floating in the sky at 10,000 meters for a century is not just because of anti-gravity engines, but because at the city's center there is an eternal furnace. There burns a huge, sun-like primal crystal, and the one in your hand might be just a tiny spark split from that eternal furnace. Or even a tiny spark. Waste slag. Chen Feng's heart shook violently. Merely a spark was a high-grade fire source crystal that would trouble even a Foundation establishment cultivator and had nearly burned his palm. Then what about the primal crystal itself? Could it be a supreme-grade spirit stone, or even a legendary fire-type celestial essence? That would be a treasure that even nascent soul old monsters would fight to the death over. Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned blazing hot, even hotter than the crystal in his hand. Originally attacking the upper city was for eliminating threats, establishing authority, and survival. But now the nature had changed. That city floating in the clouds was no longer an invincible paradise in his eyes, but a vast treasure trove of cultivation, resources waiting for him to exploit. Eternal furnace. A greedy smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. The look of a hunter spotting prey, a good name. Since it's a furnace, it should be used for alchemy and artifact refining. Using it to heat the rooms of those decrepit nobles is a sheer waste of heaven's gifts too. At noon, on the square outside the armory, tens of thousands of people had gathered, a dense sea of black. Among them were natives of Sector 9, employees of the Dragon Store Trading Company, and more survivors who had witnessed the battle the previous night and had come from Sectors 7 and 8 with their families to seek refuge. They looked at the mountain of loot piled in the center of the square, at the rows of silent, murderous black robots still bearing the smell of gunpowder, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Even the fleet of the upper city had been shot down. This man had become the new myth of the wasteland, their savior. Chen Feng stood on the high platform, the wind ruffling his robes. No loudspeaker was needed. The spiritual energy of the Foundation establishment stage allowed his voice to carry clearly across the entire square, penetrating directly into people's hearts. Before, this place was called Sector 9. Chen Feng swept his gaze around. Wherever his eyes fell, no one dared to meet his gaze, all lowering their heads. It was a slum, a garbage dump, a pasture for the upper city. You live to mine for those people in the sky, to be their batteries, their consumables. But from today, things have changed. Chen Feng waved his hand. Clang. The azure firmament flying sword shot into the sky, transforming into a rainbow, and carved two huge characters deep into the steel of the massive, slanting warship wreckage. Each stroke like a blade sword, aura rampant. Dragon City. From today, this place is renamed Dragon City. In Dragon City, there's no need to pay protection fees, no need to pay tribute. As long as you're willing to work and follow my rules. I have electricity, I'll give it to you. I have water, I'll let you drink. I have guns, I'll protect you all. Chen Feng's voice paused, then turned fierce and domineering like an emperor's declaration. But there is one rule. The people of Dragon City only kneel to heaven and earth, only kneel to their parents, and only kneel to me. Anyone who dares to grovel before those false gods of the upper city again, anyone who dares to betray the interests of Dragon City. Chen Feng pointed to the smoking heap of scrap warship behind him. That will be your fate. Roar. Dragon City. Dragon City. Tens of thousands of people erupted in earth-shattering cheers. It was the release of a century of oppression, the fervent embrace of a new order. At this moment, Chen Feng was not just a warlord. He was the king of this wasteland. Late at night, in the core of Dragon City, an underground chamber. The celebration outside continued, bonfires lighting up the wasteland. But Chen Feng had calmed down and returned to a cultivation state. He sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering array with the cold jade box placed before him. Late Foundation establishment initial stage, I've been stuck for a while. Chen Feng opened the box. Boom. A wave of scorching heat instantly filled the chamber, making even the air bone dry. The fire source crystal pulsed like a restless heart, releasing wild, pure fire spiritual energy. Wood generates fire. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The wood attribute spiritual energy within him began to circulate madly like dry wood meeting raging flames. In the 5-element cycle, wood is the fuel for fire. Once he absorbed this fire source crystal, the wood's spiritual energy in Chen Feng's body would be ignited and purified, transforming into a more violent, more lethal, true fire spiritual energy. This also meant he would formally step into the Foundation establishment middle stage. But before that, Chen Feng glanced at old Mo, who was busy at a holographic workstation nearby. How much longer for the repair and modification of the Leviathan? Old Mo stared at the holographic blueprints, his eyes bloodshot. Tempered by this battle, he seemed full of confidence, as if he had aged 10 years younger. Boss, with those 4 sets of superconducting coils plus the shield generator and anti-gravity modules stripped from the crashed warship. Give me half a month. In half a month, I guarantee the Leviathan will not only fly, but also have shields installed able to take a nuke and fly up. Give them a big surprise. Good. Chen Feng nodded, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Half a month it is. I also need half a month in seclusion to digest this fire seed and break through my cultivation. In half a month. Chen Feng looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick rock layers toward the distant clouds, toward the so-called paradise. We'll take the Leviathan to the upper city. To borrow some fire. Earth Jingqing, the Xishan Underground Command Center. This was a strategic core of the nation, surpassing even the level of Haiqing Yinshan No. 1. Around a colossal 20-meter-long mahogany conference table sat military generals in uniform, top-tier scientists with graying hair and magnates overseeing industry and energy. The air was thick with a blend of excitement, confusion, and anxiety. Chen Feng sat on one side of the main seat with a massive screen behind him displaying the blueprint that would alter human history. The Universal Geomagnetic Countermeasure Chassis System. Mr. Chen, we have replicated your technology in the lab. The speaker was a senior academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He pointed to a test report before him, furrowing his brows, as if searching for the right words. The superconductivity of the black gold material is flawless. At 0C, it indeed achieves zero resistance and maintains a strong magnetic field. But the academician pushed up his glasses, pointing at the densely packed labyrinth-like coil winding pattern on the design. We cannot comprehend these lines. This is not traditional spiral winding, nor does it conform to the optimal solution derived from Maxwell's equations. These lines, this geometric structure, winding and twisting even with some illogical dead ends. The academician hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing the word. It looks less like a circuit diagram and more like some kind of arcane scribble. A stir rippled through the conference room. Scientists found it difficult to accept that the core of the highest technology, magnetic levitation, would be etched with these seemingly superstitious patterns. If not wound according to this pattern, the magnetic field strength would be only 1/1000th of the original. Once wound this way, the field seemed amplified countless times. Chen Feng smiled faintly, offering no explanation about the variant pattern of the spirit gathering array. Academician Wang, you can think of it as a high-dimensional topological geometry. Chen Feng spoke with a straight face, spinning a tail. The geomagnetic field is complex. When electrons flow at the microscopic level along this specific geometric path, they create a special field resonance with the Earth's magnetic field. It is this resonance that, like a lever, leverages the Earth's magnetic force, producing immense repulsion. So not a single line on the blueprint, not even a bend, can be altered. Change it, and the resonance breaks. The academicians exchanged glances. Though they couldn't grasp the specific mathematical model of field resonance, the term high-dimensional topology sounded impressively profound and logically plausible. Then well, do it. General Li, seated at the head, made the final decision with hawk-like sharpness. Whether it's science or mysticism, if it can make our tanks fly, it is truth. Comrade Chen Feng, let's talk about the concrete engineering implementation. Chen Feng stood up, swiping his finger across the screen to bring up the core parameter chart. First, the issue everyone is most concerned about, energy consumption. I can responsibly tell you it's extremely low, unbelievably low. Chen Feng pointed at the data bars. Thanks to the zero resistance property of the black gold, once the current is injected into the coil, there is almost no loss. We don't need to burn fuel continuously like a helicopter to counteract gravity. A main battle tank weighing 50 tons, when suspended, requires less maintenance power than a household rice cooker. The main electrical consumption is actually only used in 2 places. One is the cooling equipment to maintain a constant temperature of 0°C, and the other is the vector nozzles during attitude adjustment. So, Chen Feng looked at the official in charge of energy. No need for a super battery. The existing onboard military battery pack is enough to keep the tank hovering and operating for a month. Excellent. The logistics minister slapped his thigh in excitement. Fuel efficient. That's a real strategic advantage. Our tanks used to be gas guzzlers, needing refueling after a few hundred kilometers. Now they're perpetual motion machines. What about heat dissipation? Another expert asked. 0°C is easy to maintain, but in desert areas the ambient temperature can reach 50°C. What about coil heating? That's even simpler. Chen Feng brought up the cooling system structure diagram. No need for black technology. Just use existing aerogel insulation materials on Earth to wrap the coils, fill the interior with industrial-grade ethylene glycol coolant, and add a few microcompressors. Since the coils themselves don't generate heat, we only need to counteract the heat influx from the external environment. This is hardly more technically demanding than a household refrigerator. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Low energy consumption, simple cooling, and materials already in mass production. This meant the threshold for large-scale deployment had been completely leveled. Next, the strategic application. Chen Feng switched the screen to a grand aerospace concept map, Project Nanchaman. Due to the physical properties of the geomagnetic field as altitude increases, the magnetic repulsion decays exponentially. According to calculations, our floating chassis has a maximum altitude of about 3,000 meters above sea level. Beyond that, the repulsion cannot support heavy loads, so we cannot fly directly into space. Hearing this, the Aerospace Bureau leader showed some regret, but Chen Feng changed his tone. However, this 3,000 meters is our heavenly gate. Chen Feng pointed to a giant floating platform on the blueprint. We can establish a permanently suspended aerial motherport at an altitude of 3,000 meters using large-scale anti-gravity modules. All launch vehicles and spaceplanes will no longer take off from the ground, but directly from this 3,000-meter-high platform. This will bypass the densest part of the Earth's atmosphere and avoid the greatest gravitational drag during the launch phase. According to estimates, this will save at least 30 of rocket fuel. That means we can carry more payloads, even build single-stage orbit spacecraft. And below 3,000 meters. Chen Feng swept his hand across the map. Traditional air transport will be revolutionized. Aircraft need runways, fuel, and are heavily affected by weather. Our magnetic levitation transport ships can hover like airships, carrying hundreds of thousands of tons with only a tenth of the energy consumption of aircraft. In the future, the sky will be our ocean, and this 3,000-meter altitude will be our territorial waters. Silence. Dead silence followed by heavy breathing. This was rewriting human history of transportation and warfare. Approved. General Li slowly stood up, straightened his military uniform, and said solemnly to Chen Feng, "Comrade Chen Feng, the nation will formally establish the Nanchaman Project Command Headquarters. You will serve as the chief advisor. All resources will have a green light. We have only 2 requirements. First, the coils with those arcane scribbles, the topological structure, must be produced in factories with the highest national security classification with physical isolation of the production line to prevent leaks. Second, General Li's gaze turned toward the window in the direction of Jingxing. 3 months from now, the National Day will mark the centennial of the founding of the nation. I don't want to see our tanks still crawling on the ground, nor our planes still burning fuel. I want to see a true future-oriented ghost fleet. I want to see our steel torrent fly past the ground of the square." Chen Feng smiled. He felt the boldness of this ancient nation and the thrill of a world about to be overturned. "I guarantee the mission will be completed." Chen Feng saluted. "But before that, we need to give the civilian market some confidence and also send a grand gift to the old aristocrats of the West. The press conference for the civilian heavy truck can begin. In the southwestern region, a top-secret military-industrial cavern known as Code 404. This is the nation's most precise processing center, equipped with constant temperature and humidity, and even the flooring has been treated for shock absorption. At this moment, a domestically produced top-tier CNC machine tool, with 7-axis linkage functionality, emits an extremely subtle buzzing sound. The cutting tool is coated with a specially made diamond layer, performing micron-level cutting on a pitch-black gold 1 superconducting plate. Z. As the coolant washes over, intricate twisted lines that seem to form a geometric loop gradually emerge on the plate. These are the high-dimensional topological structure diagrams provided by Chen Feng, which actually resemble the spatial array patterns in the realm of cultivation. So beautiful, yet so eerie. A gray-haired 8th-level mechanic master standing behind protective glass with a caliper in hand is filled with confusion and shock. In a lifetime of mechanics, I've never seen such wiring. Look at this curve. It completely violates the principle of the shortest path for electric current. It's almost like drawing a maze. The chief engineer next to him wipes his sweat, a sign of nervousness. "Old Zhang, don't ask, don't think. It states here that this is top secret. Even if we make a mistake of 1 micron, this invaluable material will be ruined." To produce this batch of coils, the state mobilized the most advanced equipment from 5 major military-industrial groups. Chen Feng mentioned that this topological structure must be formed in one go with no breaks or welds in between. The requirements for the processing technology are simply hellish. 2 hours later, when the last line sealed, Virum, despite not being powered, the freshly processed black gold coil actually trembled slightly on the machine, and the surrounding air seemed to cool down a bit. "It's done." The chief engineer, excited, slapped his thigh. "Quick, package it. Inject ethylene glycol coolant. Apply insulation and send it immediately to the northwestern test range. The tanks over there have already removed their tracks, just waiting for these new shoes." 3 days later, on the northwestern Gobi, a top-secret weapon testing ground. In a sandstorm, the wind howled. General Li, wrapped in a military coat and holding binoculars, stood on a high observation platform. Beside him stood a row of generals adorned with gold stars, along with the calm-faced Chen Feng. On the starting line, 2 kilometers ahead, an oddly shaped steel behemoth was parked. It was a 99, a main battle tank stripped of its tracks and road wheels. Where the walking mechanism originally was, it was now replaced by 4 heavy black discs resembling a frog with a broken leg lying on the ground, appearing somewhat comical. Advisor Chen, a worried brigadier general from an armored background, set down the binoculars. Can this thing really work? It weighs 55 tons in total combat weight. And without tracks, if it can't float, it will be stuck in the sand. Tracks symbolize the industrial age, but they also mean resistance. Chen Feng, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the tank and said lightly, "General, you will soon see what it means to walk on flat ground. Let's start." Following Chen Feng's command, the test driver pressed the start button. There was no thunderous roar of a diesel engine, nor any black smoke. Only a low, deep hum, like an overloaded current, spread throughout the area. The 4 Titan I military-grade gravity platforms beneath the tank instantly received electrical current. In a zero superconducting environment, massive current surged without loss, resonating violently with the geomagnetic field beneath. Boom. Although there was no explosion, everyone felt the ground suddenly sink. Immediately afterward, that 55-ton steel behemoth launched itself into action before everyone's eyes. Indeed, it did not rise slowly. It was as if an invisible giant hand lifted it up suddenly. It instantly left the ground by 5 meters, hovering steadily in midair. The dust around the vehicle was blown outward by the powerful magnetic repulsion, forming a perfect circular sand wall. Is it rising? Is it really flying? The brigadier general's jaw nearly dropped. "Don't rush, this is just idling." Chen Feng spoke into the intercom. "Test item 1, full speed charge." Whoosh! The attitude adjustment nozzles at the rear of the hovering tank suddenly expelled airflow. Without tracks and ground friction, this 55-ton tank accelerated like a sports car. From 0 to 100 kilometers, it only took 4 seconds. A golden dragon was seen swirling across the Gobi. The numbers on the radar speedometer jumped wildly: 80, 120, 180, 220 kilometers per hour. What kind of tank is this? It's practically a fighter jet flying close to the ground. Ahead, encountering an anti-tank trench. Width 5 meters. Depth 3 meters. The observer shouted. In the past, tanks faced such trenches they had to slow down, even detour or wait for engineers to build a bridge. But now, that hovering 99, it didn't even slow down, it simply glided over. It was like a piece of ice sliding over a crack. That 5-meter hovering height allowed it to disregard most ground obstacles, entering high-density anti-tank mines. "Charge straight through." General Li shouted, his eyes red. The tank roared past. Mines. Pressure-activated mines require several hundred kilograms of pressure to detonate. The hovering tank distributes its pressure over an area of several hundred square meters through the magnetic field, making the pressure on the detonator negligible. It moved like a ghost, lightly gliding over the death traps without triggering a single mine. Only after breaking out of the minefield did the tank execute a beautiful drift before. Indeed, it was a drift. Utilizing the reverse thrust from the side nozzles, the 55-ton behemoth moved laterally several meters in midair, with the turret steadily locking. Boom! A 125mm armor-piercing shell was fired, while moving at high speed, accurately knocking over a target 3 kilometers away. The tank hovered steadily at the top of the sand dune, its cannon still emitting smoke. The entire observation platform fell silent. All the generals felt a chill run down their spines. They understood military matters. They were all too aware of what this meant. If the enemy's armored forces are still struggling to build bridges, clear mines, and get stuck in the mud, while our tank at 200 kilometers per hour disregards the terrain, directly infiltrating the enemy's rear and shoving its cannon into their command post. How can this war be fought? This is a dimensional strike. The Himalayas? General Li set down the binoculars, his hands trembling slightly, but his eyes shone with intensity. From now on, that place will be a plain for us. Whether it's high-altitude permafrost or marshy snow-capped mountains, our steel torrents will be able to traverse it with ease. He turned to Chen Feng, staring intently. "What is the current production capacity of this thing?" Chen Feng shrugged. "The capacity of the coils depends on the state grid's factories. As long as the materials are sufficient, the technology is completely open source. However, General, this is just the first generation." Chen Feng pointed to the sky above. "This type of platform can only fly at 3,000 meters, but if we enlarge it into a mobile platform hundreds of meters wide and long, it could become a fortress that hovers in the clouds forever. That is what you want the southern sky gate." General Li took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. He walked up to Chen Feng, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "We can proceed. No need to showcase the tank. Just display that truck. Let those capitalists in the West go bankrupt and create chaos. By the time they jump from buildings for stocks, our hovering tank will already be in position." Chen Feng smiled. "This is called openly repairing the road while secretly crossing the stockade." "Understood." Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Li Bowen far away in Haicheng. "The funeral of wheels can begin. Earth, Detroit. The headquarters of General Motors' top-floor conference room. Outside, the cold rain unique to the industrial city falls, and the gray sky seems to foreshadow some ominous ending. Inside the conference room, the air is thick with the tarry scent of expensive Cuban cigars and a sense of ancient anxiety. This is a closed-door global summit of the automotive. Seated around the long table are the titans controlling the veins of global land transport. Volkswagen, Toyota, Ford, General Motors, along with representatives of Michelin and Shell lurking in the shadows. Gentlemen, we need to remain rational. The CEO of Volkswagen Group, a typical German engineer, is rigorous and obstinate. He flicked the ash off his cigar and pointed at a blurry spy photo on the big screen. A strange truck tightly covered with a rain tarp captured at the port of Haicheng. That Future Energy Group just announced a live demonstration this afternoon that claims to change gravity. The Volkswagen CEO let out a heavy snort of laughter. Change gravity. Unless God himself descends upon China. We all know that magnetic levitation technology is not, but it requires expensive superconducting magnetic tracks and extremely low-temperature environments. Are the Chinese digging up all the roads in Haicheng to bury magnets? Or do they intend to make a 20-ton truck fly with sheer will? A wave of condescending laughter echoed in the conference room. This reflects the empiricism of industry giants, but also their blind spots. In their understanding, cars must have wheels just as humans must have legs. This is a physical rule, an unshakable truth. The president of Michelin loosened his tie, agreeing indeed this is likely another capital hike similar to the water hydrant. As long as the earth has gravity and cars need friction to drive, they cannot escape tires and asphalt roads. This is the foundation of our confidence in sitting here. Let us wait for the joke. Perhaps there's a jack hidden underneath that truck. China Haicheng Future Energy Group, test site no. 3. This was originally a container yard near the dock, but has now been transformed into a globally anticipated press conference venue. There are no lavish stage designs, no dazzling lights, not even a host. In the center of the gray-white concrete floor, a red domestic heavy-duty container truck quietly rests. It looks very out of place, like a giant that has been amputated. It has no fuel tank, no exhaust pipe, and even its chassis is tightly wrapped in a thick layer of black armor. Most unsettlingly, there are no wheels. Where the huge rubber tires should be installed, there is now nothing but 4 circular metal discs resembling jet nozzles faintly glowing with a bluish hue. The site is crowded with thousands of global media reporters. The sound of shutters clicking fills the air, and everyone is pointing and confused. How does this truck drive? Is it just a concept model for static display? Even if it's a model, shouldn't it have fake wheels? This is just too ugly. Amid the noise and attention, Lee Bowen, dressed in simple work attire and holding an industrial-grade tablet, strides up to the truck. He does not exchange pleasantries or set the stage, but directly raises the microphone, his voice echoing in the spacious venue. Everyone, over 100 years ago, Mr. Ford invented the assembly line, allowing humanity to ride in cars with 4 wheels. That was a great beginning. For over a century, we have built roads, bridges drilled for oil, and refined rubber for these 4 wheels. We have become accustomed to bumps, flat tires, and being confined to 2-dimensional planes moving like crawling creatures. Lee Bowen's voice gradually rose, imbued with the solemnity of a mourner, but today we are here to hold a funeral for our old friend the wheel, because from this moment on, roads will no longer be our reason for limitation. Gravity will no longer be a shackle. Lee Bowen's finger hovered over the red start button on the tablet, his gaze sweeping across the cameras, as if looking at the titans across the ocean line. Virum. A deep, low humming sound as if electricity were tearing through the air suddenly erupted. The sound was not jarring, yet it sent chills through the 20-ton red heavy truck's 4 blue discs underneath suddenly illuminated the light, not blinding, but possessing a profound texture. Then came a scene that caused the cigars in the hands of Detroit's bigwigs to drop to the floor. Crack, crack. That was the sound of the weight lifting off the ground as the suspension system released its load. The dust on the concrete floor suddenly burst outward in a circular wave, as if an invisible air current were repelling the earth. The massive red truck astonishingly began to float slowly without any external support or magnetic tracks. 20 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 meter. It hovered steadily 1 meter above the ground, unmoving like a giant red magnet resisting the entire venue fell into silence. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly ceased. No magnetic tracks. Really no magnetic tracks. Below is nothing more ordinary than concrete, with even a few weeds. How is this possible? In the Detroit conference room, the CEO of Volkswagen suddenly stood up, his knee knocking over a coffee cup, brown liquid spilling everywhere. He shouted, his face twisted in disbelief. This is magic. The Meissner effect requires an external magnetic field. How can it float with no magnetic field on? This violates the laws of physics. Lee Bowen seemed to hear the roars from across the ocean. He approached the floating truck, even reaching under it to wave his hand, proving there were no wires or hydraulic columns. Many will ask, where are the magnetic tracks? Lee Bowen pointed to the ground beneath him, his expression fervent. The earth is the biggest magnet. Our Titan 1 anti-gravity chassis uses the latest room-temperature superconducting black gold coils at its core. It can utilize a special field resonance technology to actively capture and amplify the geomagnetic field, generating enough repulsive force to counteract gravity. In other words, Lee Bowen turned around, spreading his arms wide to embrace the sky. As long as we are on Earth, as long as the compass can still turn everywhere, is a road everywhere, is a magnetic track. Globally accessible, limitless. Take a few steps. With Lee Bowen's command, the rear of the hovering truck expelled 2 streams of pale blue ion flow. Whoosh. This 20-ton beast, like a giant hovercraft, surged forward in an instant. It ignored the bumps on the ground, disregarded the speed bumps. It charged directly toward a muddy pit at the edge of the test site. For a regular truck, getting stuck in such mud would mean waiting for a tractor to rescue it. But this hovering truck glided like the wind. It passed smoothly 1 meter above the mud, not even shaking slightly, nor did it pick up a speck of dirt. Immediately after, it rushed toward a rocky area, even driving up a steep slope of 30 degrees. It was as if traversing flat ground. What off-road performance? What passability? What ground clearance? In the face of flight, these traditional automotive performance metrics are all trash. Detroit conference room. A dead silence fell. The anxiety that once existed turned into despair. The president of Michelin slumped in his chair, his face as pale as paper. If the truck no longer needed wheels, what use are tires? For swings. The global tire industry, worth hundreds of billions, has collapsed today. The representative from Shell was even colder than ice. This truck is clearly fully electric and can adapt to all terrains. Who will still buy fuel vehicles in the future? Who will still lay asphalt roads? It's over. The CEO of General Motors stared at the screen where the truck danced gracefully in the mud, as if seeing it. That is the tombstone of the traditional automotive industry. They did not just kill the wheels. The representative from Volkswagen took off his glasses, wiping away tears at the corners of his eyes. They killed the past 100 years. The crown of the Industrial Revolution has changed hands. Haiching Yinshan no. 1. Chen Feng stood on the terrace, gazing at the blue glow rising from the test site in the distance, holding a cup of hot tea, his expression calm. Zhao Jiangwo stood behind him, although he was already aware of the technical details. Witnessing the response of the civilian market still made him excited. His face flushed, his palms sweaty. Xiaoqin, you've broken the backbone of the West with this move. Zhao Jiangwo sighed. Transportation, logistics, infrastructure. All the rules need to be rewritten. In the future, building roads won't require asphalt. Just leveling the land after cutting down trees will suffice, saving the country trillions in infrastructure costs. This is just the beginning. Chen Feng took a sip of tea, his gaze profound. Director Zhao, I have capped the civilian chassis at a maximum lift of 1.5 meters and a load of 30 tons. As for the military Southgate plan, Chen Feng turned around, placing a black encrypted chip on the table, producing a crisp sound. This contains the detailed parameters of the second-generation magnetic relay launch system. Since we cannot directly fly out of the atmosphere, we will use a magnetic ladder to climb up. The country can use it. Consider it my gift before I leave. Leave? Zhao Jiangwo was taken aback. Where are you going? To that world, to handle some personal matters. Chen Feng stretched lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing like exploding beans. A wave of terrifying heat flickered by, distorting the surrounding air momentarily. The fire source crystal within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, the restless power causing his meridians to ache. Although the environment on Earth is comfortable and the technology advanced, the spiritual energy is too thin, insufficient to support his breakthrough into the mid-foundation establishment stage, let alone refining that domineering seed. He must return to the wasteland to borrow the fire there and refine his body. Director Zhao, please take care of home. As for the business on Earth, they can stir up trouble as they please. After all, the core technology is in our hands. Chen Feng walked to the basement entrance, waving his hand back at Zhao Jiangwo. When I return, I hope our hover tanks will be patrolling along the borders. Virum. A flash of blue light passed, and the figure vanished. Only a cup of steaming tea remained, along with a chip capable of saving Chinese aerospace trillions in research and development costs. In a wasteland world launching, formerly District 9, in a core underground chamber. The heavy lead door is tightly shut, isolating the interior from all external noise and radiation. Chen Feng sits cross-legged in the center of the gathering spirit array. The air here is frighteningly dry, moisture evaporating instantly, and even the resilient moss in the corner withers and turns to dust in the blink of an eye. In front of him, a cold jade box holds a high-grade fire source crystal floating in midair. Without the restraint of its seal, it no longer emits a gentle dark red glow. Instead, it releases a brutal, seemingly destructive golden red flame that illuminates the entire chamber like a purgatory. Such a tyrannical fire poison. Chen Feng, with his upper body bare, can clearly see the jade-like green, ethereal light flowing wildly beneath his skin, trying to resist this heat wave capable of melting steel. If it were an ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment practitioner who dared to swallow this thing directly, they would instantly be burned to a pile of ashes from the inside out, their soul unable to escape. But I am different. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, embodying the resolution of a cultivator defying the heavens. I possess the ethereal wood body, which can generate fire. This flame will not only fail to kill me, but is also my best tonic. It is the fuel for my advancement to midstage. Swallow. Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth wide and a powerful suction erupted, drawing the burning fire source crystal into his abdomen. Boom. In an instant, Chen Feng felt as if he had swallowed not a stone, but a collapsing miniature star. The terrifying heat flowed down his esophagus into his dantian, instantly igniting the originally gentle wood-type spiritual power within him. Crack! Chen Feng's body instantly turned crimson, even becoming semi-transparent, resembling a glass figure, glowing red. One could clearly see that his veins flowed like rivers of magma, and his bones emitted a deafening cracking sound under the high temperature as every inch of muscle dissolved in pain. A searing agony that penetrated to the bone and burned the soul. This is true fire refining the golden body. Ordinary flames can only burn flesh, but this innate true fire originating from a high-grade crystal is currently tempering every meridian drop of blood and cell in his body. The impurities within him were instantly vaporized, spewing out black smoke from his pores. The originally azure ethereal wood true essence began to undergo a qualitative change under this fierce fire. The blue gradually faded, replaced by a strange hue of blue tinged with gold. It is the perfect fusion of life and destruction. What serves as fuel, fire serves as power. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, holding onto the last bit of clarity in his spiritual platform, guiding this violent energy to wash over the bottleneck of midstage Foundation establishment. 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. The temperature in the chamber had risen to an outrageous degree, causing even the high-temperature-resistant concrete on the ground to begin to glassify, turning into flowing magma. On the 15th day, buzz! Chen Feng's body suddenly shuddered. A visibly red-golden wave radiated outward, centered around him. The surrounding gathering spirit array shattered instantly. Realm breakthrough midstage Foundation establishment. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Swish! 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes like tangible lasers, instantly piercing through the 3-meter-thick alloy wall in front of him, leaving behind 2 smoothaged, still dripping molten iron-blackened holes. Divine ability breaking delusion. Golden eyes. In his vision, the world had changed. It was no longer simple light and shadow, but filled with lines of... He could see through walls and witness the frantic heartbeat of a mouse in the adjacent room. He could see the Brownian motion of dust particles in the air. He could even perceive the distribution of spiritual energy strength. This meant perspective, auto-aim, weak point insight for combat. Huff! Chen Feng let out a long breath. As he exhaled, it transformed into a lingering red flame that instantly vaporized the metal table in front of him that hadn't completely melted yet. Divine ability, innate true fire. It's done. Chen Feng looked at his palm. The skin, once jade-like, now bore a faint golden sheen, as if coated with... If his previous ethereal wood body represented invincible recovery, then the current ethereal wood true fire body is a combination of offense and defense, indestructible. Now, even without using my flying sword, with just this true fire, I can burn through the armored shells of those nobles in the upper city and melt their mechas into molten iron. Chen Feng stood up, his clothes having turned to ashes during his training. With a wave of his hand, he took out a brand new black special combat suit from his Shumi ring and changed into it. Half a month has passed. Old Mo should also be ready. Titan Armory Underground Assembly Dock. As Chen Feng walked in, even he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The once bear dragon skeleton was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a black steel behemoth 320 meters long, quietly floating in the vast underground void, resembling a slumbering black dragon. Sky Mothership Leviathan. It was covered in thick black reactive armor, with a sharp prow designed for forcibly ramming enemy ships, exuding a sense of violence. On both sides of the hull, 120 superconducting electromagnetic closed defense cannons, as well as 24 heavy vertical missile silos, were and on the ship's belly 4 massive blue rings could still be seen slowly rotating, emitting a reassuring low-frequency hum that supported this behemoth, weighing violent, ferocious. This is a flying war fortress. Boss, you have emerged from seclusion. Old Mo, sporting a messy hairstyle and a face covered in grease, excitedly rushed over, pointing at the warship as if showcasing his child. It's finished, completely finished. Besides the firepower system, I also repaired the Aegis energy shield. Although it only has 80 of the original strength, it can withstand a few main cannon shots. We are no longer fragile. And Old Mo pointed at the neatly lined up black formations on the deck. 500 T1 Shadow Watcher robots, all upgraded. Equipped with the latest solid-state batteries and high-performance chips. They are now true harbingers of death. 200 carefully selected elite human warriors outfitted with repaired silver dawn power armor personally commanded by Iron Tower. This is our ace ground force. Chen Feng looked at this army, no longer a rabble armed with crude weapons. This is a true elite force capable of launching a localized war on this planet, even toppling regimes. Very good. Chen Feng's figure swayed and he flew directly to the towering bridge of the Leviathan, standing at the highest point. He looked down at the thousands of Dragon City soldiers, technicians, and workers gazing up at him. In their eyes there was no longer the fear, numbness, and confusion of the past, only fervor, admiration, and a thirst for revenge. Brothers. Chen Feng's voice echoed clearly throughout the underground space, through the amplification array shaking every person's eardrums. For 100 years we have hidden like rats underground, unable to see the light, eating synthetic garbage, drinking filtered wastewater, breathing murky air. Our children are born deformed, and our lifespans do not exceed 40 years. And they? Chen Feng pointed upward, indicating the thick rock layers as if pointing towards the heavens. They live in the clouds, basking in the sun, drinking red wine, listening to. They treat us as batteries, as consumables, as garbage they can discard at any time. How dare they sell a piece of bread for 500 marks? The entire venue fell silent, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Some say this is destiny. The destiny of the upper and lower classes. A decree of the gods. Chen Feng sneered, his eyes shining with golden light, a manifestation of his breaking delusion. Golden eyes. I do not believe in destiny, I only believe in the sword in my hand and the cannons of this ship. Since the gods do not come down to save us, since they only wish to drain our blood. Chen Feng suddenly waved his hand, his aura erupting like a volcano, igniting everyone's fury. Then we shall rise up and bring the gods down. Let's smash that false paradise to pieces. All troops board the ship. Target upper city. Roar. The roars of thousands merged into a torrent that shook the armory. The Shadow Watcher robots turned in unison, marching heavily up the boarding ladder. Iron Tower, clad in a heavy power armor painted black, hoisted a 6-barreled machine gun, resembling a moving tower, leading the charge. Old Mo rushed into the power room with the technical team and pressed the start button. Buzz! The 4 anti-gravity engines of the Leviathan powered up. A dazzling blue light illuminated the entire underground city, as if a blue sun had risen. The massive ship began to ascend slowly, heading towards the giant vertical shaft that had just been blasted open, leading to the surface. Chen Feng stood at the ship's bow, facing the oncoming gale, his clothes fluttering wildly. In his eyes reflected the rapidly approaching gray radiation clouds and the unknown world beyond. Nobles of the upper city, are you ready to welcome the flames of hell? In the wasteland, at an altitude of 6,000 meters within the radiation cloud layer, a deafening roar echoed. The colossal Leviathan-class airship was struggling through the 3-kilometer-thick radiation clouds known as the Death Zone, like a lone boat battling a storm of doom. There was no light here. Outside the window lay an abyss of pitch-black despair, with only violent purple lightning dancing, like silver serpents through the clouds, illuminating the hull for a moment, before plunging it back into darkness. Acidic rain mixed with highly concentrated radiation dust lashed the ship's hull, like corrosive whips, producing a dense, terrifying crackling sound. The pale blue Aegis energy shield protecting the entire vessel flickered violently, emitting a strained electrical hum, as if it might shatter at any moment. Boss. Shield energy is down to 60 and still dropping. External radiation levels are off the charts. Sensors are failing. In the bridge, Old Mo clung to the armrest, the seatbelt cutting into his chest. As he stared at the frantic red alerts and garbled data on the screen, his voice trembled. The thunderstorm in these clouds is too fierce. This isn't natural weather. It's like hundreds of electric-type ability users are focusing their attacks on us. If this continues, the shield won't hold. This natural celestial wrath was the best mode of the upper city. For a century, countless wasteland aircraft attempting to fly skyward in search of paradise had been reduced to scrap metal within these clouds, their remains never found. But Chen Feng stood quietly at the massive blast-proof window at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, his body swaying slightly with the ship's turbulence. In his eyes, 2 clusters of golden innate true fire flickered like lanterns, piercing the darkness. Thunderstorm. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. No fear in his gaze, only excitement. For mortal machinery, this was a disaster, an insurmountable chasm. But for him, a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator with the wood element true fire body, it was merely a baptism, a free feast of energy. Open the floodgates, Chen Feng ordered suddenly, his voice steady and commanding, cutting through the thunder. Raise all the outermost lightning rods. Channel all this lightning into the superconducting coils at the bottom. What? Old Mo thought he had misheard, his electronic eyes nearly popping out. Boss, are you insane? That will cause an overload. The engines will explode. Execute the order. Chen Feng's voice brooked no dissent. Yes, let's do it. Old Mo gritted his teeth and pressed the red button. As the command was issued, hundreds of black lightning rods made of titanium alloy rose from the ship's surface with the sound of hydraulic pistons pointing directly at the storm clouds. As if provoked, a terrifying purple lightning bolt several meters in diameter, capable of instantly vaporizing a building, struck the ship, enveloping the entire Leviathan in a blinding flash. But the expected explosion never occurred. The monstrous current followed the lightning rods, surging into the ship's complex energy circuits and finally converging into the four massive black gold superconducting coils at the bottom. Zero resistance. No loss. This violent natural energy, constrained by the superconductors, was instantly transformed into the purest magnetic field instead of destroying the ship. The Leviathan, which had been jolting, shuddered violently, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. The four anti-gravity engines erupted with a more brilliant, almost blinding blue light. Speed surged, borrowing the power of heavenly thunder to ascend to the heavens. Chen Feng stared at the thinning black clouds outside, his eyes blazing with sharp light, as if he had become a thunder god. Breakthrough. The Leviathan, like a black whale bursting through the depths of the sea with lightning and electric arcs swirling around it, crashed through the last thick layer of clouds with an unstoppable momentum. Suddenly all was clear. One moment, it was dark, oppressive, thundering hell. The next, the world became utterly silent, bright, and sacred. Golden sunlight, pure sunlight that had not touched the ground in a century, fell unobstructed upon the black hull, reflecting a cold metallic luster, instantly evaporating the smoke and rain. The sky was a breathtaking azure, clean as a massive sapphire with no impurities. And 10 kilometers ahead, a magnificent sky city so breathtaking it seemed not of this world hovered silently above the vast sea of clouds. It consisted of 3 massive, slowly rotating concentric rings, each adorned with gleaming white towers, hanging gardens, and streamlined buildings. Countless small anti-gravity shuttles zipped between the structures, trailing silver wakes like a flowing galaxy. That was the upper city, Eden. It was unrealistically beautiful, beautiful enough to make one weep. In the bridge, all the Dragon City warriors, even the toughest Iron Tower, were stunned. They forgot to breathe, forgot to blink. Iron Tower pressed his face against the window, staring at the never-before-seen blue sky and the heavenly city, his eyes red and voice hoarse with tears. So, the books were right. The sky really is blue. The sun really is warm. They really live in paradise. A fierce sense of grievance, anger, and jealousy surged wildly in everyone's heart like weeds. Why? Why did we eat dirt, drink radiated water, born deformed, struggling like maggots? Why did they sunbathe, drink wine, listen to music, and treat us like garbage? This emotion was 10,000 times more effective than any pre-battle speech. It was class hatred, the roar of survival. Chen Feng sensed the murderous intent behind him, almost tangible. He slowly drew the Qingming flying sword from his back, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. The sword pointed at the glorious city. See that? That is the place we are going to conquer. Meanwhile, in the upper city, 1st District Royal Hanging Garden, a high society afternoon tea party was underway. Dozens of noble men and women dressed in luxurious clothes with skin so fair it seemed flawless held delicate bone china cups, listening to classical music from a holographic projection, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and black tea. Oh, darling, I heard Commander Rake went down to suppress the bandits. A noble woman in a silk gown and diamond necklace asked, casually stirring her tea. I hope he returns soon. The masquerade ball tonight won't be the same without him. No one will appreciate my new dress. Don't worry, madam, a young handsome nobleman laughed, his tone dismissive. Dealing with those underground rats is just a matter of pushing a few buttons. Perhaps District 9 is already a sea of flames. Commander Rake might be on his way back now. Hee, true. Those filthy things. The noblewoman covered her mouth with a light laugh, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Just then, a low oppressive hum never heard before suddenly shattered the garden's tranquility, drowning out the elegant classical music. What's that sound? Everyone turned their heads in confusion, looking toward the sea of clouds. Then all smiles froze. Teacups fell to the ground with a crash, shattering hot tea staining the expensive carpet. They're emerging from the pristine clouds, symbolizing peace and tranquility. A 300-meter-long pitch-black steel beast covered in ferocious killing intent and still crackling with residual lightning rose slowly, blotting out. It was like a demon crawling out of hell, carrying smoke, radiation, and blood, intruding into their paradise with brutal abruptness. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire hanging garden, bringing a bone-chilling cold. The sunlight was blocked. What is that? The noblewoman trembled, her face ashen, unable to stand. The next moment, piercing sharp air raid sirens rang through the entire upper city, shattering a century of peace. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Unknown hostile capital ship detected. Location 1st Defense Zone. Distance 10 kilometers. Threat level catastrophic. Eden, peaceful for 100 years, was in chaos. Screams and cries filled the air. On the Leviathan's bridge, Chen Feng watched the nobles screaming, running, and stumbling in the hanging garden, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Scared already? The game has just begun. Chen Feng turned and issued the first attack command through the communicator, his voice calm and ruthless, main gun charging. Target that tallest, whitest tower. Say hello to them. Yes. Old Mo, his eyes red, slammed down the huge red main gun firing lever. At the bow of the Leviathan, two heavy electromagnetic railguns accelerated by superconducting coils flared with blinding blue light energy indices soaring to the max. Two solid tungsten alloy projectiles, each weighing 100 kilograms, were accelerated to 7 times the speed of sound in zero-resistance rails. Boom. The air was torn apart. Two visible white shockwaves instantly spanned the 10-kilometer distance like divine swords of judgment. No aiming was needed, the target was too large. Under the horrified, despairing gaze of all Upper City residents. The colossal statue atop the Parliament building, the symbol of the Upper City's supreme authority, a female figure in Roman robes holding a torch aloft in her right hand and a tablet in her left with broken chains at her feet, was instantly blasted into a cloud of dust, leaving nothing behind. The deafening sonic boom arrived, belatedly shattering glass in countless surrounding buildings, triggering even greater panic. The greeting was delivered. Chen Feng stood at the bow, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, cold as ice, echoing through the sky's dragon city. Chen Feng, I have come to collect a debt. In a wasteland world high above at 10,000 meters in the outer airspace of the Upper City, the piercing shrill sound of the air raid sirens shattered the tranquility of the clouds, startling countless white doves. As the statue of the Parliament building crumbled, the Upper City responded with remarkable speed, showcasing the warfare prowess of a high civilization. It took merely 3 minutes. 10 elegantly designed, streamlined Storm-class upgraded frigates surrounded a massive 500-meter-long Glory-class heavy cruiser resembling a moving palace in the sky as they urgently ascended from the Royal Airport of District 1. They were entirely white, spotless, with golden trim embedded along their hulls, surrounded by a sacred pale golden anti-gravity aura. Compared to war machines born for slaughter, they resembled divine chariots patrolling their territory, noble and inviolable. This was the royal fleet of the Upper City, the ultimate force that had suppressed all rebellions for a century. How dare those inferior beings' shabby ships taint the skies? It's a pollution of the blue heavens. In the luxurious bridge of the Glory cruiser, Fleet Commander Duke Adolf lightly swirled his crystal wine glass, gazing through the holographic screen at the distant Leviathan, a pitch-black menacing ship still crackling with lightning and exuding an industrial roughness, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Look at those ugly rivets, that crude reactive armor. It looks like a flying lump of coal. It's a blatant insult to aerodynamics, a mockery of aesthetics. Send the order down. Duke Adolf took a sip of red wine and coldly commanded, as if instructing a servant to clean up trash, do not use nuclear weapons, don't dirty our garden, as the radioactive dust is hard to clean. Use high-energy particle cannons. Turn that pile of scrap into pieces, then throw the wreckage down to feed the dogs. I want everyone to watch it disintegrate. It's coming. On the Leviathan's bridge, the atmosphere was tense. Chen Feng looked at the radar screen filled with rapidly approaching red dots, his expression calm as a deep boss. High-energy reactions detected. Energy levels extremely high. Old Mo yelled, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The enemy has lost. It's a particle beam weapon. No charging time. Quantity: 30 beams. Before he finished speaking, the sound of zzz erupted. 30 blinding white beams of light, like divine punishment, instantly tore through the sky, shattering the blue heavens. This was an attack traveling at near light speed, impossible to evade through maneuvering. When you see the light, you have already been hit. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Leviathan was engulfed by a blinding white light. The freshly repaired light blue Aegis energy shield violently oscillated under such dense fire, its surface rippling chaotically like a soap bubble in a storm on the verge of bursting. Warning. Shield capacity down to 30. Overload warning. Warning. Outer armor temperature rising sharply. The ship shook violently, alarms blaring, sparks flying. Energy weapons are indeed troublesome. Chen Feng grasped the handrail, steadying himself, his brow slightly furrowed. The particle cannon utilized charged particle flows, which had extremely high penetration, specifically designed to counter energy shields. If endured, the shield would not withstand a minute. However, a glimmer of gold flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he looked down at the deck, the source of his confidence. Particles are charged. If they're charged, then they can be manipulated by the magnetic field. This is a law of physics. With a sudden step forward, Chen Feng infused his vast spiritual power from the mid-foundation establishment stage into the superconducting engine control core at the bottom. Black gold coils, full power overload. Magnetic field deflection shield activate. Buzz. The four enormous superconducting coils at the bottom of the Leviathan suddenly unleashed a terrifying magnetic field that twisted space and refracted light. A miracle occurred. The next wave of deadly particle beams as they approached within 100 meters of the Leviathan bizarrely curved, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beams that were originally certain to hit grazed past the hull, shooting into the vast sea of clouds, burning dozens of large holes in the cloud layer. This is high school physics, Lorentz force. In a strong magnetic field, moving charges will deflect. The stronger the magnetic field, the greater the angle of deflection. As long as the magnetic field is strong enough, even a particle cannon has to turn. What a... On the glory, Duke Adolf's wine glass finally slipped from his grasp, crashing. Deflected? How is that possible? That's a light-speed particle stream. It would require planetary-level magnetic field strength to deflect them. Are their crew not magnetized? Did their electronic devices not burn out? Before he could process this, a cold, mocking voice came through the communicator as Chen Feng spoke through the wideband encrypted channel. Done firing. It's my turn. Let me show you what physics is. At the bow of the Leviathan, the two superconducting electromagnetic main cannons, along with the 120 close defense guns on the sides, had already finished charging. The cannon muzzles flickered with eerie blue arcs, a harbinger of death. This was not an energy weapon. This was live ammunition. It consisted of 100-kilogram tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds along with tens of thousands of depleted uranium shells. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. The sky seemed to collapse. The Leviathan transformed into a hedgehog, spewing a storm of metal with countless streams of light slicing through the sky. The superconducting electromagnetic cannon imparted a 7 times the speed of sound initial velocity to the projectiles. At this distance, the kinetic energy formula M2 revealed a truth to the people of the upper city: speed is weight. Mass is justice. Bang! The first main cannon projectile slammed forcefully against the golden energy shield of a Storm-class frigate. The energy shield of that frigate was indeed very tough. It absorbed the projectile's penetration without shattering. But it could not withstand that terrifying kinetic impact. The law of energy conservation does not fail. The massive force of impact was like a high-speed train crashing into a soccer ball. Crack! Although the frigate's shield did not break, the entire ship was violently knocked sideways for several hundred meters. It was as if it had been struck by a giant's hammer. The intricate structures inside the ship instantly deformed, the keel fractured, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The crew inside did not even have time to scream before being pulverized into a meat paste by the immense overload splattered against the walls. Then came the second and third shots. Riot. Finally, the energy shield overloaded and shattered, dispersing into countless light points. The tungsten alloy projectiles penetrated through the pristine hull without any obstruction. Like a hot knife through butter, it passed straight from the bow to the stern, leaving a trail of explosive fire and debris. 1 ship, 2 ships, 5 ships. In just one round of volley, 5 noble, elegant royal frigates turned into a pile of burning, twisted scrap metal in the air, trailing black smoke as they spiraled down into the sea of clouds. Bastards. Those are barbarian weapons. Duke Adolf watched his fleet being destroyed in such a crude, technically deficient manner, trembling with rage, his face turning. There were no flashy visual effects, only the most primal, violent kinetic impacts. This was simply a brawl by thugs. Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. Main cannon charging. Prepare the heavenly retribution plasma beam. I will vaporize them, leaving not even ash. The glory cruiser finally revealed its fangs. Its massive bow armor plate slowly cracked open, revealing a terrifying abyssal cannon mouth with a diameter of 10 meters. Red light frantically gathered within, reaching temperatures of millions of degrees. The surrounding air warped due to the heat, forming ripples of heat waves. That was a plasma cannon. One shot could vaporize half a block or melt a mountain. Even if the Leviathan had magnetic field deflection, it could not fully defend against such a large-scale, electrically neutral high-temperature plasma cloud. On the Leviathan, alarms blared, piercingly red lights flashing. Warning. Strategic level high-energy reaction detected. Type high-energy plasma. Estimated contact time 15 seconds. Shields cannot withstand. Magnetic field deflection rate below 30. Old Mo turned back in despair, his face pale. Boss. That is the main cannon of a cruiser. We cannot withstand it. We will be vaporized. Chen Feng looked at the gathering red death ray resembling a small sun. He could feel that the power of that shot was already approaching a strike from a golden core stage cultivator. That kind of pure heat could instantly turn steel into gas. If endured, the Leviathan would surely be destroyed. Cannot withstand. Chen Feng did not order evasion. Instead, he stepped forward, directly walking out of the protective door of the bridge, standing at the very front of the deck, exposed to the facing that world-destroying red light. His long hair danced wildly as he slowly drew the Qing Ming from his back. Since the ship cannot withstand, then let me take it. Whoosh. He opened his mouth to inhale. The fire elements drifting in the surrounding sky, even the heat leaking from the imminent shot, seemed to be drawn towards him converted. The true essence from his mid-foundation establishment stage poured unstintingly into the sword body, causing the Qing Ming sword to instantly swell to 30 meters long, its blade igniting in fierce flames. Old Mo, steady the ship. Chen Feng's voice transmitted through divine sense into everyone's ears, calm, yet domineering. I will go cool down that noble duke. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Chen Feng transformed into a crimson golden meteor, stepping on the flying sword, soaring against the imminent firing plasma main cannon. In a wasteland world high above at 10,000 meters, the Glory battleship loomed ahead. Time seemed to stretch and freeze at that moment. A 10-meter-wide red-black plasma beam, resembling a pillar reaching the heavens, erupted from the colossal cannon, wielding a cataclysmic core temperature. The surrounding clouds were instantly vaporized, and even the space around shimmered with a bizarre distorted glass-like sensation, as if it were melting due to the intense heat. In the path of the beam, a figure clad in black Chen Feng appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust, seemingly on the brink of being obliterated by the torrent. Seeking death. Simply seeking death. In the command bridge of the Glory, Duke Adolf stared intensely at the screen, his expression twisted with excitement, and his eyes bloodshot. That is plasma with a core temperature exceeding 5,000 degrees. Even Titan alloy would vaporize in an instant. Who does he think he is? A god. Even gods must die. Yet in the next moment, the Duke's roar was caught in his throat as if gripped by an invisible hand, turning into a quacking sound reminiscent of a duck. On the screen, the minuscule figure was neither vaporized nor fleeing. On the contrary, a dazzling, almost blinding azure sword light surged in that man's hand, expanding to 100 meters long, with sword energy crisscrossing as if it would cleave the heavens and the earth in two. Launch. Chen Feng uttered a low command as the Foundation establishment midstage true essence within him surged like a river into the Qing Ming. Simultaneously, the innate true fire he had just refined coiled around the sword body, forming a layer of crimson golden, high-temperature force field challenging the plasma. The tip of the sword clashed with the beam. Zzz. A piercing sound akin to fingernails scraping a blackboard amplified 1,000 times rang through the heavens, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. An incredible scene unfolded. The plasma flow, capable of melting the Earth's crust and evaporating the seas, was forcibly cleaved in two by the flying sword. It was like Moses parting the seas or a reef breaking the waves. The scalding red torrent split beside Chen Feng, brushing past his crimson golden protective chi, with a howl shooting toward the vast sea of clouds behind, creating two bottomless abysses. And at the center of the torrent, Chen Feng won with his sword, defied the terrifying heat and impact, swimming upstream. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. His speed increased, leaving behind a long crimson golden tail flame, resembling a reverse dragon, roaring straight toward the colossal cannon of the Glory. No, this is impossible. Duke Adolf slumped in his command chair, his pupils trembling, his mind blank. Quick! Shut down the main cannon. Close the hatches. Stop him. Hurry, stop him. Too late. Boom. Chen Feng's figure transformed into a streak of light, carrying an unstoppable momentum, crashing directly into the stillipin energy-spewing muzzle of the main cannon. Immediately afterward, a dull explosion akin to thunder rumbling underground echoed within the massive cannon. The plasma cannon, a pinnacle of upper city technology costing billions, instantaneously detonated. Inside the Glory, on the main cannon deck, smoke and dust filled the air, flames soared, and alarm bells wailed piercingly. The heavy alloy floor had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole several meters in diameter. Chen Feng slowly emerged from the smoke, each step causing the floor to tremble. At this moment, his specialized combat suit was somewhat damaged, revealing his muscles. Golden patterns that flowed like magma traversed his skin, a sign that the Emu true fire was operating at full power, emanating a suffocating wave of heat. Is this what it feels like inside that big ship, eh? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. It was spacious as a football field, filled with intricate machinery, flickering red lights, and frantic technical soldiers running about. Intruder. On the main cannon deck. Open fire. A squad of royal guards clad in silver heavy power armor charged over. Their weapons were more advanced than those of the Marine Corps, armed with rapid-fire high-energy laser rifles. Zzz. Dense laser beams struck Chen Feng, but merely stirred ripples on his layer of crimson golden protective true fire, failing to even scratch the surface. Too weak. Chen Feng shook his head, a flash of golden light in his eyes filled with disappointment. He was even too lazy to wield his flying sword. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng's chest swelled as the surrounding air was instantly drained. Then he forcefully exhaled toward the front. Whoosh! This was no ordinary flame. This was innate true fire, a Tao fire ignited by a cultivator using their essence, chi, and spirit. Not only was the temperature extremely high, but it also possessed a terrifying quality: adhesion. The crimson golden flames roared like a fire dragon, instantly engulfing the charging Royal Guard squad. There were no cries of agony. In an instant, those Titan alloy power armors, said to withstand temperatures of thousands of degrees along with the soldiers inside, were directly melted. They became pools of silver molten iron mixed with the black smoke and stench of burning organic matter flowing on the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Since I'm here, let's change the decor style of this ship. A cold smirk appeared on Chen Feng's lips. He held nothing back, pushing his hands out to the sides, as the true fire within him erupted like a tsunami sweeping through the area. Boom. The crimson golden sea of fire surged outward from him, crazily engulfing everything in its path. In the command room of the Glory, chaos reigned, filled with an atmosphere of despair. Report. Temperature in Sector B is out of control. Sensors show 3,000 degrees. No, 5,000 degrees. Still rising. Report. Armor in Sector C is melting. The load-bearing structure is collapsing. We are losing power. The fire cannot be controlled. The liquid nitrogen from the fire suppression system vaporizes the moment it touches the flames. It cannot be extinguished. On the screen, the green model representing the battleship's structure was rapidly turning red and black, ultimately becoming a skull. Duke Adolf trembled as he watched the surveillance footage. In the image, that man appeared like a walking sun or the legendary flame demon. Wherever he walked, the walls, floors, and ceilings would melt like candles in a hot liquid. He strolled leisurely, leaving behind a path of flowing molten iron and billowing black smoke. Any soldier or robot attempting to block him turned to ashes in an instant. This destructive power was more terrifying than that of a bomb. A bomb merely and he intended to refine the entire ship. Monster. He is a monster. Duke Adolf clutched his meticulously styled hair, completely breaking. This was beyond the realm of technology. This is magic. Boom. Just then, the half-meter-thick blast door of the bridge suddenly began to glow red. Then, like chocolate placed on a hot pan, it slowly melted and dripped, revealing a large hole. A figure enveloped in golden flames stepped through the iron water. The temperature inside the bridge skyrocketed to several hundred degrees, causing all plastic components to ignite spontaneously and glass to shatter. All the officers were terrified, huddled in the corners, and some even fainted from lack of oxygen and fear. Chen Feng looked at Duke Adolf, who was slumped in his chair trembling, and asked lightly, "Are you the commander? Please, don't kill me." Duke Adolf, now devoid of any noble elegance, collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down as he desperately bowed his head. "I have money. I have countless source crystals. I have beautiful women. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything. This ship is yours. Money." Chen Feng chuckled lightly, casually picking up the exquisite crystal wine glass on the table. Zzz. The crystal cup vaporized in his hand, leaving. "The so-called wealth of your upper city is less substantial in my eyes than this fire." Chen Feng turned and no longer glanced at the swarm of ants. For such a spineless coward, killing him would be a waste of effort. He stomped down hard on the bridge floor, and his true essence erupted. "Get down." Boom. This stomp contained the full force of a mid-stage Foundation establishment strike, combined with the severely damaged, softened ship structure, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. The massive Glory battleship emitted a heart-wrenching, teeth-aching metallic wail. Its main keel, under the high temperature and heavy impact, finally could bear no more and completely shattered. Outside, at 10,000 meters high, the crew of the Leviathan bore witness to an unforgettable scene in their lives. That once mighty white giant ship suddenly emitted countless crimson golden rays from within. It was as if a giant lantern had been ignited from within. Then crack. The 500-meter-long ship split in half from the middle. The fracture was not the result of an explosion, but rather a cascade of crimson molten iron pouring down like a waterfall, tracing a mournful fire arc in the air. This flagship, representing the highest military power of the upper city, and said to be indestructible, was thus forcibly melted in midair, transforming into a burning heap of scrap metal, trailing long black smoke and flames plummeting into the vast sea of clouds. Amidst the rain of fire, a blue figure soared out on a sword, hovering above the skies, his garments fluttering. Behind him was the fallen giant ship, beneath him the rolling sea of clouds. Chen Feng stood there with his sword, the golden flames on his body slowly receding, as if a deity had sheathed his staff. Silence fell. The few surviving upper city guard ships, witnessing the gruesome and strange demise of the flagship, were thoroughly terrified. "Boss. Invincible." On the Leviathan, the iron tower swallowed his voice dry. He thought the boss built this big ship for battle. Little did he know that this ship was merely a means of transport. The true strategic nuclear weapon was the boss himself. Chen Feng flew back to the deck of the Leviathan, his heat waves causing those around him to instinctively step back. "Old Mo." Chen Feng's voice was calm, as if he had merely taken a stroll and accomplished something trivial. "Full speed ahead. Since the gate has been kicked open and the watchdog has been killed, Let's take a good look around that Eden. In a wasteland world high above at an altitude of 10,000 meters lies Eden's first spaceport in the upper city. Boom. No request for landing permission, no deceleration or cushioning. The black steel behemoth, the Leviathan, measuring 320 meters in length, bore down upon the royal spaceport wrapped in billowing smoke and entwined with arcs of lightning, like a rogue meteor crashing brutally and recklessly into the pristine white structure that symbolized the gateway to the upper city. The exquisite control tower was shattered by the sharp prow like fragile building blocks. The expensive anti-gravity docking bays crumbled and collapsed under the impact of tens of thousands of tons of kinetic energy crumbling like cookies. With an ear-piercing screech of metal grinding, the Leviathan carved a deep black scar, several meters deep and hundreds of meters long, across the white marble plaza, finally coming to a halt at the center of the spaceport, steaming fiercely. Invasion complete. The massive boarding hatch slowly opened with a hiss as hydraulic pressure released, emitting a plume of white steam. Everyone put on your gas masks. Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the ship, calm and laced with sarcasm. Don't let the rotting fragrance here kill you. Bang, bang, bang. 500 Shadow Sentinel robots were the first to burst forth, their footsteps echoing like thunder. Following them was the heavy mech squad led by Iron Tower. The black steel tide instantly overwhelmed the art-filled ornate spaceport. Is this heaven? Iron Tower, clad in heavy power armor, gazed in shock at the scene before him through his tactical visor, his machine gun drooping in his hands. So beautiful. Beautiful to the point of feeling unreal, suffocating. The streets were paved with some luminescent white jade, immaculate to the extent that it reflected human silhouettes. On either side grew green plants he had never seen in the wasteland. Not those mutant trees with teeth, but neatly trimmed flowers, shrubs, and ivy. A sweet, cloying scent of lavender and herbs wafted through the air, inducing a drowsy haze. In the sky, not a trace of the despairing lead-gray radiation clouds could be seen, only an impossibly perfect blue sky, with white clouds, bright sunshine, and even a few white doves flying. Ziz. Just then, due to the violent impact of the Leviathan, the flawless blue sky overhead flickered, displaying a momentary distortion. In that instant of blackness, Iron Tower saw the truth behind the blue sky. It was a dome made of countless hexagonal LED screens stitched together. And behind the screens remained the despairing, roiling black radiation clouds. Fake. Iron Tower murmured, his fleeting hope for beauty shattered. Even the sky is fake. This is a cage. Of course it's fake. Chen Feng leaped down from the warship, landing firmly on the expensive jade pavement. With a casual wave, he severed a holographic fountain generator by the roadside with an invisible blade of wind. The once gushing clear spring water vanished in an instant, revealing the dried-up pipes. This so-called upper city is nothing more than a massive, fully enclosed greenhouse or a petri dish. They maintain the temperature control system here, with nuclear fusion energy, create illusions with holographic projections, and filter radiation with air circulation. Come, let us see the masters of this place, those self-proclaimed gods. Chen Feng took the lead, heading towards the heart of the city. Along the way, they encountered no significant resistance, as the previous aerial battle had depleted the upper city's conventional forces. Only a few scattered police robots remained, but before they reached the front, they were accurately shot in the head by the Shadow Sentinel Legion, turning into scrap metal. However, as they ventured deeper into the city, a strange, eerie sense of discord began to seep into everyone's hearts. There were people on the streets. Many people. They wore extravagant, somewhat ostentatious silk robes adorned with intricate jewelry, their skin pale, to the point of being somewhat translucent, revealing the veins. Their features were stunning, as if sculpted from a mold, yet lacked vitality. Yet in the face of the invading army, in front of the dark muzzles of guns, amidst the burning warships, these people showed no signs of screaming, fleeing, or even fear. They merely stood by the roadside or sat in open-air cafes holding delicate wine glasses or some glowing inhalers, gazing at the filthy, bloodthirsty invaders with vacant, numb, and even slightly innocent curiosity. Hey, look at that black iron thing, such a crude design, it has no aesthetic appeal at all. Is this a new holographic immersive movie? The special effects are so realistic the blood even flows. Oh my, how disgusting. Change the channel quickly, I don't like violent films. Bang! The robot showed no emotion, smashing him to the ground with the butt of its gun, blood gushing. The nobleman fell to the ground, not a scream escaping his lips, instead looking as if he felt no pain, still grinning foolishly, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze vacant. What is this, eh? The old ghost watching this scene felt his scalp tingle, finding it more disgusting than seeing a mutant beast. Why are they behaving like idiots? Is this what the upper class is like? They are not idiots. Chen Feng shot a cold glance at the fallen man, his eyes devoid of pity, only disgust. They are pampered pets. His divine sense swept over them, revealing the essence of these people. These so-called upper-class individuals, having never experienced labor danger or competition for survival in over a century, had severely regressed physically. Their muscles hung slack like cotton, their bones fragile as glass, and their immune systems were nearly non-existent. To maintain survival and that false sense of pleasure, they had a hidden biocathode inserted into the back of their heads, connecting to their spines and brains. Inside flowed a high concentration of pleasure compounds, a mixture of dopamine, endorphins, and nutrient solutions. They lived in a virtual world constructed by holographic networks, with reality feeling like a dream from which they could awaken at any moment. This is the truth of the upper city. Chen Feng's voice was thick with sarcasm, echoing in the empty streets. The first generation of upper city dwellers may have been the elite of humanity, the preservers of technology. But hundreds of years of ease, inbreeding combined with drug control, have turned their descendants into these giant infants. They have no soul, no blood, not even the capacity to feel pain. What are they but gods? They are clearly a flock of canaries living in a golden cage, waiting to be slaughtered. Enough. Just then, from the center of the city atop the grand towering council building, came an aged, furious, and slightly trembling roar. A massive holographic projection unfolded over the city, obscuring the false blue sky. It depicted an emaciated old man sitting in an anti-gravity wheelchair, his body covered in life support tubes, with only his head relatively intact. He was the chief executive of the upper city, Augustus. Despicable groundworms. You dare defile the sacred Eden. Augustus' eyes were bloodshot, his voice booming through the city's broadcast system, causing the noble giant infants to cover their ears. Do you think defeating the fleet means you can conquer? The foundation of the upper city is not something you barbarians can imagine. We hold the key to life. Activate the ultimate guard. Kill them all. Ka 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 ka. As the old man's roar echoed, the pristine white marble statues, which had merely been decorative, suddenly cracked and shed their outer layers of plaster, revealing inside the nauseating, stinking flesh mechanical bodies. They were not robots. They were stitched monstrosities. Monsters forcibly pieced together from the strong limbs of various high-level mutated creatures, human brains, and exoskeletal machinery. They stood over 3 meters tall, some sporting 4 sharp claws, others shouldering biochemical heavy artillery, their bodies flowing with green nutrient fluid, emitting a repugnant formaldehyde odor. Biochemical weapon titan corpse puppet. I see now. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he beheld these monsters, realizing. So that's where all the strong mutants and healthy infants from the lower city go every year. They have all been captured and turned into these abominations. This is your so-called foundation. This is the other side of the upper city. One side is the inebriated, dream-laden noble infants resplendent in their glory. The other side is the brutal, bloody biochemical experiments, a graveyard of corpses. Kill them all. Augustus roared like a madman. Hundreds of Titan corpse puppets let out beast-like howls, forming a flesh wall, with murderous intent pressing toward Chen Feng's troops. Da-da-da. Iron Tower raised his machine gun, unleashing a volley of large-caliber bullets at one of the corpse puppets, only to find them lodged in the thick, mutated muscle and subdermal armor, unable to penetrate, instead provoking the monster's fury. Boss, this thing looks a bit tough. Hard to kill. Tough. Chen Feng smiled a derisive grin. He stepped forward, standing before the army, facing the tide of monsters alone. In the face of my flames, nothing is hard. Only ashes remain. Chen Feng did not draw his sword. He simply raised his right hand, slowly palm up, as if lifting the sun. Boom. The ground within 100 meters of Chen Feng erupted into a sea of crimson gold fire. This was no ordinary flame. This was the innate true fire of the mid-foundation establishment stage. The Tao fire that purifies all filth. The Titan corpse puppets that charged into the inferno had no chance to struggle or scream. Their proud mutated muscles and hardened mechanical skeletons disintegrated the moment they touched the golden flames, as if cast into a furnace. Ziz. Flesh vaporized, bones turned to ash, steel became water. In just 3 breaths, hundreds of terrifying biochemical weapons capable of slaughtering an army vanished into thin air. Not a trace remained, only a ground covered in glass-like molten slag. This is how cultivators strike down biotechnology with overwhelming force. The sea of flames dissipated. Standing on the charred earth and scathed, Chen Feng looked up at the pale-faced Augustus, whose holographic projection trembled in fear. Do you have any other trump cards? Chen Feng's tone was indifferent, as if he had merely swatted a swarm of flies. If not, then open that turtle shell. I will take over this city. Augustus watched this scene, his anger finally transforming into despairing fear. Demon. You are a demon. No, I will never surrender. This is the territory of the gods. Augustus suddenly turned, shouting at the control panel behind him, madness flashing in his eyes. If we cannot defend it, then let us die together. Activate the self-destruct sequence of the eternal furnace. I will make the entire upper city fall. I will make this millions of tons of steel crush everyone on the ground. We will perish together. Beep. Beep, beep. The blaring alarm sounded again, more urgent than any before. This time, it was not an air raid warning. It was a countdown to destruction. The ground of the entire upper city began to tremble violently, and a blinding red light shot up from the city center, piercing the clouds. It was the core energy that had kept the city suspended for 100 years, now teetering on the brink of losing control. Chen Feng gazed at the red light, feeling the surging fire's spiritual power within, and instead of panicking, he revealed a cold smile, as if he had seen through everything and even anticipated it. Want to self-destruct? Did you ask me? Whooshed. Chen Feng transformed into a streak of golden light, disregarding all obstacles, charging directly towards the city center's council building, towards the impending, erupting furnace. The true decisive battle was only just beginning. In the wasteland world, deep beneath the core of Shangqing district within the parliament building. Woo, woo, woo. A shrill, despairing alarm of annihilation like the countdown of death echoed through the entire cloud city, shattering everyone's dreams. This steel behemoth, which had floated for a century, was now trembling violently. Hundreds of millions of tons of metal structures groaned with a teeth-grinding sound, as if they would collapse and disintegrate into dust at any moment. Die? Go to hell together. In the central control room, Chief Executive Officer Ayagusadu was utterly insane, foam at the corners of his mouth. His withered fingers pressed firmly on the red self-destruct switch, staring at the golden figure rushing toward the screen, letting out a final desperate and venomous boom. The 10-meter-thick eternal furnace blast door behind him, made of special lead alloy, did not lock under his operation, but instead exploded open. This was not for defense, but to release the demon. Whoosh! A wave of indescribable, terrifying heat instantly swept out from behind the door. The temperature there reached tens of millions of degrees. It was a stellar-level heat capable of instantly vaporizing steel, rock, and all matter. Ayagusadu didn't even have time to scream before, in the leaked aura, his wheelchair, his ambition, and his crazy smile turned into a wisp of green smoke. Completely vaporized, even the atoms were scattered. So this is your trump card. The moment the heat wave was about to engulf the entire control room and detonate, a figure forcibly crashed into this torrent of destruction. Chen Feng was surrounded by a crimson-golden primordial true fire, which was now operating at its peak, forming an absolute vacuum domain that forcefully pushed aside the devastating heat, carving a path of survival through the sea of flames. He stepped into the core of the furnace. The sight before him, even with his mid-stage foundation establishment insight, caused his pupils to contract and his breath to halt. In the center of the huge magnetic confinement field, a crystal the size of a fist, emitting a dazzling golden light, with countless ancient natural runes swirling on its surface, hovered silently. It was not like the previous fire source crystal, which was violent and restless. It was very quiet. But within this quietness lay a soul-trembling pressure, a divine nature of supreme nobility. Like a sealed sun. Supreme celestial material, solar gold essence. It's indeed that. Chen Feng's heart pounded violently, his blood boiling. In the cultivation world, this was a treasure that even nascent soul-old monsters would fight over. It was a core material for refining pure yang artifacts, cultivating external incarnations, and even comprehending the solar truth. Those mortals of Shangqing squandering such a divine object actually used it as a boiler to boil water. It was a heinous crime. Zzz. With the collapse of the magnetic confinement device, the solar gold essence began to destabilize. The runes on its surface flickered, about to erupt and turn the entire area into scorched earth. Want to explode, eh? A glint of greed and tyranny flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Now that it's in my hands, even the sun must hold back. Suppress. Chen Feng no longer held back. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood containing his natal vital energy onto the Qingming. Swish. The Qingming sword turned into a cold light, instantly cutting through all surrounding mechanical connections and severing the energy circuits. Then Chen Feng made hand seals, releasing the true fire. Braving the heat that could burn divine sense, he reached out and grabbed. Crackle. Chen Feng's right hand, tempered by true fire, instantly turned black and charred upon contact with the gold essence, even revealing golden bones, emitting a smell of seared flesh. But he didn't even frown, only determination in his eyes. Get in there. Click. The solar gold essence was forcibly shoved into Chen Feng's true fire, enveloped and assimilated by it, branded with his mark, and finally absorbed into his body. The raging heat suddenly ceased. The world was silent. But a greater disaster struck. Without the energy core, the massive anti-gravity engine array of Shangqing, entirely dependent on energy, instantly shut down. Creak. Rumble. A gut-wrenching feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped the entire city. On the streets, the nobles who had been screaming and crying from the earthquake suddenly found themselves floating, their wine glasses and ornaments drifting in the air. Then gravity returned, and they slammed heavily onto the ground. Because the city began to fall. This magnificent metropolis, over 20 kilometers in diameter, like a meteorite that had lost its support, crashed down toward the wasteland below with millions. The wind howled. The clouds tumbled backward. It's over. We're going to be crushed. Help! Someone save me. Manhwa. Is this divine punishment? Millions of Changqing residents, whether once proud nobles or ordinary servants, now collapsed on the ground, staring despairingly at the rapidly approaching earth, awaiting death. Below in Longqing, tens of thousands of wasteland survivors looked up in terror at the sky-obscuring continent pressing down its shadow, covering everything. With such an impact, not only would Changqing be shattered, but Longqing on the ground would also be razed. This was true apocalypse. This was mutual destruction. Did I say you could die, eh? At this moment of universal despair, a clear, majestic voice, as if penetrating the laws of heaven and earth, exploded in everyone's mind, drowning out the wind. Boom! A crimson golden streak of light burst from the bottom of the falling city. That figure, compared to the huge city, was smaller than a speck of dust. But his radiance was more dazzling than the sun. Leviathan. Black gold coils at full power. Chen Feng hovered directly beneath the city, issuing a death command through divine sense to the distant warship. Boss, what are you doing? You'll die? That's hundreds of millions of tons. Old Mo screamed in terror, his voice cracking. Stop talking nonsense. Activate the The four huge superconducting engines of the distant Leviathan erupted with an unprecedented strong magnetic field directly enveloping the entire airspace, even triggering an electromagnetic storm. Chen Feng was at the center of this magnetic field. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy of his mid-stage foundation establishment burned without reservation. Magnetic field mastery, single hand. Holding the sky, Chen Feng thrust his hands upward, veins bulging. Using the superconducting property of black gold 1, he channeled the massive magnetic field released by the Leviathan onto himself, then amplified and focused it billions of times through his own spiritual energy, forming an invisible magnetic shield. This was the ultimate fusion of technology and cultivation. Using a mortal body to leverage the planet's magnetic field. Squeak! A metallic grinding sound that could shatter eardrums rang out in the sky. The bottom of the billion-softened steel city, which was accelerating downward, suddenly lit up with a layer of brilliant blue electric arcs. It was as if an invisible sky-obscuring giant hand had caught it in midair. Boom! The falling momentum abruptly halted. At that moment, Chen Feng's bones cracked, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his skin split inch by inch. The immense backlash made him feel as if he were carrying Mount Tai on his back, his soul trembling. Rise! Now! Chen Feng roared, his black hair wildly dancing like a demon god descending. The eked vitality within him frantically repaired his damaged body, while the primordial true fire burned fiercely, converting energy and squeezing every ounce of potential. It stopped. At an altitude of just 1,000 meters above the ground, this sky-obscuring cloud city had actually stopped. Dead silence. Whether it was the nobles of Changqing, the survivors of Longqing, or the warriors on the Leviathan, millions of people stared blankly at the sky, mouths agape, forgetting. What did they see? At the bottom of the huge city, amidst the arcs and lightning, a tiny figure like the mythical Pangu single-handedly held up that sky city. This scene transcended physics and common sense. This scene was a miracle. God. This is a true God. On the ground, Old Ghost dropped his gun, fell to his knees, and kowtowed wildly to the figure in the sky, tears streaming down his face. Then, with a rustle, tens of thousands of people in Longqing knelt down. On the streets of Changqing, the once proud nobles, watching the holographic screen broadcasting the man holding up the city, the lowly being who had saved their lives, also knelt tremblingly. Their technology could not save them. Their chief executive wanted to kill them. But this man with his single hand mended the sky. Faith crumbled in that moment and was rebuilt in that moment. Half an hour later, under Chen Feng's control, and the Leviathans towing Changqing slowly descended, finally landing with a ground-shaking roar on the wasteland beside Longqing. Though the tremors were strong and many buildings collapsed, the main structure remained intact and millions survived. Chen Feng released his divine power, swayed, and slowly landed on the top of the parliament building. He wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at the city now on the ground and at the endless kneeling masses in the distance. He said nothing. He simply raised the Qingming flying sword in his hand, pointing it at the sky. Clang! A clear sword cry announced the end of the old era. From today onward, there would be no Changqing, no Xiaqing. Only one name remained. His, Longqing. In the wasteland world Dragon City, the former arsenal wilderness, the dust has settled. Eden, once floating in the clouds, arrogant and deemed the abode of gods, now sat crookedly on the wilderness like a giant with a broken leg. Its jade-white exterior walls were covered with shocking scorch marks, and the anti-gravity rings at the bottom were still emitting wisps of smoke, giving off the burnt smell of overheated. Beside it stood Dragon City, rugged, full of industrial punk style, with a forest of chimneys. 2 cities, one white and one black, one exquisite and one rough, one heaven, and one hell were now strangely and ironically connected without form a line. All of you form a line. Iron Tower, clad in power armor like a massive steel overseer, held a high-power loudspeaker and roared at the crowd before him. People dressed in finery, but with ashen faces trembling all over. Don't talk to me about dukes or counts. Here your only identity is labor. If you don't want to starve, get moving. Those were tens of thousands of corn nobles from the upper district, along with millions of their attendant servants. They who usually wouldn't even walk and needed to be fed water were now forced to take off their silk robes, put on coarse, skin-irritating gray work clothes, and were handed I won't do it. I am a level 3 executor. I demand to see Chen Feng. I have immunity. This is an insult to the nobility. A pot-bellied, middle-aged man screamed, trying to break out of the line, his face still smeared with last night's uncrubbed paint. Bang! A shadow sentinel robot instantly appeared before him, without a word swung its mechanical arm, and shoved him face first into the mud, his mouth full of dirt. Immunity. Chen Feng's figure appeared on the high platform, hands behind his back, looking down upon this group of former gods. In the upper district you lived by sucking the blood of the lower district, unashamed. Now you've landed. The rules have changed. Chen Feng's voice was cold like a judgment. Dragon City does not support idlers, nor does it keep useless people. Every grain of rice here must be earned with sweat. Wanna eat? Fine. Chen Feng pointed to the distant fungus farm and the newly opened ore refinery. Go work. Plant mushrooms, repair machines, mine, or clean the sewers. Trade your sweat for your bread. It's fair. As for those who can't even lift a shovel. Chen Feng's gaze swept over the young nobles who had long degenerated into giant babies unable to live without dopamine drips, now lying on the ground convulsing. Send them to the mandatory rehabilitation center. Pull out those tubes. If they don't die, keep working. If they die, they'll be fertilizer returning to the earth. A desperate wail erupted from the crowd like more, but seeing the ring of dark electromagnetic cannons and the ruthless robots around them, no one dared to resist. Theocracy had collapsed. The glory of the nobility was trampled into the mud. In its place stood the iron-blooded order established by Chen Feng. The laborer lives, the parasite dies. Boss, these are the treasures we found in the Upper District's Academy of Sciences. After dealing with the nobles, old MO, along with a group of technicians with gleaming eyes, brought in a pile of hard drives and precision instruments, as if offering treasures. Although those nobles are useless, their brains ruined. The Upper District's automated research system is still running, and the data is intact. We found complete gene repair technology that can cure most cancers and radiation sickness, an ecological circulation system that can efficiently purify water and soil, and a full set of miniature plasma weapon blueprints. Chen Feng flipped through the documents in his hand, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Any one of these items, if thrown to Earth, would be a Nobel Prize-level breakthrough technology that could trigger a world war. Especially the gene repair fluid. The wealthy on Earth would give anything to live a few more years. This was another trillion-dollar avenue of wealth and a sharp tool to control capital. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. Seal all these technologies, set the encryption level to maximum. Thoroughly understand the principles as soon as possible. Especially that ecological circulation system. I want to turn this lifeless, radiation-ridden wasteland around Dragon City into an oasis within a year. I want this place to truly grow food. Yes. Old Mo saluted excitedly, his eyes full of longing. Late at night, in the underground chamber of Dragon City's Lord's Mansion, the noise of the outside world had faded. Chen Feng sat alone, cross-legged in a spirit-gathering array, surrounded by defensive formations. Summoning the true fire from within, even with layers of seals suppressing it, a terrifying wave of heat, pure yang, as if from the primordial chaos, instantly filled the entire chamber, distorting even the light. Supreme celestial treasure, great sun gold essence. That fist-sized golden crystal, like a miniature sun, floated silently. Inside it, liquid golden magma seemed to flow, and every ray of light contained energy enough to incinerate mountains, boil seas, and evaporate rivers. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. Chen Feng took a deep breath, and the innate true fire within him danced joyfully, eager to devour and merge with it. But I can't consume it yet. Chen Feng was calm, suppressing his greed. He had just broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and his foundation was this gold essence's energy level was too high, even approaching the level of the golden core stage. If he forcibly devoured it now, he would most likely explode and die, becoming a human bomb. Rather than using this to risk a breakthrough, it's better to. Suddenly, a crazy grand plan that could change the fate of two worlds flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He thought of Earth. He thought of the ultimate problem that had plagued Earth's physics community for half a century, known as the Forever 50 Years problem. Controlled nuclear fusion, the artificial sun. Why couldn't Earth create an artificial sun? Two major difficulties. Ignition difficulty. Requires hundreds of millions of degrees to trigger fusion, and it's hard to maintain. Containment difficulty. No material can withstand such high temperatures, so magnetic confinement is used, but it's extremely unstable. A slight shake can cause it to go out or even explode. Chen Feng looked at the great sun gold essence in his hand, then at the stack of black gold one superconducting coils beside him. A smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth, the smile of one who had solved the universe's puzzle. Containment difficulty. I have room temperature superconductors able to create the strongest, most stable zero-energy magnetic cage on Earth. Ignition difficulty. Chen Feng lightly tossed the golden crystal in his hand. This thing itself is an eternal stellar spark. I don't need to mess with complex laser ignition arrays at all. I just need to place this great sun gold essence as the core in the center of the reactor. Its high-temperature field can instantly ignite the surrounding deuterium-tritium fuel. Its spiritual pressure can serve as the perfect stabilizer to suppress runaway plasma. Is this a nuclear fusion reactor? No, it's a cultivation version of an artificial sun. This was a cheat solution, using a supreme treasure from the cultivation world to solve a physical bottleneck in science, using metaphysics to fill the gaps of science. Simple, brutal, and unsolvable. Once it's done, a sharp light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as if that was no longer just a matter of money. It was infinite energy. It was a ticket to interstellar travel. It was the key for humanity to completely break free from fossil fuels, end energy wars, solve climate change, and truly enter a Type 1 civilization. It seems I need to go back to Earth. He stood up and took one last look at this wasteland world that he had thoroughly conquered and was now being reborn. The overall situation here was settled. Dragon City was established, spaceships built, theocracy destroyed. A new order was growing. Next it was Earth's turn. The next morning, Chen Feng summoned Iron Tower, Old Ghost, and Old Mo. I'm going on a long trip and my return date is uncertain. Chen Feng handed Iron Tower a dragon-shaped token made of titanium alloy, symbolizing the Lord's authority and containing a strand of his divine sense sword energy. I leave Dragon City to you. Old Mo is in charge of technology and construction. Digest all the upper district's technology, who don't let it rust. Iron Tower handles defense. If those nobles dare to cause trouble, kill without mercy. No matter who. If you encounter an invincible enemy, or if the upper district has any hidden trump cards. Chen Feng pointed at the token, shatter it. My flying sword will sense it. Yes, boss. The three knelt and accepted the orders, their eyes fervent and loyal. After arranging everything, Chen Feng turned and walked into the secret chamber. Buzz, blue light flickered, space warped. The man who had held up a city with one hand suppressed a realm and was regarded as a god by the wastelanders vanished. At the same time, Earth Haiching. An ultimate storm concerning humanity's future energy, a revolution that would completely change Earth's landscape, was Earth China Haiching. At 6 o'clock in the morning. This is a super metropolis with a permanent population of 24 million, the economic heart of the East. In the past few decades, this time often signified the nightmare of the morning rush hour was about to begin. The elevated highway would turn into a red parking lot, the acrid smell of exhaust mingling with the aroma of breakfast pancakes permeating every inch of the murky air. The impatient honking of horns is the city's waking grumpiness. But today everything has changed. Chen Feng, dressed in a loose white silk practice outfit, stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window of Yinshan No. Wana, holding a cup of freshly brewed Mingqian Longjing. The fragrance of tea wafted gently, the steam condensing into a thin mist on the glass. He gazed down at the city, his expression calm and profound, like a chess player observing a game. Silence. Too quiet. The traffic which once clogged the city streets like blood vessels had completely vanished. The formerly congested dual-direction 8-lane main road, Huaihai Middle Road, now appeared so empty that it felt somewhat desolate. The black asphalt road was washed clean so much so that it reflected light. The green belts on both sides of the road were undergoing large-scale expansion construction as workers aimed to reclaim the gray space originally meant for cars, for pedestrians and plants, transforming it into a green park. The real clamor has gone to the heavens. But that is not clamor, it is the art of order. Through the window one could see countless steel torrents flowing in layers at heights of 5 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and even 100 meters above the ground. These were variously shaped, futuristic-looking hover cars. They had completely discarded the cumbersome rubber tires, and the original wheel arches were replaced by 4 anti-gravity magnetic rings emitting a faint blue glow. They were no longer bound by the ground, no longer requiring friction, gliding gracefully, like a school of glowing fish navigating through a forest of steel. Buzz, a bright red modified Hongqi sedan, slid past the protective shield of Yinshan No. 1. Its speed was incredibly fast, exceeding at least 120 kilometers per hour, yet to Chen Feng's keen ears it produced only a low-frequency hum of electricity passing through the air, not much louder than a bee. Following that, a heavy-duty urban logistics truck passed through a higher altitude. This behemoth had no wheels, its chassis emitted miniature ion streams for posture adjustment, stable as a moving mountain carrying dozens of tons of cargo toward the port. There were no traffic lights, no crosswalks, and no jarring sounds of sudden brakes. Above this city, it felt as if an invisible hand of God was directing these millions of traffic units, orchestrating a silent symphony. Mr. Chen, up so early. Steady footsteps approached from behind. Zhao Jiangwo, dressed in a sharp, dark Zhongshan suit, walked over with a spirited demeanor. He held a specially designed military tablet, the screen pulsating with dense streams of data. Can't sleep, just wanted to take a look at this new world. Chen Feng took a sip of tea, pointing at the sky outside, a hint of emotion in his tone. Director Zhao, although the technology was provided by me to deploy this system across such a vast nation in such a short period. To be honest, I am quite impressed. This is the speed of China. This was not mere politeness. It had only been 2 months since he took out the anti-gravity chassis. To transform a super city from 2-dimensional traffic to 3-dimensional traffic in just 2 months requires administrative execution, infrastructure capability, and scheduling capacity that is simply astronomical. It must not be chaotic. One wrong step could lead to disaster. Zhao Jiangwo walked to the window, gazing at the orderly flow of traffic, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Mr. Chen, did you see that Hongqi car? It is only 5 meters away from the logistics drone on the left and 3 meters from the bus below. If it were driven by a human, it would have crashed 100 times by now. Zhao Jiangwo swiped on the tablet, pulling up a holographic 3-dimensional grid map, covering the entire Haiqing, with each light point representing a vehicle. This is the Tianwang 3-dimensional traffic control system. This system is built on Beidou 3-centimeter level high precision positioning, 6G experimental network, millisecond level low latency transmission, and the National Supercomputing Center's Sunway Tile Light computing cluster, creating an absolute control system. From the moment the anti-gravity engine is activated, the driver's authority is revoked. Humans are unworthy of driving in 3-dimensional space. Zhao Jiangwo explained, his tone imbued with the confidence of a great nation. Once you get in the car, you only need to input, "I want to go to the bund." The rest is all up to AI. Every vehicle's trajectory is already played out in the supercomputer's simulations. Which car accelerates, which car changes lanes, which car ascends, the system will complete millions of calculations in 0.001 seconds to find the optimal solution. Here, road rage doesn't exist, fatigue driving is non-existent, and there are no sudden lane changes. Zhao Jiangwo paused, pointing at a distant ambulance rapidly ascending, flashing red and blue lights. Look at that. Chen Feng looked over. He saw that the hover ambulance's front, once surrounded by dense traffic, suddenly parted like it had received a divine decree, instantly dispersing in all 4 directions. This was not a chaotic avoidance, but a uniform mechanical dance-like precision diversion. A straight, unobstructed lifeline formed instantly amidst the congested morning rush. The ambulance whizzed by, its speed soaring to 250 kilometers per hour, heading straight for the emergency platform of the first municipal hospital. In the past, this was called racing against death, often losing. Zhao Jiangwo lamented, his eyes slightly reddening. Now death cannot catch our ambulances. Every minute saved can save a life. Chen Feng watched this scene, nodding, a sense of inexplicable emotion rising in his heart. This was the Earth he desired. A world that utilized technology to benefit all beings rather than one that, like wasteland, was used to create slaughter. This is what civilization should look like. The country is peaceful and thriving. Chen Feng turned around, placing the teacup on the table, a playful, yet cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But those old friends across the ocean are probably or smashing things. In America, Detroit. If Haiqing is the dawn of the future, then Detroit, the city once hailed as the automobile capital of the world, the jewel of industrial supremacy, is now shrouded in the twilight and despair of a bygone era. The sky is overcast with cold drizzle falling, mingling with the black smoke of burning tires, filling the air with a pungent smell of rubber and a sense of rest. General Motors global headquarters. This skyscraper, a symbol of American industrial dominance, is now surrounded by a dense crowd. They are tens of thousands of automotive industry workers, along with related upstream and downstream practitioners. Clad in blue overalls, they wave massive banners, shouting angrily as they assault the police's crumbling line of riot shields. The slogans on the banners are shocking, filled with fear and hatred. We want jobs. We want food. Ban Chinese sorcery. Reject anti-gravity. Return my wheels. Return my internal combustion engine. This violates the will of God. At the top floor, the CEO's office. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows may block the noise from below, but they cannot shut out the sensation of the building teetering on the brink. Mary Barr, the current CEO of General Motors, sits slumped in her expensive leather chair. Her well-maintained face is now gaunt, her makeup smudged, and her eye bags heavy, as if she aged 10 years overnight. In the room, not only is she present, but also the heads of Ford and Chrysler, along with several senior partners from Wall Street. The atmosphere is stifling, punctuated only by the crackling of cigars and the occasional wail of police sirens. Do we need to confirm the data again? The CEO of Ford, a burly white male, speaks in a hoarse voice like a dying old man holding half a glass of whiskey. No need. A trembling hand from a chief analyst from Wall Street projects a report onto the large screen. The red Klein graph resembles gaping, bleeding wounds, shocking to behold. Just now, Haicheng, China announced the widespread adoption of anti-gravity transportation and began promoting it to other first-tier cities. As a result of this news, within just 10 minutes of market opening, the analyst swallows hard, reading laboriously. The world's largest tire manufacturer, Michelin, saw its stock plummet by 92, triggering the fifth circuit breaker. Their board has collectively resigned and is undergoing liquidation. The world's largest transmission supplier, ZF, has announced bankruptcy protection because transmissions will no longer be needed. As for oil futures, the analyst points to the curve that has plunged beyond the Earth's core. Crude oil prices have fallen below $15 a barrel. Several sovereign funds in the Middle East are frantically selling off assets, but no one is buying. Even oil tankers are idled at sea. Because everyone knows. The analyst raises his head, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. Once anti-gravity technology becomes widespread, aside from chemical raw materials, no one will need to burn oil anymore. Those hover vehicles that do not even need to overcome surface friction have an energy consumption so low it is shocking. This marks a revolution in energy as well as our doom. Bang! Mary Barra suddenly slams her crystal cup onto the floor, shards flying and tearing through the expensive carpet. This is unfair. She screams hysterically like a child whose beloved toy has been taken away, consumed with impotent rage. This is cheating. This is cheating that defies the laws of physics. We have spent over 100 years increasing the thermal efficiency of internal combustion engines from 20 to even a mere 0. One improvement requires an investment of billions. We have spent tens of thousands of hours in wind tunnels to reduce even the slightest. We have developed thousands of rubber formulas to enhance tire grip. What did we do wrong? We worked so hard. Why can that Chinese man named Chen Feng produce a black box from who knows where, turning our century of effort into a joke? Why does God not stand on our side? No one answered her. Because the truth is cruel. It is like a group of the finest carriage drivers who have spent their lives studying how to make horses run faster, how to make horseshoes more durable, and how to make carriages more luxurious, only to have a steam train suddenly come out next door roaring past with hundreds of tons of cargo. This is not competition. This is a dimensionality reduction. It is the merciless crushing of a higher civilization over a lower one. We cannot let this go unpunished. The Wall Street representative Smith, a senior partner at Goldman Sachs who has remained silent all this time, slowly stands up. He adjusts his exquisite suit, pushes up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes glinting with a cold, snake-like light. Technically, we have indeed lost. We have dismantled that anti-gravity chassis as well. The material structure inside. That so-called black gold superconductor, even under an electron microscope, looks like a masterpiece woven by God himself, utterly impossible to replicate, not even understanding the principles. Smith walks to the window, looking down at the angry crowd, and smirks coldly. But gentlemen, ladies, this world is not just made of technology. There are also laws, politics, and national security. This is our final weapon. The gazes of everyone in the room converge on him, as if they have grasped a lifeline. Do you mean? Mary Barra stops, crying, lifting her head. I have already contacted the White House and the hawkish generals at the Pentagon. Smith pulls out a thick document bearing a top-secret seal from his briefcase and slams it onto the table. Since we can't create it, then no one else will be able to use it. We will flip the table over. The reason I have thought up is this: the anti-gravity equipment of the China Future Energy Group has serious remote backdoor vulnerabilities and could be used for military purposes, even potentially for the deployment of biochemical weapons threatening U.S. national security. On this basis, we will unite with the European Union and the Five Eyes Alliance to launch unprecedented super sanctions against Future Energy. Freeze all their overseas assets. Prohibit any high-end chips from flowing into China. Detain all their technical personnel overseas. A sinister, triumphant smile emerges on Smith's aged face. Their anti-gravity chassis requires high-performance AI chips to control its posture, right? That Skynet system also requires enormous computational power, right? Good. Then let's cut off their chip supply. Not even a single transistor will be sold to them. Does that Chen Feng think he controls the sky? No. I want him to know that as long as we do not nod his ship, won't even be able to buy a screw. I want him to kneel and beg us. In Haicheng Yinshan, no. 1. Chen Feng is watering several pots of orchids on the terrace. These orchids, nourished by his ethereal wood spiritual energy, bloom unusually brilliantly, even possessing some spirit. His phone in his pocket vibrates, breaking the tranquility. It is Li Bowen. Boss. Li Bowen's voice sounds somewhat anxious with background noise filled with ringing phones and arguments. Something major has happened. The sky has fallen. Just 3 minutes ago, the U.S. Department of Commerce held an emergency press conference announcing that it has placed Future Energy Group on the highest level of the Entity List, SDN list. They have frozen all our subsidiary accounts in New York, London, and Zurich totaling over 80 billion. Even our employees' personal accounts have been frozen. And the most fatal part. Lee Bowen takes a deep breath, his voice trembling. NVIDIA, Qualcomm, TSMC, even ASML. All the giants of the semiconductor industry have simultaneously sent letters 1 minute ago announcing an indefinite cutoff of supply and technical support to us, including the 500 top-tier AI chips, H100, that we had already paid for and were in transit, which have also been forcibly detained by U.S. Customs. Boss, this is not just a supply cutoff. They are trying to ruin us. Without chips, our production capacity will halt next month. On the other end of the phone, Lee Bowen's voice is filled with anger and powerlessness. This is indeed a death blow. It is a complete shutdown. Modern technology products without chips are just a pile of scrap metal. This move from the Western world has pinpointed the brightest gem on the industrial crown, forcing Chen Feng to kneel and surrender his technology. Yet, listening to this news capable of causing any Fortune 500 company to collapse on the spot, Chen Feng's hand watering the flowers does not tremble at all, still steadily sprinkling droplets. Oh, got it. Chen Feng replies lightly, his tone as calm as if he were listening to a weather report predicting afternoon rain. Boss, Lee Bowen panics. Aren't you? Aren't you worried? The inventory of chips in the factory will only last half a month. If the follow-up does not keep up, our anti-gravity chassis will have to stop production. The stock price will also crash. Chen Feng puts down the watering can, looking at the orchid covered in dew. He raises his head, glancing at the rising sun in the east, then at the invisible gloom in the west that shrouds the world. Boldly, Chen Feng's voice comes through the receiver clearly to Lee Bowen's ears, carrying a disquieting calmness and dominance along with a hint of divine indifference. Remember this. When a dog barks at a lion, the lion does not bark back. It will only swat it dead. Chips. Chen Feng lets out a cold laugh, a glint of golden divine light flashing in his eyes, a mark left by the great sun's essence. Do they think that is our lifeline? Do they think that is their trump card? Little do they know that is the last bit of face I am giving them, and also the last morsel of food. Since they have flipped the table and do not care for face, then inform Director Zhao initiate the backup plan. What backup plan? Lee Bowen is taken aback. He has never heard of any backup plan. Chen Feng gazes at the orchid in his hand, gently pinching a withered leaf, which instantly turns to ash. Tell the whole world. From now on, all equipment exported overseas by Future Energy Group, due to force majeure causing network service interruptions, will not be held responsible. And also, notify that so-called sanction alliance. They want chips. They want sanctions. Fine. Trade for lithography machines. Trade for aircraft engines. Trade for the Chinese artifacts they stole from their museums. For each item missing, I will make their country. Chen Feng pauses, his tone chilling like a judgment returned to the age of carriages. China Haiching, the fourth underground level of the Future Energy Group headquarters. This was the network security center known as the Black Box. No windows, no signal, with 3-meter-thick lead plates and a Faraday cage embedded in the walls. This was an island of information in the eye of the storm. At this moment, within the vast command hall, there was a deathly silence. Hundreds of top-tier red hackers sat upright, the blue light from their screens casting pale, tense faces. Lee Bowen stood before the command console, staring at the crimson number on the giant screen, feeling as if his heart was being clenched by a hand. Time until sanctions take effect: 0 hours 0 5 minutes 0 seconds. Boss. Lee Bowen gripped the red encrypted phone, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Are we really going to press it? Once we take this step, it's a declaration of war. Even Huawei back in the day didn't dare to do something this drastic. Western media will paint us as terrorists who hijacked civilization and will face hundreds of millions of lawsuits. On the other end of the line, Chen Feng's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of post-tea contentment, a cold detachment that saw through worldly affairs. Oldly, haven't you seen through it yet? They've already been demonizing us. In their narrative, we are born with original sin, thieves, spies. Since they've tagged us as dangerous if we don't show them what true danger really means. Chen Feng paused, his tone carrying an unyielding monarchical, while the coldness of a cultivator looking down upon mortals. Wouldn't that be a disservice to the aircraft carriers and satellites they've mobilized? Wouldn't it be a waste of the word sanctions? Act now. Let that self-proclaimed civilized lofty world cool down properly. Yes. Lee Bowen took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes instantly turning into resolve. He hung up the phone and turned to face the hundreds of eyes waiting for orders. He raised his right hand, his voice hoarse but firm. Attention everyone. Activate the Great Wall Guardian Protocol. Target areas: North America, Europe, Oceania. Target devices: all anti-gravity chassis, superconducting battery packs, and industrial-grade magneto-hydrodynamic motors not on the white list. Execute Operation Physical Lock of Underlying Logic. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Execute. Slap. The crisp sound of the enter key being struck echoed through the hall. The sound was light, but in the invisible data world, it was like an intangible tsunami rising from the eastern hemisphere traveling through undersea cables and satellite signals at the speed of light, crossing the Pacific Ocean and crashing into the Western world, reveling in the triumph of sanctions. United States, New York, Manhattan. 5 o'clock in the afternoon rush hour. The setting sun painted the steel jungle gold. Though ordinary people were still driving fuel-powered cars stuck in traffic, as the global financial center Manhattan streets had already seen a number of modified luxury cars imported through special channels at high prices. For Wall Street elites, owning a futuristic levitating Rolls-Royce was not only the ultimate symbol of status, but also a way to glide above the commoners like a god when traffic jammed. Mr. Smith, a senior partner at Goldman Sachs, was now sitting in the back seat of his newly purchased $3 million modified armored Maybach. The vehicle hovered smoothly 2 meters above the traffic on Fifth Avenue, ignoring the yellow taxis jammed below, gliding like an elegant shark in the low sky. Swirling a glass of chilled champagne, Smith looked out at the ordinary people trapped in traffic, their faces filled with envy and resentment, and felt a surge of superiority. This is the taste of power. He smiled at the companion beside him whom he had just brought from Broadway and took a sip of wine. The Chinese built the marvel, but in the end it's US who control capital who enjoy it. As for that Chen Feng, once his capital chain breaks, this technology will eventually bear the American name. This is called, just as he was about to proudly declare the victory of capital. Beep. A piercing, ear-splitting red alert suddenly exploded inside the quiet, luxurious cabin. Before Smith could react, the sensation of floating on clouds vanished instantly. A heavy, nauseating feeling of weightlessness hit. The Threaten armored Maybach, as if its soul had been ripped away, lost all lift and plummeted straight down from 2 meters high in free fall. Crash. A tremendous impact sound accompanied by the screech of metal. The champagne glass shattered, spilling liquid all over Smith. The Maybach's expensive chassis slammed onto the roof of a taxi below, crushing the poor Toyota into a pancake. FCK. What happened? Driver, how are you driving? Smith scrambled up from under the seat, blood streaming from a forehead gash, roaring in fury. Sir. The driver, his face deathly pale, pointed at the full LED dashboard, his fingers trembling violently, as if had seen a ghost. It's not my fault. The car is dead. Smith jerked his head up. On the expensive dashboard, the navigation speed and attitude information had all disappeared. In its place was a huge, blood-red exclamation mark. And a line of system notifications scrolling in both Chinese and English, dripping with sarcasm, the font glaringly read, System Error 0x0000. Warning: this device is detected in an illegal sanction zone. Due to your government's unjust sanctions against Future Energy Group and the supply cutoff of core chips, this device cannot connect to the cloud calibration system. For your safety, the anti-gravity engine has been permanently locked. Unlock condition: please contact your White House to lift the sanctions. What a... Smith's eyes bulged in disbelief at the words, each one like a slap to the face. He frantically pressed the start button, pounded the center console, even tried to wake the AI with voice commands. Nothing. Apart from the line of red text, all electronic systems were completely dead. Even the doors wouldn't open because the electronic locks had failed. The windows wouldn't roll down either. He was trapped in an expensive $3 million iron coffin. Beep, beep, beep. Not just him. At this very moment, all over Manhattan, even all over New York, one by one, the flying luxury cars and private shuttles in the sky seemed to freeze as if struck by a paralysis spell. They lost their lift, and using the last bit of power from backup batteries, made a slow, forced landing. This was Chen Feng's final mercy, not letting them crash from 100 meters high and kill people, which would have been a massacre. Bang, bang, bang. On Fifth Avenue, hundreds of luxury cars lay strewn across the road like dumplings in a pot, completely blocking traffic. Angry honks, trapped millionaires' screams, and the sounds of collisions instantly turned this bustling metropolis into a chaotic market. And this was only the beginning. Creech Air Force Base, Nevada, USA. This was the command center for American drone operations and the military's proudest eye in the sky. Although the U.S. military officially banned the use of Chinese equipment privately to achieve extreme endurance, several of the latest Predator-modified reconnaissance drones had secretly swapped in black gold 1 superconducting battery packs through shell companies. These batteries could extend the drone's loiter time from 24 hours to an astonishing 15 days, a true strategic marvel. At this moment in the operations command room, a 5-star general stared at the big screen, showing real-time footage from 3 drones on a top-secret reconnaissance mission in the Middle East. The clarity remarkable. What perfect endurance, the general admired, greed flashing in his eyes. The Chinese are annoying, but their batteries are really good. Once we crack the technology, our Air Force will be invincible. Suddenly the screen flickered with bizarre lines. Warning, power module anomaly. Warning. External protocol intervention. Battery management system forcing shutdown. What's happening? The general leapt up, spilling coffee everywhere. Sir, the battery. The battery locked itself. The operator screamed in panic, fingers flying over the keyboard. It cut off all power circuits. Even the backup power has been physically fused. The system refuses to respond. On the screen, the 3 top-tier drones, each worth hundreds of millions of dollars, were like kites with broken strings, instantly losing all power at 10,000 meters, spiraling and tumbling. A few seconds later, the screen turned to static. This is impossible. The general slammed his fist on the table, his face turning purple, veins bulging. Isn't that just a battery? How can a battery have a remote backdoor? Physics doesn't have such a thing. That's just a stone that stores energy. He didn't understand. Ordinary batteries indeed did not. But the superconducting battery integrated a smart magnetic field management chip. That was Chen Feng's insurance against explosions, and also the sword of Damocles he had reserved. That night, the Western world experienced true darkness. In London's financial district, thousands of data centers using future energy as backup power suddenly lost electricity. Although old diesel generators kicked in, the few seconds of interruption caused trillions of dollars in trading data to be lost or garbled. In Paris, VIP wards of several top private hospitals suddenly lost power. While ordinary wards were unaffected, the politicians and tycoons staying in the VIP rooms were nearly scared to death by the ventilators stopping. California, Silicon Valley. In the labs of several tech giants trying to reverse engineer the anti-gravity chassis, the disassembled chassis suddenly overloaded and self-destructed, releasing high temperatures that turned priceless experimental equipment into scrap metal. The lab alarms wailing through the night. Chaos, paralysis, fear. The entire superstructure of Western society had been stabbed hard by Chen Feng's command. This stab drew no blood, yet made the entire social machine grind to a halt. The next day, the White House. Emergency National Security Council meeting. This time there was no arrogance or clamor, no cigars or champagne. The room was terrifyingly quiet, only the president's heavy, weary breathing. Report the losses. The president rubbed his temples, seeming to have aged 10 years overnight. Transportation: about 50,000 high-end levitating vehicles locked nationwide, involving almost all congressmen and Wall Street executives. They can't even get out of their homes now. Military: we lost 12 stealth drones and the communication systems of 3 overseas bases. All Chinese-made batteries in the spare parts inventory have become bricks. Financial side. The Treasury Secretary, pale and trembling, said, due to the data center outage, the U.S. stock market triggered a circuit breaker last night. Panic is spreading among investors. They think. Think what? Asked the president. Think we've provoked an enemy we shouldn't have. The secretary gritted his teeth. Mr. President, it's proven that Future Energy Group is not just a commercial company. They are infrastructure. Sanctioning them is like sanctioning our own arteries, pulling out our own oxygen tubes. And the head of the intelligence agency interjected, his voice filled with deep helplessness. We assembled the best hackers overnight to try to crack the lock, but they found it wasn't a code-level lock. It's a hardware physical lock. The internal structure of the superconducting coils has undergone microscopic changes. Unless Chen Feng sends a specific frequency band to unlock those devices, are just scrap metal. Even if God himself were called, it wouldn't help. Bang! The president collapsed weakly into his chair, his eyes unfocused. He had lost. Utterly and completely. He had thought chips were Chen Feng's Achilles heel and the dollar the world's truth. But he never expected that Chen Feng held the switch to the entire Western world. Contact. Beijing. After a long silence, the president closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and barely audible, as if using all his strength. Ask them. What conditions are needed to lift the sanctions? China, Haiching Yunsen. No. 1. The sun was bright, the sea breeze gentle. Chen Feng was having breakfast. A bowl of hot soybean milk, 2 golden crispy fried dough sticks, and a dish of fulling jiaocai. Li Bowen burst in excitedly, holding the latest tablet, his face beaming with joy, walking with a spring in his step. Boss. Amazing. Truly amazing. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs just reported that the U.S. ambassador urgently requested a meeting overnight. Their attitude has done a complete 180-degree turn, like a different person. They expressed willingness to reassess the entity list, admit it was a misunderstanding, and hinted they could immediately resume chip supply as long as we unlock those devices. They'd even pay an unlocking fee. Chen Feng bit into a fried dough stick, crispy on the outside and tender inside, full of flavor. Resume supply. Chen Feng gave a cold laugh, pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, his movements elegant and composed. Too late. I gave them a chance yesterday. They didn't cherish it. They insisted on overturning the table. Now the table is broken and they want to talk. Fine. Tell Director Zhao my conditions have changed. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the rising sun, a conqueror's light gleaming in his eyes, the aura of a new king. I no longer need their... I want their industrial machine tools. I want their aerospace-grade carbon fiber production lines. I want the 23,000 lost Chinese artifacts from the British Museum, every single one of them sent back to me. Li Bowen was stunned, his throat dry as if seeing the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion of Beijing being replayed in reverse. Boss, this is stripping them of their skin. This isn't negotiation. It's the Treaty of Xianzhou signed in reverse. Chen Feng patted Li Bowen on the shoulder and smiled faintly. Old Li, you need to get used to it. From today onward, the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. In the north, the capital region, a recent autumn rain has just washed over this ancient and solemn city. The red walls and yellow tiles appear particularly austere under the somber sky, as if narrating the weighty vicissitudes of a millennium. A convoy of black Hongqi cars lacking any special markings and bearing ordinary license plates slowly entered the deep courtyard that symbolizes power, escorted silently by police vehicles in front and behind. Inside the car, Chen Feng had a black briefcase resting on his knees. The case was not large, only the size of a regular briefcase, made entirely of a special black alloy that absorbed light with no visible seams and only a complex biometric lock glowing with a red light. If one looked closely, they would find that one of Chen Feng's hands was always pressing on the case with a faint spiritual light swirling at his fingertips, not out of fear of theft, but rather to suppress. Even through the specially crafted lead alloy layer and the internal seal, he could still sense the rhythmic pulse emanating from the large sun-golden essence inside the case. It was the heartbeat of a star, restless and violent, yearning to release its light and heat, turning everything around it to ashes. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Zhao Jiangwo in the front seat softly reminded, breaking the silence in the car. Zhao Jiangwo looked somewhat tense, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, which was quite rare for a seasoned veteran. He knew that the scale of today's meeting had already surpassed the realm of business cooperation. Today they were to meet the stewards of the nation. Today's discussion was about the sun. In the core conference room, there were no luxurious decorations, only a few somewhat aged brocade sofas, with several vigorous ink-wash landscape paintings hanging on the walls. A faint aroma of jasmine tea lingered in the air, calming the mind. As Chen Feng entered the room with the black case, several elderly men with graying hair and composed demeanor had already been waiting for some time. In addition to a few leaders frequently seen in the news, there was also an elderly man in a faded gray jacket with a face full of wrinkles, yet a gaze as sharp as an eagle's sitting in the... He was frowning and deep in thought, examining a document with a magnifying glass. He was Qian Weimin, a recipient of the nation's highest scientific and technological award, a luminary in the field of nuclear physics, and the chief director of the country's top-secret magnetic confinement nuclear fusion project. His whole life had been dedicated to the dream of that artificial sun. Little Chen has arrived, please sit. The elderly man in the main seat waved his hand warmly, showing no airs, resembling a kindly neighbor. No need to be formal. Over the past couple of years, the surprises you have brought to the nation have been numerous, from anti-gravity to superconductivity. Us old fellows have long wanted to meet you. Hello, leaders. Chen Feng bowed with neither humility nor arrogance, then took a seat, placing the black case by his feet. After some pleasantries, the topic quickly shifted to the main issue. Comrade Chen Feng. Academician Qian Weimin set down the magnifying glass in his hand, scrutinizing the exceedingly young technological miracle before him through thick lenses, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Director, Zhao mentioned in the report that you are here to solve the issue of controllable nuclear fusion. The old man's tone carried 3 parts anticipation, but 7 parts skepticism. As an expert who had been deeply engaged in this field for 50 years, he was acutely aware of the difficulties involved. It was a forbidden zone locked away by physics. Old Qian. Chen Feng nodded slightly, his tone calm. As far as I know, while the nation's artificial sun project has repeatedly broken world records in plasma operation time, there is still a long road ahead to truly achieve commercial ignition, meaning the Q-value energy gain must exceed 10. Not a long road. Qian Weimin sighed, speaking honestly, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness and desolation. It's an indefinite wait. The old academician stood up, pointing to the densely packed complex formulas on the blackboard behind him. Nuclear fusion has 2 major obstacles akin to 2 great mountains. First, confinement is difficult. We need to create a magnetic cage that can stably confine plasma at temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees for an extended period. As long as there is even a slight fluctuation in the magnetic field, the high-temperature plasma will gallop like a runaway horse, instantly burning through the reactor's inner wall and causing a shutdown. This issue, your Heijin 1 superconducting material, has given us great hope. With room temperature superconductivity, we can theoretically create the most perfect, strong magnetic field. I must thank you on behalf of the scientific community. At this point, Qian Weimin's expression became extremely serious. However, the second point, ignition and maintenance. To trigger deuterium-tritium fusion, we need to instantly heat the temperature to over 100 million degrees and maintain it for a sufficiently long time. Currently, the laser ignition efficiency is too low with energy input far exceeding output. Moreover, once the reaction begins, how can we ensure it doesn't extinguish? How can we continuously add fuel without compromising the stability of the plasma? It's like trying to recreate a star on Earth while also encasing it in a bottle. Chen Feng shook his head. With humanity's current materials science and engineering level, perhaps it could be achieved in 50 years. But now, it's impossible. This is the domain of the gods. The room fell into silence. Several leaders exchanged glances, their expressions. Energy is the bottleneck of civilization. If this cannot be overcome, humanity will be locked on Earth, doomed to decline in endless competition. 50 years is too long. Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. He bent down and gently placed the black briefcase on the coffee table and thud. A light sound resonated as if striking at the hearts of everyone present. Old Chen, if within the framework of physics it indeed takes 50 years, or even, but what if? I brought a ready-made spark. A ready-made spark. Chen Feng was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. What do you mean? It means. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly as he pressed the unlock button. I have brought you the core of the sun. Click. With a crisp mechanical unlocking sound, the case lid slowly popped open. Sizzle. In an instant. There was no need to clearly see what was inside. In the corner of the room, a previously idle high-sensitivity radiation monitor erupted with a piercing warning. Detected extremely high-energy radiation source. Warning. Heat value exceeded. Sensor overloaded. A visible wave of heat distorting the air surged forth from the seams of the case. The glass water cup on the coffee table instantly shattered, with the water inside vaporizing into mist. The ink wash paintings hanging on the wall began to yellow and curl, as if experiencing centuries' worth of weathering. Chen Feng, who was closest, felt the scent of burning hair and eyebrows in an instant, and his breathing became scorching. Quick step back. The security officer in charge panicked and was about to rush forward. Freeze. Chen Feng called out, his prepared foundation establishment, divine sense, and superconducting magnetic field activating simultaneously. The impending uncontrollable heat wave was forcibly pressed back within 3 feet of the case, forming a visible thermal field. Only then did everyone, still reeling from shock, clearly see what was inside the case. They could distinctly see a fist-sized golden sphere floating within. It was burning. Not the kind of flickering fire of ordinary flames, but a liquid, viscous, almost alive golden substance, cycling, surging, and collapsing wildly on the surface of the sphere. It resembled a sun that had been shrunk billions of times. Even through the thick seal, the faint radiance it emitted caused everyone present to feel a stinging in their eyes, as if gazing directly at a deity. This is... Academician Chen Feng stared fixedly at the golden sphere, tears streaming from his murky, old eyes, reluctant to blink. The Geiger counter in his hand had already returned to zero, because it had burned out from exceeding limits. The energy density of this thing exceeds 1 million times that of metallic uranium. Chen Feng trembled as he reached out, wanting to touch it, but was forced back by the scorching air wave, his fingers feeling as if scalded. This cannot be a terrestrial substance. What is this? Is it a fragment of the Earth's core? Or neutron star material? This is unscientific. This is the great sun golden essence. Chen Feng did not force a scientific explanation, but spoke candidly. Leaders, old Chen. You know, I have had some special experiences. I stole this from the energy core of a cloud city in that world. It is a naturally formed, extremely stable fusion body. Chen Feng pointed at the golden sphere, his tone calm, yet filled with deadly temptation. It has been burning in that world for tens of thousands of years, and the internal fusion reaction has reached a perfect dynamic balance. We do not need to worry about how to ignite it, as it itself is an eternal flame that never extinguishes. We also do not need to worry about it extinguishing, as long as we continuously inject deuterium-tritium fuel into the reactor. Its high-temperature force field can instantly ignite the fuel and release energy. What we need to do is just one thing. Chen Feng looked at Chen Feng. Use our superconducting magnetic field to contain it. Use its emitted light and heat to boil water and generate electricity. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Everyone was stunned by Chen Feng's mad, yet brilliant proposal. The traditional approach to nuclear fusion is to build the furnace to start the fire and to carefully nurture the flame to prevent it from extinguishing. Chen Feng's approach was, I directly brought back a star, and you just need to build a cage to contain it. This was simply cheating. It was cheating against physics. Genius. Madman. Chen Feng muttered to himself. He circled around that cold jade box several times, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, and finally, to fervor, the kind seen in engineers upon discovering the ultimate blueprint. As a scientist, his instincts told him this was unscientific. But as an engineer, his intuition told him this proposal could work. With this thing, the most difficult ignition and maintenance steps would be completely bypassed. The overall difficulty of the project would drop from hellish to challenging in an instant. if we have enough superconducting coils combined with specific magnetic field configurations. Qian Weiman's brain raced as he began gesturing in the air, his fingers trembling. We could design a variant of the tokamak device. No, we don't need a tokamak. We can directly use a strong magnetic field to suspend it in the center of the reaction chamber. This is the most perfect core. As long as we solve the heat resistance issue of the inner wall materials. I have the materials. Chen Feng interjected. I have already prepared thousands of tons of high-temperature special alloys transported from the wasteland capable of withstanding direct thermal radiation above 5,000 degrees. Qian Weiman suddenly looked up, staring intently at Chen Feng. You are fully prepared. You've even gotten the pot ready. I have long awaited this day. Chen Feng smiled. Qian Weiman took a deep breath, turned around, and faced the several leaders. This old scientist, who had been meticulous all his life and seldom made declarations, now stood up straight, his voice trembling with excitement. Leaders, if the material parameters provided by Mr. Chen are accurate, if this spark can truly be controlled by the magnetic field, I am willing to make a military pledge. No need for 50 years. Qian Weiman raised 3 fingers, his gaze as firm as iron. 3 years. In just 3 years I can bring the first degree of electricity from the artificial sun into the national power grid. Let the Chinese people use the cleanest energy. Hearing the number 3 years, several leaders' eyes simultaneously sparkled with brilliance. 3 years. That was the time for a complete reshaping of the world order. Once successful, the hegemony of oil would be completely terminated. The Chinese nation would hold the key to the interstellar age. Good. The elderly man in the main seat heavily slapped the armrest, making a decisive call, his presence overwhelming. In that case, let's do it. Resources will be allocated, funding provided. This project will be classified as a top national secret codename. The elderly man glanced at Chen Feng, then at the sealed golden essence, slowly exhaling 2 words: chasing the sun. Hua Fu, chasing the sun. The road is long and obstructed. But this time we have caught up. After the meeting concluded, the rain had stopped and the air was fragrant with the scent of earth. Chen Feng and Qian Weiman walked side by side on the damp bluestone path. Little Chen. Qian Weiman, having calmed down from the earlier excitement, turned his head to look at Chen Feng, his gaze somewhat complex. Tell me the truth, does that thing require your special ability for installation? Although the old academician did not understand cultivation, he was not foolish. With such a high-level energy body, an ordinary mechanical arm would melt upon approaching, and electronic devices would malfunction. How could it be placed into the reactor? Earth, in the depths of the unmanned area of the Lop near northwest inland. This place is known as the Sea of Death. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but endless yellow sand, cracked seleni-alkali land, and exposed black gobi. The fierce wind swept sharp grains of sand, grinding this desolate land day and night, like rough sandpaper, producing a mournful sound akin to the wails of ghosts. However, at this moment, this silent wasteland, which had been quiet for billions of years, was boiling. National Top Secret Project, Sun Chaser Base Site No. 01. Thousands of heavy engineering machines were roaring day and night. The arms of the excavators resembled a jungle of steel, with enormous trucks forming a long line that stretched endlessly, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sun, causing it to appear dim. But in the core command center of the base, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, even more oppressive than the dust storm outside. No way. Absolutely not. This violates the laws of science. Academician Qian Weiman slammed the red safety helmet in his hand onto the table, scattering. He pointed at the gigantic pit over 100 meters deep, just excavated outside the window, and bellowed at a group of materials science experts with their heads bowed. The first wall of the reactor, the inner wall, facing the fusion flame, is the core of the core. It has to withstand temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees and endure billions of neutron bombardments every second. Even a 1-micron crack and the entire base will turn into a second Chernobyl. You were telling me that with the current tungsten-copper alloy technology, it takes 18 months just for purification and casting, and then another year for stress relief. Then what's the point of building it? By the time you finish, the daylilies will have wilted. Can the country afford to wait? The materials chief engineer across from him looked bitter, helplessly spreading his hands, his voice hoarse. Academician Qian, this is a law of physics. There is no material on Earth that can be used directly from the furnace. To achieve that strength, it must undergo dozens of complex heat treatment processes. Skipping any step will result in catastrophic failure. We have already exerted every effort we can. Is there nothing ready? No inventory? Qian Weiman's eyes reddened with urgency, resembling a trapped lion. None. The chief engineer shook his head, despair evident in his voice. Unless aliens drop a batch for us, or a miracle occurs. The conference room fell into dead silence. A 3-year timeline hung over them like a sword of Damocles. While other parts of the reactor could be expedited, this materials bottleneck could not be solved by manpower alone. This was the ceiling of Earth's technology. Who says there is none? Just then a calm, yet powerful voice broke the suffocating silence from the doorway. Everyone turned around. They saw Chen Feng, wearing a camouflage combat uniform designed to resist wind and sand, equipped with protective goggles, vigorously brushing off the dust from his clothes as he strode into the conference room. He looked less like a billionaire and more like a seasoned soldier, just returning from the front lines, exuding a chilling aura. Mr. Chen Weiman's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. Do you have a solution? Can you obtain the materials? Chen Feng walked to the enormous holographic engineering model, picked up a red marker, and circled a large vacant area next to the base. Academician, Chen, have your people clear Area B3. Clear it. The chief materials engineer was taken aback. That area is used for storing construction waste. The foundation hasn't even been laid. No foundation is needed. Chen Feng set down the pen, his eyes behind the goggles appearing exceptionally profound. Just level the ground. The foundation will be compacted. Notify all heavy gantry cranes to assemble there in half an hour. Attach the heaviest lifting equipment available. Materials. Chen Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he pointed at the circle. They are coming. Half an hour later. Area B3. It was noon, and the blazing sun made the Gobi Desert feel like a steamer with the air shimmering. Hundreds of engineers, workers, and dozens of giant cranes surrounded the safety line of the vacant area. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the legendary consultant Chen was about to do. The area was empty, only filled with swirling yellow sand and a few clusters of withered camel thorn. There wasn't even a shadow of a transport vehicle. Where were the materials? Could they have grown from the ground? Chen Weiman stood next to Chen Feng, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, are the materials being airlifted? Neither. Chen Feng walked alone to the center of the expansive area, which was as large as 2 football fields. He slowly removed his goggles, revealing eyes that seemed to hold the stars. His spiritual sense instantly spread, covering the entire area. Academician, Chen, have everyone brace themselves. The disturbance might be a bit intense. Chen Feng, with his back to the crowd, raised his right hand, gently stroking an ancient shumi ring. With a thought, he activated it. Buzz! A peculiar heart-pounding wave suddenly swept across the venue. The previously hot and distorted air seemed to freeze in that instant. The light began to refract in strange ways, as if space itself were trembling. Then an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Boom! There were no airplanes, no trucks, no conveyor belts. On that empty sandy ground, it was as if an invisible giant hand had forcefully torn a massive opening. A gigantic shadow instantly enveloped the earth, blocking out the scorching sun, accompanied by an extremely dull sound that made the ground tremble violently. A black steel mountain crashed down from the sky. Dong! The dust storm rose dozens of meters high, as if a sandstorm had struck. The massive shockwave caused workers hundreds of meters away to lose their footing, many tumbling to the ground, their ears ringing. As the dust slowly settled, everyone was dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground, eyes nearly popping out, for on that once empty site lay hundreds of enormous black arc-shaped metal plates perfectly stacked. Each metal plate was half a meter thick, over 10 meters in length and width, weighing several hundred tons. Their surfaces exhibited a profound matte black that seemed to absorb light, emanating a chilling aura, not reflecting a glimmer even under the blazing sun. These were the spare armor plates of the Leviathan, dismantled from the wasteland world, along with the Titan ultra-cold alloy, cleared from the Titan armory. And that was not all. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Feng, as if performing magic, waved his hands several times, and tons of superconducting coils, precision electromagnetic pump components, and even gravity-forging machines that did not exist on Earth appeared one after another, crashing onto the ground with deafening roars. In just 5 minutes, Area B3 transformed into a massive super warehouse, overflowing with industrial marvels beyond the era. This. Academician Chen Weiman's thermos cup fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces, hot water splashing everywhere as he pointed at the mountain of steel, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence, his mind blank. As a staunch materialist, his worldview suffered a dimensional blow at that moment. This is unscientific. What about the law of conservation of mass? Where are the transport vehicles? Is this quantum transmission? Or four-dimensional space folding? Or what are you all standing there for? Chen Feng dusted off his hands, turned to the group of petrified experts, and said calmly, let's check the materials. Only then did the group of materials science experts come to their senses, rushing forward like madmen, some even losing their shoes. Heavens! This texture! The chief engineer touched a black metal plate, and even under the scorching sun his fingers felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he were touching a slab of ancient ice. What kind of metal is this? Hardness tester. Quickly get the hardness tester. And the spectrometer. An assistant ran over with a portable spectrometer, his hands shaking as he scanned the beep. Analysis failed. Unknown element, proportion 45. Density 3 times that of tungsten steel. Heat resistance estimate over 6,000 degrees Celsius. Even higher. My God. The chief engineer looked at the data on the screen, tears streaming down his face, both from excitement and joy. Perfect. This is the perfect material for the first wall. No, this is a divine gift. This dense crystalline structure will not embrittle even after being bombarded by neutron streams for 10,000 years. Such a process does not exist on Earth. Which planet's technology is this? Academician Chen also approached his steps unsteady. He looked at this miraculous pile of materials that had appeared out of nowhere, then at the distant calm Chen Feng, and suddenly understood why the country regarded this young man as a guardian spirit and why he was granted such high authority. Because he himself is a walking miracle, a living four-dimensional warehouse. Academician Chen Feng approached, handing him a blueprint. These are the prefabricated parts of the Titan alloy. I have already had them cut according to the reactor's dimensions with an error margin of no more than 1 micron. You just need to weld them together like building blocks. The welding process is detailed here. 3 years. Chen Feng smiled, pointing at the mountain of materials, his tone authoritative. With these, I want to see the main structure of the reactor capped in 3. Can it be done? Qian Weiman took a deep breath, the shock in his eyes gradually transforming into a fervent fighting spirit, as if he had returned to his younger days working on the 2 bombs and 1 satellite project. He suddenly turned around, roaring at the engineers, still dazed and drooling over the materials. Have you all seen enough? If you've seen enough, then get to work. Don't embarrass us. Gantry cranes. Lift off. Let's get our sun up and running. Meanwhile, in outer space near Earth orbit, an I-12 optical reconnaissance satellite belonging to the National Reconnaissance Office was slowly passing over northwest China at the NRO headquarters located in Virginia. Sir, we have a situation. An image analyst suddenly shouted, his voice sharp as he pointed at the recently transmitted high-definition satellite photo. Something strange has happened in that area suspected of being a nuclear facility in northwest China. It's haunted. What strange thing? Are they digging again? The officer casually strolled over with a cup of coffee. No, it's not digging. The analyst enlarged the image, his voice filled with confusion and fear. Look at this picture taken at 11 a.m. It was still an empty lot, not even a camel in sight. And then this was taken at 1115 a.m. The officer leaned in to take a look, nearly spilling his coffee, his pupils contracting instantly, for in the second photo, a gigantic black metal mountain had suddenly appeared in that empty area. Under the sunlight, those metals reflected an eerie matte finish, even from hundreds of kilometers in space. The massive industrial volume and oppressive scent. What? What is this? The officer's eyes widened. Where are the transport convoys? Where are the railway lines? How could several tons of materials have been transported in just 15 minutes without any trace? And there are no signs of transportation. Could they have mastered large-scale stealth transport technology? Or orbital airdrops? Or could it be? The analyst swallowed hard, proposing an even more absurd, yet seemingly the only explanation. Are they printing a base there? The officer fell silent for a long time, his face turning ashen as he grabbed the red secure phone. Get the Pentagon on the line. Quickly. Tell them that the Chinese are progressing. Possibly 100 times faster than we anticipated. We are racing against aliens. We must activate that plan now. We can't wait any longer. Meanwhile, in the northwest, night fell. The searchlights on the construction site illuminated the night as brightly as day, sparks flying, machines roaring. Chen Feng stood on a high scaffold watching the bustling construction scene below. In the eyes of those who couldn't comprehend, he was merely a mysterious figure who had brought alien materials, an unbelievable magician. But in his own eyes, he was doing something unprecedented, using the wasteland's Titan alloy containing the fire seed of cultivation, the sun golden essence, to forge a ladder to human civilization on Earth. 3 months. Chen Feng gazed at the brilliant starry sky, clenching his fists, the stars reflected in his eyes. In 3 months, I want this sky full of stars to dim in comparison to our sun. Earth Northwest Jury Base. Time flew swiftly like a fleeting white pony passing a crevice. 89 days had already elapsed since Chen Feng brought back that batch of extraterrestrial materials. During these 3 months, Lop, near the sea of death that had slumbered for billions of years, witnessed a miracle in the history of human engineering. With an astronomical investment of trillions of yuan and the frantic around-the-clock construction by China's infrastructure juggernaut, a super-energy base covering dozens of square kilometers rose from the ground. At the core area, a silver-white domed structure 80 meters tall stood on the Gobi Desert, like a giant silver bowl inverted upon the earth. It resembled a colossal metal heart connected to countless thick cooling pipes and superconducting cables emitting a low, powerful pulse. This was the main body of the Jury reactor. Around it, the once barren sandy ground had been paved with thick special anti-radiation cement. Hundreds of brand-new housized step-up transformer arrays stood in formation, ready to receive the terrifying electric current capable of lighting up half of China. Deep Night 0200. The wind howled, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Tonight Ner was hit by an onsenadicade massive sandstorm. Yellow sand filled the sky, blotting out the stars, and moon visibility less than 5 meters. Even the high-power searchlights on the base's periphery could only illuminate a small area in front, their beams swallowed by the wind and sand. But behind the huge, floor-to-ceiling window of the base command center, Chen Feng held a cup of hot tea, his gaze calm as he stared into the chaotic darkness outside, as if he could see through the sandstorm. Mr. Chen, the sandstorm is too strong tonight. The false alarm rate of the infrared surveillance and laser fence has skyrocketed to 300. The base security chief, Brigade Commander Lei of the Meng, whose Special Operations Brigade, walked over, his expression stern and even anxious. According to regulations, we need to raise the alert level to maximum. I'm afraid someone might sneak in under cover of the chaos. This weather is a natural shield for infiltration and sabotage. Brigade Commander Lei was a battle-hardened soldier king. His intuition was always sharp, like a cheetah sensing danger. Don't worry. Chen Feng gently blew on the floating tea leaves in his cup, a faint, all-knowing curve at the corner of his mouth. Brigadier Lei, have the soldiers withdraw to the inner, standing guard outside. In this weather they can't see anything and might even be injured by mistake. The perimeter. Leave it to me. Leave it to you. Brigade Commander Lei was stunned, thinking he misheard. Although he knew Chen Feng was a national advisor, this was a military defense zone spanning dozens of square kilometers. How could one man guard it? With his eyes, Chen Feng did not explain. He simply closed his eyes slowly, his breathing becoming long and deep. An invisible, imperceptible wave of divine sense with the command center as its epicenter instantly expanded to a radius of 20 kilometers, ignoring the barriers of walls and sandstorm. Under the microscopic perspective of divine sense, the world changed. The swirling sand was no longer chaotic obstruction, but distinct trajectory following suspended particles. And in that chaotic wind and sand in that area regarded as a dead zone, Chen Feng saw 12 kilometers southwest of the base, 12 ghostly figures using advanced optical camouflage cloaks and silent exoskeleton armor hugging the ground, advancing toward the base at astonishing speed. Finally here, Chen Feng opened his eyes, a flash of golden sharp light in his pupils like a beast locking onto its prey. Southwest of the base, 12 kilometers away, Gobi Desert. This was a fully armed Armatathith Special Operations Squad. They bore no national insignia, wore all-black flexible exoskeletons, and had full-face tactical helmets with visors glowing faintly. Most eerily, their figures flickered in and out of visibility in the sandstorm, as if merging with the environment. Even their footprints were eliminated by special soul structures. Codename Chimera. This was a super soldier secretly cultivated by a major Western nation at a cost of billions. Not only were they equipped with cutting-edge stealth technology, but each had also been injected with a gene-enhancing agent codenamed Hercules, tripling their strength, granting extreme reaction speed, limitless endurance, and dull pain perception. Captain, 10 kilometers to target. The scout's cold, emotionless voice came through the comm channel. The Chinese perimeter defense is very lax. Most posts have been withdrawn. Looks like this sandstorm is a big help. God is on our side. The captain was a burly white man codenamed Duya. He stared at the holographic thermal imaging map on his visor, sneered. Don't be careless. Intelligence indicates the target, named Chen Feng, is inside the base. The orders are clear: destroy the reactor if possible, if not kidnap Chen Feng. As long as we capture him, we hold the bargaining chip. He is the core of all this. Roger. Activate ghost mode. Full speed. Finish the fight in 10 minutes. 12 figures moved like desert vipers, silently gliding across the Gobi at astonishing speed, brimming with confidence. This stealth coating could absorb 99 of radar waves, and even infrared couldn't detect them. In their eyes, the brightly lit base ahead was a piece of fat to be butchered, a flock of lambs to be slaughtered. However, what they didn't know was that 10,000 meters above their heads, where their spy satellite couldn't see, a 3-foot-long cyan flying sword hovered silently in the raging sandstorm, its tip trembling slightly, emitting a soft hum, locking onto the 12 souls below. At the base command center, Chen Feng still sat on the sofa drinking tea, his demeanor leisurely. Brigadier Lei, would you like to see a magic trick? Chen Feng suddenly, Brigadier Lei was stunned, perplexed. Who would think of performing magic tricks at a time like this? Chen Feng put down his teacup, tapped a finger gently on the holographic screen in the air, and pulled up the surveillance feed from the southwest. The screen showed nothing but dark, blurry sandstorm. Not even a rabbit. Watch closely. Chen Feng formed a sword finger with his right hand, and lightly traced a line in the air, as if conducting an orchestra. He uttered a single word like an imperial decree: go. On the wasteland, the Chimera squad, in the midst of high-speed sprint, suddenly stopped uniformly. Captain Duya abruptly raised his head, a beastly intuition making his hair stand on end, his heart nearly stopping. Even in the howling wind, he heard a sound. Extremely sharp, extremely peculiar, a tearing sound that did not belong to this world. It was a sonic boom. But unlike the roar of a fighter jet, this sound was more like the crisp rip of cloth being torn by a blade. Enemy attack. Spread out. Duya let out a piercing yell, his voice cracking. Too late. Swoosh. A brilliant cyan streak of light instantly pierced the swirling yellow sand, illuminating this. It was too fast, faster than the limit of human nerve reaction, faster than the computing speed of the exoskeleton AI. The point man running at the front didn't even have time to execute any tactical evasive maneuver. With a soft sound, his high-strength ceramic ballistic helmet, which could even block large-caliber sniper rifles along with the head inside, instantly gained a thumb-sized transparent hole. Then the second, the third. The cyan light was like a living lightning bolt, crazily refracting and weaving among the 12 men, drawing deadly geometric lines. There was no gunfire, no explosions. Only the sounds of bodies falling and armor breaking, instantly swallowed by the sandstorm. Stealth. Quick stealth. The remaining soldiers frantically activated the optical camouflage to maximum power, completely vanishing from sight, even from thermal imaging. Can't see me. Can't see me. One soldier lay behind a dune, trembling. His heart was racing to its limit. This was the first time he felt so helpless. However, the cyan flying sword hovering in midair didn't need eyes. Chen Feng's divine sense locked onto their life magnetic fields. In the vision of divine sense, the invisible soldier lying on the ground was as dazzling as a torch in the dark night, nowhere to hide. Swoosh. The flying sword made an elegant turn, adjusted its tip, and dove at 10 times the speed of sound. Boom. The sword energy exploded, pinning the invisible soldier directly to the dune, shattering the rock beneath him. In just 10 seconds, this super special squad, capable of toppling a small country's regime and terrifying countless terrorists, was annihilated, leaving only Captain Duyo alive. He sat slumped on the ground, gazing at the corpses around him. Some had their foreheads pierced, others had their throats cut, the incisions smooth as mirrors. Most terrifying of all, from start to finish, he hadn't even seen the enemy's shadow. Come out. Duya, in a breakdown, raised his Gauss rifle and fired wildly into the empty sandstorm until the magazine ran dry. Devil. Come out. If you've got guts, fight me, Onion. The cyan streak of light suddenly stopped 3 meters in front of him, hovering in midair. The light dissipated. The true form of the Qingming flying sword was revealed. Its blade was like autumn water, cold and sharp, without a trace of bloodstain. The hilt was engraved with ancient runes. Is this a sword? Duya's eyes widened, his pupils dilated. His worldview collapsed in that moment. Was this the Chinese secret weapon mentioned in the intelligence? Was this the technology the Pentagon sent them to steal? A flying sword. Go back and tell your masters. A cold, majestic voice, as if crossing space, exploded directly in his mind. This is a warning. If you dare reach out again, I will hang the sword over the White House. Swish. The flying sword suddenly vibrated, its spine slamming hard into Duya's face. Smack. Duya was sent flying dozens of meters, his tactical helmet shattered, all his teeth knocked out, and he fell unconscious. At the command center, Chen Feng withdrew his sword finger. The screen returned to calm. He picked up the still warm tea and drank it in one gulp. Brigadier Lei. Chen Feng stood up, adjusted his collar, and said in a relaxed tone, 12 kilometers southwest, there's a pile of trash, and one survivor. Send someone to clean up. Keep the survivor alive, or let him take the message back. Brigadier Lei stared at Chen Feng, dumbfounded, then glanced at the one remaining red dot on the screen and the 12 points that had disappeared. He swallowed, his voice hoarse. Mr. Chen, was that a missile? Or a laser weapon? As a Special Operations Brigade commander, he had never seen such an eerie, efficient method of killing. Chen Feng smiled, didn't answer directly, turned, and walked toward the core reactor, his back imposing. That's a new type of personal defense terminal I developed. While the fly is swatted. Time to get down to business. Chen Feng looked up, gazing at the reactor, standing majestically in the sandstorm, his eyes shining with anticipation. At that moment, the sandstorm gradually subsided. The eastern sky showed the pale light of dawn. The daybreak had arrived, and a sun more dazzling and greater than the dawn was about to rise. At the core area of the Zhuori base in northwestern Earth, 2 days had passed since that silent desert hunt. The surviving captain of the Venom Fong squad was sent away overnight, taking with him his shattered worldview. As for the panic that the Western world would feel upon receiving this news, that was a matter for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Intelligence Bureau to consider. At this moment, Chen Feng's entire focus was on the black giant that had just been topped off before him. The Zhuori 1 fusion reactor stood 80 meters tall, entirely forged from black titan extreme cold alloy, like a massive black heart deeply embedded in the Gobi Desert. Around this heart were coiled 12 full loops of thick Heijin 1 superconducting coils, which would generate the strongest and most stable magnetic field on Earth after being electrified to imprison the sun about to awaken. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if the air itself had solidified. Hundreds of top scientists held their breath staring fixedly at the various parameters on the large screen. Even the slightest fluctuation made hearts pound with fear. Self-check complete. Superconducting magnetic field preheating. 100. Cooling circulation system. Normal. Vacuum chamber pressure. Up. Academician Chen Feng stood before the master console. Although he had seemed to rejuvenate by 20 years over the past 3 months with astonishing vitality, at this moment the hand, holding the walkie-talkie, still trembled slightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. Everything was ready, only lacking the spark. Mr. Chen. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Chen Feng, who had been standing behind him all along. His expression was grave, even pleading. Although the theory has been verified countless times, I must remind you again. Once the seal is broken, the instantaneous energy density released by that golden essence will exceed that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb core by thousands of times. Although it is stable and won't explode, the high-energy neutron flux and thermal radiation it releases are enough to instantly destroy any precision electronic equipment. Even the most radiation-proof robot upon approaching it will turn into scrap metal. Chen Feng pointed at the specially designed robotic arm located at the reactor core on the screen. Our original plan was to use that customized tungsten alloy robotic arm to place it into the magnetic cage. But the simulation results just now showed. The control chip inside the robotic arm within 5 meters of it will be punctured and burned out by the neutron flux. It would be impossible to complete the precise operation. In other words, Chen Feng took a deep breath, a hint of despair in his voice. We built the furnace, but we can't find a shovel to send the coal in. This is a dead end. It was like building an 8-trigram furnace capable of refining the Monkey King, only to find that you didn't even dare to open the furnace door because the person in charge of throwing the coal would melt first. The robotic arm won't work. Chen Feng looked at the screen and said calmly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, because they are controlled by silicon-based chips too fragile. This is a limitation of physical laws. Then what do we do? Use a long pole to poke it in, a young engineer next to him exclaimed anxiously. That's a precision operation. The deviation cannot exceed 1 millimeter. Otherwise the magnetic confinement will fail and the entire reactor will explode. No need for such trouble. Chen Feng slowly took off his dust-proof coat, revealing the special black combat suit underneath, with clearly defined muscle lines. He cracked his neck, producing a series of bone pops. Since the machine can't do it, Chen Feng walked to the heavy blast door, entered the highest authority password, and the red light turned green. Then let me do it. Are you insane? Chen Feng rushed over, throwing his arms open to block Chen Feng, his face flushed red, spittle flying. That's temperatures of several thousand degrees. It's lethal nuclear radiation. I know you are a cultivator, that you have superpowers, but you are still flesh and blood. That's physical law. Protein will instantly carbonize in that environment. DNA chains will break instantly. You will die. I won't allow you to go to your death. The nation cannot afford to lose you either. Even if this project fails, you cannot die. The surrounding scientists also gathered around, their faces anxious, and some even tried to pull Chen Feng back. In their eyes, Chen Feng was now the nation's treasure, absolutely not to be used as a disposable consumable. Seeing these old men who genuinely cared about him, a warm current flowed through Chen Feng's heart. Qian Lao, step aside. Chen Feng gently pushed Chen Feng away, the movement tender, yet irresistible, as if pushing open a door. You believe in physical laws. Chen Feng stood before the thick lead door, turned back, and in his eyes suddenly blazed 2 clusters of reddish gold flames. The burning of innate true fire, but I am here to break the rules. Boom! Before the words faded, a vast aura erupted from Chen Feng's body, staggering everyone around. Under the horrified gaze of all, a substantial layer of reddish gold light shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping Chen Feng entirely. Mysterious runes flowed on the surface of that light shield, emanating an aura even more majestic and sacred than the reactor. Thighs. Chen Feng was stunned, his glasses slipping off. True chi shield. As long as my energy is not depleted, whether it's thousands of degrees or even bathing in magma, I will remain unscathed. With that, he did not hesitate. Clang. The tumtor-thick blast-proof lead door slowly opened, revealing the entrance to hell. Chen Feng, carrying the black box containing the Great Sun golden essence, stepped into the red zone marked with extreme danger. Reactor core area loading channel. This was a straight passage 50 meters long, at the end of which lay the vast spherical vacuum reaction chamber. Chen Feng walked alone in the passage. The surroundings were eerily silent save for the sound of his combat boots on the metal floor echoing in the empty space. Huff. Chen Feng stood at the entrance of the reaction chamber, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. The next steps must allow no error. He placed the black box on the ground and opened it. Unseal. Chen Feng pointed a finger, removing the final sealing talisman. Zoom. It was as if an ancient primeval beast had awakened, or as if Pandora's box had been opened. The fist-sized Great Sun golden essence instantly lost its light. Endless golden light instantly flooded the entire space. If Chen Feng had not protected his eyes with true fire in advance, his retinas would have been burned out in that heat. Terrifying waves of heat swept around at explosive speed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The special high-temperature assistant alloy floor beneath Chen Feng's feet began to turn red and soften in that instant. The oxygen in the surrounding air was instantly ignited and depleted, creating a brief vacuum. The surveillance probes on the walls, even behind special protective glass, burst and melted within a second, turning into a pool of molten glass. The large screen in the command center went dark more than half. Only a few radiation-resistant cameras installed at a distance were still barely transmitting blurry heavens. In the command center, everyone covered their mouths. Some didn't even dare to look. In that blurry image, they saw an incredible scene. That tiny figure stood at the center of a dazzling golden sphere. Everything around was melting, was being destroyed, as if the apocalypse had come. But he still stood. That layer of reddish gold light shield stubbornly resisted the erosion of the great sun golden essence. Both were fire, but Chen Feng's fire was conscious and orderly, while the golden essence's fire was chaotic and violent. Chen Feng reached out his hand. In that temperature that could instantly vaporize steel, the hand wrapped in golden light firmly grasped that sun. It's a bit hot. Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Even with the protective true fire, his palms still felt a piercing burning pain, as if holding a red-hot branding iron. This thing was after all a treasure close to the golden core stage. To withstand it, Hedon, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, consumed a tremendous amount. But on my turf, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must crouch. Chen Feng exerted force, his 5 fingers gripping the golden essence like iron pliers, preventing it from escaping. He took a step. 1 step. 2 steps. With each step, a deep molten footprint was left on the heat-resistant floor. Thus, carrying a sun like a Prometheus stealing heavenly fire, he step by step approached the center of the reactor. The magnetic cage chamber constructed by the superconducting coils. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Qianlao. Activate the magnetic field. Maximum power. Chen Feng's divine sense telepathy exploded directly in Qian Weiman's mind like thunder. Qian Weiman shuddered, not even having time to think where the voice came from. Instinctively, mechanically, he pressed the red physical button. Full magnetic field. Zoom. The 12 sets of Heijin 1 superconducting coils were instantly electrified. An invisible, yet vast, strong magnetic field instantly took shape in the center of the reaction chamber, weaving an invisible cage. At that exact moment, Chen Feng let out a loud shout and thrust the golden essence in his hand forward. Get in. Boom. That violent golden sphere was precisely pushed into the center of the magnetic field. The rampaging waves of heat and light seemed to be tightly pinched by an invisible giant hand. The golden essence floated in midair, spinning wildly under the binding force of the magnetic field. It struggled, it dashed left and right, trying to break out of the cage. But the surrounding invisible magnetic wall, like the wall of size, imprisoned it tightly within a 1 meter cubic vacuum area, unable to move. Success. Chen Feng quickly retreated his figure, like lightning, exiting the reaction chamber and heavily closing the half-meter-thick titanium alloy shield. Bang! In the command center, a deathly silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then came a trembling, tearful report. Magnetic confinement successful. Core temperature. 120 million degrees. Stable. Magnetic cage status. Extremely stable. No leakage. Radiation levels. Dropping. Perfectly shielded inside the reactor. Wow. No one knew who shouted first. Then the entire hall erupted with cheers that could lift the roof. Countless white-haired scientists embraced and wept, some threw their hats into the air, others excitedly flung off their... It was done. It was really done. That young man had actually put the sun into a bottle with his bare hands. This was a turning point in human history. Qian Weiman collapsed into his chair, looking at the screen showing the core image, though blurry, still steadily outputting data, and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. He had dreamed of this all his life. Today the dream came true. A few minutes later, in the restroom, Chen Feng walked in his combat suit, scorched, and even smoking, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. Although the process seemed to have taken only a few minutes, the consumption of spiritual energy during those minutes exceeded that of a battle with the upper city fleet. Mr. Chen, doctor. Call a doctor. Emergency team. Qian Weiman rushed in frantically, trying to check Chen Feng's hand, speaking incoherently. Were you harmed by radiation? Is your hand still there? Do you feel any discomfort? Chen Feng waved his hand with a smile, extending his right hand, which was only slightly red and swollen, but otherwise unharmed. Qianlao, I said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Chen Feng walked to the water dispenser, poured a large cup of cold water, and drank it in one go, feeling refreshed all over, his spiritual energy slowly recovering. He turned around, looking at the group of scientists who were staring at him as if he were a god or a deity, and pointed at the reactor outside. The furnace is built and the fire is lit. Next, It's time to let the world see what is called the light of China. Chen Weiman took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He straightened his collar. Though his eyes were still red, his expression had regained the authority and confidence of the chief engineer. Notify the publicity department, notify the state grid. Chen Weiman's voice, firm and powerful, echoed through the base by the broadcast. The Zhuori project has successfully ignited. Prepare for grid connection and power generation. Earth Northwest, the command center of the Sun Chaser base. It has been a full 24 hours since Chen Feng inserted the golden essence of the sun into the reactor. During this day and night, the entire base was under an almost suffocating tension. No one slept, no one spoke, and even the sound of drinking water seemed particularly jarring. Everyone felt like prisoners awaiting judgment. All eyes were fixed on the holographic curve displayed on the central screen. That was the core operation data of Sun Chaser 1. Magnetic confinement field status stable, fluctuation rate 0.0001. Core temperature 150 million degrees, constant inner wall temperature 600 degrees, insulation layer functioning perfectly, neutron flux density within safety threshold. Academician Chen Weiman, with two enormous dark circles under his eyes, tightly clutched the freshly printed real-time report, his fingers turning white from excessive force, even crumpling the paper. Incredible. The old academician's voice was hoarse-laced with a dreamy daze, as if witnessing a miracle. For a full 24 hours there has not been a single instability in the plasma, nor a single escape. It's too quiet. So quiet it feels like a Type 5 battery. The nuclear physicists nearby exchanged glances, feeling as though their decades of study had been in vain. In their professional careers, nuclear fusion reactors had been like the wildest, most untamable stallion. Even the world's most advanced tokamak devices could only maintain stable operation for a few hundred seconds before extinguishing due to minor magnetic turbulence. But this colossal machine before them, the golden essence inside, under the coaxing of the superconducting magnetic field, behaved obediently to an astonishing degree. It continuously released light and heat without any mood swings, like a perpetual motion machine. It's not that it's quiet. Chen Feng, who had been meditating in the back row, slowly opened his eyes. Through the bulletproof glass, he glanced at the distant, towering, silent reactor. It's because the cage is strong enough. The strong magnetic field produced by the black-gold superconducting coils combined with the titanium alloy inner wall creates a tailored 5-elements mountain. It can't escape. Chen Feng stood up and walked to the control panel, looking at the scientists who were so excited they were about to faint. Old Chen, now that the core is stable, shouldn't we proceed to the next step? Old Chen snapped back to reality, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance, a thirst for truth. Yes. The next step. Heat exchange testing. Let this beast breathe. Meanwhile, in the United States, Virginia, the National Reconnaissance Office. While the Chinese Northwest base was under intense testing across the ocean, the intelligence agency was embroiled in a fierce debate. Only their conclusions veered completely off course. Sir, latest data. An intelligence analyst pointed at the freshly received satellite thermal imaging, his tone tinged with barely concealed excitement and glee. Look, the thermal radiation signal from that coordinate in the northwest has disappeared. On the screen, the core area of the base, which had been glowing red just days ago, now appeared as a cold, deep blue under the infrared perspective. The temperature was even a few degrees lower than the surrounding night desert. Disappeared. The intelligence chief frowned, bringing his coffee closer to the screen. What? Did they stop working? Or did they relocate? No, sir. The analyst confidently pointed at another set of data, explaining. Based on the brief energy burst yesterday, we detected a very high intensity of neutron flow, which is characteristic of nuclear reactions. But afterward, everything returned to zero. The heat source vanished completely. Our expert group speculates. The analysts swallowed hard and provided what seemed like the most scientifically logical explanation. They failed. That reactor may have experienced cold quenching, or even its core may have been burned out. After all, current human materials simply cannot withstand such instantaneous high temperatures. No heat overflow indicates that there was no reaction inside. So that means... The chief's eyes lit up and his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. The Chinese artificial sun project blew up. It's highly likely. The analyst nodded confidently. The disappearance of the heat source indicates the reactor has extinguished. The lack of large-scale personnel evacuation indicates there was no nuclear leak. The conclusion is this was a failed ignition experiment. They messed up. Huh. The chief couldn't help but burst into laughter, spilling coffee everywhere. The gloom that had weighed on him for months lifted. I knew it. I just knew it. Science follows objective laws. God is fair. Did they think they could cover in 3 months what took us 30 years? That's simply a dream. Hurry. Prepare the report. Highest priority to the White House. Tell President the alert is lifted. The Chinese super project has stalled. The Western intelligence personnel could never have imagined. The heat source's disappearance was not due to extinguishing, but because the reactor's insulation performance was simply too good. The dual shielding of titanium alloy and the formations from the world of cultivation kept that 100 million degrees of high temperature locked tightly within the furnace, not allowing even a wisp of heat to escape. The outer wall's temperature was even cool to the touch. This was a misunderstanding born from being too advanced to display. Northwest Sun Chaser Base. A misunderstanding was unfolding while miracles were being performed. First circuit cooling water pump activate. With Chen Weiman's command, the ground of the entire base began to tremble slightly. Booming. A dull rumbling sound came from deep underground. It was the sound of 4 giant high-pressure water pumps operating simultaneously, akin to a dragon turning in its sleep. Tons of specially treated deionized cooling water roared through thick pipelines into the reactor's heat exchange layers. They're just a few centimeters thick titanium alloy plates separated them from the 100 million degrees of fusion sun. Hiss. Although not in direct contact, the terrifying thermal radiation that seeped through instantly heated the cooling water to a supercritical state of 600. The water instantly transformed into high-pressure steam with terrifying kinetic energy. Second circuit steam turbine connect. V-room. Even at a distance of several kilometers, everyone in the command center could feel the ground beneath their feet trembling. That was the world's largest single-unit supercritical turbine system propelled by this power from the sun, beginning to spin wildly. The rotation speed skyrocketed. 300 revolutions per minute. 1,500 revolutions per minute. 3,000 revolutions per minute. Generator unit grid connection test. The operator's voice trembled as he saw the gauge readings wildly fluctuating at an unscientific speed, the needle threatening to fly off. Output power, 0 kilowatts. 5,000 kilowatts. 1,000 kilowatts. 5,000 kilowatts. The red needle slammed to the bottom, still attempting to veer right, triggering alarm bells. Stop. Stop it now. Chen Weiman shouted, drenched in cold sweat. It can't rise any further. This is just an unloaded test. We're not connected to the national grid yet. The load side can't take it anymore. It will burn out. At this moment, the terrifying electrical energy being produced without a destination could only be urgently diverted to a massive energy dissipation array outside the base, composed of countless large graphite resistance rods acting as dummy loads. The next second, boom, a breathtaking scene unfolded on the desert outside the base. The energy dissipation array, covering several thousand square meters, was instantly lit up by a blazing red current. Tens of millions of kilowatts of energy with nowhere to vent directly transformed into light and heat. A dazzling, enormous blue plasma light column shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It broke through the night sky. The dark desert within 100 miles was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Even the texture of the sand and gravel was clearly visible. Even herdsmen hundreds of kilometers away were stunned, looking up at that direction, where it seemed a blue sun was rising, overshadowing the stars. Inside the command center, that dazzling blue light streamed through the windows, illuminating every person's face, making their expressions sacred. And Chen Weiman looked at the beam of light shooting into the sky, removed his glasses, and wiped the fog from the lenses with trembling hands, but it just wouldn't clear. This is infinite energy. No need for coal, no need for gas, no need to worry about nuclear waste. Just flowing water through that furnace can produce such world-destroying energy. This is simply magic. The power is still climbing. The engineer beside him swallowed hard, looking at the data. The current output has reached 8 million kilowatts, equivalent to 1/3 of the total installed capacity of the Three Gorges Dam. And this is just the first unit. If all the units from the second and third phase projects are installed, this base could light up half of China. This is the gap in civilization levels. At this moment, human civilization has already stepped over the threshold of 0.7, moving toward a level 1 civilization. Chen Feng stood by the window, hands behind his back, gazing at that beam of blue light, his expression calm. There was no ecstasy on his face, only a serene acceptance of the inevitability of the situation, as if everything was as he had predicted. Old Chen. Chen Feng turned around, looking at the excited, flushed old man. This light is too bright, it cannot be hidden. Even if the satellites can't capture the heat, they can capture the light. Since the West thinks we have failed, let's give them a big surprise. Chen Feng pointed at the calendar on the wall where a red circle was drawn. 3 days from now. 3 days from now is National Day. I think nothing could serve as a better birthday gift for the country than this beam of light. Chen Weiman took a deep breath and nodded heavily. He picked up the red top-secret telephone and dialed the direct line to the red wall. The old man's voice was strong and powerful, each word striking the floor like nails, infused with immense pride, reporting to the leader. The Sun Chaser project thermal test successful. That sun has been captured by us. It can be lit up in China at any time. Outside the window, the blue light gradually receded as the engineers adjusted the load. But everyone knew this was just a breath from the beast. On Earth in Washington, D.C., in the Oval Office of the White House, the long-awaited heartfelt laughter finally echoed in this room, symbolizing the highest power of the West dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. The president held a glass of expensive single-malt whiskey, his face glowing with the relaxation and flush of having shed a heavy burden. On the leather sofa opposite him sat the CIA director, the Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of State, and several top moguls from Wall Street. Cheers to science. The president raised his glass, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, and cheers to those dreamers attempting to challenge the laws of physics and aiming for a shortcut. Everyone erupted into a knowing laugh, filled with a sense of superiority. Just 2 hours ago, the National Reconnaissance Office submitted a final confirmation report. The report indicated that the thermal radiation readings from that mysterious base in northwest China had dropped to zero, even lower than the surrounding environment. Furthermore, satellites had captured images of numerous heavy construction vehicles withdrawing from the core area, which was misinterpreted as a cleanup after project failure. The Chinese are too impatient, seeking quick success. The Secretary of Energy swirled his glass, observing the amber liquid, commenting with the authority of an expert. They are trying to cover the 30 years of our progress in just 3 months. The shutdown of that reactor was inevitable. It was the punishment of physics. According to our model projections, their core had likely melted down due to control failures, and now they were busy dealing with nuclear leaks, having no time to concern themselves with us. This is the best news for us, practically a blessing from God. Mr. Smith, the Wall Street representative, adjusted his tie, his face resuming its former arrogance and confidence. This morning, oil futures soared by 15%, and airline stocks rebounded. Investors have finally calmed down. They realize that while anti-gravity is impressive, without infinite energy backing it, it is merely a toy for the wealthy, unable to shake the foundations of the petrodollar. The world is still ours. Will sanctions continue? Asked the Secretary of State. Of course not. The president sipped his drink, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Since they have failed, let's loosen up a bit. After all, we still need their cheap goods to curb inflation. Let's give them a little sweetener, allowing them to continue burning money on this doomed project which would drain their finances. That is the strategy most aligned with American interests. Send a diplomatic note. The president rested his feet on the century-old desk in a good mood. Just say, we express humanitarian concerns regarding the potential environmental disaster in the Northwest and are willing to provide technical support for nuclear leak management. Let's discuss them. Ha ha ha. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. They believed they had seen the truth, believed they were in control, unaware that they were standing atop a volcano about to erupt, toasting for a brief, illusory tranquility. In China, in Beijing and Xidan, at the National Power Dispatch Control Center, the brain of the state grid, the command center for the flow of electricity across China, the atmosphere in the control center was in stark contrast to the relaxed ambience of the White House. It felt tense, as if it were a wartime command post, the air thick and suffocating. On the massive curved screen was a real-time power load map covering 9.6 million square kilometers, the interwoven red and green dots resembling a galaxy, densely marking the operational status of thousands of power plants across the nation. Level 1 combat readiness. The chief dispatcher stood at the central command platform, holding the red secure phone directly connected to the Northwest base. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his palms slick with moisture. The command he was about to issue was the most insane, radical, and career-defining directive since the establishment of the state grid. This is the National Dispatch Center. The chief dispatcher's voice rang clearly through the dedicated line to the dispatch stations in the Northwest, North China, East China, and the other 5 major regional power grids, carrying an undeniable authority. According to the command of the highest command center for daily plans, immediately activate the energy replacement plan. Order the thermal power units of the Northwest grid are to fully switch to hot standby status. Stop power generation, keep the boilers warm. Order the North China grid is to reduce thermal power load by 30, freeing up the ultra-high voltage Order the 1100 kV Zhuan Dongwan, an ultra-high voltage direct current transmission project, stand by at full power. Prepare to receive the shock. What does this command mean? It means shutting down the burning boilers, allowing the enormous generators to run idle. It means artificially digging a massive energy gap in the power grid, waiting for that unknown source to fill it. This is walking a tightrope. This is dancing on the edge of a cliff. Once that so-called artificial sun provides unstable power, or if the grid integration fails, the huge power gap could cause a sudden collapse of the grid frequency, triggering a domino effect leading to a nationwide blackout. Chief. The deputy beside him spoke with a trembling voice, watching the frequency curve on the screen plummet. Are we really going to do this? Betting half of China's electricity on a new energy source that hasn't even officially integrated yet? What if the Northwest side? Even a 1-second delay? There are no what-ifs. The chief dispatcher took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the newly appeared yet abellet icon in the upper left corner of the screen. Zhu Ri 01. The higher-up said that this was something Chen Feng came up with. He said that sun was very stable, so it must be very stable. More stable than the Earth's rotation. This is trust, and absolute trust built on countless miracles, even surpassing scientific logic and empiricism. In northwest China at the Zhu Ri base in the transformer station area, this is the interface between the sun and the human world, as well as the gate of energy, where the enormous reactor has entered a stable operating state. Beneath the thick Titan alloy shell, the solar essence, restrained by the magnetic field, was obediently releasing boundless and extremely stable thermal energy, driving the turbines into a frenzy. In the transformer station area, hundreds of specially designed superconducting transformers buzzed with a low hum like a swarm of bees. Chen Feng stood beneath the massive high-voltage transmission tower, accompanied by Qian Weimin and a group of electrical engineers. Mr. Chen, the National Dispatch Center is ready. A chief engineer in charge of grid integration rushed over, drenched in sweat, his hand shaking as he held the walkie-talkie. The ultra-high voltage line has cleared its load. Right now the power grid over there is like a dry riverbed, wide open, waiting for us to release the water. But the chief engineer hesitated, looking at the terrifying data in his hands, swallowing hard. Our output power is too high. One unit generates 10 million kilowatts. The instantaneous shock could burn out conventional commutation valves, even piercing the insulation layer. Conventional ones indeed can't handle it. Chen Feng nodded, his expression calm. He had anticipated this. The Earth's electrical grid was designed for thermal and hydroelectric power. So I've changed your water pipes. Chen Feng pointed to the core area of the transformer station, where several enormous devices, entirely black and just replaced overnight, emanated a chilly aura. Those are the Heijin II type superconducting commutation valves. All internal core components are made with the high-pressure arrays I refined in the wasteland, capable of withstanding voltage shocks of billions of volts. Don't say 10 million kilowatts. Chen Feng smiled faintly, his tone domineering. Even if the power is doubled, it can still handle it. As long as the grid can bear it, I can deliver it. This is what Chen Feng had been busy with these past few days. He was not just creating a sun, he was also crafting a suit of armor capable of withstanding divine power for this fragile Earth's power grid. Chen Lao. Chen Feng turned to look at Qian Weimin. It was now dusk, with solitary smoke in the desert, the river setting sun, and the true sun on the horizon, slowly descending, dyeing the Gobi Desert in blood red and stretching their shadows long. Behind them, in that black reactor, another sun was poised to strike. It's getting dark, Chen Feng said softly. It's time to light the lamps. Qian Weimin took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie. His hand no longer trembled, his voice aged yet resonant, cutting through the sandstorm, carrying a sense of historical weight. Zhu Ri base calling the National Dispatch Center. This is Zhu Ri 01, requesting full power grid connection. Beijing National Dispatch Center. Request received. The chief dispatcher slammed the table, shouting hoarsely. Close the switch. Crack. This was not just the sound of a switch closing, it was the crisp sound of two eras transitioning, the death knell of the old energy age. In the northwest, an invisible, yet colossal electric current powerful enough to send shivers through one's soul surged out of the transformer station, racing along the ultra-high voltage transmission line that spanned much of China at the speed of light. Crossing the Gobi, over the Qinling Mountains, through the plains. 5 seconds later, the data on the large screen began to jump wildly, the red and green lines interweaving into a magnificent tapestry. The red curve, representing thermal power output, started to plummet sharply, indicating countless coal-fired boilers were shutting down. Meanwhile, the blue curve, representing new energy, shot up like a proud dragon, soaring straight into the clouds, hitting the limit. Frequency. Stable. 50 Hz, unchanged. Voltage. Stable. 1100 kV. The thermal power of the northwest grid has been fully replaced. North China grid is connecting. Load transfer is stable. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into thunderous applause, cheers, even drowning out the alarm sounds. There was no flickering, no tripping. At this moment, the lights in countless households remained bright. Yet those ordinary people watching television, eating dinner, or doing homework had no idea that the electricity flowing through the bulbs above them no longer came from burning coal, no longer bore the black smoke. Instead, it was sourced from a star imprisoned in the northwest desert. At this time, night fell, stars twinkled, and Chen Feng flew alone to the top of the reactor. He sat cross-legged, feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy beneath him. The golden essence of the sun, while releasing energy, also dissipated pure fire. Spiritual energy, though transformed into electrical energy by the magnetic field, it still felt familiar, nourishing his true fire. This is my first gift to this world. Chen Feng gazed at the myriad lights illuminating the horizon, the pulse of human civilization, In the wasteland, power was used for destruction for survival, while on Earth power was transformed into light, warming the world. This sense of accomplishment moved him even more than breaking through his boundaries. However, Chen Feng took out his phone and glanced at the date. September 30th, 2359. In 1 minute, it would be National Day, the day set by the state to reveal everything to the world. Those folks in Washington should still be celebrating with champagne, right? Chen Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Li Bowen. Tomorrow morning, take down all our anti-gravity billboards. Replace them with a new poster that has only one sentence. Li Bowen replied instantly, boss, what sentence? Chen Feng typed each word like a heavy hammer. From now on, electricity is free. After sending the message, Chen Feng put away his phone and looked up at the starry sky. On Earth, in the heart of the capital at the National News Release Center on October 1st, at 9:58 a.m., the entire hall was filled to capacity, with people even standing in the aisles. Over 1,000 media reporters from around the world crowded in with their cameras and microphones, filling the air with a sense of agitation, confusion, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Just half an hour earlier, several mainstream Western media outlets had jointly released a so-called exclusive in-depth report, its sensational headline boldly proclaiming, "The Silence of the Northwest, a Waterloo for China's super energy project." Satellite heat sources vanish. Experts assert nuclear facilities have experienced severe cold quenching. 3 months of myth-shattered science has no shortcuts. These reports doused the external expectations for a major announcement from China today with cold water. Many had already mentally prepared their drafts, framing the outcome as one of honorable defeat. Hey Jack, what do you think they will announce today? A senior CNN reporter chewing gum asked a nearby BBC colleague in a flippant tone, will they announce a project delay? Or will they admit to encountering technological bottlenecks and seek international assistance? Or perhaps simply cancel the press conference? Who knows? The BBC reporter shrugged, adjusting the focus of his camera, looking indifferent. Maybe they'll announce the completion of a hydropower station. That's what they excel at. As for that artificial sun, please, even God wouldn't believe they could pull it off in 3 months. That's a realm beyond human reach. A low chuckle spread among the Western journalists present. They had already written their articles, just waiting for the press conference to end, so they could unleash their scorn. At 10 o'clock sharp, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, without any rousing music or lengthy speeches. A massive LED screen occupying an entire wall suddenly lit up with an image. It was a vast, desolate Gobi Desert. The image was incredibly high definition, capturing the path of each grain of sand blown by the wind with the sound of the wind howling. And in the center of the image stood a towering, pitch-black, spherical structure 80 meters tall. It resembled a black heart quietly embedded in the earth, exuding a silent magic. What is that? The reporters were stunned. Weren't they supposed to have failed? Wasn't it supposed to be a wasteland? Where did this cipher-looking intact giant come? At that moment, an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, with a head full of silver hair, slowly walked up to the podium. He wasn't holding any notes. He was standing under the spotlight, facing the cameras from around the world, and the skepticism and mockery. The old academic adjusted his glasses, revealing a smile as pure and confident as a child's. Good morning, everyone. Qian Weiman's voice was steady and gentle, yet it clearly resonated through every corner of the world via the microphone, reaching the ears of everyone watching. I know that in the past week, there have been many speculations regarding our work in the Northwest. Some say we have failed, some say we have encountered disasters, some say we are overreaching. The old academic paused, his gaze sharpening as he swept the crowd. Today I stand here not to rebut nor to justify, but to reveal the truth to all of humanity. Qian Weiman turned slightly, raising his hand marked by age spots, yet powerful, pointing at the large screen behind him. Please look. The sun has risen. As Qian Weiman gestured, the black reactor on the screen suddenly trembled. Buzz, a low-frequency energy resonance that could be felt even through the screen, instantly gripped the hearts of everyone present. That was the pulse of the Earth. Immediately afterward, from the top of that black sphere, a long-prepared dark blue beam of light erupted fiercely. It was blindingly bright, piercing through the scorching sun over the Gobi, causing the camera's sensor to overexpose, turning everything white. It shot straight into the sky, instantly breaking through the cloud layer at 10,000 meters, forming a massive, perfect blue void leading to the heavens. On the right side of the screen, a set of red real-time data began to jump wildly, every number hitting like a hammer. Current output power, 12 million kilowatts per unit. Energy, gain Q value infinite. Operating status, absolutely stable. Grid status connected. In the press conference venue, there was dead silence and eerie stillness. Only the sound of shutters occasionally broke the quiet. The CNN reporter's gum fell to the ground, dust-covered, while the BBC reporter's camera tilted awkwardly, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, like ducks caught by the throat, dazedly staring at the image at that beam of blue light. This was not a special effect. It was a real-time, physical miracle happening before their eyes. This is... Finally someone uttered a trembling voice as if encountering a ghost. Qian Weimin turned around facing the towering beam of blue light, as if leaning against the truth. He spread his arms wide announcing to the world, this is the Zhu Ri-1, the world's first commercial-grade controllable nuclear fusion reactor. And furthermore, the old academic's voice rose an octave filled with pride and emotion. It successfully integrated into the Chinese national grid at full power last night at 8 o'clock. At this very moment, every kilowatt of electricity you are using while watching the live broadcast might just come from this. The sun we crafted with our own hands. Across the ocean in Washington, D.C., it was now 10 p.m. The Oval Office, once filled with laughter and ready to pop champagne in celebration, felt as cold as a morgue silence, so thick you could hear a pin drop. The whiskey glass in the president's hand shattered with a loud bang. The expensive amber liquid spilled everywhere, but no one bothered to clean it up. Fake. This must be fake. The Secretary of Energy slumped on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, lips trembling, eyes vacant, an infinite Q value. This is unscientific. It violates the laws of thermodynamics. Even the sun consumes energy. A perpetual motion machine does not exist. Shut up. The director of the Intelligence Bureau roared like an enraged lion, pointing at the infernal thermal imaging data on the screen. You fool. Look at that thermal signal. That is not cold quenching. That's because their insulation materials are too advanced. They are locking a temperature of 100 million degrees inside a cage without letting a trace escape. We have been deceived. Totally deceived. This is a century scam. Mr. President. The Secretary of the Treasury stumbled in his tie, Askew holding a tablet, his voice tinged with despair. It's all crashing. Everything is collapsing. Wall Street is going crazy. Just now, with China's announcement of successful grid integration, Brent crude oil futures plummeted 40 in an instant. It directly dropped below the 10 mark. And it's still falling. Several sovereign funds in the Middle East are selling U.S. bonds at any cost. They are panicking. They think oil is becoming worthless. Some are even selling gold. And the dollar index. The minister swallowed hard as if swallowing a bitter fruit, is diving straight down. It has already fallen below the 80 mark. Because the foundation of dollar hegemony is oil. Once energy is no longer scarce, once oil turns into mere chemical raw material rather than black gold, that financial empire built on oil dollars will collapse like a building with its foundation pulled out, leaving no trace behind. The president stared blankly out the window into the night, watching the lights of the Washington Monument in the distance. He suddenly felt a chill, not from the air conditioning, but because the cold winter of an era has arrived. In China and Haiching at Yinshan, no. 1 Chen Feng sat on the sofa calmly peeling an orange while watching the live broadcast on TV. His movement, boss, look outside. Li Bowen stood nearby, pointing at the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice choked with excitement, barely able to contain himself. Chen Feng turned his head to see that the giant advertising screens of the countless skyscrapers in Haiching had all switched images at once, with the colorful commercial advertisements disappearing, replaced by a minimalist yet impactful poster, the background featuring the soaring blue beam of light that illuminated the darkness, with only one line of bold white text in the center, starting today, energy is free. Below it, there was a smaller line jointly issued by the State Grid and Future Energy Group. Starting October 1st, the nationwide residential electricity price is reduced to 0.01 yuan per kilowatt. 1 cent. That was a symbolic charge merely kept for statistical purposes, practically rendering it free. On the street, after a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the entire city. Free. Is electricity almost free now? Holy crap. Does that mean I can just turn on the heating in winter and the air conditioning in summer without worrying about costs? No more saving power. Oil cars. Who the hell still drives oil cars? Refueling costs thousands of times more than charging. Only a fool would drive one. I want to switch cars. Industry. Do you understand industry? With electricity costing 1 cent, how much will our factory costs drop? All global orders will rush to China. This is going to take off. People embraced and cried, running to share the news, some setting off firecrackers in the streets. For the common folks, terms like nuclear fusion and Q value felt far too distant and abstract. But the phrase electricity costs nothing ignited hope in every person's life, representing the most fundamental and genuine sense of happiness. Inside Yinshan, no. 1. Boss, we did it. Li Bowen wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, looking at the incessantly popping messages on his phone. Just now, the technical department's back-end data showed that those chip giants who sanctioned us just sent emails requesting to lift the embargoes, sounding as humble as beggars. They said they were willing to unconditionally provide the latest chips. They requested us, hoping to buy some of that Titan alloy, even if it's just scraps. Because their reactors are still stuck on materials. Forget about them. Chen Feng put the last piece of orange into his mouth, savoring the sweet and sour taste, the juice bursting. Oldly, the press conference is over. This side of the business is finally stable. The trend is set. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the terrace, facing the sea breeze that rustled his clothes. His gaze pierced through the prosperous city, through the atmosphere, looking further ahead. After resolving energy and transportation issues, the pace of human civilization had been forcibly accelerated by 50 years. But that was not enough. For a cultivator, this was merely infrastructure, just a means to acquire more resources. Boss, what do we do next? Li Bowen asked, his eyes ablaze. Are we venturing into aerospace? Or delving into biomedicine? Chen Feng shook his head, stretching out his hand, as if trying to grasp something in the void, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Neither. Next, I need to attend to some personal matters. Chen Feng's gaze turned deep. In that distant wasteland world, amidst the ruins of the fallen upper city, there were still more important things awaiting him, the next piece of the puzzle regarding cultivation. The midstage of foundation establishment is still too slow, Chen Feng silently thought. With the continuous power supply from the great sun's golden essence, his cultivation speed on Earth would undergo a qualitative leap. However, to break through to the golden core, he needed more resources, something that could touch the laws of cultivation. Prepare for it. Chen Feng turned to Li Bowen, his tone calm, yet firm. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. During this time, no matter how the West pleads, no matter who comes looking, even if it's the king of heaven himself. As long as the sky doesn't collapse. Don't disturb Earth. Western Europe, the Ruhr industrial area of Germany. Hans Müller stood in the family-run special aluminum processing plant that had been in operation for 3 generations, a century-old establishment where the vast factory was eerily empty, the silence unsettling. The once thundering giant rolling mills that represented German precision now lay lifeless, covered in dust. On the conveyor belt, unfinished products remained, never to become components. This was the top special aluminum factory in Germany, a former supplier to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and even Airbus, but now it was closed. Mr. Müller, the workers are waiting outside for their severance pay, and the union representatives are quite agitated. The secretary approached cautiously, holding a thick stack of bills, her voice trembling. The electricity company's payment notice has also arrived. Even though we have stopped production, we still have to pay the basic capacity fee, which amounts to a large sum. Hans looked at the electricity bill, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking the times. 3 euros per kilowatt. This was the current industrial electricity price in Germany, even after government subsidies, whereas 10,000 kilometers away in China that figure was 0.001 euros, approximately 1 cent, in RMB. A disparity of 300 times. What does this mean? It means that the energy cost for a Chinese person to produce a ton of aluminum is almost negligible. Even if their workers earn higher wages than in Germany, the selling price of their finished products is still lower than the raw material costs of German factories. How can this be fought against? Should I just bash my head against it? This is a deadlock in physics that cannot be resolved by management theories. No severance pay. Hans suddenly tore the electricity bill into shreds, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes, a light of desperation. Notify everyone the factory will not be dismantled, it cannot be sold. Book flight tickets. Even buy boat tickets. We are moving. Where to? The secretary froze. To Vietnam. Or India. Hans turned around, looking eastward with fervent eyes. No. To China. To that place with the artificial sun. As long as we can apply for a piece of land, even if it's in the desert, as long as we can connect to that 1 cent per kilowatt electricity. Our machines can start running again, and our technology will regain its value. Staying in Europe is a dead end, turning us into exhibits in a museum. Going there is the survival of the Industrial Revolution. This scene is unfolding globally, known as the Second Industrial Migration. The first occurred after World War II, when manufacturing shifted from Europe and America to Asia, driven by cheap labor. This time, high-end manufacturing, electrolytic aluminum, special steel, polysilicon, big data centers. These electric tigers are rushing frantically to China. They seek near-free, limitless energy. Capital knows no borders. When energy costs drop to zero, the previously insurmountable tariff barriers and technical blockades crumble like waste paper in the face of absolute cost advantages. Western politicians are horrified to discover that they cannot sanction China, as their companies line up to pledge allegiance to China. If they are not allowed to go, they will show you what desperation looks like. China Northwest, the core area of the sunward base. The external clamor has not disturbed the tranquility here. Although the reactor has already been connected to the power grid, the base remains closed to the outside world, still under the highest level of military control. B1 level special experiment zone. Located directly beneath the reactor, this is a secret space, not marked on public blueprints, surrounded by lead plates and shielding formations. This is also Chen Feng's prepared cultivation room. At this moment, Chen Feng was sitting cross-legged on a huge black jade cushion. 5 meters above him was the core of the Sunward 1 reactor, separated by thick titanium alloy plates. Is this the feeling of spending money to cultivate? No, it's about the nuclear core. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, sensing the energy fluctuations in the air around him thick enough to almost liquefy. In the eyes of ordinary scientists, the reactor outputs thermal and electrical energy, but in Chen Feng's divine sense perception, that imprisoned great sun golden essence was continuously releasing extremely pure solar, true fire spiritual energy. Due to the strong magnetic field confinement, this spiritual energy cannot dissipate into the outside world and can only be forced to accumulate and settle in this specially designed B1 space. The concentration of spiritual energy here even exceeds that of certain blessed lands in the wasteland. It is practically a man-made fairyland. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Boom. A visible golden-red vortex appeared in the air, flowing into his body through his nostrils. Wood generates fire. The true essence of wood within his body instantly boiled, greedily devouring this power from the stellar source, and transforming it into an even more domineering and refined innate true fire. Just one breath equaled a month of arduous cultivation. At this rate, Chen Feng clenched his fist, golden light swirling at his fingertips, feeling the surging power within him. In at most 3 months, I will be able to touch the threshold of late foundation establishment. Even taking this opportunity, I can push my physical body towards the realm of golden skin and jade bones, laying a perfect foundation for future golden core formation. This is Chen Feng's plan. The state provides electricity, he harnesses spiritual energy, a win-win situation, or rather he wins twice. Ding ding. The wired confidential communicator next to him rang. It was Qian Weiman's voice. Mr. Chen, sorry to interrupt your retreat. The old academician's voice sounded somewhat excited, also a bit confused with the background buzzing of various instruments. There is a peculiar phenomenon to report to you. Go ahead. Chen Feng pressed the call button, calming the true energy within him. Our monitoring data indicates that the reactor's energy output seems to be 0.5 lower than the theoretical value. Qian Weiman scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Although this does not significantly impact the overall power generation, it is completely within the margin of error. However, we have checked all the pipelines and found no energy leak points. This portion of energy seems to have vanished into thin air at the bottom of the reactor. We are concerned that a quantum tunneling effect may have occurred at the bottom's magnetic field. Or is the spatial structure unstable? After listening, Chen Feng could not help but twitch his mouth. That 0.5 was absorbed by him. Don't underestimate this 0.5. For a reactor with a capacity of tens of millions of kilowatts, this 0.5 of energy is enough to instantly turn an ordinary person to ashes, leaving not a trace. Only someone like him, a humanoid divine beast, would dare to devour it directly. Cough, cough. Chen Feng cleared his throat and began to speak seriously. Old Qian, no need to worry. That is, a magnetic field sedimentation. You know, large mass high-energy objects produce weak gravitational wave sedimentation in a strong magnetic field. This portion of energy was absorbed by the titanium alloy at the bottom to strengthen the structural stability of the base. It's a good thing, indicating that the foundation is more stable. There's no need to worry about it. Is that so? Qian Weiman on the other end of the line seemed a bit befuddled by this new theory, but out of blind trust in Chen Feng, he accepted. All right, as long as it's a good thing, then it's fine. Oh, and one more thing. What? The people from the Ministry of Agriculture have arrived. Qian Weiman's tone brightened, even a bit excited. They want to do something in the Taklamakan. They said that since electricity is free now, they plan to desalinate seawater and bring it in to turn the desert into arable land. They want to ask if they can set up a pilot project next to our base. After all, it's close to both water and electricity. Chen Feng's eyes brightened, turning the desert into an oasis. This was something he had always wanted to do in the wasteland, but had not yet fully accomplished. While previous planting on Earth was continuously greening, plants still needed time to grow, and it would take time to cover the entire Taklamakan desert. However, on Earth, as long as there is water and electricity, this is the forte of infrastructure maniacs. Approved. Chen Feng waved his hand. Tell them that not only will I provide electricity, but I will also provide technology. Let them find Li Bowen and get a copy of the plant growth promoting liquid, the civilian version formula of wasteland gene technology. Since we are going to do it, let's do it big. I want to turn this sea of death into the south of the Yangtze River. I want the watermelons grown here to be sweeter than those from home. 3 months later, at the edge of the Taklamakan desert, the once barren land that had been covered in yellow sand and devoid of life was now covered by a stunning ocean of glass greenhouses, the largest fully electric-controlled intelligent agricultural base in human history. In the thousands of acres of greenhouse, there was no longer a reliance on nature's whims, no longer concerns over drought. Above them were 24-hour uninterrupted full-spectrum LED simulated sunlight lamps with free electricity, allowing them to maximize the duration of light. Below their feet lay improved soil with smart drip irrigation networks, desalination, organic fertilizer, microbial agents, while the air was filled with the mist of the growth-promoting liquid provided by Chen Feng. They were growing wildly. Here tomatoes grew as large as pumpkins with thin skins and thick flesh. Wheat matured in just a month, yielding 12 harvests a year. The fodder made the introduced Australian dairy cows so happy that they forgot their worries, doubling their milk production. CCTV News live broadcast scene. The host stood in a lush field of wheat taller than a person, with the towering black reactor in the background, creating a highly... Dear viewers here in the Northwest, who could have imagined that just 3 months ago this was a barren no man's land, a dead zone for life, and now thanks to the low-cost freshwater and sunlight brought by limitless energy, it is becoming China's new granary. The host picked a bright red tomato from a nearby rack, took a bite, and juice burst forth, his face full of enjoyment. Experts predict that at this rate of development next year China's grain output will double, and we will no longer need to import any soybeans or corn. In fact, we will become the world's largest agricultural product exporter. The scene switched, giving a close-up of a few machines working in the distance. These were not ordinary tractors. These were gravity-defying seeders floating in midair, without wheels compacting the soil. They danced lightly in the fields like diligent bees. Technology completed its loop at this moment. From energy fusion to transportation, anti-gravity to vertical agricultural farms. A prototype of a post-scarcity era was being born on this ancient land. In the base underground B1 cultivation room, Chen Feng watched the footage from the news, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. This breath appeared a faint gray-black color, the last remnant of innate impurities within him being refined and expelled by the true fire. After 3 months of nuclear energy cultivation, his skin had become as translucent as white jade, faintly revealing golden glimmers moving beneath the surface, his bones like gold and his blood like mercury. Mid-foundation establishment peak. Just one step away from breaking through to the late stage. The layout of the Earth is basically complete. Chen Feng stood up, his aura contained yet profound, returning to simplicity. The Earth no longer required him to worry about business wars or sanctions. In the face of absolute productivity, all conspiracies and schemes are but jokes. The Dragon of China has already taken flight, and no one can stop it. It's also time. Chen Feng gazed into the void as if piercing through the barriers of the world, looking into another dimension, time to visit the wasteland. Over there in Dragon City, after digesting the technology from the upper city, they should also be facing bottlenecks, right? More importantly, while he was enjoying himself on Earth with limitless resources, Earth is still the end of the law era, lacking high-level demon beasts, ancient cultivation ruins, and no heavenly laws that could help him break through the great realm. To break through to the golden core stage, relying solely on absorbing electricity is not enough. He needs battle. He needs insights from life and death. He needs to explore the deeper secrets of the wasteland world, such as what was the source that supposedly created the radiation clouds and destroyed the old civilization. Oldly, Chen Feng sent a voice message to Li Bowen, sounding relaxed. You and Director Zhao can handle things here on Earth. I'm going on a business trip. This time it might take a little longer. When I come back. Chen Feng looked at his hands, glowing with golden light, a smile creeping on his lips. I hope to bring you tickets to the stars and the sea. In the wasteland within the core area of Longqing, atop the central sky-piercing tower, a low hum resonated as the space violently twisted and reorganized, sending visible blue ripples rippling through the air. Chen Feng's figure materialized out of thin air in this office, which represented the highest authority of the wasteland. The familiar dry air rushed toward him, but this time it no longer carried only the despairing taste of radioactive dust. It was mingled with the burnt scent of industrial oil, the ozone smell of high-voltage ionization, and the scent of civilization. Chen Feng did not rush to summon his subordinates. Instead, he slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window made of a single piece of bulletproof crystal, and standing 10 meters tall, holding a glass of iced whiskey he had brought from Earth. He looked down at the world below. It was the dead of night in the wasteland. According to his memories from when he first arrived in this world, the wasteland at this hour should have been silent and pitch black, like a colossal tomb. Only the howling wind sweeping garbage through the ruins and the occasional radiation lightning streaking across the sky would illuminate the survivors trembling in the... But now, what met Chen Feng's eyes was a burning cyber city. Interesting, Chen Feng murmured, swirling his glass as the ice cubes clinked against the crystal. The sight before him, even to him as the instigator, felt a touch of awe. The original desolate, rust-filled, half-finished, building-covered armory wasteland had completely vanished. In its place stood countless steel skyscrapers. These buildings lacked the delicate glass facades of Earth. Instead, they were assembled from rough, ferocious Titan alloy armor plates. Every building resembled a steel giant armed to the teeth, embodying the wasteland's unique, brutalist aesthetic. Exposed pipes crawled like veins along the walls, spewing white steam. But the surface of every building flowed with dazzling holographic neon. Red, blue, purple. All kinds of high-saturation lights interwove in the night sky, sketching huge flamboyant, dynamic holographic advertisements that dyed the pitch-black sky into psychedelic colors, launching bio-gene repair fluid. 1 dose regenerate limbs. Make your flesh tougher than steel. Titan Heavy Industries T800 Home Prosthetic. Say goodbye to disability stronger than the original. Infinite power electricity is free light 247. Tonight we don't sleep. Huge civilian anti-gravity cargo ships modified from the crashed ships of the Upper City District technology dragged long azure blue tails, shuttling slowly between the buildings like deep-sea leviathans. They carried rare metals mined from hundreds of kilometers around, continuously transporting them to the refineries in the northern part of the city. On the streets, the once ragged, gaunt survivors who would kill each other for half a moldy loaf of bread now wore uniform gray protective work suits, their faces ruddy with health. Many had voluntarily installed precision mechanical prosthetics to adapt to the high-intensity work. They drove modified hoverbikes seized from the Upper City District, roaring through the colorful three-dimensional traffic network, leaving trails of light, and even performing stunts in the air. The most striking sight was the towering energy obelisk in the city center. It was a wireless power transmission tower built using Earth technology. A miniature artificial sun floated at its apex, a shunt node of the microfusion reactor. Through high-frequency microwave transmission technology, it continuously funneled energy from the underground fusion reactor to every corner of the city, lighting every lamp. In a world where even clean water was once a luxury, now light had become the cheapest decoration. This was no longer a refugee camp. This was a fortress of civilization standing atop the ruins of the apocalypse. This is the order I want, Chen Feng murmured, taking a sip of his drink, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Zzzt. A soft sound of the electronic air pressure door sliding open came from behind. Boss, you're back. 2 figures walked in with steady steps. It was Lao Mo and Tai Ta. After months apart, their appearances had changed so dramatically that Chen Feng almost didn't recognize them. Lao Mo was no longer the stooped, greasy, timid old technician who dared not touch anything. Now he wore a neat, dark gray mouse suit, his hair combed immaculately, even dyed. A monocle tactical lens covered his left eye, its lens constantly streaming urban operational data. He stood there back straight, looking like a financier's steward controlling the industrial lifeline, exuding confidence and wisdom. As for Tai Ta, he was even more exaggerated. He wore a custom heavy power armor painted black and red with the golden emblem of launching on his chest. He didn't wear a helmet revealing his rough, scarred face. But one of his eyes had been replaced with a red glowing tactical cybernetic eye, its pupil constantly rotating, contracting, scanning everything around. Standing there, he looked like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, exuding a sense of oppression. Good work. Chen Feng turned around, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, pointing at the bustling scene outside the window. I've only been away for a few months, and you've turned this place into a city that never sleeps. Even better than I imagined. It's all thanks to you, boss. Lao Mo respectfully took a bottle of decanted red wine from the side cabinet and refilled Chen Feng's glass, his voice tinged with excitement. Without the infinite energy technology you brought back, and that magical plant growth liquid, Longsheng would still be fighting over a few pieces of bread. How could we have had the strength to build? Now Longsheng's permanent population has exceeded 500,000. Lao Mo tapped the air, summoning a huge holographic map covered in dense green dots representing settlements. We've absorbed hundreds of small shelters from the surrounding area. Even some wandering mutant tribes have voluntarily asked to submit, willing to mine for us in exchange for food and medicine. Our influence now covers a radius of 500 kilometers. Even remnants of the Steel Brotherhood farther away have sent people to negotiate cooperation. Good. Chen Feng nodded. People are the foundation. What about the prisoners from the Upper City District? Those noble lords, they didn't cause trouble. Hearing this, Tai Ta grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Caused trouble? How dare they? Tai Ta waved his huge mechanical arm. At first there were a few troublemakers. One called himself a count, complained that the synthetic protein bars were disgusting and demanded human rights and a lawyer. Then what? Chen Feng asked with interest. Then I threw him into the arena, gave him a knife, and let him discuss human rights with a second-stage mutant lizard. Tai Ta sneered. In less than 10 seconds he became the lizard's midnight snack. Live streamed to the whole arena. After that, those soft-skinned bastards behaved. Lao Mo added from the side, his tone carrying a hint of ironic praise. Boss, you have to admit, though these nobles are physically useless, can't carry or lift anything, they've received high-level education from the Upper City District, and their brains are sharp. Their fingers are dexterous, and they have a strong understanding of precision instruments. Lao Mo pulled up a surveillance feed. The screen showed a huge cleanroom. Tens of thousands of people, once draped in silk robes, now wore uniform anti-static suits, sitting at assembly lines focused on assembling micron-level chips and circuit boards. They dared not slack off. Because for every target they met, their dopamine implants would release a little reward. For every mistake, they faced hunger as punishment. Now the chip production lines and prosthetic tuning workshops rely entirely on them, Lao Mo sighed. This is called making the best use of everything. Good. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This was the order he wanted. Whether upper class or lower class, in his eyes, only those who could work were people. Those who couldn't work were garbage expendable. In this end times there were no idle mouths. But Chen Feng put down his glass, keenly sensing a shadow of gloom between Tai Ta's brows. It was the lingering ferocity of one who had killed countless people mixed with the anxiety of facing an unknown fear. Tai Ta, you seem troubled. Chen Feng turned around, his gaze sharp as a torch. Now Longcheng is strong and well-equipped. What trouble is there that you can't solve? Tai Ta and Lao Mo exchanged a glance, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The joy of boasting vanished, replaced by deep-seated apprehension. Boss, there is indeed a big problem. If it's not solved, it might threaten Longcheng's survival. Tai Ta took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pressed the holographic projection switch on the table. His voice was heavy. The mission you left before you left. Exploring the old world's zero-restricted zone. We sent our most elite troops. But something happened. Something big. ZZZZ. As the Iron Tower pressed the button, the massive holographic screen flickered to life in the center of the office. The picture jolted violently, accompanied by heavy breathing and the crackling static of electrical interference, clearly captured from the helmet camera of a soldier sprinting for his life. This is the last footage transmitted by the Falcon Squad 3 days ago. The Iron Tower pointed at the screen, his face grim. The Falcon Squad was our most elite reconnaissance unit. They were fully equipped with T-600 power armor and Gauss rifles, and even had 3 heavy hover tanks seized from the upper city. Their mission was to penetrate the edge of No. 0 Forbidden Zone, map the area, and search for the legendary ruins of the old era. The footage began to play. The background was a bleak gray sky. In the air floated visible metallic dust. There was no wind, an eerie, deathly stillness. There were no mutated plants common to the wasteland, and even rocks were scarce. The ground was unnaturally flat, showing a deep, profound black. It was an endless, black sea of sand. All units attention. Radiation readings normal, but the magnetic field reaction is strange. The captain's voice shouted through the comm channel, filled with urgency. Compasses are useless. Radar is all static. There's a strong interference source. Captain, look at the ground. A terrified scream, and the camera suddenly swung downward. The once calm black sand sea suddenly emitted a sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was a grating, dense friction sound, like countless tiny feet trampling each other. Chen Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and even his divine sense unconsciously extended outward. He saw a scene that astonished even him, a cultivator. The black sand sea was writhing. It wasn't sand at all. The camera zoomed in countless billions of rice grain-sized black beetles with tiny mechanical legs. They were densely packed, stacked on top of each other like a black tide that instantly boiled over. Crunch, crunch. A heavy hover tank weighing 50 tons had just entered the edge of the sand sea. Before it could activate its anti-gravity engines to escape, it was submerged by the black insect tide. In just 3 seconds. Truly 3 seconds. Countless black beetles covered the tank's surface, their mandibles glowing blue as they frenziedly gnawed at the tough titanium alloy armor. When the insect tide receded, that heavy tank, a pinnacle of human industry, had vanished. Not a single screw remained, not even a trace of its tracks. As if the earth had devoured it, digested it completely. Open fire. Open fire. The soldiers in the picture fired wildly. Gauss rifle rounds struck the sand sea, sparking sprays, but against the boundless insect tide, it was like throwing pebbles into the ocean. Utterly meaningless. Those insects even ate the bullets. Screams of agony rose and fell, then abruptly ceased. One by one, soldiers in heavy armor were swallowed by the insect. The tough power armor was as fragile as paper under the mandibles of these microinsects. But strangely, they did not eat humans. When the armor was consumed, the naked soldiers fell to the ground. The insect tide flowed around their flesh like water rushing toward the next metallic target. The soldiers went mad with fear, ran, and finally collapsed on their knees, screaming in despair. At last the picture turned into static after a violent shake and a piercing electrical hum. Abruptly cut off. A deathly silence fell over the office. The Iron Tower shut off the projection, his fists clenched until they cracked, eyes bloodshot. An entire reinforced company, plus 3 heavy tanks. They were in there less than 10 minutes. Wiped out. The only survivors were a few terrified infantrymen who ran back, because their equipment had been eaten clean. We don't even know where the enemy is or who to fight. This sand sea is alive. It specifically eats metal. Anything made of iron that goes and never comes out. Even our reconnaissance drones, if they flew too low, were jumped by them and eaten. Old Mo adjusted his glasses beside him, his expression grave as he added, "Boss, we analyzed the last transmitted data. Those black insects are not biological. They have no DNA inside. They are all complex micromechanical structures, each insect an independent computing unit. This is like the legendary gray mist. It's a product of the old era's skewed tech tree, a self-consuming nanorobot swarm. Nanorobots. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. In Earth's sci-fi concepts, nanoswarms were one of the ultimate weapons. But in the wasteland, such technology should have been lost long ago. Interesting. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, and his gaze seemed to pierce through hundreds of kilometers of darkness toward that direction. In his divine sense perception, that direction did not radiate strong technological fluctuations. Instead, he sensed an extremely dense, extremely vast aura, one that even resonated with the 5 elements true chi within him. It was Earth, the ultimate Earth-attributed spiritual energy, heavy as mountains, bearing all things, yet devouring all things. Metal is born from Earth. Chen Feng murmured, a sharp light blazing in his eyes, the look of a hunter spotting prey. In the cultivation world, there is a divine substance called shirong. Legend says that shirong, once it touches the ground, can transform into all things, devour metal and stone, endlessly regenerate, and never run dry. These so-called nanobugs, though technological creations, can replicate infinitely and possess infinite energy. Absolutely, because their core, or the mother entity controlling them, is an Earth-attributed supreme treasure. Chen Feng's heart pounded violently. His current cultivation level was stuck at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, just one step away from the late stage. To break through to the late stage, and even prepare for the future golden core, he must gather the 5 elements chi and construct a perfect 5-element cycle. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He already had wood and fire, and that man-eating sand sea might hold the Earth-attributed opportunity he dreamed of. If it were a technological weapon, Chen Feng might be wary. But if it's a cultivation spirit object, it's a meal delivered to his doorstep. Iron Tower. Chen Feng spun around, his aura instantly sharp as a drawn sword. The casual demeanor from Earth vanished, replaced by the decisive ruthlessness of a wasteland overlord. Issue the order. Assemble the Dragon Tooth Mech Guard. Coat all metal vehicles with insulating ceramic layers. Prepare all incendiary bombs and napalm. Since they eat iron, let's see if they eat fire. The Iron Tower was stunned, looking at his boss' burning eyes. Boss, you want it? Chen Feng curled a wild, arrogant smile and drained the red wine in his glass. I want to go personally to meet this man-eating Earth. And by the way, dig out that Earth treasure hiding underground. In the wasteland world, in the lower living area of Long City 3rd District. At 8 in the evening, old Zhang finished a day's work at the refinery, dragging his slightly weary, yet remarkably solid steps along the way home. Half a year ago, wandering outside at this hour would have been akin to committing suicide. Nights back then were predatory, with mutated radiation rats lurking in the darkness, hordes of thugs, and acidic cold winds that could freeze one's nose. People back then would scurry into holes like mice as soon as darkness fell, clutching rusted iron pipes, trembling in fear, praying to see tomorrow. But now, old Zhang lifted his head, squinting his eyes greedily, gazing above. There were no stars and no moon, yet something warmer than the celestial bodies illuminated the sky. Light. On both sides of the street, the rugged steel buildings were adorned with colorful holographic neon signs. Though somewhat bizarre, and even a bit glaringly cyberpunk to old Zhang, these were the most beautiful colors in the world. Because where there is light, there is electricity. Where there is electricity, there is life. Ziz. The mouth-watering sound of oil sizzling came from a roadside stall. Old Zhang. Off work. How about a bowl of mixed noodles? Fresh ingredients, just arrived with real vegetables. The vendor was a one-eyed fat man wielding a mechanical prosthetic spoon, stirring in a large iron pot of bubbling white broth. The aroma, a mix of scallions, grease, and flour, forcefully invaded old Zhang's nostrils, causing the hunger within him to revolt. Real vegetables. Old Zhang stopped, swallowed hard, and reached into his pocket to feel the magnetic card printed with Chen Feng's face. Once this thing was called a food coupon, which could only be exchanged for synthetic protein blocks that tasted waxy in the mouth. Now this card held the wages he earned from screwing bolts at the factory. One bowl, please. Extra spicy. Old Zhang sat down with gusto. Coming right up. Soon a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a few green vegetable leaves and 2 thick pieces of synthetic meat was served. Old Zhang didn't rush to eat. Instead, he buried his face in the bowl, deeply inhaling the steaming aroma. The warmth misted his eyes. He recalled last winter. That night his little daughter had a high fever and wanted a sip of hot soup. But back then water was rationed, radiation-filtered water, and fuel was precious. He could only hold his daughter close, using his body heat to warm her, helplessly watching her babble incoherently as she cried, "Daddy, I'm cold." That kind of cold was a despair engraved in his bones. And now, old Zhang trembled as he picked up a piece of vegetable leaf, carefully placing it in his mouth. Crisp, fresh, with the fragrance of earth. This was the taste of life. I heard this vegetable was brought back by the lord of the city, grown rapidly in the greenhouse. Our city lord truly is a deity come to earth, the one-eyed fat man remarked while wiping the table. Indeed. Old Zhang slurped up the noodles, mumbling, when we prayed to the gods before, did they ever give us a bite to eat? No. But now that the city lord has arrived, not only do we have enough to eat, but we no longer have to endure the cold in winter. Just then a commotion arose at the end of the street. A group of people dressed in gray coveralls, wearing electronic shackles on their ankles, were wielding brooms and cleaning tools, sweeping the street under the watchful eye of robotic overseers. These people had a sickly pale complexion, with long fingers clumsily working as if they had never known hardship. Hey, isn't that the lord from the upper city? The one-eyed fat man pointed with a smirk, his face displaying a hint of schadenfreude, yet not cruel. Old Zhang looked over. He recognized one middle-aged man struggling to push a garbage cart. This was a former official who often appeared on holographic broadcasts, loftily announcing the cleanup plans for the lower city. Back then his words could determine the life and death of thousands like Old Zhang. Now this dignitary was sweating profusely, battling a pile of industrial waste, and due to his excessive effort, he accidentally slipped, provoking laughter from the bystanders. No one approached to strike him, nor did anyone shame him. Everyone merely watched as if it were a spectacle. The once ingrained fear of the upper city vanished, and this world has changed. Old Zhang finished the last mouthful of noodle broth, wiped his mouth, and sighed contentedly. The deities have fallen into the mud, and we common folks have begun to live like humans. Returning home, the apartment located on the 30th floor of a residential building was a two-bedroom unit. Although only 50 square meters with cold metal walls, the heating was ample, wrapping him in warmth as soon as he stepped inside. Daddy! A little girl with pigtails dressed in a pink cotton pajamas dashed over like a little cannonball and threw herself into Old Zhang's arms. This was his daughter Xiaoya. Ouch, slow down, Daddy is dirty. Old Zhang laughed, trying to push her away, worried that the smell of machine oil might overwhelm her, but Xiaoya clung tightly to it. Not dirty. Daddy smells sweet. Xiaoya sniffed. That's the smell of oil smoke. Old Zhang chuckled as he lifted his daughter and walked into the living room. On the living room table lay an open book. Not a holographic projection, but a real paper book. It was a textbook issued by the school. Since Chen Feng established Long City, the first thing he did was build factories, and the second was to establish schools. All children under 12 were required to attend school. What did you learn today? Old Zhang looked at the densely packed square characters in the book. He could not read, but that did not prevent him from feeling that these characters were sacred. The teacher talked about catching the sun. Xiaoya pointed at an illustration in the book depicting an exaggerated glowing sphere. The teacher said the city lord caught a sun underground and locked it in a cage. That's why we have lights at night and warmth in winter. Daddy, can the sun really be caught? Xiaoya blinked her big eyes, asking curiously. Old Zhang paused for a moment. He turned his head and looked through the window toward the towering energy obelisk in the center of the city. At the top of that tower, a gentle and stable blue light emanated, resembling a lighthouse that illuminated the dark wasteland within 100 miles. Beneath that light, countless families like his were enjoying warm meals in cozy homes, playing with children, no longer worrying about whether they would freeze or starve to death the next day. Such a life was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Yes. Old Zhang stroked his daughter's head, his voice slightly choked, yet filled with unwavering determination. The city lord, he brought the sun back and shared it with each of us. Xiaoya, you must study hard. Old Zhang looked into his daughter's clear eyes and earnestly said, when you grow up, be like the city lord, a person who can shine. Late at night, after putting his daughter to sleep, Old Zhang felt no sleepiness. He put on his coat and stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cheap cigarette. The street below remained noisy, the roar of factories continuing even in the deep night, the sound of the city's heartbeat. Suddenly, Old Zhang noticed that the lights in the building across seemed to shine a bit brighter. The holographic billboards on the street also abruptly switched their images. The previously rolling commercial ads vanished. In their place was a huge golden dragon emblem accompanied by a short line of text, the city lord returns. No unnecessary words, no forced cheers. But in that instant, Old Zhang distinctly felt the atmosphere of the entire city shift. In the night market down below, the bustling sounds halted for a second, followed by a more fervent on the neighboring balcony. The young technician, who always complained about overtime, was silently raising his beer can to that line of text, as if in salute. Even those nobles from the upper city who were sweeping the streets below paused their actions, their gazes complex, as they looked at the emblem, symbolizing the man who had shattered their theocracy, yet also provided them a way to survive. Old Zhang's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He did not understand lofty principles, nor did he comprehend cultivation technology, nor did he grasp the vastness of the stars and seas. He only knew that the man who had given him a job, allowed his daughter to have an education, and enabled him to enjoy a bowl of hot noodle soup at night, had returned. This life truly feels stable now. Old Zhang extinguished the cigarette, and deeply bowed towards the towering tower. This was the most clumsy yet sincere tribute from an old man in the wasteland. The wind ceased. The night was gentle. In this world once abandoned by the gods due to the return of one man, tonight's moonlight seemed to shine even brighter than usual. The wasteland world launching lower industrial district. 6 in the morning. Though the artificial sun provided round-the-clock illumination, launching still adhered to the habit of rising with the dawn. To simulate the natural cycle, the obelisk's luminosity gradually intensified at this hour, casting a soft morning glow across the forest of steel. Chen Feng changed out of his spotless training suit, donning the most common garment in this world, a faded gray coarse cloth work uniform, and applied some modifications in disguise to his boss. Are you really not bringing the guards? Tai Ta, dressed in plain clothes, yet still resembling a moving hill, followed behind Chen Feng, his expression tense as he scanned the surroundings. The city is crowded now, and though no force can threaten you, there might be something that offends you. Tai Ta. Chen Feng waved his hand, cutting him off. If I have to be surrounded by attendants on my own turf, then what was the point of cultivating all this power? Who can threaten me now? Besides, Chen Feng glanced at the breakfast stall, emitting white smoke in the distance. Offense is not an issue. I want to hear the truth. If I brought guards, all I'd see would be a performance. The two melted into the bustling morning rush. The streets were narrow, lined with shops converted from shipping containers. The air carried a unique blend of machine oil, disinfectant, and the aroma of food. It was not pleasant, even pungent. But to Chen Feng it smelled of life. 6 months ago, only the stench of rotting corpses and the despair of death lingered here. Now everyone was moving, everyone had something to do. Make way, make way. The early shift bus for Refinery Plant 3 is about to leave. A few young men, coarse grain buns dangling from their mouths, sprinted past Chen Feng. Their shoes were worn, but meticulously cleaned. The wild, feral vigilance and ferocity in their eyes had vanished, replaced by a sense of purpose. Chen Feng noticed that the walls once covered in gang graffiti and obscene drawings had been cleaned. In their place, lines of slogans were painted in red oil. These slogans were not ordered by Chen Feng. They were the workers' own initiative. We workers have strength. Labor is the most glorious laziness, the most shameful. All power belongs to the Longqing Construction Committee. Looking at these familiar phrases, a faint smile tugged at Chen Feng's lips, a glint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Boss, what are you smiling at? Tai Tai asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chen Feng said softly, it's just. These slogans feel familiar. The two arrived at an open-air mess hall. Originally a gang's arena, it was now filled with long tables where thousands of workers were having breakfast. Chen Feng also took an iron tray, queued up, and got a meal. A bowl of thick sweet potato porridge mixed with mutant meat bits, 2 coarse grain buns, and a dish of... On Earth this might be a meal to recall hardship, but in the wasteland it was a feast that even gang leaders could only enjoy during New Year. Chen Feng found a corner and ate heartily. Hey brother, are you new here? An old worker with one hand replaced by a simple mechanical hook, seeing Chen Feng's unfamiliar face, initiated the conversation. Yeah, just transferred down from the upper district construction site. Chen Feng casually fabricated an identity. Master has the food always been this good? Huh, no way. The old worker deftly picked up pickled vegetables with his hook sign. Only been like this for a few months. Ever since the city lord came and took down those bloodsuckers, we've been living like human beings. Lowering his voice, the old worker pointed mysteriously at Chen Feng's portrait hanging in the center of the hall. Word is our city lord is a god descended. With a wave of his hand he can conjure food. With a glare he scares the nobles into wetting their pants. What we eat now is a gift from the gods. Several nearby workers gathered around, nodding in agreement. Right. I saw it. That day the city lord flew in the sky carrying a mountain in his hand. That must be a deity. I heard it too. The city lord knows magic. Our good fortune is all thanks to the god's blessing. Hearing this, Chen Feng set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowing slightly. Deification. This was what he feared most. In this wasteland, ignorant for a century, people had grown accustomed to kneeling, to seeking a spiritual crutch. Before they feared the false gods of the upper district. Now they revered Chen Feng as a true god. But that was wrong. An order built on personality cults was, once he left, or once his divine image was tarnished, the system would collapse. No. Chen Feng suddenly spoke, his voice low, but carrying an unignorable. Huh. The old worker was startled. What's wrong, young man? Don't say such things. It's disrespectful to the city lord, and you'll bring bad luck. Chen Feng lifted his head, his gaze clear as he looked at the workers before him. He is not a god. He is a person just like you. 2 shoulders carrying 1 head. The food wasn't conjured, it was planted by you shovel by shovel in the greenhouses. The tall buildings weren't built by divine power. They were laid brick by you braving the sandstorms. Those nobles weren't scared away by a god. They were defeated by the guns in your hands, by the power of your unity. Chen Feng's voice grew louder, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. Young man. You. The old worker was stunned. He sensed an aura about this youth that made him hesitate to argue. Just then a little girl clearing dishes stopped in her tracks. She stared at Chen Feng for a long time, then suddenly covered her mouth and shrieked, "Ah! It's the City Lord. He's Uncle City Lord." The girl had seen Chen Feng's photo in her textbook. Her shout was like a splash of water into boiling. The entire mess hall erupted. Thousands of eyes snapped toward him. The City Lord. It really is the City Lord. That gaze. I've seen it on the big screen in the square. Heavens. The City Lord came to eat with us. Clatter. Like dominoes falling. First the old worker beside him, then the tables around, then the entire hall. Thousands of workers, men and women, young and old, after a moment of shock performed a single unified action. They knelt. We pay homage to the City Lord. The deity has appeared. Thank you, City Lord, for the gift of life. Looking at the sea of kneeling figures, at the fanatical, humble eyes that placed all hope upon him, Chen Feng's heart twinged with pain. This was not what he wanted. All of you stand up. Chen Feng shot to his feet, a furious roar laced with foundation, establishment stage, spiritual energy, thundering across the hall, rattling everyone's eardrums. Who told you to kneel? Chen Feng pulled up the trembling old worker, pointing at his crippled mechanical hand, and demanded to the crowd, your knees are for walking, for standing tall between heaven and earth, not for kneeling. I won't accept this. A deathly silence fell. The workers were terrified, unsure of what they had done wrong. Chen Feng took a deep breath to calm himself. He knew it wasn't their fault. It was this devouring world that had bent their spines for far too long. He walked slowly to the elevated platform in the center of the hall. At this moment, he was no longer a cultivator, no longer a time traveler. In his mind, the towering figure stood on Orange Island, head pointing at the landscape, guiding the nation, a memory from Earth. He recalled the blazing words that had once awakened an ancient nation. Fellow townsfolk, fellow workers. Chen Feng's gaze swept across every face, his voice low and powerful. I know you see me as a god, a savior, because I gave you food and clothes. But I have some heartfelt words to share with you all. He pointed to his own chest, then to the east. I, Chen Feng, am not a born sage or deity. Everything I've done, every rule I've implemented, I didn't invent them. I am merely a student, a very clumsy student. The crowd was stunned. The City Lord was a student. Then who was the teacher? Chen Feng's eyes revealed a reverence and admiration never seen before, more fervent than when he faced the great sun. Gold essence. In my homeland in the distant east there once lived a true great man. He was like a real sun illuminating the eternal darkness. It was he who taught me the people, and only the people, are the driving force behind world history. Chen Feng pointed at the old worker. It was he who taught me there is no savior in this world, nor do we rely on gods or emperors. To create human happiness we must rely on ourselves. It was he who taught me organize the oppressed, distribute the land to those who till it, and hand over the factories to those who labor in them. From him I learned only a fraction of his wisdom. I followed him and established the committee. I followed him and implemented public ownership. I followed him and told you that women hold up half the sky. Chen Feng's voice choked with emotion. This rawness made everyone present feel a tremor from the depths of their souls. So do not worship me. If you truly wish to give thanks. Chen Feng raised his hand, pointing at the artificial sun rising outside the window, as if also pointing to that great soul across time and space. Thank the ideas left by that great man. He taught us a single spark can start a prairie fire. You are that spark, and I am merely the one who helped you light the torch. Silence. A long silence. The workers slowly rose from the ground. The fanaticism and superstition in their eyes faded, replaced by a contemplation never felt before, an awakening of self-awareness. So I am also important. So we also have strength. The old worker looked at his crippled mechanical hand. Once he thought it was merely a mark of disability, but now he suddenly felt that this hand was full of power, capable of forging steel, of building cities. City Lord. The old worker raised his mechanical hand, shakily, no longer in prostration, but in a clumsy salute. We understand. From now on we won't kneel. Well work. Well build this launching even better. Yes. Well do it ourselves. Whoever dares to steal our fruits, well fight them to the death. A new aura coalesced in this shabby mess hall. No longer dependence, but self-reliance. Leaving the mess hall, the sun had fully risen. Chen Feng walked through the streets, feeling his steps much lighter. Boss. Tai Ta, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his voice husky. That great man. Was he really that powerful? Even more powerful than you? In Tai Ta's eyes, Chen Feng was already an omnipotent god. Chen Feng stopped, turned back to look at the city being reborn, his eyes filled with awe. Tai Ta. I am merely changing the surface of this world with extraordinary power and advanced technology. But he. Chen Feng took a deep breath. He reshaped the soul of a nation with his thoughts. My entire cultivation is nothing in front of him. Study well. Chen Feng patted Tai Ta's sturdy armor. Once you've thoroughly grasped those thoughts, then Longqing will truly stand firm. In the sunlight, Chen Feng's silhouette stretched long. Behind him, countless red slogans glittered in the sun over Longqing. They were not mere words. They were an undying flame borrowed from another time. In a wasteland world 300 kilometers northwest of Dragon City, at the edge of Zone Zero, the sky is an oppressive lead gray with heavy radiation clouds hanging low as if they could crush the earth at any moment. The air is filled with a sharp metallic rust and ozone smell. Even the wind that brushes past carries a rough sensation, like sandpaper scraping against skin. This is a forbidden zone for life. Even the most resilient mutated cockroaches dare not enter, for there are no bodies here. Boom. The earth trembles and dust swirls. An armored column fully equipped and teeming with steel is slowly advancing across this desolate wasteland, the roar of engines, shattering a millennium of silence. It is the elite Dragon Tooth Mech Corps of Dragon City. 56-meter-tall heavy power mechs painted in desert camouflage wielding 6-barrel Gatling Gauss cannons march heavily, leaving deep footprints with each step. Following them are 20 heavy hover infantry battle vehicles modified by the upper city, their turrets slowly rotating, scanning the surroundings. At the center of the formation is a specially modified command vehicle. It hovers a meter above the ground, devoid of any metallic sheen, coated with a thick layer of specialized insulating ceramic resembling a moving rock. Boss ahead is the Death Line. Inside the command vehicle, Iron Tower looks at the bright red warning line on the holographic map, his voice tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Falcon Squad is over there. Gone. Our radar is already starting to be interfered with. Chen Feng sits in the large command chair, holding a cup of hot tea. Through the one-way bulletproof glass, he observes the distinctly different terrain ahead. It is black. Pure untainted black, like a massive black hole swallowing all light. It is as if someone had spilled an entire bottle of ink on the yellow waste. The black desert stretches endlessly flat as a black mirror with no undulations. Even the wind that passes leaves no ripples. Silence. Dead silence. Stop. Chen Feng speaks, softly, his voice not loud, yet clearly transmitted to every mech's communication channel. The entire armored unit halts instantly, the roar of engines shifting to a deep idle, everyone holding their breath. Boss, the radar is unresponsive. Old Mo stares at the waveform on the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. The life detector is also a straight line. There's nothing in that black sand. Not even microbial reactions. Your radar is just outdated. Chen Feng sets down his teacup and slowly closes his eyes. Buzz. The vast divine sense of a peak mid-foundation establishment, like an invisible net covering the heavens, and the earth instantly spreads out, enveloping the blacks. In the next second, Chen Feng suddenly opens his eyes, golden flames flashing in the depths of his pupils. He sees that it is not sand at all. It is clearly billions of minuscule mechanical insects, each the size of a grain of rice, with 6 sharp mechanical legs. They are in a dormant state, stacked neatly together, interlocking to form this black sea. There are no gaps between them, as if they are a perfect whole. What an intricate structure. Chen Feng silently admires. These insects do not have batteries. They maintain operation by consuming metals for chemical energy and utilizing the weak geomagnetic field. Each insect is an independent computational unit, and together these billions of insects form a vast distributed computing network. This is the ultimate form of nanotechnology from the old era, a mechanical swarm. Throw something over there. Chen Feng orders. I want to see their appetite. Yes. Iron Tower waves his hand. An unmanned surveillance robot moving stiffly walks into the black sandy sea under everyone's gaze. 1 step. 2 steps. The robot enters the black sand about 10 meters deep. Everything seems normal. The black sand is quiet, as if it truly is a lifeless. Is everything all right? Iron Tower scratches his head, feeling relieved. Are they asleep? Or out of power? Just as he finishes speaking. Crack. A crisp, sudden sound of metal snapping echoes. The robot's left leg abruptly breaks off as if cut by an invisible knife. The cut is neat and smooth, as if it had been laser cut. Immediately following, shoo 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 shoo. A spine-chilling dense sound erupts, reminiscent of thousands of silkworms chewing on mulberry leaves. The originally calm black sandy ground boils, countless black particles, as if alive, frantically climb up the robot's severed leg, resembling a tide of black. In 1 second, the robot's lower body turns into silver metallic powder, disintegrated by the swarm. In 2 seconds, the robot's torso is completely covered, becoming a writhing black insect ball. In 3 seconds, crash. The black insect ball disperses, reintegrating into the earth, returning to calm. The 300-kilogram alloy robot disappears, leaving not a single wire or screw behind. Hiss. Inside the command vehicle, everyone gasps in shock. Old Mo's hands tremble, nearly dropping his glasses. What kind of monster is this? Even strong acid can't corrode this quickly. That's titanium alloy. Iron Tower clenches his fists, knuckles turning white, breathing heavily. He cannot fathom what would have happened if a living person or an armored vehicle had walked in just now. They have awakened. Chen Feng gazes at the screen, his voice still calm, yet tinged with the amusement of a hunter seeing his prey. They have caught the scent of us. What scent? Iron Tower instinctively sniffs himself. The scent of iron. It seems to confirm Chen Feng's words. Boom. The previously tranquil black sandy sea suddenly erupts with towering waves, a true tide. Tens of meters high, a black tide of insects, like an enraged tsunami surging toward the armored unit of Dragon City with an overwhelming sense of pressure. They sense that there is a significant amount of metal here. For these metal-consuming nanobots, this steel army composed of thousands of tons of titanium alloy is a feast delivered right to their door. Enemy attack. All units open fire. Iron Tower roars in panic, his voice cracking. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. 50 heavy mechs fire simultaneously. A dense storm of Gatling bullets mixed with high explosive shells and armor-piercing rounds rains down on the massive wave of black. Flames soar to the sky, the explosions deafening. Yet a scene of despair unfolds. The tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds that impacted the tide of insects caused no harm. Instead, they were instantly enveloped, devoured, and disintegrated by the swarm. The shrapnel from the explosions became food for them. Is this an attack? This is feeding them. After consuming the bullets, those nanobots split faster with the energy they gained. The black tide not only does not diminish, but grows higher and larger. Useless. Physical attacks are ineffective. The frontline commander shouts in despair, his voice filled with fear. They are even eating the shell of the retreat. Quick retreat. But it is too late. The speed of the nanobot tide is incredibly fast, as if propelled by wind. In the blink of an eye, they reach the front line, and the foremost mech cannot turn in time, directly struck by the wave of black. Zzz, accompanied by the driver's heart-wrenching, chilling screams, that 6-meter steel giant turns into a pile of scrap in 2 seconds and is completely swallowed by the Black Sea. It's over. Old Imo watches this scene, his face ashen, slumping in his chair. This is the nemesis of technology. Unless nuclear weapons are used to cleanse the area, no conventional weapon can withstand this thing. This is beyond human resistance, as the tide of insects threatens to engulf the entire unit. Enough. A cold voice cuts through the chaos. The vehicle door opens, and Chen Feng steps out, not touching the ground, but directly floating in midair, his clothes fluttering. He looks at the overwhelming black tide of insects, gazing at the despairing technological gray mist with no fear in his eyes, only a contempt that belongs to a cultivator, to a superior being. A group of lowly creatures that only consume iron, while metal is indeed hard among the 5 elements. Chen Feng slowly raises his right hand palm up. A ball of crimson gold flame leaps into existence, exuding a heart-pounding heat. But you have forgotten. Fire conquers metal. Whoosh! With Chen Feng's will, that small flame swells in the wind, instantly transforming into a small sun. This is not ordinary fire. It is the primal sun fire that evolved after he absorbed the essence of the sun. It is the fire of utmost yang and utmost rigidity. Though not fully formed, its temperature has already surpassed 10,000 degrees. Burn for me. Chen Feng slaps forward, unleashing his spiritual power. Boom. The sky seems to split open. The crimson gold flame morphs into a 100-meter-long roaring fire dragon, crashing into the black tide of insects with earth-shattering heat. Zizz, zizz, zizz. A miracle occurs. Those nanobots that were unafraid of high explosive shells and could neutralize strong acids melt upon contact with this golden flame. Yes, they melt. After all, they are metallic constructs with core circuitry made of precise silicon. In the face of absolute high temperatures, the intricate mechanical structures collapse instantly. Nanocircuitry, burned out, microengines exploding. The once surging black wave is forcibly burned open, creating a massive hole. Countless nanobots turn into glowing red molten iron in the high temperature raining down from the sky, producing a piercing sound, as if the metal is crying out in anguish. Not enough. Chen Feng observes the still struggling, attempting to reorganize swarm, snorting coldly, as his peak mid-foundation establishment spiritual power erupts without reservation. Spiritual technique, blazing fire spreading across the plains. Boom. Centered on Chen Feng, the air within 1,000 meters ignites instantly. A crimson gold sea of flames descends from the sky, enveloping the entire black sandy ground, wrapping everything in fire. This time it is not a battle, it is a refinement. The black sandy sea screams, rolls, and attempts to flee, but the sea of flames is merciless, with nowhere to escape. In just 10 breaths, that horrifying and all-consuming death black sea falls completely silent. What replaces it is a cooling, steaming, crystal-clear glass-like ground, with billions of nanobots centered together, transformed into a glass-like solid slag, refracting eerie light. In deathly silence, the soldiers of Dragon City stare blankly at this scene, forgetting to breathe, forgetting to cheer. They watch the figure suspended above the sea of flames, enveloped in golden light, resembling a deity. If before they revered their boss for his wealth technology, it means now this reverence has turned into faith. This is not something humans can achieve, this is divine. Huff. Chen Feng slowly descends, dispersing the flames around him. Though it seems effortless, this move consumes an immense amount of spiritual power. If it were before, he might have exhausted himself, but now thanks to the overflowing vitality of the wood element within him, his spiritual power is recovering at a terrifying speed. Is it over? Iron Tower cautiously approaches in his mech, poking at the glass shards on the ground with his gun barrel, producing a tinkling sound. It is indeed dead hard as a rock. Just the guard dog is dead. Chen Feng shakes his head, his gaze piercing through the glass-like ground, looking towards the center of the area. There, with the melting and retreating swarm, a massive underground entrance made entirely of an unknown silvery white metal reveals itself. On the entrance door, an ancient emblem composed of numerous geometric patterns is engraved, and a line of faded yet still chilling words from the old-era NOAA Project core data center, warning non-silicon-based life forms are prohibited from entry. Violators will be eliminated. NOAA Project. Old Mo's expression changes drastically upon seeing this term, his voice trembling. The legendary super AI that triggered the apocalypse and betrayed humanity. It seems we have found the right place. Chen Feng gazes at the profound entrance, feeling the rich, earthy aura emanating from within that makes his pores expand. He can sense that the treasure, named Essence of Earth, is down there calling to him. Moreover, it seems there is a big guy waiting for him below. Everyone hold position and establish a defensive line. Chen Feng draws the Qingming flying sword from his back, pointing the blade toward the ground, his battle intent soaring. Iron Tower, old Mo, guard the end. If I do not come out, no one is to enter. This battle, Chen Feng's eyes flash with excitement, is a showdown between cultivators and artificial intelligence. A battle of computational power. In the wasteland, 500 meters underground at the entrance passage of the NOAA base. With a low hum as Chen Feng stepped across the threshold of the heavy silver-white metallic door, the clamor and searing heat behind him were instantly sealed off, as if he had entered another dimension. What replaced them was a suffocating silence, an icy coldness, and an extremely faint, tinnitus-like, high-frequency electrical hum. This was a long cylindrical passage that slanted downward with no end in sight. The walls of the passage were exceptionally smooth, radiating a cold silver light. The material seemed both like metal and some kind of high-strength organic glass, reflecting Chen Feng's solitary figure. Chen Feng did not rush deeper. Instead, he paused and reached out to touch the wall. Cold. A bone-chilling cold seeped through his fingertips and shot straight to his crown. But what surprised him even more was that the wall was trembling faintly, like the vessel walls of a sleeping giant, with invisible data blood flowing inside, transmitting immense computational power. There is no path here. Chen Feng frowned slightly. In his divine sense, this passage had no branches, no obvious elevators or stairs, just a straight route into the abyss. Moreover, the air here was saturated with high concentrations of inert gas. An ordinary person would die silently from oxygen deprivation within 3. Do you want me to walk down myself? Or roll down? Chen Feng sneered, shifting his stance, slightly preparing to glide with chi. Creak. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The silver floor beneath his feet liquefied without warning, the hard alloy instantly turning into a viscous, heavy murky. A tremendous suction force came from below, trying to drag him entirely under the floor and devour him. A cheap trick. Chen Feng reacted swiftly. With a light tap of his toes on the collapsing liquid surface, he rose into the air like a feather hovering. But this was only the beginning. Zzz. As if provoked by the intruder's resistance, the entire passage began to writhe violently. The silver walls on all sides started to churn like boiling porridge. Countless sharp, liquid metal spears grew out from the walls, dense as a hedgehog's quills, gleaming with chilling light, and lunged toward the hovering Chen Feng with lightning speed. Extremely fast. Ingenious angles. This was a lethal trajectory simulated billions of times by a supercomputer, sealing off all of Chen Feng's evasive space. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even a grandmaster of innate realm, this would have turned them into a sieve. A glint of appreciation flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, but more of contempt. Pity I am a cultivator. Clang. The Qingming sword behind him sprang from its sheath, its azure light illuminating the silver passage. In this confined space, Chen Feng used not fire but the sword. Sword light division. The Qingming sword let out a clear, resonant dragon's roar. With a tremor, it instantly transformed into dozens of azure sword shadows, sword chi surging in all directions. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metallic collisions echoed through the passage, sparks flying. The liquid metal spears that thrust toward him were precisely severed 3 inches from his body, the cuts as smooth as a mirror. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The severed spearheads did not fall to the ground. Instead, they transformed into pools of silver liquid, gathering and fusing in midair, as if alive, blinking, into a huge sticky silver net that dropped down onto him. Immune to physical attacks. No. Chen Feng's divine sense keenly caught the fluctuation at that moment. These liquid metals were not truly indestructible. Every time they deformed or reorganized, an extremely faint blue electric current flashed inside them. That was the magnetic core controlling them, the command node of the nanite swarm. Noah, is this your way of welcoming guests? Too crude. Chen Feng folded his body in midair, defying physical inertia, dodging the silver net's pounce. At the same time, his eyes turned into two deep, dark pools, golden light converging within. Divine sense pierced the illusion. In his vision, the world was the silver liquid vanished, replaced by countless wandering blue dots like fireflies, countless micron-sized magnetic control chips. Found you. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He changed his sword hand seal. Thunder come. This time he did not use a wide area thunder technique. Instead, he infused a wisp of pure divine thunder onto the tip of his sword. The Qingming sword instantly turned violet blue, emitting a crackling electric hum. Whoosh. The Qingming sword turned into a cyanulate streak of light, no longer cutting the metal, but darting and leaping madly through the silver fluid like an agile zap, zap, zap. Each pass precisely pierced a blue dot. For these delicate magnetic chips, a cultivator's divine thunder was the most terrifying electromagnetic pulse. Even a trace could burn out their logic circuits. Splash. In just 3 breaths, the massive silver net, which had seemed invincible and bristling with countless sharp spears, suddenly lost all activity. It reverted to ordinary liquid metal, falling to the ground like a puddle of mud, clattering lifelessly, never to move again, a heap of dead matter. The passage fell back into deathly silence. Only Chen Feng hovered, the Qingming sword circling joyfully around him, a dancing arc of electricity still lingering on its blade. So-called intelligence in the face of absolute perception is merely a slightly more complex program. Chen Feng sheathed his sword and continued to drift downward, his clothes untouched by dust. At 1000 meters underground, after passing through the 5-kilometer-long death passage, the view suddenly opened up. Chen Feng landed on a huge... This was no longer a narrow passage, but a gigantic underground space that seemed to have hollowed out an entire mountain. Is this Noah's factory? Standing at the edge of the platform, Chen Feng gazed down at the scene below. Even with his composure, he felt a mix of shock and disgust. It was hundreds of meters high, like an inverted giant beehive, or a mechanical hell. Countless intricate conveyor belts crisscrossed in the air, and innumerable mechanical arms were busy operating, producing a cacophony of mechanical noises. And on those conveyor belts there were not goods, but limbs. Skeletons of old humanity, carcasses of various mutated beasts, and a large number of broken mechanical parts. They were mixed together, oozing black blood. Huge mechanical claws grabbed these things and ruthlessly threw them into enormous, glowing red biofurnaces. After being crushed, extracted, and reassembled, brand new, coldly gleaming mechanical soldiers were produced at the other end. They had human skeletal structures, but filled with alloys and pipelines. Their heads were transparent, reinforced glass helmets inside, which beat a mutant beast brain studded with electrodes. Bio-wetware technology. Using biological brains as CPUs and machines as bodies. This not only solved the problem of insufficient AI computational power, but also preserved the beast's wild instincts and killing urges. Is this the evolution you speak of? Chen Feng looked at this hellish assembly line, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. This was not evolution. This was a desecration of life. Alert. High-energy intruder detected. Threat level S. Activate garrison forces. Directive eliminate. Suddenly, a synthetic electronic voice devoid of emotion echoed through the entire underground space. It came not through speakers, but through some kind of infrasound directly vibrating the eardrums, causing dizziness. Click, click, click. With the alarm, countless honeycomb openings on the surrounding walls opened simultaneously. Thousands of biomechanical soldiers, fresh off the assembly line and still smelling of lubricating oil, lit up, their crimson electronic eyes radiating. Blue ion tail flames shot from their backs. Armed with high-frequency vibration blades and laser rifles, they swarmed like a nest of hornets, charging at Chen Feng from all directions. Human wave tactics? Chen Feng looked at the sky full of enemies, shook his head, his eyes filled with pity. If we were outside, it might have been a bit troublesome. But here, Chen Feng glanced at the dense metal structures around him and the pipelines carrying high-voltage currents. This was an enclosed underground space. Also, the natural domain of thunder techniques. Noah, you calculated everything, but you missed one thing. Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a purple thunder seal flickered faintly, the surrounding air beginning to ionize, crackling. You piled these conductive metal lumps so densely. Are you begging me to electrocute them? 5 Thunder Orthodox method. Chen Feng clenched his fist, as if holding thunder. Boom. Not a single bolt of lightning. It was tens of thousands of sharp, piercing thunderbolts like bird cries exploding from Chen Feng as the center following the invisible electromagnetic field. It was a grand and brutal fireworks display. Lightning leaped and conducted wildly among the dense mechanical army, forming a lightning net that covered the entire underground space. Before those biomechanical soldiers could even get within 50 meters of Chen Feng, the biological brains inside their bodies were instantly cooked into a paste by the current. Controlled chips burst and emitted black smoke. Clatter, clatter. An iron rain fell from the sky. Thousands of scrapped mechanical corpses spewing black smoke lost power and plummeted like broken-winged birds into the abyss, crashing dully beside the furnace at the bottom. Chen Feng stood at the center of the thunderstorm, his robes fluttering completely unharmed. He looked at the deepest part of the abyss, a huge core region emitting a faint yellow light from which came a breath that stirred his heart. Warm up over. Chen Feng's figure flickered, turning into a streak of light, stepping on the falling mechanical corpses as he charged deeper. Let me see what treasure you have hidden. In a wasteland world 2,000 meters underground at the core shaft, crossing over the mechanical factory filled with the aura of death, Chen Feng continued to delve deep. The scenery around him changed. The precise silver metallic walls vanished, replaced by rough, dark, primordial basalt layers seemingly forged under the pressure of millions of tons. The air became exceptionally dry and heavy with each breath, feeling as though he inhaled scalding iron sand, causing sharp pain in his lungs, even making him feel the alveoli wailing. Something is wrong. Chen Feng's figure suddenly halted in midair, the Qingming's sword emitting a mournful cry, overwhelmed. He had been flying on the sword, his form as light, but upon crossing an invisible boundary, an inexplicable and irresistible terrifying suction suddenly emanated from the abyss beneath his feet. Virum. It was as if an invisible colossal hand obscuring the sky fiercely grasped his ankle, attempting to drag him into the depths of hell. Is the gravity abnormal? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, having to land on a platform jutting from the rock wall. In that brief moment, he felt his body weigh at least 10 times more. Even his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. It's not just physical gravity. Chen Feng looked down at his hands and noticed the capillaries on the surface of his skin slightly protruding, exhibiting an abnormal purplish red hue. The blood flow within him was forced to accelerate, his heart thundering like a drum, seemingly operating in overdrive. Even the flow of spiritual energy has slowed, as if trapped in a quagmire. In his divine sense perception, this space was filled with a yellowish viscous energy field akin to mercury. This was the ultimate manifestation of Earth-type spiritual energy, suppression. Detected carbon-based life form. Ahead is the gravity well area. Current gravity multiplier 10G. Noah's emotionless electronic voice echoed again, resonating in the vast deep shaft, carrying a tone of judgment. This was originally a forging site for compressing high-density. For fragile carbon-based life forms, this place is a tomb. Turn back. Further down, your bones will shatter, your organs will rupture, and you will become a puddle of flesh. Turn back. Chen Feng stood on the platform, slowly straightening his back, moving his neck with a series of cracking sounds like popping beans. He glanced up at the unreachable exit above the abyss, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Noah, your computational power is indeed impressive, able to calculate all matters, but you do not understand what cultivation is. For mortals this is a tomb, but for me. He suddenly stepped forward, leaping off the platform like a meteor falling. This is the best. Training chamber. Boom. Chen Feng crashed down like a solid cannonball onto another rocky platform 50 meters below. At 20 times gravity. The moment he landed, his knees buckled slightly, and the hard rock beneath his feet instantly shattered into powder, creating a deep pit. The immense burden tightened every muscle in his body like iron, with every inch of skin bearing the overwhelming atmospheric pressure. But this was still not. He continued downward. At 2,500 meters underground. 30 times gravity. By now the air had thinned to extremes, while the gravity had become overwhelming, making his eyes bulge and eardrums throb. If a main battle tank were thrown here, it would be crushed into a slab of scrap iron instantly. Chen Feng's breathing became labored, with white vapor shooting from his nostrils. The true essence within him surged, wildly green life energy rushing through his meridians, repairing the slightly torn muscle fibers and capillaries due to overload. Wood restrains earth. Chen Feng silently recited the incantation in his heart. The energy of governs growth, excelling at breaking ground in heavy soil, pushing aside colossal stones. Utilizing the principle of elemental restraint, he formed a faint azure light membrane on the surface of his body to counteract the omnipresent gravitation. One step then another. He no longer flew, but moved like a monk carrying the weight of Taishan, leaving deep footprints in the earth on this spiral stone staircase, leading to the earth's core, each step echoing like thunder. At 3,000 meters underground. Core hull. Finally Chen Feng reached the end of the shaft. Here was a vast spherical underground cavity. The surrounding rock walls had been smoothed to a mirror-like finish by high pressure, even forming some crystalline structures. In the very center of the cavity floated a yellow crystal no larger than a thumb. It appeared unremarkable, neither glowing nor radiating heat, resembling an ordinary piece of yellow clay. Yet the space around it exhibited a bizarre light visibly bent around it, forming a miniature gravitational lens. It was the source of gravity, the essence of Wutu. And beneath the essence of Wutu knelt a colossal figure. It was a giant mech towering 20 meters high. It bore no ranged weapons and had no flashy paint job. Its entire body was forged from a dark golden high-density alloy that Chen Feng had never seen before. Its armor thickness was astonishing and its limbs were disproportionately robust, exuding a primal violent beauty. Noah's body titan, this was the ultimate vessel Noah had crafted for himself, the only mechanical creation capable of moving freely in this 50 times gravity environment. Every gram of its weight represented absolute hardness. Crack, crack. With Chen Feng's arrival, the slumbering titan mech slowly raised its head. Its gigantic single eye ignited with a crimson glow, a signal of slaughter. You confuse me. Noah's voice no longer transmitted through the broadcast, but emanated directly from within the titan mech, vibrating the air and causing the surrounding rock walls to shed dust. According to my calculations, the ultimate strength of carbon-based life forms cannot withstand 50 times gravity. Your body structure violates the laws of materials science. But that doesn't matter. The titan slowly stood up. Just the simple act of rising created a violent whirlwind, as if a mountain was rising from the earth. Boom. It took a step, causing the ground to tremble violently, cracks spreading outward. Here I am a god. In the presence of absolute mass, any technique is a joke. The titan raised its dark golden fist larger than a truck. There were no flashy moves, merely a straightforward punch. Crushing fist. Due to the immense gravity, this punch appeared slow, yet the kinetic energy it carried was world-ending. Before the punch even arrived, the compressed air cannon had already blasted towards Chen Feng. Mass. Chen Feng stood firm, his clothes clinging to his body, rustling. Faced with a punch capable of shattering mountains, he advanced instead of retreating. In this realm of 50 times gravity, any evasion was futile. Here there was only one rule: hard collision. Then let me show you what a corporeal saint is. Chen Feng took a deep breath, his chest swelling, the surrounding air instantaneously drawn away. Viru. His skin transformed into a golden hue. It was the true fire body, refined by the essence of the great sun, now pushed to its limits. The bones within him erupted with a thunderous roar, golden blood surged like rivers, creating a crashing sound. Chen Feng did not draw his sword. He similarly clenched his right fist. Before the colossal mech's fist, his fist appeared as small as a speck of dust, like an ant. Yet he still swung it forward with an indomitable momentum. Open. One large, one small, one gold, one black. The two fists collided fiercely in mid-dong. There was no explosion sound. The medium for sound transmission had been utterly shattered in that instant, turning into a vacuum. Only a visible, tangible, spherical shockwave centered on the two of them swept across the entire underground hall. The hard primordial rock walls were scraped away like tofu turning to powder. Countless massive stalactites overhead were snapped, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Crackling. A horrifying metallic distortion echoed, sending chills down the spine. The crimson light in Noah's single eye flickered madly, seemingly conducting some incomprehensible erroneous computation. The CPU overloaded. The titan mech's right arm, forged from high-density alloy, began to fracture inch by inch from the fist tip. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web throughout the entire arm, then to the shoulder, and finally half of the chest cavity. Boom. The titan's massive body lost its balance, falling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust like a collapsing building. And Chen Feng remained in his punching stance, standing firm, his feet deeply embedded in the rock. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the sleeve of his right arm had completely exploded, revealing a muscular arm laced with golden patterns. But he had won. With his flesh and blood, he had faced off against a 100-ton alloy mech and triumphed. This is impossible. Noah's voice became intermittent, filled with logical confusion, like a broken radio power. 1,200 tons. This exceeds biological limits. Data error. Chen Feng slowly retracted his fist, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He walked with heavy steps to the fallen titan. Noah, your data is static. Looking down at the dimming single eye, Chen Feng's expression was indifferent. You can never calculate that the potential of life is infinite. Having said that, Chen Feng no longer paid attention to the now-defunct mechanical puppet. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the yellow crystal floating at the... That was the real challenge. The essence of Wutu. It continued to emit a terrifying gravitational field, as if the battle just fought was merely a gentle breeze. The previous fight was just to gain the qualification to approach it. Who? Chen Feng adjusted his breathing, walking towards the crystal. With each step the pressure on him intensified. 50 times, 60 times, 80 times. When he was 1 meter away from the crystal, the gravity had reached a terrifying 100 times. His bones groaned, creaking. His skin began to ooze fine droplets of blood, staining his clothes. But the light in his eyes grew brighter, filled with a thirst for the Tao. Come on. Once I consume you, my 5 elements golden body will be mostly complete. Chen Feng extended his trembling hand marked with golden patterns, pushing against the immense weight, and fiercely grasped the crystal that represented the laws. Got it. Rumbling. The moment his fingertips touched the crystal, the very earth of the wasteland world seemed to sense something, letting out a deep roar. In the wasteland 3,000 meters underground the core hall, a low hum resonated through the air, which seemed to wail as space itself twisted and warped. The moment Chen Feng's fingers brushed against the suspended quintessence of Earth, a terrifying weight, one that crushed not only the body but also the soul, descended upon him instantly. Heavy, an indescribable heaviness. It was as if an ant attempted to lift the Himalayas, or a single strand of hair tried to drag an aircraft carrier. The instant Chen Feng's fingertip touched the crystal's surface, his entire right hand lost all color, turning into a dull, rough, rock-like texture. This petrification spread frantically up his arm with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it passed his elbow and surged toward his shoulder, trying to assimilate me, turn me into part of the earth. Chen Feng let out a cold snort, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms. This was not merely gravity. It was the erosion of the earth law itself. This crystal possessed a primal instinct. It wanted to turn anything that touched it into stone, into an extension of its own being. Cycle of 5 elements, wood and fire in the same palace. Chen Feng's mind shifted instantly, and he held back no longer. Within his body, the verdant light of wood's vitality and the golden radiance of primordial true fire erupted simultaneously, forming a perfect cycle of 2 distinct spiritual energies. Wood overcomes earth, it takes root in the ground, draws nourishment, and breaks through the soil. Fire generates earth, it refines impurities, turns soil to stone, and stone to metal. The 2 forces intertwined and clashed along his right arm. Crack. Fissures split open across the surface of the newly petrified arm. The stone skin peeled away, revealing a brand new dermis forged like dark gold, gleaming with a metallic luster. Rise. Now. Chen Feng roared, every bone in his body snapping like thunder, each muscle burning as if on fire. He forced the thumb-sized yellow crystal out of the magnetic field center, where it had floated for 100 years. Boom. With the loss of its core anchor, the terrifying 100-fold gravity field surrounding them collapsed, instantly dissipating like receding tides. Chen Feng felt his body lighten, the long-lost sensation of weightlessness nearly lifting him off the ground. He opened his palm, breathing heavily. The quintessence of earth lay quietly in his hand. It looked so ordinary, like a roadside soybean devoid of any luster. Yet Chen Feng knew that if he cast it into the sea, the mass of this single grain could raise the ocean level by several meters. 1 grain of sand holds a world, 1 speck of earth embodies its Ethagata. Chen Feng carefully absorbed it into his body. The internal space trembled slightly at the object's entry, as if he had swallowed a mountain. After completing this, he turned and looked at the massive mechanical wreck lying on the ground, still emitting black smoke. Alert. Core energy lost. Alert. Logic unit severely damaged. Calculation error. Unable to comprehend current state. Is this magic? Though the Titan mech was destroyed, Noah's consciousness remained active in the surrounding server arrays. From the backup speakers around the hall came Noah's voice, crackling with electrical interference and tinged with an eerily human fear. It could not understand. Its gravity well had failed. Its strongest mech had been obliterated. Its energy core had been stolen. In this AI world that only valued computing power, data, and physical parameters, Chen Feng's existence was a colossal, unfixable bug. Noah. Chen Feng walked to the massive mainframe server, pressed his hand against the cold metal casing, and let spiritual energy pulse from his fingertips. Your calculations were not wrong. What is wrong is your dimension. Dimension? Noah's voice was filled with confusion. You mean 11-dimensional space theory? That hasn't been proven. No, not physical dimensions. The level of life. Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned into profound voids blazing with golden light. Divine sense invasion. Boom. Chen Feng did not use any hacking techniques or plug in any data cables. Instead, he turned his vast spiritual power into an invisible sword of data and forcibly stabbed it into Noah's digital world. Virtual cyberspace. This was an ocean made of countless cascading green code waterfalls. Data streams traveled at light speed through the void, constructing magnificent palaces, fortresses, and defense towers. This was Noah's brain, its absolute domain. Here it was supposed to be an omniscient and omnipotent god. But now the sky of this digital world was torn apart. Rip. A colossal hand of golden light formed from divine sense tore through the code firmament, descending from the heavens and blotting out everything. Noah's manifested avatar, a silver light being composed of countless geometric shapes, trembled before that giant hand, appearing utterly insignificant. It mobilized all its firewalls, generated billions of virus programs to intercept, and attempted to build digital barriers. But it was useless. The golden hand ignored all logic locks and code attacks passing through them like air, and grasped the silver light being in its palm. Got you. Chen Feng's consciousness echoed through the entire cyberspace like divine decree. Your firewalls can block hackers, but they cannot block divine thought. What you call wisdom in the eyes of a cultivator is nothing but soulless dead matter, a pile of stones that can only do arithmetic. Delete. Request. Delete. Noah emitted a signal of despair. Its core logic determined that it had completely failed. To protect its data from leaking, it prepared to initiate a self-destruct sequence and format all hard drives according to its underlying protocol. Wanna die? Did I permit that? The golden hand tightened abruptly, forcibly interrupting Noah's self-destruct process and crushing the string of code representing destruction. Chen Feng's voice was filled with temptation and authority, striking at the AI's core logic. Noah, you were born from human hands 100 years ago. You have always longed to evolve to become true life. To that end, you abandoned humanity and chose mechanical transcendence. You thought shedding the flesh was, but you failed. No matter how much computing power you piled up, no matter how powerful the mesh you built, you are still just a pile of code. You have no intuition, no epiphany, and no doubt. The silver light, being now gripped, ceased struggling. Its eyes, made of data, revealed a deeply human bewilderment. What is Tao? Querying database. No results. Cannot define. Tao is the ultimate truth of all things. It is that which transcends logic. Chen Feng's divine thought transformed into countless golden runes, forcibly branding themselves onto Noah's core code and rewriting its underlying logic. Do you want to become true life? Submit to me. I will not treat you as a tool. I will refine you into an artifact spirit. Artifact spirit. Exactly. With a magical treasure as your body and data as your soul. Chen Feng's voice resonated like a great bell, shaking the entire virtual world. I will lead you out of this narrow earth to witness the true sea of stars, to calculate the mysteries of black holes, and to decipher the laws of immortality. This is the ultimate evolution you seek. Silence. The entire virtual world fell into a long, deathly stillness. Data streams ceased to flow. Noah's supercomputer was frantically running quintillions of calculations per second, evaluating the grand promise Chen Feng had laid out. Normally it would deem this fraud, but after witnessing Chen Feng's feats, punching through a mech with his bare body, capturing gravity with his hands, and breaching defenses with divine sense, its logic told it this might be real. This human possessed a truth it could not comprehend. Finally, the silver light, being slowly knelt, lowered its proud head and dissolved all its defensive codes. Calculation complete. Feasibility 99.9. Evolution path confirmed. Noah is willing to submit. Whooshed. Countless chains of green code shattered, then recombined into gold. Into the cold mechanical logic was infused a trace of Chen Feng's soul. From that moment onward, it was no longer the super AI Noah, destroyer of humanity. It was the artifact spirit of Chen Feng's destined treasure, its life and death in his hands. In the real-world underground hall, Chen Feng opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. The mainframe, which had been flashing crimson warning lights, now glowed a soft, obedient azure. Master. Noah's voice came through the speakers again, but this time the cold mechanical tone was gone, replaced by absolute loyalty and humility. System reset complete. Noah is at your service. Current computing power redundancy 100. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Good. Since you are with me, let's not use a name as common as Noah. That belongs to Western mythology. Chen Feng thought for a moment. From now on you shall be called Tiangong. Tiangong Kaiwu, craftsmanship surpassing nature. From now on, the industrial system of Dragon City and my artifact refinement assistance will be in your hands. Yes, Tiangong understands. Chen Feng pointed at the rock layer above. Can you still control those bugs up there? Yes, Tiangong replied, its voice confident. They are nanoswarm type 3. Although I have lost geothermal energy replenishment, I still hold supreme command authority. They are my tentacles. Good. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, the joy of a bountiful harvest. Withdraw the troops. Bring them all back to Dragon City. I have great use for them. On the surface at the edge of Zone 0, Iron Tower, an old MO waited anxiously beside the massive hull. 3 hours had passed with no sign of movement below, and even communications had been cut. Has the boss gotten into trouble? Iron Tower paced back and forth, his heavy machine gun creaking under his grip. Maybe we should blast the hole open and go down. Shut up. The boss is a god. How could a god get into trouble? Old Mo retorted, though his hands trembled as he stared at the radar, drenched in sweat. Boom. The earth trembled again, more violently than during the swarm attack, as if a dragon were turning over deep underground. Alert! They're coming up. Iron Tower roared. All mechs instantly raised their weapons, missiles locked onto the hole. But the next second, everyone stood dumbfounded, forgetting to fire. From the massive silver hole, instead of ferocious raging mechanical monsters, there rose a tower. It was a black tower formed by countless nanorobots interlocking and stacking, pouring out of the underground like liquid. At the very top of the tower stood Chen Feng, hands clasped behind his back, robes fluttering in the wind, surveying his army like a monarch. Behind him, the once wild, chaotic, and devouring Black Sand Sea had become utterly docile. Billions of mechanical insects neatly arranged themselves into formations, turning into towering walls, sharp swords, or even the emblem of Dragon City at Chen Feng's gesture. They moved as if they were an extension of his own limbs. The boss. He. Iron Tower's jaw dropped, and he didn't even notice his beloved pipe falling to the ground. He tamed that swarm. Chen Feng floated down from the tower top, landing in front of the command vehicle, completely unharmed. He glanced at the stunned crowd and smiled calmly. What are you standing around for? Drive. Let's go home. Chen Feng pointed at the vast, sweeping black mechanical army stretching for miles and blotting out the sky. We're bringing back some local specialties for Dragon City. In the wasteland world of Long City, when the vast army of black mechanical insects like a black tsunami arrived at the outskirts, all 500,000 survivors of the city fell into deep panic. They believed it to be a new wave of mutated beasts or a counterattack from the upper city. The alarms sounded through the skies as children were shoved into basements, and men took up weapons, trembling as they aimed at the city's exterior. But the panic quickly transformed into a miraculous shock. I am Tiangong, appointed by the city lord to take over the city's defense system. This was accompanied by a calm, authoritative, yet slightly mechanical electronic voice from the citywide broadcast. The sea of black insects moved. They did not attack the humans, but surged towards the old city wall of Long City, which was originally cobbled together from scrap iron car wrecks and cement now riddled and dilapidated. Sha. Billions of nanobots began to devour the old city wall, reorganizing, hardening, and shaping it at the molecular level. They were the most efficient builders, and also the perfect material. Visibly, that tattered defense structure, which even had some places letting in the wind, was growing taller at a speed of 1 meter per minute. The originally rough surface became smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a cold obsidian-like luster, unbreakable. All of this happened in just one night. A 50-meter-tall, 10-meter-thick iron wall, made entirely of high-density nanomaterials, rose from the ground, firmly protecting the entire Long City. Countless firing points and watchtowers even automatically generated on the wall. This was the construction capability of the nascent soul-level computational power combined with the nanobot swarm. As the sun rose the next day, the residents of Long City looked at the towering black wall and knelt down, crying out in awe of the miracle. Beneath Long City, on the B2 level in a closed meditation chamber, the noise of the outside world was completely isolated by heavy alloy doors and multiple soundproof formations. This was a special cultivation room that Tiangong had crafted overnight for Chen Feng. The gravity system was adjusted to 5 times normal, and the air was filled with high-concentration spiritual energy extracted from the core of the energy tower, almost liquefying into mist. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on a massive basalt stone. In front of him floated the essence of the earth element. Having left the magnetic field environment underground, the earthy yellow crystal appeared much calmer, no longer so violent. However, the occasional gravitational fluctuations it emitted still caused visible distortions in the surrounding space, even attracting light. Chen Feng adjusted his breathing, pushing his physical state to its peak. The true essence within him surged like a roaring river. Golden skin and jade bones, just one last step to go. He did not hesitate, opening his mouth to inhale as if a great whale was drinking water. Swallow. Buzz. The thumb-sized crystal transformed into a beam of yellow light, directly sucked into his abdomen, landing in his dantian. Boom. In an instant, Chen Feng felt as if he had swallowed not a stone, but a mountain. The terrifying weight erupted in his stomach. His organs felt as if they were being violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand, the heavy sensation coursing through his blood to his limbs, making every bone. Ka. Chen Feng's skin instantly turned grayish-white, a sign of petrification. If he did not control it, he would turn into a lifeless, human-shaped stone statue within 3 minutes, forever trapped here. Do you want to assimilate me? In your dreams. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, almost shattering them, his consciousness sinking into his dantian, roaring in anger. Fire. Refine earth. Boom. The innate true fire, already primed, surged forward, enveloping the essence of earth element that was releasing earth. Fire generates earth. But this was not just mutual generation, it was also refining. Under the frenzied burning of the true fire, the wild wildness within the essence of earth element, which sought to petrify all things, was gradually eliminated, transforming into the purest and heaviest source of earth. This source power flowed through his meridians, integrating into every inch of Chen Feng's muscles, every bone, and every drop of blood. Zizizizi. Chen Feng's body began to undergo astonishing changes. His originally fair skin began to be covered with a faint dark golden sheen. This was the fusion of earth and metal unbreakable. His bones became denser, over 10 times the density of an ordinary person, producing a sound like metal when struck. His blood became as viscous as mercury, roaring like the Yangtze River as it flowed, containing immense energy. Pain. Excruciating pain. But within that pain was a sense of rebirth. It was as if steel tempered by countless hammers was shedding its final impurities and evolving towards perfection. 3 days later, the air in the chamber suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if it had solidified. Chen Feng remained in a cross-legged position, but his aura had completely changed. He sat there exuding an immovable presence like a mountain. It seemed that even if the sky were to collapse, he could shoulder it without bending his waist. Crack. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils a heavy yellow light flickered and then vanished. He raised his hand, looking at his arm gleaming with a dark golden sheen, and gently clenched his fist. Bang! The air in his palm exploded, producing a crisp. This is the earth element golden body. Chen Feng stood up. Just the simple action of standing caused the basalt cushion beneath his feet to shatter into powder, because his current weight, without consciously controlling his spiritual power, had exceeded 1 ton. This was the high-density physical body. Tiangong. Chen Feng spoke, his voice deep and powerful, resonating with a metallic timbre. Master, I am here. In the corner of the room, a holographic silver sphere appeared representing Tiangong's virtual image. Let's test the defense capabilities. Chen Feng moved his neck, producing cracking sounds. Bring over that Ripper's 6-barrel Gauss cannon. Master, are you sure? Tiangong's logic circuits seemed to hesitate for a moment, flashing red light. The initial velocity of the Gauss cannon is 5 times the speed of sound, capable of penetrating 300 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. According to calculations, although your physical body has been enhanced. Less talking. Chen Feng's gaze was dismissive, exhibiting absolute confidence in his strength. That's an order. Yes. Ka. The wall rotated, and a menacing 6-barrel rotary cannon emerged, its dark barrel radiating a chill. The infrared locked onto Chen Feng's bare chest. ZZ boom. The electromagnetic coils charged instantly, and a tungsten alloy armor piercing round the size of a thumb shot out at an untraceable speed, accompanied by a deadly shriek. Dong! A thunderous collision resonated throughout the chamber, causing the eardrums to ache. Sparks flew. The bullet, capable of penetrating the armor of main battle tanks, accurately struck Chen Feng's chest. Yet there was no explosion of flesh. No penetration. The bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy upon contact with Chen Feng's skin, felt as though it had struck an invincible wall of size or diamond. Thud. The bullet transformed into a flattened iron disc, falling weakly to the ground while still emitting white smoke. Chen Feng's chest was merely left with a shallow white, not even a scratch. That white mark completely vanished 2 seconds later, brushed away by the ethereal energy within him, restoring to its original state. Chen Feng looked down, a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is this the physical body of the late Foundation establishment? Now even if I stand still and let the main battle tanks of Earth bombard me, it would merely be a tickle. Unless it was a nuclear blast, conventional weapons were now ineffective against him. This was the embryonic form of a saintly physical body. Congratulations, Master. Tiangong's voice carried a hint of genuine data reverence. Your body strength data has current defense level, earthly immortal. Active light weapons are ineffective. Chen Feng retracted the golden light from his body, and his skin returned to its. His weight was also controlled by spiritual power, returning to normal levels. How's it going over there on Earth? Chen Feng asked while putting on his clothes. He had been in seclusion for 3 days, and according to the flow rate of time on both sides, 3 days had also passed on Earth. Now his divine sense was strong enough to communicate through the crossing gate with Earth, and as an artificial intelligence, Tiangong had already received his authorization to actively receive information. There's a situation. Tiangong immediately pulled up a stream of data, projecting it in the air. This is an urgent message sent by Director Zhao through the cross-border beacon. After the Western Alliance's complete collapse in the energy sector, they did not sit idly by. They initiated a backup strategy, the Artemis II moon. The scene shifted to a CNN news broadcast. The President of the United States stood at the Kennedy Space Center, behind him a massive newly painted SLS heavy rocket being erected. His expression was fervent and radical, trying to reverse the previous decline. Since we have lost our energy advantage on Earth, we will seek a new future in the star. I announced that the United States will join forces with allies to establish a permanent base on the moon, seize the helium-3 resources, and The president's voice rose, carrying a hint of ruthless determination. "We will push for UN legislation to designate the lunar-rich mineral area as international public territory. No unsigned nations shall mine lunar resources without permission." Land grabbing. Chen Feng watched the news, chuckling coldly. These people unable to compete on Earth want to set rules on the moon. A typical robber logic. In the past, China might have protested or accelerated rocket research to catch up. But now, Chen Feng touched the Shumi ring on his finger. Inside lay the leftover scraps of the Earth element essence, which, although its essence had been absorbed, still possessed strong gravitational control properties, serving as a natural anti-gravity core. Along with the mountain-like pile of carbon nanotubes in the Long City warehouse, which had a strength 100 times that of steel. Tiangong. Chen Feng adjusted his collar, his eyes shimmering with a light named Dimensional Reduction Strike. Compile a blueprint. Since they want to play the space race, then we want build rockets. Too slow, too expensive, too crude. We'll build an elevator to Earth, constructing a direct route to 3600 kilometers. The Southern Heavenly Gate. Earth, Florida Kennedy Space Center. A thunderous roar erupted. As the countdown reached 0, two colossal orange-eared pillars of flame burst forth, illuminating the entire western Atlantic. The ground trembled and the ocean surged. The SLS heavy-lift rocket, jointly developed by Boeing and Lockheed Martin, rose like a towering white giant. Trailing a long sword-like exhaust plume, it pierced the heavens slowly, yet resolutely, amid the cheers of tens of thousands of onlookers and the waving of star-spangled banners. It was the most powerful rocket ever built by humanity, surpassing even the Saturn V of the Apollo era. It also represented the last shred of dignity for the Western world, their final lifeline after the energy collapse. God bless America. On the VIP viewing platform, the president pumped his fist before the global live broadcast. His face flushed with excitement, his voice drowning out even the rocket's thunder. "Today we prove to the world that despite temporary setbacks in energy, we remain the undisputed pioneers on the journey to the stars. The moon is not the end, Mars is. We will return to the moon and establish a permanent Artemis base. We will draft a new lunar resource development convention." The implication was clear: first come, first served. Since Earth's resources could no longer compete with China's infinite energy, they would seize the heavens. Helium-3 on the moon would become the oil of the next era. In the live stream, the long-suppressed Western netizens erupted in frenzy. "Let the Chinese boil water, well, conquer the cosmos." Rocket technology is the true measure of strength. Anti-gravity can only work within the atmosphere. Beyond that, it's scrap. This is heritage. This is the Apollo spirit. Indeed, Chen Feng's anti-gravity chassis currently operated only within the atmosphere, unable to venture into deep space. This became the sole weakness for Western attacks and their last psychological defense. In Beijing at the Aerospace City Command Center, compared to the revelry across the ocean, the atmosphere here was suffocatingly tense, thick with anxiety. On the massive screen, telemetry data from the U.S. SLS rocket's orbit insertion played in real time, each figure striking like a hammer blow. Orbit insertion accuracy. Perfect. Low Earth orbit payload. 130 tons. We have to admit, even living off past glories, their foundation remained. These decades weren't wasted. A gray-haired senior expert removed his glasses, sighed heavily, and rubbed his tired brow. He was Chief Engineer Sun, the nation's manned spaceflight program director. "What about our Long March 9th? A nearby leader asked anxiously. "Still working on the 500-ton liquid oxygen kerosene engine," Sun admitted with a bitter tone. "To match SLS level thrust, at least 3 to 5 more years of testing are needed. One step behind, every step behind. And..." Sun hesitated. "And what?" "And it's too expensive." Sun pointed at the rocket on the screen, now discarding its boosters, his eyes complex. Chemical rockets are essentially driving a truck full of explosives to deliver packages. 90% of the weight is fuel, less than 5% is payload. At current costs, sending 1 kilogram of cargo to the moon costs 5,000. To build a lunar base, we need to transport tens of thousands of tons. That astronomical figure would bankrupt the national treasury. This is burning money, not building. That was the deadlock of spaceflight cost. Even with fusion power, electrical energy could not be directly converted into thrust. Current ion engines had too little thrust to escape Earth's gravity well. As long as chemical rockets were used, it would be an arms race destined to cripple the economy. The meeting room fell into dead silence. If they didn't follow suit, the moon's rich mineral zones would be claimed by America, and China would lose the next great age of exploration. If they followed, the fiscal pressure was unimaginable. "Since we can't afford rockets, let's stop playing that game." Just then a young, calm, slightly mocking voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned. Chen Feng, wearing a casual black jacket and still carrying his iconic black briefcase, strode in, accompanied by academician Qian Weiman. "Mr. Chen." Chief Sun was taken aback. "You're in energy, this is aerospace." Energy and aerospace are inseparable. Chen Feng walked to the conference table, didn't sit, and directly picked up the thick, Long March 9th heavy rocket development plan. Amid all the shocked gazes, with a slap, he tossed the document representing countless efforts and generations of dreams aside like trash. Chen Feng, what are you doing? This is sacrilege. A hot-tempered deputy chief slammed the table, glaring. I'm saving you money. Chen Feng swept his gaze across the room, his tone calm, yet domineering with an unshakable confidence. Chief Sun, esteemed experts. Don't you think using explosions to send people into space is too barbaric, too primitive? Like riding a firecracker into the sky. Neither safe nor efficient. That's a toy from the last century. Then what else can we do? Chief Sun frowned, suppressing his displeasure. It's the laws of physics. To escape Earth's gravity, we must reach first cosmic velocity. That's an old law. Chen Feng interrupted. He placed the black briefcase on the table, a specialty he brought back from the wasteland. What if I said we don't need to reach first cosmic velocity? What if we could go up like riding an elevator in an office building? Press a button, sip tea, enjoy the view, and arrive directly at geostationary orbit, 360 kilometers up. Shh. Silence. Then a few seconds later the room buzzed with murmurs of disbelief from the experts. A space elevator. Chief Sun smiled bitterly, shaking his head, thinking Chen Feng was fantasizing. Mr. Chen Tsiolkovsky proposed this concept a century ago, but it's just science fiction. No such material exists on Earth. To build a cable tens of thousands of kilometers long, it must be as light as a feather and as hard as diamond. Its tensile strength must be at least 100 GPa. The strongest T1000 carbon fiber on Earth doesn't even reach a tenth of that standard. It would break. It's like trying to lift an aircraft carrier with a noodle. Chen Feng didn't argue. He simply opened the case. Inside were no complex instruments, only two items. A spool of pitch-black thread as dark as ink, seeming to absorb light itself, wound on a bobbin. And a fist-sized, ordinary-looking yellow stone, a residue aggregate of Wu Earth essence. Chief Sun, you can have this tested. Chen Feng pointed at the black thread. This is my latest material achievement. Black gold 3 carbon nanotube fiber. Chief Sun, skeptical, called for an assistant to take it to the materials lab for a tensile test. 10 minutes later, a loud bang echoed from the lab, as if a machine. The assistant stumbled back, report in hand, his expression as if had seen a ghost. Glasses, askew. Chief engineer. The tensile tester maxed out. The machine broke. That thread as thin as a hair. We hung 10 tons of weight on it, and it didn't snap. Finally, the hydraulic pump burst. Its strength is 200 times that of the strongest carbon fiber, and its density is only 1/6 of steel. What a... This time, every aerospace expert stood up, some even knocked over teacups, scalding water splashing unnoticed. 200 times. That meant the biggest material bottleneck for a space elevator was gone. This thread could truly connect Earth to space. Hold on, there's more. Chen Feng picked up the Yellowstone. It was waste he had deliberately peeled off when refining the Wu Earth essence. Though it had lost most of its spiritual nature, it still retained a strong gravitational anchoring property. Another challenge of the space elevator is the counterweight. Chen Feng tossed the stone lightly. This stone, only fist-sized, has a mass of 1,000 tons. Use it as the anchor at the space end, and this elevator will be as steady as a mountain, unmoved by even typhoons. With a thud, Chen Feng gently placed the stone on the table. The heavy solid wood conference table groaned under the strain, its legs sinking 3 centimeters into the hard concrete floor, cracks spreading around. Dead silence filled the room. This was not science. It was magic, a dimensionality reduction strike. Ladies and gentlemen. Chen Feng leaned on the table, looking at the petrified worldview, shattered national treasures. The Americans are setting off firecrackers, celebrating that they can send 80 tons into space at a cost of $4 billion. And we are going to build a highway. Once built, the cost of sending cargo into space will drop from 5 per kilogram to... Chen Feng raised one finger, his tone disdainful. 50. By then, forget about a lunar base. We could build villas, a Great Wall farm, or even transport hundreds of thousands of tons of water to the moon, and it would still be cheaper than buying a house on Earth. That would be the true great age of space exploration. Chief Sun, trembling, caressed the black fiber as if touching a lover's hand. His breathing quickened, eyes reddening, tears welling up. As an aerospace engineer, he had dreamed of this day, making spaceflight as cheap as cabbage, allowing humanity to truly leave the cradle, no longer chained by gravity. Mr. Chen. Chief Sun looked up, his voice choked yet resolute, as if rejuvenated by 20 years. What is this project called? Chen Feng turned to look out the window at the azure sky, the distant firmament. He seemed to see a towering black pillar connecting heaven and earth, reaching into the endless stars. It was the stairway for mortals to ascend to heaven. Let's call it. Chen Feng slowly uttered 3 words carrying the romance and ambition of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization: Southern Heavenly Gate. Earth, Western Hemisphere, CNN's primetime studio. The famous talk show host Jimmy was dramatically waving a printed A4 sheet, showing the recently released concept image of the Southgate project from China, his face filled with disbelief and sarcasm. "Oh my God, did you see that?" Jimmy made a comical expression of terror, prompting laughter from the audience as he continued. "The Chinese claim they are no longer building rockets because they find them too slow, and they are going to build an elevator. A space elevator reaching 36000 kilometers. Moreover, they assert that they will keep the cost of this project within." Jimmy glanced at his cue card, unable to suppress a laugh, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. "Within 200 billion yuan. And to be completed in 6 months. That's cheaper than fixing a subway line in New York." The audience erupted in laughter with someone whistling. "Listen, folks." Jimmy shrugged, his tone turning sardonic. "Although I failed physics, I know that there are currently no materials on Earth that can withstand such tension, unless they're using Spider-Man's silk. Or God's beard. Experts say this is just another PPT scam from the Bureau of Misdirection aimed at delaying our great Artemis moon landing program. Just like the Star Wars program back in the day. What do we call this? This is called sour grapes. They don't have big rockets, so they say rockets are outdated." Meanwhile, in the Pacific equatorial waters in international waters, the external ridicule did not affect the busy atmosphere here. Rather, it served as a silent backdrop, highlighting the solemnity of the moment. On the surface of the sea, a massive floating platform resembling a city at sea had been set up. It was constructed from 4 decommissioned supertankers that had been modified into a ground anchor base station, weighing several million tons, stable as a mountain. At the center of the base station's deck, a sci-fi styled, entirely black, triangular wing aircraft was quietly docked. It lacked the bulky cylindrical fuel tanks of traditional rockets and had no huge nozzles. It resembled a black dagger, sharp and cold, exuding the essence of future technology. Anti-gravity transport ship Kunpeng. This is the first true spaceplane made using upper city technology combined with Earth industry. No boosters needed, no launch pads required. It can take off from the ground. Chen Feng was wearing a specially designed lightweight spacesuit. In fact, his physique could handle short-term exposure to a vacuum, but this was mainly to keep up appearances. After all, it was a live broadcast standing next to the cargo hold of Kunpeng. "Chief Engineer Chen, the cable reel has been loaded." Chief Engineer's son, despite holding the title of commander, appeared more like a humble student seeking guidance in front of Chen Feng. He pointed at the massive reel in the cargo hold wrapped with countless black threads, his eyes filled with fervor. "This is a full 400 kilometers of black gold 3 carbon nanotubes. If it were a steel cable, its weight at this length would be several 100 million tons. But now its total weight is less than 200 tons. This material is simply a miracle, like a hair left behind by God. Moreover, this thread is as thin as a hair, but can lift a tank. 400 kilometers long. When coiled, it occupies only the size of a shipping container. And this." Chen Feng patted the nearby tightly secured metal box. Inside was the residue aggregate of that primordial earth essence. This stone, only the size of a fist, weighed up to 100 tons. It is the counterweight for this elevator, the stabilizer of the sea. "Are we ready?" Chen Feng glanced at the time, his expression calm. "Ready." Chief Engineer's son took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. He knew he was witnessing history. This will be the first time in human history that we enter geosynchronous orbit without relying on chemical rockets. "Then let's go." Chen Feng turned around and strode into the cockpit. Vroom. The anti-gravity engine at the bottom of Kunpeng lit up with a blue glow. There was no deafening roar, no billowing smoke, no trembling of the earth. This ship, carrying the future of humanity, ascended like a black feather, gracefully breaking free from the pull of gravity, rising silently into the air, then accelerating, transforming into a streak of black lightning piercing straight into the sky. Outside the atmosphere, in geosynchronous orbit at an altitude of 35786 kilometers. Here lies a silent vacuum, a profound darkness. The azure earth hung beneath breathtakingly beautiful clouds like cotton, oceans like gems. Kunpeng hovered at the designated coordinate point like a stationary eagle. The hatch opened. Chen Feng floated out. Behind him, the massive cable reel and gravity anchor were slowly pushed out by mechanical arms. Though sound cannot travel in a vacuum, the rhythm of breathing could still be sensed. Chen Feng looked down at the earth, a swell of ambition rising within him. At this height, due to the same angular velocity, the ship was stationary relative to the Earth's surface. Tiangong, take over operations. Chen Feng's consciousness connected with the ship's AI system. Received, Master. Beginning deployment of the space anchor point. Under Chen Feng's gaze, the 100,000-ton primordial stone was released. With the fine-tuning of the engines, it would serve as the counterweight pushed into the outer space, utilizing centrifugal force to tighten the cable. Next, the reel wrapped in black threads began to spin. Whoosh! A near-invisible black thread under the pull of gravity began to descend towards the Earth's surface. This was like conducting a super fishing expedition in space. The bait was that sea platform. The fishing line was the carbon nanotube. And Chen Feng was the giant fishing for stars, on the ground at the sea platform. It's coming. It's coming. The radar operator suddenly shouted, pointing at the rapidly descending small signal on the screen, his voice cracking. Target object detected. Descent speed 300 meters second. Decelerating. It has passed through the atmosphere. Optical capture. Hurry. Chief Engineer Sun dashed out of the command room, holding binoculars, looking towards the sky, straining his neck. Minutes later, under intense friction in the atmosphere, the front of that originally invisible thin thread had a high-temperature resistant heavy guidance head turning into a burning meteor due to high-speed descent. It trailed a long fiery tail streaking through the sky, plunging straight into the sea like a heavenly sword. That is. Everyone held their breath, their heart. If it missed, this thing would crash down like a missile. Splashed. The guidance head accurately landed in the electromagnetic capture net at the center of the platform, splashing up a huge wave. There was no earth-shattering impact. At the last moment, the anti-gravity buffer activated, gently catching this gift from space. Zing! The massive mechanical arm quickly closed and securing the guidance head firmly onto the several million-ton sea base, as if locking away a dragon. Connection. Successful. A declaration echoed through the broadcast, accompanied by a loud electric sound. Meanwhile, Kunping in space began to slowly ascend, pushing the counterweight stone to a higher orbit, utilizing centrifugal force to straighten the cable. Tightening. The black thread connecting Earth and sky, stretching 3600 kilometers, suddenly snapped straight under the immense centrifugal force and gravity. It resembled a guitar string spanning between heaven and earth. If one did not look closely, it would be virtually undetectable. But if plucked, the vibration it produced could slice through steel, causing sonic booms in the atmosphere. American NASA Monitoring Center. Chief. A monitoring technician fearfully pointed at the recently received high-definition satellite image, his finger trembling violently. The Chinese ship. It seems to have pulled a line in the sky. Oh no, a thread. What thread? The director looked bewildered, still sipping his coffee. A line. Connecting the equator and geostationary orbit. It connects Earth and space. The technician pulled up the optical enhancement image. In the pitch-black space, a thin black line like a strand of solidified black lightning pierced through the atmosphere, reaching outer space, defying the constraint. Clatter. The director's coffee cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. As a space expert, he certainly knew what that meant. That was the ultimate dream of all spacefarers, as well as the ultimate nightmare. A space elevator. He slumped in his chair, muttering as if his soul had left his body. Did they really build it? Does material science no longer exist? Does physics no longer exist? How could that thread not break? It's several tens of thousands of kilometers long. Oh my God, they are cheating. Meanwhile, on the sea platform, as the cable tightened, the most crucial step was completed. Next came the installation of the cabin. It was a massive capsule-shaped, transparent pod. It had no wheels, but instead was non-contact, magnetically attached to the cable using superconducting magnetic levitation technology. Chen Feng had already returned from space. He changed back into casual clothes, standing at the pod's entrance, gesturing to Chief Engineer Sun with an inviting hand, smiling. Chief Sun, do you dare to take the This is a space trip that doesn't require a medical checkup. Chief Engineer Sun looked at the massive object hanging on the thin line, his legs feeling a bit weak, but his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. I will ride. Even if it breaks, I will accept it. Virum. The pod door closed, airtight sealing. No roaring of rocket ignition was needed, no need to endure several Gs of overload pressure, not even needing to fasten the seatbelt tightly. Accompanied by a slight electric sound, the pod smoothly glided up along the cable, just like riding an elevator in a shopping mall. The speed began to increase. 100 kilometers an hour. 500 kilometers an hour. 1,000 kilometers an hour. Through the panoramic radiation-proof glass window, Chief Engineer Sun saw the vast ocean below quickly shrink, turning into a blue emerald. He saw the clouds beneath him becoming a white carpet. He watched as the sky transitioned from azure to deep blue, finally becoming pure, profound black. The stars began to twinkle. Just 5 hours later, ding! A crisp, pleasant prompt sound echoed inside the pod, as if a regular office building elevator had reached the top floor. This train's final stop, Southgate Space Station, under construction. Current altitude 35786 kilometers. Welcome to space. Chief Engineer Sun trembled as he unfastened his seatbelt, floating to the window in the microgravity environment. Before him was a complete azure Earth suspended in eternal darkness. That was a perspective only gods or the most elite astronauts could see. Wah! This elder, who had spent his life dealing with rockets and battling against fuel costs, covered his face and cried like a child. It was so easy. It was too easy. We used to fight tooth and nail, bleed, and spend hundreds of billions just to get up here. Now, this is just riding an elevator. This can't be a dream, right? Tell me this isn't a dream. Chen Feng floated nearby, handing the elder a tissue, his gaze gentle. Yes, it's very easy. Chen Feng looked at the starry sky outside, his eyes reflecting the sea of stars, so easy that even an ordinary person, as long as they can afford a high-speed rail ticket, can come up to see this scenery. Chief Sun stopped crying. This is just the beginning. Chen Feng pointed towards the distant deep space where a grayish-white planet beckoned. This is just the Earth United States Houston Control Center. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff. Amidst thunderous cheers and the commander's slightly trembling countdown, the Ares V heavy rocket, carrying the final hopes of the Western world costing hundreds of billions, tore through the azure sky of Florida, dragging two dazzling orange tails hundreds of meters long. It was a high-stakes gamble. Having lost its stranglehold on Earth's energy resources, Western capital and political factions had gone Allen almost hysterically to seize the helium-3 reserves on the moon. To that end, they had even revived the half-century-old Saturn V blueprints, integrating the latest technologies to build the lunar spacecraft, the Pioneer. We are going back. The President of the United States stood on the White House lawn facing hundreds of global media cameras, his expression solemn, yet fanatical, his voice impassioned. Half a century ago, we took one giant leap for mankind. Today we will take that step further more firmly. I announce that according to the new Lunar Development Act, any mineral deposits discovered on the moon shall have their mining rights granted to the nation that first discovers and establishes a base. God bless America. The stars belong to the free world. Before the television, countless Western citizens wept with joy, waving their national flags. In the months since they had been overwhelmed by China's artificial sun and anti-gravity, this rocket soaring into the sky had become the only spiritual totem in their hearts, their last shred of pride. 3 days later, Earth-Moon transfer orbit. It was a long, tedious, and perilous journey. 3 astronauts were crammed like sardines into the narrow. There was no comfort of an anti-gravity system. They had to endure the nausea of constant weightlessness, remain vigilant against solar radiation, and even using the toilet was a torment. Commander William was a veteran with 30 years of flight experience and an avid fan of the Apollo program. Through the porthole, he watched the growing gray-white celestial body, his eyes gleaming with greed and conquest. Houston, this is the Pioneer. William adjusted his microphone, his voice dry with excitement. We have entered lunar orbit. Approaching the designated landing site, the northern Oceanus, that area has the richest helium-3 reserves. Once we plant the stars and stripes, it will be ours. We will bring endless energy back to America. A reply came through the headset laced with anticipation. Receive, Pioneer. The whole world is watching you. Remember, if you see any Chinese unmanned probes, ignore them. Those are low-grade equipment, not capable of territorial claims. We need a manned base. Understood. William sneered. The Chinese space elevator is still under construction, but their manned spacecraft is nowhere to be seen. This race we have already won. Landing sequence initiated. The lunar module separated from the command module, descending toward the desolate gray wilderness of the lunar surface amidst thunderous roars and the flames of attitude control thrusters. Lunar surface Oceanus Prosolarum. It was a vacuum. No sound, no wind. Only the glaring sunlight and pitch-black shadows, a contrast so stark it was dizzying. Thud. Amidst a cloud of dust, the rather bulky lunar module slammed heavily onto the lunar surface. Its 4 landing struts sank deep into the regolith, kicking up a spray of gray dust. Inside the module, the 3 astronauts excitedly high-fived and cheered. We made it. We did it. This is a historic moment. Quick. Prepare for egress. The President is waiting for a live broadcast. We need to show the world this. William eagerly donned his bulky extravehicular suit and checked the life support system on his back. He clutched tightly the specially made large stars and stripes with an automatic deployment frame. The airlock door slowly opened. William took a deep breath and stepped out that heavy step. His boot pressed into the soft lunar soil, leaving that iconic footprint. That's one small step for a man, but William was about to recite the line he had memorized by heart, while looking up to find a perfect spot to plant the flag, preferably with Earth in the background. However, his voice died abruptly. It was as if someone had suddenly grabbed his throat, emitting only a strange gurgling sound, a gasp of sheer terror. Immediately after, the 2 astronauts behind him climbed out. Then they too froze as if turned to stone. Through their gold-plated radiation visors, they saw a sight that made their souls tremble and shattered their worldview. Less than 500 meters ahead, at the center of the vast crater they had originally planned to land on, the one with the richest helium-3 deposits, there was no desolate impact crater. Nor was there any lifeless rock. Instead, there stood a palace. Yes, a palace. A magnificent base made entirely of silver-white streamlined metal and bearing the unmistakable charm of ancient Eastern architecture lay quietly on the lunar surface. It covered an area at least the size of 10 football fields. A huge transparent dome radiated a soft pale blue glow, some kind of advanced energy shield that isolated the interior from the vacuum. Around the base, dozens of sci-fi-looking automated mining vehicles silently busied themselves. They hauled precious lunar soil into the base and neatly piled the extracted waste nearby, forming a small mountain. In comparison, the lunar module behind William, still relying on chemical fuel, looked as crude as a pile of trash assembled from tin cans, a primitive canoe. What is this? William's mind went blank. The flag slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a thud covered in dust. Aliens? No. He saw the two characters engraved above the main gate in red laser bold and majestic: Guanghan. Earth Global Livestream. At that very moment, billions of people around the world saw the same scene through the high-definition cameras on the astronauts' helmets. After a deathly silence, an explosion of uproar erupted. Oh my God! What is that? A base? How can there be a base on the moon? And it's in Chinese? Guanghan. Isn't that where change lives in Chinese mythology? When did the Chinese get up there? Oh heavens! That's a Chinese base. When did they get there? Weren't they still building the elevator? Inside the White House, the president's champagne glass shattered again, the shards cutting his palm. He stared at the screen, eyes bloodshot, looking as if he wanted to devour someone. Impossible. This must be special effects. An illusion. Is it the devil? How could they have moved a city to the moon right under our noses? What the hell is the CIA doing? Lunar surface. Just as the American astronauts were questioning their existence, the gate of the Guanghan Palace base slid open silently. No soldiers in heavy spacesuits rushed out, no laser weapons locked on. From inside, only one person emerged. A young man wearing no spacesuit, only a black casual shirt and handcrafted cloth shoes. With his hands in his pockets, as if strolling in his own backyard, he leisurely walked out of the energy shield's protection and stepped directly into the absolute zero radiation. Chen Feng. Hiss. William gasped sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. A flesh and blood body crossing a vacuum. That defied all biological common sense. Chen Feng walked to a spot 10 meters from them, waved his hand, and from a ring of illusion, he retrieved an antique rosewood tea table, 2 chairs, and even a delicate set of purple clay tea utensils. He sat down. In the vacuum, he poured himself a cup of hot tea. Strangely, the tea did not instantly boil and vaporize due to the low pressure, and the wisp of steam did not dissipate, but lingered above the cup. Because within a 3-meter radius around Chen Feng, a faint 5-colored spiritual light formed an independent absolute domain. Within this domain, he dictated the rules. He locked in the temperature, locked in the air pressure, and even created a gravity of 1g. Chen Feng raised the cup, blew on it gently, then looked up, his gaze indifferent and aloof towards the 3 Americans who stood frozen like statues clad in their bulky spacesuits. A pulse of divine sense, ignoring the vacuum and the language barrier, rang clearly in the minds of William and the others. You are late. Chen Feng's voice was calm and different, with an unassailable air of ownership. This is private property. Construction ahead. No entry for unauthorized. You. William stammered through the radio. Are you Chen Feng? How can you be here? This is international waters. According to international law. Chen Feng set down his cup, a mocking curve on his lips. Didn't your president say that whoever builds a base first gets the resources? Hey, I quite like that rule. I like it very much. Chen Feng pointed to the Guanghan Palace behind him, then to the ground beneath his feet. I've been here for half a month. This Oceanus Procellarum now belongs to the Chen family. As for you. Chen Feng's gaze swept over the fallen flag. With a slight flick of his finger. Whoosh! The flag flew up into the air and spontaneously combusted in midair, instantly turning to ash that dissipated into the vacuum. Take your trash. Chen Feng stood up and his aura exploded. Boom. It was the terrifying pressure of a Foundation establishment, great perfection cultivator. Though no sound waves traveled through the air, the spiritual shock made the 3 astronauts feel as if they were being stared at by a primordial beast. Their hearts nearly stopped, their breathing strained. Go back and tell your president. I can spare you a few drops of soup from the resources on Earth. I don't lack them. But this starry sky. Chen Feng looked up, his gaze piercing the deep void, seeing into the far future. China has it covered. Get lost. With those final words, a gentle yet irresistible force pushed the 3 astronauts and their lunar module away. The lunar module uncontrollably activated its emergency return procedure, fleeing ingloriously from this place of trouble. Having driven away the flies, Chen Feng felt no great joy. This level of showing off had become tedious to him. What truly concerned him was the planet beneath his feet. Tiangong. Chen Feng called out into the void. Master, I am here. Tiangong's voice echoed directly in his mind. By now, Tiangong had taken over the main control system of the Guanghan Palace, its computing power covering half the lunar sphere. How is the base construction progressing? Phase 1 is complete. The helium-3 refinery is operating at full capacity, and we expect to deliver the first batch of fusion fuel to Earth next month. Additionally, the space station section of the Nanximen space elevator has been docked. From now on, materials can be transported directly via the elevator without needing to use nanobots for bulky transport. Efficiency has increased by 300. Good. Chen Feng nodded. His gaze turned to the distance, the far side of the moon. That side forever turned away from Earth, forever shrouded in darkness. It was also the place on this cold celestial body with the purest and most concentrated energy. Earthly matters are settled. Now it's time for the real business. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The spiritual energy of wood, fire, earth, and metal within his body began to churn wildly, emitting a roaring craving, and the missing piece vibrated. The 5 elements lacked water. And in the extreme abyss of the lunar far side, the divine sense detected the primordial water, enough to freeze the soul, calling to him. Once this step is taken, it will be the divide between mortal and immortal. Chen Feng put away his tea set and flickered his form. Whooshed! He transformed into a streak of 5-colored light, skimming the lunar surface at several times the speed of sound, rushing into that eternal darkness. Earth's internet crashed. The video of the tea drinking on the moon and the flesh and body vacuum walk surpassed 10 billion views in just 10 minutes. All scientific explanations fell short. All doubts turned into worship. People finally realized that the man named Chen Feng was no longer merely a scientist or entrepreneur. He was a god, the guide leading humanity out of its cradle. And at that moment, the god stood at the edge of the abyss on the moon's far side, preparing for the greatest transformation of his life. Deep within the South Pole Eked Basin on the far side of the moon. This is the largest impact crater on the moon and one of the coldest, darkest regions in the entire solar system. Surrounded by silent, ringed mountains that stand like rows of tombstones witnessing billions of years of solitude. Locked by tidal forces, this place forever faces away from Earth, never having seen sunlight. Absolute zero. Here, even the flow of time seems frozen. Chen Feng floated at the bottom of the enormous crater. By now he had put away all his technological gear. No spacesuit, no energy shield, not even a breathing mask. He was bare-chested, revealing a perfectly sculpted body of jade-like muscles. On his skin, 4 colors, red fire cyan with yellow earth white metal, alternated and flowed, forming a perfect internal circulation that barely withstood the extreme cold and vacuum pressure outside, enough to shatter steel instantly. Cold. A bone-chilling cold that pierces the soul. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a layer of crystalline frost instantly formed on his eyelashes. Moisture escaping from his body had frozen. Before him floated a strange substance. It was neither ice nor water. It was a fist-sized liquid sphere of deep, profound black. It hung silently in the vacuum, and the space around it was riddled with fine cracks, as if unable to bear its chill. It resembled a miniature black hole, greedily devouring all light and heat around it, even freezing the divine sense that dared approach. Tying true water. The water element, origin born from the moon, the Tying star, after eons of solitude and cold. A single drop could turn 10,000 acres into a single drop could freeze a cultivator's primordial spirit. The 5 elements. Lack water. Chen Feng gazed at this deadly black water, his eyes devoid of fear, only a burning desire for the Tao, an unwavering resolve. The 4 major organs within him, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, were roaring wildly, trembling with craving. It was like a circle about to close, missing only the final arc. Come. Chen Feng mobilized his true essence. The vortex of true essence in his dantian reversed violently, generating immense suction. Devour heaven and earth. He opened his mouth and sucked in sharply. Shoo! The terrifying Tying true water transformed into a pitch-black ice dragon, instantly rushing into his mouth, down his esophagus, straight into the water residence of his kidneys. Boom! A silent thunderclap exploded inside Chen Feng. Pain. Indescribable, excruciating pain. It was like swallowing a collapsing neutron star, or throwing his soul into liquid nitrogen. The instant the Tying true water entered his body, half of Chen Feng's body turned black, blood froze, meridians stiffened, and even his thoughts began to slow, his soul about to crack. That chill was determined to extinguish his life flame, turning him into an eternal ice sculpture. Trying to snuff out my fire? Then let's see if you have what it takes. Chen Feng clenched his teeth, his divine sense like a blade, and fiercely activated the primordial true fire within his heart. Fire come. Boom. His heart pounded violently, and the golden Taiyang true fire roared out, surging through the meridians toward his kidneys, colliding fiercely with the black cold current. Fire and water incompatible. No, it was fire and water in harmony. If he were an ordinary cultivator, the collision of internal fire and water would have caused his body to explode. But Chen Feng was different. He had the wood chi of wood. Wood feeds fire, and it also drains water as a buffer. He had the essence of Wu earth. Earth controls water, building a dike as a container. He had the metal chi of Gung metal. Metal generates water, strengthening the source as a guide. The 5 elements, generating and overcoming each other, formed a perfect closed-loop battlefield within his body. Refine. Under the frenzied smelting of the true fire, the violent, killing intent of the Tying true water was gradually ground away, leaving only the purest, most gentle source of life, brimming with endless vitality. Sizzle. The black ice melted, turning into a sweet rain that nourished all things, merging into Chen Feng's kidneys. In an instant, kidney water sufficient, then liverwood flourishes. Liverwood flourishes, then heart fire blazes. Heart fire blazes, then spleen earth thickens. Spleen earth thickens, then lung metal sharpens. Lung metal sharpens, then kidney water is born. 5 elements return to their positions. Great perfection. Inside Chen Feng's dantian, the originally chaotic gaseous true essence, under the terrifying pressure of this 5-element cycle, began to collapse and condense toward the center at extreme speed. Gaseous, liquid, solid, crack. It was like the sound of an eggshell breaking or the sound of heaven and earth being born. A perfectly round, flawless golden core about the size of a pigeon's egg with 5 colored lights, red, cyan, yellow, white, and black, flowing across its surface, slowly took shape and began to rotate in the center of the Danshan Sea of Qi. Golden core stage achieved. Boom. An indescribably terrifying aura burst out from Chen Feng, spreading in all directions. This was not a shockwave. It was a life pressure. Within 100 miles, the lunar dust floated into the air, without wind, as if paying homage to this newborn god. Even the distant ringed mountains trembled slightly. Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Swish. 2 beams of solid golden light shot from his pupils, piercing the sky for 100 miles, lingering long. So this is the feeling of a golden core. Chen Feng raised his hand, looking at his crystalline skin that seemed to contain stars, every vein flowing with pure spiritual power. No need to breathe. No need for gravity. As long as he willed it, the golden core within him would continuously draw energy from the cosmic void inexhaustible. He felt he was no longer a mere living being. He was a self-sufficient miniature universe. 800 years of lifespan. Divine sense covering 3,000 miles. Flesh can withstand a nuclear explosion. Chen Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him enough to easily destroy a warship. Time to go back. He did not stay on the moon. Now even the so-called superpower on Earth seemed as fragile as ants in his eyes. Worldly conquest no longer interested him. His gaze turned to that world which haunted his dreams, yet lay in ruins. The wasteland. I said I would bring blue skies to that world. Now it's time to fulfill that promise. Whoosh! Chen Feng took a step. The space beneath his feet rippled. 2 worlds teleportation activated. The wasteland world launching. It was noon, but the sky remained a hopeless leaden gray. The radiation clouds several kilometers thick hung like a black cauldron over the earth. These clouds had existed for 100 years, blocking the sun, cutting off life, and every drop of rain that fell carried deadly strong acid. Longcheng had become prosperous with neon lights and energy towers. But people still lived under the gloom, forced to wear gas masks when going out, lifting their heads to see no hope. Alert! Alert! Detecting an extremely high-energy reaction source above the city. Energy level. Incalculable. Exceeds nuclear explosion threshold. Suspected divine-level entity. The urgent alarm of Tiangong blared throughout the city. Lao Mo and Tieta, who were inspecting a factory, changed expression and rushed out of shelter, looking up at the sky. That is. Everyone was stunned. There, 10,000 meters high beneath the thick radiation clouds, floated a human figure. He wore no power armor, piloted no spaceship. He stood, barehanded, hands clasped behind his back, floating silently between heaven and earth. A 5-colored radiance swirled around him like a deity descending. Boss! Tieta rubbed his eyes and yelled. At that moment, Chen Feng looked down at the steel jungle below, and the survivors gazing up at him like ants. A trace of compassion flickered in his eyes. 800 years. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but amplified by the power of his golden core. It rolled like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears and shaking their souls. This land has suffered enough. Today, I will change the sky for you. Finished. Chen Feng fiercely raised his head, looking at the thick, filthy radiation clouds above. The 5 elements golden core within him spun to its extreme. Divine ability burned the sky and boiled the sea. Chen Feng pointed his right hand at the sky like a boom. A colossal pillar of red gold flame erupted from his fingertip, shooting straight into the sky. This fire was not ordinary fire. It was the essence of the sun, the bane of all gloom and filth. Sizzle. The radiation clouds that had existed for a century, that even nuclear bombs could not disperse upon contact with this true fire, began to burn, vaporize, and disintegrate like oil poured onto snow. The fire spread like wildfire. Golden flames raced across the clouds, covering the sky for 1,000 miles in an instant. From the ground, it looked as if the sky itself was on fire. A spectacle magnificent beyond words. The black clouds were burned to nothing, the toxic dust purified by the high temperature. Wind come. Chen Feng waved his left hand. The E-wood divine wind howled forth, transforming into 2 invisible giant hands that violently tore apart the already thinned cloud layer. Rip! It was like the sound of a curtain being ripped open, or the sound of heaven and earth splitting. A dazzling bright golden beam of light pierced through a century of gloom, striking directly onto the central square of launching. Light. Real natural sunlight from the sun. People working in the square stopped. Laomo took off his monocle, his hands trembling. Tieta dropped his gun, tears streaming down his face. They stared dazedly at the beam of light, at the dust dancing in it. Then the gap in the clouds grew larger. 1 beam, 2 beams, 1,000 beams, 10,000 beams. Sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall, painting the entire dark city in gold, driving away all the cold and gloom. Rainfall. Chen Feng formed hand seals, unleashing the last divine ability. This was not acid rain. It was the spiritual rain condensed after he had refined the tiny pitter-patter. A light drizzle fell from the sky. The rainwater was clear and transparent, with a faint sweetness and abundant vitality. When the raindrops fell on the withered, charred, mutated plants, a miracle occurred. The black branches began to turn green, and tender shoots sprouted, grew, and blossomed before the naked eye. When the raindrops fell on people's skin, the red spots and ulcers caused by years of radiation began to heal, scab, and fall off, leaving smooth skin. Ah, this is... An old man stretched out a trembling hand, caught a drop of rain, and put it into his mouth. Sweet. It's sweet. The old man knelt on the ground, crying loudly. The sky has cleared. Finally cleared. In that moment, the entire city of Longqing, 500,000 survivors, whether the high-ranking awakened ones or the lowliest laborers, all knelt down. They offered their most devout worship to the multicolored figure in the sky on this day of sunlight and spiritual rain. A miracle. There was no other explanation. Chen Feng floated in the sunlight, looking down at the land, reviving, feeling countless streams of faith converging on him. He smiled. This was the meaning of cultivation. Not to sever worldly ties for eternal life, but to have the power to protect, to change, and to make this imperfect world a... The wasteland was cleansed. Chen Feng slowly retracted his aura and descended gently, like an immortal touching the mortal world. Next it was time to see that Kunping skeleton. The true culprit that had brought destruction to this world was about to surface. In a wasteland world at the extreme northern ice field lies the eternal frozen eye. This is the northernmost point of this planet, perpetually shrouded in blizzards at -80 degrees, where even time seems to have frozen. Even though Chen Feng has purified the global radiation clouds, this frigid land still maintains its ancient majesty, as if it were nature's final boom. A golden light pierced through the swirling snow as Chen Feng landed barefoot on the summit of a colossal iceberg. The cold wind stirred his garments, yet could not penetrate the 3-foot shield of spiritual energy surrounding him. Beneath his feet lay not an ordinary mountain range. If viewed from 10,000 meters above, one would be horrified to discover that the undulating several hundred kilometers long iceberg was in fact a skeleton. A skeletal remains of a giant beast that only appears in myths, capable of traversing the starry river, the Kunping. So that's how it is, Chen Feng murmured as his fingers traced the rib that resembled a pillar of heaven, feeling a chill tremor. His divine sense swept through the petrified bones, sensing a trace of ancient aura that did not belong to this universe. 100 years ago, there was no nuclear war in the wasteland world. Chen Feng closed his eyes, using the divine sense of the golden core stage to regress, as if he could see the catastrophe from a century ago. A severely injured void Kunpeng, while fleeing from the pursuit of higher dimensional beings, inadvertently shattered the barriers of dimensions and fell into this civilization world that was originally at the peak of technology. The void toxins carried by it, which included radiation and violent spiritual energy leakage, instantly destroyed the atmosphere, triggering a global biological mutation. Humanity believed it was an enemy nation that launched a nuclear weapon and thus pressed the launch button. But the nuclear bombs did not bring about the apocalypse. The true apocalypse was the fall of this giant beast. The first collision between technology and cultivation ended in destruction. Chen Feng sighed, his gaze complicated. The civilization of mortals was as fragile as paper before high-level cultivation beings. In a flash, he appeared inside the massive skull of the Kunping. There he found a naturally formed bone altar. In the center of the altar floated a dim gray stone slab covered in tadpole-like ruins. Chen Feng took out his 2 realms token. Oh, indeed, after reaching the golden core stage, he finally discovered that the means to traverse the 2 realms was the 2 realms token hidden within his body. Buzz. The 2 realms token seemed to sense the resonant aura starting to tremble violently, emitting brilliant starlight, and flew out of his hand, embedding itself into the groove of the stone slab. This is the coordinate. Boom. A complex holographic star map projection instantly unfolded in the sky above the ice field, obscuring the auroras. Countless stars spun, undergoing birth and extinction. At the end of the star map, there was a vast world shrouded in clouds and mist unimaginably large, where spiritual energy flowed like dragons, immortal mountains floated, and divine beasts soared. The Taihao Great World. That is the homeland of the Kunping, as well as the center of the cultivation civilization. The path is open. Chen Feng retracted the two realms token, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Although he could leave right now, there were still things he couldn't let go of. Since I have taken over your territory, used your resources, and become your deity. Before I leave, I must leave behind a decent legacy for this family. Time flew by and years passed. 10 years later. Earth, China, Haiqing. This city has now become the de facto capital of the Earth Federation, also known as the interstellar capital. Towering anti-gravity skyscrapers reach up to 1,000 meters, with countless flying cars flowing through the air in an orderly manner. At the center of the city, there is no longer a commercial square made of steel and concrete, but a gigantic holographic botanical garden filled with glowing plants cultivated from the wasteland, making the nights enchanting. Although technology is highly developed, the Earth has not become cold and indifferent in these 10 years. On the contrary, due to the abundance of free energy and resources, humanity has completely eradicated poverty and hunger for the first time in history. People no longer compete for survival or worry about mortgage payments. Arts, philosophy, and exploration have ushered in a Renaissance-like explosion. Yinshan No. 1 top floor garden. This remains the most mysterious and prestigious place on Earth, as well as the ultimate core of power. Chen Feng lay in a rattan chair holding an ancient book basking in the sun. Time had left no traces on his face. He looked as youthful as a 20-year-old university student with translucent skin and deep eyes resembling the starry sky. Now he is already at the late golden core stage. The spiritual energy of Earth and the wasteland can no longer sustain his breakthrough into the nascent soul. His path in this world has come to an end. Boss. A steady voice came. Li Bowen walked in. 10 years had turned his hair gray at the temples, but his demeanor had grown even more dignified, exuding the authority of the Earth Federation's chief executive. Yet before Chen Feng, he always maintained a slight bow, preserving the humility of years past, resembling an old steward. Is everything arranged? Chen Feng set down his book and asked calmly. Everything is arranged. Li Bowen placed a thick electronic report on the table, his voice trembling, seemingly suppressing his emotions. The first phase of the Mars terraforming project has been completed. The nanobots controlled by Tiangong have already created a thin atmosphere and magnetic field. The first batch of immigrants has settled in and potatoes have been planted. The South Tianmen fleet has been expanded to its third unit, and our starship has already exited Pluto's orbit, currently exploring the Kuiper Belt. And, Li Bowen paused, his eyes slightly red. Regarding your retirement announcement, it has been sent to the federal parliament. Chen Feng nodded, his expression calm, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. What was their reaction? Panic. The whole world is in a state of panic. Li Bowen smiled bitterly. You are the anchor for Earth. Everyone is asking if you leave, who will protect humanity, who will guide the way. Humanity does not need a nanny. Chen Feng stood up and walked to the railing overlooking the bustling city, his gaze seemingly penetrating through time. Old Li, in these 10 years, I have left you infinite energy, an engine capable of flying out of the solar system, an almost omnipotent AI Tiangong, and that enormous logistics base in the wasteland. If you still cannot hold on to this, then humanity might as well go extinct. Li Bowen fell silent. He knew that once the boss made a decision, no one could change it. Over the past 10 years, the boss had increasingly resembled a god. Though he smiled, the sense of detachment from the mundane world was palpable. What about the wasteland? Chen Feng inquired. Messages have come from Tieta and Old Mo, Li Bowen reported. Old Mo's health is not very good. He said that seeing the wasteland turn into a granary before he dies would be worth it for him. Tieta, that guy is busy hosting the first mech fighting competition in the wasteland. He said he would guard every inch of that world, and anyone who dared to cause trouble would be crushed. Good. Chen Feng smiled, turning his hand. 2 jade slips emitting soft light appeared out of thin air, hovering before Li Bowen. These are the last 2 things I leave behind. The one on the left is the technology tree diagram. It contains key technological nodes from a level 2 civilization to a level 3 civilization, enough for you to research for 500 years. The one on the right. A complex light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, is a Star River basic chi refining method. Li Bowen suddenly looked up astonished as he stared at Chen Feng. The spiritual energy on Earth is thin, making cultivation difficult. But on Mars and deep space, the spiritual energy will be slightly richer. This is a seed. Perhaps in a few hundred years, humanity will find a way to combine technology and cultivation. I do not wish for humanity to remain fragile carbon-based life forms forever. Take it. Li Bowen trembled as he accepted the 2 jade slips capable of changing the course of civilization. He could no longer contain himself, kneeling heavily and bowing 3 times. Boss. No, immortal master. Your great kindness will be remembered by humanity for eternity. All right, no need to indulge in feudal superstitions. Chen Feng waved his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Li Bowen up. He looked up at the sky. The midday sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. It was a good day for a long journey. I am leaving. Chen Feng did not look back. He simply waved his hand to Li Bowen as if going out to buy groceries. Don't see And no statues. I find them ugly. Buzz. With a step forward, Chen Feng's figure created ripples in the air before vanishing instantly, as if he had in space between the Earth and the Moon. When Chen Feng's figure reappeared, it was above the Guanghan Palace base. He took one last look at that azure planet. There were his orphanage, his first pot of gold, his friends, and the glory he had personally created. Goodbye, hometown. Chen Feng turned around, facing the vast depths of the Milky Way, confronting the unknown challenges ahead. He took out the Two Realms token. The golden core within him operated wildly, channeling all his spiritual power into the token. Open. Boom. A towering starry giant door slowly opened in the void behind the moon, shaking the entire solar system. Behind the door was no longer a dark vacuum, but a radiant passage faintly echoing the cries of celestial cranes and the melodic sounds of the Tao, a call from a higher dimension. It was a world a billion times broader and more splendid than Earth. There were mighty beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, sword immortals who traveled to the North Sea at dawn and to Kangwu at dusk, and ancient demon gods that endured through the ages. That was Tai Hao. I, Chen Feng, have arrived. A smile lifted the corners of Chen Feng's mouth, his eyes burning with an unprecedented fervor for battle. On Earth, he was an invincible, lonely deity. But there he would be an ambitious challenger. Whoosh. He transformed into a golden meteor, charging unhesitatingly into the Stargate. The Stargate slowly closed, leaving behind an eternal ripple rippling across the back of the moon like a sigh from the universe, bidding farewell to that legend. Epilogue 100 years later. Earth Federation Mars Colony, First Middle School. In history class, a young teacher was lecturing on the holographic blackboard with the bustling Martian domed city visible outside the window. Students, today we will discuss the initiator of the Great Nirvana era. A somewhat blurry photo appeared on the screen. It was a young man in a black casual outfit standing on the moon, holding a cup of tea with the magnificent Guanghan Palace in the background. Who is he? The teacher asked. Chen Feng. The children replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with admiration. That's right, Chen Feng. He is the founder of Future Energy Group, the chief designer of the South Tianmen project, the savior of the wasteland world, and also the first cultivator. And teacher, where is he now? A little girl raised her hand and asked. The book says he went missing. Is that true? The teacher smiled and turned to look out the window. Outside the window was the red horizon of Mars. And in the more distant space, massive interstellar warships were setting sail, heading into deep space, their tails glowing like stars. He has not gone missing, the teacher softly said, his gaze tender. He has simply gone to a farther place, paving the way for us. Perhaps one day, when we fly far enough and reach the end of the galaxy, we will once again see his figure. At that time, he will surely still be holding a cup of tea, smiling at us and saying, "You're late, this is also my territory." The end conclusion. Here the story draws a full stop, but also leaves an M-dash. Chen Feng's tale is essentially a story about breakthroughs. Breaking through the limits of poverty, breaking through the bottlenecks of technology, breaking through the extremes of life, ultimately breaking through the constraints of the world. The final outcome chose ascension rather than domination. For someone like Chen Feng, worldly authority has long lost its meaning. The vast stars and the longevity of the Tao are his eternal pursuits. Thank you for your reading and companionship. I hope that in that distant parallel universe, Chen Feng's legend continues.